During the day, she was his secretary, and at night, she was his bed companion. Won Shinya thought she was irretrievably trapped in a web of emotions, until her parents' marriage arrangement turned her into Do-han Chijo's sister. To secure her mother's happiness, she decided to sever all romantic ties. However, Do-han Chijo burst into her room late one night. Chapter 1. The Last Time. This is the last time. Won Shinya looked at the man who was pinning her down on the couch, her eyes damp and her tone earnest. The man's dark eyes deepened with anger, as he quickened his movements to possess her even more completely. Won Shinya gripped his suit jacket tightly, feeling like a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, tossed around by each surging wave. As the intense pleasure overwhelmed her, all she could do was bite her lip, refraining from letting out any whimpers. Outside the rest room, voices were bustling. Although the door had been locked, Won Shinya still worried that someone might realize she and Do-han Chijo had been in there for quite a while. Today was the wedding of Do-han Chijo's father, Do-han Choming, and her mother, Wang Menghan. In an hour, she and Do-han Chijo would officially become step-siblings from a reconstituted family. No one knew that, before this, she had secretly been his mistress for 2 whole years. After graduation, Won Shinya joined Do-han Enterprises. Starting from the lowest level as an intern, thanks to her strong professional skills, she gradually ascended to become the personal secretary to the president. Initially, she truly didn't entertain any thoughts about Do-han Chijo, this cold-faced boss. Though tall, leggy, and stunningly good-looking like newer flexing her artistic muscles, public and private life were distinct for her, and she clearly understood that Do-han Chijo, as a man of such status, was far beyond her reach. Until 2 years ago, when she accompanied Do-han Chijo on a business trip to Tong City and accidentally discovered her first love cheating on her with his university roommate. Overwhelmed by breakdown, after drinking too much and entering the wrong room, she ended up in Do-han Chijo's bed, marking a significant change in their relationship. Later, Do-han Chijo asked her if she wanted to be with him. Won Shinya's younger sister had heart disease and required continuous treatment and medication. At that time, Do-han Chijo reached out everywhere to contact specialists for her sister's care, providing her endless warmth and hope. She thought, what could possibly make her unwilling? Do-han Chijo was handsome, capable in bed, wealthy, and well-connected, far superior to her ex-boyfriend, who begrudged every expense on her sick sister and was practically useless. Out of revenge and a sense of resignation, Won Shinya agreed. From then on, their relationship spiraled out of control. For these 2 years, during the day, she was his secretary, handling large and small affairs of the company. At night, she became his companion in bed, intertwined with him to satiate their physiological desires. They never talked about feelings, they didn't even spend nights together. Each time it ended, Do-han Chijo always left first. Such a relationship, although hidden from light, carried no burden. Won Shinya originally thought that she and Do-han Chijo would continue like this until one day he met true love and needed to get married, which is when they would part ways. But unexpectedly, their parents fell in love first. Won Shinya's mother, Wang Menghan, worked as a nurse in a high-end convalescent hospital where she met Do-han Chijo's father, Do-han Choming. 5 years ago, Do-han Choming and his wife Feng Suling encountered a car accident, turning his wife into a vegetative state and rendering him disabled in both legs, leaving him confined to the convalescent hospital. The trauma of the crash made him irritable and nihilistic. Wang Menghan was Do-han Choming's caregiver, 5 years younger than him. Though her own marriage was unfortunate, she was optimistic, cheerful, and romantic. She often took Do-han Choming out of the hospital to explore mountains, rivers, and the 4 seasons, even leading the wheelchair-bound Do-han Choming to dance. Gradually, Do-han Choming was healed by her and deeply fell in love with her. Not long after his wife Feng Suling passed away, he proposed to Wang Menghan. When Won Shinya learned that her mother and Do-han Chijo's father were together, she suggested ending their hidden relationship. She said, "We have no real feelings. But our mother's and father's union is a true love. We must make way for true love." Do-han Chijo was furious, perhaps because he believed he was the one in control of the relationship, and it wasn't Won Shinya's place to end it. However, under Won Shinya's persistence, he finally agreed to retreat to a pure employer-secretary relationship. Won Shinya originally thought everything had ended, but today, after she stood beside her mother wearing a white dress calling Do-han Chijo brother, he sneered coldly, turning to pull her into the restroom where he forcefully possessed her once again. Afterward, as the emotion dissipated, Won Shinya collapsed onto the sofa, watching Do-han Chijo straighten his suit jacket, filled with deep unease. She was extremely afraid that exposure of her relationship with Do-han Chijo might affect her mother's marriage. Her mother had endured countless beatings from her father in the first half of her life, sacrificing herself for their family. Now, finding true love and starting a happy new chapter, Won Shinya did not want to be a stumbling block to her mother's path to happiness. "Mr. Do-han, this is the last time, okay?" she pleaded. Do-han Chijo looked down at her disdainfully, his gaze as cold as a deep mountain snowfall. "You don't need to remind me repeatedly that this is the last time. You're just a tool for releasing desire. Do you think I can't live without you?" Do-han Chijo said and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Won Shinya watched his retreating figure, her heart suddenly feeling as if pierced by a sharp weapon. And such pain had last occurred 2 years ago when she caught her first love cheating on her. How could this be? She and Do-han Chijo were merely in a transactional relationship, so why did her heart ache so much? Could it be that she had fallen in love with Do-han Chijo? The wedding was an outdoor ceremony. By the time Won Shinya straightened her wrinkled dress, which Doo and Chijo had rumpled, and walked out from the restroom to the outdoors, Doo and Chijo was already standing neatly dressed under the sunlight. Many guests wanted to approach him for a chat, but they were intimidated by his presence and dared not come closer. No wonder these people seemed opportunistic. Since Doo and Chijo took over Dooan Enterprises, he led the entire group to unprecedented heights. Now, he was a man whose frown alone could sway the economic trends of Rongcheng. These aristocrats and merchants naturally wouldn't want to miss any chance to please him. Won Shinya averted her gaze and sat down at her designated seat. 3 minutes before the wedding began, her mother Wang Menghan stood at the end of the red carpet, her hand resting gently on Uncle Wang Guodao's arm beneath a white veil, her face glowing with happiness. Won Shinya sincerely rejoiced for her mother. Wang Menghan, in her middle age, had finally found happiness, which clearly demonstrated that as long as women didn't give up, they could always have another chance to start anew at any time. As the wedding march played, the host loudly announced, "Next, let's welcome the bride." "Hold on." A clear female voice shattered the sweet atmosphere. All the guests turned around to see a young woman with 2 bodyguards standing at the back of the audience seats. It was Dooan Chijo's sister, Dooan Yuanxi. Dooan Yuanxi, dressed in a black ceremonial gown, was holding a portrait of her mother Feng Suling and stepped boldly onto the red carpet. There was an immediate murmur among the crowd. This was a wedding, she wore all black and brought a memorial photo, it wasn't auspicious at all. "Yuanxi, what do you think you're doing?" Dooan Choming shouted angrily from his wheelchair. "Dad, don't be mad." Dooan Yuanxi looked unafraid, directly addressing Dooan Choming, "Are you getting married?" Back in the day, whatever color shirt or style of tie you wore, Mom always gave her advice. For something as significant as a wedding, how can we possibly skip consulting Mom? With your failing eyesight, how could you tell apart humans from ghosts? You hear yourself. You're crazy. Crazy? Am I the crazy one or are you the crazy one? You claim to love Mom, but how long has it been since Mom passed away? And yet here you are, rushing into marrying this old vixen. Shut up. I refuse. Dooan Yuanxi pointed at Wang Menghan. What witchcraft has this old hag cast on you? Your heart must have been blinded by pig fat. Do you really think she'd marry you just because of your advanced age and disability? She just wants our family's fortune once you pass away. That's exactly the type of woman, poor, scheming, and greedy for money. Among the spectators, someone had already quietly raised their phone to record this moment. Won Shinya immediately looked at Dooan Chijo. Dooan Chijo was highly concerned about the reputation of the Dooan family, and normally, he would never allow such an embarrassing scene to occur. But today, sitting calmly in his chair, Dooan Chijo watched silently as his sister Dooan Yuanxi acted out, unmoving. He showed no intention of stopping her. Won Shinya suddenly realized not one member of the Dooan siblings truly welcomed Wang Menghan into the Dooan household. "Yuanxi, please don't say those things. Your dad and I genuinely love each other. When I met him, I didn't know who he was or whether he even had money. What I love is purely him," Wang Menghan pleaded, rushing forward to explain in front of Dooan Yuanxi in her wedding dress. "Is that true? If you're not after the Dooan family's wealth, then sign this agreement right now." Dooan Yuanxi pulled out a document from her bag. "Sign it publicly and swear that you will only attend the wedding ceremony without registering legally. Even if you two separate in the future, you promise to not take a single cent from the Dooan family." Wang Menghan hesitated, looking helplessly towards Dooan Choming. As Dooan Choming tried to intervene, Dooan Yuanxi blocked his path. "So, afraid to sign? Didn't you say you weren't after the money but just for the person? With the ceremony done, Dad would belong to you entirely, isn't that enough?" With everyone watching, Wang Menghan felt utterly embarrassed. To prove herself, she could only nod in agreement. "All right, I'll sign." Wang Menghan grabbed the pen offered by Dooan Yuanxi and signed her name on the agreement. "Yuanxi, now that I've signed, can we proceed with the ceremony?" "No way." Dooan Yuanxi pointed at her mother Feng Suling's picture. "If you wish to join the Dooan family, you need to kneel down and pay respect with 3 proper bows to my mother first." This was absolutely outrageous. Won Shinya couldn't bear to see her mother, Wang Menghan, bullied like this. She stood up and walked in front of Dooan Yuanxi. "Dooan miss, there are many guests today. For the reputation of the Dooan family and Mr. Dooan, please stop making a scene," she said softly but loud enough for Dooan Yuanxi to hear. "Threatening me with my brother? Do you think I'm scared?" Dooan Yuanxi looked at Won Shinya. "You're just a little secretary, and you usually take advantage of my brother's name. Now you want to scare me with the same trick. You're not any good either. Wanting to marry into the Dooan family for its wealth just like your fox-like mother, right? Then kneel down and kowtow until my mother is satisfied before stepping inside. My mother doesn't covet your Dooan family's riches, neither do I. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being unfriendly." Won Shinya leaned close to Dooan Yuanxi's ear and whispered, "The drug smuggling case in the bar a while ago, you were at the scene, weren't you?" Dooan Yuanxi's face turned pale instantly. "I wasn't there, don't talk nonsense. The person who picked you up that day was arranged by me, and I have the surveillance video from the bar. If you don't want to get involved with the police, then listen to me and stop causing chaos." Dooan Yuanxi fell silent, losing all her previous haughty manner. Seeing this, Won Shinya turned around and gave the onlookers an elegant smile. "Miss Dooan is tired, I'll take her to rest." She finished speaking and gestured politely to Dooan Yuanxi as if saying please. Reluctantly, Dooan Yuanxi followed Won Shinya off the stage. When the host saw the commotion end, he quickly came forward to smooth things over so the wedding could proceed. However, Duan Yuanxi clearly was not willing to let go so easily. When she followed Wan Xinya to the edge of the swimming pool, she suddenly screamed, "Ah, murder, help." Before Wan Xinya could react, Duan Yuanxi grabbed her sleeve, deliberately pushing against her a few times, then fell into the swimming pool herself. Plunk, water splashed everywhere. Seeing the Duan family's daughter fall into the water, the guests and staff who were present rushed over. They jumped into the water like dumplings in a pot to rescue Duan Yuanxi. Her own brother, Duan Chizhou, however, came last. Within 3 minutes, Duan Yuanxi was pulled out. Cough cough cough. Duan Yuanxi clutched her throat as if she had nearly drowned. Brother, this Wan Xinya holds a grudge against me for ruining the wedding. She wants revenge for her mother. Just now, she pushed me into the swimming pool, trying to kill me. You know how much I've feared water since childhood. The moment she shoved me, I felt like I was going to heaven to meet Mom. Wah! Duan Yuanxi sobbed, looking absolutely wronged. Those around began sympathizing with Duan Yuanxi, blaming Wan Xinya for her heartlessness and cruelty, attempting to kill her stepsister on the day of their mother's wedding. Mr. Duan, I did not push her. She jumped herself. I didn't even touch a strand of her hair, Wan Xinya explained to Duan Chizhou. She knew that Duan Yuanxi's story riddled with holes might fool others, but it definitely couldn't deceive Duan Chizhou. After all, Duan Yuanxi's supposed fear of water was fake. She won a swimming championship when she was in her first year of university, which Duan Chizhou himself attended to award her. Now it all came down to whether Duan Chizhou would stand up for his sister or restore justice for her. Brother, please uphold fairness for me. Duan Yuanxi hugged onto Duan Chizhou's leg. Duan Chizhou glanced at Wan Xinya. She earnestly looked back at him. Wan Xinya knew Duan Chizhou's attitude would decide how this event would end today. She hoped he could resolve everything peacefully and allow the wedding to carry on. Unfortunately, Duan Chizhou completely ignored her. All right, brother will uphold fairness for you. Duan Chizhou gently stroked Duan Yuanxi's head and said gravely, somebody, call the police, and get an ambulance for Miss to check at the hospital. Yes, sir. Chapter 2, You're fired. Police cars and ambulances screamed to the scene, making the situation escalate further. The wedding was completely ruined. Wan Xinya was taken to the police station for intentional injury. As she got into the police car, she saw Duan Chizhou helping Duan Yuanxi onto the ambulance. Of course, between his own younger sister and her as an outsider, he would obviously choose the former. How could she have been so foolish as to think he would take her side? 2 hours after Wan Xinya was detained at the police station, Duan Chizhou's lawyer arrived. The lawyer's surname was Jiang, a top veteran from the legal department of the company. Wan Xinya had worked with him before and they were acquaintances. Little Wan, why did you have to pick a fight with Mr. Duan's hell-raising princess? Look, now you've ended up in jail. Wan Xinya didn't say much, just asked, did Mr. Duan send you here to bail me out? Yes, after Miss Duan was checked at the hospital and found no major issues, they decided not to press charges. Thank you for the trouble. It's nothing. Lawyer Jiang then pointed to the Rolls-Royce Phantom across the road. Mr. Duan is waiting for you in the car. Wan Xinya walked to the car and opened the rear door. Under the starry roof of the Phantom, Duan Chizhou, dressed in a white shirt and black dress pants, exuded aristocratic charm. He glanced at her sideways. Get in. Wan Xinya got in. The heater in the car was set too high, creating an oppressive warmth. They sat silently. Duan Chizhou suddenly extended his arm and grabbed her slim waist. What? Not happy? I don't dare. Duan Chizhou let out a cold laugh, repeating her words, don't dare. I didn't push Miss Duan, she explained accordingly. That's irrelevant. So what's important then? Ruining the wedding, right? Wan Xinya couldn't help but raise her voice, thinking about how her mother's wedding was destroyed. Mr. Duan, you intentionally escalated things because you didn't want my mother marrying Uncle Duan, didn't you? And do you also think that my mother wants to marry Uncle Duan only for money? Is there anything wrong with that assumption? Duan Chizhou's tone turned colder. You've spent over 2 years pretending for money, so isn't greed a fine tradition in your family? Duan Chizhou's words pierced Wan Xinya deeply. This pain made her realize again just how significant he was to her. For more than 700 days over 2 years, during the day in the company, and at night in bed, she and Duan Chizhou were almost inseparable. They spent more time together than many ordinary couples. He was her first man and the only one in her life of 20-something years, and without her realizing it, she had fallen in love with him. But to Duan Chizhou, she was just an employee by day and a tool for his pleasure by night, someone who could be dismissed with money and easily replaced. She wasn't important to him at all, so he could hurt her feelings this way without a second thought. You can think ill of me like that, but you cannot do the same for my mother. She's not the kind of person you think she is. Defending others while not defending yourself, Wan Xinya, you're truly impressive. Since you insist on breaking up, fine, I'll throw you another severance fee. Duan Chizhou tossed her a blank check, fill in whatever amount you wish, take it, and get off my car. The check landed lightly on Wan Xinya's thighs, but felt as heavy as 1,000 catties. She clutched the check tightly, pushed open the car door while smiling through tears. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Duan. After saying that, she got off the car. The Rolls-Royce didn't stop, driving away majestically. Wan Xinya watched the fading silhouette of the car until she finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. When Ruan Xinya returned to her rented apartment and just removed her crumpled evening gown, her mother, Wang Menghan, called. Yaya, are you okay now? I'm fine, I've already gone home. You really should have known better. Yuanxi is still young, but you're an adult. Why bother to quarrel with her? Wang Menghan's voice carried a note of displeasure. If you hadn't been so impulsive today, things wouldn't have turned out like this, and we wouldn't need to cancel the wedding. Ruan Xinya couldn't quite believe her ears. Those were actually the words coming from her mother. Mom, I didn't push Du and Yuanxi, she jumped into the pool herself and framed me. I'm not talking about that. From the start, you shouldn't have stepped in to stop her. She was bullying you. Should I have done nothing? Bowing to the dead ones a few times, so what? No matter how capable that woman was, she ended up with nothing, didn't she? Let their children vent their anger, isn't that fine? Mom. Ruan Xinya couldn't comprehend her mother. Are you really happy? The people from the Duan family, with such negative attitudes, clearly don't welcome you into the family. Whether they welcome me or not means nothing to me. What's important is that your Uncle Duan and I have a mutual affection. We will be the ones living our days together, and our happiness is all that matters. These words seem to make sense, but it's often said that marriages without the blessing of elders don't last long. How far could a marriage without the blessing of the younger generation go? By the way, Yaya, come to the Duan family tomorrow to apologize to 1111. I won't go. Ruan Xinya outright refused. No matter how you look at today's incident, it wasn't something she should apologize for. Yaya, don't be like this. Mom knows it's hard for you to apologize, but think about Mom as well. You know how tough it was raising you and your sister these years. Now, I've finally gotten away from your father, that demon, and met someone as considerate as your Uncle Duan. For the sake of Mom's happiness, can you just bear with it? But I really don't want to go. If she went to the Duans, she would definitely run into Duan Chizhou. She didn't want him to think she could abandon her principles for money. Since she hadn't pushed Duan Yuanxi, going there to apologize would only make her appear even more despicable. Yaya, please do this for Mom. Your Uncle Duan loves his daughter 1111 the most. After what happened with the pool today, he's already upset, and I'm worried he'll hold a grudge against us. Tomorrow, your Uncle Duan will be at home. Bring something and go there to apologize to 1111 personally. Once she forgives you, your Uncle Duan will let go of his resentment too. Mom pleads with you, truly pleads with you. It's already hard enough for me in the Duan household. If even you don't support me, who else will? Yaya. Alright, I'll go. Family was always Ruan Xinya's soft spot. In the end, she couldn't bear to be heartless toward her mother. The next day, Ruan Xinya carried some gifts to the Duan residence. She originally planned to apologize to Duan Yuanxi in front of Duan Qiuming. This way, Duan Qiuming would see her sincerity, and Duan Yuanxi wouldn't dare to be too harsh on her in front of her father. However, unfortunately, just as she stepped into the courtyard, Duan Yuanxi stopped her right away. What are you here for? Duan Yuanxi folded her arms and glared at her. To apologize to you. Ha, did you hear what she said, Aunt Zhong? Duan Yuanxi turned to the housemaid beside her. She says she's here to apologize. Do you believe her? Not a chance. A weasel paying respects to a hen never has good intentions. Aunt Zhong clearly took a stance, knowing full well that neither the Duan's children nor their grandmother liked Wang Menghan. So, she decided to clearly target Ruan Xinya. I am genuinely here to apologize. Ruan Xinya handed over the gift in her hands to Duan Yuanxi. It was a custom-made Chanel Kelly bag which Duan Yuanxi had been pestering Duan Chizhou for a while ago. But Duan Chizhou thought a university student didn't need such an ostentatious accessory and refused her. A Chanel handbag. This one must cost at least 200,000 yuan. Ruan Xinya, you're just a secretary, where would you get so much money to buy this bag? Duan Yuanxi glanced at it and then flicked it onto the ground carelessly. You think you can fool me with some cheap knockoff? This isn't a fake. Ruan Xinya bought the bag with the blank check Duan Chizhou gave her. He told her to fill any amount, and she filled just enough for the bag. Using Duan Chizhou's money to placate his sister could be considered a good use of resources. Of course, she couldn't tell Duan Yuanxi this. It's real. Believe it or not, up to you. You still trying to deceive me, huh? Do you take me for a fool? Alright, if you truly feel guilty about hurting me, fine, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Saying this, Duan Yuanxi made a subtle gesture to Aunt Zhong. Aunt Zhong immediately caught on, rushing forward to grab Ruan Xinya by the arm and pushing her toward the pool in the Duan family's courtyard. Duan Yuanxi quickly followed, seizing Ruan Xinya by the back of her head and slamming her head underwater. Startled, Ruan Xinya gasped and swallowed icy water. First, she felt a sharp pain in her nose, and then suffocation set in. Ooah! Ooah! She tried to scream for help, but no sound came out. Actually, she was the one who'd been scared of water since childhood. Ruan Xinya could never forget the year when she was 10, and her father, Ruan Xiao, brutally beat her because she ate an extra piece of meat. Beating her wasn't enough, he also grabbed her and shoved her into the river, threatening to drown her as payback for being born. Ever since she survived that near-death experience, she's had a phobia of water. Even as an adult, she avoided bathtubs and swimming pools like the plague. Ooah! Ooah! Ruan Xinya struggled desperately, but Duan Yuanxi and Aunt Zhong were holding her tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. What are you doing? Let her go. Quickly let her go. Wang Menghan's voice drew closer, and the force holding her head down soon released. Ruan Xinya lifted her head from the water, wiping furiously at her face as she gulped in fresh air. In those few seconds of raising her head, she saw Duan Chizhou standing on the second-floor balcony. Duan Chizhou, wearing a light-colored sweater, stood in the warm sunlight with an icy gaze. Ruan Xinya couldn't believe that just now when Duan Yuanxi and Aunt Zhong had almost killed her, Duan Chizhou had merely watched coldly. He knew very well how much she feared water. How could he be so bloodless? Even if he didn't love her, they'd been together for 2 years. There may not have been romantic love in those 2 years, but at least some mutual respect should have remained, yet he didn't come to save her. It was true, men really were animals driven by their lower instincts who forgot their obligations as soon as they pulled up their pants. Yaya, are you okay? Wang Menghan and Duan Qiuming looked at her, both clearly terrified. Ruan Xinya shook her head slightly, not having time to speak before Duan Qiuming raised his hand and slapped Duan Yuanxi across the face. The loud slap made everyone jump. Dad, you hit me. Duan Yuanxi covered her burning cheek, incredulously looking at Duan Qiuming. You hit me for a fox spirit and her daughter? Don't you remember, I'm your own flesh and blood. Just because you're my biological daughter doesn't mean I won't teach you a lesson. If you continue acting this arrogantly, sooner or later, you'll end up being trouble for society. Excuse. That's all just your excuse to favor the fox spirit and her daughter. I hate you. Duan Yuanxi stormed off crying. Watching his daughter run far away, Duan Qiuming sighed deeply and then looked at Ruan Xinya. Yaya, I'm truly sorry, 1111 is still young and reckless. Please don't hold it against her. Don't worry uncle, nothing happened to me anyway. That was quite perilous earlier. If not for Uncle Kang calling us in time, I don't even dare to imagine what would have happened. Wang Menghan sighed, then turned and held the housekeeper Kang's hand tightly. Uncle Kang, thank you so much. Uncle Kang had no particular fondness for this overly casual new mistress. He took a step back, withdrawing his hand while glancing at the second-floor balcony which was now empty. In fact, the first one to notice the situation earlier wasn't him. Yaya, your hair and clothes are soaking wet. Come on, let's go inside so Mom can help you change, don't catch a cold, said Wang Menghan. All right. Wang Menghan brought upstairs a Mayu dress, which was supposed to be the birthday present for her younger daughter Ruan Xingyan. Since there was no fitting outfit readily available for Ruan Xinya, she could only take out this gift early for her to wear. Fortunately, Ruan Xinya and Ruan Xingyan had similar height and weight, and the sisters often borrowed each other's clothes. While cutting the price tag off the dress, Ruan Xinya saw the price written on the label and her hand almost faltered. This dress alone cost more than 60,000 yuan. Wang Menghan noticed the slight change in Ruan Xinya's expression and quickly explained, it's for your sister's 18th birthday adult ceremony. I thought giving her something expensive would be suitable. She isn't growing anymore, so buying quality means she can wear it longer. Yaya, will you feel jealous about this? How could I feel jealous towards my younger sister? Since childhood, her mother Wang Menghan had always doted on her younger sister Ruan Xingyan, prioritizing whatever treats or fun for her younger sibling. Ruan Xinya never cared about it because she understood her little sister had poor health, and her mother favored her out of sympathy. Mom knows you're the most understanding child. Alright, go change, I'll wait for you downstairs. After saying that, Wang Menghan turned around and went down. Just as Ruan Xinya was changing out of her wet clothes, she heard the guest room door creak open again. Mom, didn't you just go down? Turning around while speaking, Ruan Xinya froze in place. The person standing at the door was none other than Duan Chizhou. Today, Duan Chizhou wore light-colored clothing. Backlit, his elegant, ethereal demeanor remained stunningly captivating. He walked into the guest room and casually locked the door behind him. Mr. Duan, I'm changing. What are you doing here? Holding the wet clothes in front of her chest as a cover, she stood bare except for a simple white bra and underwear. Please get out. Duan Chizhou seemed to ignore her words, approaching her step by step. What are you covering? Haven't I seen everything already? He ripped the wet clothes from her hands and threw them on the ground. That was before, things are different now. She reminded him firmly, staring into his eyes. We're at the Duan residence, don't make any rash moves. So what? You came willingly, didn't you? And since when has your family ever respected boundaries? What do you mean? Who said yesterday that you didn't push Yuanxi? If you didn't push her, why did you apologize? Want to join your mom and become one of us Duan family members so badly? As expected, in Duan Chizhou's eyes, her coming to apologize meant losing face. It's not like that, I just didn't want to make it difficult for Mom. Before Ruan Xinya could finish explaining, Duan Chizhou suddenly captured her lips in a fierce kiss. His tongue was aggressive, forcibly opening her lips and plundering her mouth without restraint or tenderness. Ruan Xinya was quickly thrown onto the big bed, and her bra was deftly undone by him. Mr. Duan, she pushed him harder, calm down, let me go, this is the Duan family. Duan Chizhou completely ignored her protests, his kisses fell on her like sudden rain, hasty and intense. Ruan Xinya was held in his embrace, able to smell the scent of sandalwood and bitter orange on him, as well as feel the overwhelming masculinity he exuded. You'd better let me go, or I'll call for help. I dare you to call for help, even if I gave you 10 reasons, you wouldn't dare. Ruan Xinya was fully under his control. Indeed, she didn't dare to call. If her mother walked in and saw Duan Chizhou pressing her into the bed with both of them partially undressed, she would probably faint on the spot. Du and Chijo, don't do this, let me go, right now, you're my brother. Sister. Your mother and my father haven't gotten their marriage certificate yet, not even completed the wedding. What kind of sister are you? But they're together. So what if they're together? Remember this, it was me who was with you first. But we don't have love. The 4 words no love acted like a spell, stopping Du and Chijo's movements instantly. He stared down at her from above, his black eyes dark and intense with desire. Finally, he released her. I'm warning you, never set foot inside the Duan residence again. Du and Chijo stood up, adjusting the cuffs of his shirt, or else, I'll make sure something happens to you within the Duan family. After leaving these words, he walked out of the guest room. Chapter 3, Tired of It. Ruan Xinya was still recovering from her fright. After changing her clothes, she hastily bid farewell to her mother and Du and Chiozhong. Originally, her mother, Wang Menghan, wanted to keep her for a little chat, but Ruan Xinya, fearing that Du and Chijo might lose control again, left the Duan residence without staying an extra second. After returning to her rented apartment, she felt all over uncomfortable, as if she had been beaten up, her limbs were sore. She slept for a while with her head buried under the covers. The next morning, she woke up with nasal congestion, headache, and sore throat, which was clearly a sign of a cold. There was Tylenol at home, so after taking 1 pill, she rushed off to work. Ruan Xinya was used to arriving half an hour earlier at the company to prepare the files needed for the morning meeting for Du and Chijo, while also preparing him a cup of hand-brewed coffee. Ms. Ruan, have you heard? Mr. Duan is in a relationship. As soon as Ruan Xinya entered the elevator, her colleague from the administration department approached her with some hot gossip. She felt a jolt in her heart but maintained a calm expression on her face. I don't know anything about Mr. Duan's private life. It's all over the internet. It's Cheng Yiling, the actress from Autumn Heart Legend. Allegedly, she went to listen to a concert in style last night in Mr. Duan's car. That colleague flipped out the online news images for Ruan Xinya to see. Sure enough, inside Du and Chijo's Rolls-Royce sat a radiant female star. Ruan Xinya felt a mix of emotions. Du and Chijo usually disliked excessive attention to his personal life. Each time there was any slight movement in the media, he would have PR handle everything immediately. For this rumor between him and Cheng Yiling to reach the employees' ears after 2 days meant that probably, he didn't want to hide this good news. By the way, Xia Hao Wen from your secretary department is Cheng Yiling's cousin. This Miss Secretary started boasting early in the morning that she'd be royal kin from now on. You'd better watch out. Xiao Haowen and Ruan Xinya joined the secretarial department in the same year. Although Xiao Haowen held the title of president's secretary like Ruan Xinya, because her capabilities fell short compared to Ruan Xinya, she was overshadowed by her in various settings, leading to deep resentment toward Ruan Xinya, so much that even colleagues from other departments knew about it. Alright, thanks for the warning. After Ruan Xinya stepped out of the elevator, she walked into the secretary department. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she heard Xiao Haowen talking about Duan Chijo and Cheng Yiling. Mr. Duan treats my sister very well. Last night, he not only took her to the concert but also negotiated a major director's movie for her. Wow, will your sister be our boss then? Of course. My sister is Mr. Duan's first girlfriend ever captured on camera. Think about it, if Mr. Duan didn't like her, would he just randomly be linked in a scandal with someone? Ruan Xinya placed her bag at her workstation, ready to make coffee for Duan Chijo, when Xiao Haowen called her over. Miss Secretary Ruan, are you going to make coffee for Mr. Duan, right? Can you make me one too? Xiao Haowen had an arrogant look on her face. What? Don't you have hands? Ruan Xinya wasn't impressed by her royal attitude. Look at what you're saying. Since you're making coffee for Mr. Duan anyway, what's wrong with making one more cup? Mr. Duan pays my salary. Does he pay yours? When my sister marries Mr. Duan, she'll be the boss's wife of Duan Group. By approximation, your salary will come from her. So isn't it reasonable for you to serve the future boss's younger sister now? Eating tomorrow's food today, aren't you too eager? What do you mean? My point is, things that will happen later should be dealt with later. Xiao Haowen was furious with embarrassment. You, remember your attitude. Don't regret it. Ruan Xinya didn't bother with her anymore and walked straight into the president's office without looking back. Duan Chijo liked hand-brewed coffee, and there was a set of hand-brewing tools worth hundreds of thousands in his office. So far, only Ruan Xinya could use these tools to brew coffee that met Duan Chijo's satisfaction. Xiao Haowen always wanted to learn but could never get it right. Just as Ruan Xinya finished brewing the coffee, the president's exclusive elevator arrived. All the people from the secretarial department gathered at the elevator entrance to wait. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, Duan Chijo walked out of the cabin. In a dark patterned suit, under the light, he looked icy and noble. Chu Hang, the special assistant, followed closely behind Duan Chijo. Naturally, Ruan Xinya and Xiao Haowen trailed behind the two men into the president's office to stand by. As usual, after walking to his desk, Duan Chijo took a sip of the coffee prepared by Ruan Xinya, then as he put down the coffee cup, he looked at Xiao Haowen. Miss Xiao, starting tomorrow, remove this coffee machine and replace it with tea utensils. Xiao Haowen was delighted, finally, this difficult-to-use coffee machine would be retired. Yes, President Duan. But President Duan, aren't you the biggest fan of coffee? She asked deliberately. Tired of it. When Duan Chijo said tired of it, his gaze coincidentally swept over Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya pursed her lips tightly, momentarily unable to determine whether he had grown tired of coffee or if he was simply tired of her brewing it for him. After the morning meeting, the day was packed with busy and work. Ruan Xinya clearly noticed that Duan Chizhou was exceptionally cold towards her today. No, it wasn't just coldness, it was as if she didn't exist in his eyes at all. He completely treated her like an invisible person. Whether it was handling documents or receiving materials, Duan Chizhou bypassed her entirely and gave direct orders to Xiao Haowen. Xiao Haowen, who had always been Ruan Xinya's subordinate, was overjoyed today by suddenly being mentioned by the boss. Her tale of pride almost reached the heavens. Ruan Xinya, the tides are turning, your good days are over. Just before quitting time, Xiao Haowen blocked Ruan Xinya in the tea room and lorded it over her. Even without working, I can still collect my salary, so you're sure these aren't my better days starting? If Secretary Xiao likes to do more work, then please go ahead. You'll be working harder from now on. Ruan Xinya said this and shoved Xiao Haowen aside before stepping out of the tea room in her high heels. Though she stood her ground against Xiao Haowen without losing her composure, in truth, there was a slight disappointment lurking within her heart. She felt Duan Chizhou had changed. Even before, when they'd just come down from their intimate moments, dressed and entered the office, they could still separate private matters from work. But now, he clearly brought personal emotions into their professional relationship. Secretary Ruan, Chu Hang, Duan Chizhou's special assistant, walked up to Ruan Xinya's desk. President Duan wants you to accompany him outside for a bit. Where to? President Duan didn't say. All right. Ruan Xinya picked up her bag and followed Chu Hang downstairs. President Duan Chizhou was already waiting inside the car. She sat in the passenger seat and turned back, greeting him calmly, President Duan. Duan Chizhou didn't reply, merely telling the driver, let's go. Yes. The driver drove to Lanhui Pavilion, which was the largest jewelry store in Rongcheng. Due to Duan Chizhou's arrival, they had cleared out the shop beforehand. President Duan, the store manager saw Duan Chizhou immediately greeted him, the necklaces you requested have all been prepared. Bring them over. Yes. The store manager donned white gloves and presented an expensive sapphire necklace to Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou took the necklace and approached Ruan Xinya. Take off your scarf, he said. Today, Ruan Xinya wore a beige suit dress with a pale silk scarf around her neck. However, the purpose of this scarf was not for aesthetics, it was purely to cover the hickey on her neck. And this hickey was left by Duan Chizhou just yesterday at his house. President Duan. Take it off. Having no choice, Ruan Xinya could only remove her scarf in front of the store manager. As soon as the hickey was exposed, the scene from the previous night where she had been pinned under him in the guest room flashed through Duan Chizhou's mind. His body grew feverish with an inexplicable reaction. Though he was unwilling to admit it, no matter how many times they'd been together, Ruan Xinya's enchanting and alluring figure still held an irresistible attraction for him. Duan Chizhou stepped forward, blocking the store manager's view. He gently pulled Ruan Xinya towards him and placed the sapphire necklace around her neck. His fingertips were warm, brushing lightly against the delicate skin of her neck as he tucked her long hair behind her shoulder, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Her neck had always been one of her sensitive areas. During every intimate encounter, whenever Duan Chizhou's kisses would fall on her neck, she would instantly feel like melted spring water. He also enjoyed kissing her neck most, leaving marks on it from time to time, so scarves gradually became an essential part of Ruan Xinya's daily wear. Nice. Duan Chizhou looked at her approvingly. Ruan Xinya glanced in the mirror. Her neck was fair and slender, with graceful lines that perfectly matched the sapphire necklace, truly a heavenly combination. Yet, she hadn't expected Duan Chizhou to bring her here just to gift her a gemstone necklace. She was puzzled as to why he did so when they were in their lover's relationship. He never publicized giving her gifts this way. Besides, they had already broken up. President Duan, this necklace is too valuable, I cannot accept it. When did I say I was giving it to you? Ruan Xinya paused in shock. Duan Chizhou removed the sapphire necklace and turned to tell the store manager, bring the yellow diamond necklace over as well and have Secretary Ruan try it on. Yes. Only then did Ruan Xinya realize that Duan Chizhou brought her here merely to test necklaces on her neck. Indeed, he already had a girlfriend now. How could he possibly be involved with her? Her face flushed red with awkwardness. Does Secretary Ruan seem disappointed? Duan Chizhou asked her with a mocking half-smile. Sorry, I misunderstood. Duan Chizhou gave the store manager a look, and immediately the manager led all the staff out of the room. In the vast empty space, only the two of them remained. Duan Chizhou slowly walked closer, propping both arms on the glass counter and cornering her into his chest. Xinya Ruan, I will give you one last chance. As long as you're willing to be with me again, all the necklaces here will be yours. His dark eyes were deep and bright, his gaze strong, like a hunter locking onto his prey as he looked at her. The total value of all the necklaces here added up to several billion. Under normal circumstances, which woman could resist a stunningly handsome man offering her billions? But Xinya Ruan couldn't accept it. Duan Chizhou was already her nominal brother-in-law. If they were to get entangled again, it would be against morality. She placed her hand on his chest and pushed him away expressionlessly. Mr. Duan, don't forget about Miss Cheng Yiling. Did you see the news? Yes. Are you jealous? I am not, we are already over. Say it again. Mr. Duan, we are already over. She looked into his eyes, her tone firm. The light in Duan Chijo's eyes suddenly cooled. All right, remember what you said. When Duan Chijo left Lanhui Pavilion, his face was clouded with gloom. All the staff stood by the door to see him off, not daring to breathe loudly. After he got into his car, someone dared to whisper quietly, "Isn't Mr. Duan supposed to pick a necklace for his girlfriend? Why did he seem unhappy after choosing?" The store manager shot that employee a glare. "Mind your own business. Mr. Duan's affairs aren't something for you to question." Yes. Shinya Won followed Duan Chijo into the car. When passing a flower shop, Duan Chijo had her buy a bouquet of flowers. Then, the car drove straight to the film city. Yiling Cheng had already been waiting beside her trailer. In a white dress, she glanced around, resembling a jasmine flower swaying in the wind. In person, she was even more appealing than on TV. "Mr. Duan." Seeing Duan Chijo's car, she ran towards it. Duan Chijo stepped out of the car, while Shinya Won carried the flowers and gifts, following behind Duan Chijo with a formal smile on her face. "Miss Cheng, this is prepared for you by Mr. Duan." She handed the flowers and gifts to Yiling Cheng. "Wow, these flowers are so beautiful." Cheng Yiling looked at Duan Chijo happily. "Thank you, Mr. Duan, I love them." Duan Chijo nodded and courteously opened the car door for her. Shinya Won watched them enter the car, thinking she could finally go home, but then she heard Duan Chijo say, "Secretary Won, let's have dinner first, arrange a cinema nearby." He was also going to take Cheng Yiling to watch a movie. Duan Chijo used to be notoriously known as a workaholic, wishing he could turn 24 hours into 48 for work. Yet, who would have thought that once he started dating, he became very willing to spend time on his girlfriend, personally picking gifts, dining together, even watching movies. It seemed this work robot had changed for love. "Yes, Mr. Duan." Shinya Won rented out an entire cinema at Wansing Plaza and specially arranged for the theater to play a romance movie for Duan Chijo and Cheng Yiling. After their dinner, they entered the cinema to watch the movie. In the vast couple's seating area, there were only the two of them. Cheng Yiling took advantage of the good atmosphere, gently leaning her head on Duan Chijo's shoulder. Duan Chijo didn't push her away. "Mr. Duan is finally falling in love," Duan Chijo's special assistant Chu Hang said excitedly upon seeing this scene. "I've followed Mr. Duan for many years and have never seen any women around him." Shinya Won glanced at him meaningfully. "Oh, Secretary Won, I'm not saying you and Secretary Xiao aren't feminine. What I mean is, I've never seen Mr. Duan date anyone." Shinya Won pursed her lips slightly. During the 2 years she was with Duan Chijo, they did such a good job at keeping it secret that even Chu Hang, who had been following Duan Chijo for the longest time, knew nothing about their relationship. "Secretary Won, why are you shaking?" Chu Hang noticed something was off with Shinya Won. "A bit cold." Chu Hang looked at her. She was indeed dressed lightly, and the draft from the entrance was rather strong. "Why don't I give you the car keys, and you can wait in the car?" "No need, I wouldn't dare slack off under the boss's nose." She just hoped the movie would end soon. She didn't want to continue standing here watching their loving scenes. Chapter 4, One Night's Fighting Power. When Won Shinya left the cinema, her whole body was flushed with feverish symptoms, difficulty in breathing, dizziness. Sure enough, when she got home and took her temperature, it had already risen to 39.3 degrees Celsius. She swallowed a fever reducer and covered herself with blankets to sleep, hoping to sweat it out for recovery. However, just as she dozed off, Duan Chijo's call woke her up. "Junting Hotel, room 606, bring a box of condoms over," Duan Chijo said hoarsely, as if he had been drinking. As Duan Chijo's personal secretary, after-work errands like delivering car keys, stomach medicine, or coats were nothing unusual for Won Shinya, but today, he actually asked her to deliver condoms. That was absurd. "Mr. Duan, such a big hotel as Junting doesn't even have a box of condoms." Feeling unwell, Won Shinya wanted to decline his request. "What? You don't want to deliver them?" "It's not that, but..." "Hurry up. Must be delivered within half an hour." With those words, he ended the call. Won Shinya got up from bed grumbling about the exploitation by capitalists. If it weren't for the decent salary, she'd definitely submit her resignation letter right away. Half an hour later, Won Shinya appeared outside the door of the presidential suite on the 6th floor, room 606 at Junting Hotel. She rang the doorbell, and Duan Chijo quickly opened the door. He wore a bathrobe with the collar slightly open, showing glimpses of perfectly defined pectoral muscles. He looked ready after a shower, awaiting the tool to finish the act. Who would have thought that after watching a movie, his relationship with Cheng Yiling progressed so rapidly to rolling around in the sheets here? "Where are the things?" Duan Chijo asked. "They're all here." Won Shinya handed over a full shopping bag to Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo frowned. "So much?" "Yes, since I didn't know Mr. Duan's size, preference, and one night's fighting power, I bought back all the condoms on the supermarket shelves, 58 boxes in total, costing 6,034 yuan. I'll write up the reimbursement form tomorrow. Please sign it, Mr. Duan." Won Shinya maintained an expression of calm professionalism as if it were just business as usual. Duan Chijo suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her close, pinning her against the doorframe. "Aren't you supposed to be the most familiar with my size, preferences, and one-night stamina? Have you forgotten already after only a few days apart? Shall I help refresh your memory?" While speaking, his breath brushed past her temples. Won Shinya instinctively trembled. Duan Chijo was too bold, his girlfriend was right there inside the room, yet he dared to make moves on her right by the entrance. What if Cheng Yiling suddenly came out and saw this scene? Trying to maintain composure, she gently pushed him away. Mr. Duan, this is for your own good. If I managed to buy a condom of your preferred size immediately, wouldn't your girlfriend suspect something? So, this is done in your best interest. Duan Chizhou coldly stared at her. Ms. Ruan, you really take care of things thoroughly. The damned woman, he told her he was going to sleep with someone else, and not only did she show no reaction, but she also prepared so many condoms for him. Clearly, she couldn't care less who he slept with. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Duan. A moment's pleasure is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I shall not disturb you anymore. After saying that, Ruan Xinya turned around and left. Seeing her signal every moment to keep clear of him, a surge of nameless anger rose in Duan Chizhou's heart. With a grim expression, he slammed the door shut and turned around. Inside the presidential suite, his friend Luo Xiaodong was sitting on the sofa watching TV. What's wrong with Lu Tianhao and Qin Dashan? Why does it take them forever to set up a game? Luo Xiaodong glanced at the plastic bag in Duan Chizhou's hands. Who was that outside? What's in your bag? Duan Chizhou didn't answer. Instead, he tossed the bag directly into Luo Xiaodong's arms. Luo Xiaodong opened the bag, shuffled through its contents, and exclaimed in shock. How come there are so many condoms? Are you planning to switch careers and become a family planning dealer? You're the family planning dealer. If you're not trying to be a family planning dealer, then are you planning to use these yourself? Luo Xiaodong picked up one box, glancing at it briefly. Such a small size. Chizhou, are you that small? Chizhou, what exactly is going on here? You rarely have free time, yet today you initiated a poker game so strangely. You took off your clothes, took a shower, changed into a robe, then had someone deliver this load of condoms. You wouldn't be plotting some kind of perversion on us, would you? I should clarify now, I'm straight, very straight. Shut up. Get out. Luo Xiaodong hastily dropped the bag of condoms and scrambled to the door. While running, he messaged Lu Tianhao and Qin Dashan, brothers, don't bother coming over. There's something seriously wrong with Duan Chizhou. He seems to want to use a card game as a cover to turn us gay. It's horrifying. Lu Tianhao. Qin Dashan. After delivering the items, Ruan Xinya went to hail a taxi. As she reached the curb, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her, and she collapsed onto the ground. A Mercedes Maybach happened to be parked right in front of her. A tall man stepped out of the car, wearing a striped suit with striking features and an impeccable demeanor like the refined gentleman from a novel. However, this gentleman was far from friendly when he spoke. Miss, my car hasn't even touched you yet. Are you faking an injury a little too early? Qin Dashan looked down at Ruan Xinya condescendingly. This woman had an oval face, porcelain-like skin, and was undeniably beautiful. Who would have thought that at such a young age, she'd stoop so low as to fake an accident for money? Qin Dashan had merely glanced at Lu Xiaodong's message, and when he looked up again, this woman was already sitting in front of his car. But his car, which was still a meter away from her, clearly couldn't have hit her. Miss, if you want to pretend you've been hurt, please do it more convincingly. My car hasn't even touched your clothes, and the dashboard camera has recorded everything. Even if the police come, you won't gain anything. I suggest you get up. Sir, you misunderstood. I'm not pretending. Ruan Xinya massaged her temples and steadied herself. I'm a bit feverish, and I just passed out. It happened to be in front of your car, and I didn't mean to extort you. Seeing her flushed face, Qin Dashan realized she indeed might be running a fever. He immediately helped her up. Sorry, I misjudged you. It's fine. Thank you for helping me. Ruan Xinya thanked him and pushed him away, intending to cross the road to find a taxi on the other side. But as soon as she took a step, her vision turned black, and she completely fainted. Qin Dashan instinctively caught her as she fell, pulling her into his arms. Her body felt scorching, like a furnace, but the sweet fragrance emanating from her seemed intensified by the heat, swirling around his nose. He'd never smelled such an alluring scent before, faint, warm, pure, reminiscent of rain-soaked magnolias blooming in a courtyard. His heart felt gently struck by this delicate fragrance, awakening a tingling excitement. Miss, are you all right? Wake up. Wake up. When Ruan Xinya woke up again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. You're finally awake. Qin Dashan sat beside her bed and exhaled in relief. Ruan Xinya glanced at the 4 bottle. Did you bring me to the hospital? Yes, I couldn't unlock your phone or contact your family, so I brought you here. Don't worry, you're okay. The doctor already checked you, it's just a fever caused by a cold. You passed out because the fever was too high. Thank you. May I ask your surname, sir? Ruan Xinya gazed at him gratefully. I am honored to be addressed as Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'm Ruan Xinya. If it's convenient for you, can we add each other on WeChat? Once I recover, I'd like to treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. If another woman had said this, Qin Dashan would most likely have refused. But facing Ruan Xinya, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He admitted it had been a long time since he'd met someone who stirred his heart like her. All right. The two exchanged WeChat contacts. Qin Dashan had one more curiosity. Miss Ruan, if you were sick with a fever, why were you out so late? It was almost midnight when they met. Delivering something to my boss. At your off-hours, while you're sick, your boss still exploits you. At this, Ruan Xinya became quite animated. Yes, my boss is a reincarnated vampire, extremely exploitative. Her expression was filled with indignation, much like an angry bird. Qin Dashan couldn't help but laugh at her exaggerated tone. He found her not only beautiful but also amusing. Even though Du and Chijo stood him up tonight, picking up an interesting beauty like her made the night worthwhile. Mr. Qin, today was really troubling you. It's getting late. You should go back now. I have a friend working at this hospital. I'll text her, and she will come find me soon. Ruan Xinya picked up her phone and searched through her contact list for Shun Shiyu's WeChat. Are you sure? You're not fabricating a friend just to avoid troubling me? Qin Dashan smiled warmly. Since I've meddled, I'm prepared to be inconvenienced. There's no need for you to feel burdened. I really do have a friend who works as a doctor here. If that's the case, then I'll wait until your friend arrives before leaving. Okay, thank you. Shun Shiyu saw Ruan Xinya's message just after stepping off the operating table. She quickly changed into her sterilized gown and rushed to the ward. Seeing that Ruan Xinya truly had a friend coming over, Qin Dashan did not stay longer, rising to take his leave. Miss Ruan, I'll head home first. Rest well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Dashan picked up his coat and left. Shun Shiyu stood by the bedside, watching the tall and erect silhouette of Qin Dashan. She shook Ruan Xinya's hand. "Ya, who is he? A good Samaritan who saved me on the road. Isn't this man too handsome? And not only handsome, but so kind." Shun Shiyu kept her eyes on Qin Dashan, her pupils turning into little hearts. "What? Is he your type?" Ruan Xinya joked. "If you like him, go after him now. It's still in time." Shun Shiyu's smile faded. "I'm not worthy. Dr. Shun looks as beautiful as a flower and has a bright future ahead. Why wouldn't you be worthy? I'm swamped every day with no time for dating," she said, then continued. "As for you, aren't you already over that someone special? This newly appeared suitor seems pretty decent. Why don't you give it a try? Your meeting was like something out of a romance drama." Not interested, Ruan Xinya showed little interest. After all, she had already been with a top-tier man like Du and Chijo. No matter how good other men might be, they didn't appeal to her or resonate with her heart anymore. Seeing her dispassionate expression, Shun Shiyu suddenly became alert. Ya, tell the truth. Could it be that you've really fallen for Du and Chiju?" Shun Shiyu and Ruan Xinya had known each other since high school. Their friendship spanned years without secrets. Ruan Xinya never hid her relationship with Du and Chijo from Shun Shiyu. Ruan Xinya hesitated for a few seconds, nodded, then shook her head. "What does nodding then shaking your head mean?" "It's impossible between us. You know it's impossible, and that's good." When Ruan Xinya was with Du and Chijo, Shun Shiyu thought their relationship wasn't right. Men and women were two entirely different species. Men could rationally separate sex and love, but most women were emotional and likely to confuse these two concepts. Shun Shiyu feared that Ruan Xinya would lose herself in this romantic relationship and end up gaining nothing but heartbreak. Her prediction was already quite pessimistic, but who could have expected that Ruan Xinya and Du and Chijo's situation was even more absurd. Not only did they fail to remain lovers, but they instantly turned into brother and sister, something not even a novel would dare write. "Let's stop talking about me, and what about you? Why are you always so busy?" Ruan Xinya was trying to avoid any topic related to Du and Chijo. Shun Shiyu understood and played along, changing the subject. "Yeah, these days I have surgeries and papers to write overnight. I spin around in the hospital like a top. Hopefully, things will get better after the mid-year promotion evaluation. Take care of yourself. I can see you've become thinner." "That's okay, at least I haven't fainted on the street yet. Go away." Ha ha ha. The two chatted for a while. After Ruan Xinya finished her intravenous drip, her fever also subsided. Shun Shiyu drove her home and spent the night there. The next morning, both got up early and went to work. Although Ruan Xinya had recovered from the fever, she still felt weak all over, her whole body slack and listless. Fortunately, Xiao Haowen was eager to gain presence in front of Du and Chijo and took most of her workload, giving her time to rest and adjust. For the first time, she realized how blissful it was to take it easy at work. However, before she managed to glide through to the end of the day unscathed, Xiao Haowen approached her desk in stiletto heels and ordered her imperiously, "Miss Ruan, Cheng'an Airport at 6 o'clock today. You're going to pick up Mr. Jiang from Xinmin Group." Then, she placed a piece of flight information on Ruan Xinya's desk and tapped it firmly to remind her of the time. "Wasn't Xinmin Group's business always handled by you? Why do I need to go pick someone up?" Xiao Haowen seemed to be waiting for Ruan Xinya to ask exactly that. Smugly, she replied, "Because I need to accompany Mr. Duan to an event at the film studio today. I don't have time for this." Film studio, that was an entertainment industry event. Du and Chijo had never participated in entertainment-related events before. His breaking of principle again and again for Cheng Yiling made it evident he truly liked her. "What? Are you unhappy, Miss Ruan?" Xiao Haowen put her hands on her hips. "Whenever Mr. Duan had activities in the past, you were always the one accompanying him. This time, don't even think about snatching my chance, and anyway, you wouldn't succeed even if you tried. Haven't you noticed already, ever since Mr. Duan started dating my sister, how much he favors me? From now on, the entire secretarial department will follow my lead." Fine, follow your lead. I won't snatch your chance." Ruan Xinya preferred driving a longer route to blow off some steam at the airport rather than witnessing Du and Chijo and Cheng Yiling flaunting their affection. Hearing this, Xiao Haowen smirked meaningfully. "You're smart enough to realize this. Be sure to treat Mr. Jiang well, Miss Ruan. Perhaps it's time for you to experience the human suffering down here on Earth." Chapter 5, Cephalexin and Alcohol. When Wan Xinya met the head of Xinmin Group, Jiang Yupeng, she finally understood what Xiao Haowen meant by her last profound sentence, experience human suffering. This Jiang Yupeng was undoubtedly a lecherous old man. When they first met at the airport, with the driver around, he acted like a normal person. But when they entered the private dining room in the hotel, his true nature began to show. Director Duan is just too thoughtless. I've been on business trips to Rongqing so many times, yet this is the first time I'm meeting Secretary Wan. Jiang Yupeng placed his hand on Wan Xinya's thigh, staring lecherously at her. But I also understand Director Duan. If I had such a beautiful secretary, I wouldn't let her be seen by others either. Wan Xinya quietly pushed Jiang Yupeng's hand away. Director Jiang is joking. Director Duan treats all colleagues in the secretarial department equally. It was just because I wasn't responsible for your company's business before, that's why there hasn't been a chance to meet you, Director Jiang. Then let's meet more often next time. I hope it will be Secretary Wan who receives me when I come to Rongqing next time. His hand stretched out again. Surely, surely. Though Wan Xinya had already cursed him mentally, she still maintained a polite smile on her face. Director Jiang, please try this, it's Rongqing's specialty braised duck. The dish recommended by Secretary Wan, how could I not taste it? However, eating alone without drinking seems a bit dull. Why doesn't Secretary Wan drink 1 cup with me? Jiang Yupeng was scheming to get her drunk to control her better. Sorry Director Jiang, I've been feeling unwell these 2 days. I already ate cephalexin before coming. I'm sure you must have heard this, taking cephalexin with alcohol can cause serious reactions. Please, have mercy, I'm still young and would like to enjoy the good things in life. Wan Xinya refused in a teasing tone. Just cephalexin? What's there to fear from a little alcohol? I don't believe it's really that effective. Jiang Yupeng didn't buy Wan Xinya's excuse. He directly opened a bottle of Marutai wine and filled her up with a small glass. Come, Secretary Wan, just drink boldly. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Director Jiang, really, I can't do it. I did take the medicine. That means you're not giving me any face, Secretary Wan, Jiang Yupeng frowned. Xiao Secretary used to always drink whenever asked. She was particularly straightforward. Why are you so reserved? Do I need to call Director Duan? Maybe you only listen to his words. Director Jiang, it's not what you think. If it's not what I think, then drink. Wan Xinya looked at the cup of wine in front of her and suddenly realized that over these past 2 years, although she wasn't officially attached to Duan Qizhou, due to their special relationship, Duan Qizhou had unconsciously protected her from many disgusting people like this. But now, they had separated, and he wouldn't protect her anymore. All aspects of her workplace were something she'd have to face on her own. Alright, Director Jiang, I'll drink, but first let me clarify that my alcohol tolerance is very poor. Please don't blame me, Director Jiang. No blame, no blame. Jiang Yupeng was hoping she had bad alcohol tolerance. The sooner he could get her drunk, the quicker he could bring her to the hotel to do whatever he wanted. Wan Xinya only drank 1 glass, then pretended to be dizzy and powerless. Director Jiang. I can't do it. This wine is too strong, my heart is beating so fast, so dizzy. Not possible, Secretary Wan, your alcohol capacity is too childish. I've already told Director Jiang, I really can't drink alcohol. That's why Director Duan rarely lets me attend receptions, he knows my poor tolerance and doesn't want clients to laugh at me. Jiang Yupeng believed her and reached out to pat Wan Xinya's back. Then let me escort you upstairs to rest. Jiang Yupeng's room was on the 13th floor of the hotel. No need, Director Jiang. I'll take a taxi home, my boyfriend is still waiting for me at home. Wan Xinya deliberately fabricated a boyfriend, hoping to eliminate Jiang Yupeng's dirty thoughts, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yupeng didn't care at all. Just send your boyfriend a message saying that you got drunk and are sleeping at the hotel. Director Jiang, Secretary Wan. Jiang Yupeng interrupted her impatiently. How many years have you worked? Haven't you even understood my implicit meaning? I see that you look pretty, but your intelligence is nothing compared to that Xiao secretary. She was much more clever than you. Wan Xinya was secretly shocked. So every time Xiao Haowen accompanied clients, it was like this. I warn you, if you don't make me satisfied tonight, forget about Xinmin and Duan's project. The Xinmin project was one of Duan's 3 major projects this year. Wan Xinya knew that Duan had invested a lot of effort into developing this project. If the project failed because of her, she probably wouldn't be able to continue working at Duan's company. Director Jiang, don't be angry, I understand your meaning. Then let's trouble Director Jiang to help me go upstairs and rest. I'm really so dizzy that I can't even stand steadily. Good girl, you finally understand. Jiang Yupeng abruptly took Wan Xinya into his arms and carried her out of the private room. Wan Xinya certainly wasn't one to sit idly and wait for doom. She leaned deliberately on Jiang Yupeng, waiting until they reached the hotel's front desk before suddenly letting out a loud, anguished groan. Ah! Both staff members at the hotel's reception looked over. Wan Xinya grabbed at her collar, channeling all her acting skills to portray someone with chest tightness who couldn't breathe, and appeared as if she might seize up and collapse any second. Jiang Yupeng, standing closest to her, could feel her breath becoming more hurried, see her tense jawline, and even noticed the veins popping out in her neck. Damn, could it be that this woman really took cephalexin and shouldn't have drunk alcohol? Ah! Wan Xinya slowly slid down from Jiang Yupeng's embrace and knelt to the floor. Miss, are you alright? A member of the front desk rushed over. Do we need to call 120? Yes, call 120 quickly. She drank alcohol after taking cephalexin. Before Ruan Xinya could speak, Jiang Yupeng had already answered for her. Director Jiang, don't speak. Get to the hospital first. Health comes first. Jiang Yupeng was now utterly frightened and had forgotten all his improper intentions. All he wanted was for Ruan Xinya not to have an accident. He didn't want to return home from his business trip with a human life hanging over him. An ambulance rushed Ruan Xinya to the hospital. This was the second time within 2 days she had been there. Shun Shiyu happened to be heading out for dinner with her colleague when she saw Ruan Xinya being carried down from the stretcher. She ran over immediately, scared out of her wits. Yaya, what's wrong? Are you running a fever again? Shun Shiyu clutched her hand anxiously. Everything had been fine when they split up to work earlier that morning. The patient consumed cephalexin and alcohol, causing a convulsion shock reaction. An accompanying emergency doctor replied. Ruan Xinya tightly held Shun Shiyu's hand, wildly gesturing in ways Jiang Yupeng wouldn't notice. Shun Shiyu understood instantly. Years of friendship meant their unspoken cues were strong. Doctor Hu, let me handle my friend, said Shun Shiyu. Doctor Hu gave her a slightly suspicious glance, but then, as Shun Shiyu patted his shoulder, he seemed to understand. All right, leave it to you. Okay. Shun Shiyu directed her colleagues to push Ruan Xinya into the vomit-inducing room, closing the door behind them, effectively locking Jiang Yupeng out. What exactly happened to you, Ruan Xinya? Shun Shiyu asked quietly. Hush. Ruan Xinya rose slightly from the stretcher bed, pointing toward the door. The man outside is a client who intended to get me drunk and bring me to open a hotel room. I had no other option. What? That lecture, I should. Shun Shiyu rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge out, only to be stopped by Ruan Xinya. Sweetie, calm down. His Duan's important client, I can't afford to alienate him. But did you really mix cephalexin with alcohol? Just a sip, and anyway, I took the cephalexin in the morning, so I should be fine. Fine. You've already shown signs of allergy. Shun Shiyu yanked open Ruan Xinya's collar. Look at yourself, you've broken out in rashes all over your neck. Let me give you some medicine, take it right away. Will the medicine do? Can you make it seem worse so that guy will stop harassing me? Shun Shiyu thought for a moment. In your case, it could either worsen or stay under control. How about this? I'll admit you to the ward and start 4 glucose drips to accelerate metabolism of both alcohol and medication. We'll also monitor oxygenation levels with an additional dose. Ruan Xinya was admitted to a ward where she started receiving oxygen therapy and intravenous treatment. Jiang Yupeng watched her lying motionlessly on the bed, her eyes closed, looking severely alarmed. Doctor, how is she? What is your relationship with the patient? Colleague. Did you drink together? Shun Shiyu looked at Jiang Yupeng angrily. Didn't you know drinking alcohol after taking cephalexin would result in disulfiram-like reactions? In severe cases, it may lead to cardiac arrest and jeopardize lives. So, will she die? We don't dare guarantee what symptoms may arise next. It requires observation. With a stern voice, Shun Shiyu turned and walked away. Jiang Yupeng began feeling extremely uneasy. After all, Ruan Xinya was Duan Chizhou's secretary. If something serious happened to her, their collaboration with Duan Corporation would surely be affected. Though he'd sounded very threatening when he was pressuring Ruan Xinya, in truth, Xinmin Group needed the ongoing project with Duan far more. If the project failed, his company might struggle to continue operating through the year. Realizing this, Jiang Yupeng decided to place a call and inform Duan Chizhou of the situation. At the moment, Duan Chizhou was attending an event at the film studio. Duan Corporation owns an entertainment company that is planning to go public this year. Among those who came with Duan Chizhou to attend today's event were some artists and several senior executives of the company. As soon as Duan Chizhou arrived at the scene, he was invited to give a speech on stage. After finishing his speech and just sitting down, Xiao Haowen approached him. Mr. Duan, Mr. Jiang from Xinmin Group is calling you, saying there's an important matter he needs to discuss. Xiao Haowen leaned in to place the phone near Duan Chizhou's ear. Duan Chizhou took the phone. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Duan, it's terrible. Your secretary has alcohol poisoning and she's in bad shape. Duan Chizhou glanced at Xiao Haowen beside him. Which secretary? Secretary Ruan. At the mention of her name, Duan Chizhou's eyebrows furrowed. Where is she now? Kangmin Hospital. After hanging up, Duan Chizhou turned to Xiao Haowen and said, arrange for Chu Hang to bring the best experts from Rongqing to Kangmin Hospital immediately. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Chizhou stood up and hurried toward the exit. Xiao Haowen followed him. Mr. Duan, Miss Yiling will be here soon. Aren't you going to wait for her? Duan Chizhou seemed not to hear, quickly striding to the car. Ruan Xinya closed her eyes pretending to sleep. Once she confirmed Jiang Yupeng didn't enter, she dared to open them. Shun Shiyu messaged her, saying she had to return to get something and would come back later. Just after replying okay and setting the phone down, the door to her ward suddenly swung open, and several doctors in white coats rushed in. Ruan Xinya immediately closed her eyes again. Is this patient Secretary Ruan? Yes, it is her. Did she experience disulfiram-like reactions leading to shock after consuming cephalexin and alcohol? That's correct. Was gastric lavage performed? No. In such a severe case, why wasn't emesis induced followed by gastric lavage done? Rush her for these procedures immediately to remove any unabsorbed alcohol from her stomach. Yes. Gastric lavage? Instantly, Ruan Xinya felt cold shivers run down her spine. Where did these doctors come from, wanting to perform gastric lavage without discussing it properly first? Shun Shiyu, come back and save me, Ruan Xinya silently screamed, thinking about how to naturally open her eyes and tell them that her condition wasn't as serious as they assumed, when footsteps echoed once more at the doorway. Mr. Duan, how is she doing? The sound of Duan Chizhou's voice rang nearby. Why has Duan Chizhou come too? Ruan Xinya's nerves tensed further. She hasn't awakened yet. The emergency measures at Kangmin Hospital haven't been thorough enough. We're considering transferring her for emesis induction and gastric lavage. Duan Chizhou stepped closer to the bedside, glancing at Ruan Xinya lying still. Her eyes tightly shut, long lashes fanned across her pale face, and half of her features covered by the breathing mask looked much smaller. All right. Before Duan Chizhou could finish speaking, he felt a tug on his clothing. Looking down, he saw that Ruan Xinya's hand had sneaked out from under the blanket, tightly gripping his clothes. What games is this woman playing? You may leave first, Duan Chizhou told the group of experts. Mr. Duan, disulfiram-like reactions can be life-threatening. We cannot delay. An older expert interjected. Duan Chizhou glanced at Ruan Xinya again. Some people take cephalexin and drink alcohol just because they feel their lives are too long. We needn't rush to rescue them. Ah! The experts didn't understand earlier. When Duan Chizhou sent someone to fetch them from the central hospital, the urgency was akin to snatching someone from the grasp of death. Now, his demeanor had shifted so composed. Mr. Duan. Leave. Now. Yes. Once the room was cleared, only Ruan Xinya and Duan Chizhou remained inside. What happened? Duan Chizhou looked at Ruan Xinya lying on the bed. Ruan Xinya obediently released her grip and removed the oxygen mask, sitting up in the bed. Mr. Duan, I'm actually not that ill. She confessed. If you're not that ill, then why did Mr. Jiang call me saying you were nearly gone? Ruan Xinya blinked, unsure whether she should reveal the truth to Duan Chizhou. Speak. Are you waiting for me to ask Mr. Jiang directly? I'll say it. Ruan Xinya hastily begged. If Duan Chizhou really went and questioned Jiang Yupeng, heaven knows what nauseating excuses that guy might fabricate and throw back. Mr. Jiang tried to get me drunk and take me to open a hotel room. I couldn't avoid or deny him without ruining our cooperation with Xinmin Group, so I had to pretend to have alcohol poisoning. A cold glint flashed through Duan Chizhou's eyes. He wanted to take you to a hotel room? Yes. All right, I understand. Rest now. With that said, Duan Chizhou was already heading towards the exit. Ruan Xinya watched his frosty back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Mr. Duan, Ruan Xinya called out to him urgently. I've neither been hurt nor violated in any way, so please don't make an issue out of this. Duan Chizhou turned around, smiling with apparent mockery. Do you really think I would put the company's interest at risk just for your sake and offend Mr. Jiang? Ruan Xinya suddenly lost her confidence. Don't think too highly of yourself. Duan Chizhou left this sentence hanging before stepping out of the ward. Ruan Xinya sat on the hospital bed, smiling bitterly at herself. She really was being sentimental for nothing. She was just a small-time secretary. How could Duan Chizhou possibly break relations with a client for her sake? The cooperation between Xinmin Group and Duan Corporation involved billions in funds. What reason did he have to do it for her? There must have been something wrong with her brain if she actually thought for a moment when Duan Chizhou turned around that he was going to stand up for her. Chapter 6. Lone Man and Single Woman, Sharing a Room. Duan Chizhou walked out of the ward, and his special assistant Chu Hang immediately approached. Mr. Duan, is Secretary Ruan really unable to work anymore? Chu Hang's face was filled with sorrow. Duan Chizhou glanced at Chu Hang. What? Do you miss her? After all, they were colleagues for some time, and she's so young. Shut up. Where's Jiang Yupeng? I just sent him back to the hotel with the driver. He should still be in the car. Bring him back. Yes, Mr. Duan. Half an hour later, Jiang Yupeng was brought to the hospital's open-air parking lot. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Duan Chizhou wearing a black coat, leaning against the car smoking. In the heavy night, this man radiated an aura more terrifying than death itself. Jiang Yupeng began to tremble nervously. Mr. Duan. Duan Chizhou didn't respond. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and lightly crushed it with his foot, then gave Chu Hang a glance. Chu Hang immediately understood and handed over his black leather gloves. Mr. Duan. Jiang Yupeng watched Duan Chizhou put on the leather gloves slowly, his speech becoming incoherent with tension. I didn't know that Secretary Ruan had taken medication. I didn't make her drink alcohol. It was her insistence to toast me. Bang. Duan Chizhou swung a punch, smashing it onto Jiang Yupeng's cheek. Blood immediately flowed from Jiang Yupeng's mouth as he covered his face and explained in panic. Mr. Duan, really, it truly was Secretary Ruan who insisted on drinking. Not only did she drink alcohol, but she also tried to seduce me. Women like her don't deserve pity if they die from drinking. Keeping her around in the company would sooner or later lead to disaster. Bang. Bang. Two decisive punches directly sent Jiang Yupeng crashing to the ground. On the side, Chu Hang raised his hand to cover his eyes. He hadn't seen his boss personally punish anyone for quite a long time. He couldn't decide whether to consider this surnamed Jiang as honored or unlucky. Either way, his day was certainly ruined today. Mr. Duan. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please let me live. Jiang Yupeng realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have today. He rushed forward and grabbed hold of Duan Chizhou's leg. Mr. Duan, I didn't know Secretary Ruan. She belonged to him. Shut up. You're unworthy even to mention her surname. Duan Chizhou shoved Jiang Yupeng away, removed his leather gloves, and threw them over his shoulder to Chu Hang. Chu Hang barely caught them. The leather gloves reeked strongly of blood. Clean it up thoroughly, he coldly ordered, seemingly referring to these leather gloves, yet perhaps also indicating Jiang Yupeng kneeling on the ground. Yes, Mr. Duan. After Ruan Xinya finished her 4-drip and noticed Jiang Yupeng had left, the crisis was over, so she told Shen Shiyu that she wanted to be discharged from the hospital. The staff handling discharge procedures have already gone off duty, it cannot be processed right now. The red rash on your body has not completely subsided yet, so just stay overnight at the hospital. It'll be easier to handle any issues that may arise. Besides, tonight's hospitalization cost has already been incurred. I can't sleep here, I'd rather go home to sleep. That works too, then leave your medical insurance card with me, and I'll process your discharge tomorrow, saving you another trip. Okay. I'm working late tonight and can't send you home. Be careful on the way, and call me if you feel unwell. Understood. Ruan Xinya handed her medical insurance card to Shen Shiyu and put on her coat to wait for the elevator. At this hour, there were almost no people in the corridor, making the entire hospital ward very quiet. The elevator came from the underground parking lot. Numbers gradually jumped upward without stopping. Ding, the elevator stopped, and the door quickly opened. Inside the spacious cabin stood Duan Chizhou, dressed in a dark grey suit with his overcoat casually draped over his arm. His elegant demeanor exuded a dash of roguish charm. Mr. Duan, how come you haven't left yet? Ruan Xinya felt a bit surprised. She thought that after Duan Chizhou confirmed she wouldn't die, he must have already left since there was an event at the film studio today, and Chen Yiling would participate. Where are you going? Duan Chizhou looked at her. Home. Can you be discharged already? The red rash around her neck was still quite noticeable. I've finished the drip, so everything's fine now. I plan to go home to sleep. I can't fall asleep here in the hospital. Duan Chizhou said nothing more, merely moved aside a step to make room for her. Ruan Xinya stepped into the elevator, standing side by side with him. She could smell a faint bitter tea aroma coming from him, clean and sophisticated, which diluted the scent of the hospital disinfectant. Duan Chizhou pressed the underground level 1 button, and Ruan Xinya followed by pressing the first floor. I'll see you home. I'll take a taxi. They spoke simultaneously. Mr. Duan, I can return home alone. Ruan Xinya glanced at her watch. The event at the film studio hasn't ended at this time. If you go, you might still catch it. I don't want to keep you waiting. You won't keep me waiting? Yes. Ruan Xinya had seen the schedule of activities at the film studio. After the event ended, there would be a fireworks show, and Chen Yiling was one of the performers. Duan Chizhou snorted coldly. Since you understand so much, try not to do stupid things like drinking while on antibiotics in the future. Ruan Xinya detected his anger and softly countered, I've already said it was out of helplessness. Because it was out of helplessness, you can gamble with your own life. He tugged irritably at the collar of her blouse, exposing the rash even more visibly. If you really drank yourself to death, who would settle this account? Ruan Xinya quickly clasped the collar. I have a clear mind. How could I really sacrifice myself for that dirty old man? She glanced at him. And I sincerely apologize for delaying your date with Miss Cheng today. After she finished speaking, she subtly observed Duan Chizhou's reaction from the corner of her eye, but Duan Chizhou showed no ripples, giving her not a shred of expression as he directly cancelled the floor number she had pressed. The two arrived at the underground parking lot. Ruan Xinya didn't quite want to spend time alone with Duan Chizhou, so she resisted again. Mr. Duan, I can truly go back by myself. Duan Chizhou's gaze grew even colder. Are you so afraid of me? No. Then shut up and get in the car. Ruan Xinya rented an apartment in Qiulu Complex. Qiulu Complex was an old residential complex, its infrastructure already very outdated, but it won in terms of cheap rent and relatively convenient transportation. Ruan Xinya had been renting here since she started working for Duan's corporation. Duan Chizhou's car stopped in front of the residential building where she lived. You live here? He glanced upward through the windshield, a look clearly inspecting a slum. Yes, Mr. Duan, thank you for bringing me back. I'll go upstairs by myself, she said and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. But before she could fully push open the passenger door, Duan Chizhou had already stepped out of the car ahead of her. Mr. Duan, I brought you back. Don't you invite me up for a cup of tea? As he spoke, he casually scanned his surroundings. Mr. Duan, drinking tea late at night isn't good. We can do it next time. Next time? Do you expect me to drive you home every day? Not that, Mr. Duan, that's not what I meant. It's just drinking tea at night might affect the nervous system, damage the digestive system, or possibly cause hormonal imbalance, leading to a decrease in immunity. Ruan Xinya made every possible excuse. Duan Chizhou calmly looked at her. Are you done? Yes. Since drinking tea has so many disadvantages, forget about it then. Ruan Xinya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had successfully declined his invitation, only to hear this man catch his breath deeply and add another line, then let's go up for some water instead. Surely you have water? Ruan Xinya saw his matter-of-fact attitude and developed some rebelliousness, bluntly saying, Mr. Duan, it's so late, being a lone man and single woman sharing a room is not proper. It's so late, and I sent you back but didn't take you upstairs. If anything unexpected happened to you, I'd immediately become the prime suspect. We're already at the doorstep, how could something unexpected happen? Unexpected means exactly that, unexpected. Who says unexpected incidents won't occur right outside the door? There are so many news stories about women being assaulted in the stairwells. Haven't you seen any of them? This complex may be shabby, but it's safe. If anything did happen, I could yell at the top of my lungs, and neighbors would come to rescue me. Oh, if it's so safe, then you needn't worry about anything. Duan Chijo walked in front of Wan Xinya, his voice icy. You tried all sorts of ways to stop me from coming up, isn't it because you feared I might do something to you? Since this place is so safe, why do you still feel worried? If I had any ulterior motives towards you, you could just shout, right? He skillfully turned her logic against her. He knew how to get the upper hand over her. Fine, Wan Xinya admitted she wasn't a match for Duan Chijo and reluctantly gave way, unwillingly gesturing to him with a please motion. Small temple, Mr. Duan, please don't laugh. Duan Chijo didn't have the patience to laugh. As soon as he reached the entrance of the stairwell, he stumbled. Careful. Wan Xinya caught his suit coat. How come there's no light here? Duan Chijo's tone was full of disdain. The sound-activated lights are broken. Won't property management repair it? The property staff in this complex consists of only 2 elderly people who spend their days eating sunflower seeds in their office. They never bother with anything. Wan Xinya had long grown accustomed to the pitch-black stairwell and the irresponsible property management. Wait a second, I'll shine a light for you. She pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight to light the way for Duan Chijo. Yet despite this, Duan Chijo tripped again as they climbed the stairs. Isn't there an elevator? The elevator's also broken. Wan Xinya couldn't help sneering quietly when she saw the increasingly sour look on Duan Chijo's face. Serve him right for insisting on torturing himself by coming upstairs. Don't smile. I'm not smiling. The light is bad, but I'm not blind. Although the community was shabby, Wan Xinya's rented apartment was kept clean and cozy. As soon as Duan Chijo entered, he caught a faint whiff of fragrance. On the windowsill, there was a square vase with glacial patterns that held a bunch of snow-white freesias. The scent came from them. Would you like to change your shoes? He asked. No need, I don't have any men's slippers. This comment about no men's slippers finally caused Duan Chijo, who had been sour-faced throughout the journey, to slightly relax his expression. Mr. Duan, please take a seat while I go get you some water, said Wan Xinya before heading into the kitchen. Duan Chijo took the opportunity to glance at the photos on her shelving unit. It was a group photo of 14-year-old Wan Xinya with her mother and younger sister. Wan Xinya had always been a beauty in the making, with striking and delicate features, what would now be described online as a richly colored type of beauty. She didn't look like her mother, Wang Menghan, whose facial features were soft, at most only refined, and there wasn't even a trace of resemblance between the two. Wang Menghan's younger daughter, Wan Muqing, did resemble her mother as if carved from the same mold. Mr. Duan, here's your lemonade. Wan Xinya placed a glass of water in front of Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo withdrew his gaze, picked up the cup but didn't drink. He just quietly stared at the hand-painted glass in his hands. They'd been together for 2 years, and this was Duan Chijo's first visit to her residence. He discovered that all the items in Wan Xinya's home had a unique personal touch but were also very affordable. Looking around the entire living room, he couldn't see a single expensive item. Even the small stool by her feet had colorful bandages wrapped around its legs. Have I mistreated you over these past 2 years? Duan Chijo looked up at her. What do you mean? Why do you live here? It's cheap. Aren't Duan Corporation's salaries enough for you to rent a decent place? I'm used to living here. Wan Xinya spoke the truth, she really had gotten used to it. If Mr. Duan Chijo hadn't insisted on coming up today, she wouldn't have needed to pull out her flashlight to climb the stairs. What about the money you've earned? I've spent it. What about the money I've given you? Over the past 2 years, he hadn't neglected her care, not only bearing the medical expenses for her sister, but also adding extra allowances to her account each month. These allowances added up to at least 20 million yuan. While 20 million wasn't much, it was certainly enough for Wan Xinya to buy a reasonably sized house in city. Why then did she choose to cram herself into such an old, run-down apartment? Are you auditing me today, Mr. Duan? Wan Xinya became alert. You aren't trying to take the money back after we broke up, are you? Do I owe you this amount? Then why are you asking? Out of curiosity. Donated it. For the last 2 years, all the money he gave her, apart from what went toward her sister's medical bills, had been donated by Wan Xinya. Donated? This answer completely shocked Duan Chijo. Yes, all donated. She didn't want Duan Chijo's money. She also didn't want their relationship to turn into a transaction of sex for money. However, every time she tried to return the money to him, he refused to take it back. After being rejected several times, she decided to donate it instead. That way, she could at least help those who truly needed assistance. Didn't you keep any for yourself? No. Why? Unjust wealth brings nothing but harm. I dare not keep it. Is the money I give you unjust wealth? Duan Chijo nearly choked on his anger. Isn't anything obtained through improper means considered unjust wealth? Improper means? Living with him counted as improper means? Fantastic, simply fantastic. This woman was dancing right on his trigger every moment. When Wan Xinya saw Duan Chijo's mood turn gloomy again after briefly improving, she realized he might have misunderstood her intentions. She wasn't saying his money was unjust wealth, rather, she thought the way she earned money was dishonorable. She was about to explain when the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could be ringing the bell at this hour? Wan Xinya walked to the door and peeked through the peephole to find a middle-aged man standing outside. He was their neighbor downstairs, whom Wan Xinya often saw walking his dog in the neighborhood. They were acquaintances at best, they nodded when they passed each other but rarely interacted otherwise, and he had never come upstairs unannounced like this before. Hello, Ruan Shinya opened the door and looked at the man. Is there something you need? Chapter 7 Calling her wife. The man looked at Ruan Shinya, revealing a simple and honest smile. Hello, Miss Ruan, are you just back from work? Ruan Shinya was startled. She had never introduced herself to this man, so how did he know her surname? Yes, I just got back, but how do you know I'm surnamed Ruan? Oh, I heard the neighbors mention you here, the man replied naturally. I've always lived downstairs from you, never had the chance to come up and say hi. My name is Fei Xinyao. Hello Mr. Fei, may I ask what brings you here? Ruan Shinya asked again. Fei Xinyao didn't reply immediately. Instead, he glanced through the door crack and suddenly asked, Miss Ruan, you live alone, right? Before Ruan Shinya could respond, Duan Chijo on the sofa suddenly stood up and walked toward the door. Who's at the door, honey? Duan Chijo walked beside Ruan Shinya and very naturally put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close into his embrace. The two were very close, her back pressed against Duan Chijo's chest, and she could even feel his heartbeat. Honey, who is his wife? Ruan Shinya lifted her gaze and suspiciously looked at Duan Chijo, unsure of what game he was playing. Duan Chijo applied a slight pressure with his hand on her shoulder as if giving some kind of indication. Oh, this person is my neighbor downstairs. Ruan Shinya picked up the cue. Ah, it's our neighbor from downstairs. Duan Chijo gave Fei Xinyao a faint smile. Hello. Fei Xinyao didn't expect Ruan Shinya to have a man at home, and instinctively stepped back one step. Having been neighbors for so long, I had no idea Miss Ruan was already married. Fei Xinyao's expression turned slightly tense. How come I've never seen your husband around when you go in and out? I've been working away until yesterday. Now I'm transferred back, I'll be living here from now on. Please take care of me, Mr. Fei, Duan Chijo said. Ah, that explains it. Fei Xinyao hesitated somewhat, though the man in front of him kept smiling, it was evident that the smile didn't reach his eyes. His gaze was sharp and cold, making people involuntarily shiver. Mr. Fei, may I ask why you're knocking on the door at this time? This way, there's water leaking from below, so I came up to check what might be wrong. Did you leave any faucet running in the bathroom, Miss Ruan? No, I closed them all when I left this morning, Ruan Shinya said, pushing Duan Chijo's hand aside. Mr. Fei, please wait a moment, I'll double check. Alright, thank you for the trouble. There were only Duan Chijo and Fei Xinyao left at the doorway. Fei Xinyao kept looking down, not daring to meet Duan Chijo's eyes. Ruan Shinya went to check the bathroom, confirming that everything was fine, as she hadn't forgotten closing the faucets when leaving in the morning. Mr. Fei, all the faucets are good. Alright, I understand, then I'll inquire the property management later. I won't bother you guys rest. Saying this, Fei Xinyao rushed downstairs in his big slippers. Duan Chijo closed the door and told Ruan Shinya, something's off about this guy. Don't open the door to strangers when you're alone. Ruan Shinya also felt there was something strange about their neighbor. She understood that Duan Chijo calling her wife earlier and making up the transfer story was simply to conceal the fact that she lived alone. Ruan Shinya wanted to thank Duan Chijo, but his phone suddenly rang. It was WeChat notification, ringing several times before stopping. In the instant Duan Chijo unlocked his phone to check, Ruan Shinya caught sight of Cheng Yiling's name. She sent him a live video of the fireworks display. Duan Chijo didn't play the videos in front of Ruan Shinya. Instead, he pocketed his phone and asked her, what were you going to say? I was going to say it's late, Mr. Duan, you should go. Ruan Shinya opened the door, trying to control her emotions. Thank you for bringing me back today, Mr. Duan. After Duan Chijo left, Ruan Shinya sat on the couch for a long time. He had only stayed for a while, but it seemed like his presence had filled her house with his essence. On the TV, a fireworks show at the film city was being broadcast. Cheng Yiling danced gracefully under the brilliant fireworks, looking like an angel fallen from heaven. After Duan Chijo left, he probably would go find Cheng Yiling. She should feel happy. Since Duan Chijo had found his girlfriend, he wouldn't continue to trouble her anymore. And she wouldn't have to worry about affecting her mother's marriage, everything should have been perfect according to her wish. But why did she feel so miserable inside? Tossing and turning in thought for the whole night, Ruan Shinya almost overslept the next morning. After washing up hastily and putting on light makeup, she changed shoes and went out. In the corridor, several workers were repairing the elevator, and all the motion sensor lights were replaced with new ones. Ruan Shinya found it odd. Was the sun really rising from the west? Excuse me, Master Craftsman, why are you fixing the elevator all of a sudden? She asked. We don't know either. Last night, we received a notice from the property management that they are going to renovate the hallway of this building, not only repairing the elevator and replacing the lights, but also installing surveillance cameras later. Installing surveillance cameras? What's wrong with the property management? Why are they suddenly so generous in spending money? However, no matter what, it is good news for the residents. Excuse me, miss, you're blocking the way, please move aside. Oh, sure, thank you for your hard work. Ruan Shinya went downstairs and took the subway to work. She still arrived at the company half an hour earlier today, but Xiao Haowen came even earlier than her. Isn't Ruan Shinya supposed to be the secretary with the strongest business ability in the group? How come yesterday she was just asked to pick someone up from the airport, and the cooperation between Duan Group and Shinmin Group failed? The cooperation between Duan Group and Shinmin has failed. That's a huge project worth hundreds of millions. Ruon Shinya thought it was impossible. Duan Chizhou had said he would not offend customers due to her personal reasons, affecting the company's interests. I heard that General Manager Jiang wanted her to submit to his sexual demands, and she refused, so. TSK, does she think she is some high and mighty princess, untouchable? Our female colleagues go out on business trips, who hasn't been taken advantage of or subjected to improper advances? How come she made such a fuss? Xiao Haowen showed an air of disdain. Most importantly, Duan General Manager's schedule yesterday at the film city was completely messed up by her. My sister originally planned to have a date with General Manager Duan after the event, but in the end, she didn't even get to meet him. Ah, then your sister must have been furious, right? Not really, because later Duan General Manager sent gifts through someone to placate my sister. You know how generous Duan General Manager is, any little gift is worth more than our annual salary. As Ruon Shinya listened, a feeling of discomfort stirred in her heart. Sure enough, after leaving her, Duan Chizhou had gone to comfort his girlfriend. So Duan General Manager is quite skilled at comforting his girlfriend, really enviable, isn't it? Envy doesn't help. The luck of dating a high-quality man like General Manager Duan is not available to everyone. Xiao Haowen stood smugly among the crowd, but as soon as she saw Ruon Shinya enter, her smile vanished immediately. Oh, there's someone who messed up such a big project between Duan Group and Shinmin Group, yet still dares to show up for work. Xiao Haowen crossed her arms and walked up to Ruon Shinya. You've got some nerve to stay here. If I were you, I'd resign immediately to apologize for the offense. I wouldn't dare continue staying here. What did I do wrong that warrants resignation and apology? The cooperation between Duan Group and Shinmin Group was originally friendly, now it's ruined because of you. As Xiao Haowen spoke, she forcefully pushed Ruon Shinya's shoulder. You're not missing any limbs, right? Are you made of clay or something? So even touching is unacceptable. Ruon Shinya took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Haowen. General Manager Jiang of Shinmin kept praising Secretary Xiao last night, saying how straightforward Secretary Xiao was. I didn't understand what straightforward meant at first, but then I realized that it means when someone requests a room, you agree without hesitation. Maybe you've grown accustomed to being slept with by him, but sorry, I won't accept workplace harassment. The surrounding colleagues were shocked by this bombshell and covered their mouths. None of them expected Xiao Haowen to treat clients this way outside. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Haowen panicked. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Ruon Shinya calmly returned to her desk and put down her bag. I'm merely repeating what General Manager Jiang said. Ruon Shinya, I'll kill you. Xiao Haowen lunged forward, intending to hit Ruon Shinya, but Ruon Shinya caught her wrist in return. Dare to hit with so many people watching? Watch me report you for intentional harm. After finishing, Ruon Shinya forcefully released Xiao Haowen's hand. Wearing extremely high heels, Xiao Haowen stumbled a few steps and fell directly to the ground. Ruon Shinya. Xiao Haowen, filled with rage and shame, climbed back up ready to make trouble again, but the office colleagues quickly intervened to stop her. All right, Secretary Xiao, calm down. General Manager Duan is coming. He hates most when people argue in the company. If he sees this scene, both you and Secretary Ruon might be fired. Xiao Haowen shoved that colleague away. My sister is General Manager Duan's girlfriend. There's no way I'll be fired. If anyone should be fired, it's the slut Ruon Shinya. The colleague tried to dissuade her further, but the light of the executive elevator lit up. Duan Chizhou had arrived. Everyone put on a serious face and returned to their positions. No matter how arrogant Xiao Haowen normally acted, she dared not cause trouble in front of Duan Chizhou. She straightened her clothes and walked with Ruon Shinya toward the elevator entrance to greet him. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Duan Chizhou, dressed in a dark suit with stripes, came out walking with a gold and black two-colored dragon cane. Wow, General Manager Duan, what happened to your foot? Xiao Haowen rushed over to express concern. Duan Chizhou remained silent, merely giving Ruon Shinya a glance. Ruon Shinya felt like an innocent victim, wondering why everyone was looking at her as if it had anything to do with her. Mr. Duan sprained his ankle. Chu Hang, who was following behind, answered on behalf of Duan Chizhou. My goodness, a sprain can be serious or not. Mr. Duan needs to be careful. You're the mainstay for everyone, nothing must happen to you. Xiao Haowen pretended to be very worried. Ruon Shinya thought this woman was really overacting. She hadn't noticed before how much of a tea-drinking manipulative type Xiao Haowen could be. Mr. Duan Chi-ju entered his office. A few colleagues began whispering speculations about how Duan Chizhou had injured his ankle. Secretary Ruon, Chu Hang came out from the president's office. Mr. Duan wants you inside. All right. Ruon Shinya walked into Duan Chizhou's office. Mr. Duan, you wanted to see me. Duan Chizhou didn't look up as he stared at the computer screen. Issue a notice and cancel the cooperation with Shinmin Group. Ruon Shinya hadn't expected that Duan would indeed cancel the cooperation with Shinmin Group because of her. She found it hard to comprehend. Yesterday, she had already pretended to have alcohol poisoning and gotten rid of Jiang Yupeng. Duan Chizhou should have been content keeping peace without making things messy. Why did he insist on ruining the relationship? Mr. Duan, didn't you say you wouldn't offend customers for my sake? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Duan Chizhou hand her a file and said, the electronic version is already sent to your email, please attach it to the notice. Ruon Shinya opened the file that Duan Chizhou gave her and looked at it. It clearly listed evidence of Shinmin Group falsifying accounts during their cooperation with Duan. The reason Duan Group will terminate the cooperation with Shinmin Group is due to Shinmin's fake accounts. Duan Chizhou glanced at her meaningfully. What did you just say, Secretary Ruan? Ruan Shinya immediately felt her cheeks heating up. So the cancellation of the partnership between Duan Corporation and Shinmin Group was due to this reason. She'd misinterpreted the situation once again. No, I didn't say anything. He slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Go ahead and make sure the announcement is clear so that people won't mistakenly believe you can influence Duan Corporation's projects. Although Duan Chizhou's words were not particularly pleasant to hear, currently, rumors spread throughout the company that Ruan Shinya sabotaged the cooperation between Duan Corporation and Shinmin Group. This announcement from Duan Chizhou was precisely what she needed to free herself from those rumors. Yes, Mr. Duan. Ruan Shinya took the file and turned to leave, but Duan Chizhou suddenly called her back. Wait. Is there anything else, Mr. Duan? Has the elevator and lights in your building been fixed yet? He asked. Ruan Shinya immediately understood. Did you arrange for them to fix it? Ruan Shinya felt warmth flood her heart. Although she had become accustomed to the dark corridor, with Duan Chizhou stepping in, her daily commute would become significantly easier in the future, especially after overtime. Thank you, Mr. Duan. For what are you thanking me? For financing the repairs in the corridor. Duan Chizhou gave her a cool glance. Are you mistaking this again, thinking it's all about you? Ruan Shinya was speechless for a moment. He pointed at the cane beside him. I sprained my foot when I went downstairs yesterday, so I thought of tidying up that hallway. It seemed his ankle injury happened yesterday while he was visiting her place, which explained the resentful gaze he gave her earlier. Secretary Ruan, take time to go to the hospital and get checked. Self-importance is a disease. What a dog, lucky that only his foot got twisted. After Duan Chizhou financed the renovations, all residents of the building benefited from the improved elevator and lighting. Everyone praised the property management for finally doing something worthwhile. However, only Ruan Shinya knew this had nothing to do with the property management. It was just a coincidence that a tycoon had sprained his ankle there. On Friday night, her younger sister, Ruan Muqing, came to visit her. As soon as she entered the residential building, she noticed the changes. Sis, the elevator here is finally fixed. I no longer need to climb the stairs. Hooray. The doctor said appropriate exercise is good for you. Are you exercising in school? Ruan Shinya teased. Of course, I walk slowly 3 rounds every morning and evening on the playground. Currently in her first year at Rongqing University, Ruan Muqing lived a very disciplined life because she knew her health was not ideal. Good girl. The two sisters chatted happily as they entered the house. Once inside, Ruan Shinya ordered takeaway, and the two ate together. Have you contacted Mom recently? Ruan Shinya asked while serving food onto her sister's plate. Ruan Muqing's expression stiffened slightly, avoiding eye contact. No. Still angry with Mom? No. Ruan Muqing had always been obedient, sharing a close bond with their mother, Mrs. Wang Menghan. But since Wang Menghan decided to marry Duan Xiuming, Ruan Muqing suddenly changed, trying her best to avoid Wang Menghan and minimizing her interactions with her mother. Xiaoqing, sis knows you may find it difficult to accept Mom remarrying, but remember Mom is our mom, but first and foremost, she is her own person. She cannot live her whole life only for us girls. She has the right to pursue her own happiness, understand? But, Ruan Muqing seemed like she wanted to say something, but stopped herself. But what? Nothing. Ruan Muqing didn't want to talk more about this topic, so she asked instead, sis, tomorrow's Saturday. Do you want to go check out the new library downtown with me? I have to work overtime tomorrow. Work overtime on Saturday? Ruan Muqing frowned. Sis, after Mom married into the Duan family, hasn't Mr. Duan, that brother of his, made things difficult for you? No, don't worry too much. It's not just me this Saturday. A lot of departments in the company are working overtime. This week was the charitable week for Duan Corporation. On Saturday, Duan Chizhou would be going to the orphanage with several senior executives from the company to do charity work, and Ruan Shinya was responsible for accompanying him and coordinating related matters. On Saturday morning, Ruan Shinya arrived at the orphanage by the company's business car first to inspect the setup of the venue. Sister Yueya. Sister Yueya. The children at the orphanage all rushed over as soon as they saw Ruan Shinya. Hi, darlings, I'm back. Did you miss me? Yes. So much. So much. Ruan Shinya smiled and squatted down to pat their little heads. Hey, where's Little Orange today? Ruan Shinya immediately noticed one child was missing. Little Orange was a 4-year-old girl, who was rather introverted and slow to warm up to others. But she was very pretty. When Ruan Shinya first came to the orphanage, Little Orange would always hide her face and shy away from her. It wasn't until Little Orange fell ill one time and Ruan Shinya took care of her for an entire day that they gradually became familiar with each other. After that, whenever Ruan Shinya visited, Little Orange liked sticking close to her. There's a big star shooting a commercial here today, and Little Orange was chosen to play the star's daughter. She should be getting her makeup done right now, Junjun, one of the older kids replied. Wow, that's wonderful. Ruan Shinya sincerely felt happy for Little Orange and casually asked another question. Which big star is it? I don't know, I just saw that she's a beautiful sister. Junjun stuck out his tongue, but she's not as beautiful as Sister Yueya. Ruan Shinya chuckled and pinched Junjun's cheek. Look at your sweet little mouth. What I said is true. Sister Yueya is the most beautiful in our hearts, as pretty as a fairy. Ruan Shinya was delighted by the compliment. At this moment, Junjun's twin brother tugged at the corner of Ruan Shinya's blouse. Sister Yueya, I know the name of that big star, it's Cheng Yiling. Chapter 8, betting on his belief in her. Cheng Yiling was sitting in the small garden of the Welfare Institute. The progress of the commercial shoot had been completed halfway, and it was now the halftime break. Male assistant Jack was holding an umbrella for her nearby. Has President Duan arrived? Cheng Yiling asked. No, I just checked. Why hasn't he come yet? Send a message to Hao Wen and see how reliable her information is. The news that Duan Chizhou would come to the Welfare Institute for charity today was told to Cheng Yiling by Xiao Haowen. Therefore, Cheng Yiling specially persuaded the advertiser to change the shooting location to the Welfare Institute in order to pretend to coincidentally meet Duan Chizhou. Yes. Jack quickly edited the message to Xiao Haowen, who replied quickly. She said Duan Chizhou was already on his way. Upon hearing that Duan Chizhou was almost there, Cheng Yiling finally smiled. Yiling, get ready for the next scene, the director called out. Okay. In the following scene, Cheng Yiling needed to act with a child. This child was called Little Orange, who was temporarily found from the Welfare Institute, playing her daughter. The child only had one line of dialogue, which was Mommy, can you take me home, please? It was originally a very simple scene, but because Little Orange stammered and couldn't say the word Mommy, Cheng Yiling's performance got 3 ings. Hey, what's wrong with you? We chose you because you looked good, and look at this. Can't you say such a simple line? Can't you open your mouth? Or is it because you don't have a mom that you don't know how to call for one? Cheng Yiling glared at Little Orange. Little Orange was left outside the door of the Welfare Institute when she was just 2 days old. She indeed had never seen her birth mother and had never called anyone mommy. With the large number of people present, she became increasingly frightened and dared not open her mouth. I'm asking you something here. You dumb mutt. Cheng Yiling raised her voice angrily. She was eager to finish the shoot so she could go to meet Duan Chizhou unexpectedly, but hadn't anticipated encountering such an unambitious little brat wasting her time. Little Orange was scared and started crying loudly. Though the staff on site all felt pity for this little girl, none of them dared to intervene with Cheng Yiling. After all, it was well known in the industry that Cheng Yiling recently got close to the president of Duan Corporation, hoping to become the president's wife. Who would dare to offend Duan Chizhou for an unrelated kid? What are you crying about? Shut up. Annoying. Cheng Yiling massaged her temples and signaled Jack, her assistant, with a glance. Jack immediately moved forward, dragging Little Orange aside. You little thing, I'm warning you, stop crying. Act properly and don't waste everyone's time, otherwise I'll beat you to death. Jack threatened ferociously. When Little Orange heard that she might be beaten to death, she cried even harder. Damn it, truly a disobedient brat. Jack raised his hand and slapped Little Orange twice. Knocked down to the ground, Little Orange trembled and retreated backward while lying on the ground. Still feeling angry, Jack wanted to lift her up again and hit her more, until he heard a loud shout from the flower bed, stop. Let that child go. Ruan Xinya was slightly worried whether introverted Little Orange could handle being selected by the commercial crew. After finishing her coordination work with the director, Ruan Xinya thought about secretly checking on Little Orange. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the small garden, she saw a man slapping Little Orange with both hands. Seeing Little Orange trembling out of fear made Ruan Xinya think of herself when she was young, and this scene deeply affected her heart. What are you doing? How can you beat children like this? Are you even human? Ruan Xinya rushed over quickly, pushing that effeminate man away, and picked up Little Orange. Through blurred teary eyes, when Little Orange recognized it was Ruan Xinya, she quickly hugged her neck tightly. Sister Yueya. Sister Yueya. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Sister Yueya will protect you. Ruan Xinya hugged Little Orange tightly. Being pushed back, Jack stood steady and glared at Ruan Xinya. Who are you? We're shooting a commercial here. No unauthorized person is allowed near. Didn't you see the sign? Is shooting a commercial something special? Does shooting commercials give you the right to abuse children? Which eye of yours did you see me abusing children? You'd better not try to wriggle out. Ruan Xinya shook her phone in her hand. I already recorded the entire incident on video just now. Hearing that Ruan Xinya had taken the video of him hitting the child, Jack's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. In today's society, if you mistreat pets, children, or women, any single one of these, once heated online, justice-seeking netizens wouldn't let you off easily. They could dig up everything about your ancestors, making your social life dead forever. What was crucial was that if this event were to blow up, it would definitely affect Cheng Yiling. Cheng Yiling had recently ridden the wave of Duan Chizhou's influence to gain some resources. If she were implicated in today's incident, she would definitely not let him off easily. Hand over your phone. Jack rushed forward, attempting to snatch Ruan Xinya's phone. Ruan Xinya didn't indulge him either and swiftly kicked Jack's knee with her high heel, which was sharp enough to be a weapon. Ah! Jack clutched his knee in pain. You crazy woman, give me the phone. I will hand over the phone if you first apologize to Little Orange and then slap yourself 10 times. Insane. Never. Jack charged forward with all his strength. Ruan Xinya prepared to kick him again, but this time Jack dodged because he was prepared for it. However, as Ruan Xinya missed, Jack pushed her back. Her balance was unstable, and just as she was about to fall holding Little Orange, a large hand from behind securely supported her. What are you doing? A familiar voice asked beside her ear. It was Duan Chizhou who had arrived. The Welfare Institute was filled with children. Perhaps wanting to blend into the environment, Duan Chizhou deliberately dressed down. He wore a casual suit without a tie, yet even so, an aura of noble elegance surrounded him. The black gold dragon-headed cane he carried further enhanced his image as a big shot from Hong Kong movies. President Duan, you're here. Jack saw Duan Chijo and his face changed instantly. Yiling has been waiting for you. I'll tell her you've arrived. Duan Chijo raised his cane and stopped him. What happened just now? This time, he asked Ruan Xinya. He beat the child. Ruan Xinya angrily pointed at Jack. Jack was momentarily at a loss, while Cheng Yiling on the other side also noticed Duan Chijo's arrival. President Duan. Cheng Yiling fluttered over like a butterfly. Seeing Duan Chijo's stern expression, she softly asked, did something happen? Miss Cheng, your assistant hit a child, Ruan Xinya retorted. She noticed that Cheng Yiling had been sitting coldly on a folding chair watching everything unfold when they confronted the effeminate man. Cheng Yiling must have known about hitting the child, or even more likely, Cheng Yiling herself might have instigated it. What, beating a child? Cheng Yiling immediately turned her head toward Jack and said a little angrily, Jack, I asked you to calm the child with candy, and you actually beat her behind my back. I didn't hit her, Jack replied weakly but still denied it. Secretary 1, assaulting someone isn't trivial. Do you have evidence? Xiao Haowen chimed in. Sister Yuya has evidence. She filmed this bad uncle hitting me. Little Orange suddenly spoke up bravely. Xiao Haowen and Cheng Yiling exchanged glances, and their demeanor instantly weakened. If there is evidence, show it. Duan Chijo stretched out his hand toward Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya's scalp tingled. She actually didn't have any evidence. When she saw Little Orange getting beaten earlier, she instinctively spoke out without thinking about pulling out her phone to record it. Now she found herself stuck between a rock and a hard place because she had lied about recording the incident only to scare Jack, never expecting Duan Chijo to appear suddenly. Xiao Haowen spotted Ruan Xinya's hesitation and smirked. Secretary 1 didn't film it, right? Why are you hesitating to present it? Show it. Duan Chijo's hand waved again in front of Ruan Xinya. With no choice, Ruan Xinya put down Little Orange, pulled out her phone, set it to silent mode, and randomly clicked on a video clip she'd recorded previously before handing it over to Duan Chijo. President Duan, the video is not clear, but Little Orange already testified that this bad uncle hit her. Adults might lie, but kids so young wouldn't lie. She was taking a gamble once again, betting that President Duan Chijo would believe her and Little Orange's words, though she wasn't sure how successful this bet could turn out since Jack was Cheng Yiling's assistant. Duan Chijo frowned more deeply as he watched the video on his phone. Everyone around him dared not breathe loudly, including Ruan Xinya. About 10 seconds later, Duan Chijo threw the phone back to Ruan Xinya. Secretary 1. President Duan. Ruan Xinya interrupted Duan Chijo's words, pointing to Little Orange's swollen cheek. A child without parents is already pitiable, and now such grievances have arisen. Please take action, President Duan. Duan Chijo looked at the child, then looked at Ruan Xinya, finally locking eyes on Jack, shouting fiercely, the evidence is undeniable. Do you have anything else to say? President Duan, I made a mistake, I'm sorry. It's just that the child wasn't cooperating, delaying everyone's shooting progress. I couldn't think of another way, so I resorted to hitting her. Scared by Duan Chijo's fierce reprimand, Jack revealed his true colors. You really hit the child. Cheng Yiling jumped out and slammed Jack with a hard punch. How could you be so cruel? The child is so young, and you actually hit her. Hurry up and apologize to the child. Jack understood the cue Cheng Yiling gave him and squatted down accordingly, grasping Little Orange's shoulders. Sweetheart, I'm sorry, it was just that uncle was too impulsive earlier. I apologize to you. Shall I buy you a present? Do you like Barbie dolls? I can buy you a Barbie doll, how about that? Little Orange stared at this man who had changed his demeanor instantly. She thought he was more terrifying when he smiled than when he showed anger. Terrified, she threw off Jack's hand and tightly clutched onto Ruan Xinya's thigh as she sobbed loudly. Who told you that hitting someone, apologizing, and giving presents would make everything all right? Duan Chijo stepped forward and said to Ruan Xinya, cover the child's eyes. Before Ruan Xinya could react, Duan Chijo had already raised his cane and struck it forcefully on Jack's back. Jack screamed in pain. President Duan, I made a mistake, I really did. I won't dare do it again next time. Duan Chijo paid no attention to his fake repentance, striking Jack's back several times with his cane. Ruan Xinya quickly covered Little Orange's eyes. Jack's wails resounded throughout the little garden. All those around watching felt relieved except for Cheng Yiling, who began feeling increasingly awkward since Duan Chijo was not only hitting Jack but also tarnishing her reputation. President Duan, calm down, stop hitting him, it must be exhausting your hands. Let's call the police. Cheng Yiling grabbed Duan Chijo's cane. Jack has done something wrong, and the law should punish him. Yiling. Jack was thoroughly panicking now. Shinshin is you. Shinshin was her subtle signal to him to take Little Orange away and teach her a harsh lesson. Shut up. Cheng Yiling cut off Jack's words and turned to the staff present at the scene. Call the police. Jack assaulted the Welfare Institute's children. He admitted it himself. All of you are witnesses. We absolutely cannot tolerate such violence in the film crew. Ruan Xinya watched as Cheng Yiling played the role of the moral upholder and silently marveled. Cheng Yiling was undoubtedly a higher-level green tea woman than Xiao Haowen. Truly, like sister, like older sister. Jack was taken to the police station by the Welfare Institute staff, which concluded this little episode. Everyone resumed their own tasks, but Little Orange was deeply scarred psychologically. She refused to let go of Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya comforted her for a long while until her emotions stabilized slightly. Little Orange, go play with the other kids for a bit. Sister still has work to do. After I'm done, I'll come see you, okay? The Duan Corporation's charity event was still ongoing, so Ruan Shinya couldn't leave for too long. Okay. After Little Orange obediently nodded, Ruan Shinya headed to the Welfare Institute's hall. At this moment, the principal of the Welfare Institute was leading Duan Chijo and a few executives from Duan Corporation on a tour of the children's daily artwork and handicrafts, with media journalists capturing the moments on camera. Ruan Shinya stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Duan Chijo, who was surrounded like a star among the moonlit sky. He originally had a handsome face comparable to male models in magazines, but today, he looked even taller and more charming. Maybe it was because, in the incident where Jack hit Little Orange, Duan Chijo didn't blindly favor the staff of his girlfriend but chose to stand on the side of righteousness. As she watched, Duan Chijo seemed to sense her gaze and suddenly looked over toward her. Their eyes met through the crowd. Ruan Shinya hastily shifted her gaze. After the tour ended, the principal led everyone to the cafeteria to try out the daily meals provided at the Welfare Institute. The children were eating as well. When Little Orange saw Ruan Shinya, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran over to her. Sister Uar. Little Orange, have you finished eating? I've finished. Today I cleaned my plate. Good job. Sister Uar. Ruan Shinya realized Little Orange seemed to have something to tell her. She squatted down to look at her eye to eye and asked softly, is there anything wrong? Today in the small garden, the handsome uncle saved me, so I drew a thank you card and wanted to give it to him. That's fine. You can give it to him. Ruan Shinya patted Little Orange's small head. Our Little Orange is really great. At such a young age, she already knows gratitude. But I don't dare to give it to him. Little Orange blushed and lowered her head. There are always so many people around that uncle, and I am a little scared. Sister Uar, could you help me deliver this card to him? Chapter 9, A Forceful Kiss. Should I go deliver it? Yes, I want you to help me deliver it. Ruan Shinya thought for a moment. The thank you card for your uncle is more meaningful if you personally deliver it. How about this? Sister will take you there to find him, alright? Little Orange was still shy, but encouraged by Ruan Shinya, she bravely nodded. Duan Chijo finished his meal and went outside the cafeteria to smoke. When Ruan Shinya and Little Orange walked up to him, Duan Chijo had just smoked halfway through a cigarette. Seeing them approach, he stubbed out the half-smoked one. Something. He looked at Little Orange. Little Orange tightened her grip on Ruan Shinya's skirt, showing signs that she wanted to run away right then. Uar sister. Sweetheart, be brave. Ruan Shinya gently nudged Little Orange forward. Only then did Little Orange extend the greeting card towards Duan Chijo. Uncle, this is for you. Thank you for helping me today. Duan Chijo squatted down to take the card from Little Orange, carefully looking it over before asking, did you draw this? Yes, uncle. It's well done. Thank you, uncle. Do I look old? Duan Chijo suddenly asked. Not old at all, not even a bit. If that's so, why do you call me uncle? Duan Chijo pointed at Ruan Shinya, but call her sister? Little Orange looked confused, unsurely turning toward Ruan Shinya. Before Ruan Shinya could say anything, Duan Chijo gently ruffled Little Orange's hair and reminded her, next time don't call me uncle, call me brother, understood? I understand. Little Orange obediently nodded. After spending some time playing with Little Orange, the welfare home staff were concerned she might disturb Duan Chijo, so under the pretense of needing to nap, they took Little Orange away. Ruan Shinya also wanted to leave but was stopped when Duan Chijo suddenly grabbed her wrist. Mr. Duan, what are you doing? She glanced around nervously, fearing someone might see. Miss Ruan, isn't there something you should tell me? What? Ruan Shinya was utterly confused. Oh, I remember now, I haven't thanked Mr. Duan yet. Thank you, Mr. Duan, for your help today. Even though you didn't watch the video, you still believed in my words and Little Orange's. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to make Jack admit to hitting someone. Is that all? Is there anything else? What did you mean by the video you showed me? Mr. Duan, that was just a random video I selected. I don't know what exactly you're talking about. You randomly selected such an interesting video? Interesting? Ruan Shinya pulled out her phone, opened the video in her gallery. The video played for only a second before she felt lightheaded, nearly fainting. In the video, Ruan Shinya was wearing a strapless silver-grey slip dress made of silk. The material clung tightly to her skin, clearly revealing her delicate curves. It was a new sleepwear piece Ruan Shinya had bought recently. Since it was comfortable, she shared the link with Shun Shiyu. But then Shun Shiyu said she wanted to see its real-life effect, so Ruan Shinya recorded herself in front of the mirror in the bathroom to send her this video. What was even worse was that to let Shun Shiyu see the details clearly, she specifically zoomed into the lace at the neckline. Little did she realize in the rush earlier, she had accidentally shown Duan Chijo this video. Mr. Duan, it's not as you think. Let me explain. Duan Chijo didn't care for her explanations. He swiftly pulled her to his front, forcefully placing his hand on her lower back, and leaned close to whisper in her ear, Ruan Shinya, if you want to go back to our past relationship, you don't need such roundabout methods. You can simply tell me directly. I would welcome it. His voice sounded like a devil's temptation, always ready to lure someone in. Fortunately, Ruan Shinya was rational enough. Duan Chijo already had a girlfriend and yet wanted to return to their previous relationship. He clearly didn't respect her, he just craved her body and wanted occasional variety. With this realization, her heart began to ache again subtly. No. Ruan Shinya coldly pushed him away. Mr. Duan, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely do not wish to return to the past relationship we had. It was merely a mistaken video. She emphasized the last two words merely heavily, adding afterward, if I really wanted Mr. Dewan to see this video, I would have sent it to you the day I filmed it. Why wait until today? So who was this video meant for? Dewan Chijo asked. That's my private life, it has nothing to do with Mr. Dewan. Ruon Shinya. Just as Dewan Chijo was about to lose his temper, a sound of high heels came from the corridor. Mr. Dewan. It was Cheng Yiling who arrived. Cheng Yiling had just finished shooting an advertisement and hadn't even managed to change or remove her makeup before rushing to find Dewan Chijo. Mr. Dewan, I'll be going now. Seizing the opportunity, Ruon Shinya quickly fled. Dewan Chijo watched her retreating figure, feeling increasingly annoyed. He took out a cigarette pack and lit another one for himself. Mr. Dewan, you should smoke less. It's not good for your health. Cheng Yiling approached, bravely trying to grab the cigarette from Dewan Chijo. Dewan Chijo slapped her hand away coldly. Spying on me? I'm not, Cheng Yiling said timidly. Then what a coincidence that you're shooting an ad right here. Cheng Yiling was speechless for a moment. Her little tricks had not escaped Dewan Chijo's eyes at all. Mr. Dewan, I just wanted to see you. Miss Cheng, do you really think we're in a relationship? I don't dare, Mr. Dewan is way beyond my reach. Cheng Yiling was a newly signed artist under Xingyue Entertainment, part of Dewan Corporation. She used to be an unremarkable presence until half a month ago, when her manager suddenly found her with an offer of instant stardom. Who wouldn't want such a chance? Without hesitation, she agreed. That evening, she was arranged to attend a concert with Dewan Chijo, the president of Dewan Group. The next day, their rumored romance spread across Rongqing City, elevating Cheng Yiling from obscurity to immense fame overnight. Just as Cheng Yiling thought her good fortune had arrived and she would finally rise high, her agent came again to warn her to stay within her limits and not overstep boundaries. The agent said, Mr. Dewan needs a woman to act in a play, it's just acting. Why does he need to stage a scandal? No one dares to ask about Mr. Dewan's affairs. Why me then? No one knows this either. Cheng Yiling didn't get the answers she wanted from the agent, but she figured that if Dewan Chijo chose her, it must be because she had something special that attracted him. She decided to take a gamble, thinking she might actually marry into a wealthy family. Who knew? A few days later, reality hit her hard in the face. After returning to the trailer, Cheng Yiling was so furious that she smashed the makeup mirror. Xiao Haowen patted her shoulder. Sister, don't be upset. Jack has been taken care of by someone, he won't speak out. I'm not worried about Jack speaking out. So what's wrong, sister? Cheng Yiling fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, when, is the woman beside Dewan Chijo merely his secretary? Are you talking about Ruon Shinya? Yes, the one with the surname Ruon. When Cheng Yiling met Ruon Shinya for the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of threat immediately. This woman was incredibly beautiful. Even in the entertainment industry filled with stunning celebrities, very few female stars would dare to issue beauty-surpassing press releases against her. How could a man like Dewan Chijo, accompanied by such a high-profile beauty, possibly give her a second glance? It should be so. There are no rumors suggesting any relation between Mr. Dewan and Ruon Shinya beyond work. Is there any way to make this woman disappear from Dewan Chijo's side? Do you dislike her? Before Cheng Yiling could respond, Xiao Haowen added, but this Ruon Shinya truly causes annoyance. The last event at Film City, Mr. Dewan left midway because of her and didn't wait for you. What? All because of her? Yes, sister, because she suffered from alcohol poisoning, Mr. Dewan went to the hospital to see her instead of meeting you. This damn fox spirit. Cheng Yiling was almost fuming out of her skull. She grabbed Xiao Haowen's hand. When, you must get her expelled from Dewan Corporation. Ruon Shinya joined the company earlier than me. With seniority and ability, Mr. Dewan normally wouldn't fire her. Then let's create an abnormal situation. When, you're smarter than me, find a way. By any means necessary, this woman must be removed from Dewan Chijo's side. Otherwise, our plans will surely be ruined by her. I know, sister. To tell you the truth, I want this woman gone more than you do. I'll certainly seize the opportunity to act. However, you don't need to worry too much. Your current priority is to capture Mr. Dewan's heart. Mr. Dewan values you quite a bit. Since your association began, he started reusing me while distanced from Ruon Shinya. Really? Cheng Yiling brightened. Truly. In the past, Mr. Dewan only drank coffee made by her. Now, to avoid excessive contact with her, they have even removed the coffee machine. Moreover, everyone knows about your rumor with Mr. Dewan. The entire company has already accepted it implicitly. You're going to be the future mistress of Dewan Corporation. Cheng Yiling smiled brightly again. When, you and I are both children from poor families. We have come step by step to this point today, selling our flesh, sacrificing our dignity, enduring countless injustices that only we know about. No matter what, we must seize Dewan Chijo as the trump card to reverse our fates. Don't worry, as long as you help sister secure the position of president's wife at Dewan Corporation, I assure you'll be well rewarded. When that time comes, all the glories and luxury brands will not be short for you. Thank you, sister. I will certainly help you. After the welfare home charity event was over, Dewan Chijo flew to Sydney on a business trip, with Chu Hang accompanying him. With Dewan Chijo away, Ruon Shinya clearly noticed Xiao Haowen targeting her more frequently. However, she wasn't one to be trifled with. Whenever Xiao Haowen schemed against her, Ruon Shinya countered effectively, never letting Xiao Haowen gain any advantage. Another week soon passed, and on the weekend, Ruon Shinya stayed at home washing and cleaning everything. She checked the weather forecast and knew that it would rain next week, so she had to wash the bedsheets before the rain came. Once she finished hanging up the beddings, Ruan Xinya finally relaxed, sitting on the balcony and calling her mother, Wen Menghan. Her mother had suffered from a severe cold and a fever for several days, but all she got in response every day were "I'm fine" or "nothing serious." Still, Ruan Xinya couldn't put her mind at ease. As expected, when she picked up the phone, Ruan Xinya heard her mother coughing so badly she couldn't even form a complete sentence. "Mom, how serious is it? Did you see a doctor?" "Yes." "What did the doctor say?" "Mild pneumonia." "Do you need an IV drip?" "Yes, Uncle invited a family doctor to administer the drip at home." When Menghan coughed a few times again and then said, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." How could Ruan Xinya not worry? Her mother didn't sound good at all. She immediately decided to visit her mother at the Duan residence. Even though last time she had been threatened by Duan Chizhou and told never to go back to the Duan's place, she had reviewed Duan Chizhou's itinerary and knew his business in Sydney wouldn't conclude until Monday. If Duan Chizhou wasn't in the country, there was no chance she'd meet him at the Duan residence. Alas, her perfect plan failed once again. The moment she entered the courtyard of the Duan residence, she saw Duan Chizhou and Luo Xiaodong, the second young master of Luo Group, playing archery on the lawn. Under the clear skies and green grass, the two men, dressed in white shirts and holding black bows, seemed like dashing young knights from afar. Why had Duan Chizhou returned early? Ruan Xinya immediately lowered the brim of her fisherman's hat and attempted to sneak out through the front gate, but as she retreated just 2 steps, an arrow shot past the air and landed right beside her feet. The arrows were carbon arrows, relatively safe, but Duan Chizhou's eyes were very dangerous. He had spotted her already. That this arrow landed at her feet was not by accident, it was his deliberate doing. "Come here." Duan Chizhou set down his bow and shouted at her. Since she had already been discovered, Ruan Xinya could only force herself to walk towards Duan Chizhou. "Chizhou, who is this?" Luo Xiaodong looked at Ruan Xinya and smiled brightly. Young Master Luo was well known as a playboy in Rongqing City. He had seen countless beauties, yet even he was greatly stunned by Ruan Xinya's appearance. Duan Chizhou didn't reply. Instead, he directly grabbed Ruan Xinya's hand and pulled her into the grove of water fir trees in front of the villa gates. "Mr. Duan, let go." Ruan Xinya struggled along the way but couldn't escape Duan Chizhou's grip. "Who gave you permission to come to the Duan residence?" Duan Chizhou pressed her against a water fir tree, glaring fiercely. "Did you forget what I said last time? Or do you actually hope that I punish you properly at the Duan house? It's not like that. My mom is sick, I just want to check on her. If you think this is inappropriate, then I'll leave now." "Leave? You show up uninvited and think you can just walk away?" With that, Duan Chizhou directly bent down to kiss Ruan Xinya on the lips. He kissed fiercely, as if harboring a lot of accumulated anger, nearly crushing her lips entirely. Ruan Xinya didn't understand why Duan Chizhou had gone berserk. Usually so controlled, his occasional lack of self-control was truly insane. She couldn't resist biting him. Duan Chizhou gasped in pain and stepped back. "Duan Chizhou, enough of your nonsense." Ruan Xinya glared at him. "My mom married into the Duan family, she didn't sell herself here. She's sick, and as her daughter, it's my duty to look after her. What's wrong with me wanting to see her? What's gotten into you?" After saying that, without waiting for Duan Chizhou's reaction, Ruan Xinya turned and left. Chapter 10, She is not my sister. Luo Xiaodong stood in front of the archery target and witnessed the entire episode of Duan Chizhou's frenzied behavior. For a moment, he suspected if there was something wrong with his eyes. That was Duan Chizhou, the man who usually kept women at arm's length. The frequent rumors about him and a female celebrity were one thing, but today, he actually dragged a woman into the water fir forest and forced a kiss on her. What's more, this woman apparently rejected him. How dramatic. Now they had some new drinking gossip for tonight. Duan Chizhou gently touched the fresh wound on his lips and walked towards Luo Xiaodong. Luo immediately ran over to start gossiping. "Chizhou, who was that just now? Don't be nosy." Duan Chizhou cut him off bluntly. "If any word of what you saw today gets out, I'll kill you." TSK. Luo Xiaodong wasn't going to buy that act and continued prying. "Aren't you recently getting close to Cheng Yiling? So how did such a pretty sister show up out of nowhere?" "She is not my sister," Duan Chizhou said harshly. "This sister is not that sister. What I mean is..." Luo Xiaodong suddenly realized something. "Wait, isn't she the stepsister your stepmother brought along?" "Luo Xiaodong, let me tell you again, she is not my sister. Her mother and my father haven't officially registered their marriage. Their relationship has no legal meaning." "Neither do we. So, she really is your stepmother's daughter then? Buddy, are you out of your mind? No matter what, you shouldn't make a move on her, right?" Although Luo Xiaodong himself also played around quite a bit, he never crossed the line with someone so close. "You don't know squat. If you keep talking like this, I'll be upset. We've been inseparable since infancy, fighting over baby bottles at 1 year old, stepping in puddles together at 3 years old, climbing trees to grab bird nests at 6. You can't possibly hide anything from me, right? With that face made for philandering, you've yet to even experience love. The way you were with her just now, haven't you two been together for a while already?" Duan Chizhou remained silent. "I'm asking you something here. If you pretend not to hear, I'll tell everyone what I saw earlier right now." "You wouldn't dare. Are you going to tell me or not?" 2 years. What? You two have been together for 2 years. That means it started even before your father married your stepmom. Luo Xiaodong spoke directly. Then why didn't you marry her before them? Duan Qizhou stayed quiet. Speak up. At this point, what's the point of saying these things? If it doesn't mean anything, why do you keep involving yourself with her? Luo Xiaodong grew even more confused. Recently, aren't you rumored to be seeing the actress Cheng Yiling? What does that even mean? Mind your own business. How can I mind my own business when you're clueless in matters of love? It's my duty as a senior hand to give you pointers. Duan Qizhou snorted coldly. You're full of crap. Who asked you anyway? What about me? At least I've dated so many girlfriends. What about you, have you? Luo Xiaodong propped his chin thoughtfully as he stared at Duan Qizhou, making an analysis. Judging by your demeanor, clearly you still care for that girl earlier. But the recent rumor between you and Cheng Yiling is flying all over without any intervention from PR. I bet it's intentional, right? You're doing it on purpose to make that girl jealous, aren't you? The shadow in Duan Qizhou's eyes deepened slightly as he quickly avoided Luo Xiaodong's gaze. Ho ho, I hit the nail, didn't I? You are truly a beginner in love, using the worst tricks ever. It couldn't be more immature. Luo Xiaodong, that's enough. Don't be arrogant. I, the Grandmaster, am teaching you dating techniques. Lower your pride and take notes. Luo Xiaodong cleared his throat and put on an important air. Women these days prefer tenderness over force. When necessary, spoil her and cajole her. Stop playing the domineering president, seizing, playing hard to get or torturing body and soul, all outdated nonsense. Yunya originally wanted to head straight back, but reconsidered, thinking that since she'd come all this way and unpleasantness had already ensued, she at least had to see her mother. Her mother, Menghan Wang, was hanging on 4 in her room at the moment. Mai, the newly hired nanny, was attending to her side. Mom. Yunya, how did you come? Menghan Wang looked at Yenya with surprise. I came to check on you. I already told you there was nothing serious. Menghan Wang finished speaking and coughed lightly after covering her mouth. Drink some hot water. Yunya poured her mother a glass of water and handed it to her. The madam sure has good fortune, with such a filial daughter. The nanny Mai remarked. Menghan Wang smiled, suddenly remembering something. Oh yes, Yunya, tomorrow is your sister's birthday. I bought her a new dress again. Originally, I intended to bring it to her school tomorrow, but with my current condition, I can't go. You came just in time. Could you help me deliver it to her? Alright, I also have a gift to take to her. After chatting for a while, Menghan Wang felt tired and began yawning continuously. Upon noticing this, Wan Xinya stood up and said she was leaving. Yaya. Yes. Menghan Wang grabbed Wan Xinya's hand and whispered close to her face, when you see your sister, tell her that if she lacks anything, she should call me. Also, try to persuade her to reply to my messages. I understand. Wan Xinya left her mother's room and walked downstairs. By then, Duan Qizhou and his group had already finished the archery session and were sitting in the living room drinking tea. She intended to act as if she hadn't seen them and quickly step out. But Duan Qizhou stood up and blocked her path. Duan Qizhou, what do you want now? She asked in a lowered voice, glancing at Luo Xiaodong during the conversation. Your friend is watching. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of others? I'll send you back, he replied with a solemn expression. Wan Xinya thought she had misheard. Just a few minutes ago, he had an aura as if he wanted to swallow her whole. How had his attitude suddenly changed? This made her quite uncomfortable. No need, I can go back by myself. After finishing her words, Wan Xinya hastily stepped out of the Duan family hall. Duan Qizhou stared at her retreating figure, frowning deeply. Luo Xiaodong saw Duan Qizhou humbled and walked over smilingly, draping his arm on Duan Qizhou's shoulder. Don't worry, brother. Lulling women takes time, you might not see results immediately. But if you're persistent and patient enough, they will be touched sooner or later. Duan Qizhou shook off Luo Xiaodong's hand. Stop filling my ears with those useless tricks. How can they be useless? Just give it a try and you'll know whether it works or not. I won't waste time on this. On Monday, Wan Xinya specially took a half-day leave from work to visit her younger sister Wan Muqing at Longcheng University. After completing her morning tasks, she removed her employee badge, preparing to leave for the day. Secretary Wan. Right before she was about to leave, Chu Hang stopped her. What is it? Mr. Duan requests you to come to his office. Wan Xinya tried hard to restrain herself from rolling her eyes and entered Duan Qizhou's office. She didn't know what this capitalist boss planned to do again. The leave request was signed by him. Did he not see the part about her taking the afternoon off? Mr. Duan, Wan Xinya approached Duan Qizhou's desk. Why are you calling me? Duan Qizhou looked at her. Taking the afternoon off? Yes. Is it for your sister's birthday? How do you know? Those words slipped out of Wan Xinya's mouth inadvertently. Only after speaking did she realize how fast she reacted, revealing her destination. Duan Qizhou heard Menghan Wang and Duan Qiumin discussing this matter yesterday, thus figuring out the reason for Wan Xinya's leave today. I'm heading to the area near Longcheng University anyway for something. Let me drop you off. There's no need, I can take a taxi. Ignoring her rejection, Duan Qizhou stood up, picked up his coat from the rack and said to her, let's go. Mr. Duan, there's really no need. I was wrong. Duan Qizhou abruptly interrupted her. You. What did you say? Wan Xinya was stunned. I was wrong. Regarding what happened yesterday, it was my fault. I apologize. Duan Qizhou forced himself to finish saying these words, looking extremely unnatural. Wan Xinya also became very uneasy after hearing his apology. Who would have thought that in her lifetime, she could hear President Duan softening towards her like this? Had his brain short-circuited somewhere? Perhaps some neurons got crossed. Mr. Duan, are you feeling unwell? Ruan Xinya looked seriously at him. If so, I can call a doctor for you. Duan Chizhou. What a lousy idea Luo Xiaodong gave him. He knew this approach wouldn't work, but now there was no turning back. Don't waste any more time. I'll drive you. Duan Chizhou acted as if he had some urgent matters to attend to. Ruan Xinya found this man very peculiar, but she didn't refuse further. It would take at least an hour by taxi from here to Longcheng University. If he wants to be her free chauffeur, let him be. The two of them went down the building together in the elevator. Mr. Duan, what business do you have around Longcheng University? Ruan Xinya asked. Personal matters. She responded with an O, wanting to inquire further when the elevator reached the underground parking lot. When exiting the cabin, Duan Chizhou politely held the elevator door open for her to walk out first. Having worked as Duan Chizhou's secretary for 2 years, Ruan Xinya had always trailed behind him obediently, never enjoying such preferential treatment of being escorted through the door. Mr. Duan, what's wrong with you? Hurry up. All right. Ruan Xinya dared not delay further and quickly stepped out of the cabin. To her surprise, Duan Chizhou once again arrived earlier than her beside the car, pulling open the door for her. Mr. Duan, get in the car. Xinya Ruan cautiously got into the car, always feeling that she might be sold to a remote forest by Chizhou Duan in the next moment. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Duan Chizhou really dropped her off at Longcheng University. The car stopped right at the school gate and Xinya Ruan couldn't wait to get out of the car. Mr. Duan, thank you for driving me here. See you. Hold on, Duan Chizhou glanced at his watch and said to Xinya Ruan, call me when you're done here, I'll drive you back along the way. No need. Don't waste time, I'm waiting for your call. After saying this, Duan Chizhou turned his car around and drove away. Xinya Ruan found today's Duan Chizhou rather unfamiliar. Nevertheless, this kind of Duan Chizhou was much cuter than the one who lost his temper yesterday, but she didn't know how long he could keep like this. If they could always coexist harmoniously as today, then it would be an honorable ending. When Xinya Ruan arrived at Longcheng University, she did not rush to go in but went to a nearby cake shop first and bought a strawberry cake. Moqing Ruan has liked strawberries since childhood, including all things with a strawberry flavor. After buying the cake, Xinya Ruan called her sister. Hey, sis. Where are you? I've come to your school. Why have you come? Moqing Ruan sounded surprised. To celebrate your birthday. Wow, you've come just in time. My roommates are treating me to a big birthday dinner today. We're now at the Cypher restaurant across from the school. Sis, come over quickly. All right. Xinya Ruan went to the Cypher restaurant with the cake and gifts. Moqing Ruan and her roommates were chatting in a private room when Xinya Ruan came in. She handed the gift from Mother Menghan Wang and her own gift to Moqing Ruan. Wow, Xiao Qing, is what your mom bought Mayu? My goodness, what kind of family spends 880,000 yuan on a dress? Ruan Moqing, you always eat sparingly and work 2 part-time jobs. We thought you were Cinderella. Turns out you're just a wealthy young lady experiencing life. The few roommates gathered around the Mayu dress, teasing Moqing Ruan. Moqing Ruan flashed a hint of embarrassment. It's fake, A-grade counterfeit. Moqing Ruan walked over, closed the gift box, put it aside. My mom is just a nurse aide. Her annual salary isn't even 880,000 yuan. Where does she get so much money to buy such expensive dresses? She doesn't even know what Mayu is. She probably thought the dress was pretty while browsing Taobao and bought it casually. But the price tag says 880,000. The seller must have randomly set the price. Don't you remember last time we went to the trash street? We got an outerwear for 35 yuan that had a price tag of 580. Oh yeah, makes sense. The few roommates hadn't seen real Mayu before. After hearing Moqing Ruan's explanation, they instantly felt that the style of this dress looked somewhat old-fashioned. They would have second thoughts about buying it for $88. Sis gift is more practical. I like sis gift. Moqing Ruan said. Xinya Ruan gave Moqing Ruan a bottle of Jo Malone perfume, Bluebell, a fresh and artistic fragrance that suited this literary youth very well. Hope you like it. Xinya Ruan sat with Moqing Ruan and her friends for a while. The topics current university students discussed were many things she hadn't even heard of. The generation gap due to age was too apparent. She made up an excuse to use the restroom, quietly settled the bill, and then told Moqing Ruan that she had to leave. Sis, let me walk you downstairs. Moqing Ruan told her roommates, held onto Xinya Ruan's arm, and walked down the stairs. Xiao Qing, go back. Enjoy yourself with your roommates, I've already paid the bill. Thank you sis. No problem, then I'll go. Sis, wait. Moqing Ruan pulled Xinya Ruan's hand again. What's wrong? That Mayu, I don't want it. I will send it to your company tomorrow, please help return it. Moqing Ruan's expression was unpleasant. Xiao Qing, this is Mom's sincerity, her birthday gift for you. If you return it to her, she will be heartbroken. I don't want it. I don't have the destiny of a princess, I can't wear such expensive clothes. You also convey this to her, there's no way she could buy me with these items. I will never associate with her superficial heart. Mom isn't the person you described her to be. I wish she wasn't, but she is. Xiao Qing. Sis, go back. I'll visit you during my vacation. Moqing Ruan didn't want to continue this topic, waved to Shinya Won, turned around, and returned to the private room. Shinya Won looked at her sister's figure and sighed deeply. She couldn't understand why people didn't understand Menghan Wang's decision to remarry, but why even her younger sister Moqing Won disliked and misunderstood her mother so much. Chapter 11, Ex-Boyfriend. Ruan Shinya was just about to leave the Zisifeng restaurant when she suddenly heard someone calling her name at the front desk. Ruan Shinya. Upon hearing her name, Ruan Shinya turned around and saw two people she did not wish to see. These two were Cheng Zifei and Qi 1111, her ex-boyfriend who cheated on her and her university roommate who betrayed her. Zisifeng, so this little restaurant was actually started by these two. Is that really you? Qi 1111's face lit up with a bright smile, showing no trace of embarrassment or shame. Well, if she had any sense of shame, she wouldn't have stolen someone else's boyfriend back in the day. It's been a long time, said Ruan Shinya as she smiled gracefully toward the two. Yes, it truly has been a long time, Yaya, Qi 1111 said, clinging to Cheng Zishuan as she walked over to Ruan Shinya. After graduation, I've tried to contact you so many times. Why did you block me? Ruan Shinya thought to herself, why do you even ask when you know exactly why I blocked you? Because I felt there was no need to stay in touch, she said aloud. How could there be no need to stay in touch? I've always wanted to find you to say sorry and thank you. Qi 1111 tightened her grip on Cheng Zishuan's arm. Yaya, I'm sorry for taking Zishuan from you back then. It was because I really liked him too much, and couldn't help but cheat on you behind your back. And thank you, for letting go of Zishuan without continuing to cling to him, which gave us the happiness we have now. Oh, by the way, we've already gotten our marriage certificate. This restaurant is actually a wedding gift from Zishuan's father to us. Now, we don't even need to work, we are already the boss and madam. Qi 1111's words were steeped in arrogance. Ruan Shinya was nearly sick to her stomach, but she refused to let herself lose composure. She knew Qi 1111 was intentionally challenging her. This woman was still as selfish as ever, never considering others' feelings. The trash I discarded, and you're willing to take, I should be the one thanking you. Ruan Shinya glanced past Qi 1111 to Cheng Zishuan. However, I didn't expect this time Cheng Zishuan to be somewhat loyal. You two are still together and got married. Who are you calling garbage? Cheng Zishuan finally spoke up angrily after staying silent. His glare was fierce as he stared at Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya, stop pretending like you're standing high above morality. Think about it, why did I end up with someone else back then? Isn't it because you acted all holy and wouldn't let me touch you? Which man would endure such an unfulfilled relationship like mine? Shouldn't the first step in any normal relationship be mutual understanding? All you ever thought about were those things in bed. Are you some kind of animal? Ruan Shinya, stop calling people garbage and animals. Qi 1111 stepped in front of Cheng Zishuan protectively. You're just trying to belittle him because you can't have him. Ruan Shinya smiled faintly and patted Qi 1111's shoulder. 1111, understand this, you cannot change a dog's habit of eating feces. If Cheng Zishuan was capable of cheating on me secretly back then, he'll do the same to you in the future. Poor you, you'll have to manage this restaurant while also watching out for mistresses number 3 and 4. Ruan Shinya, who are you calling feces? Qi 1111 exploded with rage. Whoever willingly lets Cheng Zishuan, that stray dog, eat them, well, they must be feces. Ruan Shinya. Qi 1111 raised her hand, ready to strike Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya didn't move, instead, she leaned her face closer to Qi 1111's hand. Are you going to hit me? Is the boss lady really going to assault someone in her own restaurant? Go ahead, hit me. I don't mind calling the police to give your failing restaurant some publicity, especially since aside from a few tables filled with students, you don't seem to have any business. You. Cheng Zishuan pulled Qi 1111 back. Alright, darling, don't waste your breath arguing with her. This woman is just jealous of us. No one wants her anymore, so she acts like a crazy dog biting everyone. Upon hearing this, Qi 1111 immediately grinned widely. My husband is right. She's just bitter because she's single, a holy maiden turned leftover woman, unable to stand seeing anyone happy. Ding. The door to the restaurant opened. A man dressed in a deep blue suit walked in. The tailored cut of his suit and the cufflinks on his sleeves clearly indicated the considerable value of his attire. Not only was he impeccably dressed, but he was also incredibly handsome. In this age where appearances are everything, his good looks elevated the entire vibe of his clothing. He was Duan Chizhou. Ruan Shinya paused, surprised. What was Duan Chizhou doing here? Their conversation was interrupted by Duan Chizhou's arrival. Qi 1111, noticing the new customer, was about to greet him with a welcome, but then she saw Ruan Shinya suddenly walk over to the elegant man and casually wrap her arm around his. Aren't you supposed to take a taxi home? Why are you still here picking me up? Asked Ruan Shinya, admitting to herself that it was a momentary emotional reaction, born from her unwillingness to show weakness in front of this despicable couple. But when she looked up and met Duan Chizhou's dangerous gaze, she suddenly realized that before she had even resolved her current predicament, her impulsive actions had pushed her into another mess. Duan Chizhou was a far more difficult person to deal with than that despicable couple. She regretted her decision and instinctively tried to step back, but was immediately pulled back into his embrace by Duan Chizhou. As an intelligent elite like Duan Chizhou, he couldn't have misunderstood the situation involving these three individuals. Especially considering Ruan Shinya usually avoided him as if there were no tomorrow, yet today she had initiated physical contact with him. This surely implied some hidden ulterior motive. Because I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone, he said while placing an arm around Ruan Xinya's waist, affectionately smoothing her bangs. He then turned his gaze towards Qi 1111 and Cheng Zixuan on the other side and asked, "Did you meet an acquaintance?" Ruan Xinya shook her head. "I don't know them, not everyone deserves to be my friend." It was rare for Duan Qizhou to see her so spiky, so he took an extra glance at the two opposite them. Then, he recognized the man standing before him. 2 years ago, when Ruan Xinya drunkenly barged into his room and they ended up in a relationship. The next morning, upon waking up, he saw Ruan Xinya sitting on the edge of the bed, hugging a blanket, quietly shedding tears over a group photo on her phone. This man was the one in the picture. So, it turned out that she'd run into her ex-boyfriend. No wonder she had acted so prickly all of a sudden. But why was she behaving this way? Could it still be that she held lingering feelings for him? Unknowingly, Duan Qizhou hugged her tighter. "If they are insignificant to you, let's leave." Saying that, he guided her out of the restaurant. Duan Qizhou's Rolls-Royce was parked right outside the restaurant. As soon as the door opened, Qi 1111 and Cheng Zixuan spotted it. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy. That was a Rolls-Royce. Just this car alone would suffice for the value of several of their restaurants. And someone capable of driving such an extravagant car must definitely be extraordinarily wealthy. How could Ruan Xinya be so lucky to connect with such a top-tier billionaire? Ruan Xinya walked to the other side of the car, making sure that Cheng Zixuan and Qi 1111 certainly couldn't see them anymore. Immediately, she pushed Duan Qizhou away, keeping her distance from him. "You use me and throw me away?" Duan Qizhou's expression darkened. "Not exactly, Mr. Duan, I am worried about being inappropriate with you." Ex-boyfriend? For Ruan Xinya to acknowledge Cheng Zixuan, such a disreputable man, as her ex-boyfriend was an immense humiliation. But reflecting further, who in their youth hadn't fallen for a few scoundrels? Yes. Do you still have feelings for him? How can I? Even if I fell for a stray dog on the road, I wouldn't fancy him again. Ruan Xinya spoke firmly. "If you no longer like him, why did you drag me into acting? That woman was my roommate during university. Back then, my ex cheated on me with my own roommate. They flaunted their affair under my nose, treating me like a fool. And now, seeing them after 2 years, they were still showing off their love in front of me. Could I not be upset?" Speaking, Ruan Xinya rolled her eyes in the direction of the restaurant. Duan Qizhou smiled. "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all." "Then why are you smiling?" "Just a little something." Ruan Xinya snorted lightly. "You must be laughing at how dumb I am." "You're not dumb, it's him who's dumb." Duan Qizhou calmly looked at Ruan Xinya, saying, "Missing you was his mistake." A warmth stirred within Ruan Xinya's heart. Although Duan Qizhou appeared cold-faced, he truly excelled at comforting others. "Get in the car, I'll take you home," Duan Qizhou said. Actually, Ruan Xinya didn't want to bother Duan Qizhou any further by asking for a ride. However, realizing that Cheng Zixuan and Qi 1111 might possibly still be watching her from a corner through the window, she bit the bullet and climbed into the car. After starting the car, Duan Qizhou didn't return via the same route. At first, Ruan Xinya wasn't paying attention, but after passing through 3 intersections and realizing that the car wasn't heading toward her street, she finally became alert. "Mr. Duan, aren't you supposed to send me home? This is not the way to my place. Where are you taking me?" "To eat something first," said Duan Qizhou. "I'm not hungry." Immediately after Ruan Xinya said this, her stomach betrayed her by growling loudly. She was actually quite famished. Earlier at the restaurant, she had been engrossed in talking with her sister Ruan Muchen, neglecting to eat much. She also only got a small piece of her sister's birthday cake. Hearing her stomach's protest, Duan Qizhou curled his lips slightly but didn't call her out. "I'm hungry," he claimed. Duan Qizhou had already set the stage for her, and naturally, Ruan Xinya wouldn't pass up this opportunity. The two arrived at the Windsor building, the restaurant located on the 36th floor. As the elevator ascended, the glass cabin offered views of the stunning starry night sky, showcasing the entire nighttime scene of Rongqing City. Ruan Xinya was used to eating takeout regularly. Only when accompanying Duan Qizhou on business trips or attending dinners did she get the chance to dine in places as classy as this. This was the first time that she and he had a meal together for personal reasons, setting aside work. The restaurant lived up to Ruan Xinya's expectations of luxury. Every diner was elegantly dressed. She somewhat regretted not putting on lipstick before coming up. Duan Qizhou was the VVIP here and could go to the private dining room without making a reservation. Just as they passed through a tranquil corridor, they were met by a group of fashionably dressed female college students. They appeared close in age to Ruan Muchen but exuded an aura of affluent heiresses with every move. Ruan Xinya immediately recognized the girl at the front as Duan Yuanxi, Duan Qizhou's sister. Duan Yuanxi was chatting with the short-haired girl beside her and hadn't noticed Duan Qizhou or Ruan Xinya. Seizing this chance, Ruan Xinya quickly turned into the restroom nearby. She didn't want Duan Yuanxi to see her with Duan Qizhou. Even though it was a weekday, as his secretary, there were countless plausible reasons for Ruan Xinya's appearance with Duan Qizhou here. Still, the moment she saw Duan Yuanxi, she instinctively felt guilty and wanted to hide. Big brother. No sooner had Ruan Xinya stepped away than Duan Yuanxi spotted Duan Qizhou. She immediately turned to her group of friends and said, "You've always been clamoring to meet my big brother in person, right? Tardier, today's your day to meet the real deal." Duan Yuanxi's tone oozed unabashed pride, but her bragging didn't annoy her friends at all. After all, who wouldn't boast about having a brother like Duan Qizhou? These girls were classmates within the same social circle as Duan Yuanxi. Occasionally, they would joke about wanting to flirt with Du and Chijo or even call themselves her sister-in-law, but upon seeing him in person, none dared to approach him, let alone greet him. They could only secretly sneak glances under the pretense of casualness. Du and Chijo's striking appearance far exceeded any boy they had ever encountered on their university campus. His demeanor radiated a maturity polished over years. In his handsome features lay unmistakable grace, nobility, and an air of supreme self-assurance. Seeing her friends hesitate to approach her brother, Du and Yuanxi ran over herself, lifting her skirt. Big brother, who did you come here to dine with? I just now seemed to catch a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. Du and Yuanxi spoke while looking towards the direction of the restroom. Must I report to you about whom I'm dining with? Hehe, it's not that I mean anything by it, I'm just curious if you came with Cheng Yiling. My friends and I are all fans of the TV series Autumn Heart that Cheng Yiling starred in. One of my roommates is her diehard fan. If you're here with Cheng Yiling, can I take a selfie with her? No. Incredible. How stingy you are. You two already have rumors flying everywhere, bringing her home is inevitable. So what's the harm in letting me meet her early? It won't hurt either one of you. Du and Yuanxi sounded slightly discontent, partly because her brother seemed so protective of Cheng Yiling, making her feel unimportant, and partly because she wouldn't be able to secure a photo with Cheng Yiling and lose face in front of her friends. Have you eaten yet? Du and Chijo changed the subject. We have, we're just heading out shopping and getting manicures. Du and Chijo took out a black card and handed it to Du and Yuanxi. Go ahead, have fun with your friends. Wow. Thanks big brother. Du and Yuanxi brightened at the unexpected pocket money, instantly no longer fussing about meeting Cheng Yiling. Girls, let's go shopping. Big brother's treating us today. Pick whatever branded bags or jewelry you want. Unlimited spending. All the girls were ecstatic, thanked Du and Chijo from afar, and arm in arm entered the elevator. Ruan Xinya had been hiding in the restroom the whole time. After hearing the voices fade outside and waiting a little more, she finally dared to step out. Du and Yuanxi and her group had already left. She sighed in relief and prepared to head to the private room when she looked up and found Du and Chijo leaning against the wall of the corridor, staring blankly at her. Mr. Duan, is having dinner with me such a shameful thing? Chapter 12, do you want me to stay? Tension brewed in Du and Chijo's eyes like an impending storm. Ruan Xinya felt a creeping uneasiness at his intense gaze. Mr. Duan, I don't feel like I have anything to hide. I just don't want unnecessary misunderstandings. And besides, I imagine Miss Duan wouldn't want to see me here either. It's better not to stir up trouble. Du and Yuanxi had always disliked her, and if she had seen her earlier, Ruan Xinya knew she would not have escaped without enduring some cutting sarcasm. She did not want to face any direct confrontation with her. Du and Chijo said nothing, but Ruan Xinya could sense that he had lost the enthusiasm he'd come with. The restaurant was opulent and full of charm, but the meal they shared lacked flavor and enjoyment. After dinner, Du and Chijo drove Ruan Xinya back. The entire journey home was spent in silence between them. When the car arrived at her apartment complex, Ruan Xinya thanked him briefly before hurriedly exiting and rushing upstairs without looking back at Du and Chijo even once. Once home, she set down her bag, took off her coat, and tiptoed to the window to check if Du and Chijo's car was still there. His car had already disappeared. He had gone. Ruan Xinya stood by the window, quietly reflecting on everything that happened today. Today, it was truly all thanks to Du and Chijo. If it weren't for him, she would certainly have wasted much mental energy upon encountering Cheng Zishuan and Qi 1111 again. Her phone vibrated inside her pocket. It was a message from her younger sister, Ruan Muqing, asking if she had arrived home safely. As Ruan Xinya prepared to reply, she suddenly heard a faint thud coming from the wardrobe. How could there be a sound coming from inside the wardrobe? Her heart tightened instantly, a premonition flashing through her mind. Could there be an intruder in the house? No, that should be impossible. This morning, when she left the house, both doors and windows were locked. There were no signs of damage or forced entry when she returned. So how did the thief get in? She consoled herself, thinking it might have been only clothes falling off the hanger. Ruan Xinya circled around the bed, intending to open the wardrobe to inspect. However, just as she approached the wardrobe, she stopped abruptly because she smelled something unfamiliar, an acrid stench, akin to someone who hadn't bathed for several days. It seemed as if someone had indeed broken into her home. Moreover, this person might now be watching her closely through the crack of the wardrobe door. The moment she made a wrong move, they could pounce on her. Maintaining a facade of calmness, Ruan Xinya pretended not to notice anything amiss and turned to walk out. As she walked, she quickly dialed Du and Chijo's number. He had just left and must not be far away yet. In case the person in the wardrobe made a move right now, contacting Du and Chijo for help would surely be quicker than calling the police. Unfortunately, before the call could connect, the person hiding in the wardrobe caught onto her intention and burst out, shoving the wardrobe door wide open. Ruan Xinya ran toward the door, attempting to escape outside, but was yanked back by the man who grabbed her ponytail, dragging her into the living room, where she fell to the floor. Miss Ruan, why are you trying to leave? I've been waiting for you for so long. Looking up, Ruan Xinya identified the man clearly. It was Fei Xinyaro, her neighbor from the floor below. Mr. Fei, what are you doing in my home? I've told you, I've been waiting for you. Fei Xinyaro wore a dirty overcoat, exposing his legs, with big slippers on his feet. Judging by appearances, it seemed he wasn't wearing anything beneath the coat. At the thought of him having stayed hidden in her wardrobe, Ruan Xinya felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Please leave immediately. This is my house. Your presence constitutes unlawful trespassing. I will call the police. Despite Ruan Xinya's firm attitude, Fei Xinyao showed no fear. Squatting down, he looked directly into her eyes. Miss Ruan, don't be angry. I mean you no harm. I just really like you. I've liked you for a long time. Ever since you moved into this neighborhood, I've been harboring secret feelings for you. You're incredibly beautiful, like a fairy. Fei Xinyao revealed a dazed smile. I still remember the Mid-Autumn Festival 2 years ago, when you saw me and smiled. That was the first time a woman had ever smiled at me. At that moment, I decided I must seize the opportunity to confess my feelings to you. Perhaps, maybe you feel the same way about me. Ruan Xinya was covered in goosebumps. Although Fei Xinyao seemed normal at first, it was now evident that there was likely something wrong with his mental state. I do not have feelings for you. I'm married, and you've met my husband. He'll be home very soon. Please leave immediately. No, don't try to fool me. That man isn't your husband. I've been observing you for a long time. You're always alone, traveling solo by subway to and from work. The man who claimed to be your husband last time hasn't stayed overnight here. Excitedly, Fei Xinyao clamped Ruan Xinya's chin with his fingers. Miss Ruan, you belong to me. No other man can touch you. Since falling in love with you, I haven't gone after other women. I've been faithful and loyal to you, guarding myself for you. And you must be entirely mine, clean and pure. Having said that, he bent down to close the distance and attempted to kiss her face. Get away from me. Xinya Ruan was overwhelmed with nausea as she smelled the odor emanating from him. She forcefully shoved Fei Xinyao away and scrambled to her feet, rushing towards the door in an attempt to get out. Unfortunately, she was unsuccessful again and was dragged back forcefully by Fei Xinyao. Miss Ruan, why do you run away when I like you so much? The look on Fei Xinyao's face gradually turned sinister as he grabbed her neck with his hand. Do you despise me? Is that it? Ruan momentarily struggled for breath. The memories of being choked by her father during her youth came flooding back at this moment. She was terrified, wanting to scream for help but couldn't produce a sound. At this point, even more disgusting actions followed. Fei Xinyao started unbuttoning his windbreaker right before her eyes. Just as Ruan had expected, there was nothing beneath the coat. Miss Ruan, would you consider sleeping with me? Come on, let me spoil you. He lunged at her, but Ruan managed to dodge. Psycho. Stay away from me. Ruan grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Fei Xinyao, who failed to dodge. Taking advantage of the moment while he was groaning in pain on the floor, she made a dash for the door. The door had an internal anti-theft lock, her trembling hands couldn't unlatch the catch in time, and Fei Xinyao attacked her again. Miss Ruan, stop running. You have to accompany me tonight. Once again, Ruan was caught by Fei Xinyao. The physical strength disparity between a man and a woman was too significant. Within seconds, she was pinned to the ground and unable to escape. Just as she thought she couldn't escape from his clutches this time, there was a thunderous crash, and the front door burst open. Let go of her. It was Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou rushed inside and delivered a powerful kick to Fei Xinyao's shoulder. Once Fei Xinyao fell, Duan Chizhou immediately pulled Ruan up and shielded her behind him. Ruan's legs were weak, and she tightly gripped onto Duan Chizhou's arm, which was her only support at that moment. Are you okay? Duan Chizhou glanced sideways at her. Other than her hair being somewhat disheveled, Ruan's clothes remained intact, showing no immediate signs of injury. I'm fine, she said. It's good that you're all right. Go outside first. Duan Chizhou pushed Ruan Xinya outside and gave her an instruction. Don't come back in if you hear any sounds. Before Ruan could react fully, Duan Chizhou had already returned to the living room and shut the door. Punches against flesh and Fei Xinyao's cries of agony and pleading soon echoed from inside the room. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me go. Let me go. Please, please spare me. Fei Xinyao's voice gradually weakened. Afraid that Duan Chizhou might harm him fatally, Ruan wanted to go in and stop Duan Chizhou. As she pushed the door, Duan Chizhou appeared just then, dressed neatly in his white shirt and blazer, looking composed, with no traces indicating he had just been in a fight. What happened to him? Ruan glanced through the slightly opened door. Fei Xinyao, clutching his dirty overcoat, sat curled up on the floor with a bruised nose and swollen face. Don't worry about him. The police will be here soon, Duan Chizhou said. You've already called the police. Millimeter. When Duan Chizhou received Ruan Xinya's call, he was waiting for the red light at a traffic intersection outside her apartment complex. Hearing something unusual happening between Ruan Xinya and another man, he immediately realized she was in danger and used another phone in the car to call the police. Then, he sped up to return to Ruan Xinya's apartment block and rushed upstairs to rescue her. Throughout this entire process, he didn't hang up the phone. My phone, I don't know where it went. During the struggle when Ruan Xinya was grabbed by her hair, her phone fell to the floor, and amid all the chaos that followed, she completely lost track of it. She had no idea that Duan Chizhou had answered her call. Duan Chizhou pulled her phone out of his pocket and handed it to her. I found it under the coffee table earlier. Thank you. Ruan took her phone. In fact, even after she was saved, their phones were still in a call connection state. Her nose tingled with emotion. She couldn't bear to imagine what might have happened if Duan Chizhou hadn't arrived on time. Thank you. She choked on tears saying her gratitude again. Duan Chizhou looked at her silently, and suddenly reached out, pulling her into his arms. She wasn't sure if it was just a hallucination, but she thought she sensed a flicker of unease from Duan Chizhou. No, that couldn't be. This was Duan Chijo, the person who could remain calm even when a mountain collapsed before him. How could he possibly be uneasy? Ruan quietly rested in Duan Chijo's embrace, letting his familiar, clean scent soothe her nerves. If it were any other time, she might have pushed him away long ago. But in this moment, she didn't want to. Let her fall into despair, even if it's just for a moment. The police arrived soon. It turned out that Fei Xinyaro was a repeat offender. He had already harassed other female residents in the same neighborhood multiple times. However, he was only detained for a few days each time before being released. The entire neighborhood knew about Fei Xinyao's misdeeds, but Ruan Xinya worked early mornings and late nights, rarely conversing with the neighbors on weekends, so she had no idea until now. Miss Ruan, rest assured. This time, we will surely punish Fei Xinyaro severely, the female officer who came to handle the matter reassured Ruan Xinya. Thank you. You're welcome. It's our duty, the policewoman said, then turned toward Duan Chijo. Sir, your girlfriend went through such a terrifying ordeal today. You should keep her company well and don't leave her alone. If she needs psychological counseling, you can contact us. Ruan Xinya was about to explain that she wasn't Duan Chijo's girlfriend, when she saw him nodding and saying to the policewoman, thank you, trouble you. The police took Fei Xinyaro away, and the curious neighbors also returned to their homes. Ruan Xinya looked at the combat traces all over the living room and picked up the mop intending to clean up. At this point, Duan Chijo walked over and snatched the mop from her hands. Don't waste your effort, let's move. I'll find you a house with better security, Duan Chijo said. No need. The person is gone now, it's safe here. Just give me the keys, and I'll send someone over to clean up. No. Before Ruan Xinya finished rejecting, the keys placed on the shoe rack by the door were already grabbed by Duan Chijo. Let's go, he said. Where? To book a hotel room for you. Mr. Duan, what are you talking about? Booking which room? Ruan Xinya immediately regretted not pushing him away earlier when he embraced her, and now he seemed to take advantage of the situation, suggesting they go book a room together. What weird thoughts have crept into your mind? Duan Chijo tapped her forehead lightly. My meaning is that you should stay at the hotel for one night first, then come back after everything is cleaned up here. Ruan Xinya thought for a moment and found this suggestion reasonable. No one knows exactly when Fei Xinyaro sneaked into her home or what disgusting things he did there beyond hiding in her wardrobe. She still felt physically uncomfortable thinking about the smell emanating from the wardrobe. The idea of sleeping in front of that wardrobe tonight would undoubtedly make her sleepless. Ruan Xinya simply packed some luggage and followed Duan Chijo downstairs. Duan Chijo had already arranged the hotel, located 5 kilometers away from the apartment complex. It was the best hotel in the area. Mr. Duan, thank you for troubling you all day today. Give me the keycard, I'll go upstairs myself, Ruan Xinya told Duan Chijo once they reached the hotel. However, Duan Chijo acted as though he didn't hear her, directly picking up her luggage and heading upstairs. After arranging her belongings, he showed no intention of leaving. Go take a shower, he said. Ruan Xinya remained rooted to the spot, cautiously asking him, Mr. Duan, you're not planning to stay overnight here too, are you? Do you want me to stay? Duan Chijo looked at her. Ruan Xinya gazed into his dark eyes and her heart unexpectedly stirred. Today had been a roller coaster. First, encountering her trash ex-boyfriend, then facing a pervert. She was still shaken and uneasy. Saying that she didn't need any company was certainly false. But this couldn't be him. I'm fine. I can do it alone. Ruan Xinya forced a smile. The hotel is very safe. I'm not scared. Duan Chijo remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern whether her words were true or not. I'm really okay, Ruan Xinya emphasized. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave. Chapter 13, Nightmare. Duan Chijo sat down directly on the sofa. Ruan Xinya didn't bother to ask him to leave. After all the trouble, she was already exhausted and just wanted to take a quick shower and sleep. She took her pajamas and went into the bathroom. After washing up and blow-drying her hair, she applied water and milk simply for skincare. When she came out, she saw Duan Chijo standing by the floor-to-ceiling window making a call. He had taken off his jacket and slightly loosened his tie, adding a touch of casualness to his warm, elegant, and noble demeanor. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was colder than the night outside the window. Find someone to take good care of him inside. Let him learn a lesson so that after he gets out, he'll avoid women. Ruan Xinya immediately knew he was referring to Fei Xinyaro. A sex fiend like Fei Xinyaro would certainly not learn his lesson if he were simply detained in jail for some time. It was highly likely that he would reoffend after getting out. The best solution for such people is castration. Ruan Xinya's reflection was cast on the floor-to-ceiling window, and Duan Chijo glanced over and ended the call before turning around. I'm going to sleep. You should go back, she said. Duan Chijo looked at her. Her pale face had a hint of pink from the steamy heat. Her long curly hair, half dry, cascaded down her swan neck. Below the spaghetti straps of her pajamas, her sexy neck hollow and beautiful collarbone were visible. This is the set of pajamas. Duan Chijo suddenly said. Ruan Xinya hadn't caught on until he approached her, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Only then did she realize what he meant. That's right, she remembered. These were the same spaghetti strap pajamas she wore while filming a video review for Shinshiyu as a buyer showcase. How could he still remember just from seeing a few seconds of the video? Ruan Xinya's face heated up rapidly. You can leave now, she dismissed him coldly. Duan Chijo curled his lips, repaying her rudeness with praise. You look better in person than in the video. Ruan Xinya ignored him, quickly pulling back the blanket and lying down on the bed, closing her eyes pretending to sleep. The room fell silent soon afterward. After a while, the lights were turned off, and Won Shinya heard soft footsteps and the sound of a door opening and closing. Doon Chijo left. She rolled over, hugged the quilt, and drifted off to sleep. This sleep was extremely restless. She had many nightmares, incomplete dreams like a puzzle scattered in disorder, flashing unsettling images from time to time. In the end, they pieced together scenes of Fei Shinyaro and her father taking turns choking her. Fear engulfed her like a surging tide. Won Shinya bolted upright from her bed, her hands supporting her neck, trembling uncontrollably. What happened? A tall shadow rose from the sofa. Won Shinya hadn't expected anyone to be in the room and let out another startled cry. Who's there? She reached down and tapped the bedside lamp. When the light illuminated, she realized it was Doon Chijo. He didn't leave. Didn't you leave already? Won Shinya asked. I just went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he left, he casually picked up the room card from the table. By the time he came back after smoking downstairs, she was already asleep. You slept on the sofa? I nodded off for a bit. Won Shinya couldn't imagine the prestigious bigshot actually sleeping on the sofa. This was a man who was very particular about hotels during business trips. Why didn't you leave? I predicted you might have nightmares. Won Shinya laughed. Mr. Doon can predict the future too? It's not predicting the future, it's knowing how small your courage is. Doon Chijo walked to the side of Won Shinya's bed and looked closer at her. Although she was smiling, her face was deathly pale, and her forehead was dotted with beads of sweat. What nightmare was so terrifying? It's nothing. To be honest, seeing him made her fear diminish significantly. Shinya. Doon Chijo sat on the edge of her bed. If you're scared, say so. Sometimes, you don't need to be so strong. Won Shinya felt somewhat touched. From childhood to adulthood, even her mother Wang Menghan never said such things to her. Wang Menghan always told her, you are the elder sister, you need to be strong, don't cry easily, don't say you're afraid, there aren't many people who will support you. This sentence almost defined her entire childhood and adolescence, ingrained deep into her bones. As a result, when she grew up, she got used to carrying everything alone, showing no signs of weakness no matter how scared she was, swallowing her whenever she encountered injustice. I am a little scared. Perhaps it was the tender warmth in Doon Chijo's eyes under the dim yellow light that led Won Shinya to reveal her true feelings. Are you scared of Fei Shinyao? Yes, and also my dad. Her abusive father, once upon a time, was the lifelong nightmare of Won Shinya. Doon Chijo knew that Won Shinya's father was currently serving time in Rongqing prison for domestic violence. 2 months ago, when his father Doon Chioming proposed marrying Wang Menghan, he had sent someone to investigate her family background. However, he never imagined that the casual mention in the investigation file would become Won Shinya's inescapable nightmare. Afraid of this and that, Secretary Won really has a tiny heart. Doon Chijo looked at her. Are you afraid of me too? Won Shinya silently looked at Doon Chijo. You're my boss, isn't it normal to be afraid of you? Then be afraid of me. He looked into her eyes. Remember what I'm doing now, so even if you dream about me later, you'll know it's just me. After saying this, Doon Chijo suddenly leaned forward, grabbed Won Shinya's nape, and kissed her. There was a faint trace of tobacco flavor on his lips. The moment Won Shinya parted her lips, his tongue forcefully swept in. Her breath and voice were stolen, leaving only his panting in her ears. The atmosphere grew intimate. As someone who once had a close relationship with him, Won Shinya could distinctly feel the desire rising in Doon Chijo's kiss. Don't. She pushed Doon Chijo away, breathing hard to calm her racing heart. Doon Chijo, we can't. Doon Chijo cut her off and said her lines for her. Right. Only because you think we can't. Doon Chijo's dark and shiny eyes stared deeply at her. I think nothing is impossible. Won Shinya lowered her head. She was already confused enough today, and Doon Chijo's move added fuel to the fire. However, his purpose was achieved. She indeed feared him more, because she could clearly feel the budding lust she felt for him. This was how dangerous it was. You should leave, Won Shinya said. You've already successfully become my nightmare. After Doon Chijo left, Won Shinya couldn't fall back asleep. She lay in bed, eyes wide open until dawn. As soon as the sky brightened, she got up as usual, washed, applied makeup, and prepared to go to work. However, she was a little nervous going to work today because she didn't know how she should face Doon Chijo. After her mother Wang Menghan married Doon Chijo's father Doon Chioming, she had finally put her feelings aside. But last night, she lost control again and started feeling attracted to Doon Chijo once more. This was a sign of the train derailing, and with the slightest mistake, there might be an end to both her and him. She absolutely couldn't allow this to happen again. Just as Won Shinya arrived at the company, she was informed that Doon Chijo would fly to Sydney that afternoon. It turned out that his previous trip to Sydney wasn't completed and he returned earlier. This time he was there to wrap things up. Good, since Doon Chijo was on a business trip, she wouldn't have to see him, allowing herself some time to ease the awkwardness. In the afternoon, Won Shinya received a message from Shun Shiyu. Shun Shiyu asked her when she would pick up her medical insurance card. Won Shinya remembered then that her hospitalization medical card was still with Shun Shiyu, and she hadn't yet collected it. Tomorrow, Won Shinya said. Tomorrow after tomorrow, Miss Won, I see your procrastination is quite severe. Let me handle this. I'm off today, so I'll buy some hot pot ingredients and come over for hot pot at your place, bringing your medical card along. I might not be able to have hot pot at my place today. What happened? Ruan Xinya told Shen Shiyu about the creepy neighbor who broke into her house yesterday. What? Such a disgusting thing happened. Shen Shiyu also felt frightened afterward. It's a good thing Du and Chijo was around, otherwise, you'd be in trouble. Yes. In that case, I should definitely come over to keep you company. Call me when you're off work, and I'll come by. Since Shen Shiyu insisted on coming, Ruan Xinya didn't refuse. After work, Ruan Xinya met up with Shen Shiyu at the subway station. Shen Shiyu bought her favorite West Street Napoleon pastry. Isn't this hard to get? Did you specially wait in line for it? Ruan Xinya was moved. She loved the banana Napoleon from that store, but since she didn't like waiting in long queues, she rarely ate it more than once a year. This is to comfort your traumatized soul, specifically. Thank you, sis. Ruan Xinya hugged Shen Shiyu in a friendly manner. Stop it. When the two got off the subway and walked home, they were stunned as soon as they entered the door. Ruan Xinya, are you sure this is your place? Ruan Xinya looked down at the key in her hand. My spare key opens the door, so it must be mine. Then why does it look completely different from the last time we came? The sofa and coffee table in the living room had been replaced with new ones in the same style. All of Ruan Xinya's patched-up chairs were gone, and the floor was now covered with a plush carpet that looked incredibly expensive. Wait, let me take another look. Xinya Ruan walked into the bedroom. The bedroom had also undergone a major transformation. The small bed had been replaced with a more spacious double one, complete with a brand new set of 4-piece bedding. The old wardrobe that had been contaminated by Fei Xinyaro was gone, swapped out for a more beautiful and modern new wardrobe. Are your clothes still there? Asked Shoyushin casually. Xinya Ruan hurried over and opened the wardrobe door. All her old clothes were gone. Now hanging in the wardrobe were entirely new versions bought according to her previous brands and sizes. Essentially, everything Fei Xinyaro might have touched, Du and Chijo had instructed to be fully replaced. Does it feel like you've got a snail girl with money living here now? Remarked Shoyushin. Is this still the shabby place I know? Your carpet has me not daring to step on it without changing shoes. I'm sure it's beyond my budget. I'll make a call to check. Xinya Ruan walked over to the window and dialed Du and Chijo's number. Du and Chijo had just landed in Sydney and was on his way to the hotel. Is something wrong? His voice revealed the fatigue from the journey. How could you mess up my house like this? Like what? What do you mean? Well, Xinya Ruan hesitated momentarily, choosing her words carefully before saying, it feels very expensive. I'll check when I get back. Replacing Xinya Ruan's furniture was something Du and Chijo arranged through others. He only gave a rough idea of his requirements, so he hadn't seen the final result himself. Mr. Duan, I should tell you upfront, with the lavish stuff you've added, there's no way I can afford the furniture costs. Together, these items would add up to at least several 100,000 yuan. As the president's secretary, though her income was decent, this amount already exceeded what she could reasonably bear. Who said anything about charging you? But I can't just accept them for free, can I? Starting next month, I'll deduct it from your salary. What? Deduct it from my salary? Mr. Duan, don't kid me. Giving you my house key wasn't asking for trouble or financial extortion. We workers earn our money hard. You can't treat me this way. Du and Chijo leaned back against the car seat, rubbing his temples as he chuckled. If I can't do this, and I can't do that, then tell me, what would you prefer? I'm not saying anything. Xinya Ruan completely gave up resisting. Between overspending and feeling violated, she'd rather continue using the wardrobe touched by Fei Xinyao. A little cleaning would suffice, no need for such extravagance. Du and Chijo was clearly a big young master who knew nothing of worldly troubles. Alright, never mind making you pay. Consider it an improvement to the employees' accommodation environment on my part, said Du and Chijo. Alright then, thank you, Mr. Duan. Xinya Ruan didn't dare to act high and mighty anymore. At this moment, saving money was most important. Mr. Duan, you must be busy, I won't disturb you anymore. Just as Xinya Ruan was about to hang up, Du and Chijo shouted, wait. Xinya Ruan held her breath, fearing he'd changed his mind. Did you have nightmares later? The deep and magnetic voice of Du and Chijo transmitted from the earpiece. Xinya Ruan had barely forgotten the scene in the hotel last night, but with his question, all those memories instantly surged back. Remember what I'm doing now, even if you dream, remember it's only me. That was what he told her last night. In light of the current situation, could she interpret this as him actually wanting to ask, later, did you dream about me? No, this was too intimate. Du and Chijo probably didn't mean that. No, I didn't sleep afterward, said Xinya Ruan. Insomnia. Millimeter. Because of me. No. If not, why else? Mr. Duan, aren't you being a bit idle, investigating why employees are insomniac? Xinya Ruan felt hot, nervously coughing lightly. Thank you, Mr. Duan, for improving my accommodation environment. In the future, I will definitely work hard. Since there's nothing else, I'll hang up, see you. She blurted out all of this in one breath and hung up the phone. Chapter 14, Becoming More Concerned. Shen Shiyu leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed as she gave Ruan Xia a meaningful look. Xia, what's going on? Weren't you two already separated? Why does Du and Chijo seem to care about you more and more? Was he ever this considerate before? Ruan Xia shook her head quickly. No, that's not it. Duan said this is the boss showing concern for employees by improving their living conditions. That's not something even a 3-year-old would believe, and you do? Yes, Ruan Xia closed her eyes. What else could it be? Shen Shiyu could see the fleeting wistfulness on Ruan Xia's face. Yes, given the awkward relationship between Won Xia and Duan Chizhou now, this situation could only be interpreted as the boss showing concern for his employees. Any other reason would be too embarrassing to articulate. Alright then, whatever it is, at least your little shack has been upgraded into a luxury apartment. That's good news. Let me order some takeout and grab some alcohol so we can celebrate your moving-in celebration. Shen Shiyu, you've had enough. If you want to drink, just say so. What's with the moving-in celebration? You didn't even move. Shen Shiyu laughed. Alright, you caught me, I just want to drink. What's wrong? Did something happen? Won Xia noticed Shen Shiyu wasn't in a great mood. Shen Shiyu was a surgeon who usually avoided alcohol, so unless something was bothering her, she wouldn't suggest drinking. It's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was a call from Shen Shiyu's mother. Shen Shiyu answered reluctantly, immediately hearing her mother shouting on the other end, "You're supposed to be off today. Why didn't you go on that blind date? Are you still waiting for that dead guy? Shen Shiyu, let me tell you, wake up. That person is long gone, he's probably reincarnated multiple times by now, and yet you're still pining over him. Are you done?" Shen Shiyu coldly interrupted her mother. "I've told you countless times. I'm busy every day, squeezing out time just to sleep. I don't have the energy for blind dates. Please, leave me alone and stop arranging them. I will never go." After finishing, Shen Shiyu hung up the phone without caring about her mother's reaction. Although Won Xia didn't catch all of it, the loud voice of Shen Shiyu's mother leaked through the receiver, giving her a general idea. Her mother was pressuring her again to go on blind dates and brought up Shen Shiyu's late ex-boyfriend, Luo Jinghuai. 5 years ago, when Shen Shiyu had just graduated, despite family opposition, she went to Country W to become a field doctor. There, she met Luo Jinghuai. Luo Jinghuai was a peacekeeping anti-riot police officer sent by China to W. He saved Shen Shiyu from danger numerous times, and his bravery and sense of responsibility deeply attracted Shen Shiyu. Shen Shiyu fell in love with Luo Jinghuai, and Luo Jinghuai also grew fond of Shen Shiyu, a female doctor who looked sweet but was incredibly resilient inside. Sharing similar ideals and beliefs, they fell in love quickly and spent a perilous yet happy year together amidst the dangerous battlefield. Luo Jinghuai and Shen Shiyu promised each other that once they returned home, they'd get married. But later, tragedy struck. Luo Jinghuai perished while rescuing a child from an explosion. Holding the bomb, he plunged into the sea and never came back. On the surface, Shen Shiyu seemed positive and worked hard, but in reality, it took her a very long time to emerge from the pain of losing Luo Jinghuai. Perhaps, she might never have truly moved on, merely putting on a mask of optimism and cheerfulness. "If you want to drink, then let's drink," Won Xia said. "I still have some sausages and peanuts in the fridge. I'll make you some snacks to go with the alcohol." Good. That day, both Won Xia and Shen Shiyu drank a lot. When the intoxication hit, Shen Shiyu cried hysterically into Won Xia's shoulder, saying, "Xia, we are such a pair of tragic sisters. My love is dead, and yours has become my brother. The sorrows of romance novels, we've tasted them all." She spoke with deep anguish, and Won Xia felt her pain just as acutely. When she woke up the next morning, Shen Shiyu had forgotten everything she said, but that sorrow lingered in Won Xia's heart, refusing to fade. Won Xia thought Shen Shiyu was absolutely right. The sufferings of romance novels were indeed something they'd experienced firsthand. Unfortunately, they weren't the protagonists. Even after enduring trials and tribulations, they couldn't find their own happy endings. The following week, Duan Chizhou was in Sydney. Won Xia had only seen him during video meetings. Even through the screen, when she saw his face, she felt a little awkward. She wasn't sure why this was happening to her. They had been in a 2-year relationship where they had done more intimate things than just kissing. Yet, this one kiss left her at a loss. She secretly hoped Duan Chizhou wouldn't return too soon. Unfortunately, fate seemed to always go against her. On Monday morning, Duan Chizhou came back. Won Xia was busy reviewing contracts in the procurement department all morning and didn't know that Duan Chizhou had returned. When she came out of the tea room after making her coffee, she bumped into Duan Chizhou face to face, startling her so much that she quickly retreated back into the tea room. "Did you see a ghost?" Duan Chizhou followed her inside immediately. Won Xia smiled faintly. "Mr. Duan, there's no need for you to speak of yourself this way." "Then why are you dodging me?" "I'm not avoiding you. I just suddenly realized I didn't add sugar to my coffee. It's too bitter for me." "I'll put some sugar in," she said, walking over to grab a small sugar packet and shakily poured all its contents into her coffee. Duan Chizhou looked at her. "When did you start liking such sweet food?" "I've always preferred sweets." "Really?" He remembered her asking the staff for coffee without sugar whenever they went on business trips. Feeling guilty, Won Xia stirred her coffee as she thought about how to prove herself. Then another colleague came in to get water. "Mr. Duan." The colleague saw Duan Chizhou and immediately greeted him respectfully. Duan Chizhou hummed once, then turned and left the tea room. Won Xia instantly felt a sense of relief. Why did Mr. Duan come to the tea room? Isn't everything already provided in his office? The colleague cautiously asked. "I don't know. That's strange." The colleague walked to pour water, eyes fixed on Won Xia. "Did Mr. Duan yell at you?" "No." "Then why are your cheeks red? Are you running a fever?" Won Xia lightly touched her own cheeks. "I drank a sip of hot coffee earlier and got scalded." The colleague didn't suspect anything, but Won Xia felt as if she'd committed a wrongdoing. Her heart was restless as she walked out of the tea room. She thought that since that night with the kiss, she had become somewhat unable to face Doan Chijo naturally. After the lunch break, Doan Chijo, who had just returned from abroad, called a meeting with managers from all departments. In the spacious meeting room, Doan Chijo sat in black high-end formal suit at the head of the conference table, while Won Xia sat beside him responsible for taking meeting notes. The financial statements of last quarter are all in our hands. Who can explain to me why the revenue remains stagnant? Doan Chijo's voice was low and authoritative. All department managers sat upright flipping through their documents. The financial director, under pressure, explained the various parts of the financial report. As Won Xia typed rapidly on her keyboard, a doubt arose regarding a certain data point, so she reached for the printed financial report to confirm. Unexpectedly, Doan Chijo also reached toward the document at the same time, and their hands accidentally touched. Doan Chijo glanced at her, and Won Xia quickly withdrew her hand. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was racing. Fortunately, everyone in the meeting room was looking down at their files, and no one noticed this moment. After Doan Chijo obtained the document and flipped through a few pages, he casually instructed Chu Hang, raise the air conditioning temperature. Yes, Mr. Doan. Won Xia rubbed her icy fingers, wondering if Doan Chijo might have thought she was cold. Actually, she wasn't cold. It's just that her body condition made her hands and feet feel cooler every late winter or early spring. After the financial director finished his report, Doan Chijo adjusted several major sectors within the group including finance, entertainment, technology, real estate, healthcare, and education. Miss Xiao, please arrange the schedule. Next week, a company manager due to Tongcheng to arrange the 100-Wei technology project. Doan Chijo said to Xiao Haowen. Xiao Haowen's face immediately showed difficulty. Mr. Doan, I am afraid I cannot go to Tongcheng on a business trip. My mother fell and broke her leg a few days ago, and there is no one at home to take care of her. I cook for her every day after work. Could we arrange another colleague to go instead? Xiao Haowen sounded sincere, but actually, what she said about her mother breaking her leg was completely fabricated. She simply didn't want to go to Tongcheng on this trip. This journey to Tongcheng would take at least 7 to 8 days. She had barely squeezed past Won Xia to secure a prominent role in the president's office under Doan Chijo's favor. If she were gone to Tongcheng, Won Xia could easily retake her position, which she absolutely would not allow. However, Won Xia wanted the opposite. She didn't want to stay around and rather be farther away from Doan Chijo to cool her unruly emotions. Therefore, she seized the opportunity, saying, Mr. Doan, I can replace Miss Xiao on the business trip to Tongcheng. Doan Chijo calmly decided, all right, then you go. After the meeting ended, Doan Chijo was the first to leave the conference room, followed by the various department executives leaving one after another. Won Xia and Xiao Haowen stayed behind in the meeting room to finish the final tidying up. Miss Won, I guess you're smart enough to volunteer to go all the way to Tongcheng to supervise the project. Xiao Haowen leaned against the conference table with an air of superiority. But don't think I'd thank you. Even if you hadn't stepped forward, once I mentioned it, Mr. Doan would surely have sent you anyway. How much does your thanks weigh per pound? As if anyone cares for your thanks. Oh, look at your face. It seems you're not happy about going on a business trip to Tongcheng. The more reluctant Won Xia seemed, the more satisfied Xiao Haowen looked. You've misunderstood. I'm actually delighted to go to Tongcheng. You're just pretending to be strong. You clearly can't admit that you've already been completely sidelined by Mr. Doan. Xiao Haowen said with a laugh. Cold Palace? Miss Xiao Secretary, have you watched too many episodes of Empresses in the Palace? Let me remind you, I come to work, not to compete with you for favors. Won Xia quickly tidied up the materials on the meeting table and left the conference room. Xiao Haowen glared daggers at Won Xia's back, feeling extremely annoyed by her calm and carefree demeanor. She sincerely hoped that Won Xia would stay in Tongcheng forever and never return to block her view. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Xiao Haowen left the meeting room and went up to the rooftop terrace to make a phone call to her cousin Cheng Yiling. Cheng Yiling didn't have any announcements today and was shopping for shoes. Seeing Xiao Haowen's call, she immediately gestured for the salesperson to step away, but the salesperson, who didn't notice, continued kneeling next to her foot to help her try on the shoe. I told you to go away. Are you blind? Cheng Yiling, seeing that the salesperson didn't move, kicked her directly on the shoulder. In pain, the salesperson fell down, bewilderedly looking at Cheng Yiling and about to protest when the store manager quickly intervened, pulling the salesperson aside and gesturing for her to stay silent. Store manager, how can she act so haughtily? I am a salesperson, not an animal. What right does she have to kick me like this? The salesperson complained. Hush, haven't you heard? She's going to be Mrs. Doan. Our entire mall is owned by the Doan Group. If you offend Mrs. Doan, how will you find work in the future? The salesperson was utterly wronged, but upon hearing the store manager's words, she bit back her tears and suppressed her anger. Cheng Yiling walked over to a quiet sofa area and eagerly answered Xiao Haowen's call. When, is Mr. Doan calling for me? No. Cheng Yiling's smile instantly vanished, her expression turning sour. Since their encounter at the orphanage event last time, Doan Chijo had not contacted her again. She desperately wanted to meet Doan Chijo to generate more buzz, but she didn't dare to contact him directly and could only ask her agent about the situation. However, the agent knew nothing and merely advised her to be patient. Patience. How easy for the agent to say that without suffering. How could she possibly wait patiently? Every day, she lived in fear, afraid that the position of rich wife that she thought was within reach would be snatched away by someone else. After all, he was Duan Chijo, the ultimate level ticket coveted by countless women. So why are you calling me? Cheng Yiling asked irritably. I previously told you to drive out Ruan Xia from the Duan Corporation as soon as possible. Have you done anything about it? Of course, I've tried many things, but this wretch is too clever, she won't fall for my tricks. If you can't deal with her inside the company, then figure out a way outside of the company. Since the welfare activity, Mr. Duan hasn't contacted me. Do you know what this means? This indicates that I might become a rejected piece by Mr. Duan. If I were really abandoned by Mr. Duan, your life at the Duan Corporation wouldn't be as comfortable as it is now. We're both in the same boat. Sister, everything you said, I understand. That's why I'm calling you today, to tell you, I've found a chance to get rid of Ruan Xia, but I need your help. Tell me quickly. If we can remove this bitch, I'll do anything. Chapter 15, Car Accident. After work, Ruan Xia returned home and started packing her luggage. This trip to Tongcheng would last at least a week, so she entrusted all the flowers on her balcony to Shun Shiyu. Shun Shiyu almost wanted to chase after her and beat her up. I don't even have time to take care of myself, and you want me to take care of your flowers? Do you have any conscience? You're not trying to avoid the arranged blind date your mom set up for you? When I'm away, you can come over and sleep here, and water the flowers for me. The key is still in the usual place. Shun Shiyu immediately fell silent. It was really a good idea. The next morning, Ruan Xia pulled her suitcase and took a taxi to the airport. She hadn't been on a business trip for a long time. In the past, Duan Chijo always took her wherever he went. But since they split up, Duan Chijo started bringing Chu Hang instead of her when he traveled. Ruan Xia understood. If it weren't for some nighttime needs, she, this weak female secretary who couldn't tie up a chicken, was far less convenient or useful than a male assistant. After boarding the plane, Ruan Xia turned off her phone. She was just about to fall asleep when a middle-aged male passenger sitting beside her suddenly started taking off his shoes. Not only that, he also placed his feet on the small table in front of him. An indescribable smell instantly filled the air. The surrounding passengers began to look at this man with disapproving glances. Ruan Xia herself was particularly sensitive to smells, and since she was sitting closest to the man, she felt sick at every moment. She endured the discomfort and sat silently for a while. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, she turned to the man and said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please put your shoes back on?" Her tone was as normal as it could be, but unexpectedly, the male passenger lost his temper completely. "Who says you can't take off your shoes on the plane? It's true there isn't such a rule, but the cabin belongs to a public area. It's inappropriate to take off your shoes and put your feet up like that. Can't we all show a little understanding and consideration for each other? Well, how about you understand and consider me? Don't you know that some people's feet swell when they fly for a long time? That's correct. Some people do experience swelling in their legs after flying for long periods, but you've just boarded the plane, surely your feet aren't swollen yet?" Ruan Xia tried her best to control her emotions, hoping the man would sense that she was merely communicating rather than scolding him. However, this big brother type seemed completely unaffected. "You're nagging too much. What if I take my shoes off? If you don't like it, then you can put them on yourself." The man glared at Ruan Xia, looking extremely aggressive. Seeing the irrationality of the male passenger, the surrounding passengers began to express their dissatisfaction and condemned his lack of civility. This big brother soon realized he had become the focus of everyone's anger and reluctantly put his shoes back on. As he was doing so, he mocked Ruan Xia coldly. "It's all because of you, woman. This is what economy class is like. If you can't stand it, go sit in first class. If you can't afford first class, stop pretending to be elegant. Do you think you're a princess or something?" As soon as those words came out, a flight attendant approached. "Ms. Ruan, please proceed to first class. The crew has already upgraded your seat for you. Have a pleasant journey." Both the man and Ruan Xia were stunned. She never asked for an upgrade, so why did they suddenly do it for her? "Why are you upgrading me?" Ruan Xia asked. The flight attendant leaned down and whispered lightly in Ruan Xia's ear, "Mr. Duan arranged it for you. He said it's an employee benefit." In first class, Ruan Xia saw Duan Chijo. He was using his iPad to review documents, looking serious, emanating an aura that suggested "do not disturb while I'm working." Afraid to interrupt him, she sat quietly next to him until he finally put down his iPad. "Mr. Duan, are you going to Tongcheng too?" Ruan Xia asked. "Millimeter. On a business trip. What else? Am I here for fun? But wasn't the Tongcheng project handed over to me and Manager Du? Why are you going personally?" "Manager Du has something urgent to attend to, so he can't make it." Ruan Xia felt as if struck by lightning. She had originally taken on this job in Tongcheng specifically to avoid Duan Chijo, but now that he was also going, wouldn't this just mean continuing to bump into each other all the time? "What's the expression on your face?" Duan Chijo looked at her. "It seems like you don't want me to go on this business trip with you." "How could that be?" Ruan Xia forced a dry laugh and hypocritically said, "To go on a business trip with Mr. Duan is an honor for me." Duan Chijo didn't expose her hypocrisy and continued reviewing the documents. During the 1.5-hour flight, Duan Chijo worked non-stop. Ruan Xia originally wanted to impress her boss, but after flipping through a few pages of the files in her bag, she couldn't resist sleeping. When she woke up, the announcement that the plane was about to land was already playing in her ears. She stretched, and the coat covering her slipped off. She quickly caught it with her arm. It was Duan Chijo's coat, and she wasn't sure when he had covered her with it. Mr. Duan, your coat. Ruan Shinya neatly folded the coat and handed it back to Duan Chijo. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Duan Chijo accepted it silently. Her scent lingered on the coat, a subtle fragrance of summer fruits and flowers, understated yet passionate. After getting off the plane, there was a dedicated car waiting for them. The car had been arranged by Ruan Shinya before her departure through a vehicle requisition form. The driver, surnamed Yu, originally thought he was only picking up Ruan Shinya, but upon seeing the boss step out as well, immediately became more restrained. After both Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo got into the car, driver Yu set off towards the hotel. Neither spoke throughout the journey, each gazing out of their own window. Suddenly, Ruan Shinya felt something strange about the car following them. Driver Yu, is that car behind us following us? A white sedan had been trailing their car ever since leaving the airport, and after passing several intersections, it was still tailing them very closely. Is there? You hadn't noticed it. Yes. What do we do? Yu, who had driven for the company for many years, had never encountered such a situation. Drive faster and shake him off, said Duan Chijo. Understood, Mr. Duan. Yu pressed hard on the gas pedal, speeding up the car significantly. After passing 2 more intersections, when Ruan Shinya looked back again, the white sedan had disappeared. That car isn't following anymore. It's probably just coincidentally heading in the same direction, said driver Yu. Ruan Shinya let out a sigh of relief, but then suddenly, a large truck emerged from the central avenue without warning, barreling directly toward their car. Driver Yu, watch out! Ruan Shinya screamed. As the large truck was about to collide with their car, beside her, Duan Chijo swiftly reached out, dragging her entire body into his arms, tightly hugging her. Bang! There was a loud crash and the air quickly filled with the smell of blood. Xiao Haowen was restless at work all day, yet a little excited deep down. Yesterday after work, she had secretly checked Ruan Shinya's vehicle dispatch form, and sent the license plate number to her cousin Cheng Yiling in advance. She had agreed with Cheng Yiling that the latter would arrange people to create a traffic accident, so Ruan Shinya would permanently disappear from this world. By now, Ruan Shinya should have already arrived in Tongcheng, and the people from cousin Cheng Yiling should have already made their move. Xiao Haowen eagerly anticipated receiving good news about Ruan Shinya meeting a fatal car accident. Ms. Xiao, secretary, one colleague called out to her. What's wrong? Any updates? Xiao Haowen jumped up excitedly. The colleague blinked confusedly. What updates? Oh, you called me? I thought you were sharing some news with me. I'm calling you because it's lunchtime. Are you going to eat? Glancing at her wristwatch, Xiao Haowen realized it really was lunchtime, yet how had no news yet come regarding Ruan Shinya's car accident? Ms. Xiao, I'll go. I'm going to eat. Xiao Haowen went with her colleague on an elevator to the second-floor employee cafeteria of the Duan Corporation. As soon as she entered, she saw Manager Du from the project department getting food. Manager Du, aren't you supposed to be in Tongcheng? This person wasn't supposed to be in Tongcheng today with Ruan Shinya. How could he be eating here in the restaurant? Mr. Duan temporarily told me not to go. He said he'd personally handle it. What? Xiao Haowen was shocked. You mean Mr. Duan went to Tongcheng with Secretary Ruan today? That's right. Why didn't you say this earlier? Xiao Haowen angrily glared at Manager Du as she rushed out of the cafeteria. Manager Du stood dumbfounded in place, a little baffled. What's got into her? She didn't even ask me. After exiting the cafeteria, Xiao Haowen immediately ran into the stairwell and called her cousin Cheng Yiling. Cheng Yiling didn't answer her call for a while, causing Xiao Haowen to pace anxiously on the spot. Answer quick, she murmured nervously. On the 4th try, Cheng Yiling finally picked up. Hey, when, what's the matter? I'm trying to sleep. Why are you calling so many times? Sister, did you send people to Tongcheng? Yes. Didn't we agree on this? They've gone early in the morning. Quick, call and cancel it. Xiao Haowen interrupted Cheng Yiling hurriedly. Sister, call them immediately to cancel the operation. Why? It's rare we get a chance to get rid of that lowlife Ruan Shinya. If we don't act now, when she returns to the company, won't she remain our 1,000-year thorn? Cheng Yiling was determined to remove Ruan Shinya once and for all. Mr. Duan also went to Tongcheng. He might possibly be in the same car as Ruan Shinya. Cancel the operation quickly. Xiao Haowen shouted anxiously. If anything happens to Mr. Duan, we'll be in big trouble. What? Cheng Yiling also panicked. How could President Duan go to Tongcheng as well? It was said that only Ruan Shinya and the project manager were going. President Duan suddenly changed his itinerary. He didn't notify anyone. I just got this news. That doesn't matter now. In short, you need to tell them to cancel the operation quickly. All right, I'll call them right away. Cheng Yiling hung up Xiao Haowen's call and prepared to phone the people she had arranged, but a message popped up on her screen. The mission has been executed. Please make sure to transfer the payment on time. Already executed? Did they crash? Did they hit Duan Chijo too? Cheng Yiling went limp with shock, collapsing on the floor. Ruan Shinya sat in the hospital corridor, draped in a blanket given by a nurse. She was still trembling with the fear of having narrowly escaped death. Earlier, when the car was about to collide with them, Master Yu made a decisive left turn. Though the car eventually crashed into a tree, they successfully avoided the truck. Mr. Duan, your arm will be fine if it doesn't get wet over the next few days. Vice President sent President Duan out of his office. At the critical moment, Duan Chijo had shielded Ruan Shinya. His arm was cut by shattered car window glass, causing blood to flow continuously. When Won Shinya saw so much blood streaming down from Doon Chijo's fingers, she felt her heart tighten. However, fortunately, after checking at the hospital, the doctor confirmed it was just a superficial wound. Mr. Doon. Won Shinya stood up and walked to where Doon Chijo was standing with Vice President. How is Master Yu? Master Yu's surgery was successful. There aren't any major problems. The car's airbags deployed in time. Although he sustained some impact, it resulted in minor injuries. A few days of observation in the hospital should be sufficient for him to recover. Vice President informed her. Won Shinya let out a sigh of relief. Today was quite perilous, but everyone's safety could be considered a fortunate outcome amidst misfortune. After waiting at the hospital for a while longer, Master Yu's family rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news. President Doon had already arranged everything, including a 1 million yuan bonus for Master Yu's bravery under extreme conditions which had already been transferred to Master Yu's salary account. Thank you, boss, thank you. Master Yu's wife repeatedly expressed her gratitude upon seeing President Doon. 1 million yuan meant less than the cost of a single wristwatch for Doon Chijo, but for Master Yu's family, it represented an important income to alleviate mortgage pressure. After settling matters regarding Master Yu, Doon Chijo departed the hospital with Won Shinya. Another vehicle had been arranged for them. Although Won Shinya was unharmed during the previous car accident, the sight of the truck barreling straight towards them had left a strong visual impact and psychological scar on her mind. Now, whenever she saw a car, she became somewhat afraid. What's wrong? Doon Chijo noticed her furrowed brow. It's nothing. You're indeed as timid as a sesame seed. Now you're even scared to ride in a car. Doon Chijo immediately saw through her small intentions. With a half smile, he leaned against the car door and asked, so what? Do we walk to the hotel? Won Shinya quickly ducked inside the car. Doon Chijo followed suit. Mr. Doon. What? Don't you find today's car accident strange? Won Shinya asked. Although the truck driver later claimed it was due to excessive fatigue leading to unclear judgment, Won Shinya found this explanation too weak. At the very moment of the collision, she distinctly felt that the driver had intended to kill those inside the car. You don't need to worry about it. People are already investigating. Doon Chijo replied. Won Shinya nodded. Whatever she thought of, he must have surely anticipated. The driver dropped them off at the hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Won Shinya stared at the grand entrance of the hotel in surprise. Mr. Doon, I didn't book this place. The hotel was rebooked by Chu Hang. You'll stay at Junting with me. Doon Chijo interrupted Won Shinya. Junting was the best hotel in Tongcheng. Every time Doon Chijo came here on business, he stayed at Junting. Originally, Won Shinya had only booked an ordinary business hotel. Traveling with the boss brought perks, upgraded flights and hotels. But Won Shinya's mood was rather complex. Because 2 years ago, her first night with Doon Chijo occurred precisely at Junting. Chapter 16, Gun Mishap. The hotel staff already knew about Doon Chijo's plan to check in today, and were waiting at the reception area for him. After Won Shinya received the room key, her mood grew even more complicated. What was going on? How could it be so coincidental that this room number was exactly the same as the one they stayed in 2 years ago? Could it have been intentional on Doon Chijo's part? She couldn't help but glance at Doon Chijo. He was listening to the hotel manager while quickly typing messages on his phone screen with a deep gaze and serious expression. It was probably work-related. Won Shinya mockingly rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat petty towards him. A man as busy as Doon Chijo would never remember something trivial like their room number from 2 years ago. The hotel staff delivered their luggage to the 8th floor before Won Shinya and Doon Chijo each returned to their respective rooms. Back at the company headquarters, some people had learned of the car accident that happened after Won Shinya and Doon Chijo arrived in Tongcheng. Several colleagues who normally got along well with her sent messages to inquire about her well-being. Even Xiao Haowen messaged her, although not to show concern. Rather, she scolded Won Shinya after hearing about how Doon Chijo was injured while saving her. Xiao Haowen said, Won Shinya, how could you let Mr. Doon shield you from danger? Shouldn't you be the one saving Mr. Doon during such moments? You're shameless. Won Shinya was truly speechless. She had forgotten when she added Xiao Haowen's personal WeChat contact. What bad luck. She immediately blocked Xiao Haowen on WeChat, deciding communication for work would continue through DingTalk instead. Nonetheless, when thinking about Doon Chijo getting injured because of her, Won Shinya did feel uneasy inside. During the car accident earlier, Doon Chijo instinctively protected her by pulling her into his arms, which still brought tears to her eyes when recalled. At that moment, no matter how capable Doon Chijo might be, there was no way he could predict if the truck would actually hit them next, but he used his own body to protect her nonetheless. The cut on his arm, caused by shattered glass, felt like it was also a wound on her heart. Unable to resist, Won Shinya took out her phone to send a message to Doon Chijo. Mr. Doon, how is your hand? Not good, Doon Chijo replied quickly. Her heart sank again. How not good? It hurts. Won Shinya remembered that the vice president of the hospital mentioned casually that if the pain became unbearable, taking a painkiller would alleviate it. She immediately called the hotel, only to learn they didn't provide painkillers. The hotel recommended either purchasing them at a pharmacy or ordering via Meituan. After hanging up, Won Shinya placed an order on Meituan for a box of ibuprofen. Soon, the delivery guy called her to say the medication had been delivered to the hotel lobby for pickup. Ruan Shinya put on a jacket and went downstairs. After collecting the ibuprofen, she messaged Duan Chijo. Mr. Duan, I bought a box of painkillers and can bring it to you now. Is it convenient? He replied, it's convenient. Ruan Shinya took the medicine and went to knock on his door next door. When Duan Chijo opened the door, he was wearing an unbuttoned shirt, obviously preparing to take a shower. Was this his definition of convenient? Ruan Shinya thought otherwise. Nothing about this situation seemed convenient to her. Mr. Duan, here are the painkillers. Ruan Shinya handed over the box without looking directly at him and said, take one pill. Duan Chijo didn't take the box and turned around to walk back inside. Come in, he said. Ruan Shinya looked at his casually dressed figure, hesitating. Why do I need to come in? Help me take off my clothes. Mr. Duan, this may not be appropriate. My shirt got caught. Duan Chijo turned back and showed her his injured arm. Looking closer, she saw indeed a bit of gauze on his arm was tangled with the cufflink of his shirt. This must be why he hadn't been able to remove his shirt despite having all the buttons undone. Now she understood how could someone as polished as Duan Chijo open the door with half his shirt undone. Ruan Shinya quickly entered to resolve this small issue for him and helped him take off his shirt. Duan Chijo exercised regularly, maintaining a typical muscular build with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His physique exuded sexual tension. Though Ruan Shinya had lived with Duan Chijo for 2 years and theoretically should be accustomed to his abs and pecs, seeing him shirtless still sped up her heartbeat every time. Mr. Duan, remember to take the medicine. I'll head back now. Ruan Shinya turned to leave, but suddenly, Duan Chijo's arm wrapped around her waist forcefully. Mr. Duan. She instinctively tried to push him away, but he cleverly used his injured arm to hold her. Looking at the red stains appearing on the gauze, she didn't dare apply much force. Duan Chijo pulled her onto the sofa, seating her on his thighs. Today, Ruan Shinya wore a chiffon skirt. The lightweight fabric was almost translucent and draped loosely over his dress pants. She could feel the warmth of his thighs, imbued with an air of dominance. Do you remember? Duan Chijo pushed aside her hair from the back of her neck and placed a kiss on the exposed pale skin. 2 years ago, it was in this very room. It was in this very room that she became his woman. That wild and fervent night marked the beginning of their entanglement. She remembered, of course she did. Turned out, he hadn't forgotten either. Ruan Shinya suddenly realized that their trip to Tongcheng, where they booked the same room as 2 years ago, wasn't just a coincidence. It was all because of Duan Chijo's deliberate choice. He had intentionally brought her here for a nostalgic visit. Mr. Duan. Duan Chijo leisurely kissed her neck while his hand slid under her skirt, caressing her gently. Ruan Shinya immediately softened. Leaning against his shoulders, she turned her face away, unwilling to let him see the mix of frustration and restraint on her features. Mr. Duan, we promised to break up. I regret it. Mr. Duan. Wet. Duan Chijo pulled her forcefully towards him, pushed aside her skirt, and made her straddle him facing him. Dare you say you don't want me to touch you? Ruan Shinya's cheeks were burning red, trembling all over, and the answers she refused to voice were already written in her damp eyes. Duan Chijo reached out and gripped her chin, forcing her to look up to meet his kiss. His kiss was more passionate than ever, ensnaring her until she lost control of her own tongue. In the quiet room, their breathing grew heavier. Ruan Shinya tried to struggle, but Duan Chijo's embrace was like an airtight net that captured all her rationality. Be with me again, like before. All right. He softly coaxed her. Like before, to be his mistress. How could she? Ruan Shinya suddenly came to her senses. She pushed Duan Chijo hard, not bothering to smooth out the wrinkles in her sweater, lifting her skirt, and rushing out of his room. Mad. Ruan Shinya thought Duan Chijo had gone mad, and so had she. She should have pushed him away the second he embraced her, but instead, she allowed things to escalate to the most awkward point, almost leading to another gun mishap, sleeping together in the same place again. But now, she was completely clear-headed. Duan Chijo kept provoking her, not because he loved her, but because he was accustomed to her body. He only wanted her to continue being his clandestine lover. Ruan Shinya felt a bit sad, but also glad that he didn't love her. If he also loved her, then they would both suffer from unrequited love. But now, at least Duan Chijo wouldn't have to endure the pain of unfulfilled love alongside her. Ruan Shinya suffered from insomnia for another entire night. The next morning, after getting up, she powdered her face until her hands ached to barely cover the dark circles under her eyes, which is why her makeup today looked heavier than usual. After changing her clothes and heading downstairs, Ruan Shinya encountered Duan Chijo and the head of the Tongcheng project, Ku Yang, in the hotel restaurant. She deliberately avoided having breakfast with them, but Ku Yang spotted her right away and enthusiastically waved her over. Miss Ruan, over here. Ruan Shinya pretended not to hear, yet Ku Yang actually called her directly. There was no escape, so she could only reluctantly sit down. Mr. Duan, good morning. She greeted Duan Chijo naturally as if nothing happened. Duan Chijo didn't even glance at her, cutting the steak on his plate with a cold face. Manager Ku, good morning. Ruan Shinya could only turn to chat with Ku Yang. Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Our last meeting seemed to be during the year-end conference in Rongcheng headquarters. Ku Yang didn't notice the sudden change in Duan Chijo's demeanor, and praised Ruan Shinya with a smile. Secretary Ruan gets prettier every time I see her. Thank you. Did you sleep well yesterday? Ku Yang was skilled at conversation. Ruan Shinya rubbed her fingers and told a white lie with her eyes open. I slept very well. Anyway, her dark circles were hidden, and telling such a small lie wouldn't get discovered easily. Upon hearing this, Doan Chijo's expression worsened. He didn't close his eyes all night, and she claimed to have slept well. Wasn't the car accident frightening yesterday? Koo-young asked again. All right, thankfully we had Mr. Doan, Ruon Shinya said, unconsciously glancing at Doan Chijo's arm. Maybe the bandage on his arm made it inconvenient, so he wasn't wearing his usual three-piece suit today. Instead, he wore a dark grey knitted sweater paired with a white t-shirt underneath, casual but still businesslike. Koo-young noticed the injury on Doan Chijo's arm and asked with concern, Mr. Doan, your hand is injured. It's fine. Doan Chijo replied indifferently, as if this minor injury was nothing worth mentioning to him. Ruon Shinya thought to herself, who was it that said his hand hurt yesterday? If he had acted as calm yesterday as he did today, she wouldn't have gone to his room to bring him painkillers. And the unexpected events of last night wouldn't have happened. Could his pretending to be in pain and luring her into his room also be part of his plan? This man was truly inscrutable. She wasn't a match for him at all. Mr. Doan, you've injured your hand, so take today off. I'll handle the project details with Secretary Ruon, Koo-young said. No need. Stick to the original plan. Prepare for the meeting in half an hour. Yes, Mr. Doan. Doan Chijo finished the last piece of steak on his plate with some asparagus, elegantly put down his knife and fork, and said to the other two at the table, eat slowly, before getting up and leaving the restaurant. Koo-young looked at Doan Chijo's retreating back and whispered to Ruon Shinya, Mr. Doan truly lives up to his reputation as a notorious workaholic. Even though he's injured, he's still pushing himself like this. Ruon Shinya smiled but didn't respond. She was already accustomed to Doan Chijo's workaholic tendencies. Over these 2 years while following Doan Chijo, she rarely saw him spend much time on anything outside of work except maybe one big thing, going to great lengths to reserve an entire theater to watch a movie with Cheng Yiling. But if he cared so much about Cheng Yiling, why did he want to keep another lover besides her? After a long day of meetings and tedious contract procedures, Ruon Shinya felt completely drained. The insomnia from last night fully revealed its toll on her now. Once the work was done, Doan Chijo and Koo-young went out for dinner. Ruon Shinya was too tired, so she didn't join them, choosing instead to return to the hotel alone. As soon as she entered the hotel, she saw a well-covered woman sitting in the lobby. The woman wore a black floor-length dress, paired with a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. Only her hands were visible. Because of how peculiarly the woman was dressed, Ruon Shinya couldn't help but glance at her more than once. Who would have thought that this one look made the woman notice her as well? Secretary Ruon. The woman called out to her. Upon hearing the voice, Ruon Shinya recognized her. It was Cheng Yiling. Miss Cheng, what brings you here? Where is Mr. Doan? I came to find him, Cheng Yiling asked. Mr. Doan has gone to dinner. Ruon Shinya had just finished speaking when Doan Chijo's car stopped in front of the hotel. Doan Chijo got out of the car, casually tossing the keys to the doorman, and walked straight into the hotel lobby. You just said he went to dinner? Cheng Yiling let out a cold laugh. You're even scheming to deceive people now, aren't you, Secretary Ruon? Ruon Shinya was speechless. When she left, Doan Chijo, Cheng Yiling, and Koo-young had all climbed into the car together. She didn't know how or why he suddenly returned. Mr. Doan. Cheng Yiling immediately rushed over to him. Doan Chijo was actually looking for Ruon Shinya, so the sudden appearance of a heavily covered woman made him instinctively pause. Who might you be? He glanced at Cheng Yiling but couldn't recognize her right away. It's me, Mr. Doan. Cheng Yiling, feeling a bit awkward, quickly removed her sunglasses without regard for possible paparazzi nearby. Why are you here? I heard from Wen that you were in a car accident, so I flew over to see you, Cheng Yiling said, then took a quick look at Doan Chijo from head to toe. Are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere? Is it serious? I'm fine. Although Cheng Yiling had already heard from Xiao Haowen that Doan Chijo was unharmed, only hearing his confirmation in person truly put her mind at ease. Fortunately, Doan Chijo had a big enough fortune to avoid any accidents, otherwise, she would have practically destroyed her own source of income by being careless. Mr. Doan, have you eaten dinner yet? Cheng Yiling's tone carried a touch of coquettishness. I flew for over 2 hours to come here and haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. Can we go have dinner together? Doan Chijo looked far off toward the direction where Ruon Shinya stood. Before he could answer, he saw Ruon Shinya yawn, then immediately turn around and walk away. Great. Nothing was more important to her than sleep. This woman clearly cared nothing for him, nor who he was with. Chapter 17, Done Deal. Ruon Shinya stood far away, actually unable to hear what they were saying. She didn't want to listen. She was exhausted from working all day and was too lazy to stay there watching their affectionate display. All she wanted was to go upstairs quickly and sleep. Doan Zong. Cheng Yiling saw Doan Chijo looking in Ruon Shinya's direction, feeling increasingly dissatisfied in her heart. Indeed, a woman's sixth sense is usually not far off. Doan Chijo really had feelings for this secretary that went beyond the boundaries of colleague relations. Doan Zong, can we have dinner together? Cheng Yiling boldly grabbed Doan Chijo's arm and asked again. Coincidentally, she happened to touch his wound. Doan Chijo frowned, shaking her off. Cheng Yiling realized something and was startled. Did I touch your wound? I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose. Miss Cheng, I've said this before, don't follow me. You've overstepped your bounds. Starting today, our cooperation ends. He spoke with restraint but still revealed a hint of impatience. In a few days, someone will contact you, and at that time, money, houses, cars, they're all yours to choose from. Just make sure you keep quiet. Also, don't appear in front of me again. The last sentence sounded more like a warning. After speaking, Du Chijo turned and walked away. Cheng Yiling felt an emptiness in her chest, unable to believe she was dismissed so easily. Her dream of marrying into wealth hadn't truly begun and was already shattered. Mr. Duan. She wanted to chase after him, but then saw paparazzi outside the hotel lobby's floor-to-ceiling glass, aiming cameras directly at her. If the paparazzi captured her pitifully being dumped, she would never be able to hold her head high in the entertainment industry again. Thinking of this, Cheng Yiling calmly put on her sunglasses and confidently walked in the opposite direction Du Chijo had gone, trying her best to act as if she was also very upset. This way, even if the paparazzi made assumptions based on pictures, they could only write about an unhappy end to their lovers' quarrel. Which couple doesn't argue? Arguing just makes their relationship seem real. When Cheng Yiling's team waiting outside saw her get into the car and draw the curtains, her emotions completely collapsed. No, she wouldn't return to her original state just because of her rumored romance with Du Chijo, especially when her resources within the circle had visibly improved due to these rumors. It would take more than houses, cars, and one-time monetary rewards offered by Du Chijo to satisfy her desires. What she truly desired was long-term security and support. She must find a way to win back Du Chijo. If he could pick her out of so many female stars, then surely he had some level of fondness for her. All she needed was to reignite that affection. Cheng Yiling called Xiao Haowen. Wen, look it up for me. What room number does Mr. Duan reside at Junting? Sis, what do you plan to do? I want to make a done deal out of it. Ruan Xinya originally thought that since Cheng Yiling traveled a great distance to Tongcheng, Du Chijo would definitely take half a day or so off work to accompany his girlfriend. However, oddly enough, he continued staying with the project team, holding meetings from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, hearing reports, and inspecting the lab site, without showing any sign of wanting to spend time with his girlfriend. Sometimes, when thinking about maintaining a romantic relationship with such a man, one realizes how necessary independent strength of spirit is. Which woman doesn't hope for her boyfriend to spare more time to be with her? Mr. Duan, your hand needs changing bandages today. After the morning work was finished, Ruan Xinya reminded Du Chijo. That day in the hospital, she remembered the doctor mentioning that the medication should be changed after 3 days. For these scattered details, Du Chijo wouldn't remember himself, but as his secretary, it was her job to remember them. Du Chijo gave a short Then I'll arrange the car. 1 o'clock in the afternoon works, right? He again gave a short Since that night when she barely managed to stop their near uncontrollable intimacy, these 2 days, Du Chijo has been very cold toward her. Apart from work-related exchanges, he wouldn't even glance at her. Ruan Xinya did not expect him to care either. Compared to the thrilling moment of that night, she'd rather he ignored her forever. At 1 in the afternoon, Ruan Xinya accompanied Du Chijo to change his bandage at the hospital, where the vice president personally received them. While they were changing the bandages, Ruan Xinya waited outside with Du Chijo's coat. She had just sat down on a chair in the corridor when someone called her name. Yaya. Ruan Xinya looked up and saw a woman dressed in nurse's uniform standing in front of her. It was Zhuang Xiao, another roommate from her college days. Zhuang Xiao and Qi 1111 were good friends. Back then, Zhuang Xiao was the first to know that Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan were having an affair behind her back. However, not only did Zhuang Xiao pretend she didn't know, she even helped cover for Qi 1111, allowing her to date Cheng Zishuan right under Ruan Xinya's nose. I was just talking about you with 1111 the other day, and didn't expect to really run into you, Zhuang Xiao said without any qualms about bringing up Qi 1111 in front of Ruan Xinya. I heard from 1111 that you're dating a super rich boyfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce. Is that true? Ruan Xinya had never imagined there would be a sequel to her meeting with Qi 1111 and Cheng Zishuan last time. Back then, she pulled Du Chijo into a charade for the sake of saving face, but now karma's coming back to haunt her. She couldn't be sure whether the man inside would still be willing to continue this pretense with her. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhuang Xiao looked at her with a smirk. Could it be that you've already broken up? Also, these billionaires rarely stick around long. Sure, you look decent, but what rich people lack most is beautiful women. He probably just played around with you. As Zhuang Xiao finished speaking, the door to the dressing room opened, and Du Chijo came out with the vice president. Mr. Duan, come back in 3 days for another bandage change. There's no big issue, just make sure to avoid water contact, the vice president said. All right, thank you, vice president. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. After bidding farewell to the vice president, Du Chijo glanced at Ruan Xinya as if she were invisible. Naturally, he took his coat from her arm, holding her hand at the same time. His palm was warm and dry, like a spring breeze brushing over her. Ruan Xinya stared at him, stunned. What's wrong? He turned to Zhuang Xiao. Is she your friend? University roommate. Du Chijo silently nodded his head toward Zhuang Xiao as a greeting. Zhuang Xiao's eyes froze on Du Chijo's face. What kind of unearthly beauty is this man? How could he be so handsome? When Qi 1111 told her on WeChat that Ruan Xinya had hooked up with a super tycoon, Zhuang Xiao had sarcastically mocked, so rich, how could he choose Xinya? It must be some old 70 or 80-year-old man taking advantage of her youth, right? Qi 1111 gave an ambiguous response without confirming, leading Zhuang Xiao to believe Ruan Xinya's tycoon was indeed an old man. But today, upon seeing him, the tycoon appeared not only young but also exceptionally good-looking and sophisticated. More importantly, who exactly was this powerhouse capable of making the vice president personally change dressings? Changing dressings, a task easily handled by any nurse in the hospital, yet the vice president deliberately delayed the major meeting scheduled for Wednesday morning by half an hour just for this man. This showed how profound his background truly was. Doan Chijo let go of Ruan Shinya's hand after walking her out of the hospital, without waiting for her to break away first. The driver waited nearby, and he directly got into the car without a single backward glance. As if releasing her hand ended their connection as well. Ruan Shinya also sat in the car. Her mood suddenly became complicated. If Doan Chijo hadn't helped her, she might have been okay with it. But because he quietly lent a hand, she felt a flicker of inexplicable guilt, though technically, she owed nothing after running away from him that night. Mr. Doan. Ruan Shinya sitting in the passenger seat turned to look at Doan Chijo. Doan Chijo replied without looking up from responding to messages on his phone, "Speak. Thank you again for helping me, Mr. Doan. And then, whenever Mr. Doan needs my help in the future, I'll do everything I can." Doan Chijo let out an almost inaudible scoff, then raised his head and looked at her. "Do you think I will ever need your help?" Though blunt, given that it was Doan Chijo speaking, logically it wasn't off base. What could there possibly be that even Doan Chijo couldn't handle? And if even he couldn't handle it, she certainly wouldn't be able to. Therefore, offering to help seemed rather absurd and somewhat ironic. Maybe someday you might need help," she said. At this point, Ruan Shinya still didn't know, but she was unwittingly foreshadowing future events. Upon returning to the hotel, the two parted ways to their respective rooms. Ruan Shinya still had some documents to organize, so she called for delivery service to save time and planned to eat dinner in her room. At 8 p.m., the doorbell rang. Thinking it was the hotel staff delivering her meal, when she opened the door, she found Doan Chijo standing outside instead. "Mr. Doan, what are you doing here?" Ruan Shinya looked at Doan Chijo, sensing something was off. His cheeks flushed unusually red, his eyes moist, as if drunk. Yet there wasn't a trace of alcohol smell in the air. "Mr. Doan, I've been drugged," his voice slightly hoarse. "Drugged? What kind of drug? An aphrodisiac?" Ruan Shinya froze, hardly believing that such scenarios, confined to novels and TV dramas, were playing out before her eyes. Even more terrifying, who in the world would dare target Doan Chijo? "I'll take you to the hospital." She immediately turned around to grab her coat and phone. "There's no time," Doan Chijo grabbed her wrist. "The drug is very strong, I can't make it to the hospital." "What should we do then?" Leaning against the doorframe, he struggled to hold on to his last shred of sanity and asked her in a pleading tone, "Can I come in?" Ruan Shinya's mind raced as she weighed the pros and cons. Doan Chijo's words carried so much meaning. If she let him into her room, tonight, there would be no way they could explain themselves clearly. But if she didn't let him in, would something really happen to him? Ruan Shinya clearly saw the red bloodshot veins in his eyes gradually becoming more pronounced. "Mr. Doan, isn't your girlfriend in Tongcheng? She'd be more suitable to help you deal with this trouble," Ruan Shinya said. "I don't have a girlfriend." "Isn't Miss Cheng Yiling your girlfriend?" "She isn't." "Did you break up?" "I've never been with her." "You've never been together? Then why did you take her to watch movies before? Why did you send her jewelry? Why?" "Miss Ruan, at a time like this, must you ask 10,000 whys?" Doan Chijo interrupted her, taking a step closer to her. "Didn't you say this morning that you'd do anything for me if I needed your help in the future?" Ruan Shinya's face turned red with embarrassment, finally understanding the truth behind the saying you can eat random food, but you shouldn't speak randomly. "Mr. Doan, I wasn't referring to this kind of help. Reneging on your promise, watching someone die without lifting a finger. Never mind." Doan Chijo's patience was worn thin, and he turned to walk toward his own room. "Come back in an hour to collect my body." Ruan Shinya completely softened. She stepped forward and pulled Doan Chijo, "Come inside." The moment the door closed, Doan Chijo fiercely kissed her. His whole body burned hot, his breath searing, as if someone had set a fire within him, and it was now blazing uncontrollably. "Mr. Doan." Ruan Shinya felt her lips and tongue ache from his kiss, her entire body limp. That fierce flame and drug effects seemed to spread from his body to hers too, making her somewhat out of control as well. No, this couldn't happen. Her last thread of reason reminded her. "Doan Chijo." Ruan Shinya pushed him hard, cupped his cheeks, and said to him, "I'll help you, but not in the way you think." "What do you mean?" "Follow me." Ruan Shinya led him into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Cold water poured down from the shower head, and she stripped off all of Doan Chijo's clothes. They were quickly drenched in cold water. Although Ruan Shinya hadn't taken off her own clothes, her white silk blouse today became almost transparent once wet, allowing Doan Chijo to see every curve beneath it clearly. He felt himself nearly ready to explode. "Ruan Shinya, what exactly are you planning?" Ruan Shinya didn't answer. Her soft left arm wrapped around his neck like a vine tightly hugging him, while her other hand secretly probed downward. The moment she gripped him tightly, Doan Chijo felt as though electricity surged through his entire body. For the past 2 years, during those few days of her menstrual period each month, whenever Doan Chijo wanted her, she used other methods to satisfy him. After such a long time, their coordination reached a level others couldn't attain. He almost forgot how skilled she was at seducing him. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, mingling with the fragmented moans of a man and a woman. The air brimmed with passion. Both were lost in each other's worlds, entirely oblivious to the persistent ringing of the doorbell by the delivery staff outside. Duan Chizhou's phone, soaked along with his clothes in the water, rang incessantly as Cheng Yiling stood fully prepared outside room 808, trying desperately to reach him, only to hear the mechanical and icy reply, "The number you dialed is currently unavailable." People passing by in the corridor stared at her. Cheng Yiling was about to lose her mind. She had waited several days, finally seizing the opportunity to drug Duan Chizhou's food, but at the critical moment, Duan Chizhou vanished without a trace. Not only was there no chance to consummate the relationship, she couldn't even enter Duan Chizhou's room. Where could he possibly be? Chapter 18, The Broken Vow. This night, it was countless times before Duan Chizhou had released all the effects of the drugs inside him. After finishing, he took a shower, dried his body, and fell asleep on Ruan Xinya's bed. Ruan Xinya was utterly exhausted, but she couldn't fall asleep at all. She didn't know how to face Duan Chizhou going forward. Each time she let him provoke her beyond limits was one thing, but today, she'd broken all vows entirely. How could she now look him in the eye and firmly reject him? The man lying on the bed was breathing steadily, sleeping as handsome as ever without any flaw. She hugged her knees and sat on the sofa, watching him from afar for a while. Suddenly, she jumped up and booked a flight back to Rongcheng. She knew it was a bit selfish, but she felt that she couldn't continue working beside Duan Chizhou for the moment. She needed more time to calm down and adjust her mindset. While Duan Chizhou slept, Ruan Xinya quietly packed her luggage and left the room. Before boarding the plane, she sent a leave message to Duan Chizhou. These few days, with Duan Chizhou personally supervising, the project schedule advanced quickly, and much of the work had already been completed in advance. Even if she weren't there going forward, it wouldn't have too great an impact. After 2 hours of flying, Ruan Xinya landed home. In these few days she was gone, Shen Shiyu had taken good care of the plants on her balcony. Furthermore, she added several pots of tulips, pink and tender flowers that were already in bloom, lifting anyone's mood upon sight. Ruan Xinya was watering the flowers when she heard a click from the door. Guilty like a thief, thinking Duan Chizhou had come chasing her by plane, she got so startled that she dropped the watering pot in her hand, splashing water everywhere. "How did you come back? Didn't you say you would be on a business trip for a week?" It was Shen Shiyu who entered. "I finished my work early, so I came back." Shen Shiyu gave her a suspicious glance. "Is that so? Why do I feel strange about you?" "No, where am I strange?" Ruan Xinya chuckled dryly and grabbed a mop to deal with the water on the floor. "Why are you back home at noon? Did you finish work?" "Not yet. I left my USB drive here yesterday. I just came to pick it up and will leave shortly." Shen Shiyu walked over to the coffee table, picked up the USB drive, and put it in her bag. "Do you want to eat something? Should I order takeout?" "No need, I've already eaten at the hospital cafeteria." "Well then, I'll grab something random." Shen Shiyu came over, leaned against the glass door of the balcony, and scrutinized Ruan Xinya carefully. "Are you really okay?" "Yeah. But why do I feel like you're a bit guilty?" Ruan Xinya secretly marveled at how sharp this woman's eyes were. However, she decided to keep hiding everything. 2 years ago, she could openly tell Shen Shiyu about her being together with Duan Chizhou, but she couldn't now because she simply didn't know how to bring it up to Shen Shiyu. "Where is their guilt? I'm just tired. You go to work quickly, I'll eat a little, clean up, and sleep." "Alright, then I'll go. Call me if there's anything." "Sure." Shen Shiyu left. After mopping the floor, Ruan Xinya picked up her phone and checked the time. Duan Chizhou should be awake by now. Duan Chizhou slept deeply this time, waking up only at noon. His phone soaked in water yesterday, but luckily it was waterproof and worked fine. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw many work-related messages, among which was one from Ruan Xinya. If Xinya was in her own room, why was she sending him a message? Duan Chizhou sat up on the bed and realized all the things related to her in the room had been cleared away. She had long since left. "Mr. Duan, I don't feel well. Please grant me 3 days off." Her message was direct, and he could almost imagine the determined attitude behind the words, "Whether you approve or not, I'm going through with it." Duan Chizhou didn't feel any displeasure at her sudden absence or reluctance to work. Last night, she had worked hard enough, probably exhausting all the energy she would have for the next 3 days. Ever since breaking up with Ruan Xinya, Duan Chizhou had been abstinent. He'd suppressed himself for a long time. Combined with last night's intense drugs, there were several moments when he thought he might break her slender arms. But she held out all night, dealing with his overly vigorous desires just like every night they spent together in the past. "Which part of your body hurts? Is it your hands?" he teased. The message carried a hint of improper meaning. Ruan Xinya didn't reply, and Duan Chizhou didn't dwell on it either. There was now a more pressing matter for him to finding out who drugged him. He made a call. The hotel quickly became shaken, because this was Duan Chizhou. His stay at Junting was already a kind of grace, and yet someone dared to drug their esteemed guest within their premises. A thorough investigation must be carried out. This certainly needs to be thoroughly investigated. Duan Chizhou returned to his room and changed clothes. His arm had come into contact with water last night, and he needed to change his bandages again. Since Ruan Xinya wasn't around, he was too lazy to go to the hospital again, so he called a doctor to come directly to the hotel. After changing the dressing, he drank a cup of black coffee and went to the company for a meeting. Ku Yang inquired about Ruan Xinya as soon as he saw him. "Mr. Duan, isn't Secretary Ruan coming to work today?" "Not coming." "What's wrong with her?" "Her hand got injured, she went home." "Ah, how did her hand get injured?" Duan Chizhou didn't answer. Ku Yang hummed softly to himself, thinking that perhaps the feng shui of Tongcheng wasn't suitable for these two people from Rongqing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had their hands injured one after another since they came here. The meeting ended again only at dusk. Du and Chizhou compressed the schedule for the next few days into one day. He knew she was deliberately avoiding him, but he still wanted to go back early and see how badly her hand was injured that she had to take 3 days off. When he returned to the hotel from the company, the hotel manager had already been waiting anxiously in the lobby. He apologized once more for what happened yesterday and then told Du and Chizhou that they had found out who drugged him. The person who drugged him was a staff member of the hotel's catering department. He was a hardcore fan of Cheng Yiling and had long been used by her to fight cyberbullying, criticize unauthorized fans, and insult rival factions on the internet. He was completely Cheng Yiling's weapon, doing whatever she directed. This time, drugging Du and Chizhou's food was also under Cheng Yiling's instructions. The corridor surveillance also captured Miss Cheng lingering outside your door last night, Mr. Duan, probably trying to find an opportunity to harm you, said the hotel manager cautiously while looking at Du and Chizhou. Mr. Duan, how would you like this handled? Since it had always been rumored that Cheng Yiling was Du and Chizhou's girlfriend, the hotel manager couldn't help but wonder if this wasn't just some small kink between the couple, but a misunderstanding due to poor communication. Handle it through legal proceedings. Du and Chizhou showed no mercy. The hotel manager's heart skipped a beat. Weren't they supposed to be dating? Was it really necessary to escalate things to the point of calling the police? Before several staff members could react, a woman fully covered in a hat and mask suddenly rushed out of the lobby straight toward Du and Chizhou. Mr. Duan, please don't call the police. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. I will never dare to do it again. Cheng Yiling had waited a long time last night outside Du and Chizhou's room but didn't see him return. She rented a room at Junting Hotel and slept. However, when she woke up today, her assistant told her that the person she sent to drug Du and Chizhou had already been caught by the hotel. Her assistant advised her to plead for leniency with Du and Chizhou immediately before things got worse. She panicked, not even bothering to put on makeup, hastily covering her face with a mask and hat and rushing downstairs. She then heard Du and Chizhou saying he was going to report her to the police. How could the police be called? She still aspired to become a glamorous movie star and marry into a wealthy family. Mr. Duan, I just love you too much. I didn't want to leave you, so I resorted to such a stupid method. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Cheng Yiling lunged forward, attempting to embrace Du and Chizhou, but she was blocked by a wall of security personnel set up by the hotel staff. Despite being a star, someone respected as Miss Cheng at various prestigious events, Cheng Yiling was nothing more than a pestering fly in front of Du and Chizhou. A slight frown from him, and everyone wished to swat her dead. People at such unreachable heights should not be easily approached. One false step could result in utter destruction. She had simply underestimated everything. A man like him was definitely not one who could be won over simply by sleeping together. Mr. Duan, please, spare me, please. I've already said it. Do not show up in front of me again, Du and Chizhou replied coldly. Miss Cheng, you've crossed the line again. Mr. Duan, I won't do it again. I promise I won't bother you anymore. Du and Chizhou lost patience listening to her and signaled the staff. Cheng Yiling was then taken away. The news of Cheng Yiling offending Du and Chizhou and pleading for forgiveness crazily at the hotel quickly took over the headlines of the entertainment section. Ruan Xinya only saw the news on the second day of her vacation. She recalled that Du and Chizhou had said Cheng Yiling was not his girlfriend that night. At first, she hadn't quite believed it, but upon further reflection, it made sense. Which boyfriend would resort to slipping aphrodisiacs into his own partner's drinks to get them into bed? Besides, Du and Chizhou clearly didn't need drugs for sexual stimulation. But if Cheng Yiling wasn't Du and Chizhou's girlfriend, then what about all those times when Du and Chizhou took her to watch movies and gifted her expensive jewelry, actions that seemed like courting? Ruan Xinya increasingly felt like she couldn't understand this enigmatic man. As she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. It was Du and Chizhou calling. When Ruan Xinya saw the 3 words Du and Chizhou flashing on her screen, she felt as if her phone had suddenly turned scorching hot and quickly tossed it onto the sofa before retreating to a distance and pretending not to hear it. The ringing persisted for a while before finally stopping. She let out a sigh of relief, but just then, her phone rang again. Could it be something work-related that he was so urgently calling her about? With this thought, Ruan Xinya hesitated but decided to answer, fearing that if it truly was work-related and she delayed, there could be consequences. As she picked up her phone, she realized it wasn't Du and Chizhou calling. This time it was her mother, Wang Menghan. Mom, Ruan Xinya answered. Yaya, are you busy? No, I'm resting today. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? In Wang Menghan's subconscious, Ruan Xinya was practically a work robot. Especially during her first few years in the workforce, except when physically ill, Ruan Xinya rarely took days off, working year-round without rest, even finding side gigs on weekends or holidays. No, I've just come back from a business trip and feel a bit tired, so I've requested a day off. That's fine, don't overexert yourself. Times aren't like they used to be. Ruan Xinya hummed an affirmative response, and her mother's words times aren't like they used to be gave her a deep sense of how content and secure Wang Menghan now felt, feelings only a happily married woman could have. Mom, what is it that you need? It's almost Qingming festival. Every year before the Duan family pays tribute to their ancestors, they make it a point to go to the temple for incense offerings and blessings. It's a Duan family tradition, and your uncle Duan has said that this year, both you and Xiaoqing should join us. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinya immediately developed a strange sense of aversion. Mom, I don't. Let me finish, Wang Menghan interrupted her, rushing ahead before Wan Xinya could refuse. The fact that your Uncle Duan is willing to invite both you and Xiaoqing means he really considers you two his children, which makes Mom happy. He remembered both of you for the Duan family activities, and so do Mom and your Uncle Duan. We both hope that you and Xiaoqing can integrate into the Duan family as soon as possible. But you know Xiaoqing's stubborn nature. Even when Mom begged her to attend my wedding, she refused. She certainly won't go for the temple visit for blessings. So I must go, right? Wan Xinya asked with resignation. Yes. If your Uncle Duan extends an invitation but neither of you sisters show up, what would he think? Wouldn't he feel you two don't care at all about him being your stepfather, that you're unwilling to be part of his family? Wang Menghan sighed. I've already tried contacting Xiaoqing, but she doesn't even pick up my calls. There's no help coming from her side, Yaya. You're more sensible than your sister, you can't ignore Mom's feelings. Mom, but I also don't want to go. There's nothing meaningful to talk about between me and those people in the Duan family. It'll just be awkward. Can't we find some excuse to get Xiaoqing and me out of it? You're already employed at Duan Corporation. You and Chizhou often run into each other anyway, why would it be awkward to meet, said Wang Menghan. Are you, like your sister, refusing to support Mom's marriage? Upon hearing this, Wan Xinya felt overwhelmed. Her mother had no idea about the complicated situation she was currently in with Duan Chizhou. If she knew, perhaps she'd try to stop her from going instead. Mom. Just as Wan Xinya tried to persuade her mother further, Duan Chizhou's call came through once again. What did he want now? With his intelligence, surely he should know that she was avoiding him by taking leave. Fine then, she would accept the family event invitation. Wan Xinya thought that appearing as one of the Duan family members at their activity might serve as a strong reminder to Duan Chizhou. She needed to make him understand that, as her elder brother, he couldn't keep pushing her in such ways. Mom, I'll go. Chapter 19, Doing that kind of thing. Every year before the Qingming festival, the Duan family would go to Shannon Temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. This was a rule passed down by their ancestors, and every member of the Duan family had this rule ingrained in their blood. Unless they were sick, they would absolutely not be absent. Wan Xinya took a taxi to the Duan family residence early in the morning. In front of the Duan family villa, there were 8 Mercedes-Benz vans parked, all black, which at a glance resembled a scene from a movie where the big boss is out on the streets. Manager Kang led Wan Xinya inside, and as soon as she entered the hall, she saw that it was filled with people sitting on the sofas. Apart from Duan Qiuming and Duan Yuanxi, Duan Qiuying, Duan Qiuming's married sister, and Duan Dongshua's entire family were there as well. Wang Menghan was busy serving tea and cutting fruits for her elder and younger sisters-in-law. Yaya has arrived. Duan Qiuming was the first to see Wan Xinya, waving to greet her. Wan Xinya was about to call out, but before she could speak, Duan Yuanxi, who was playing with her phone on a single sofa, suddenly jumped up. Who let you come? You are so shameless. Everywhere there's you, everything you want to squeeze into. Shut up. I invited Yaya here. Duan Qiuming pointed at his daughter Duan Yuanxi. Show some respect. Wasn't the punishment I gave you last time enough? What? Do you want to hit me again for this outsider? Duan Yuanxi thought of how her father, who used to spoil her, now hit her because of this woman named Wan Xinya. Anger rose within her. Dad, I really think you're senile. Today is our Duan family going to the temple to burn incense and seek blessings. It's a Duan family matter. Is she a Duan family member? Does she have the surname Duan? Why bring her here? She is your aunt's daughter, so she is one of us. Ha ha ha, really funny, one of us? Who is one of us with these 2 fox spirits? Duan Yuanxi looked at each person present, proudly declaring, Dad, why don't you ask everyone here who thinks they are one family with these 2 fox spirits? Duan Yuanxi, you are crossing the line. You caused trouble at the wedding, now you're causing trouble today. I can see that you don't respect me as your father at all. Duan Qiuming was furious, wishing he could stand up from his wheelchair. No manners at all, calling people fox spirits all the time. Your education is wasted. What? Are you planning to hit me again? Duan Yuanxi rushed to Duan Qiuming's wheelchair, furiously stating, Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Otherwise, as long as I am alive, I will never recognize these 2 fox spirits as part of our Duan family. Duan Qiuming actually raised his hand to hit her. At this moment footsteps were heard upstairs. Why the noise so early in the morning? It was Duan Chizhou coming downstairs. Duan Chizhou was dressed in a black vintage suit today, exuding a cold demeanor with a touch of Chinese elegance. As he descended the stairs, he casually adjusted his cufflinks, his piercing gaze sweeping equally over everyone in the living room before finally settling on Wan Xinya. He clearly didn't expect her to be here. The instant he saw her, his eyes darkened significantly. Brother. Seeing her support had arrived, Duan Yuanxi hurriedly rushed over to complain but stopped more than a meter away due to a glare from Duan Chizhou. Uncle Kang, go invite Grandpa and Grandma out. Duan Chizhou glanced at his watch, then said to Uncle Kang. Yes, Master. Uncle Kang went to the back garden, and shortly after, brought the patriarch and matriarch of the Duan family over. The old patriarch was almost 80 years old, yet still in excellent health. His silvery hair was styled in a slicked-back manner, and he wore a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane. His presence radiated authority mixed with an intellectual air. The elderly matriarch wore a modified cheongsam and walked beside her husband. While her aura wasn't as strong as her husband's, it was clear she wasn't an ordinary person either. Both elders immediately noticed Wan Xinya, the outsider among their descendants, but neither of them said anything. Instead, they simply ignored her indifferently. Chijo, it's about time. Everyone is ready, let's depart. The elder patriarch addressed Du and Chijo. Yes, grandfather. With a word from the elder, everyone stood up and headed outside. So many people, 8 vehicles, 5 people per vehicle on average, yet the car Wan Xinya was riding in only had 3 passengers apart from Du and Qiuming. No one else in the Duan family was willing to share a vehicle with her and her mother. They preferred having an extra person crammed in the car rather than being in the same carriage as Wan Xinya and her mother. In the end, everyone else got on board, leaving Du and Chijo who was in charge of overseeing everything. Without hesitation, Du and Chijo directly boarded the van Wan Xinya was in, taking the seat opposite her. Let's go, he told the driver. Yes, master. The convoy drove steadily towards Puan Temple. From the moment Du and Chijo boarded the vehicle, Wan Xinya tightly pressed her legs together, her spine stiff as a soldier standing to attention. She stared out the window the whole way, fearing any eye contact with Du and Chijo. Fortunately, Du and Chijo didn't pay attention to her. His gaze was on his phone from start to finish. The car was silent, the atmosphere inexplicably oppressive. Chijo, I heard from Uncle Kang that you had a fever yesterday. Wang Menghan broke the silence. Du and Chijo coldly hummed in response. Wan Xinya couldn't help but glance at him, so he wasn't feeling well. No wonder when he stood in the breeze earlier, he kept coughing into a handkerchief. How did you suddenly catch a fever? Did you catch a chill during your business trip to Tongcheng? Yes, I took a cold shower and caught a chill. When Du and Chijo mentioned the cold shower, he raised his head and looked meaningfully at Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya instantly thought back to the night she dragged him into the bathroom for a cold shower. So it was her fault. Upon hearing Du and Chijo explain to her the cause of his cold, Wang Menghan felt unexpectedly honored. After all, Du and Chijo usually never initiated conversations with her, and even when she started them, he would only respond with a rarely saying so much. She immediately overflowed with maternal concern, instructing him in her role as an elder. The early spring temperature hasn't fully warmed yet. How could you take a cold shower? Don't think you're invincible just because you're young and healthy. It's uncomfortable to be sick. This time, Du and Chijo didn't respond. Wang Menghan felt somewhat awkward but didn't give up. She turned instead to find a topic involving Wan Xinya. Yaya, weren't you also on a business trip to Tongcheng a few days ago? Yes. Wan Xinya nodded. Wow, what a coincidence. Back then, when your uncle Duan and I first met, we were chatting and found out you worked at Chijo's company. We were both amazed at how predestined this was. Isn't that right, Qiuming? That's right. This is destiny. Everything is arranged by fate. Du and Qiuming echoed Wang Menghan's words. Du and Chijo gave a cold smirk, typing quickly on his phone screen with his fingers. Soon, Wan Xinya received his message. Do you want to tell them about why I took a cold shower? Wan Xinya gripped her phone tightly, maintaining a calm exterior, but her temple was pulsating fiercely. If you're crazy enough, go ahead. Do you think I don't dare go crazy? Why bother? She shakily typed these 2 words, raising her eyes to meet Du and Chijo's penetrating gaze. His look carried a touch of casual scrutiny, catching every bit of her disarray. Yaya, your brother Chijo is so talented, organizing everything at the company perfectly. You must learn from him. If there's anything you don't understand, humbly seek his advice. Wan Xinya tightened her lips and remained silent, hoping her mother would end the topic quickly. However, Wang Menghan was determined to use her to flatter Du and Chijo. I used to always worry about you getting bullied outside, but now that you're working near Chijo and have his care, I'm at ease. Yes, Chijo, since Yaya is now at your company, you must definitely take good care of her. Du and Qiuming even patted Du and Chijo's shoulder deliberately. Did you hear me? I heard. Du and Chijo stared at Wan Xinya, word by word. Rest assured, I will definitely take care of her. He stressed the 2 words take care so heavily that it made Wan Xinya's scalp tingle. She didn't need to guess to know exactly what kind of care he referred to. Wan Xinya suddenly realized how wrong it was for her to come here, thinking that her appearance as a Duan family member might awaken Du and Chijo's sense of morality. Unknowingly, it just poured oil onto the fire. The convoy soon arrived at Puan Temple. Today, Shonan Temple specially closed its gates to welcome the Duan family for burning incense and praying for blessings. The abbot and his monks were already lined up waiting. Wan Xinya had visited Puan Temple right after graduating, burning incense at that time. Back then, each Buddha hall was bustling with visitors, and it was her first time learning that temples could clear their grounds. Madame Duan was the first to burn incense in the Mahavira Hall, followed by other female members of the Duan family. Meanwhile, Wang Menghan and Wan Xinya were placed last, as if the blessings they were receiving came solely through the grace of the Duans. Wang Menghan had long gotten used to being marginalized and paid it no mind. After everyone else finished paying respects, she pulled Wan Xinya and said, Come, Yaya, let's worship too. All right. Wan Xinya followed Wang Menghan into the Mahavira Hall. On the prayer mat, Wang Menghan knelt devoutly, hands clasped together as she softly prayed, Bless my daughter Xiaqing, keep her healthy and safe, full of joy. After speaking, she bowed her head several times consecutively. Wan Xinya also reverently paid her respects, though she harbored no specific wishes. Just like her mother, she only wished her younger sister Wan Muxin could remain in good health and not fall ill again. Due to motion sickness, the elder Mrs. Duan rested in the monks' quarters after paying her respects at the temple altar. Accompanying her were her 2 daughters throughout. As a dutiful daughter-in-law, Menghan felt it was improper not to inquire about the elderly woman's well-being, so as soon as their prayer concluded, she said she would visit the older woman. Yaya, take your time browsing around. I'll check on the elder and come find you. All right. Cindy walked alone through the great hero hall towards a side hall. The lotus pennants fluttered gently in the breeze, and along the long corridor, she caught sight of Mr. Duan and Chijo speaking with the abbot. Afraid of being noticed, she hastened her steps and slipped into the Buddhist chapel. The prayer hall was vast and spacious, with neatly arranged cushions for kneeling. She knelt down randomly at a corner and looked up devoutly at the golden Buddha statue when footsteps suddenly came from behind her. Without even turning back, Shinya knew exactly who it was. It was Chijo. Only he could walk with such a strong and nerve-wracking gait. Shinya straightened her spine but dared not turn to look at him. Pretending she heard nothing, she silently prayed he wouldn't humiliate her here in the prayer hall. Hurriedly leaving Tongcheng, wasn't that to avoid me? Chijo's deep voice broke the silence behind her. If you wanted to avoid me, why did you come today? Surrounded by an oppressive silence, Shinya could faintly sense his anger in his tone. Uncle Duan asked me to come, Shinya replied. You seem to listen to everyone except me. How many times have I told you not to come to the Duans? I don't want to see you here. He had warned her numerous times already, but she just ignored him every time. Uncle Duan said we're family. He hoped I'd join everyone today to pray for blessings, and my mother feels the same way. Should I disobey them? Family? Chijo gave a cold laugh. Do you see anyone from the Duan family paying extra attention to you? Who truly treats you like one of us? Shinya remained silent. She wasn't stupid, she clearly knew how much of a thorn in their side she was to the Duan family. But what choice did she have if her mother insisted on marrying into this kind of family? She was dragged into the situation unwillingly. Even without your words, I know what you're trying to do. You must be coming today just to remind me of the connection between us. But let me tell you, don't try pulling this brother and sister nonsense with me. I, Duan Chijo, only have one sister, and you're not my sister. Chijo knelt down next to her, gripping her chin forcefully and forcing her to look at the Buddha statue. Before the Buddha himself, you can ask yourself what kind of sister helps her brother do that kind of thing. Are you insane, Duan Chijo? Shinya shoved off his grip angrily and glared at him. Look where we are. Are you serious about discussing this sort of thing at a sacred place of Buddhism? This sort of thing? What kind of thing? Chijo pushed harder. People who renounce worldly ties transcend material existence and attain inner peace, they won't care what I say. If it dirties anything, it's your heart, because you clearly feel something dirty toward me inside your own heart. I don't. Shinya denied fiercely. You don't, huh? He grabbed her wrist tightly, forcing her hand onto her left chest, above her heart. You don't need to give me an answer, just ask yourself honestly. Shinya's temple started throbbing again, clouding her thoughts. Though thousands of words surged within her heart, she couldn't articulate a single word in defense. You see, you can't deny it. Chijo stared deeply into her eyes, his dark gaze penetrating as if looking directly into her soul. You can't claim there isn't the slightest inappropriate thought for me. Shinya's face flushed bright red, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. So, was he planning to drag her down to hell with him? Seeing the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, Chijo's heart softened suddenly. Just as he was about to reach out and stroke her hair, she quickly stood up and fled the prayer hall. Don't follow me, she muttered before rushing away without looking back. Kneeling alone on the cushion, Chijo watched her retreating figure and whispered after a while, what a coward. Chapter 20. Enjoy the night that belongs only to you. Puan Temple was located on the waist of Fuling Mountain, surrounded by dense forests and lush trees. Ruan Shinya ran out of the temple and circled around for a bit before finding a large stone to sit down. She didn't want to go back to face the Duan family, especially not Duan Chijo. Just thinking about how he had been pressing her relentlessly earlier unsettled her mind. Her mother and Uncle Duan were both kind to her, but she had entangled herself with Duan Chijo behind their backs, her sense of guilt growing heavier, threatening to consume her. If there really was a heaven and hell after death, then Duan Chijo was right, they would certainly end up in hell. Ah! A sudden scream reached her ears. Instinctively, Ruan Shinya stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away on a small path, she saw a girl sitting there. The girl looked to be around 11 or 12 years old, with high ponytails, slim build, and a pink Chanel purse slung on her back. Ruan Shinya recognized her as Mo Qingya, the daughter of Duan Chijo's younger aunt. That morning, when she went to the Duan family, she saw this young girl playing King of Glory in a hammock upon entering. Sister, help me. Mo Qingya also spotted Ruan Shinya, waving at her. I twisted my foot. Upon hearing this, Ruan Shinya hurried over. Is it serious? It hurts a lot. Mo Qingya supported her ankle with her hand, looking up at Ruan Shinya with teary eyes, clear and innocent. It really hurts, sister. Is my leg broken? It's not broken, you just twisted it. We'll spray some medicine on it. While comforting her, Ruan Shinya helped her up. But I hurt too much. I can't walk. Seeing the little girl sob uncontrollably, Ruan Shinya remembered how her younger sister Ruan Muqing used to cry and demand to be carried whenever she twisted her ankle during playtime. Once on her sister's back, her tears would quickly turn into laughter. Don't cry. I'll carry you back, and we'll treat it. It'll stop hurting soon. You will carry me? Mo Qingya looked touched at Ruan Shinya. Thank you so much, sister. No problem. Ruan Shinya squatted in front of Mo Qingya, half crouching. Come on, climb on. Okay, thank you, sister. After saying this, Mo Qingya did not climb onto Ruan Xinya's back as expected. Instead, she swiftly raised her foot and kicked Ruan Xinya's buttocks with surprising agility. Caught off guard, Ruan Xinya fell forward onto the gravel, scraping her palms. Before she could react, several more girls burst out from among the trees. They were all younger members of the Duan family, led by Duan Qizhou's sister, Duan Yuanxi. While Ruan Xinya was still on the ground, they surrounded her and seized her arms and legs tightly. "You pretentious hypocrite, pretending to be such a good person to win people's hearts, huh?" Duan Yuanxi stared down at Ruan Xinya with folded arms. "Trying to cozy up to Qingya so she'd speak well of you to the Duan family? My thoughts aren't as dirty as yours." Ruan Xinya replied coolly. "So you're just helping Qingya, is that it?" I thought she had actually twisted her foot, but looks like even someone so young knows how to lie. Ruan Xinya glanced at Mo Qingya, who immediately averted her gaze uncomfortably. "And what if I deceived you? Aren't your mom and you deceiving my dad too, twisting him around however you want?" Duan Yuanxi kicked Ruan Xinya hard. "You're the same as your mom, nothing but fake hypocrites. I hate people like you, these perfect lilies who pretend to be pure. We don't pretend. Your mind is too dark, seeing everyone as bad. Daring to say my mind is dark." Duan Yuanxi kicked Ruan Xinya again and turned to her cousins and sisters. "Tie her up." The girls surrounding her grabbed belts and silk scarves from their own outfits, and together they bound Ruan Xinya tightly. "What are you planning to do? Help! Help!" Ruan Xinya shouted desperately, but Piyuan Temple was closed that day. There was no one else in the mountain. "Shut up already." Duan Yuanxi pulled a piece of cloth from her bag, balled it up, and shoved it into Ruan Xinya's mouth. "Throw her into that cave behind the big rock." At Duan Yuanxi's order, Ruan Xinya was lifted up and thrown into the dark cave behind the boulder. MMMPH. Ruan Xinya struggled on the ground, but her hands and feet were tied, making her completely immobile. "Don't waste your energy, nobody will come save you." Duan Yuanxi knelt beside her, took her phone from her pocket, and without hesitation smashed it against the large rock. "Enjoy this night in the deep wilderness all by yourself, Ruan Xinya." Wang Menghan came out of her room and at first didn't realize that Ruan Xinya was missing. She assumed she had simply gone to visit another hall of the temple. It wasn't until everyone from the Duan family gathered at the temple gate to leave that she realized Ruan Xinya never emerged. "Where has Yaya gone? Why can't I see her?" Wang Menghan looked towards Duan Qiuming in the wheelchair. "I haven't seen her since a while ago, give her a call," Duan Qiuming said. Wang Menghan immediately took out her phone, only to find there was no signal deep in the mountains, so she couldn't even dial a number. "There's no signal. Is that right? Try my phone." Duan Qiuming took out his own phone, but it also had no signal. "Where on earth has Yaya gone?" Wang Menghan started feeling uneasy. Seeing Wang Menghan's anxiety, Duan Qiuming immediately asked everyone loudly, "Has anyone seen Yaya?" The members of the Duan family were chatting until they heard Duan Qiuming's question. Everyone fell silent, looking around at each other, but no one replied. "Why would we play with her? If even her own mother can't keep track of her daughter, why are you asking us?" Duan Yuanxi continued to make sarcastic remarks as usual. "Duan Yuanxi, if you didn't see her then say so. Why must you criticize everything?" Duan Qizhou reprimanded Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi let out a light humph and wanted to retort, but was pulled aside by Grandma Duan. "Has anyone seen Ruan Xinya?" This time, it was Duan Qizhou who spoke. "Brother Qizhou, I saw that sister." Duan Dongshua's young daughter Mo Qingya stepped forward. Duan Qizhou approached Mo Qingya. "When did you see her? Where?" "At noon, I saw that sister run out from the prayer hall and go down the mountain along the small path." "Go down the mountain?" "Yes." Mo Qingya's eyes were clear. It didn't seem like she was lying. Moreover, everyone thought a child like her wouldn't have any grudges against Ruan Xinya and there was no need for her to lie about this matter. Duan Qizhou had no doubt either. After all, he was most aware that Ruan Xinya indeed ran out of the prayer hall after having an argument with him at noon. And for her to leave the mountain without saying anything should be due to her being angry with him. "Yaya really, how could she just go down the mountain without telling me? Doesn't she know I would worry?" Wang Menghan casually complained to her husband Duan Qiuming. "It's because of how well you raised her. No sense of propriety, thinking she's so important that so many people have been waiting here for her." Duan Yuanxi seized the opportunity to attack Wang Menghan. Wang Menghan lowered her head and shut her mouth. Duan Qiuming glared at Duan Yuanxi and turned to Duan Qizhou, saying, "All right, since Yaya has already returned, let's not waste any more time. We'd better hurry up and get in the car." Duan Qizhou nodded. As the sky grew darker, the group boarded the cars and began their return trip. Just as the convoy left Fuling Mountain, light rain began to fall. "This rain is certainly saving face for the Duan family. It only starts now," Duan Qiuming remarked, gazing out the window at the gradually intensifying rain. "That's right," Wang Menghan agreed half-heartedly, then pulled out her phone to call Ruan Xinya. The phone finally had a signal, but Ruan Xinya's line remained unanswered. She made several calls in a row, but no one picked up. Why isn't Yaya answering her phone? She never used to do that. Wang Menghan became increasingly curious. Maybe her phone is charging. After being outside all day, it probably ran out of battery. Duan Qiuming said. "That can't be, I saw her power bank in her bag." Duan Qizhou sat in the front seat resting his eyes but upon hearing Wang Menghan's words, began to feel something was amiss. Even if Ruan Xinya was angry, it was with him, so why would she ignore Wang Menghan's calls? He wanted to call Ruan Xinya himself, but with both his father and Wang Menghan present in the car, he opted instead to send messages. Where are you? Why aren't you answering your phone? Reply once you receive this. Your mother is worried about you. Send a reply. Ruan Xinya, it was my fault back at the temple, I apologize. Please respond once you see this. Every message sent by Duan Chizhou went unanswered. The rain intensified, and half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Duan family estate. The butler, Uncle Kang, and more than a dozen housekeepers came out holding umbrellas to welcome them. Upon receiving an umbrella, Duan Yuanxi quickly pulled Mo Qingya under her shelter. Yaya, you've done such a good job today. Tell me what gift you want, and I'll buy it for you another day. I want skins for King of Glory, but my mom won't buy them for me. She says kids shouldn't be addicted to games. Alright, I'll buy them for you. What good deed? A cold, stern voice from behind them startled both Mo Qingya and Duan Yuanxi. Mo Qingya shivered involuntarily and instinctively looked at Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi herself was quite nervous, subtly tightening her grip on Mo Qingya's shoulder. Duan Chizhou moved forward and blocked their way. What good deed? He repeated. Under the black umbrella, Duan Chizhou's face was as dark as night. Duan Yuanxi, I'll count to 3. You'd better confess what trick you're playing, or else I won't let you off. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. 1. No matter if you count to 100, it won't work. I didn't do anything. How, Chizhou? Why are you scolding your sister again? Can't you just talk nicely? The two aunts of Duan Chizhou came over, but he did not move an inch. 2. Duan Chizhou's voice became more intimidating. Duan Yuanxi was still defiant, but beside her, Mo Qingya had already been scared to tears. At 11 years old, Mo Qingya only vaguely understood that her cousin was someone who wielded power like wind and rain, so brutal that even ghosts feared him by a third. 3. Brother Chizhou, I'll tell. We tied up the woman and left her in the mountains. Mo Qingya. Duan Yuanxi shoved Mo Qingya out from under the umbrella angrily. Do you still want those game skins? Shut up. Duan Chizhou pointed at the two. Both of you, go kneel in the ancestral hall. I'll deal with you when I come back. Then, he ran back to the car. With great effort, Ruan Xinya finally managed to rub through the binding on her wrists, and as soon as she freed herself, she immediately pulled out the cloth stuffed in her mouth and untied the silk scarves around her ankles. Using Burberry scarves and Gucci belts to tie people up, these wealthy young ladies truly have no idea how hard life can be. The cave was pitch black, and it was raining heavily outside. Although Ruan Xinya had freed herself, there was nowhere for her to go. She picked up her phone, but it had been smashed beyond repair. She couldn't call for help, nor could she use it as a flashlight. So, she could only sit quietly and wait, praying that the rain would stop quickly or that someone would pass by and find her. But, in this rainy night deep in the mountains, how could anyone possibly come? Ruan Xinya grew colder as time passed, hugging her knees tightly and curling up next to a big rock. The sounds of the rain and wind mingled around her, occasionally interrupted by strange noises, which made her feel even more frightened. If this continued, she might freeze to death here. But going down the mountain in the rain without a flashlight would be even more dangerous. What should she do? Just as she was at a loss, familiar voices reached her ears. Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya. It was Duan Chizhou's voice. For the first time, Ruan Xinya thought Duan Chizhou's voice was so melodious. I'm here. Duan Chizhou, I'm here. She stood up and called out loud from the entrance of the cave. Duan Chizhou, I'm here. In the cave. Heard you, stay put. A beam of flashlight soon pierced through the night and shone toward her. I'm here. I'm here. Excitedly, Ruan Xinya waved at him. At that moment, all the unpleasant arguments in the prayer hall were thrown to the back of her mind. She forgot everything except that she was rescued and wanted to take a hot bath and snuggle into a warm blanket. Duan Chizhou soon walked along the mountain path to where Ruan Xinya was standing. The rain was heavy, though he was holding an umbrella, his coat was soaked, and mud spots covered his leather shoes and pant legs, the original colors completely gone. In Ruan Xinya's impression, Duan Chizhou had never looked so disheveled. He had always been precious and high above, unsoiled by the world, but now, his image was completely overturned. Are you okay? Duan Chizhou shone the flashlight up and down her body. I'm fine. Then let's go. He handed her the flashlight and held her other hand. You hold on to me, and shine the light on the path yourself. Ruan Xinya shone the light on his feet. He glanced back at her, raised his tone, and reminded her again, shine it on your own feet. What about you? I'm fine. But if you fall, you'll pull me down too. The chances of you falling are much higher than mine. Who are you looking down on? Do as I say. Chapter 21 Eat her up whole. The sound of the rain washed the two words obey with unusual gentleness. Ruan Xinya quietly gripped his hand. The two of them had a hard time descending the mountain, Duan Chizhou walking ahead to clear the way for her. Each step was taken with great caution. His towering figure, like an imposing mountain, shielded her from wind and rain. At this moment, Ruan Xinya clearly felt that she had someone to rely on, a feeling she had never experienced before. Since Ruan Xinya could remember, her father's alcoholism and domestic violence made him completely unreliable, while her mother focused all her attention on her sickly younger sister. She had always relied on herself, sometimes even having to step forward to protect her mother and sister. She had never been allowed to be weak until now, when Duan Chizhou gave her infinite security. Ouch! Even though Duan Chizhou was guiding her closely, the muddy road in the downpour was still treacherous, and Ruan Xinya twisted her ankle. Luckily, Duan Chizhou swiftly caught her. What happened? I slipped. Can you still walk? I can. In truth, it hurt so much that she could feel her ankle swell up instantly like a steamed bun. Doan Chijo looked at her. This woman's frown was so heavy it seemed capable of inserting flowers into her eyebrows. He guessed she was trying to be strong again. I'll carry you. Doan Chijo squatted in front of Ruan Shinya. No need. If you don't want to spend the night in the mountains, get on my back. Doan Chijo's tone was authoritative yet gentle. Ruan Shinya thought about it. It was better to follow his instructions, otherwise, they really didn't know when they'd reach the bottom. She slowly leaned down and rested against Doan Chijo's back. Doan Chijo's clothes were already soaked through, and neither was Ruan Shinya faring any better. Wearing a striped shirt that day, hers had clung to her body after getting wet, making it almost as if she weren't wearing anything. The moment she pressed against him, Doan Chijo became instantly disheveled. Those soft mounds, like bombs of desire buried on his back, ignited him every time she moved. Am I too heavy? Ruan Shinya felt him stiffen noticeably and slightly adjusted her position. Not at all. Then why? Don't move around. What? She didn't hear clearly and leaned closer to listen to him, pressing her body even tighter against his. What did you say? Doan Chijo exhaled helplessly and continued walking down the mountain with her on his back. A black business car waited nearby, its emergency lights blinking through the rain. The light was simply a beacon of hope in the dark. They finally made it safely down the mountain. As Ruan Shinya just began to relax, she was abruptly tossed into the car by Doan Chijo. The spacious interior of the commercial vehicle let her land on the back seat. Before she could stabilize herself, Doan Chijo shut the door and immediately claimed her lips in an aggressive kiss. He suctioned on her red lips, forcing her mouth open, twisting their tongues together as if he couldn't resist eating her up right there. Millimeter. Ruan Shinya's scalp tingled, feeling her soul being drawn out of her body by him. She emitted a low moan and tried to push him away, but inadvertently touched something hardened under his soaked pants. Shocked, she didn't understand where his enthusiasm was coming from. You. Just now, I warned you not to move around. He pressed her into his chest, partially unbuttoned her shirt, and buried his head in her snow-white neck. This is the result of your movements. He kissed her neck, her skin softened after the rain like coagulated fat, fragrant with a hint of sweet rain. Ruan Shinya suddenly wanted to refuse, but he sealed her protest with another kiss. Raindrops beat against the car window, the glass clouded over like a hidden curtain, while the sexual tension surged within the car. Heavy breathing from both genders drowned out the sound of the rain. Ruan Shinya was kissed until her whole body went limp. For a moment, she thought she would surrender. Fortunately, Doan Chijo's phone suddenly rang. The urgent ringtone quickly snapped Doan Chijo back to reality, and he ended the deep kiss. Ruan Shinya took the chance to push him away and attempt to get off him, only to be pulled back into his arms once again. Doan Chijo held her tightly as he pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from Doan Choming. Ruan Shinya noticed the word dad flashing on the screen and hurriedly wriggled out of Doan Chijo's embrace, sitting uneasily on the other side of the seat, as if Doan Choming could see everything. Doan Chijo smirked at her. Big shot. Hurry up and answer the phone, urged Ruan Shinya. The longer the phone rang, the more nervous she became. Hello. Doan Chijo answered. Chiju, have you found Yaya? Came the anxious voice of Doan Choming. Found her. Is Yaya okay? Is she hurt? She's fine. Doan Choming sighed in relief. That's good, Auntie has been very worried. Doan Chijo remained silent. The rain is so heavy, you must safely bring Yaya back home, understood? Millimeter. After hanging up the phone, Doan Chijo lifted his eyes to Ruan Shinya, who had already shrunk into the corner of the back seat. Are you that afraid of me? He leaned closer to her, his fingers brushing through her semi-wet hair. Shinshin just now, you had a reaction too, didn't you? I did not. Ruan Shinya straightened her shirt collar and replied firmly. You didn't. Doan Chijo abruptly grabbed her calf and dragged her off the back seat. With deft movements, he undid the button on her jeans. Shall I check? No. Ruan Shinya hurriedly fastened her jeans button back, her face turning red as she said, I want to go home. Both were clad in wet clothes. After the warmth from their bodies receded, despite the car heater being on, they still felt a little cold. Doan Chijo wasted no more time and drove her home directly. When the car parked in the underground parking lot of Cholu residential area, the rain had already stopped. Doan Chijo got out of the car first. After getting out, he swiftly scooped up Ruan Shinya. My foot isn't that painful anymore. I can go upstairs myself. No need to send me. Thank you, Ruan Shinya said. I'll see you to the door. As Doan Chijo spoke, he supported her to the elevator entrance and pressed the button for her. The underground parking lot was filled with chilly winds. Doan Chijo had originally been suffering from a cold. After catching the wind, he couldn't stop coughing. Ruan Shinya felt a bit uneasy. After all, today's downpour was for her. Mr. Doan, would you like to come in for a cup of hot tea? Ruan Shinya asked upstairs. Hot tea is fine, but can I take a hot shower? Ah, if you don't reject it, I'll consider it as your consent. Before she could reply, Doan Chijo had already stepped into her home ahead of her. After their old house renovation, Doan Chijo hadn't visited again. Once inside, he glanced around at the furnishings. Without the patched-up furniture, the place looked much better visually. What did you say? You want to take a bath here? Ruan Shinya followed him in, incredulously looking at him. Yes, you can't expect me to drive home soaking wet, right? But I don't have any clothes for you to change into. A towel will do. I only have one towel. I don't mind using your used one. But I do. Then I'll go au naturel. Duan Chijo. All right, just kidding, he smirked. You should take a shower quickly so you don't catch a cold. Ruan Shinya was indeed freezing. She shivered and decided not to hesitate anymore. She grabbed a warm pajama set and rushed to take a hot shower first. After her shower, she handed the bathroom over to Duan Chijo and went to the kitchen to boil 2 bowls of brown sugar ginger tea. By the time she finished cooking, Duan Chijo had also finished his shower. He was bare-chested, only wearing her pink towel wrapped around his waist. Ruan Shinya's pink towel, its pale shade contrasting oddly with his well-defined muscles. Of course, what made her even more uncomfortable was knowing that beneath the towel, he wore nothing at all. What are you staring at? Duan Chijo approached her. Haven't I shown you everything before? Do you really need to look so seriously? I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at my towel. It doesn't suit you. Doesn't it? His hand rested on the towel. Do you want me to take it off and give it back? Ruan Shinya sidestepped away. Don't be lewd. Duan Chijo laughed silently. Ruan Shinya handed over the brown sugar ginger tea to Duan Chijo and went to find him a blanket in her room. Put this on, she said. Duan Chijo took the blanket, draped it over himself, and then comfortably sat down on the sofa. I'm not leaving tonight, he said. Why? In what condition am I supposed to leave like this? If he went out now, draped in a creamy white blanket on top and pink towel below, it wouldn't take an hour for him to trend on Weibo, probably dropping the stock prices of Duan Group by 50%. Upon hearing this, Ruan Shinya limped over to fetch the clothes Duan Chijo had tossed into the laundry basket and placed them in the washing machine on the balcony. Mr. Duan, drink your ginger tea first. The cleaning and drying process takes about an hour. You can leave after an hour. She flashed him a smug smile, as if to say one step ahead of you. Seeing her determined expression to kick him out, Duan Chijo cleared his throat and casually changed the subject. It's really cold. I've turned the heating to the maximum. Is it still cold? Ruan Shinya pushed the ginger tea towards Duan Chijo. Drink it fast to warm yourself. Duan Chijo picked up the teacup and downed the entire bowl of brown sugar ginger tea in one gulp. Are you feeling better? Ruan Shinya asked. No, still very cold. Could you be running a fever? She walked in front of Duan Chijo, reaching out to touch his forehead. However, before her hand touched him, he had already grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Miss Ruan, the ginger tea isn't working. You need to think of another way to warm me up. His hand rested on her waist, and even in her warm sleeping gown, her waist remained slender. He unbuttoned her pajamas, sliding his hand inside. Use your usual method, Her usual method was to sleep with him. He had saved and protected her, going as far as stepping over moral boundaries to tangle with her. Was it all just because he wanted to sleep with her? Ruan Shinya's heart ached sharply, and she coldly shoved Duan Chijo's hand away from her nightgown. Mr. Duan, is everything you've done simply because you can't let go of my body? She stared into his eyes from close range, her tone pressing aggressively, dating and breaking up with female celebrities, only to come back around and decide that my body suits you best. Isn't that what this is about? What nonsense are you talking? I'm not talking nonsense. Otherwise, why are you constantlying me? Duan Chijo's eyes darkened, like storm clouds gathering. As they were confronting each other, the doorbell suddenly rang. The ding-dong sound seemed especially jarring at this hour and also broke their deadlock. Ruan Shinya stood up from where she had been perched near Duan Chijo, thinking it might be another deranged neighbor knocking on her door again. She hopped over to the entrance and peered through the peephole. The moment she saw who was outside, her nerves tightened. It was her mother, Wang Menghan. Ruan Shinya quickly hopped back to Duan Chijo and pulled him forcefully by the arm, mouthing quietly, "Quick, hide. My mom's here." Duan Chijo sat unmoving on the sofa. "Why should I hide? Do you have to make everyone miserable before you're satisfied?" Duan Chijo gazed at her coldly, his emotions unreadable. Yaya, are you home?" Outside, Wang Menghan, finding that the doorbell wasn't working, began knocking on the door. Duan Chijo, hurry up. Ruan Shinya grabbed his arm again, her tension making her heart feel like it would leap out of her throat. Seeing her pale face and the beads of sweat forming on her nose, Duan Chijo finally relented. He stood up and asked, "Where should I hide?" "In my room." Ruan Shinya pushed Duan Chijo into her bedroom and closed the door. Yaya, aren't you home?" "Yes." Ruan Shinya hopped over and opened the door. Wang Menghan stood there with a furrowed brow. "Mom, why are you here?" "I came to check on you." Wang Menghan entered the house. "How could I press the doorbell for so long and you not hear it when you're home?" "I was washing clothes on the balcony. The washing machine made too much noise," Ruan Shinya said. Wang Menghan glanced at the balcony. Indeed, the washing machine was still running. She redirected her gaze to Ruan Shinya. "Is everything all right? Did anything happen in the mountains?" "No. That's good. When I heard that they left you in the mountains, I was terrified. I truly feared you'd encounter danger alone." "Mom, I'm fine." "Sit down. Let me get you some water," Ruan Shinya said, hopping towards the kitchen. "Hold on, what happened to your foot?" Wang Menghan grabbed her suddenly. "Did you sprain it?" "Yes, I sprained it while coming down the mountain, but it's nothing serious. I'll spray some Yunnan Bayaro on it later. If your foot is sprained, just sit still and don't move. I'm not a guest, you don't have to get me water." Wang Menghan guided Ruan Shinya to sit on the couch. "I came because I couldn't reach you on your phone and I was really worried. I'll only stay a little bit, but let's chat peacefully instead of rushing." "Okay." Yaya, this incident was clearly 1111's fault. Mom apologizes on their behalf, Wang Menghan said. It's not your fault, why are you apologizing? Wang Menghan sighed. To be honest, it's because Mom's powerless, they look down on me, so they dare to bully you. Mom, I've always wanted to ask, are you truly happy living with the Duan family? As Ruan Xinya thought of how her mother served them tea and carried their water, her heart felt constricted. I'm happy. Your Uncle Duan treats me well, so I'm happy. Ruan Xinya didn't believe her mother's words. She felt like her mother was forcing a smile. Well, that's enough talk. You're fine, which is good. Duan Chizhou has already punished 1111 and the others by making them kneel in the ancestral hall. They didn't gain any advantage either, so don't hold it against them. Duan Chizhou had punished his sisters by making them kneel in the ancestral hall? Was it to take revenge for her sake? Ruan Xinya gazed blankly at the tightly shut bedroom door. I haven't been here for a long time. Have you renovated the place? Wang Menghan looked around at Ruan Xinya's apartment. This carpet and this sofa seem different from the last time I was here. Yeah, the old carpet and sofa were worn out. Have you renovated anything else? Wang Menghan stood up. Let me take a tour. Seeing her mother heading towards the bedroom, Ruan Xinya's toes clenched in anxiety. Mom, the bedroom is just like before, nothing has changed. I only redecorated the living room. Oh, no problem, I'll just take a quick peek inside. Mom, don't go in there. I didn't tidy up today, it's a mess. Ruan Xinya rushed over and wrapped her arm around her mother's hand, whining in coquettish tones. Please don't go in, give me some face. Alright, I won't look then. I respect your privacy, Wang Menghan smiled, but girls should still keep things neat, tidy home, good fortune. I understand Mom, I'll clean up later. Wang Menghan took another round through the kitchen. As she stepped out of the kitchen, the washing machine on the balcony finished its cycle, emitting a ding-ding-ding sound. What's that noise? Are the clothes done washing? Wang Menghan asked. Yes. I'll hang them up for you before I leave since your foot is bothering you. Wang Menghan was about to step toward the balcony. Ruan Xinya was shocked. Inside the washing machine were Duan Chizhou's clothes. If Wang Menghan saw them, everything would be exposed. Chapter 22, Hickey. Mom. No need. Ruan Xinya stopped her again. I'll air the clothes myself tomorrow morning. You have to work in the morning. Is it not too late to do it then? I can make it, I don't like airing clothes at night. It's pitch black and seeing them hanging there makes me feel uneasy when I get up to go to the bathroom. Are you that scared? Alright, then you can air them tomorrow yourself. Wang Menghan looked at her watch. It's not early anymore. Your Uncle Duan is waiting for me at home. I will go and let him know you're safe first. Ruan Xinya sighed with relief as she heard her mother was finally going to leave. I'll see you off at the door. No need. You can't walk well with that injured foot. Just rest. Go to bed early. By the way, contact your sister more often. If anything happens, let me know immediately. Okay, understood. I'm leaving now, good night. Alright, good night. Ruan Xinya waved her hand to her mother. Wang Menghan was about to leave when suddenly her gaze fell on her neck. Yaya, what happened to your neck? Neck. Wang Menghan approached her daughter, lifting the collar of her pajamas and pointed to the red mark on her neck while frowning. Do you have a boyfriend? Ruan Xinya recalled earlier in the car when Duan Chizhou had been kissing her neck. Oh no, it must have left a hickey. It's not. Earlier, something bit me in the mountain. I applied medicine after swelling went down, but it's still red, she lied randomly. Wang Menghan clearly didn't believe her. Yaya, you're already an adult now. I won't stop you from dating, but if you're going to find a boyfriend, don't choose casually. Marriage is a woman's second reincarnation. You're so beautiful, you must seize this second chance to change your life. Can you stay as Duan Company's secretary forever? I'm really not dating anyone. That's even better. Wang Menghan held Ruan Xinya's hand and said earnestly, given your current circle of acquaintances, it's unlikely you'll meet quality men. Don't rush. I'll discuss with your Uncle Duan once I get home. He'll help scout a few rich second-generation heirs for you to date through blind dates. You're already half the miss of the Duan family. You deserve access to better social circles. Mom, you're talking nonsense. I'm not that materialistic. Yaya, Mom doesn't mean it in that sense. The reality is, society is very pragmatic. If you have wealth, power, and background, people respect you. But if you have none of those, others will bully you. Haven't we endured enough harsh realities up until today? Ruan Xinya remained silent. Indeed, they had suffered immensely over the years due to their financial situation. But this didn't mean she needed to seek out a wealthy partner. Romantic relationships and marriage were ultimately about sincerity. If a man was merely attracted to a woman's looks or body, such a relationship would never last long. For now, I just want to focus on my work and save money. As for love, let's take it as it comes, she said softly. What nonsense are you saying? Youth is capital for women. After 30, things become harder, and by then you might not find suitable partners anymore. You're nearing that age already. Before, I was dealing with my own emotions and overlooked you. Rest assured, I'll arrange good things for you from now on. Fine, you decide. Seeing Ruan Xinya agree, Wang Menghan was delighted. Good, I'll call you later then. I'm heading home now. Sleep early. Good sleep helps skin health. Okay. After finishing, Wang Menghan walked toward the elevator. Ruan Xinya watched her mother enter the elevator and then closed the door before heading back to her room. Just as Wang Menghan left, Duan Qizhou opened the door and almost bumped into her. You can leave now. Are you planning to go on a blind date? They spoke simultaneously. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Ruan Xinya glared at him unhappily. The walls are too thin here, and besides, your plan was so obvious it was hard not to hear. What do you mean? Wanting to use the identity of Miss Duan to lure rich men? Ruan Xinya, is there anything that you and your mother haven't thought of? If you think working at Duan Company is too exhausting and you'd rather lie back and earn money easily, then why not come with me? You've grown accustomed to sleeping with me anyway, and I can offer you far more than anyone else. Slap. Ruan Xinya slapped Duan Qizhou right across his face. Her palm stung, but her heart ached more. Duan Qizhou's face turned instantly cold, like a glacier forming. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense, the intense standoff surpassing even what occurred before Wang Menghan arrived. Duan Qizhou, rest assured, I have never wanted to be Miss Duan of your family. I know I am not qualified for it. Moreover, whether or not I go on a blind date is my private matter and has nothing to do with you. Ruan Xinya took Duan Qizhou's clothes out from the washing machine and threw them into his arms. You should quickly get dressed and leave my house. In the future, apart from work, I hope we won't have any other interactions. Duan Qizhou went downstairs, sat quietly in the car smoking 2 cigarettes. The lights at Ruan Xinya's house went off, but he still didn't leave. The night was silent, except for the white noise produced by the running car engine. His heart was filled with indescribable irritability. When the 3rd cigarette was lit, his phone rang. It was a call from Uncle Kang, the butler. Uncle Kang had worked for the Duan family for more than 20 years and was very measured in his actions. Unless there was something important, he would not easily disturb Duan Qizhou. Uncle Kang, Duan Qizhou answered the phone. Master, will you return tonight? What's the matter? The young mistress has been crying in the ancestral hall, yelling that she wants to bang her head against the wall. Come back and console her. Duan Qizhou hung up the phone, put out his cigarette, and turned the car around to head back to the old Duan residence. The Duan residence was brightly lit, except for Duan Laotai, the patriarch, and Duan Laonanai, the matriarch, who were already resting. Everyone else was still waiting anxiously for Duan Qizhou. No one dared to leave with their troublemaking children because after all, when Duan Qizhou left, he had said that once he returned, he would deal with this group. Over the years, Duan Qizhou had become the final decision-maker in the Duan family. From top to bottom in the Duan family, besides Duan Laotai who naturally carried the dignity of an elder, almost no one dared to truly defy Duan Qizhou because everyone, including Duan Qizhou's aunts and uncles, depended on him for sustenance. Their businesses all had intricate connections with the Duan company. That is to say, these people, though elders of Duan Qizhou in name, were actually parasites feeding off the Duan family. The quality of life for the second half of their lives depended on Duan Qizhou's decisions. Qizhou, you're finally back. 1111, Qingya, and the others admit they made a mistake. Quickly let them out of the ancestral hall, it's so cold at night and there isn't even heating in there. Duan Dongxue immediately came forward upon seeing Duan Qizhou. Yes, it's just some kids playing around. No need to take it so seriously, Duan Shiring chimed in as well. Playing? Binding a woman's hands and feet and abandoning her in a stormy mountain, do you call that playing? Duan Qizhou's piercing gaze swept over his 2 aunts. Should I send someone to make all of you experience this kind of play? Duan Shiring and Duan Dongxue exchanged glances and dared not respond. They knew that Duan Qizhou would really do anything. Last year, Duan Dongxue's husband, also known as Duan Qizhou's young uncle, became addicted to gambling. He flew to Macau every few days and, when he lost money, reached into the company funds. Upon learning about it, Duan Qizhou directly sent someone to sever one of his pinky fingers and then locked him up in a small black room, where he was forced to reflect on his sins day after day. This almost drove him mad. Perhaps after that incident, the members of the Duan family feared Duan Qizhou even more. Leaving someone in the mountains like this is practically the same as attempted murder. The way you raised such thoughtless children is all your faults. Everyone lowered their heads silently, criticizing inside their hearts, while Wang Menghan felt somewhat moved. She had never imagined that one day Duan Qizhou would protect her and her daughter so firmly in front of the Duan family. Alright, Qizhou, I've already seen Yaya, and she's fine. Let's just turn a big issue into a small one and a small one into none. Wang Menghan voluntarily stood up as a peacemaker. 1111 and Qingya are still young, so there's no point holding it against them. Is that really what you think? Duan Qizhou looked at Wang Menghan with an intense stare. And who are you to decide it's over? Were you the one abandoned in the mountain today? Seeing Duan Qizhou turning the attack on her, Wang Menghan was at a loss and immediately looked to her husband, Duan Xiuming, for help. Qizhou, where did you come back from? Why do you seem like you've eaten gunpowder? What's wrong with scolding auntie like this? It's not her fault. Duan Xiuming always protected his wife. Duan Qizhou breathed in deeply and spoke again, his tone having returned to calm. Whatever the case may be, this matter cannot be simply overlooked. Let them kneel in the ancestral hall overnight as punishment. They need to learn their lesson. Anyone who feels sorry for them can join them kneeling. Duan Yuanxi knelt on the cushion in the ancestral hall, repeatedly asking Uncle Kang, has my brother come back? Is he here yet? Uncle Kang nodded, young master is back. What did he say? Can we go out now? Uncle Kang hesitated. Young master said that the young misses need to stay here overnight to reflect on their mistakes. What? We have to kneel the whole night? Duan Yuanxi rubbed her already painful knees, constantly moaning, "Why is my brother so heartless? Did you tell him that I am going to bang my head against the wall?" "I did." "Did you tell him and he still doesn't come to see me?" Uncle Kang remained silent, thinking that Master Duan Qizhou was no fool. If such trivial tactics could deceive him, the Duan family would have already perished in the tumultuous business wars long ago. "Uncle Kang, call him again. Tell him that I've already banged my head, I'm bleeding badly and about to die. Miss, I advise you to stay here and kneel quietly. Young Master's mood today isn't good. He has already disciplined others outside. If you don't want to get scolded, just listen to young Master's words." "Yes, sister, this was all our fault. Let's just stay here for the night, and when Brother Qizhou calms down tomorrow, everything will be fine," Mo Qingya said timidly beside her. "Shut up." Duan Yuanxi glared at Mo Qingya. "If it weren't for your sudden betrayal today, would we be kneeling in the ancestral hall? You have no team spirit, look how much trouble you've caused us." Mo Qingya teared up, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Mo Qingya's biological sister was displeased with Duan Yuanxi's attitude and retorted indignantly, 11, don't scold Qingya so much. After all, we're here today only because we were trying to help you settle a score with your stepmother and stepsister. It's not as if we have any grudges with them." Duan Yuanxi sniffed disdainfully, "I didn't force you." The atmosphere in the ancestral hall became heavy, each of the young misses lost in their own thoughts. After another half an hour of kneeling, Duan Yuanxi completely lost her patience. She leapt off the cushion. "Uncle Kang, where is my brother?" "Young Master is in the study. I'm going to find him." Before Duan Yuanxi finished speaking, she had already rushed out, and Uncle Kang couldn't stop her. Duan Qizhou was smoking in his study. Although he smoked normally, he usually controlled the quantity carefully. Today, however, he indulged himself excessively. Indeed, things that are addictive should be approached sparingly, and people too. Brother. Duan Yuanxi burst into the study without knocking. Uncle Kang rushed in right after her, looking helplessly at Duan Qizhou and shrugging, "Sorry, Master, I couldn't stop her." Duan Qizhou stubbed out his cigarette and said to Uncle Kang, "Uncle Kang, you may rest now." "Yes, Master." Uncle Kang exited the study. Duan Yuanxi walked straight to Duan Qizhou's desk. "Brother, why do you make us kneel in the ancestral hall? Dad always favors those fox spirit mother and daughter duo, but why are you taking their side too?" A mix of wronged feelings and anger welled up in Duan Yuanxi's heart, and her eyes immediately reddened. "Do you still ask why? Seems like your punishment hasn't been enough." Duan Qizhou's face darkened. "Go back and kneel. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave." No, I'm cold and sleepy, I want to sleep. The ancestral hall isn't windy or wet, can't you endure even this? Did you think about how Wan Xinya felt being abandoned in the mountains by you? Why should I care about her? It was her who shamelessly joined our family activity uninvited. I gave her a little lesson, that's what happens if she looks down on us. Duan Yuanxi looked at Duan Qizhou pleadingly. "Brother, I'm your real sister. Am I worse than some secretary? Or, is she now your sister in your heart so you protect her?" "Duan Yuanxi." Duan Qizhou shouted loudly, addressing her by both her given name and surname. Terrified, Duan Yuanxi started crying. Sobbing, she continued, "They've already stolen Dad away. If you are also taken from me, I'd rather die. I might as well go to heaven and find Mom. Only Mom loves me. When Mom was alive, she spoiled you too much, which made you behave like this." Duan Qizhou saw through her act instantly. "Think about it. If something had happened to Wan Xinya today, do you think you'd be allowed to kneel safely in the ancestral hall? What's the difference between what you did and attempted murder?" Duan Yuanxi pouted stubbornly, refusing to say anything. No one interferes when you're usually arrogant and playful. But on matters of life and death, if you dare to be reckless, I absolutely will not let you off. Go back to the ancestral hall and kneel there. Unless you thoroughly reflect on your mistake, do not come out. Brother, go. In the end, Duan Yuanxi didn't dare to defy Duan Qizhou's command. Yet, her hatred for the mother-daughter pair of Wan Xinya and Wang Menghan deepened silently. Chapter 23, Blind Date. After slapping Duan Qizhou, Wan Xinya regretted it all night. She wasn't remorseful about hitting him in the heat of the moment, she was just worried that Duan Qizhou might seek revenge. After all, a man like Duan Qizhou probably had never been hit by a woman. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Duan Qizhou was not as petty as she imagined, and he was far too busy to have time for retaliation. He didn't even have the time to spare a glance at her. In the following week, their encounters at work remained the same as before, official and businesslike, with normal exchanges that did not affect work efficiency due to personal feelings. Meanwhile, Xiao Haowen, another troublemaker in the company, also calmed down significantly after Cheng Yiling and Duan Qizhou broke up. Wan Xinya finally enjoyed some peace. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Soon, her mother, Wang Menghan, started arranging blind dates for her. On Friday noon, as Wan Xinya descended the stairs to head to the company cafeteria, she received a call from her mother. Mom, Wan Xinya had completely forgotten about agreeing to go on a blind date with her mother. She thought something else must be wrong at home, so she answered the phone with a bit of concern. "Ya, you're not working overtime tomorrow, right?" "It's Saturday," her mother, Wang Menghan, sounded cheerful. "No, I'm not working overtime. What's up? Anything special?" "Mom mentioned this before, your Uncle Duan offered to find you a suitable person for a blind date. Your Uncle Duan took it very seriously, contacting many of his friends, and now he has found someone perfect. Upon hearing it was about a blind date, Won Shinya immediately wanted to back out. Mom, how could it happen so quickly? I'm not ready yet. How can you go back on your word, child? Do you think Uncle Duan picked someone randomly off the street? For your sake, he reached out to many people and spent considerable social capital. Let me tell you, you must take this blind date seriously. Won Shinya felt a headache coming on. But Wang Menghan was getting increasingly excited. The person you'll meet is the only son of the Qin family and will inherit the Qin group. If you have good luck and marry into the Qin family, you'll live a life of wealth and luxury, and Mom can proudly stand tall among others because of you. Mom, why would the heir to the Qin group need to go on a blind date with me? Doesn't this seem a little strange? What's strange about it? Your Uncle Duan sent your photo to Mr. Qin, who then showed it to Little Qin. The result? Little Qin immediately agreed to the blind date, Wang Menghan said happily. Ya, you should have confidence. I'm not boasting, but with your looks, any man would fall for you. Won Shinya thought her mother exaggerated too much. Even if her face really was beautiful, it wasn't worth celebrating. A man's attraction could be fleeting, and whether two people could walk together ultimately depended on their shared values and souls, not just looks. In any case, set aside time on Saturday to meet with Little Qin, and I'll send you the specific time and place for the blind date shortly. Mom. Before Won Shinya could say more, her mother had already hung up. She looked at the darkened screen of her phone and sighed helplessly. At this moment, someone suddenly popped out in the corridor. Ms. Won, are you going on a blind date? It was Xiao Jiao from the procurement department. He had overheard her conversation while sitting in the corridor smoking. Seeing Xiao Jiao, Won Shinya felt an ominous premonition. Xiao Jiao was the classic type to gossip with female colleagues. His mouth was more gossipy than the neighborhood aunties. Any company rumor or romantic scandal would pass through his lips multiple times, each version becoming more exaggerated than the last. Won Shinya gestured for Xiao Jiao to share, signaling for him to use restraint. Laughing, Xiao Jiao teased, "Why are you blushing, Ms. Won? It's normal for women of your age to go on blind dates. There's no need to hide it." "That's not it, Xiao Jiao, it's just..." "Hey, Chen Lei, exclusive news, Ms. Won is going on a blind date this weekend." Before Won Shinya could finish, Xiao Jiao had already grabbed another colleague eagerly to share this fresh gossip. "Is that true?" Chen Lei responded. "At least half of our male colleagues are probably crying in the restroom now." "Half? You underestimate the charm of our Ms. Won. In my opinion, at least 80% of the male staff will lose sleep tonight." "Exactly, Miss Won, forgive me. It's my poor math skills, not your lack of charm." The two directly approached Won Shinya face to face. Won Shinya laughed awkwardly, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Miss Won, who are you going on a blind date with this weekend? I think I heard something about the Qin group. Is it the one we know?" Xiao Jiao was trying to dig deeper. "No, you must have heard wrong." Won Shinya immediately denied it. Just as she wanted to tell Xiao Jiao and Chen Lei not to spread the word recklessly, she suddenly heard a series of light coughs from the corridor. Xiao Jiao and Chen Lei's playful expressions instantly froze. "Mr. Duan. Mr. Duan." Both greeted simultaneously in the direction behind Won Shinya. Turning around, Won Shinya saw Duan Chizhou and his special assistant Chu Hang standing behind her. "Mr. Duan." She quickly greeted him. Duan Chizhou didn't even glance at her, walking past them with a completely expressionless face. The air pressure in the corridor visibly dropped, making Won Shinya feel as if she could be cut by Duan Chizhou's excessively cold and severe aura just standing there motionless. Xiao Jiao and Chen Lei dared not breathe heavily, only sighing in relief when Duan Chizhou entered the cafeteria. "Why is Mr. Duan eating in the company cafeteria today? He rarely comes here." Right, when I looked up and saw Mr. Duan's face, I almost died of fright. Duan Chizhou's appearance caused Xiao Jiao and Chen Lei to no longer focus on teasing Won Shinya, shifting their topic elsewhere. Won Shinya took the opportunity to walk away. In the afternoon, her mother, Wang Menghan, sent her the specific time and place for the blind date on Saturday. Won Shinya looked at the information about an 8-star Michelin restaurant and secretly marveled that rich people were truly different. A blind date required such a high-end location. These kinds of silver spoon babies who stepped on gold bricks wherever they went were from entirely different worlds than hers. Whether she met or didn't meet them, they would never really be together. Why waste such a beautiful weekend? Knock knock. She was lost in thought when someone tapped on her desk. Won Shinya looked up and saw Chu Hang, Duan Chizhou's special assistant, standing by her workstation. "Miss Won, Mr. Duan wants you to go to his office." "All right." Won Shinya knocked and entered Duan Chizhou's office. "Mr. Duan, did you need me?" Duan Chizhou was signing a stack of contracts on his desk and didn't even lift his head. "I reviewed Cosmo's contract today. Several data points seem questionable, which I've marked. Fly to Qing City this weekend to confirm with Cosmo's legal team. Working overtime over the weekend? That would make for an excellent excuse to skip the blind date." Won Shinya inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Duan Chizhou glanced at her. "Are you unavailable this weekend?" "I'm available," Won Shinya quickly responded. "Then book your flight." "Yes, Mr. Duan." After leaving Duan Chizhou's office, Won Shinya immediately called her mother, Wang Menghan. "Mom, I have to go out of town for work this weekend, so I can't go on the blind date." She tried to hide her hidden delight, making her voice sound slightly regretful. Why do you suddenly have to go on a business trip? YA, are you lying to me because you don't want to go? Wang Menghan sounded panicked. I've already told you how important this blind date is. Little Qin Chief will inherit the Qin group in the future, and is willing to meet you despite being of higher status. How can you stand him up? What am I supposed to tell them? Just tell them I have to go on a business trip. What kind of trip is so important that it must be on the weekend? Can't you let someone else go instead? No, it was personally arranged by Mr. Duan. Ruan Xinya mentioned Duan Chizhou, and sure enough, her mother fell silent immediately. Alright then, I'll talk to Uncle Duan and ask him to reschedule with the Qin family. Mom, there's no need to reschedule. Just cancel it outright. Our families are unsuitable matches for each other, and meeting has no meaning. How can you say that? This is such a good chance to change our fate. How can you cancel it? Wang Menghan became angry. Don't try to pull any tricks on me. After your business trip, you must meet Little Qin Chief. That's final. We'll discuss this when you return. I'm hanging up now. Her mother angrily hung up. Ruan Xinya knew she might escape the first but not the 15th day of trouble. Still, adhering to the mindset of escaping one day at a time, Ruan Xinya cheerfully accepted the business trip, booking her flight and flying to Qing City early Saturday morning. Cosmos legal manager, Chen Weiyan, personally came to pick her up. Ruan Xinya felt flattered. Manager Chen, how could you bother to personally come and pick me up? It's embarrassing. It's because the driver is resting this weekend, and I'm the only unfortunate person left at the company working overtime. I apologize, Manager Chen, for the inconvenience caused by our company's negligence, wasting your precious weekend time. Ruan Xinya sincerely apologized. Secretary Wan, don't take it too seriously, I was just joking around, Chen Weiyan laughed. But I really don't understand either. The contract data could have been verified online. I don't know why Mr. Duan insisted on having you come down here. I find it strange too, but we shouldn't question or guess the boss's intentions, Ruan Xinya also joked. Well, since we're here, let's make do with the situation. After revising the contract, I'll treat you to dinner and show you some of Qing City's famous local dishes. No, Manager Chen, I should be the one treating you. Then I'll go back and have Mr. Duan reimburse me. Since it involves reimbursement from Mr. Duan, I definitely won't be treating you to Qing City's specialties. Instead, I'll take you to try out the most expensive food in Qing City. Ruan Xinya laughed. Alright, whatever Manager Chen decides. After finishing their work, Ruan Xinya and Chen Weiyan had dinner together at Qing City Eatery. Chen Weiyan originally wanted to take Ruan Xinya to visit a famous scenic spot in Qing City, but knowing that Chen Weiyan's child had only been born recently, Ruan Xinya didn't want to take up too much of her time and politely declined. After Chen Weiyan left, Ruan Xinya opened her phone map and checked the distance between the hotel and Qing City Eatery, discovering it was only about 10 minutes on foot. She decided to walk back to the hotel, using the time to digest her meal. There were many small stalls on this street, and Ruan Xinya strolled leisurely, looking at various unfamiliar little items and stopping frequently due to her curiosity. Miss, would you like to buy some flowers? Passing by a flower stall, Ruan Xinya stopped because the elderly woman selling flowers had a disabled leg but an especially radiant smile. Her smile infected Ruan Xinya, who, though knowing there wouldn't be any vases in the hotel room, still bought a bouquet of champagne roses. After paying, as Ruan Xinya was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a man with yellow-dyed hair behind the old lady's stool quietly cutting open her bag where she kept loose change. Hey, what are you doing? Ruan Xinya shouted loudly. The young man with dyed hair quickly grabbed the old lady's pouch and ran away. Realizing someone was stealing her money, the flower-selling grandmother panicked, unable to chase after him because of her disability. Seeing the situation, Ruan Xinya immediately chased after the young thief. Fortunately, she was wearing flat shoes and ran without restriction. While running, she yelled, "Catch the thief! Grab the thief! Help catch the thief!" Many kind-hearted citizens on the street heard the cries and jumped into action. Finally, with the help of 3 enthusiastic older men, Ruan Xinya successfully captured the thief. Shit, stupid bitch, mind your own business. The young man spat at Ruan Xinya in anger. Ruan Xinya directly threw the bouquet of roses, thorns included, forcefully at the head of the thief, yelling, "Do you have no hands or feet? So young and not trying to get a job to make an honest living, how can you steal from vulnerable people? Don't you have any shame?" The young man remained silent. Ruan Xinya wrested the wallet from the thief and returned it to the flower-selling grandmother. The bystanders helped call the police, who quickly arrived and took the thief away. "Thank you so much, young girl." The flower-selling grandmother held Ruan Xinya's hand, deeply moved. "Thank you for helping me, otherwise I would have lost my entire week's earnings." "Don't worry, grandmother, it's nothing. The flowers earlier got damaged, so let me wrap you a new bunch." "No need, I'm staying at a hotel, and I don't have anywhere to put flowers anyway." "No way, I will definitely give you another bouquet. It's my way of expressing gratitude, and you must accept it." Despite attempting to refuse again, Ruan Xinya eventually accepted the flower under the grandmother's insistence. After saying goodbye to the grandmother, she continued walking along the road toward the hotel. Honk honk. A sudden car horn startled her from behind. Turning around, Ruan Xinya saw a Maybach following her. Its license plate seemed somewhat familiar. The window rolled down, and a handsome man waved at Ruan Xinya. "Hey, female hero, haven't we met somewhere before?" Chapter 24 Marrying Mr. Qin Jr. It was Qin Das Han. Ruan Xinya felt a sense of joy at meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, and she immediately walked towards Qin Dashan's car. Mr. Qin, it's been a long time. Qin Dashan pulled over and got out of the car. Yes, it has been a long time. Are you on a business trip to Qingcheng? Yes, how did you know? I guessed. You guessed really accurately, because I know your boss is a reincarnation of a vampire. Ruan Xinya laughed. And you? Are you here on a business trip too? Yes. That suggests that your boss may not be very benevolent either. His boss was himself. Qin Dashan indirectly included himself in the implication. He was amused, laughing, and then remembering another thing. Miss Ruan, if I'm not mistaken, last time you said you wanted to treat me to dinner, and I've been waiting for you to contact me. Ruan Xinya slapped her forehead. How had she forgotten this? Sorry. I went on a business trip to Tongcheng recently and forgot about this matter. When will Mr. Qin have time? Let me know so I can make up for this meal. Qin Dashan looked at her sincere and apologetic expression and guessed that she had probably truly forgotten. This was the first time he had been stood up by a woman after exchanging contact details. Initially, those few days, Qin Dashan thought this was just her playing hard to get, as most women in his circle were crafty, with playing hard to get being one of their basic tactics. But who would have known, after waiting for half a month and still hearing nothing from her, he began to doubt his own charm and even frequently opened her profile, thinking about contacting her. Though he ultimately never took the initiative step, his interest in Ruan Xinya only grew stronger. Choosing a day is worse than today. How about today? Today? Is Mr. Qin this point in time without having dinner yet? After eating, but eating isn't the key. Qin Dashan seriously said, the key is, if we schedule for tomorrow and Miss Ruan stands me up again, what am I supposed to do? He was joking, but Ruan Xinya felt deeply ashamed, her face almost turning red completely. She always valued integrity, and she suffered more than others when she failed to keep her word. Okay, then let's make it today. I'll treat Mr. Qin to some night snacks and take you to visit Qingcheng's internet-famous night views. How does that sound? Actually, Ruan Xinya wasn't familiar with Qingcheng. These trending night views check-in spots were recommended by Chen Weiyin. All right. Qin Dashan opened the car door for Ruan Xinya, inviting her to get in. While hugging the flowers and navigating the car, Ruan Xinya asked Qin Dashan if he minded the distance. Of course, Qin Dashan didn't mind. He wished he could spend more time with her now. When they arrived at the Qingfeng River, it was just past 9 o'clock, the time when the night scenery was the most beautiful. On the way, Ruan Xinya had booked a cafe called Night Charm. The cafe was built overlooking the river, with large floor-to-ceiling glass windows providing an excellent view of the most stunning part of the Qingfeng River. In fact, Qin Dashan wasn't used to drinking coffee at night, but he thought that losing sleep once for the sake of beauty wouldn't be unromantic. How many days will Mr. Qin be on a business trip? I'll leave tomorrow. I'll also leave tomorrow. If we happen to meet on the plane tomorrow, then that would truly be fate. Qin Dashan eagerly anticipated seeing her again tomorrow. My flight is tomorrow evening. That's such a pity, my flight is in the morning, so we likely won't see each other tomorrow. But don't worry, after tomorrow, we should meet again soon. Qin Dashan's face displayed confidence. Will we meet again soon? Why? With such a big city like Rongqing, Ruan Xinya didn't think the probability of the meeting was particularly high. Because we still need to go on a blind date together. Ruan Xinya paused. What did you say? Before Miss Ruan was notified about overtime work, wasn't she informed that there was going to be a blind date scheduled for Saturday? After a few seconds of mental blankness, Ruan Xinya quickly pieced everything together. The future heir of the Qin group, Mr. Qin Jr., and the man before her, everything suddenly connected. Mr. Qin, so it's you? Yes, it's me. By the way, it seems we haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. My name is Qin Dashan. Qin Dashan extended his hand. Pleased to meet you. Ruan Xinya shook hands with Qin Dashan and somehow relaxed. Somehow, Qin Dashan gave her a feeling of solidarity even if the blind date doesn't work out, a kind of comrade-in-arms feeling that made her feel they could deal with both their parents' expectations together. This way, she didn't have to worry about her mother Wang Menghan using some grand favor involving Du and Qiuming as leverage against her. Mr. Qin, with your conditions, do you also need to go on a blind date? Ruan Xinya voiced the question she had in mind. What conditions do I have? Qin Dashan laughed and asked back. Being handsome, wealthy, and having a great figure, these are the conditions. Just being the crown prince of the Qin group meant that he would never lack for women, let alone this crown prince with a face comparable to male celebrities and a physique rivaling male models. Judging by what you said, can I take it that Miss Ruan is quite satisfied with me? Qin Dashan's smile deepened. Ruan Xinya wasn't oblivious to the implications in Qin Dashan's words. After pondering for a few seconds, she smiled and said, if we were dating now, I'd definitely be very satisfied with Mr. Qin. But right now, we're just friends who happen to meet in a foreign land. Do you mean that you prefer to stay friends with me? My point is, let's talk about matchmaking when the day comes. I don't want our relationship to become complicated prematurely. Are you dodging? Qin Dashan saw through her thoughts immediately. Isn't it true that you don't really want to go on a blind date but are forced by your family? Is it coercion? If you say it is, it was actually Ruan Xinya herself who first agreed to Wang Menghan's suggestion, leading to Du and Qiuming helping select potential suitors for her. But if you say it isn't, the fact remains that no matter how much she wanted to refuse, she couldn't at the moment. As Ruan Xinya stirred her coffee in front of her, she didn't know how to reveal her complicated feelings to the man before her whom she had only met twice. Does Miss Won have a boyfriend? Seeing her look of difficulty, Chin Dashan boldly guessed. It's not that, I don't have a boyfriend. Upon hearing her say that she did not have a boyfriend, an inexplicable softness came over Chin Dashan's heart. As long as she was single, everything was possible. If Miss Won doesn't wish to participate in the blind date but finds it inconvenient to reject directly, I can help with that. Really? Won Xinya believed her sixth sense wasn't wrong after all. Chin Dashan indeed was on her side. Of course it's real, however, I hope to get a chance to understand Miss Won better. Chin Dashan looked straight into Won Xinya's eyes sincerely. We don't need to involve our parents. We could start as ordinary friends, explore whether there's a possibility. If things work out, we continue. If they don't, we can remain good friends without any burden, free from family pressures. Chin Dashan spoke earnestly. Won Xinya deliberated carefully and couldn't think of a single reason to refuse his proposal. Given the current situation between her and Duan Chizhou, it was clear that they could never end up together. She should actively move forward rather than confining herself in such murky entanglements that brought no light. They say the fastest way to forget one love is to begin another. Perhaps Chin Dashan could be the savior to pull her out of her quagmire. Alright, then let's do as Mr. Chin suggested. We'll get to know each other as ordinary friends first, giving each other a chance. The next day, Won Xinya returned to Rongqing. When Mother Wang Menghan learned that Won Xinya's business trip had ended, she began bustling around again organizing their matchmaking plans. However, news soon came from the Qin family stating that young Mr. Qin was preoccupied with work and would not be able to spare time for matchmaking for the time being, thus putting the issue temporarily aside. It was equivalent to declining Won Xinya indirectly. Wang Menghan, brimming with enthusiasm, was completely doused with cold water. Unable to accept this outcome, the pent-up displeasure inside her couldn't help but vent towards Won Xinya. Yaya, it's all because of you. Why'd you have to go on a business trip? Had you not gone, you two would have already met on Saturday. Perhaps little Mr. Qin might have fallen in love with you at first sight, and you'd have instantly ascended to become a wealthy madam for life. And now, such a perfect catch has been let slip by you. Mom, that's all so uncertain. Why must you care so much? Could I not care? If you marry Mr. Qin Jr., I would be his mother-in-law. Afterward, who in the Duan family would dare look down on me? Won Xinya kept silent. Fortunately, she had coordinated in advance with Chin Dashan. If they had gone ahead and dated under the scrutiny of both sets of parents, given Wang Menghan's character, she likely would have planned even their future children's names right from their first meeting. The consequences of failure afterward would have made her far more dispirited. It was truly necessary to nip mother's expectations in the bud early, since the bigger the expectation, the larger the disappointment. However, though officially no longer arranging meetings for matchmaking, Won Xinya and Chin Dashan maintained contact privately. Chin Dashan sent her good morning and good night messages almost every day. Occasionally, during his business trips, he shared scenic pictures of the cities he visited with her. Won Xinya reciprocated calmly, sharing her life with him like an ordinary friend. Their interactions were completely burden-free and pressureless. On the weekend, Chin Dashan invited Won Xinya to play golf together, and she accepted the invitation. Chin Dashan personally picked Won Xinya up. When he saw the old community where Won Xinya lived, he clearly appeared surprised, but out of politeness, he didn't say anything. This is my rented apartment. I've been living here since I started working after graduating from university. Won Xinya brought up the topic voluntarily. Perhaps to these rich young men, her residence might seem like a slum, but she herself did not feel ashamed about living here at all. Mr. Qin, have you ever seen such an old neighborhood? Certainly not. When I first joined the Qin family business, I was in real estate. You might not believe it, but I actually often went around these old neighborhoods discussing demolition projects. But your expression just now was quite astonished. Won Xinya spoke frankly. I was only surprised that you would live here. I remember when my father introduced you to me before, he said you were Miss Duan. In Chin Dashan's view, regardless of whether she was indeed Miss Duan, as long as she had even the slightest connection with the surname Duan, her life should not appear as financially strained as what he saw before his eyes. The one thing Won Xinya most wished to avoid still happened. Maybe Duan Qiuming thought the title of Miss Duan was a form of acknowledgement for her, but for Won Xinya herself, she didn't want to gain any benefit from the identity of Miss Duan. Especially after the fierce warning from Duan Chizhou, she wanted even less to have any association with the Duan family. My mother did indeed marry into the Duan family, but I have no relation with them. Calling me Miss Duan is too much of an honor. Won Xinya looked at Chin Dashan. If Mr. Qin wishes to get acquainted with me based on my connection with the Duan family, then I may end up disappointing you. Chin Dashan laughed. You misunderstood. Who you are the daughter of doesn't matter to me at all. Initially, when I agreed to arrange a blind date with the Duan family's Miss shown in the photos, it wasn't because of your connection with the Duan family, but because I recognized you as Ms. Won who still owed me a meal. Although both parents of the Qin family hoped their son would wed into a prominent noble household, Chin Dashan paid little attention to this expectation. None of his former girlfriends were wealthy heiresses. Upon hearing Chin Dashan say this, Won Xinya couldn't help but laugh. It seems you're really fixated on that meal. I've let go of it now. After all, we can eat together anytime now. Won Xinya felt that Chin Dashan was quite sincere. Interacting with him didn't involve overthinking each word so exhaustingly. It felt comfortable and natural, as if they'd known each other for a long time. When the two arrived at the Yuantan golf course, the weather was excellent, breezy and sunny, with vast green grasslands stretching endlessly under the sun. Ruan Xinya last played golf a year ago with Duan Chijo and some clients of Duan Corporation. Back then, she wasn't very good, so she spent the whole time standing aside holding the golf clubs as company. After the schedule with the clients ended, Duan Chijo took out special time to bring her back to the golf course to teach her some basic swing techniques. But during the lesson, he gradually led her into the VIP lounge of the golf course. That day, he had her many times. Duan Chijo rarely indulged in desires during the daytime, and that day seemed unusually uncontrolled. Afterward, Ruan Xinya asked why he was so unrestrained that day, and he said it was because he couldn't resist seeing her in a short skirt. Then, he continued to play with her legs, leading to another. That day was wild and unforgettable, yet however unforgettable, she shouldn't recall such matters involving Duan Chijo while meeting with Qin Dashan. Ruan Xinya forced herself to stop thinking about it. She picked up the golf club, slightly warming up by making a few test swings, and with one stroke, the ball disappeared from sight. Miss Ruan, do you have a grudge against the ball? Qin Dashan chuckled beside her. What? Too forceful, and the action isn't very standard. Qin Dashan, speaking, reached out to hold Ruan Xinya's hands gripping the club, like this, relax a bit. This unexpected physical contact made Ruan Xinya flustered for a moment. Before she could fully recover, she suddenly heard clapping sounds behind her. Wow, who's this? Qin Dashan, you're not playing fair keeping such a beautiful girlfriend hidden from us guys. Ruan Xinya turned around and saw Duan Chijo along with a few rich boys like Luo Xiaodong standing behind her. Chapter 25, A Decent Ending. The one who started the commotion was Luo Xiaodong. When a group of Luo Xiaodong walked through the hall, they saw the woman by Qin Dashan from far away. This woman had her long hair tied into a ponytail, tucked under a baseball cap, with a very beautiful figure. A pale pink t-shirt and short skirt draped over her, exuding a mix of charm and an air of purity reminiscent of a college girl. Even before they had seen this woman's face clearly, they could already conclude that she was definitely a beauty. Sure enough, when the woman turned her face, a group of people including Luo Xiaodong were quite startled. However, others were surprised at her beauty, but Luo Xiaodong felt more shock than awe. Why does this woman look so familiar? Shit, isn't she Section Chi-Ju's little sister? The last time they met, she was being kissed in the water fir forest by Section Chi-Ju until her fists were flying everywhere. And now, in just a short while, she was standing next to Qin Dashan. Luo Xiaodong instinctively glanced at Duan Chijo beside him. Sure enough, the guy looked calm on the surface, but there was storm brewing in his eyes. So coincidentally, you guys are also here to play golf, said Qin Dashan as he saw them, walking up immediately to greet them. Yeah, it's a game set up by Tianhao Group, organized by Tianhao Group, replied Luo Xiaodong with a forced laugh, particularly emphasizing it was a game arranged by Lu Tianhao. Young Master Lu Tianhao still didn't know what kind of fierce battlefield his setup meeting encountered, laughing and saying, Big brother Dashan, introduce your girlfriend quickly. It's not polite to let her stand alone. This is Miss Ruan Xinya. She isn't my girlfriend yet, so don't scare her with your random talk. Not yet, huh? Then your meaning is that Miss Ruan will be your girlfriend sooner or later, right? Luo Xiaodong gave Lu Tianhao a significant look, thinking inwardly, Lu Tianhao, please stop with your excellent understanding ability. Just at that moment, Lu Tianhao's understanding capability seemed to fail, and he kept asking enthusiastically, a few days ago, you said you were going for a blind date. Could it be that Miss Ruan is your blind date partner? Yes. But didn't you say that the blind date failed? Yes, it did. Miss Ruan was scheduled for weekend overtime by her bloodsucking boss, so we cancelled the blind date. But unexpectedly, we met accidentally in the city we were both on a business trip to. Qin Dashan narrated the story of his encounter with Ruan Xinya vividly. Ruan Xinya's scalp went numb, and she furtively glanced at the man present who was supposed to be her bloodsucking boss. Bloodsucking boss. As the boss himself, Lu Tianhao showed particular interest in this description. He then looked at Ruan Xinya and asked, Excuse me, Miss Ruan, where do you work? Ruan Xinya licked her dry lips reluctantly, almost unwillingly squeezing out the words, Duan Corporation. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Duan Chijo. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Luo Xiaodong secretly applauded Lu Tianhao in his mind. Excellent, young master Lu not only created a death situation but also triggered a death topic. Mr. Duan, I'm sorry, I was just joking, Ruan Xinya apologized hurriedly. Duan Chijo cast her a cold glance, remaining silent. Also, whatever he would say now wouldn't be appropriate anyway. Alright, since all of us know each other, why don't we play together, suggested Lu Tianhao with another deadly proposal. Luo Xiaodong mourned for Lu Tianhao silently for 3 seconds in his heart. He knew Duan Chijo would not want to stay here watching Ruan Xinya and Qin Dashan getting cozy, so he wanted to veto Lu Tianhao's suggestion. However, before he managed to speak, he heard Duan Chijo agreeing first. Alright. What alright? Is this guy crazy? What began as a 2-person outing had unexpectedly become a multi-person excursion, something Ruan Xinya never expected. Moreover, among these extra people was Duan Chijo. Despite Qin Dashan's best efforts to take care of Ruan Xinya, he couldn't possibly be with her every moment and neglect his other friends around him. Soon after, Qin Dashan was called away by Lu Tianhao and the others for a round of golf. Ruan Xinya could only stand there by herself practicing her swing. She didn't know how long she had practiced, but finally, she hit her first satisfactory ball. Unable to help herself, she softly exclaimed yes, only to hear a snicker from the rest area. Turning her head in the direction of the sound, she saw Duan Chijo sitting in a chair in the rest area. Apparently, he hadn't moved an inch. Mr. Duan, may I ask what exactly amuses you? There was a trace of displeasure hidden beneath Ruan Xinya's respectful tone. The stance I taught you seems to have been completely forgotten. Duan Chijo rose, walked behind Ruan Xinya, and without hesitation directly leaned on her back. He wrapped his arms around her while guiding her. Both your grip and body posture are wrong. When holding the club, your left hand should be above the right one, and the weight of the golf club should rest on the last 3 fingers of your left hand. Your center of gravity is wrong, which is why the club is raised too high. Also, your standing position is problematic. The line extended from your feet should be parallel, with slightly bent knees, leaning forward while keeping your back straight, pointing the upper part of the golf club towards your hips. As he explained, he slightly bent his knees and nudged her leg. She was wearing a pink and white short skirt today, with white long socks and white shoes, revealing smooth thighs that were as white as jade, making her look both pure and alluring. Under his adjustments, Ruan Xinya's stance became much more standard. Try swinging the club. I'll do it myself, let go of me. Ruan Xinya pushed away Duan Chijo's hands as she spoke. Qin Dashan and the others were just a few meters away on the large grass field. Although they were facing away from Ruan Xinya and Duan Chijo, she feared someone would suddenly turn around. If anyone saw Duan Chijo hugging her in such an ambiguous pose, she'd never be able to explain herself. Duan Chijo had his hands pushed away by her but still didn't retreat, his chest remained against her back. In the air, the subtle sense of their clothes intertwined. Are you so eager to clear all ties with me? Duan Chijo's tone turned colder, so quick to fall into another man's embrace. Mr. Duan, it's over between us. I want a fresh start. Ruan Xinya took a step forward, aiming at the target with the posture and stance that Duan Chijo had taught her, and accurately swung the golf club to hit the ball along an ideal trajectory. Let our past, like this ball, fall into its secret cave and be well sealed up, never to be mentioned again. Her short skirt swayed gently, her figure was both beautiful and spirited, as if she had truly put the past behind her. What if I say no? Then I will hate you. Ruan Xinya turned around and looked at Duan Chijo's eyes calmly. I will hate you for trapping me forever in a dark pit. Amidst the abundant sunshine, a chilling cold surrounded Duan Chijo. Mr. Duan, let's bring this to an end properly while we still can. When Qin Dashan and the others finished a round and returned, Duan Chijo was already gone. Where's Chijo? Luo Xiaodong looked at Ruan Xinya sitting in the resting area drinking water. Mr. Duan has gone home. How did he suddenly go home? Lu Tianhao asked. I don't know, I wouldn't dare ask about my boss's itinerary. Ruan Xinya said with a smile. Luo Xiaodong thought, as if, how dare you bite the boss's lips until they bleed? Now you're pretending to be an innocent little rabbit here. Most likely, he was driven away by you. Alright, since Chijo has gone home, let's leave too. Lu Tianhao patted Qin Dashan on the shoulder. Sorry Dashan, interrupting your two-person world for so long. I've told you, I'm just a friend of Miss Ruan. Qin Dashan was afraid that Lu Tianhao would speak carelessly and cause any mental burden on Ruan Xinya. Alright, wish you and your friend a pleasant time. This group of young gentlemen came stormily, and then left stormily. Kneeling down across from Ruan Xinya, Qin Dashan apologized for earlier mishandling. Sorry, I didn't expect to run into friends here today. It's fine, I enjoyed practicing alone. How was the practice? Could deliver a pretty swing. Is that so? Let me check. Qin Dashan said. Ruan Xinya wasn't shy and stood up to demonstrate, but Duan Chijo's words kept replaying in her ears, and no matter how she adjusted, she couldn't produce the perfect swing she had demonstrated before him. Seems like I boasted a bit too much. Ruan Xinya smiled wryly at herself. It's alright, practice more next time. Both were a little tired and ended their golf course trip ahead of schedule. Miss Ruan, do you have time free next weekend? On the way back, Qin Dashan asked. Next weekend? So, you're already trying to reserve my time for next weekend? Yes, don't know if I have the honor. Qin Dashan laughed. Today's encounter with Luo Xiaodong and the others greatly compressed the time Qin Dashan and Ruan Xinya could spend together privately. Qin Dashan hoped to make up for it next week. I'm not quite sure about next weekend yet. I don't even know if I'll have to work overtime or not. Ruan Xinya said. Work overtime again? Come on, Chijo isn't that exploitative of employees, right? When she offended Duan Chijo at the golf course earlier today, his face was so dark when he left that she didn't dare to look at it directly. Who knows if Duan Chijo will trip her up a little because of this? As long as he wants to, with a casual instruction, he can make her work overtime until she spits blood. But in fact, Ruan Xinya misjudged Duan Chijo with a petty mind again. The busy as ever Duan Chijo flew to Austria for business on Monday morning, and for an entire week, no one saw him. He didn't even attend one video conference. It was as quiet as a chicken coop. According to Chu Hang, besides examining projects, Duan Chijo also went to attend a university classmate's wedding this time, which made the trip semi-work, semi-private. Come to think of it, after his sudden disappearance, Ruan Xinya actually felt a little uncomfortable. She even suspected that Duan Chijo might have flown so far just to avoid seeing her. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. If Duan Chijo really didn't want to see her, he could just fire her. Why bother creating such a big detour that bothered himself? After a week passed, on Friday, Qin Dashan extended another invitation to Ruan Xinya. He said there would be a great art exhibition on Saturday on Xinguli Street and wanted to take Ruan Xinya to check it out. Ruan Xinya had never been to an art exhibition and didn't believe she could appreciate anything through paintings, but she still agreed. because she thought people should try more things they haven't experienced before, only then can their cognition improve. What she didn't expect, though, was that the organizer of this art exhibition turned out to be Qin Dashan's mother, Ms. Xiao Yanhong. Xiao Yanhong was a famous painter in Rongcheng. Ruan Xinya remembered that during junior high school, there were prints of Xiao Yanhong's works in her art textbook. So your mother is such a renowned painter. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but marvel inwardly as she looked at the exhibition's deeply meaningful pieces, sensing yet another invisible barrier between herself and Qin Dashan. They truly weren't from the same world. After all, many paintings' themes she couldn't even understand, while Qin Dashan grew up being nurtured by such an artistic environment since childhood. Yes, she loves painting very much and regards it as her lifelong career. It's great that your mother managed to turn her hobby into a career. She must be both capable and happy. Yes, I think so too. While they were chatting, after finishing the interviews, Xiao Yanhong suddenly noticed them. Dashan. Xiao Yanhong hurried toward Qin Dashan and Ruan Xinya. You brought a friend to the exhibition? As she spoke, Xiao Yanhong appraised Ruan Xinya with a polite but distant smile, carrying the innate haughtiness of an artist. Yes, Mom, this is my friend Ruan Xinya. Miss Ruan, this is my mother. Miss Xiao, I've heard so much about you. Ruan Xinya extended her hand, and Xiao Yanhong briefly shook it before saying to her, Miss Ruan, Dashan has never brought any girl to my exhibitions before. If you're free, why don't we grab lunch together? We can have a deeper conversation. Since the elder had already spoken, how could Ruan Xinya possibly refuse? All right, Ms. Xiao. Then you two keep looking around. I have other things to do right now, but we'll meet for lunch later. All right, go ahead with your business. Xiao Yanhong walked away to greet her friends. Ruan Xinya watched her leave and breathed a subtle sigh of relief. But as soon as she thought about having lunch with her and Qin Dashan later, the pressure surged back. Miss Ruan, I apologize. I thought my mom would be so busy today that we wouldn't bump into her, but who knew she spotted us as soon as we entered? Qin Dashan observed Ruan Xinya's expression. You're not upset, are you, about meeting the parents so suddenly? I wasn't upset until you called it meeting the parents, which makes me nervous. Ruan Xinya gazed at Qin Dashan softly. This can't be considered meeting the parents, right? We've only met each other a few times. Meeting the parents so early is highly inappropriate. Seeing her deep frown, like someone bracing for an unprepared exam, Qin Dashan couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't consider it meeting the parents, then it isn't. Actually, despite appearances, my mom is quite sociable. Just think of this as making a new friend. Making friends with both of them? Ruan Xinya didn't feel that carefree yet. Besides, from the glance of Qin Dashan's mother's eyes, she definitely wasn't as easygoing as he described. Terrible. Now, thinking about it, she felt even tenser. Chapter 26, Seizing This Golden Turtle Son-in-Law. After touring the art exhibition once, it was already time for lunch. Qin Dashan had a restaurant booked opposite the gallery and led his mother Xiao Yanhong and Ruan Xinya to walk over for lunch. Xiao Yanhong spent the entire way talking with Qin Dashan about the art exhibition. Ruan Xinya couldn't interject and thus quietly stayed on the sidelines. After they entered the restaurant and sat down, Xiao Yanhong finally turned her attention to Ruan Xinya. Miss Ruan, how was today's art exhibition? Do you have any insightful opinions after viewing it? Xiao Yanhong's gaze and tone were akin to that of a high school math teacher suddenly calling on someone to answer a question in class. Ruan Xinya was sweating bullets. I'm sorry, Teacher Xiao, but I don't really have an artistic bone in my body. Aside from marveling at your exceptional painting skills, Teacher Xiao, I can't really give any professional insights. Though she spoke sincerely, Xiao Yanhong didn't buy it one bit. Dashan really should have thought better of this. If you don't understand, then why drag you along to an art exhibition? Isn't this a waste of both of your times? Ruan Xinya heard clearly that Xiao Yanhong was indirectly blaming her for wasting Qin Dashan's time. Even as she maintained a polite smile on her face, she felt deeply uncomfortable inside. Oh yes, Miss Ruan, where do you work? Xiao Yanhong shifted topics again. I work at Duan Corporation. Duan Corporation isn't bad. What position do you hold? Presidential Secretary. So to say, you are the secretary to Qiju? Xiao Yanhong's tone softened slightly. Qiju has been like a son to me since he grew up. His capabilities and intelligence rank top among the youths in Rongcheng. Though our Dashan does well in many ways, compared to Qiju, there's still a significant gap. Mom, how you speak, aren't you simply boosting others' morale while suppressing our own? Qin Dashan laughed. If I concede that I am not as good as Qiju, how can you even use a significant gap as a term? That just hurts a son's heart, doesn't it? It's true, among all the children we raised together, who didn't benefit from their parents' advantages except Qiju? He has built the Duan family empire all by himself. Xiao Yanhong said this and looked at Ruan Xinya. Given that Miss Ruan can be the secretary to Qiju, I assume you have your own extraordinary qualities. Ruan Xinya didn't expect that the only reason she seemed worthy in Xiao Yanhong's eyes was because of Duan Qiju. When the waiter served the dishes, Xiao Yanhong didn't eat yet, continuing to chat with Ruan Xinya instead. How long has Miss Ruan been dating our Dashan? Teacher Xiao, Mr. Qin and I are really just ordinary friends. We are not together. Xiao Yanhong eyed Qin Dashan dubiously, and he nodded solemnly. Mom, I've only known Miss Ruan for a short while. We're nowhere near what you imagine. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd have brought her home to introduce you ages ago. Why would I hide her? It appears I misunderstood. Still, this is indeed the first time you've brought a girl to see my exhibition. Miss Ruan must be special to you, I imagine. Qin Dashan smiled without responding. Seeing nothing could be probed from her son's words, Xiao Yanhong turned back to Ruan Xinya. Miss Ruan, our Dashan once dated someone under unpleasant circumstances. He was deeply hurt and took a long time to recover. This has led me to somewhat distrust the women around him. Should there be any previous offense towards you, I apologize. This apology came unexpectedly. Ruan Xinya was caught off guard, hastily saying, Teacher Xiao is being overly worried. I haven't felt offended at all. That's good. By the end of this meal, the atmosphere had become increasingly relaxed. Just when Ruan Xinya let out a sigh of relief, her phone rang suddenly. It was her mother, Wang Menghan, calling. Excuse me, I'll take this call. Ruan Xinya said to Xiao Yanhong and the mother-son duo. Sure, please go ahead. Ruan Xinya stood up, heading toward the restroom as she picked up her mother's call. Hello, Mom. Yaya, where are you? I'm having lunch outside. Is something wrong? Are you having lunch with Manager Qin and them? Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinya instinctively turned her head around looking around. Then, she spotted her mother, Duan Shiring, Duan Dongxue, and a few other wealthy women waving at her from their seats by the window. Yaya, I'm here. Wang Menghan chirped excitedly through the phone. Ruan Xinya felt faint immediately. She had originally intended to keep her interaction with Qin Dashan private from her mother, but now it seemed like the secret had been exposed almost too quickly. Wang Menghan had come out shopping today with the elder sister-in-law from the Duan family and a few other upper-class women in her circle. After browsing for a while and getting tired, they found a restaurant nearby to eat. At first, she hadn't noticed Ruan Xinya. It was Duan Shiring who first spotted Xiao Yanhong and Qin Dashan. Isn't that Mrs. Qin from the Qin group and little President Qin? Duan Shiring had met Xiao Yanhong a few times before, and Qin Dashan, when he was a child, used to frequently visit the Duan household to play. Thus, Duan Shiring was somewhat familiar with them. Indeed it is. I heard today Mrs. Qin is holding an art exhibition here. That explains it. But talking about Mrs. Qin, she sure is competitive. Her husband has so much wealth, but she doesn't choose to relax either. Over the years, I keep hearing about her organizing exhibitions everywhere. Meddling unnecessarily, all effort for nothing, there's nothing for me to envy. Going shopping and having spa treatments every day isn't better. Why would she make herself so tired? Not earning any money, likely she'd have to pay out of her own pocket. That's true. In this era, who can truly make money from art or photography exhibitions? The Qins aren't short on money anyway. Both the husband and son are top-notch earners. Her art shows are purely personal interest. Let's not be bitter over something we cannot have. The women at the table began chatting intermittently about Mrs. Qin, when suddenly, Duan Dongxue turned her gaze onto Wang Menghan. Sister-in-law, I heard some time ago you and my older brother wanted to set up a blind date between your daughter and President Qin Jr. Is there such a thing? Wang Menghan immediately felt a little awkward. In fact, among this group of people today, her presence was already the least significant. If they found out the Qins rejected arranging the blind date with Ruan Xinya, wouldn't she just be laughed at? There was such an arrangement, but Yaya didn't have time to go for the date, so it didn't happen. Didn't have time? Duan Dongxue chuckled. Sister-in-law, you sure know how to embellish things. Are you sure it was because your daughter didn't have time, or rather the Qins deemed your daughter unworthy? Exactly, the Qin family is one of the most prominent families in Rongqing. Who exactly is your daughter to turn down meeting their family? Yes, Yaya was supposed to meet little President Qin on Saturday originally, but Director Qiju summoned Yaya to Qingcheng unexpectedly. They didn't end up seeing each other. Wang Menghan explained. So, you're saying it's entirely Director Qiju's fault that your daughter missed the blind date with little President Qin? Duan Shiring immediately retorted, dissatisfied. Would you dare say this directly to Director Qiju? No, not at all sister, I'm not blaming Director Qiju, I'm simply stating the facts. You don't need to act tough. Ultimately, it's because the Qins don't consider your daughter worthy. Another woman at the table added. I've heard, the Chu family's miss and the Jiang family's princess both hoped to form marital ties with the Qins. However, none pleased little President Qin. Such high branches even the noble ladies couldn't climb, let alone your daughter working a common job. Why should she attempt? Embarrassed, Wang Menghan stayed silent. Deep down, she was even more irritated that Ruan Xinya had missed the opportunity due to overtime work. If she became little President Qin's mother-in-law, who among these few women could dare to mock her? Look, there's a young lady next to President Qin. Whose daughter is she? From the back, she seems extraordinarily graceful. Yes, and apparently both President Qin and his mother like her very much. The three of them have been conversing non-stop. Sister-in-law, take a good look. It wasn't your daughter missing her chance, but the fact that he already has someone he favors. Your daughter needs to give up this impractical notion of marrying into the wealthy household soon. Wang Menghan lifted her eyes toward the woman standing by Qin Dashan. Why does this silhouette seem so familiar? Isn't she similar to Ruan Xinya? Even the way she flicks her hair is similar. And the way she sips her soup looks alike too. Wait, this is Ruan Xinya. Without wasting any time, Wang Menghan dialed Ruan Xinya's phone number, confirming the identity as the young woman stood to take the call. Sure enough, it really was Ruan Xinya. Suddenly full of confidence, Wang Menghan activated speaker mode and asked, "Are you having lunch with President Qin?" The moment Ruan Xinya looked back, the few noble women at the table were utterly stunned. It turns out, what seemed impossible, the esteemed Qin family being matched by her daughter, was happening right before their eyes. After Wang Menghan discovered Ruan Xinya dining privately with Qin Dashan and his mother, although thrilled, she still kept a sense of propriety and did not disturb them right then. But once both parties finished their meals, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. She directly rushed to Ruan Xinya's home. "Yaya, you must explain everything to me now. How exactly did this happen? You weren't arranged properly with Qin Dashan, so how are you now having lunch with them?" "Mom, this matter is rather complicated." "Then give me a concise version. Don't try to sidestep me. Today, you have to make this absolutely clear for me. You don't know how much ridicule I've received from those arrogant noble women because of you being rejected by the Qin family." Ruan Xinya had no choice but to recount how she first met Qin Dashan and her fortuitous encounter with him in Qingcheng to her mother. Wang Menghan rejoiced. "So, you and Junior President Qin already know each other?" "Yes, but we only know each other, there's no deep relationship. Regardless, Mother feels like the two of you are simply so destined. The arranged meeting that was cancelled at the last moment resulted in a fortuitous encounter in Qingcheng. Cupid must really favor both of you." "That's wonderful. My daughter is going to marry into a wealthy family." Ruan Xinya was speechless. As expected, her mother's reaction was exactly as she had predicted. "Mom, this is still far from certain. Don't just jump to conclusions." "How could it be jumping to conclusions? Junior President Qin has already introduced you to Mrs. Qin. Doesn't that show he likes you very much? Moreover, I think today Mrs. Qin chatted with you quite well. Truly worthy of being my daughter, bringing me so much pride. You wouldn't believe it, but after the few rich ladies who were dining with me found out the person eating with the Qin family was my daughter, how servile they became towards me. This is absolutely the highest point of my life. Mom, if these people make you unhappy, why not just cut off ties with them? Why care so much about their opinions of you? Now that Mom is in this world of fame and fortune, it's not as simple as what you say. Some social obligations can't be avoided. But don't you dislike it? You're already this age, why should you keep living a life you don't like?" Before, her mother said it was for love, and Ruan Xinya could somewhat understand that, but now, she felt her mother's lifestyle had gradually deviated from her original intentions. "Alright, let's not talk about these things. Let's discuss the matter of meeting the parents. Since you've already met Mrs. Qin, when will you bring Junior President Qin home to meet your father and me?" Wang Menghan began planning. "How about next week?" "Mom, let me reiterate, Qin Dashan and I aren't together yet. We're currently in the stage of getting to know each other. Today wasn't about meeting the parents, it was merely an accidental encounter over lunch with Mrs. Qin. It doesn't represent anything." A hint of disappointment flickered across Wang Menghan's eyes, but she quickly recovered. "It's fine, even just being friends is good. Every couple starts from being ordinary friends. Just work hard and capture this golden son-in-law. Mom, just follow Mom's advice, she won't do you any harm." Wang Menghan glanced at her Patek Philippe watch. "You need to take care of this matter yourself. I have to go now, later I have to visit Qiju with your Uncle Duan." "Going to visit Duan Qiju?" Ruan Xinya's heart tightened instantly. "Is Mr. Duan hospitalized?" "Yes." "What happened to him?" "Pneumonia, and it's pretty serious." "How did he get pneumonia? Didn't he go on a business trip to Austria?" "I'm not entirely clear on the details, but according to your Uncle Duan, his previous cold hadn't fully healed, then he caught a chill while in Austria and contracted a virus, which led to high fever and pneumonia. Duan Qiju returned to the country yesterday via private jet and was immediately taken to the Legend Hospital under the Duan Corporation. Everyone in the Duan family rushed to the hospital to see him. Only Duan Qiuyo failed to go because he was undergoing leg rehabilitation. He planned to visit along with Wang Menghan today. Before leaving, Wang Menghan specifically instructed the maids to stew some soup to take along later. "Has his fever gone down this morning?" Ruan Xinya asked worriedly. "When Grandpa called this morning, the doctor said it hadn't, and it was still fluctuating. But you shouldn't worry too much. The doctor mentioned that pneumonia often goes through such phases, and the best experts in the entire hospital are monitoring him. There won't be any problems." Ruan Xinya avoided her mother's gaze guiltily. "I'm not overly concerned, I was just asking because there's a lot of work I didn't get to consult Mr. Duan about before Monday. The work matters can wait. Right now, his health is definitely the priority." Wang Menghan didn't give it too much thought. "Well, I really have to go now, otherwise Uncle Duan will start waiting." Ruan Xinya sent her mother to the door, watched her leave, and couldn't help calling her back. "Mom, please send me a message once you see Mr. Duan at the hospital." "What for?" "I want to know how he is doing now." "Okay, understood." Chapter 27, Taking You Back. After Mother Wang Menghan left, Ruan Xinya was distracted from everything she did. She kept staring at her phone, waiting for a message from her mother. But the message never came, and every sound seemed like an incoming notification. While washing clothes, opening the fridge, it was as if she had developed auditory hallucinations. She waited anxiously until evening when her phone finally rang. Ruan Xinya was eating dinner at that time. She quickly put down her chopsticks to unlock her phone. However, the message wasn't from her mother, but Qin Dashan. She felt disappointed but still opened Qin Dashan's message. Qin Dashan was apologizing for today's incident at the art exhibition where his mother had caught him unexpectedly. He wrote, "Miss Ruan, last time we met, I unintentionally encountered my friends. This time, I accidentally ran into my mother again. So many coincidences, would you think I'm doing this on purpose? Ruan Shinya didn't think so. If Qin Das-han hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have even noticed these coincidences. When she thought about it, it seemed that she had never reviewed any details of their encounters after meeting Qin Das-han. She really only saw him as an ordinary friend. That was why they could interact so effortlessly and freely. If he were someone she liked or had feelings for, she would definitely dissect and reminisce about every detail of their meetings, trying to improve for next time. But she showed no signs of falling in love, not even much anticipation for their next meeting. Not at all. She replied with two simple words. That's good. Neither of them made an effort to bring up another topic, so the conversation ended there. Ruan Shinya continued waiting for her mother Wang Menghan's message with her phone in hand. At 8:40 p.m., her mother finally sent a text, but it was simply 3 plain words, he is fine. How fine exactly? Is his fever gone? Does he still cough violently? Is his spirit good? Ruan Shinya wanted to ask, but after repeatedly editing and deleting the draft, she ultimately asked nothing. She feared that asking too many questions might reveal her true feelings to her mother. She loved Duan Chijo deeply, and her concern for him could only be hidden deep in her heart as a secret. Ruan Shinya couldn't sleep again that night. For the first time, she hoped the weekend would end quickly. She thought that on Monday, perhaps Duan Chijo, the workaholic, would come back to work. Then she could see him personally and confirm his condition. Unfortunately, Duan Chijo did not show up on Monday. No one in the company talked about the boss being sick either. It seemed that public relations had deliberately blocked the news. After all, the story of the president of Duan Corporation returning to China overnight and entering the hospital would surely cause fluctuations in the company's stock price if leaked. During the morning meeting, Duan Chijo only appeared by voice. His voice sounded a little hoarse, occasionally accompanied by a cough. Otherwise, everything seemed normal. Still, Ruan Shinya couldn't help worrying. In the past 2 years following Duan Chijo closely, she knew his attitude toward work clearly. As long as he could get up, he wouldn't run the meeting in such a manner. He must be seriously ill this time. Ruan Shinya really wanted to go see him, but she had no reason to do so. Just as she was pondering this, Chu Hang, Duan Chijo's special assistant, walked over to her. Ms. Ruan, do you have any urgent work to handle this afternoon? No, why? Then could you help me with something? Chu Hang leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Duan is sick in the hospital. He asked me to deliver a contract to him, but I need to go see Mr. Zheng this afternoon. Could Ms. Ruan please take the trip to the hospital for me? Ruan Shinya was eager to go to the hospital and just lacked a reason. She immediately agreed. Sure. Thank you, Ms. Ruan. You're welcome. Ruan Shinya thought she should thank him instead. The legendary hospital of Duan Corporation stood on an empty lot north of Shananshan Mountain. The serene environment suited recuperation and fresh air inhalation well. The hospital was renowned for its advanced medical equipment and professional medical team. However, because the patients were rich and powerful, security at the gate was exceptionally strict, preventing ordinary people from getting in. Ruan Shinya was let through with the pass given to her by Chu Hang. Duan Chijo's ward was on the 2nd floor. He had just finished his first bag of fluids for the day. The nurse was preparing to replace it when he suddenly started coughing severely. In the past few days, apart from his persistent high fever, what troubled him the most was his coughing. Every night, when all was quiet, he coughed so intensely that lying down became unbearable. It felt like his internal organs were all fighting to leap out. Mr. Duan, are you okay? Do you want me to call a doctor? The nurse supported him and wiped away the fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. Duan Chijo waved his hand dismissively, then when he looked up, he saw Ruan Shinya standing at the door to his room. She was dressed in a white leisure suit and white wide-leg pants, so bright that she seemed to blend into the hospital background. Duan Chijo briefly thought he might be hallucinating until he heard the nurse ask, Excuse me, who are you looking for? I'm here to see Mr. Duan, Ruan Shinya replied. The nurse looked at Duan Chijo. Don't let her in, Duan Chijo said. Ruan Shinya was surprised. Was he really that petty? Could he still hold a grudge over what happened at the golf course? She had already prepared to hand over the contract through the nurse and leave when Duan Chijo added, Give her a mask first. So, it was because he worried about her catching the illness. Her emotions were like riding a roller coaster, up and down. Yes, Mr. Duan. The nurse quickly took a new mask from her cart and handed it to Ruan Shinya. Thank you. The nurse smiled, then after changing Duan Chijo's for, she left the room. Now, only Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo remained in the spacious ward. How did you end up here? Duan Chijo asked her. Chu Hang has other commitments today, so he asked me to come instead. Duan Chijo fell silent. Without him being present, Chu Hang sure knew how to make people do his bidding. Mr. Duan, here's the contract you requested. Ruan Shinya walked to the bedside and handed over the contract. Before Duan Chijo could take it, another severe bout of coughing started. Ruan Shinya immediately held him steady and poured him a glass of water. Mr. Duan, are you alright? Please drink some water. Duan Chijo pushed away the cup, trying to suppress his cough in front of her, but the more he tried, the harder it became, with his face turning increasingly red. Seeming to sense Duan Chijo's intentions, Ruan Shinya patted his back and said, Mr. Duan, just let yourself cough if you need to, don't suppress it. Haven't you heard? There are 2 things in this world that can't be hidden, love and coughs. Duan Chijo's coughing abruptly stopped. He raised his eyes and stared at Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya also looked back at him with concern. Regretting not noticing earlier how much weight he had lost, his loose-fitting patient gown hung loosely on his thin frame, and the bloodshot whites of his eyes hinted at sleepless nights. Don't look at me like that, Duan Chijo spoke coldly. You want to start a new life, right? If you're ready for a new life, stop looking at me like that. What do you mean? As Ruan Xinya puzzled over the meaning of his words, Duan Chijo suddenly pulled her close into his embrace, tilting forward toward her. Her hands pressed against his chest, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Of course, Duan Chijo didn't kiss her, they both wore masks, and that layer of fabric made such intimacy impossible. However, the pose itself carried an even deeper ambiguity. His intense gaze bored deeply into her, making Ruan Xinya feel as though she would dissolve under its weight. If you've decided to begin a new life with another man, don't ever look at me with that kind of expression again. I'm not one to turn the other cheek, and if you give me even the tiniest hope, I'll do whatever it takes to take you back. What kind of expression? Don't tell me you don't know what kind of expression. Ruan Xinya didn't reply. Of course she knew it must have been full of care, worry, and tenderness. But at this moment, she absolutely couldn't admit it. Mr. Duan, please don't misunderstand. You were coughing uncontrollably just now, and I was simply afraid something bad might happen to you. Ruan Xinya carefully disengaged herself from Duan Chijo's arms and explained further, you're my boss. My look toward you earlier should have merely been that of an ordinary employee. Duan Chijo gave a nonchalant smile, as though he believed her or perhaps not entirely. Do as you say, but remember what I just told you. Then he withdrew the contract from Ruan Xinya's grasp, swiftly switching into work mode and reviewing the content attentively. Ruan Xinya moved from the bedside to the window, her heart pounding. It was close earlier, she almost let Duan Chijo catch her feelings. A light breeze cooled the air, but her heart refused to cool down. Duan Chijo spent 5 whole days in the hospital receiving intravenous drips before his pneumonia finally improved. 5 days later, he officially discharged himself from the hospital and went straight to the company. Aside from Chu Hang, the public relations department, and Ruan Xinya, no one else in the Duan Corporation knew that Duan Chijo had been hospitalized. Everyone assumed he'd been on a business trip in Austria the entire time. Moreover, Duan Chijo showed no signs of sickness in front of his employees, he even closed the door of his office to cough quietly. Ruan Xinya realized by now, the man cared somewhat about maintaining a certain image. 3 days after Duan Chijo's discharge was the 5th anniversary celebration of Mantech Technology under the Duan Corporation umbrella. Mantech Technology was the flagship brand of Duan Corporation in the electronics and technology field. In just 5 years, Duan Corporation had quickly captured significant market shares in various sectors such as smartphones, home appliances, and artificial intelligence through Mantech Technology. Every year, Mantech Technology also produced the most impressive financial report for the entire Duan Corporation. Therefore, Duan Chijo always placed a high emphasis on Mantech Technology, and to attend this 5th anniversary celebration, he even deliberately postponed his hospital follow-up visit. As Duan Chijo's secretary, Ruan Xinya accompanied him to the anniversary gala dinner of Mantech Technology. This year's dinner was different from previous years. The company specially invited famous singer Xu Yihan to perform. Yu He, the general manager of Mantech Technology, was a typical socialite who adored such lively occasions. After having a few drinks, he began acting somewhat arrogantly. Holding a glass of alcohol, he walked over to Duan Chijo's side and insisted that Duan drink with him. Mr. Duan, tonight you must give me, old you, a bit of face and have a few cups with me. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Duan Chijo. Come, let me represent all the employees of Mantech Technology to toast Mr. Duan. When Duan Chijo was discharged, the doctor had repeatedly instructed him to avoid smoking and drinking temporarily. He followed the doctor's advice all night, using tea instead of alcohol, but when it came to Yu He, the man had already gotten drunk and directly poured a cup of white spirit for Duan Chijo. Tonight being Mantech Technology's main event, Duan Chijo was technically the big boss, but at this critical moment, not drinking seemed slightly inappropriate. Duan Chijo was about to reach for the wine glass when Ruan Xinya, noticing the situation clearly and acting swiftly, picked up the glass Yu He had poured before anyone else. Manager Yu, Mr. Duan is unable to drink alcohol today, so I'll take this cup for Mr. Duan. Without further ado, Ruan Xinya tipped her head back and downed the whole cup of white spirit in one go. Hey, Secretary Ruan, you're stealing the show here. This cup is for Mr. Duan, why should you take it? Yu He showed dissatisfaction toward Ruan Xinya. Manager Yu, I've already said, Mr. Duan cannot drink alcohol today. How can Mr. Duan not drink? Ruan Xinya glanced at Duan Chijo. The man had kept his illness strictly confidential, so now mentioning it would be rather awkward. Mr. Duan has to catch a flight to meet with clients later, surely you wouldn't want him stepping onto the plane smelling like alcohol? Ruan Xinya quickly made up an excuse. Oh, I see. Then Mr. Duan really shouldn't drink. Yu He believed what Ruan Xinya said, but that didn't mean he'd let her off the hook easily. Since Secretary Ruan drank on behalf of Mr. Duan, 1 cup simply isn't enough. The implication was clear, Yu He intended to get Ruan Xinya drunk. Just as Duan Chijo was about to speak to stop him, Ruan Xinya interjected once again. Alright then, it's Mantech Technology's grand anniversary celebration tonight. Manager Yu wants me to drink. Fine, I will. Excellent, truly worthy of being Mr. Duan's secretary, straightforward and bold, Yu He cheerfully remarked. Tonight, we won't stop until completely drunk. Although Ruan Xinya couldn't hold much liquor, with the atmosphere set like this, she could only tough it out. Fine, we'll drink till we fall, she responded boldly. The other executives from Mantech Technology around the table cheered loudly, raising their glasses with enthusiasm. And thus, Ruan Shinya and Yu he began to drink. Sitting beside her, Duan Chizhou coldly observed her. He knew she was helping him save face, but did he really need a woman to do it for him? Seeing Yu he filling Ruan Shinya's glass yet again, Duan Chizhou finally couldn't help but speak. Manager Yu. He hadn't finished his sentence to stop the drinking when Ruan Shinya kicked him under the table. She wore silver stilettos with sharp, fine heels that acted like weapons. Ouch. In pain, Duan Chizhou looked at her, and she winked at him, indicating that he shouldn't ruin the mood for everyone. Duan Chizhou took a deep breath. Fine, if she wanted to drink, let her drink. As long as she didn't come crying to him afterwards. Chapter 28, Touching His Abs. Ruan Shinya had an average alcohol tolerance to begin with. With this much drinking, how could she not get drunk? Before long, her vision blurred and she became disoriented. Yuhi himself wasn't in any better shape. The two of them leaned on each other, calling each other brothers. Everyone at the table laughed as they cheered them on. This bonding between the headquarters and subsidiary seemed to have hit its mark. After the banquet ended, Duan Chizhou was the first to leave. Ruan Shinya followed him out of the venue, swaying unsteadily. Her beautiful weapon, her high heels, were no longer stable under her feet now. She simply took off her shoes and carried them in her hand, walking barefoot. The black polished marble floor was clean as a whistle. Her delicate white feet walked on it like two lotus flowers swaying with the waves, drifting here and there. Duan. Mr. Duan, why are you walking so fast? She reached out and grabbed Duan Chizhou's suit jacket. Wait for me, wait. Drunk people have no sense of boundaries. Her strength pulled off a button from Duan Chizhou's suit. At the moment the button fell to the ground, Ruan Shinya chased after it barefoot, shouting all the while, gemstone, gemstone. It fell. Duan Chizhou glared darkly and pulled her back. Ruan Shinya softly collided into Duan Chizhou's embrace, her hands slipping into his jacket. Mr. Duan, how come your body is so good? Underneath his charcoal grey suit coat lay a neatly tucked-in white shirt and a paisley-patterned tie that added a vintage gentleman's charm. Beneath the shirt, hints of sculpted abs only enhanced his masculine allure. Ruan Shinya's hand slid over his abs like a water snake, becoming more enthusiastic as it went on. Duan Chizhou didn't have time to push her away before she already bent down to try and undo the buttons on his shirt below. What are you doing? The shirt blocks the touch. Feels bad through it. Ruan Shinya wanted to touch his abs without anything in the way, but being drunk, her fingers and her reason were equally hazy, unable to untie the knots. Haven't had enough touching in the past. Duan Chizhou felt a growing heat under her touches. Past? What past? Did I touch you before? She tilted her head up looking at him, her big eyes filled with innocence, as if she had forgotten everything, and the past was now a blank page. Did I ever touch you? Have I touched you? Duan Chizhou exhaled deeply. Engaging with a drunkard, he must have lost his mind too. Let's go, you're drunk silly. I'll take you home. No. Ruan Shinya pushed Duan Chizhou aside. Who said who's dumb? Mr. Duan, who's stupid? I drank this much wine, still, just to protect you. Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. Then who did you call dumb earlier? There are only the two of us here. You can't possibly be calling yourself dumb, right? At this point, her logic was quite clear. Duan Chizhou ignored her and held her again, pulling her towards the exit. Mr. Duan, you cannot drink. The doctor said you should not drink. I am drinking so much to protect you. Do you know that? Do you? Duan Chizhou helplessly responded. I know, thank you. Don't thank me. You're welcome, no problem. She patted Duan Chizhou's shoulder. Protecting the boss at the dinner table is the duty of a secretary. If you really feel bad about it, you can give me a raise. Duan Chizhou looked at her. If it weren't for her wet eyes, red cheeks, and obvious drunkenness, he might have thought she was laying a trap for him. Isn't the salary enough? It doesn't matter if it is enough or not. Who wouldn't want more money? That made sense. Fine, then he would give her a raise. Just as Duan Chizhou was about to agree, the woman in his arms changed her mind. She threw away the high heels in her hand and bolted to a luxury jewelry store inside the hotel, clinging to their glass door and pointing to a necklace with a purple gemstone displayed in the window. Mr. Duan, if you don't want to give me a raise, you can reward me. This purple gemstone necklace is so beautiful, I like it. Buy it as a reward for me. Next time, I will definitely block even more drinks for you. Drunk as she was, her words came out fluently, which shows how much she truly liked it. However, this necklace wasn't an ordinary one. This was a Piaget purple sunflower worth 36 million yuan, with a 15-carat purple gemstone whose color and shape were extremely rare. The necklace was a unique piece of jewelry, and when taken apart, the pendant could also be worn as a ring or brooch, featuring a distinctive design. She was asking for a hefty price indeed. Giving her a raise would probably be better. The staff of the jewelry store saw Ruan Shinya and initially thought that a drunk person was causing trouble by leaving fingerprints on their freshly cleaned windows. But once they opened the door and saw the man beside the drunkard, they immediately thought that perhaps this deal could be done. Mr. Duan, welcome. Would you like me to take out the necklace for this young lady to try on? No need. Duan Chizhou refused outright. In her current state of confusion, allowing her to try on such an expensive necklace would be no different from feeding fine grains to a mountain pig. Why won't you let me try it on? How could my boss be so stingy? Her red eyes accused him. When you were dating a female celebrity, you almost bought her the entire jewelry store. But when it comes to your own employees, you're so stingy. You're obviously a capitalist. Was Duan Chijo really dating a female celebrity? The jewelry store staff covered their lips lightly. Was this the kind of gossip they were allowed to listen to? Ruan Xinya noticed that the staff seemed quite interested and leaned closer conspiratorially to say, "You don't know, our Mr. Duan is actually with Cheng." Oh. Duan Chijo suddenly hoisted Ruan Xinya over his shoulder. The jewelry store staff clamped their lips tighter. Was this something they were supposed to see? "Mr. Duan, what are you doing? Put me down. I'm afraid of heights, it's so high up here." This time, no matter what she said, Duan Chijo didn't let her go. He carried Ruan Xinya straight out of the hotel. The driver was waiting outside and upon seeing his boss carrying Ruan Xinya out, holding her shoes in hand, he was taken aback. "Mr. Duan." The driver quickly took Ruan Xinya's shoes. "Is Secretary Ruan drunk?" Millimeter. Duan Chijo set her down just long enough to press her shoulders before shoving her into the car. Then behind him came a call. "Chijo." It was Qin Dashan's voice. Turning around, Duan Chijo saw Qin Dashan stride up to them. "What a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too?" "Hey, isn't that Mr. Qin?" Ruan Xinya lunged forward, grabbing Qin Dashan's suit lapels, enthusiastically introducing him to Duan Chijo. "Mr. Duan, let me introduce you. This is my blind date partner." No. Almost became my blind date partner. "Qin Dashan, Mr. Qin." Qin Dashan naturally steadied Ruan Xinya. "How did you get so drunk?" "She tried too hard," said Duan Chijo. "What do you mean trying too hard?" "I sacrificed myself to protect the boss." She slapped her chest with conviction. "If not for me, Mr. Duan, he'd have been in trouble tonight." Qin Dashan stifled a laugh. "Didn't Miss Ruan forget? Your boss is a vampire reincarnated." "I didn't forget. It's just I expected him to raise my salary. But evidently, he's truly a vampire reborn, unwilling to add even a penny, refuses to give rewards." Poor Duan Chijo. Qin Dashan couldn't contain himself any longer, bursting into laughter. "You dare say these things to your boss's face, looks like you're really drunk." "All right, I'll send you home." "No need, I'll send her," said Duan Chijo, gripping Ruan Xinya's other arm unwillingly to let go. "It's no problem, I'm on my way there anyway," said Qin Dashan. "Do you even know where she lives and you're claiming to be on your way?" "I do, I've been there." Hearing this, Duan Chijo's gaze darkened. Had they progressed this far already? "What? Chijo, don't you trust me as a friend anymore?" Qin Dashan smiled, mimicking Ruan Xinya's gesture of patting his chest. "Rest assured buddy, I promise to safely deliver her back home for you." Duan Chijo wasn't necessarily worried about Qin Dashan, rather he knew Qin Dashan's trustworthy character well, which was why he was more concerned that Ruan Xinya might indeed end up with him. "Chijo. I want Mr. Qin to take me home." Ruan Xinya interrupted Duan Chijo suddenly. "I don't want the boss to take me. He won't give me a raise. I don't like him." Duan Chijo. This wasn't something he could simply walk away from. Qin Dashan laughed even deeper. "Mr. Duan, see, you've been outdone. Let me take her then. If a hair is missing, you can come find me." Standing rooted in place, Duan Chijo watched helplessly as Qin Dashan helped Ruan Xinya into his car. "See you later, Chijo." The Maybach engine started, and Qin Dashan drove off with her. Through the window glass, Duan Chijo could still see her gesticulating wildly, babbling more drunk talk, but it was no longer directed at him. "Mr. Duan," the driver approached. "Shall I take you home?" "Give me the keys, your shift's over." "Yes." Taking the car keys, Duan Chijo drove directly to Luo Xiaodong. Luo Xiaodong was drinking with a group of girlfriends at Yarrow Kai when he saw Duan Chijo, begrudgingly dismissing the women. "You clearly can't drink now, what are you doing here?" "Don't you ruin my mood," complained Luo Xiaodong. Duan Chijo said nothing, picking up the newly opened Romani Conti from the table and pouring himself a full glass. Luo Xiaodong hurriedly rushed over and gave his hand a hard slap. "Do you want to die? Don't you remember what the doctor said on your discharge day? You can't drink now." On Duan Chijo's discharge day, Luo Xiaodong had gone to pick him up. When the doctor gave the instructions, Luo Xiaodong was there beside him. So it seemed that out of all those instructions, only Luo Xiaodong took them in while the main person concerned didn't take a single word in. Luo Xiaodong snatched Duan Chijo's wine glass and threw it aside. "What's wrong again?" Duan Chijo still remained silent. "Listen, Mr. Duan, if you come to me, it should be because you hope I can help you resolve worries. If you don't say a word, do you expect me to guess?" "Sorry, I only like guessing women's thoughts, not men's." Duan Chijo's phone sounded before he could. Just then, came a ding-dong, and Qin Dashan's message popped up on the screen. "Chijo, I have safely delivered Miss Ruan home." Duan Chijo glanced at it. Qin Dashan had even thoughtfully sent a picture of Ruan Xinya peacefully sleeping on the sofa. "What situation is this?" Luo Xiaodong leaned over, examining the screen more carefully than Duan Chijo. "Qin Dashan's dating someone, why does he report to you? Could it be his considering you as his future brother-in-law?" The term future brother-in-law struck two sore points with Duan Chijo. He threw the phone on the table, leaning back on the couch and silently staring at the colorful lights on the ceiling. Luo Xiaodong suddenly experienced an enlightenment. "Duan Chijo, are you jealous of Qin Dashan?" Last time at the golf course, Luo Xiaodong had secretly worried whether his two brothers would become enemies due to one woman. Apparently, fearing something meant it was bound to happen, they were indeed embroiled in a love triangle. "Chijo, hear me out, though Miss Ruan indeed looks exquisite, she won't be your ideal partner. If you must let go, just do so, don't fall into the trap of deep affection. Think about it, What kind of woman would you Duan Chizhou not be able to get? Why must you hang on to her alone? Duan Chizhou leaned against the sofa and closed his eyes. I used to think so too, but now I've realized, I can't. When Ruan Xinya first told Duan Chizhou about ending their relationship, Duan Chizhou hadn't taken it seriously either. Just a bedmate, countless women would be willing to climb into his bed if he wanted, right? But gradually, he discovered it wasn't like that. These past 2 years, whether in bed or in daily life, he had gotten used to Ruan Xinya, and no other woman could replace her. He only wanted her. Luo Xiaodong rarely heard Duan Chizhou expose his inner feelings, and couldn't help but feel shaken inside. Was this guy upset because one of the women who had been with him was stolen, or had he really fallen in love? Alright, I originally didn't plan to tell you this, but seeing how much pain you're in, I'll tell you one thing. Luo Xiaodong drank a cup of wine, cleared his throat, and said, Tang Tang has returned to the country, I met her today. Duan Chizhou opened his eyes, furrowing his brows in confusion. Tang Tang? Who is she? Qin Dashan's first love girlfriend, don't you remember? Duan Chizhou tried hard to recall. He couldn't remember the name Tang Tang, but about Qin Dashan's first love girlfriend, he did have some impression. It was probably 3 years ago, wherever Qin Dashan went, he had a woman with him. That woman was very tall, though young in age, she always liked dressing herself very professionally, exuding an elite aura. Qin Dashan introduced her, saying she was a lawyer. For a period of time, Qin Dashan and this lawyer girlfriend were inseparable. Whenever that woman was around, he would cling to her like an accessory. Their close friends mocked Qin Dashan for being worthless, yet Qin Dashan didn't care at all. He even made plans for an early marriage because of her and had them all rehearse his proposal ceremony. However, later, that woman suddenly broke up with him and disappeared abroad. Qin Dashan was extremely devastated by this, getting drunk daily in bars, sinking into depression like sludge. It took him a long time to break free from this relationship, or perhaps he never truly did. Where did you see her? At Thesity Law Firm. Chapter 29, First Love Girlfriend. Ruan Xinya slept until noon the next day. When she woke up, her head was pounding. She turned her head and saw the clock on the bedside table, which scared her nearly out of her wits. It was 11 o'clock. She had actually slept until 11. What should she do now? She hadn't even asked for leave. Would the boss fire her for skipping work half a day without reason? In a flurry, Ruan Xinya searched for her phone, fully expecting it to be full of messages and calls. However, when she opened it, everything was eerily quiet. Why had no one contacted her? Yesterday, she had arranged with the financial manager to reconcile the contract data in the morning. Would the finance department not inquire about her absence? Just as Ruan Xinya was puzzled, her phone rang. She was startled once again. The call was from Chu Hang. Finally, someone had called her. She almost thought that she had been abandoned. Hello, Mr. Chu's assistant. I'm so sorry for oversleeping today. Ruan Xinya apologized immediately upon picking up the call. It's fine, Secretary Ruan. President Duan said that you did an excellent job at yesterday's Man annual celebration. Today, he specially gave you half a day off. Your morning tasks were all handed over to Secretary Xiao, so it was a half-day vacation given to her. Relieved, Ruan Xinya took a deep breath, but recalling last night's drunken antics, she felt her cheeks grow hot. Ruan Xinya had an undesirable special skill: she wouldn't black out after getting drunk. No matter how drunk she became, she didn't lose much memory. This led to double the pain when she got drunk. Yes, besides enduring physical discomfort from a hangover, she also had to bear the shame of having gone berserk under alcohol. She remembered everything, how she had clung to Duan Chizhou to feel his abs, demanding a raise and jewelry. Duan Chizhou must be kind-hearted to have still granted her half a day off under these circumstances. Secretary Ruan, are you still at home? Chu Hang asked. Yes, is there anything? President Duan instructed you to go to Thecheng Law Firm this afternoon to get some documents from Lawyer Xiao. They are the materials from the previous York acquisition case. You don't need to punch in at the company, just get the documents from the law firm first and then come back to the office. Deliver them before the end of the day. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Xinya got up to wash her face, brush her teeth, and change clothes. Thecheng Law Firm was in the opposite direction of her residential complex. She wondered why Duan Chizhou didn't send a driver to fetch the documents but instead made her take such a roundabout route. Could it be a punishment for her drunken behavior last night? If so, Duan Chizhou was certainly devious, ostensibly giving her a holiday but secretly abusing his power to get back at her. It took Ruan Xinya more than half the city to reach Thecheng Law Firm. As soon as she entered the door, before she even saw Lawyer Xiao, she heard a familiar voice from the law firm's waiting room. I only want an explanation, Tang Tang. You disappeared silently for 3 years, am I not entitled to a reasonable answer? It was Qin Dashan's voice. Ruan Xinya paused momentarily and instinctively glanced towards the waiting room. The door was open, and the lights weren't on. Qin Dashan was facing her direction. In front of him stood a tall woman wearing a blazer and golden-rimmed glasses, looking both beautiful and authoritative. What do you mean by disappearing silently for 3 years? Did I tell you we broke up when I left? Since we broke up, do I have to report my whereabouts to you? Do you want to avoid responsibility? What do you think I am? Qin Dashan shouted hoarsely. What am I in your heart? The woman called Tang Tang stood in the shadow where Ruan Xinya couldn't clearly see her expression, but judging from her posture, she remained calm. Ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? Qin Dashan laughed bitterly. Such a good ex-boyfriend. The atmosphere between the two of them was fraught with tension. Ruan Xinya sensed something was about to escalate and wanted to walk away. Unexpectedly, Qin Dashan suddenly turned around and saw her. "Ya." Qin Dashan suddenly bellowed. Every hair on Ruan Xinya's body bristled at the sound of that nickname. Having known each other for so long, he always called her Miss Ruan. Why did he suddenly switch to calling her Ya? "Hey." Ruan Xinya awkwardly waved at them. She intended to explain that she hadn't meant to eavesdrop on their conversation, but before she could say anything, Qin Dashan already quickly walked towards her. "Let me introduce you to Tang Lawyer. This is my girlfriend, Ruan Xinya." Qin Dashan wrapped an arm around Ruan Xinya's shoulders and dragged her in front of Tang, saying in an obviously sullen tone, "Don't think I've been waiting for you all these years. I've already moved on and started a new life. I'm doing just fine without you." These words were as clear as protesting too much. It was hard for Ruan Xinya to imagine that Qin Dashan, who usually appeared mature and steady, could do something so childish in front of his ex-girlfriend. What unresolved feelings must he still have towards his previous relationship? In contrast to Qin Dashan's irrational behavior, Tang remained calm throughout. Tang glanced at Ruan Xinya, smiled gently, and nodded her head. "Miss Ruan, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you," Ruan Xinya replied blankly. She felt awkward being caught in the middle. "Dashan, hearing that you've started a new life, I sincerely wish you happiness," said Tang as she turned her gaze back to Qin Dashan. "Miss Ruan is very beautiful and fits with you well. Wishing both of you a happy life." After saying this, Tang turned around and walked out of the waiting room. As Qin Dashan watched her retreating back, his previously high-spirited demeanor quickly diminished. He loosened his arm from Ruan Xinya's shoulder and apologized to her. "Sorry Miss Ruan, I was disrespectful just now." "It's all right." Ruan Xinya looked at Qin Dashan, noticing his unusually low spirits. She softly asked, "Mr. Qin, would you like to talk about it?" "No, thank you." Qin Dashan, looking like a soul had been sucked away from him, stepped slowly out of the waiting room with an exhausted gait. Although Ruan Xinya was worried about Qin Dashan, she also realized that emotional matters were difficult for her, as a third party, to console. She stopped caring and left to find Lawyer Xiao for the documents. Lawyer Xiao's office was on the second floor of the law firm. As Ruan Xinya climbed upstairs, she saw Tang standing by the water dispenser in the tea lounge, her eyes fixed unseeingly on the grey wall. Beside her, a colleague was screaming, "Lawyer Tang, your cup is overflowing." Sorry. Ruan Xinya went upstairs, feeling uneasy inside. After receiving the materials from Lawyer Xiao, Ruan Xinya left the law firm immediately, heading back to the company. Just as she exited the entrance of the law firm, she spotted Qin Dashan sitting listlessly on the steps outside the door, his figure desolate and bearing none of his usual air of aristocratic sophistication. "Mr. Qin, you're still here?" Ruan Xinya walked over to Qin Dashan and quietly sat beside him, suggesting, "I think talking about it might be better. Holding things inside can be quite uncomfortable, expressing them might make you feel better." Qin Dashan looked at Ruan Xinya, putting up a forced spirit to casually chat with her. "Why are you here, Miss Ruan?" "My boss sent me to retrieve some files. Drinking so much last night and yet still insisting on coming to work today sounds like you're a model employee. Your boss really has no choice but to give you a raise." Ruan Xinya, recalling her crazed state from the night before, scratched her head embarrassingly. "Can we focus on serious topics? If not, I'll leave." She pretended to get up to leave as she spoke. No, I was just joking." Qin Dashan immediately gripped her wrist, pushing her back down. "If it doesn't take up too much of your time, would you mind keeping me company for a bit?" Ruan Xinya glanced at her watch. It was still early. Chu Hang had only required the files be delivered before the end of the day, and she had ample time. "It's fine. All right." After muttering all right, Qin Dashan once again fell silent. Ruan Xinya could sense his inner struggle, the kind where he desperately wanted to confide in someone but didn't know how or where to start. "Wasn't that Lawyer Tang earlier the same one your mother once mentioned as part of your unhappy romantic experience?" Ruan Xinya asked. Qin Dashan nodded. "She was my first love girlfriend, also the only girl I've ever dated these years." "Did you love her very much?" "At that time, yes, I loved her deeply, so much that I already prepared a diamond ring to propose marriage. But..." Qin Dashan seemed to have been pulled back into those painful memories, his voice choking for a long while before continuing. "But, right when I was enthusiastically planning our future together, preparing to build our small home with her, she unexpectedly sent me a text message breaking up without any warning. That text, which read simply 'Let's break up,' 5 words devoid of cause or explanation, was still saved as a screenshot in Qin Dashan's phone. With just that, she disappeared without a trace for 3 years. Qin Dashan searched everywhere for her, yet to no avail. Nobody knew how he made it through those days, unable to sleep entire nights, filled with sweet memories of her every time he closed his eyes. Only sleeping pills kept him functioning on a basic level. Even now, I still don't know why she broke up with me back then. Even now, she refuses to provide a clear answer, Qin Dashan said. I could even accept if she cheated on me, if she fell for someone else, but I cannot tolerate such ambiguity. Ruan Xinya wasn't fully informed, but simply viewing it from Qin Dashan's perspective, Tang's sudden departure 3 years ago without farewell was indeed haunting. You haven't let go of her, have you? Ruan Xinya asked. No, I have let her go long ago. Qin Dashan suddenly straightened his back and looked at Ruan Xinya. Miss Ruan, I'm telling you all this today with no other meaning. All that remains between me and Tang now is my obsession for an answer. There won't be any story between us anymore. I desire a completely new start more than anyone else does. You wouldn't avoid contact with me just because of this piece of my past, would you? Ruan Shinya smiled. What are you thinking? Everyone has their own past. No one's appearance will affect the fact that I want to be friends with you. That's good. Qin Dashan sighed in relief. Regardless of what, I still hope we can develop from ordinary friends as we agreed before. Please don't doubt my original intentions towards you, okay? I won't. Ruan Shinya wouldn't look at anyone who'd been hurt in love with prejudice. Tang Tang's existence only made her feel more that Qin Dashan was a flesh and blood man. On the street across from the Rongqing law firm, a Porsche was parked under the shade of a tree. Duan Chizhou sat inside the car, looking far away at the two figures sitting side by side on the law firm steps. His expression darkened. Let's go, he commanded Chu Hang in the driver's seat. Yes, Mr. Duan. By the way, call Secretary Wan and ask her why she hasn't brought the documents back to the company yet. Chu Hang was utterly confused. What was wrong with the boss today? Why were his actions so unpredictable? First, during lunchtime, he inexplicably asked him to call Secretary Wan to come pick up the files at the Rongqing law firm. But as soon as he made the call, the boss immediately said he had to personally visit the law firm and ordered him to drive. Alright then, let's drive. When they just drove up to the Rongqing law firm, the boss said not to enter yet and told him to find a more concealed parking spot. What for? Why hide the car like it was some spy movie? Fine, if he says park, then we'll park. As a result, after parking, they sat in the car for an hour. The boss kept tightly focused on the entrance of the law firm. It wasn't clear what he was observing. Finally, when Secretary Wan came out with the documents, Chu Hang thought they could finally take Secretary Wan back to the company. However, the boss didn't plan to take her along, he simply said he wanted to leave. And even more absurdly, when the boss spotted Secretary Wan chatting with someone on the steps, he asked him to call her and inquire why the documents hadn't been sent back to the company yet. Didn't he say earlier that the documents just needed to be delivered by the end of the day? What did the boss mean by all this? Why was everything so convoluted and constantly changing? Chu Hang had no choice but to grit his teeth and make the call. After receiving Chu Hang's phone call, Ruan Shinya immediately said to Qin Dashan, Mr. Qin, I still have work to do. I need to go back to the company. I'll see you off. No, I'll take a taxi, the company can reimburse it. Ruan Shinya chuckled, when working for the boss, one should spend the boss's money. Qin Dashan laughed, alright then, I won't save your boss this bit of money. Alright. Ruan Shinya knew that he actually didn't have the heart to see her off. Qin Dashan's mind was probably still lingering on Tang Tang, reminiscing over every detail of their past relationship. I'm leaving. See you later. See you later. Ruan Shinya took a taxi back to the company and her first task was to deliver the files to Duan Chizhou's office. Duan Chizhou stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a teacup and looking at the distant scenery outside. A light tea vapor wafted up, but his figure exuded an unusually cold demeanor. Mr. Duan, the materials you requested. Ruan Shinya respectfully placed the file bag on Duan Chizhou's desk. Duan Chizhou turned around and glanced at the file bag on the desk. I sent you to retrieve the documents. Why did it take so long? The neighborhood where I live is too far from the Rongqing law firm, and it took a lot of time to get there. Then at the Rongqing law firm, I encountered Mr. Qin, chatted with him for a while, which delayed things further. I apologize, Ruan Shinya admitted honestly. Am I sending you to work, or am I sending you to fall in love? Duan Chizhou said in irritation. Chapter 30, Severed Lotus Route but Connected Threads. Today's trip to Rongqing law firm was intentionally arranged by Duan Chizhou. The news that Tang Tang was at the Rongqing law firm was also leaked by someone under Duan Chizhou's orders. He knew that with Qin Dashan's deep feelings for Tang Tang, he would definitely go to the law firm at once to look for her. His plan was for Ruan Shinya to witness Qin Dashan and Tang Tang's lingering connection so she could cut ties with him. However, every move of Qin Dashan was perfectly anticipated, yet Ruan Shinya did not distance herself from Qin Dashan as expected. Watching them sit harmoniously on the steps, Duan Chizhou burned with anger. Was she being so magnanimous? Or did she like Qin Dashan so much that she could accept his inability to let go of his ex-girlfriend? Mr. Duan, you misunderstood. I didn't use work time to pursue a relationship, we just exchanged a few words, no more than 10 minutes. Did Qin Dashan tell you that she was his ex-girlfriend? Duan Chizhou suddenly asked. Ruan Shinya paused in surprise. How do you know? She glared at him, seemingly pondering the answer. Soon, something came to mind. You made me drive across half the city to get documents at Rongqing law firm on purpose, didn't you? Yes. Duan Chizhou admitted it directly. He didn't understand why he had been so unable to control himself today, it wasn't like him. But the thought of Ruan Shinya accepting Qin Dashan's lingering emotions toward his former girlfriend infuriated him endlessly. So Mr. Qin seeing his first love at the law firm was also your arrangement? Yes. Immature. With these two words, Ruan Shinya turned to leave. Duan Chizhou walked around the desk and blocked her path with his side. Do you like Qin Dashan that much? Turbulent winds swirled in his eyes. How long have you known each other? And already you can accept that he still has feelings for his ex-girlfriend? Mr. Duan, has no one ever told you that knocking on a door unwilling to open for you is rude? I think I've already made myself very clear. My personal life is none of your business. Regardless of who I like or who I'm with, it's my own affair. She said this angrily, pushed past him, and stormed out of the office. Standing there, Duan Chizhou violently smashed the teacup in his hand with a loud bang. Chu Hang hurried over when he heard the sound, and seeing the shards of the teacup on the ground, he became anxious. This was the Yilin Hall printed ink color Chunshan cup with 5 dragons, worth 200,000 yuan. What was wrong with the boss? Was he premenstrual or going through menopause? Why were his emotions becoming increasingly unstable? Mr. Duan, is anything wrong? Chu Hang cautiously asked. Did I ask you to contact Dr. Yang? I've just contacted him. What did he say? Dr. Yang said that 3 years ago, Lawyer Tang indeed went abroad to find him because she suffered from cancer. She went to see Dr. Yang for treatment. Cancer? Yes, breast cancer. Ruan Xinya was deeply angered by Duan Chizhou. Why did he feel entitled to play God and arrange such encounters for her? Clearly, he wanted her relationship with Qin Dashan to fail. This man clearly didn't want to give her a chance to start over. Ruan Xinya held on to her frustration until after work. After hours, unable to contain her thoughts any longer, she went to the hospital to seek Shen Shiyu. Shen Shiyu was on duty today and was just about to eat when she saw Ruan Xinya come looking for her. She immediately pulled her into her office. You're here at just the right time. I actually planned to visit you early tomorrow morning. Why would you visit me early tomorrow? Ruan Xinya asked. Did you forget that it's your birthday tomorrow? Shen Shiyu opened her drawer. Preparing your birthday gift every year has been my biggest headache. Lipsticks and perfumes are all old hat, you don't lack them anyway. This year, I've prepared you a gift worth millions, guaranteed to make you happy. Worth millions? Should I quit my job then? Besides, I'm not enjoying my current situation. Why aren't you happy? It's still my boss. What did he do this time? Although Ruan Xinya really had no interest in ranting at the moment, she was extremely curious about what Shen Shiyu had gotten her as a gift worth millions. Give me the present first. Oh, I almost forgot. Shen Shiyu took out a stack of scratch-off lottery tickets and a pile of various welfare lottery tickets from the drawer. Here, they're for you. You can scratch the instant win games when you're bored, for some fun. As for the lotteries, the draw date is tomorrow, exactly your birthday. I hope you win 5 million. Wow, this present is amazing. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but admire it. If I win tomorrow, you can quit too, and we'll travel the world together. Great. I'll pack my bags tonight. If we win, we'll leave tomorrow with our luggage in hand. To hell with promotions, to hell with evaluations, and to hell with blind date. And to hell with Duan Chizhou. Shen Shiyu glanced at Ruan Xinya and asked, what exactly did Duan Chizhou do to you? Ruan Xinya recounted how Duan Chizhou had orchestrated her seeing Qin Dashan entangled with his ex-girlfriend. Shen Shiyu let out a couple of TSK sounds. YA, I've been saying this all along, there's something off about Duan Chizhou towards you. Is it possible that he likes you? How could that be? Then why would this billionaire president, who makes decisions worth tens of millions every minute, abandon his important work to scheme against you? Ruan Xinya was momentarily speechless. After quite some time, she finally muttered one sentence. He's immature, he can't stand seeing me happy. Men are usually only childish toward the women they like. Think about the boys in school who pulled girls' braids, who among them was really immature? It's because they liked the girls, isn't it? Shen Shiyu, are you an undercover agent sent by Duan Chizhou? Ruan Xinya lightly nudged Shen Shiyu. Why are you always defending him, and in such weird ways? Alright, I'll stop. Shen Shiyu hugged Ruan Xinya. It's your birthday tomorrow, so you shouldn't be upset. Happiness is most important. Shen Shiyu held on to Ruan Xinya tightly. Take care of the gift I gave you. Come on, let me take you out for a good meal, it'll be a pre-celebration for your birthday. Okay. As the two walked downstairs, they passed by the pharmacy when Ruan Xinya suddenly noticed a tall, slim figure. It was Tang Tang. Tang Tang was a typical beauty with class. Besides her excellent looks, there was always an indomitable resilience about her, making her stand out in any crowd. Ruan Xinya caught a glimpse of Tang Tang holding a packet of medicine as she swiftly disappeared down the corridor. What are you looking at? Shen Shiyu asked. I saw Qin Dashan's ex-girlfriend. Really? Where? Let me see if she's prettier than our Miss Ruan. She's already gone. Alright. Shen Shiyu tightened her arm around Ruan Xinya's. Anyway, my buddy is the prettiest in my heart. Ruan Xinya smiled. And you're the prettiest in my heart too. After dining with Shen Shiyu, Ruan Xinya couldn't resist scratching one of the scratch-off lottery tickets upon returning home. Hey, surprisingly, she scratched off a win of 20 yuan. Excitedly, Ruan Xinya immediately took a photo and sent it to Shen Shiyu. Both agreed that it was a good omen and became hopeful for the welfare lottery results the next day. The next morning, Ruan Xinya went to work full of enthusiasm. As soon as she entered the office, several colleagues came over. Ms. Ruan, congratulations. Ruan Xinya wondered, what's going on? Did everyone know her lottery was going to win? She smiled and was about to say thank you when she looked up and saw a large bouquet of cappuccino roses placed at her workstation. Secretary Ruan is in love. Well done. Her boyfriend is so sweet, sending such a big bouquet. Another day feeling envious of other people's boyfriends. Where oh where has Cupid hidden my red thread? Ruan Xinya was still confused, but her colleagues were getting more excited by the second. Do you come here to work or chat? Came a cold reprimand from the corridor. It was Boss Duan Chizhou's voice. Everyone scrambled back to their seats in an instant. Ruan Xinya didn't dare delay either, quickly moving the extravagant bouquet under her desk. Chu Hang timidly followed behind the boss all the way into the president's office. Alas, while others started their day with vigor, he started his day with grievances. When will the boss's monthly mood swings pass? He missed the old boss who was stable emotionally. Only after Duan Chizhou entered the office did Ruan Xinya dare lower her head to look at the flowers at her feet. There was a greeting card inside the flowers. The card read, Miss Ruan, happy birthday, signed as QYM. QYM, Qin Das Han. Ruan Xinya wondered, how did Qin Das Han know it was her birthday today? She quickly sent a message to inquire with Qin Das Han. Qin Das Han replied promptly, don't you know yet? Our families are having dinner together tonight to celebrate your birthday. 2 families? Which 2 families? Ruan Xinya was completely baffled, and at that moment, her phone rang. It was her mother, Mrs. Menghan Wang, calling. Ruan Xinya picked up the phone and stepped into the adjacent meeting room to answer. Mom, I'm at work. I know, I just wanted to tell you one thing, it won't take long. Mrs. Wang's tone carried excitement familiar to Ruan Xinya. What's the matter? Tonight at Tianhe Banquet Hall, we'll have dinner together. I'll send you the exact private room number shortly. Connecting the dots with Qin Dashan's information, Ruan Xinya instantly realized, who else is coming? Qin Das Han and his parents. Yes. Mrs. Wang couldn't contain her joy. Your Uncle Duan knows it's your birthday today and specially arranged this gathering. First, it's a chance for both sets of parents to meet, and second, it's to celebrate your birthday. Mom, how could you arrange for me to meet the parents on my birthday without telling me first? Why am I always the last one to know? Ruan Xinya felt a little annoyed. Is this not somewhat disrespectful to me? Why didn't anyone bother to ask for my opinion? How can you say that, dear? How could we be disrespectful to you? Mrs. Wang sounded excited but slightly reproachful. Do you know how much preparation your Uncle Duan has made for your birthday? He took the initiative to get in touch with Mr. Qin and his wife, and he even prepared a special gift for you. You're misunderstanding this as disrespect. This really breaks our hearts. Ruan Xinya was at a loss for words, unable to argue back. YA, ultimately, isn't it just because your Uncle Duan and I want you to have a good future? Mrs. Wang's tone softened as she gently coaxed, be a good girl and make sure to go after work. Make a good impression on Mr. and Mrs. Qin. Did you hear me? YA? Yes. After hanging up, Ruan Xinya was deep in thought when her eyes suddenly caught sight of Duan Chizhou standing on the balcony outside the meeting room, smoking. It seemed like he'd been there for quite some time already. Mr. Duan. Ruan Xinya gave him a polite nod, ready to leave, when Duan Chizhou called out behind her, wait. She stopped. Duan Chizhou approached her side, bringing with him the scent of tobacco. The meeting room was dark due to the lights being off, and this aggressive smell became all the more prominent. Ruan Xinya instinctively edged towards the partially open door, but Duan Chizhou reached out and firmly shut it. So soon to meet the parents? His tone carried a trace of mockery. Eager to marry into the Qin family, are you? You can think whatever you want, but my private life is none of your concern, Ruan Xinya retorted defiantly. Qin Das Han won't love you, Duan Chizhou stated with certainty. Do you think I'm not worthy of being loved? Tears welled up in Ruan Xinya's eyes. Do you think all men in this world are like you, just playing around with me, incapable of truly loving me? I certainly don't mean that. Then what do you mean? What I mean is, Qin Das Han still harbors feelings for someone else. Over the past 3 years, although Qin Das Han had claimed to have moved on from Tang Tang, Duan Chizhou discovered that last year Qin Das Han had bought a house in the city where he had met Tang Tang. 5 months ago, he also adopted a panda named Tang Tang in the capital city. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten about her. Even if he does have feelings for someone else, that's between him and me. You don't need to remind me about it. With Mr. Duan's busy schedule managing millions every day, my personal relationships shouldn't require your attention. As Ruan Xinya turned to leave, she was abruptly pulled back into Duan Chizhou's tight embrace. His chest pressed against her back, and through her thin clothes, she could feel his rapid heartbeat, so fast, as if a teenage boy had just encountered the girl he had a crush on after an 800-meter run. Of course, he wasn't a teenager, and she certainly wasn't the girl he secretly fancied. Mr. Duan, this is the office, don't overstep yourself. Ruan Xinya tried hard to break free, but Duan Chizhou only held her tighter. In the dimly lit meeting room, the atmosphere was tense yet oddly intimate. Duan Chizhou, don't go. He buried his face in the soft locks of her hair at the back of her neck, his voice low and almost murmured. Don't meet with the Qin family tonight. Why should I listen to you? The less you try to stop me, the more I will go. With that, Ruan Xinya tore herself away and quickly fled the meeting room. The hallway was bright. Leaning against the wall for several moments, Ruan Xinya gradually recovered her composure, but thinking about the upcoming dinner gathering filled her with gloom. Previously, their relationship as friends progressing naturally alongside Qin Das Han suited her just fine. But once both families got involved and pushed too fast, their relationship would inevitably change flavor. She didn't want that at all. However, in the face of her mother's and Uncle Duan's well-meaning intentions, she felt powerless. Back inside the meeting room, Duan Chizhou loosened his tie, pulled out a chair from the desk corner, and sat down before making a call. Mr. Duan. Tonight at 7 o'clock, send the information about Tang Tang's cancer treatment abroad to Qin Das Han. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chapter 31, Not Leaving Tonight. After work, after a bout of mental struggle, Ruan Xinya finally hailed a taxi to go to Tianhe Banquet. Compared to her nervousness, Qin Das Han was far more optimistic about being forcibly arranged to meet the parents. After they were seated, he quietly sent a message to Ruan Xinya. No matter what the adults plan to do, as long as we keep our steps consistent and don't waver, we'll be fine. Upon seeing his message, Ruan Xinya felt inexplicably reassured. Today I'm really glad that President Qin and Mrs. Qin could come to celebrate our Yaya's birthday, Duan Qiuming said while sitting in his wheelchair, raising a glass high to address Qin Dashan's parents. It sounded like he genuinely considered Ruan Xinya his own daughter. This made Qin Dashan's parents view Ruan Xinya with higher regard. Come on, everyone, let's drink a toast together. Happy birthday to Yaya, Qin Dashan's father, Qin Weihai, echoed. The people at the table drank a round together, and upon setting down their glasses, the topics turned toward Ruan Xinya and Qin Dashan's romance. I heard Yaya and our Dashan went to Dashan's mom's art exhibition last week, right? Qin Weihai asked. Yes, Uncle Qin, Ruan Xinya replied meekly. Not bad, not bad. Young people should get out more often. Our Dashan usually spends most of his time at the company, and sometimes doesn't even rest on weekends. As a father, I actually encourage him to make more friends outside, and of course, especially to find a daughter-in-law for me sooner. All the elders at the table smiled knowingly. Ruan Xinya and Qin Dashan sipped tea quietly, exchanging glances subtly. Yaya, are you 26 or 27 this year? Uncle Qin, I am 27. Oh, so you're 3 years younger than our Dashan. That age is quite suitable, your zodiac signs also match well. Not bad, not bad. These two children have matching appearances too. On closer look, it seems they even resemble a couple already. Wang Menghan smiled and added, I think women aged 27 to 28 and men around 30 are just the perfect ages to get married, neither too old nor too young. After a year of dating, then getting married and preparing for pregnancy, everything would fall into place. That's true. Men first build a family, then focus on their careers. Our Dashan has basically familiarized himself with the company's operations. Once he gets married and gives us a chubby grandson, I can retire and hand over Qin Corporation to him, spending my days at home relaxing with the kids. Qin Dashan's mother Xiao Yanhong loves painting and pursuing dreams, but his father Qin Weihai is very traditional, longing in his dreams to hold a grandchild. Seeing that the famous President Qin seemed quite satisfied with Ruan Xinya, Wang Menghan nearly beamed with delight from her brows to her eyes. However, what was most important was still whether Qin Dashan had any intentions about marrying Ruan Xinya. Thus, she turned to look at Qin Dashan. Young President Qin and our Yaya have known each other for some time now. I wonder how the young president feels about Yaya. Miss Ruan looks beautiful and has a good character. Qin Dashan replied rather blandly. And you? Just then, Qin Dashan's phone suddenly buzzed. At this point, out of courtesy, Qin Dashan shouldn't look at his phone, but he glanced anyway. He saw the name Tang Tang at the beginning of the message. Sorry, I need to check the message. Qin Dashan interrupted Wang Menghan mid-sentence. You child, what message is so urgent it must be read right now? Aunt Wang is speaking to you, Qin Weihai complained angrily. How impolite. No problem, no problem. It might be an important business message, Wang Menghan kindly interjected. As the two continued talking, they noticed Qin Dashan suddenly stand up from his seat with such abrupt movement that a red wine glass toppled off the table and fell onto the ground. What's wrong, Dashan? Xiao Yanhong asked. Qin Dashan's face grew stern, saying nothing. Without further ado, he turned and rushed straight out of the private room. Dashan, Dashan. Xiao Yanhong panicked, turning to her husband Qin Weihai. What's going on? Qin Dashan. Qin Weihai shouted loudly, stop right there. What's happening? But Qin Dashan didn't heed anyone's words and disappeared in seconds. Inside the private room, all the people at the table looked at each other, utterly baffled as to what just happened. Ruan Xinya was also somewhat confused. Sorry Mr. Duan, our Dashan probably encountered some emergency, otherwise, he wouldn't leave so rashly and disrespectfully. Qin Weihai quickly turned to apologize to Duan Qiuming. Regardless, Dashan acted improperly. Once we figure out the situation later, I will certainly ask him to come to your house and apologize to all of you, including Yaya. It's fine, Duan Qiuming responded, looking at Ruan Xinya. Our Yaya won't care either, right? Alright, it's not a problem, Ruan Xinya graciously responded. She truly didn't mind, and to be honest, Qin Dashan's abrupt ending of the stifling birthday dinner actually made her sigh in relief. She just hoped that his hasty departure didn't mean he'd encountered some unpleasant matter. After Qin Dashan suddenly left, the two elders of the Qin family also lost interest in staying longer for Ruan Xinya's birthday celebration, so the dinner party naturally ended earlier than planned. After the Qins left, Wang Menghan's pleasant smile quickly turned into a frown. I thought the Qin family, being such a wealthy household, would certainly have good upbringing, but it seems young President Qin lacks politeness. I wasn't stopping him from leaving early, but at least he should have said goodbye. That's fine. Didn't President Qin promise to make Dashan apologize to you all, including Yaya later? Duan Qiuming kindly consoled Wang Menghan. It's not worth ruining your health over this little impoliteness. The rest doesn't really matter, but Yaya might be hurt. Wang Menghan walked over to Ruan Xinya and whispered to her audibly, Yaya, don't take it to heart. It's impossible for an ordinary girl to easily transform her fate by marrying into wealth. Changing one's fate. These two words had already become annoying to Ruan Xinya. She didn't feel her own life was that terrible, nor did she think marrying into a rich family was essential for happiness. Mom, stop saying that. I want to go home. I still have work tomorrow. Alright, take the birthday gift with you. Wang Menghan handed Ruan Xinya the prepared present. This is the watch your uncle specially bought for you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Uncle Duan. After stepping out from Tianhe banquet, Ruan Xinya sighed in long relief as if she had finally escaped something unbearable. On her way to the subway station, she sent a message to Qin Dashan asking what happened, but Qin Dashan didn't reply. Indeed, whatever could make him leave so hurriedly mustn't be trivial. How would he even have time to check his phone? After getting off the subway, Ruan Xinya slowly walked back home. The elevator was under maintenance today, so she had no choice but to climb the stairs. As soon as she entered the corridor, she smelled cigarette smoke. That smell was instantly recognizable. It was Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou smoked specially customized cigarettes, using seeds of Havanas from the Jarapa Valley of Nicaragua, which needed prolonged drying and fermentation. Their aroma was rich, distinct from regular cigarettes. In the past 2 years, after every intimate moment they shared, her clothes would always carry this scent. Was he here? Ruan Xinya climbed a few more steps, first noticing a pair of black leather shoes, then another few steps to the corner where she clearly saw Duan Chizhou's face. He was leaning against the step, his suit jacket discarded beside him. The top 2 buttons of his black shirt were undone, his tie askew. His usual meticulously polished image as a president was nowhere to be seen, now replaced by an unfamiliar air of desolation. What are you doing here? Waiting for you. You've been drinking? On approach, Ruan Xinya detected a strong smell of alcohol. How long has it been since you started smoking and drinking again? Have the doctor's words gone completely out of your ears? Annoyed, Ruan Xinya scolded him. If only she hadn't blocked the alcohol for him on the anniversary day of Mantle, otherwise, she wouldn't have to see him abuse his body like this. So, do you care? Duan Chizhou lifted his eyes, their pitch-black brightness like 2 precise guns aiming at her in the dark night. For some reason, Ruan Xinya felt unnerved. What madness is this? Go home if you're drunk. She finished speaking, walked past him, pulled out the keys from her bag to unlock the door. As she stepped inside, ready to close the door, Duan Chizhou immediately stood up and hooked his foot to prevent the door from shutting. What are you doing? Ruan Xinya glared at him. I don't welcome you in. It was as if Duan Chizhou hadn't heard her, directly squeezing himself into the house. Ruan Xinya tried to push him out with her hand, but her strength against the iron-pumping Duan Chizhou was like an egg hitting a stone. I told you, I don't welcome you. Get out. You still met people from the Qin family, right? He asked coldly. It's none of your business. How can it not be related to me? Duan Chizhou's hand gripped her waist, pressing her tightly into his embrace. With almost savage ferocity, he kissed her lips. Ruan Xinya's lips ached, and she forcefully turned her head away from his kiss. Duan Chizhou. Why? His eyes were bloodshot. Why did you provoke me first if now you want to end it? Why? 2 years ago, in the hotel in Tong City, it was her who intruded his room, initiated physical contact and threw herself into his arms, leading to the entanglement of the past 2 years. Now, with him locked into the situation, how could she simply decide to withdraw? Hearing this, Ruan Xinya's heart pounded, flooded with memories of the past. Sorry, it was my fault 2 years ago, I shouldn't have provoked you. I admit my mistake. What's the use of admitting your mistake when it's already done? He readjusted his grip on her waist. I want you. You can't be with others. You can only be my woman, Duan Chizhou's woman. I've told you, if you keep this up, I will hate you. Then let me be hated. Hatred is also a form of entanglement. After saying that, he kissed her again. Xinya felt his scorching breath on her face like fire spilling all around. His kiss was harsh and made her almost double over. Millimeter. Unable to suppress it, Xinya emitted a soft moan. Her body grew hotter and her cheeks flushed intensely. Duan Chizhou's hand slipped under her knitted shirt and expertly unhooked her bra. Suddenly chilled at her chest, Xinya came back to her senses instantly. She managed a weak call through his kisses. Chizhou. I'm on my period. Duan Chizhou stopped, his lust still flickering unmistakably in his eyes. He looked at her, trying to steady his breath as he asked, You're not refusing, just on your period, right? Furrowing her brows, Xinya retorted, That's not what I mean. No matter what you mean, that's how I interpret it. Duan Chizhou loosened his hold on her and tidied her hair messed from the kissing. I'll wait for you. Who asked you to wait? I really don't mean that. Duan Chizhou ignored her, walking straight to the sofa and lying down. What are you doing lying there? It's late, go home already. She went over and grabbed his arm, trying to pull him up. My head hurts. I'm not leaving tonight. Who asked you to drink so much? My place doesn't shelter drunks. Closing his eyes, Duan Chizhou murmured, You show some respect, I am your boss. Which boss would shamelessly insist on staying at an employee's house overnight? Probably no boss anywhere could be more outrageous than him. The sofa is mine, why can't I lie on it? The bed's yours too, why don't you sleep on it? Opening his eyes, he sat upright on the couch. Good idea. You actually have the nerve. Xinya muttered in irritation. Initially when he talked about employee benefits, he never hinted that one day he'd stay over at her place. If she had known, she wouldn't have accepted any benefit from him. My head really hurts. Duan Chizhou fell heavily back onto the couch, massaging his forehead painfully. Hearing this, Xinya tensed, wondering if he might have a fever again. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, her hand instinctively checked his forehead. Thankfully, he wasn't burning hot, just drunk. I'll make you some sobering soup. After drinking it, you leave. Xinya stood up and headed toward the kitchen. In her fridge, she found ingredients for the sobering soup and quickly boiled water, preparing a bowl and serving it to Du and Chijo. The living room light cast a dim yellow glow. Du and Chijo lay nestled in the sofa, holding a pillow with one arm while covering part of his forehead with his other hand, looking asleep. She wanted to wake him up but hesitated at seeing the faint dark circles under his eyes, slowing her steps instinctively. Finally, she placed the bowl of sobering soup on the side table and fetched a blanket from her room. Under the lamp, his face was partly lit and partly in shadow, revealing a side profile that sent her heart fluttering. Gently leaning down to cover him with the blanket, she suddenly noticed a string of gemstone necklace dropped on the carpet. The purple gemstones refracted soft beams of light like a dream, fallen quietly out of his pocket and hiding silently in the thick carpet. Shinya picked up the necklace, carefully examining it in her palm. Wasn't this the string of gemstone necklace she demanded drunkenly that day she insisted he buy her? And he actually bought it. Her heart raced uncontrollably as uncertainty seized her. Before she could resolve anything, Du and Chijo abruptly opened his eyes, grabbing her wrist and pulling her into his arms. She kneeled between his legs, crashing into his chest. Once again, they were embraced closely without distance. "Let me go," she whispered. "It's because you came closer first. I saw your necklace fall. I wanted to pick it up for you. It's for you." Du and Chijo pressed his lips lightly on hers. "Happy birthday." Chapter 32. Clinging to his body. Ruon Shinya was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by the warmth in his eyes. For the past 2 years, all they'd had between them were work and sex. They hadn't spent any holidays or anniversaries together. This was the first time he'd celebrated her birthday. She was touched, but more so confused. She felt as if Du and Chijo had become someone else lately, except for one thing, his desire to sleep with her, which remained unchanged. "What's wrong?" He kissed her lips lightly again. "Don't you want it?" Ruon Shinya pushed his hand away and sat up straight, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. She would have dared to ask for this necklace during her drunken stupor when she wasn't fully conscious, but now that she was sober, she wouldn't dare accept it. The Baroque amethyst pendant featured a purple gemstone at least dozens of carats. She wouldn't even buy such a big fake one, let alone an authentic one. Besides, a necklace like this was far beyond her station, and if she ever wore it, people would only assume it was fake. "I can't accept it, it's too precious." "Really don't want it?" "No." "Then I'll throw it away." Du and Chijo tossed it casually, and the necklace landed with a plop in the trash can beside the sofa. "Are you insane?" Ruon Shinya exclaimed and rushed over to fish the necklace out of the trash can. It was worth millions after all, not just a few bucks. And even for something that cheap, she couldn't bear throwing it away. "It's a gift for you. If you won't take it, I'll throw it away." "Not accepting it means throwing it. That's just wasteful." "Well, what then? Should I wear it myself?" "You could sell it and donate the money. A necklace like this could improve the lives of many impoverished children. Since I've given it to you, you can do whatever you want with it." After finishing his hangover remedy prepared by Ruon Shinya, Du and Chijo drank it all down, grabbed the blanket she had brought from the room, covered himself with it, and closed his eyes. This time, he really fell asleep. In just a few minutes, she could hear his steady breathing. Ruon Shinya sat cross-legged on the carpet, holding the precious jewelry Du and Chijo had given her, watching his sleeping face quietly, her thoughts swirling. The next day, Ruon Shinya woke up much earlier than usual. She couldn't sleep soundly through the night, subconsciously always thinking about the giant Buddha-like figure lying on the living room couch, worried that he might get cold. At midnight, she even got up to cover him with an extra blanket. However, Du and Chijo obviously slept well. Despite her walking back and forth near the sofa where he slept, he didn't wake up. When Ruon Shinya came out of the room in the morning, she saw Du and Chijo already awake, sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone messages. "Du and sir, dawn has broken, your hangover should be gone. You can leave now." Ruon Shinya quickly gave him the boot. "I'll shower and then go," he said nonchalantly. "Can't you shower at home?" Ruon Shinya protested, "and anyway, there's no spare clothes for you here." Du and Chijo paused briefly. "Guess it's about time I keep a set of clothes here." "Du and sir, please don't treat my place like your own house. This isn't your hotel. In that case, why don't I have my wardrobe moved over here? How about moving in completely?" His expression serious, as though he were seriously suggesting it. "No need, my humble home is too small to accommodate you, Lord Buddha." The total area of her apartment might not even equal the size of Du and Chijo's single walk-in closet. Ruon Shinya picked up Du and Chijo's jacket from the floor, signaling for him to leave promptly. As Du and Chijo took the coat, he pulled her toward him effortlessly. In the early morning, men tend to be quite vigorous. Being pressed closely against his body, Ruon Shinya immediately sensed it. "Why you? What are you doing?" She tried to push Du and Chijo away, but he held onto her tightly. "Remember our deal from last night? I'll wait for you." "What nerve?" Ruon Shinya was left agitated and flustered by Du and Chijo's antics early in the morning and almost missed her office hours. After tidying herself up and heading to the company, she found that Du and Chijo had just arrived too. He had changed into a new suit, dark navy blue, looking refreshed and sharp, with no sign of the disheveled state from the previous night's drinking. The morning meeting was entirely focused on the newly completed Du and Family Cold Chain Science Park. It lasted the whole morning, and by the time it ended, it was already 11:30 a.m. Ruon Shinya initially intended to eat at the company cafeteria, but before she could make it downstairs, her phone rang. It was Chin Dashan calling. Since Chin Dashan had abruptly left yesterday, He hadn't been in touch since, and Ruan Xinya still didn't know what happened to him. She quickly answered, Mr. Qin, are you alright? I'm fine. Have you eaten yet? Would you be free to meet up? I haven't eaten yet. Let's grab some food together. Great. Come down, I'm outside your building. You're outside our building? Yes. Alright, I'll come down right away. Ruan Xinya hastily removed her ID badge and ran toward the elevator entrance. While crossing the corridor corner, she accidentally bumped into Duan Chizhou. With a bang, Ruan Xinya quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Duan, I didn't see you. Where are you rushing off to? Duan Chizhou asked. To eat downstairs. After saying this, Ruan Xinya immediately moved past him to wait for the elevator. Duan Chizhou signaled Chu Hang on the side, follow her. Ah! Chu Hang was shocked all over his face. Do you need me to repeat it? No, it's unnecessary, I'll go right away. Ruan Xinya had agreed to meet Qin Dashan at the Western restaurant downstairs. As she entered, Qin Dashan was already there. He still wore the same suit from when he met the parents yesterday, his tie had disappeared, his shirt was crumpled, and his expression was very exhausted, as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. In just one short night, that spirited rich young man seemed like a different person. Mr. Qin, are you alright? Ruan Xinya sat across from him. Yesterday you left in a hurry, what exactly happened? I'm fine. Sorry Miss Ruan, I came today to apologize for my rude behavior yesterday. It's no big deal, I don't mind at all. Ruan Xinya spoke sincerely. Rather, are you really okay? Qin Dashan gripped the glass water cup in his hand. It was clear he was trying hard to control some emotion. Mr. Qin, if speaking out will make you feel better, you can tell me, we are friends. Sorry. Qin Dashan apologized again. Why are you apologizing to me? Does this matter even concern me? Qin Dashan nodded. Previously, we agreed to get to know each other as friends first, then develop into a romantic relationship if possible. Now, I may have to break that promise. I must confess to you that I still cannot let go of my ex-girlfriend. Ruan Xinya was startled, but not overly surprised. From the moment they encountered Qin Dashan at the law firm asking Tang Tang for an explanation, she actually had a vague premonition about today. A man would have to love someone and be consumed by it how much, to recklessly rush to his ex-girlfriend's workplace and question why she left without a word. It was evident that he hadn't let go of Tang Tang yet. That's all right. After all, blind dates aren't always successful. I think that our ability to become friends is already luckier than most couples currently on blind dates. After all, these days, the probability of meeting oddballs through blind dating is the highest. Thank you for understanding. It's really nothing, you shouldn't take it to heart. If the parents need temporary cover-up, I can cooperate. There's no need. I also don't want to trouble you too much. Moreover, I plan to confess to them once I return, that I will continue pursuing Tang Tang. So, you suddenly ran off yesterday because of attorney Tang? Qin Dashan Hamed. Yesterday, I finally learned that her departure without a word actually had its reasons. Yesterday, Qin Dashan received an anonymous message. In the message, someone organized a complete report on Tang Tang's schedule for the past 3 years. The report indicated that 3 years ago, Tang Tang discovered breast cancer at Kangan Hospital. She broke up with him the day before, and then flew alone overseas for cancer treatment the next day. This report even precisely recorded Tang Tang's flight information from 3 years ago and her medical records at the hospital abroad. Although many key pieces of information were blurred, Tang Tang's name and breast cancer were clearly labeled. As soon as Qin Dashan saw Tang Tang's medical records, he went berserk. After leaving the hotel, he directly stormed to Tang Tang's home and questioned whether her cancer diagnosis was true. Facing his hysterical emotions, Tang Tang calmly told him, everything has passed. No, how could it be considered past? For the past 3 years, he had lived under the shadow of pain, believing that she abandoned him and that he loved a merciless woman. The revelation of the truth at this moment wasn't at all about everything being over, but rather everything starting anew. Qin Dashan expressed his feelings to Tang Tang, explained that he and Ruan Xinya weren't actual lovers, and hoped that Tang Tang would give him a chance to make amends, wanting to reunite with her. But she rejected me. Qin Dashan lowered his head, a tinge of red appearing around his eye sockets. Tang Tang told him that in order to cure her breast cancer, she underwent a mastectomy on her left breast. She is no longer a whole woman, she doesn't deserve him, and she sincerely wishes that he finds a woman suitable for him to spend the rest of his life with. I don't care. Qin Dashan's voice was choked with emotion. Miss Ruan, do you know? I simply don't care about these things, whether she's complete or not, perfect or imperfect, it doesn't matter to me. All I want is her. I stood under her building for the entire night, so regretful, so angry at myself, because during the 3 years when she needed me most, I knew nothing. Worse still, I even hated her for 3 years. Now, no matter what happens, I won't give her up again. This was the first time Ruan Xinya had seen a man cry, and it made her heart feel as if rain was pouring down. Qin Dashan was truly a good man by nature. Though they were destined to never be together, Ruan Xinya was grateful to have known him. He had shown her that there were still good men in this world. Mr. Qin, since you've already resolved to be with Attorney Tang, then it's not too late. No matter what, Attorney Tang is fortunate to be loved by someone like you, and I bless you both. Thank you. Qin Dashan was somewhat moved. I will definitely win her back. Alright, do let me know when there's good news. Yes. Ruan Xinya and Qin Dashan had their meal together, and after this experience, their revolutionary friendship grew stronger. Before leaving, Qin Dashan asked Ruan Xinya, Yesterday, I heard your mother call you Yaya. Can I call you Yaya from now on? Of course, Ruan Shinya replied with a smile. In that case, you can call me Das Han. Don't bother with all the formalities like Mr. Chin and Miss Ruan, it feels too distant. Alright. The two of them left the Western restaurant. As soon as Chin Das Han departed, Ruan Shinya went back to the entrance and dragged Chu Hang out from behind a pillar where he was hiding. Chu Hang, don't think I didn't see you. Ruan Shinya glared at him. What are you trying to do? I'm not doing anything. I just came here for dinner. Chu Hang stubbornly denied. Really? Ever since I walked in, you've been standing outside, and I haven't seen you go in for food yet. At the door, I suddenly remembered I've been on a diet recently and shouldn't eat too much, so I just stood there sniffing the scent of the food. Do I look like an idiot to you? Making up such ridiculous excuses? Ruan Shinya snorted and directly asked, wasn't it ordered by Section Chief Duan for you to follow me? No. How could it be? Section Chief Duan wouldn't possibly be that bored. It's my own. Hey, Secretary Ruan, please don't go. Where are you heading? Ruan Shinya rushed straight back to the company. Duan Shizhou had just finished eating and was preparing to call Chu Hang to check on the situation when he saw Ruan Shinya and Chu Hang enter his office one after another. Neither of them knocked, one was clearly angry, and the other apprehensive. Section Chief Duan, Secretary Ruan Shi. You can leave first, Duan Shizhou said to Chu Hang. Yes, Section Chief Duan. Chu Hang quickly exited the office, closing the door behind them. Aren't you becoming increasingly unruly? Duan Shizhou sat in front of the presidential desk, looking at Ruan Shinya. Do you intend for the whole company to know our relationship? Isn't sending Chu Hang to follow me equal to announcing it to the entire company? Chu Hang knows how to keep quiet, distinguishing between what should be said and what should remain unsaid. So, you admit that it was you who sent Chu Hang to tail me, right? I merely wanted to see how far you'd go continuing your ties with Chin Das Han while fully knowing that his heart belongs to someone else. Who's maintaining ties with him? Then why did he come to find you? Does meeting another man require reporting to you what we talk about? Duan Shizhou, don't overestimate yourself. What kind of relationship do we even have? Ruan Shinya lost control of her emotions. Last night, wasn't the information in Chin Dashan's phone also sent by someone you instructed? After thinking it through, she concluded that only Duan Shizhou had the capability to acquire the overseas medical records that Chin Dashan couldn't find despite his global search. And only Duan Shizhou would take such elaborate measures to sabotage their family gathering. It was me, Duan Shizhou admitted. Why? Were you determined to humiliate me in front of so many people? I wasn't trying to embarrass you. I just wanted your mother to witness personally and abandon the idea of marrying you into the Qin family forever. Without the Qin family, there are still the Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li families. Will you obstruct every single one? Yes, I will block each and every one. Duan Shizhou stood up and approached Ruan Shinya, pinching her chin. You're the one who started with me first, so you can't skip past me to start this so-called new life. I won't allow it. Chapter 33, Making You Hotter Faster. Ruan Shinya saw a strange sense of control in Duan Shizhou's eyes that she didn't recognize. He wasn't like this before. In the past, after they got out of bed, they wouldn't interfere with each other's personal lives anymore. But recently, he had increasingly infiltrated her private life and become irrational. As the two were confronting each other, someone knocked on the door outside the office. Come in. Duan Shizhou moved aside, keeping a 2-meter distance from Ruan Shinya. Xiao Haowen entered. Mr. Duan, the car to the cold chain science park is ready, we can leave anytime, Xiao Haowen said. Duan Shizhou looked at Ruan Shinya. Secretary Ruan, please prepare for the afternoon trip to the cold chain science park. In an instant, he switched to work mode. Ruan Shinya still felt upset, but in front of Xiao Haowen, she couldn't show it and could only nod and say, yes, Mr. Duan. In the afternoon, a group of people from Duan Corporation accompanied President Duan Shizhou to the cold chain science park for an on-site inspection. Ruan Shinya and Xiao Haowen were in the same car. Since Chen Yiling had disappeared from Duan Shizhou's side, Xiao Haowen had lowered her presence significantly in order to keep her job. But today, it seemed she couldn't hold back anymore. So you really have something going on with Mr. Duan. Xiao Haowen gave Ruan Shinya a sidelong glance. I heard everything you two said in the office just now. Ruan Shinya's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure on the surface. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard that your mother remarried to Mr. Duan's father, so your relationship with Mr. Duan must be pretty complicated. Ruan Shinya quietly clenched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. What she feared most had finally happened. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you usually good at talking? Ruan Shinya took a deep breath. Xiao Haowen, you can eat whatever you want, but words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. Which eye of yours saw me having something with Mr. Duan? Do you have any evidence? I heard it. Without any proof, if you spread rumors about the boss and colleagues, do you think Mr. Duan would still keep you in the company? Ruan Shinya threatened, starting today, if there are any rumors in Duan Corporation about me and Mr. Duan, I will assume it's coming from you. By then, don't blame me for going to Mr. Duan and making trouble for you. You. After losing Chen Yiling as her support, the only thing Xiao Haowen could still brag about in her social circle was her job as Mr. Duan's secretary. How could she let Ruan Shinya mess up her bread and butter? She dared not continue provoking Ruan Shinya outwardly, but inside, she hated her to the point of tearing her hair out. It was all because of this little bitch, Ruan Shinya, that her sister broke up with Mr. Duan, turning her from royalty into someone who couldn't hold their head up at the company anymore. Ruan Xinya deserved to die. Xiao Haowen really wished every night that this woman would disappear from her sight. It was too unfortunate that she survived the car accident last time. She had to find another chance to get rid of Ruan Xinya. Little did Xiao Haowen know, the opportunity would come sooner than expected. Duan Corporation's cold chain science park was located in the Fanhu base, covering a total of 300 mu, about 50 acres, with a total investment of 2 billion yuan. The project adopted a science park plus research institute plus warehouse model, using advanced technology to establish a new intelligent product research and manufacturing center for cold chain logistics. Once fully operational, the project is expected to generate annual sales revenue of up to 3 billion yuan. Duan Chizhou wanted to create the most advanced cold chain science park in Rongqing, so he specially led a team of experts from the Cold Chain Technology Research Institute and several startup teams under the expert academicians to conduct a site visit. Xiao Haowen and Ruan Xinya were also part of the group. Their main responsibility was to ensure support and take promotional photos. Halfway through, one of the experts with the surname Jiang asked Ruan Xinya if she could help him fetch a bottle of water. Ruan Xinya immediately agreed. She went to the office to get the water and intended to catch up with the main group. However, due to the massive size of the science park, she got lost while walking. It seems like she would have no choice but to call Chu Hang to locate her position. Just as Ruan Xinya pulled out her phone, Xiao Haowen suddenly appeared at a nearby intersection. Secretary Ruan, what's wrong? Why are you taking so long to fetch a bottle of water? Xiao Haowen called out irritably. Hurry up, Professor Jiang can't wait any longer for some water. After finishing, Xiao Haowen naturally walked ahead to lead the way for Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya didn't suspect anything unusual and quickly walked towards Xiao Haowen. It wasn't until Xiao Haowen led her to the entrance of the cold storage that she started to feel a bit puzzled. Has Mr. Duan already gone into the cold storage? Yes, Xiao Haowen replied. Are we going into the cold storage too? Of course, both Mr. Duan and the experts have gone in for inspection. Are we going to wait outside? Do we go inside the cold storage without special cold-resistant clothing? The temperature inside the cold storage drops as low as -18 degrees Celsius, and without proper attire, one would certainly suffer from frostbite. Just 1 minute or so, what cold protective suit do we need? Stop being so fussy, Xiao Haowen said somewhat urgently. Ruan Xinya realized that Xiao Haowen was deliberately trying to lead her into the cold storage, and her suspicion grew heavier. Since it's just about a minute, let's wait outside. It's too dangerous to enter the cold storage without protective clothing. You talk too much. Xiao Haowen suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Ruan Xinya's hands by surprise, forcefully pushing her into the cold storage. Ruan Xinya fell to the ground due to the force and didn't have time to get up before Xiao Haowen quickly closed the cold storage door and locked it. Xiao Haowen. Die, you bitch. Xiao Haowen looked at the cold storage door and emitted a chilling laugh. As Ruan Xinya saw the cold storage door close, fear gripped her heart. The temperature in this cold storage was extremely low, and with her thin clothes, even being trapped for 1 or 2 hours would result in frostbite. Duan Chizhou was currently inspecting the park with the experts. He wouldn't discover she was missing right away. Even if he did, he might not suspect foul play immediately, and Xiao Haowen would certainly try to delay things outside. She had to save herself. Ruan Xinya checked her phone and, as expected, there was no signal. Running around the entire cold storage, she couldn't find any signal at all. In just a few short minutes, Ruan Xinya was already shivering violently. She jumped around to keep warm while continuing to look for an alarm button and escape route, but the cold storage was too large, and she couldn't find the alarm. She found the escape door, but she couldn't open it no matter what she tried. Help! Help! Ruan Xinya shouted through the door crack. But at this moment, almost everyone in the science park must have gone to see Duan Chizhou, and there was nobody nearby. Ruan Xinya was terrified. She'd seen news stories before about people trapped in cold storage who survived but ended up having limbs amputated. She definitely didn't want to end up here today. Under the immense fear, she constantly reminded herself to stay calm, stay calm. Suddenly, she remembered that even without a signal, her phone could still dial 110, emergency services. She tried calling 110, and luckily, she managed to get through. After the police answered, they asked her for her specific location. Ruan Xinya only knew she was inside one of the cold storages in Duan Corporation's cold chain science park. However, the park had at least 6 or 7 large cold storages, and she couldn't specify her exact position. Madam, don't worry. Our police officers are already on their way to Duan Corporation's cold chain science park. We will find you as soon as possible. Meanwhile, you can do some simple exercise like stepping or rubbing your hands, or moving your limbs to keep your blood flowing. Alternatively, you can find cardboard boxes or foam boards to cover yourself, wrap your head with your coat, increasing insulation to prevent excessive loss of body heat. You can squat and curl up to stay warm. The police officer patiently instructed her on self-rescue methods. All right, thank you. Actually, Ruan Xinya really hoped the police could chat with her to relieve her fear, but she didn't want to occupy someone else's emergency line, so she hung up voluntarily. It would take time for the police to arrive, and more time to find her. Ruan Xinya waited patiently, trying her best to stabilize her mindset. Following the police's advice, she first wrapped her head with her coat and engaged in some light exercise. Time passed slowly, and the warmth in her body was also gradually disappearing. Ruan Xinya became colder and colder, and those panic-stricken feelings surged up again. Suddenly, a cluttered sound of footsteps came from the big door of the cold storage. Mr. Duan, Be careful. Go slower. Who has the key to this lock? I do. Let me open it, let me. With these voices, the cold storage door was pulled open with a bang. Crouched on the ground, Ruon Shinya looked up to see Duan Chijo first. He ran toward her against the light, his figure exceptionally towering. Ruon Shinya. Duan Chijo stopped in front of her, knelt down halfway, and took off his overcoat to drape around her shoulders. He wore Burberry's classic-style overcoat today, which was quite thin but carried his body heat, providing unexpected warmth. Are you all right? Let's take you to the hospital. Saying this, Duan Chijo scooped her up horizontally and rushed out of the cold storage. Chu Hang had a car waiting outside. Duan Chijo swiftly placed her inside, passing the arriving police officers. Originally, after receiving the report, the police contacted the responsible person in charge of the cold chain science park immediately. That responsible person happened to be accompanying Duan Chijo, so he immediately had them check the cold storage surveillance footage to locate Ruon Shinya's position, allowing him to reach the cold storage ahead of the police. Fortunately, he arrived earlier. Secretary Ruon, are you okay? Chu Hang turned to glance at Ruon Shinya. She resembled a frozen little deer, huddled in her boss's arms, her once bright eyes devoid of vitality. Chu Hang recalled the furious appearance of his boss moments ago and felt frightened. He silently prayed that nothing happened to Ruon Shinya. I'm fine. Although Ruon Shinya was shivering with cold at this moment, her limbs still had sensation, and she was conscious. Apart from the cold, she didn't feel any discomfort. I think I need a hot bath more than going to the hospital for a checkup, she said. Duan Chijo looked at her and determined that her condition was acceptable. He raised his hand and tapped on the driver's seat. Find a hotel nearby. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chu Hang sent Ruon Shinya to a nearby hotel and got out of the car first to book a large room. Ruon Shinya originally wanted to walk by herself, but Duan Chijo suddenly picked her up. Bring all the heating devices in the hotel here. Duan Chijo said. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Chijo carried Ruon Shinya all the way into the room, and the hotel staff followed closely behind, delivering small sun heaters and electric heaters used by winter staff for their own warmth. The wind from the small sun heater and the electric heater was very hot, but Ruon Shinya always felt that this heat only touched the surface, and she was still cold. Still cold? Asked Duan Chijo. I'll prepare the bath water for you. Duan Chijo rolled up his sleeves and walked into the bathroom to prepare the bath water for Ruon Shinya. It was the first time the great President Duan had prepared bath water for someone, and even laying down a disposable bathtub almost posed a challenge for him. When the water was almost full, he constantly tested the water temperature with his hands until it suited him before turning off the faucet. You can take a bath now. Duan Chijo returned to the room and told Ruon Shinya. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Ruon Shinya took off the overcoat wrapped around her body and handed it to Duan Chijo. I've troubled you today. Don't let me delay your work, please go back. According to Duan Chijo's schedule today, after finishing the field investigation of the cold chain science park, he still had to have a meeting with those experts, who came from all over the country, so it wasn't easy just gathering them together. Duan Chijo did not take the clothes, and ignored her polite request for him to leave. He leaned forward and picked her up from the sofa, walking straight into the bathroom. Will you undress yourself, or do you want my help? He placed her on the wash basin and looked her in the eye. I will undress myself, you go out. As Ruon Shinya started to unbutton her own clothes, her fingers were trembling too much to open a single button. Duan Chijo grasped her hand and realized it was still icy cold. Without hesitation, he started unbuttoning her clothes. What are you doing? I already said I would undress myself. You're almost frozen to death, why are you pretending to be modest? Duan Chijo tore open her blouse and skillfully unhooked her bra despite her resistance. The sudden exposure caused his throat to move slightly. Even though he quickly turned away, he still had an inappropriate reaction. He knew too well how soft that place was, and what kind of fragrance he encountered every time he buried his face there. You, get out. Ruon Shinya covered her full chest, which became the fastest part of her body to heat up. Warming up is the most important thing right now. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Duan Chijo said, pulling off her skirt and picking her up, placing her in the bathtub. This series of actions made Ruon Shinya tremble even more. Get out, out. She protested, but it sounded inviting. Why do you always tell me to go out? Have I gone in? Duan Chijo looked at her seriously. Pervert. Ruon Shinya muttered under her breath. Duan Chijo smiled, starting to take off his own shirt, and soon his shirt was also taken off. His wheat-colored skin gleamed under the light. Ruon Shinya was more shocked. Duan Chijo, what are you doing? To bathe with you, so you'll warm up faster. As he said this, he loosened his trousers, taking everything off except for a black boxer briefs. Duan Chijo's figure was flawless, his abs and thigh muscles exuded charm just from a glance, they were lines honed by decades of regular gym workouts. Not necessary, I'm already warm. Are you? How warm, let me check. As he spoke, he had already sat down in the bathtub. Chapter 34, Lingering Bath. They had done it in the bathroom before, but they had never soaked together in such an intimate way. Ruon Shinya's whole body was stiff, she couldn't quite adapt to this warmth. Get out, she said, pushing him away. The water in the bathtub splashed with her movements, and the sound of the water seemed flirtatiously inviting in this setting. Duan Chijo embraced her waist from behind, pulling her into his arms. Her soft back pressed tightly against his chest. Duan Chijo, let me go. Duan Chijo paid no heed. His strong thighs clamped tighter around Wan Xinya's slim waist as he wrapped his arms around her front, holding her firmly. Her body was still cold, feeling like a lump of ice. Let me go. Don't squirm around, or I won't mind using another method to make you warm up. His voice was hoarse, indicating that his desire was starting to rise. Wan Xinya felt trapped in his embrace and also noticed the pressure from where she was being pressed against. She didn't dare move anymore. After all, after barely surviving earlier, her limbs were now weak and powerless to withstand another bout of struggle. They sat quietly in the bathtub. Wan Xinya leaned against Duan Qizhou, whose heat was warmer than the water, quickly warming her up. She finally stopped feeling cold, warmed from the inside out. Is your period over? Duan Qizhou suddenly asked. Wan Xinya's back stiffened. She hadn't even reached her time yet. It was just a lie she concocted to refuse Duan Qizhou. She never imagined she would be caught in this situation today. It just ended. Is that so? Then it's perfect, I don't have to wait. His hand moved lower, causing Wan Xinya to shiver. Duan Qizhou knew perfectly well which places made her go limp at a touch. He was more familiar with her sensitive spots than she was herself. I don't want to soak anymore. Wan Xinya grabbed a towel and quickly stood up, wrapping it around herself. As she lifted her leg to step out of the bathtub, Duan Qizhou pulled her back with one swift motion. With a splash, she fell back into his arms. Duan Qizhou braced his arms, trapping her in the bathtub. He leaned down to kiss her. His kiss was forceful and intense. With her hands held by him, tingles ran through her fingers. She tried to break free, but found no leverage in the bathtub. Her body wriggling only excited him further. Duan Qizhou wanted to pry her lips open, but Wan Xinya kept them shut, refusing to cooperate. As a result, his kisses began to travel down, landing on her slender neck and her snowy shoulders. Duan Qizhou, are you some kind of beast? You treat me like this right after my near-death escape. I'm helping you, he said. I'm already hot enough. I'll help you stay heated for longer. Duan Qizhou's hands moved freely under the water, stirring up restless desires and emotions within Wan Xinya. Just when she thought there was absolutely no way she could escape today, Duan Qizhou's phone rang. The abrupt ringing of the phone shattered the sultry atmosphere in the room. Phone call. Phone call. Wan Xinya pushed at Duan Qizhou's chest as if grasping a lifeline. Although dissatisfied, Duan Qizhou eventually released her. The call was from Chu Hang. Mr. Duan, should the experts at the science park be sent back or should we keep waiting for your meeting? Duan Qizhou glanced at Wan Xinya in the bathtub, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over desire. Send someone to bring 2 sets of clothes to the hotel. I'll change and come over. Chu Hang felt curious. The boss wasn't locked in a cold storage, so why did he need to change clothes? Of course, he didn't dare to ask. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chu Hang sent a set of clothes each for Duan Qizhou and Wan Xinya. Duan Qizhou originally wanted Wan Xinya to rest at the hotel, but after she changed, she insisted on going back to work. Of course, working wasn't the primary concern. The main thing was that she wanted to go back and deal with Xiao Haowen. Xiao Haowen was still at the cold chain science park with the group. When she heard about Wan Xinya being rescued, she actually thought about running away, but a trace of hope remained within her. What if Wan Xinya froze to death and couldn't be saved? Even if she were revived, who could prove that Xiao Haowen was the one who locked her in the cold storage? If she denied it vehemently, there would be nothing anyone could do. But Xiao Haowen hadn't anticipated that not only was Wan Xinya unharmed, but she returned to work so quickly. Seeing Wan Xinya calmly distributing conference materials as if nothing had happened, Xiao Haowen's heart nearly leapt into her throat. What does this woman mean? Why is she completely ignoring the incident of being locked in the cold storage? Could it be that she isn't planning to settle accounts with her? No, it's impossible. This woman would never be so nice. She must be planning something big. Xiao Haowen began to feel uneasy. This unease lasted throughout the entire meeting. But until the meeting ended, Wan Xinya showed no signs of doing anything. What exactly did she plan to do? Xiao Haowen guessed wildly, nearly going insane. She even hoped that Wan Xinya would just quickly give her a straightforward punishment rather than dragging her through this excruciating wait. Wan Xinya was doing it deliberately. The reason why she didn't immediately settle the score with Xiao Haowen was twofold. First, she didn't want to ruin today's work itinerary or let the outside experts hired for the day see Duan Corporation's embarrassment. Second, she intended to drag things out for Xiao Haowen. She knew that compared to swift and decisive retribution, the wait while being on the verge of death was the real torture. Mr. Duan, we'll be leaving. See you next time. Goodbye. Duan Qizhou accompanied several executives from the cold chain science park to see off the experts onto the bus. The bus soon started and drove far away. When everyone thought that today's work had finally come to an uneventful end, they heard a slap behind them. Everyone turned around in shock and saw Wan Xinya slap Xiao Haowen across the face. Secretary Wan, why are you hitting people? Colleagues who were unaware of the circumstances held Wan Xinya back. Wan Xinya pointed at Xiao Haowen. She locked me in the cold storage just now, trying to kill me. Beating her is actually too lenient. There was an uproar among the group. It turns out that Xiao Haowen locked Wan Xinya inside the cold storage. They all wondered how Wan Xinya could have wandered over to the cold storage on her own. I did not. You're slandering me. Xiao Haowen immediately denied it. What are you talking about locking you in the cold storage? I don't even know what you're talking about. What exactly happened? Duan Qizhou asked. Mr. Duan, I don't know what Secretary 1 is talking about. I never went near the cold storage. Let's check the surveillance then. I've already inquired with the cold storage manager. He said there are cameras both inside and outside the storage. Ruan Xinyar had specifically recorded the time she was locked in, around 1:50 p.m. Checking that period will be enough. Xiao Haowen felt secretly delighted. She thought Ruan Xinyar had some kind of master plan, but it was merely surveillance checking. If she really wanted to get rid of Ruan Xinyar, wouldn't she have considered the simplest problem of surveillance beforehand? She had already quietly unplugged the power supply for the surveillance camera outside cold storage number 3. Check the surveillance footage of cold storage number 3, ordered Duan Chizhou. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chu Hang went to the monitoring room and soon returned, whispering something into Duan Chizhou's ear. Duan Chizhou's eyes swept over Xiao Haowen and Ruan Xinyar before stopping again on Xiao Haowen. Mr. Duan, have the surveillance been found? Please help me clear my name, Xiao Haowen feigned. The power supply for the surveillance camera outside cold storage number 3 has been unplugged, said Duan Chizhou. What? Without surveillance, then who can prove my innocence? Xiao Haowen acted more shocked than Ruan Xinyar. She even attempted to counterattack. Secretary 1, were you deliberately framing me? Didn't you know there was no surveillance at cold storage number 3? That's why you came up with this plan. Why would I frame you? Because you know my secret. All eyes turned to Ruan Xinyar. Ruan Xinyar paused for a moment. To be honest, she was somewhat worried, but she bet that Xiao Haowen wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Chizhou. What secret? Secretary Xiao, if I've given you any leverage, please speak up, she questioned loudly. Sure enough, Xiao Haowen didn't dare to mention a word about Duan Chizhou. She coughed lightly and dodged the question. I dislike exposing others' weaknesses in public. You weren't so kind when you pushed me into the cold storage. I didn't push you, Xiao Haowen, feeling confident after confirming the surveillance malfunctioned, said arrogantly, Mr. Duan, I didn't push her, I swear. Duan Chizhou walked in front of Xiao Haowen, his expression stern. I'll give you one more chance. Did you push Secretary 1 into the cold storage or not? I did not, Xiao Haowen denied forcefully. Alright, let's put this aside for now. Let's talk about another matter. Do you know Wang Xiaohu? Upon hearing this, Xiao Haowen's face changed dramatically, showing panic in her eyes. Mr. Duan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You may have forgotten him, but he remembers you. Wang Xiaohu was arrested just half an hour ago in Tongcheng. He confessed the car accident involving me and Secretary 1 in Tongcheng was arranged by you. Mr. Duan, it wasn't me, it wasn't. You're still trying to defend yourself. Duan Chizhou gave Chu Hang a nod. Chu Hang immediately brought people over, seizing Xiao Haowen's shoulders from both sides, pressing her firmly onto the ground. Evidence of the car accident is confirmed. As for today's cold storage incident, I will conduct a thorough investigation. Don't think that tampering with a single surveillance feed will erase everything. This science park is covered with surveillance cameras, and there must be at least one that captured your actions. Mr. Duan, I beg you, please spare me. Xiao Haowen was fully aware that once Duan Chizhou made up his mind to destroy her, she stood no chance of escape. To the police station. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chu Hang's men pulled Xiao Haowen to the car. Xiao Haowen struggled, clinging onto the car door, unwilling to get in. Mr. Duan, spare me. For the sake of my sister who was once your girlfriend, please spare me. Xiao Haowen invoked Cheng Yiling in a last-ditch effort. Wait. Duan Chizhou spoke up. Xiao Haowen thought that bringing up Cheng Yiling had worked, and she begged even louder. Mr. Duan, my sister once gave you all her sincerity. She really loved you. You were together for so long, surely you must have loved her at some point, right? For my sister's sake, let me go. If something happens to me, she will be very sad. I have never been with Cheng Yiling. Duan Chizhou said this and glanced at Ruan Xinyar, seizing the opportunity to reiterate and reinforce his claim. The reason Duan Chizhou initially chose Cheng Yiling was because he found out that she was Xiao Haowen's cousin. Knowing how much Xiao Haowen liked to gossip, if he had any sort of relationship with Cheng Yiling, she would definitely spread it around the office until everyone knew about it. This way, Ruan Xinyar would naturally hear about it. He wanted to see if Ruan Xinyar would care at all about him being with another woman. Unfortunately, this woman didn't seem to care one bit. You've never been with my sister? That's impossible. Mr. Duan, are you actually with Ruan Xinyar? How can you two be together, aren't you? Shut up. Duan Chizhou interrupted Xiao Haowen sharply. But it was too late, she had already blurted out the first half of her sentence. Ruan Xinyar felt utterly humiliated, wishing the ground would open up so she could vanish completely from everyone's sight. Everyone was looking at Ruan Xinyar. At least half the people present knew that Duan Chizhou's father had remarried Ruan Xinyar's mother, making Duan Chizhou and Ruan Xinyar nominal siblings. Siblings cannot be together, not even without blood relation. It's inappropriate to involve any romantic entanglements. Amidst the meaningful gazes of those around her, Ruan Xinyar nearly crumbled. She looked at Duan Chizhou, silently pleading for him to deny it publicly to silence the rumors. Of course Duan Chizhou understood what her eyes were asking, but he had no intention of explaining himself. He wanted the whole world to know that Ruan Xinyar was his woman. In the end, however, he couldn't ignore her reddened eyes and glistening tears. Listen up, everyone here. There is absolutely no relationship between me and Secretary 1. If anyone spreads gossip, I will rip out their tongue. All employees lowered their heads. With such a fierce declaration from the boss, they dared not utter another word or whisper further. They all wished they weren't there and hadn't heard anything, fearing repercussions if someone leaked the news. Duan Chizhou waved his hand, signaling Chu Hang to shove Xiao Haowen into the car. Xiao Haowen lost her final lifeline and sagged, no longer resisting. The car sped away, and the crowd dispersed. Duan Chizhou got into his Rolls-Royce, while Ruan Xinya went with headquarters colleagues to board the minibus. The colleagues who had arrived laughing and chatting now remained silent, the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Just as Ruan Xinya got on the bus, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She took it out and saw a message from Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou, what I just said doesn't count. Ruan Xinya's hand trembled slightly as she stared at the screen. A colleague beside her suddenly glanced over. What's wrong, Secretary Ruan? Nothing. Ruan Xinya shielded the phone by leaning toward the side. The colleague didn't press further, and Ruan Xinya leaned against the window, replying to Duan Chizhou, Mr. Duan, we should really stop involving ourselves with each other. If someone finds out, how will I ever continue working at Duan Corporation? No one dared to stir up trouble behind Duan Chizhou's back, but plenty were ready to make snide remarks to Ruan Xinya. She couldn't bear it. As long as you cooperate with me like before, no one will find out, Duan Chizhou said. I refuse. It goes against logic for us to be together like this. Isn't that more exciting? Chapter 35, Important Areas. Stimulate him? What a ghost. Ruan Xinya angrily put away her phone, thinking Duan Chizhou was somewhat abnormal. This man must be crazy. However, she knew all along that he didn't love her. His mad desire to confine her by his side stemmed from possession, thrill-seeking, and lust for her body. There wasn't even a trace of love in it. When Ruan Xinya returned home, the sky had already turned dark. As soon as she walked through the door, Chu Hang called, telling her that Xiao Haowen had confessed at the police station. Xiao Haowen admitted it was her who pushed Ruan Xinya into the cold storage earlier that day, finally bringing the truth to light. Ruan Xinya sighed in relief. Xiao Haowen had been a thorn in her heart for a long time, and now it was finally completely removed. But she didn't get to relax for 2 days before another troublemaker took over Xiao Haowen's place. This troublemaker was none other than Ruan Xinya's cousin, Wang Jingjing. Wang Jingjing is 3 years older than Ruan Xinya, having just turned 30 this year. However, she lacked work experience because she began preparing for graduate school exams right after university, taking 6 years before succeeding in being admitted. People unfamiliar with the situation might initially think Wang Jingjing to be a persevering girl capable of sticking with one goal for so long. Surely, such dedication would result in great achievements in the future. Only Ruan Xinya knew that Wang Jingjing's motivation for investing so much time in her graduate exam preparation wasn't about securing a more prestigious job but rather about gilding herself with an advanced degree. With academic prestige bolstered, she aimed to ensnare a wealthier spouse, someone significantly higher up on the social ladder. Thus, while others become increasingly anxious when they fail their postgraduate entrance exams year after year, Wang Jingjing seemed immune. She'd set herself several mini-goals when deciding to take on grad school: to secure her degree by 30, marry a wealthy bachelor within 3 years, and have a child before reaching advanced maternal age, thus enjoying the opulent lifestyle of a wealthy family's lady afterward. Ruan Xinya never expected to see Wang Jingjing at Duan Enterprises. She looked at Wang Jingjing tidying up things at Xiao Haowen's old desk and thought she might have mistaken someone else for her. Sis. Hey Xinya, it's been so long. Wang Jingjing greeted Ruan Xinya warmly, hugging her tightly. I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Ruan Xinya awkwardly smiled and nodded slightly. Yes. You don't need to miss me anymore. We sisters can see each other every day now. Sis, what do you mean? Are you stupid? You don't understand what I'm saying. Let me make it clear, starting today, both you and I are secretaries under Mr. Duan. Ruan Xinya stood there, frozen. How could she remember seeing Ao's job posting just the other day clearly stating that the president's secretary needed at least 1 year of work experience? But Wang Jingjing had no working experience whatsoever. Sis, how? When does Mr. Duan usually come to work? Wang Jingjing stared at the president's office, eyes glowing brightly. I've checked Mr. Duan's pictures online. He's even more handsome than male celebrities. Being around him for so long, do you know what type of women he likes? Ruan Xinya was utterly speechless. She already knew that Wang Jingjing wasn't here merely for a regular job. Probably, she'd targeted Mr. Duan. Sis, it's inappropriate to inquire about this on your first day of work, isn't it? What's inappropriate? If I know what types of women Mr. Duan likes, then my attire will match better with his preferences moving forward. I'm not really sure about the type of women Mr. Duan likes. I heard Mr. Duan had rumors with Cheng Yiling before. Calculating based on that, it seems like Mr. Duan prefers the innocent flower type, right? Wang Jingjing spun around in front of Ruan Xinya. How about my outfit today? Wang Jingjing wore a beige-colored Chanel-style suit today. Her short skirt revealed her slender and smooth legs, making her look just like an innocent little white flower blooming in the wind, somewhat resembling Cheng Yiling's style. Pretty. Ruan Xinya said. Wang Jingjing smirked inwardly. I can't wait to meet Mr. Duan soon. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. No sooner had Wang Jingjing spoken than the sound of the president's exclusive elevator arrived with a ding. Duan Chizhou was scheduled to attend a forum summit today, wearing a jet black suit which exuded the polished, mature demeanor of a professional adult, along with a sophisticated scholarly charm. Initially, Wang Jingjing thought that the photos online may have enhanced Mr. Duan's appearance, and she was ready for any discrepancies between the person and the picture. But unexpectedly, Duan Chizhou appeared even more handsome in real life, instantly elevating his impression in her mind. She couldn't help but fantasize if she were to marry such a man, enjoying life shopping during the day, and falling asleep next to his strikingly beautiful face at night. How blissful would that high society life be? Mr. Duan, good morning. Wang Jingjing actively introduced herself as she stepped forward. I'm the new secretary Wang Jingjing. In the future, please give me guidance. Duan Chizhou gave her a glance and pointed towards Wan Xinya. Familiarize yourself with things first following Secretary Wan. Yes, Mr. Duan. Mr. Duan averted his gaze and had already taken large strides to walk into the office. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Wang Jingjing wasn't sure if Mr. Duan had clearly seen her face. She couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed because she'd spent so much effort getting her makeup done specially this morning. Mr. Duan is so aloof, Wang Jingjing complained as she turned her head toward Wan Xinya. That's just him, you'll get used to it later. After finishing her words, Wan Xinya walked towards Mr. Duan's office. Hey, where are you going? Wang Jingjing stopped her in her tracks. To make coffee for Mr. Duan. I'll do it. I'll do it. She volunteered herself enthusiastically. It's pour-over coffee. Have you ever learned how to do it? Don't worry, I can do it. Wang Jingjing confidently walked into Mr. Duan's office, while Wan Xinya happened to have some documents to photocopy and thus didn't follow her. About 10 minutes later, a loud boom was heard from the president's office. Wan Xinya's eyelids twitched. Couldn't be. Did Wang Jingjing break Mr. Duan's coffee cup on her very first day? She rushed into the president's office. The reality was even harsher than she expected. Not only had Wang Jingjing shattered Mr. Duan's coffee cup, but she also spilled coffee all over Mr. Duan's pants. When Wan Xinya entered the room, she saw Mr. Duan sitting in his office chair with an extremely dark expression, as if he was exerting all his self-restraint not to burst out with a swear word. Chu Hang beside him was nearly panicking. They were already stressed out at work, and now came this headache of an ancestor. Mr. Duan, sorry, it wasn't intentional, let me clean it up. On the surface, Wang Jingjing seemed shocked, but her actions betrayed no panic. She casually grabbed a tissue and reached out to pat Mr. Duan's thigh. This setup was exactly like the typical plot of romantic novels where innocent little flowers met domineering presidents for the first time. Could Wang Jingjing possibly believe that spilling coffee all over the president on her first day would make him think she was special? Truly speechless. Sure enough, Mr. Duan didn't even let her touch him and directly shoved her hand away. Of course, Mr. Duan wouldn't let her reach out to him. Get out. His voice was ice cold. Both Wan Xinya and Chu Hang felt chills down their spines, but Wang Jingjing still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Mr. Duan, let me clean it for you, your pants are all wet. Miss Secretary Wan. Chu Hang gave Wan Xinya a subtle look. Wan Xinya quickly rushed forward and held onto Wang Jingjing's arm. You go out first, I'll handle this. Wang Jingjing still lingered unwillingly, so Wan Xinya hurriedly gave her a sign meaning get out and cut throat. Only then did she unhappily walk out of the president's office. Mr. Duan, I'll prepare you a set of clothes to change into. Chu Hang said. There was a dedicated rest area within Mr. Duan's office, equipped with a bathroom, wardrobe, and even a big bed. When Mr. Duan stayed late working overtime, he would often sleep there directly. Chu Hang opened the door and entered Mr. Duan's restroom. Mr. Duan shifted his gaze to Miss Secretary Wan. Aren't you going to find something to clean me up? Yes, Mr. Duan. Wan Xinya picked up a pack of tissues and walked over, bending down to wipe Mr. Duan's pants. He sat in the presidential chair, his muscular thighs tensed under the trousers, revealing sexy hints of leg lines through the material. Wan Xinya wiped carefully, taking great caution not to accidentally touch his important areas. Weren't you referring to my cousin earlier? Wan Xinya nodded. Yes, Mr. Duan. Suddenly, without warning, Mr. Duan extended his hand and pressed firmly on the back of Wan Xinya's neck. What tricks are you and your mother planning this time? Since Wan Xinya had already leaned forward slightly, his pressure forced her forehead to bump against his chest. Mr. Duan, I don't know what you're talking about. My auntie recommended her through Pillow Talk and placed her here in the Duan Corporation. You don't know that, do you? I don't, really. I don't. She also found it strange why Wang Jingjing would show up at Duan Corporation. Mr. Duan suddenly pushed her off, stood up from the leather seat, and looked down at Wan Xinya from a height. Wan Xinya, don't think that you can extricate yourself by simply pushing any woman to me. The more tricks you play with me, the less likely I am to let you go. Wan Xinya felt a flicker of grievance deep in her heart. Fundamentally, Mr. Duan just wouldn't trust her. Just as she was about to explain, Chu Hang came out from Mr. Duan's restroom. Mr. Duan, the clothes are ready, you can take a shower. Mr. Duan passed by Wan Xinya, entering his exclusive restroom. Wan Xinya stood rooted to the spot, feeling mixed emotions swirling in her chest. Chu Hang approached her. Secretary Wan, why do you have such an expression? Are you scared too? Scared of what? The newly arrived Ms. Wang, among the secretaries in the secretarial department, she is the boldest one yet. Chu Hang gave a thumbs up. Wan Xinya awkwardly smiled and went outside to call cleaning staff to tidy up Mr. Duan's office. The incident of Wang Jingjing spilling coffee all over Duan Chizhou on her first day at work quickly spread throughout the entire company. Colleagues were chattering endlessly about it, and Wan Xinya could overhear everyone talking about this even when she went to the restroom. They say she has a master's degree. She must have majored in romantic novels. She seems to have mastered all the clichés from those books. Using such cheesy tricks on Mr. Duan, she sure is bold. It's too bad I didn't get to see Mr. Duan's expression right then. It must have been quite a scene. I can't imagine how Mr. Duan managed not to fire her on the spot. You don't know this yet, this Wong's secretary has some powerful connections. I heard from HR that she was placed here by old Mr. Duan. No wonder. She doesn't even have a year of work experience yet but jumped straight into becoming the president's secretary. It sure is different walking through back doors. Ruan Xinya stood inside one of the stalls in the restroom, waiting until all the colleagues outside had left before she dared to come out. After washing her hands, she directly went to the company balcony and dialed her mother, Wang Menghan's number. Since Qin Dashan confessed to the family his intention to be with Tang Tang, Wang Menghan's dream of marrying her daughter into a wealthy family shattered completely. For this reason, she had many complaints and hadn't contacted Ruan Xinya for quite some time. Hey, Yaya, what's up today calling? Mom, did you know Sister Jingjing has started working at our company? Ruan Xinya asked. Yes, it was me who asked your Uncle Duan to arrange it. Why? Ruan Xinya didn't understand why her mother and Uncle Duan meddled in the company affairs when they were living happily. What do you mean why? Your uncle came asking for my help, saying that Jingjing wanted to work at Duan Corporation. We're close siblings, aren't we? Shouldn't we help each other out in such situations? And besides, Sister Jingjing graduated from grad school. Duan Corporation won't lose by having her. But pushing Sister Jingjing into the company might not necessarily be a good thing for her. Duan Corporation is the largest listed company in Rongcheng. If Jingjing can start working at such a big company just after graduating and stay close to the boss, this is obviously beneficial for her career. Even if she leaves later, adding this experience to her resume will still make her stand out. That's true, but does Sister Jingjing actually come to work? It seems to me like she's only interested in President Duan. There was a slight pause from Wang Menghan's side. Jingjing and Chizhou? If those two got together, it wouldn't be bad at all. Ruan Xinya felt like she wasn't even speaking the same language as her mother, who now seemed desperate to marry every eligible woman she knew into wealth to expand her social network and connections. Well, since Jingjing was already placed there, talking about these things was useless now. The only thing she could do was keep an eye on Wang Jingjing so she wouldn't cause more trouble with Duan Chizhou. In the following 2 weeks, under Ruan Xinya's watchful eyes, Wang Jingjing behaved fairly well. She set aside her little schemes towards Duan Chizhou and instead followed Ruan Xinya to familiarize herself with the company's business. Gradually, she began handling some simple contracts herself and coordinated more smoothly with other departments. Ruan Xinya was relieved, believing that Wang Jingjing had finally settled down and abandoned any thought of seducing Duan Chizhou. But soon enough, she realized just how wrong she was. At the end of the month, the company planned a team-building event. Duan Chizhou approved the budget, arranging for duty staff while letting the employees go in shifts to Sonia for a vacation. The presidential office, legal affairs department, and finance department were scheduled to depart first. Coincidentally, Duan Chizhou also had a business meeting in Sonia. He thus decided to travel alongside Chu Hang, intending to join the staff afterward for the kickoff of their team-building event after the meeting ended. On the night before departure, Wang Jingjing suddenly sent Ruan Xinya a photo of herself wearing a sexy bikini. Upon seeing it, Ruan Xinya had an ominous premonition and promptly responded with 2 question marks. Wang Jingjing replied with a string of smiling emojis along with a voice message. Yaya, if I show up dressed like this at the team-building event and knock on Mr. Duan's door, do you think he'll fall for me? Chapter 36. Lying on his bed. Ruan Xinya's heart was pounding with alarm. She had thought her cousin's calmness during the past period meant she had given up, but who would have guessed that she was actually plotting something big? Whether or not Wang Jingjing could charm Duan Chizhou in such a revealing outfit, Ruan Xinya wasn't sure, but one thing she knew for certain: if it failed, Wang Jingjing would certainly lose her job. Sis, this isn't appropriate, Ruan Xinya tactfully reminded her. Mr. Duan doesn't like being disturbed in his private time. Is that so? Wang Jingjing obviously didn't believe it much. Yes, after all, I've been by Mr. Duan's side for 2 years now. I know him better than you do. He has a bad temper, don't provoke him. If you anger him, there might be no way to keep your job. The job is not important. I don't plan to rely on working for the rest of my life. I just want to give it a try. There's no gain without pain. Sis, a woman needs her own career to stand tall. Depending on men is never a lasting solution. Yaya, how backward your thinking is. Just look at Mom. Even at her age, she still goes out of her way to marry into a rich family, right? Doesn't that show the allure of wealthy husbands? I may not be as pretty as you, but I'm at least a graduate student with both ambition and credentials. How can I possibly fall behind even your mom? Ruan Xinya was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Jingjing, assuming Ruan Xinya was uncomfortable about the comment, quickly apologized. Yaya, I didn't mean any disrespect toward your mom. My point is, I need to learn from my little aunt. Though Ruan Xinya couldn't agree with Wang Jingjing's perspective, her own mother was an exemplary figure for marrying into wealth in middle age, which left her no real position to argue too much lest she contradict herself. Sis, everyone has their own aspirations and choices. I understand that, but let me warn you one last time, Mr. Duan isn't someone you can easily offend. Look at you overreacting, I was only joking. Do you think I'd really knock on Mr. Duan's door in a bikini? Rest assured, I won't go through with it. Ruan Xinya felt like her emotions were on a roller coaster. So, this whole ordeal was just her sister's joke. She had genuinely worried for her. Ruan Xinya let out a breath of relief, yet deep down she felt uneasy, as if something heavy pressed upon her subconscious. All she could do was silently pray that this group retreat passed smoothly. Unfortunately, smooth sailing wasn't an option. On the first night of Ruan Xinya and the Duan Corporation employees' stay at the Sonya Hotel, Wang Jingjing had already caused trouble. She bribed the hotel staff to sneak into Duan Chizhou's room wearing a sexy bikini, intending to surprise him. However, Duan Chizhou showed no leniency. Upon entering his room and seeing Wang Jingjing provocatively lounging on his bed, he immediately called the police. When the police arrived at the hotel, they took Wang Jingjing away. Ruan Xinya found out about this around 10 o'clock in the evening. Just as she finished unpacking and was preparing to take a shower and apply her face mask, her mother started calling her one call after another. Her mother generally went to bed early by 10, and had never called her this late before. Ruan Xinya sensed something was wrong, and sure enough, as soon as she answered the phone, her mother's panicked voice came through. Yaya, your sister got into trouble, help her please. What happened? She broke into Chi-Ju's room last night, and Chi-Ju reported her. Now, your sister has been arrested by the police. Ruan Xinya almost fainted from sheer frustration. After all the warnings she gave, Wang Jingjing hadn't abandoned her plan to seduce Duan Chizhou. Uncle is anxious, calling every 3 minutes, but since you're all in Sonya, we have no way to visit anyone. Hurry to the police station and see what's going on, and ask for mercy from Mr. Duan while you're at it. I understand. Ruan Xinya hung up and hurriedly changed clothes before heading to the police station. At this moment, Wang Jingjing was detained in the police station. Duan Chizhou had already provided testimony back at the hotel. Coincidentally, the legal department colleagues were also in Sonya for the retreat, so Duan Chizhou handed the matter over to lawyer Xiao from the legal department to resolve on his behalf. As soon as Ruan Xinya reached the police station, she saw lawyer Xiao sitting in the hall. Lawyer Xiao, how is my sister? Though Ruan Xinya was embarrassed to associate herself with Wang Jingjing as her sister, saving her sister became her responsibility, and she had to swallow her pride and ask. This cousin of yours, she's quite bold. Dressed in a bikini, she boldly tries to flirt with Mr. Duan in his room. What does she think our boss is? A person who falls for naked displays is a lecherous fiend. What level is our Mr. Duan at? What kind of women hasn't he seen? These tricks are simply too childish for him. Upon hearing lawyer Xiao's words, Ruan Xinya's cheeks burned red. Although the actions weren't hers, the embarrassment surely was. My sister is indeed a bit reckless, not considering the consequences of her actions. I wonder how Mr. Duan plans to deal with this situation. Mr. Duan has instructed that the matter be handled strictly. If handled strictly, what would be the outcome? Firstly, the offense of unlawful entry alone is enough to get Wang Jingjing into serious trouble. Moreover, she bribed hotel staff to disclose customer information, which is also illegal. This time, she will definitely face criminal detention and a fine. The fine is not a problem, but can we avoid the detention? Mr. Xiao, please help think of a solution. My sister is an only child and is cherished by our family elders. Detention here, where we are unfamiliar, has my uncle and aunt very anxious. They keep calling me to beg for mercy. Considering our history as colleagues, please help out. I will surely express my gratitude. Lawyer Xiao sighed. Miss Ruan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Mr. Duan has given strict orders. I must provide him with a satisfactory response, right? To be honest, I had planned to go out with several friends to enjoy the night at a bar, but I was called back to handle this case. I am just as helpless. I'm sorry for troubling you. We are all workers. Why don't you go directly to Mr. Duan and plead for mercy? If Mr. Duan agrees to withdraw the charges and not pursue the matter further, your sister will be free of any issue. Ruan Xinya understood that this was the most sincere advice lawyer Xiao could give. Thank you, lawyer Xiao. After talking with lawyer Xiao, Ruan Xinya briefly visited Wang Jingjing in the holding cell. Wang Jingjing cried uncontrollably, begging Ruan Xinya to quickly save her. She said she was terrified in the police station, and if detained for several days, she would surely develop depression. She knew how to use the threat of depression effectively. Ruan Xinya's temples throbbed in pain from her crying. She could only agree to find Mr. Duan for mercy. When leaving the police station, she gave Duan Chizhou a call, but he didn't answer. With no other option, she decided to plead in person. Duan Chizhou stayed at the same hotel as Ruan Xinya, but he occupied the presidential suite. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but admire the corrupt hotel staff who colluded with Wang Jingjing. Just how much bribe money did Wang Jingjing offer that the staff dared to leave the presidential suite door unlocked? A normal person would never dare to provoke someone like Duan Chizhou. It really was a clash of oddities. Ruan Xinya pressed the doorbell for a long time before Duan Chizhou finally opened the door. It seemed Duan Chizhou was already prepared to sleep, dressed in a dark grey silk pajama set, giving him a strong air of celibacy. How interesting. First comes the elder sister, now does the younger one plan on continuing the drama? Duan Chizhou's lips curled slightly in mockery upon seeing Ruan Xinya. Before Ruan Xinya could respond, Duan Chizhou grabbed her wrist and pulled her inside his room. The door closed with a loud bang, pinning her against its back. If it were you, I might consider letting it slide. Duan Chizhou glanced at her with a sly smile. Ruan Xinya pushed Duan Chizhou away. Mr. Duan, don't misunderstand me. I've come to plead for my sister. I've just been to the police station to see her. She has realized her mistake. Please forgive her this once. One time I forgave her for splashing coffee, then next she dared to jump onto my bed. And if I forgive her again this time, what do you think she'll attempt next? Ascend to the heavens? She won't stay at Duan Corporation anymore. She plans to resign as soon as she returns. Resignation? Who even gave her the audacity to resign? Once this incident concludes, she will be officially dismissed from Duan Corporation. Ruan Xinya truly pitied Wang Jingjing. With such an undignified reason for dismissal, it would make it difficult for her to find a decent job in Rome City in the future. All her hard-earned graduate degree amounted to nothing because of her narrow-minded desires. Mr. Duan, dismissing her is understandable, but can you please show mercy regarding the detention? Mercy from me? What do you have to offer me in return? My salary for this month, you may deduct it entirely. Duan Chizhou laughed. Do you really think I need your salary? What else can I offer you to let her off? Just as before, be with me. Ruan Xinya hadn't expected Duan Chizhou to use this matter as leverage to pressure her. Could it be that at the moment he discovered Wang Jingjing entering his room, he had already plotted this course, choosing to escalate the matter by calling the police? Mr. Duan, you don't need to say more. You either agree or refuse. You only have two choices. I refuse. Ruan Xinya refused without hesitation. She wouldn't sacrifice herself for Wang Jingjing's foolish actions. Refusing so decisively shows how shallow the bond between you sisters truly is. Duan Chizhou remarked. It's not easy to meet Mr. Duan's demands. Troubled, Duan Chizhou grabbed her slim waist and lifted her hand, pressing it against his perfectly sculpted chest. You dare say, over the past 2 years, you haven't completely enjoyed my body? Ruan Xinya's cheeks burned, and she immediately withdrew her hand. The past is the past. You didn't deny it, so that means you admit to having enjoyed it as well. Ruan Xinya tried to act calm and moved a few steps away from Duan Chizhou. How many times have I enjoyed it during these 2 years? If I hadn't enjoyed it even once, Mr. Duan, you would be the one needing to see a doctor. Since that's true, why can't you continue to be with me? Because my life isn't just about indulging in desires. As Duan Chizhou refused to drop the matter concerning Wang Jingjing, Ruan Xinya had no way around it. She had done her best and could face herself without regret. After leaving Duan Chizhou, Ruan Xinya was ready to return to her room and sleep, but not long after lying down, her uncle, Wang Guidao, called her. Xinya, are you helping resolve your sister's situation? I've already pleaded with Mr. Duan, but he won't agree to withdraw the charges. There's nothing more I can do. Upon hearing this, Wang Guidao exploded on the other end of the phone. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? Xinya, that's your own cousin. She spent 6 years getting into graduate school. How hard that must have been. Are you really going to let all her bright prospects be destroyed because of this incident? Before sister came to the company, I repeatedly warned her not to mess with Mr. Duan, but she wouldn't listen. She brought this on herself. A postgraduate with both education and good looks, what's wrong with wanting to marry a rich husband? Even your mother at her age is still scheming to marry into wealth. Of course she has to take a chance while young. If she succeeds, doesn't that mean she leaps directly into a higher social class? Indeed, it seemed like a bad family influence was responsible for Wang Jingjing's skewed values. Uncle, since it's a gamble, then one must accept the loss. Sister is an adult, she should be responsible for her actions. After finishing, Ruan Xinya hung up, but within 3 minutes, her mother, Wang Menghan, called back furiously. Xinya, how dare you talk to your uncle like that? He got so upset his hypertension flared up. I'm just stating the facts. I've done everything I can for Sister Jingjing. If I can't help, please find someone else. Xinya, you cannot be like this. Your sister Jingjing saved you when you were little. When did that happen? When you were 3 years old, you almost knocked over a kettle of hot water. It was your sister Jingjing who pulled you away in time. Without her, your pretty face would have been disfigured. Your sister Jingjing is your benefactor. Ruan Xinya fell silent. She had no memory of this event, and her mother had never mentioned it before. Xinya, though your sister Jingjing is rash, she has no ill intentions. Save her, we're all family. Ruan Xinya felt her mother Wang Menghan was extraordinarily concerned about cousin Wang Jingjing's issue. But I've already pleaded with Mr. Duan, and he refuses to withdraw the charges. There's nothing more I can do. Please go plead again. You've worked by his side for 2 years. Can't he give you a little face? Ruan Xinya nearly laughed out loud. Mom, he's the boss. He pays me wages. Why should he show favoritism toward me? Xinya, if I need to fly down to Sonia and beg Mr. Chi Ju myself to satisfy you, so be it. I've said it, your sister saved you. Consider this as repaying her kindness. Help her out this time. Ruan Xinya thought to herself that if her mother knew helping Wang Jingjing would cost her own body, she might not be so stubborn. Unfortunately, she couldn't say anything. Mr. Duan should be asleep now. Let's talk about this tomorrow, Ruan Xinya evaded. Wang Menghan assumed Ruan Xinya had softened her heart, sighed in relief. Alright Xinya, get some rest, Mom is waiting for good news. After hanging up, Ruan Xinya thought she might finally have a moment of peace. But then the phone rang again. This time, it was from the police station. Wang Jingjing was attempting suicide at the police station. Chapter 37, No more escapes this time. Ruan Xinya was terrified when she heard the word suicide. It took her a while to calm down before jumping off the bed and rushing to the hospital. On the way, she wondered if this was another trick from Wang Jingjing, but when she arrived at the hospital, she found out that Wang Jingjing had truly attempted suicide. She had taken advantage of the police's inattention and slammed herself into a wall in the detention room. The doctor said she suffered a concussion and needed to be hospitalized for observation. Not long after Ruan Xinya arrived at the hospital, Mr. Xiao, the lawyer, came as well. He looked drowsy and shook his head at Ruan Xinya. Your sister really knows how to cause trouble, doesn't she? Even if detained, it would only last 10 to 15 days. Why does she still want to commit suicide? I had just fallen asleep and got called up again. Lawyer Xiao was clearly upset. All this traveling and relaxation was making him more tired than usual. Sorry, Mr. Xiao. What did Mr. Duan say? Will he drop the charges? Ruan Xinya asked with a glimmer of hope. Do you think Mr. Duan enjoys being threatened like this? Mr. Duan said, if committing suicide could help someone escape their responsibilities, then shouldn't all the prisoners in jail resort to this trick? He insists on pursuing this case to the end. The lawyer rubbed his eye sockets. Actually, I don't quite understand Mr. Duan either. For something this trivial, normally, he wouldn't bother wasting time and manpower on such an ignorant woman. It's not his style. Lawyer Xiao's words woke Ruan Xinya up. Duan Chizhou didn't care about how many days Wang Jingjing was detained or how much she was fined. His purpose wasn't really to hold her accountable but rather to force Ruan Xinya into submission. This situation started with Wang Jingjing causing trouble for Ruan Xinya, but as events unfolded, it turned out to be Ruan Xinya dragging Wang Jingjing deeper into trouble. Ruan Xinya felt indescribably uneasy. When she entered the ward, she saw Wang Jingjing lying on the bed, pale-faced. Yaya, please save me. I don't want any criminal record. If I have one, I'd rather die. Wang Jingjing cried. Sister, administrative detention doesn't leave any permanent criminal records. But there will still be illegal activity recorded on the police network. I don't want such a record. If people find out, what kind of future will I have? My whole life is ruined. She tried to pull the needle out of her hand and jump off the bed to collide with the wall again. It was evident that Wang Jingjing was extremely concerned about this matter. Ruan Xinya quickly held her back. Sister, don't do anything reckless. I'll beg Mr. Duan again. Just let me try. What's the point of your begging Mr. Duan? Haven't you already begged him? Yet, he still insists on prosecuting me. It will work. I will plead with him once more and it will surely work. Stay here in the hospital for now, and leave the rest to me. Wang Jingjing looked tearfully at Ruan Xinya. Thank you, Yaya. Ruan Xinya wasn't sure whether her compassion this time was right or wrong, but she didn't dare take the risk. What if something truly happened to Wang Jingjing? Not only would her mother and uncle blame her endlessly, but she herself would feel guilty. Before she knew it, the night had crept towards midnight. After leaving the hospital, Ruan Xinya sent a message to Duan Chizhou. She agreed to be with him, but he had to drop the charges against Wang Jingjing first and ensure no future repercussions. She thought Duan Chizhou must be asleep at this hour, but unexpectedly, he replied almost immediately after she sent the message. Come to my room, he said. Such opportunism, yet he acted so righteous about it. Ruan Xinya gripped her phone, feeling a tinge of humiliation, but still, she went to Duan Chizhou's place. Duan Chizhou hadn't slept since hearing about Wang Jingjing's suicide attempt. He ordered a bottle of whiskey upstairs and sat by the window alone, sipping it as he stared at the moon hanging in the night sky. He guessed Ruan Xinya would come looking for him again. This woman had a stubborn sense of righteousness. She was always willing to sacrifice her own interests for others. Sure enough, not long after, her message arrived. Duan Chizhou opened the door and let Ruan Xinya into the room. At this moment, slightly tipsy, he couldn't resist her familiar scent. In one motion, he pulled her into his arms and toppled onto the large bed. Wait. Ruan Xinya pushed hard against Duan Chizhou's chest. Call Mr. Xiao first. I've already told him. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head to kiss her. Ruan Xinya turned her head to avoid his kiss. Did you intentionally make everything so difficult just to wait for me to fall into your trap? What do you think? I think you're very cunning. Duan Chizhou gently touched her temple and smiled sympathetically. Yes, the moment he walked into the hotel room and saw Wang Jingjing lying in bed, he began planning this chess move. You smile because you admit it, she accused. Duan Chizhou, with a condescending demeanor, placed his finger on her lips and made a gesture. Now that it's done, just stay in my trap quietly, and I'll make you happy. After saying that, he leaned in to kiss her. The kiss was as overbearing as always, and Ruan Xinya's lips were soon parted by him. She stared silently into his eyes as he kissed her passionately. Suddenly, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Duan Chizhou's neck, her tongue intertwining with his as she responded to his advances. Her spontaneity surprised Duan Chizhou for a moment. What? He asked. Nothing. If I can't refuse, then let's enjoy this happiness, she replied. You're reasonable. Duan Chizhou slipped his hand under Ruan Xinya's clothes, unhooking her bra. Ruan Xinya rubbed her body against his sensitive areas, igniting an even stronger fire within him. The breathing of the man and woman grew heavier, and the tension between them could snap at any moment. After kissing passionately for a while longer, the foreplay seemed to last endlessly. Duan Chizhou got rid of his sleepwear and bent down to tear off Ruan Xinya's dress. Suddenly, his hand touched something unexpected. What is this? Ruan Xinya wrapped her arms around Duan Chizhou's neck and seductively smiled at him. Sorry Duan sir, but my period really came this time. Duan Chizhou was taken aback. With his pants almost about to burst, she told him she had her period. You did this on purpose. His eyes flashed with suppressed desire. I didn't do it on purpose, I just forgot earlier. She pushed Duan Chizhou away and fastened her bra again. Mr. Duan, I'm sorry, but tonight's not going to work. After speaking, Ruan Xinya prepared to get out of bed. Duan Chizhou pulled her back and pinned her beneath him once more. Mr. Duan, what are you doing? You won't be so extreme as to want a blood fight, will you? She shook her head. That can't happen, we might get sick if we do that. Help me with something else then, said Duan Chijo, nearly at his breaking point. Ruan Xinya looked at the prominent veins on his neck, gave a lazy yawn. I'm really sleepy, why don't you take care of yourself? Having spoken, she quickly shoved him off, leapt from the bed, and fled out of his room. Ruan Xinya. Duan Chijo groaned helplessly as he lay there calling her name. Ruan Xinya left without looking back, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Was he the only one allowed to scheme against her? Of course, she would repay him in the same way. After pulling a prank on Duan Chijo, Ruan Xinya went back to her room and fell asleep. She was really exhausted. The events of the night were dramatic enough to fill half an episode of a TV drama. Fortunately, she didn't have to get up early for work the next morning. She slept straight through until noon. When she woke up, she saw a message from her mother saying that Wang Jingjing's matter had been resolved, and her uncle, Wang Guodao, wanted her to convey his gratitude. Ruan Xinya knew her mother probably said this just to make her feel better. Her uncle Wang Guodao was known for his arrogance and disapproval towards her. For him to lower himself and thank her, it was probably as hard as climbing to heaven. But she didn't care. Ruan Xinya got up, freshened herself up, and the colleagues who joined the trip were already out enjoying water sports on the sea. Ruan Xinya didn't join due to her fear of water, along with being on her period. She decided to order some food online, eat something, and then continue sleeping in the hotel in the afternoon. Ding dong ding dong. As soon as she opened the food delivery platform app, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ruan Xinya walked to the door, peeked through the peephole, and saw Duan Chijo. She immediately held her breath, intending to pretend she wasn't home, but Duan Chijo immediately saw through her trick and sent her a message. Open the door, I know you're inside. Reluctantly, Ruan Xinya opened the door. Duan Chijo entered Ruan Xinya's room. He held a bowl of seafood fried rice in one hand and a document bag in the other. Have you eaten? He asked. Not yet. Duan Chijo handed her the seafood fried rice. Check if it suits your taste. If not, I'll have someone bring something else. Ruan Xinya actually wanted seafood fried rice, and smelling it, she nearly drooled, but she acted reluctant. It's alright, just so I don't waste the food. Duan Chijo chuckled, sat down on the couch, and waited for her to finish eating. After seeing that she'd eaten enough, he passed her the folder. Sign this after you're done eating. What is this? Take a look yourself. Ruan Xinya wiped her hands and opened the document bag. Inside was a contract clearly stating that for the next 2 years, Ruan Xinya would be together with Duan Chijo. Selling myself? Ruan Xinya frowned as she looked at Duan Chijo. Do you necessarily have to see it like that? Duan Chijo frowned. You can also understand it as a dating contract. Dating contract? Ruan Xinya's heart skipped a beat, but how could their relationship even remotely resemble dating? A wry smile surfaced on her face. How can we possibly have a romantic relationship? Duan Chijo was irritated by her smile. No matter what, just sign it, otherwise, your words are meaningless. Do I look like someone who would deny responsibility? Yes. Duan Chijo answered without hesitation. Last night, she had aroused such a strong reaction from him, yet she left without any regard for his feelings. Who knows how long he soaked in cold water to subdue his desire. Seeing Duan Chijo's firm attitude, Ruan Xinya carefully reviewed the contract clauses. Why does this agreement last for 2 years? My cousin will probably only be sentenced to 10 to 15 days. Your term is 50 or 60 times longer. Don't haggle. I can also not sign this agreement with you and call Mr. Xiao right now to continue pursuing responsibility for this matter. Ruan Xinya became anxious at once. You can't do that, she might really commit suicide. How I act depends on how smoothly you sign this agreement. Alright, I'll sign it. Ruan Xinya picked up the pen, but before signing, she suddenly remembered something. I want to add one more clause. What is it? If either of us falls in love, the contract automatically terminates. Duan Chijo's face darkened. No. Why not? You could randomly grab a man outside and claim you're dating. I won't do that. I won't allow any loopholes in this agreement, not even a tiny one. Duan Chijo was very domineering. Ruan Xinya thought for a moment, then add a clause: if you start dating someone else, the contract automatically terminates. Can we agree on that? There's no need to bother, I won't date anyone other than you. He was certain he wouldn't fall for anyone except her. You can't predict what might happen in the future. What if you find someone you like later and try to keep me around while enjoying two-sided happiness? To whom would I appeal then? I need to protect my own rights. Duan Chijo looked at her quietly. Fine, then go ahead and add it. Ruan Xinya handwrote this clause onto the contract and handed it to Duan Chijo for confirmation. Duan Chijo glanced at it and said, this contract will fully protect your interests. Every month going forward, I will transfer money to you. I don't want money. Ruan Xinya blurted out. Her sister Ruan Muqing's condition had stabilized after a heart transplant surgery, so there was no need for frequent hospital visits. She occasionally took medication, and their mother, Wang Menghan, already had sufficient ability to cover her medical expenses. She didn't need extra money from him to support the family. Most importantly, she didn't want this to escalate into a monetary transaction. As you wish. After saying this, Duan Chijo signed off decisively, and Ruan Xinya followed suit. Looking at the two names listed side by side on the contract, she felt a mix of emotions. From now on, her relationship with Duan Chijo reverted back to what it was, a secret one, and this time, an even deeper secret. She couldn't help but imagine the butterfly effect that would ensue if their relationship were discovered. Just thinking about it made her fearful. She could only silently pray for the 2 years to pass quickly. Duan Chijo gave one copy of the contract to Ruan Xinya and put the other one back into the document bag. Ruan Xinya thought he would leave after signing the contract, but he remained seated on the couch unmoving. Mr. Duan, aren't you leaving? She remembered he had a video conference with suppliers from Chile that afternoon. Duan Chijo pulled her toward him, placed his hand on her waist, and let his fingers trace along her waistline. We have another score to settle. What score? Last night's score. As soon as she heard he wanted to revisit old matters, Ruan Xinya immediately stepped aside. But how could she possibly escape from Duan Chijo's grip? He stood up, hugged her from behind, spun her around, and kissed her deeply. The kiss was tender and intimate, but without too much lust. Ruan Xinya could feel that he was intentionally restraining himself. When the kiss ended, Duan Chijo gently traced a circle on her abdomen with his large palm. How many days? What? Menstruation period. 5 days. I'll wait a week for you, he whispered softly in her ear. This time, don't try to escape again. Chapter 38, You Belong to Me. After Duan Chijo left, Ruan Xinya sat on the sofa, blankly staring at the contract in front of her. A voice in her heart said, You've finally fallen into hell. Finally. Ruan Xinya spent another afternoon holed up in the hotel. By evening, her colleague from the finance department, Xiao Yaro, called her. Xinya, where are you? At the hotel. Are you still sleeping? Yes. Are you here for the team-building activity or just to sleep at the hotel? Get up and get ready. There's a beach bonfire party tonight. Xiao Yaro's voice was excited. Beach bonfire party? Weren't you supposed to have a party on a yacht? President Duan cancelled that activity and changed it to a beach bonfire party. Why? I don't know. Who can guess what President Duan is thinking? But the beach bonfire party sounds fun too, and you won't have to touch the water. Ruan Xinya wasn't interested in water activities. Besides, she had some menstrual cramps and motion sickness, so she hadn't signed up for the original yacht party. But the bonfire party would allow her to sit on the beach, eat and drink with colleagues without affecting her menstrual period. You should get up. We can finally wear those pretty dresses we bought online together, said Xiao Yao. Okay. Ruan Xinya got up, washed her hair, and changed into the strapless long dress she'd bought with Xiao Yao earlier. The dress was a beige gradient style, with a new Chinese flair. She styled her hair into a bun with a hairpin and applied light makeup to match the dress. The beach bonfire party was held behind the hotel, within its private coastal area. Only hotel guests were allowed. It was very peaceful. When Ruan Xinya arrived, Xiao Yao and Chu Hang were already there. A few male colleagues were preparing the barbecue grill. Secretary Ruan, over here. Chu Hang waved his long arm at her. Ruan Xinya lifted her skirt and walked over to them. Secretary Ruan, we finally see you. We thought you weren't coming if you didn't show up soon, joked one colleague. I'm not really fond of water activities, so I've been sleeping in the hotel these past 2 days. You flew all the way to Sonia just to sleep at the hotel? It would have been better if you hadn't come and let the finance department cash out your trip. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to stay at home and get paid to sleep? Chu Hang quipped. Everyone laughed, and Ruan Xinya smiled too. Just as the atmosphere was good, Xiao Yaro suddenly asked, By the way, have you resolved the issue with your cousin? It's settled. Your cousin is such a tough woman, completely different from your usual cautious behavior. Exactly, working with her for 1 day aged me 3 years, Chu Hang blurted out. Fortunately, this time President Duan was magnanimous and didn't hold it against her. Otherwise, no amount of pleading from her would have helped. Ruan Xinya's smile hung awkwardly on her face. She thought to herself that Duan Chijo was far from generous. He used this matter to take advantage, behaving rather unpleasantly, though no one but her knew this. Oh, speaking of President Duan, why isn't he here yet? Xiao Yao asked. President Duan is holding a video meeting with the Chilean suppliers along with lawyers Jiang and Xiao. He just sent me a message saying to start without him, said Chu Hang. Well, let's get started then. The barbecue grill was set up. A few male colleagues took charge of lighting the fire and grilling, while the female colleagues were responsible for adjusting the sound system and playing songs nearby, taking photos. As night fell, various shapes of outdoor solar-powered string lights lit up one after another, creating an instant lively ambience for the beach bonfire party. Xinya, come and try some grilled skewers, Xiao Yaro called her. Sure. Ruan Xinya picked up a corn cob and some cauliflower from the grill, preparing to eat when she saw Duan Chijo and his group arrive. Duan Chijo walked between lawyer Jiang and lawyer Xiao. Both of them wore white shirts, but Duan Chijo had on a black shirt, no tie, the top 2 buttons of his collar unfastened, his sleeves rolled up, revealing attractive forearms, giving him a relaxed yet slightly rebellious vibe. Lawyer Jiang seemed to be saying something. Duan Chijo leaned his ear towards him, listening attentively, nodding occasionally. President Duan, come and have some grilled skewers, Chu Hang waved warmly. Duan Chijo looked over at them, his gaze naturally falling on Ruan Xinya for a moment before moving on to glance at everyone else. He nodded slightly toward the group. Although Duan Chijo appeared less formal in both attire and demeanor than usual, his presence still made the colleagues feel somewhat uneasy. After all, the boss's aura was still present. President Duan, what would you like? Braised pork belly or oysters? Chu Hang remained relaxed, given that he worked closely with Duan Chijo every day. No need, you go ahead and eat first, Duan Chijo said. All right then. Chu Hang promptly handed out the grilled skewers from the plate to everyone. Ruan Xinya received another chicken wing. She sat with Xiao Yarrow and others, eating barbecue and chatting as they enjoyed their time. Not far from them, Duan Chizhou and Lawyer Jiang sat on folding chairs, while Lawyer Xiao brought each of them a cocktail. Come on, let's have some singing now. Chu Hang emerged with his guitar, ready to perform. Who will be the first to belt out a song for us? Will you accompany the singer? Yes, I'll accompany. Chu Hang was skilled at playing the guitar. This time, he had deliberately brought his guitar along, hoping for an opportunity to show off his talent so that Shen Xiaoqiu, the new assistant in the finance department, would take notice of him. Indeed, this young man had fallen in love at first sight with Shen Xiaoqiu from the finance department. Duan, I remember you're good at playing the guitar. Lawyer Jiang glanced over at Duan Chizhou. Isn't that right? You played for us in Australia. Duan Chizhou could play the guitar? Ruan Xinya had been by Duan Chizhou's side for 2 years and truly never knew about this skill of his. Wow, how about we let President Duan give us a performance then? Sister Ling from the finance department shouted. The other colleagues, encouraged by the mood, began clapping and urging him on. Before Ruan Xinya could react, Yarrow nudged her with his elbow, signaling for her to clap as well. Reluctantly, she joined in the chorus of applause and teasing. However, Ruan Xinya guessed that Duan Chizhou probably wouldn't agree. After all, he usually maintained a superior image in the company. Asking him to strum the guitar and sing for the employees was akin to asking him to descend from his pedestal. Chu Hang likely shared the same assumption, stepping in immediately. Any grievances should come toward me, don't trouble President Duan. Everyone laughed heartily. Duan Chizhou's gaze flickered past Ruan Xinya. She was still clapping absent-mindedly, unaware whether it was her genuine desire to hear him sing or just a result of the collective atmosphere. He stood up. All right, since everyone wishes it, I'll make a humble attempt. Wow, President Duan is the best. Duan Chizhou walked over to Chu Hang and took the guitar. President Duan looked so handsome and youthful holding the guitar. Like a young hero of romance, one colleague exclaimed. Ruan Xinya watched him quietly. Seated on a high stool, one foot bracing the sand and the other resting on the edge of the stool, Duan Chizhou bent down to tune the guitar under the glow of moonlight, which accentuated his facial features even more prominently. Everyone automatically gathered in a circle around Duan Chizhou, and they all pulled out their phones, eager to capture the moment. However, Ruan Xinya did not. Compared to capturing the scene through a lens, she preferred to record it vividly through her eyes. The guitar music began, the prelude light and carrying a hint of British flair, free and easy like the swaying sea breeze. I met her, but I never thought she will belong to me. The deep, sexy voice of Duan Chizhou drew several female colleagues into enthusiastic stamping of feet upon hearing his first words. Could such a song impregnate ears? Wow! Cheers erupted from the audience before falling silent again in unison, fully engrossed in his performance. Ruan Xinya had previously listened to Duan Chizhou's full English speech in Edinburgh. She knew how impeccable his English was, but she hadn't expected that his rendition of an English song possessed an entirely different kind of charm. She recognized the song. Duan Chizhou was performing She Belongs to Me. Who was she? Was it her? Or perhaps, the title of the song was just a coincidence. I just wanted someone I could sing to, who'd listen to every song. The waves surged rhythmically, and her heart resonated accordingly. When the song ended, everyone applauded and cheered fervently. This was a side of Duan Chizhou that had never been revealed before, thinking that he might descend only slightly from his pedestal, yet this act instead elevated him to another level. A few female colleagues, including Shen Xiaoqiu from the finance department, looked at Duan Chizhou with starry eyes. Chu Hang snorted, having gone through the effort of bringing his guitar all the way to Sonia only for the boss to hog the spotlight completely. Now, with the boss setting such a high standard ahead, Chu Hang felt utterly overshadowed. Lawyer Jiang was the first to post the video of Duan Chizhou playing and singing on the beach to the group chat. Then, this video quickly went viral among various work groups within Duan Corporation. Can anyone tell me what else President Duan doesn't know how to do? President Duan, a high-quality male like him, really makes the rest of us ordinary men feel ashamed. President Duan is too handsome. Tonight's dreams already have material. Will future team-building batches also get this kind of benefit? Kneeling to beg President Duan to sing in front of everyone. Work groups that were typically dull and only used to respond with received suddenly came alive. Ruan Xinya returned to her seat. As she picked up her phone, there were already 91 messages in the group chat. While scrolling through them one by one, she suddenly received a private message. It was from Duan Chizhou. She instinctively glanced at Duan Chizhou. He wasn't looking at her but was instead sitting sideways on a folding chair, cocktail glass in hand, gently shaking it as he gazed into the distance at the sea. Ruan Xinya opened the message and saw that it was written in English. You belong to me. You belong to me. The song he had sung for everyone else was She Belongs to Me, but the message he sent her was You Belong to Me. In an instant, Ruan Xinya was struck by this hidden romance. She could feel herself sinking deeper and deeper into Duan Chizhou's trap. After Duan Chizhou started things off, the atmosphere on the beach quickly became lively. Everyone began taking turns grabbing the microphone to sing while Chu Hang's fingers were practically smoking from playing the guitar non-stop. In the end, everyone sang except for Ruan Xinya. Secretary Ruan, how about you give us a song? Lawyer Jiang suddenly suggested. Ruan Xinya had always been tone-deaf since childhood, so she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I don't sing. It's impossible not to know how to sing, another replied. Even if you're bad, didn't you learn something like Two Tigers as a kid? Just sing anything, we don't mind. That's right. One song Secretary Won. You don't have to be as good as President Duan. It's all just for fun. Having no way to decline, Won Shinya found herself being pushed onto the spot. What would you like to sing, Secretary Won? Chu Hang asked. How about Two Tigers then, said Won Shinya. Everyone laughed but still applauded to give her encouragement. Ahem, Won Shinya cleared her throat. Two tigers, run fast, one has no ears. This turned out to make the atmosphere even more joyful. Duan Chijo leaned back with his elbow against the chair, watching her intently under the soft glow of nearby lights. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her long dress fluttering in the wind, revealing her graceful curves, making her resemble a white magnolia about to bloom. Though her singing wasn't in tune and had a bit of comedic effect, watching her like this made him react inexplicably. Maybe it had been too long since he'd indulged in such pleasures, now all sorts of inappropriate thoughts crowded his mind, and all he wanted was to take her and have her bloom beneath him. Won Shinya finished singing Two Tigers with her face flushed red. Colleagues clapped and teased. Secretary Won, seeing your beauty and competence before, I thought heaven was unfair, but hearing you sing, now I understand. Heaven must have closed a window on you somewhere along the way. Haha, proving that heaven can still be fair after all. People like President Duan who excel at everything are rare. Duan Chijo watched Won Shinya with a faint smile. Won Shinya finally felt relief as the ordeal ended and took a few sips of lemon water as she sat down. Xiao Yarrow suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, Secretary Won, I saw President Duan filming you earlier. Phut. Startled, Won Shinya sprayed out all the water she had just taken in. Did he have to be so blatant? What if their relationship got discovered? Calm down. Xiao Yarrow patted her on the shoulder, laughing. If President Duan couldn't resist capturing it, that shows how special your performance was. Ha 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 ha. Black history adds up. You should stop mocking me. Won Shinya stood up, wanting to avoid any suspicious glance from Xiao Yarrow, shifting her eyes elsewhere. I'm going to the restroom to wash my hands. All right. The portable restroom on the beach was behind their tent. Won Shinya went inside to wash her hands and, upon stepping out, noticed Duan Chijo standing underneath a coconut tree waiting for her nearby. Come here, he said. Looking around, Won Shinya ensured there weren't any colleagues around before walking toward him. As soon as she got close enough, Duan Chijo grabbed her waist tightly. Why do you need to be so cautious? Let go. What if someone sees us? So what if they see? I don't want them to. Won Shinya pushed Duan Chijo away, stepping back a meter for safe distance. Duan Chijo was in a good mood and didn't push her further. You filmed me when I was singing? Won Shinya asked. Yes. What did you film me for? Delete it quickly. No. Thinking about her less than melodious rendition of Two Tigers, Won Shinya felt a little embarrassed. Don't you think I sounded terrible singing? It doesn't matter how well you sing. He drew closer again, whispering into her ear only loud enough for her to hear. All that matters is that your moans sound good. Chapter 39, Kiss Her Until She Can't Breathe. On this trip, Won Shinya and the others stayed in Sonya for 5 days. After the team-building activity was over, everyone flew back to Rongqing and started working again. However, Duan Chijo and attorney Jiang flew to Chile 1 day ahead of schedule. When he left, he sent a message to Won Shinya, saying that this business trip would last no more than 7 days. Over the past 2 years, although Won Shinya had been intimate with Duan Chijo, there were clear boundaries between them. He had never done things like reporting to her, which was too sentimental to the point where it didn't seem like something a bed partner should do. But now, he actually reported to her. Won Shinya increasingly felt that Duan Chijo seemed different from the past. After returning to Rongqing, while Duan Chijo was out of the country, Won Shinya visited his mother, Mrs. Wang Menghan, at the Duan family residence. She brought some specialties from Sonya for Mrs. Wang and Duan Qiuming. She knew they didn't need these things, but it was her way of showing respect. As soon as Won Shinya entered the courtyard of the Duan family's home, she saw Mrs. Wang Menghan and her uncle, Mr. Wang Guodao, arguing on the distant lawn. Uncle Wang Guodao was emotional. As he spoke, he pointed accusingly at Mrs. Wang Menghan, almost poking her face. Mrs. Wang Menghan did not react much. Mom. Won Shinya quickly walked toward them. Mrs. Wang Menghan noticed Won Shinya approaching and reached out to grab Mr. Wang Guodao's arm, signaling him to stop talking. Mr. Wang Guodao was already upset. Upon seeing Won Shinya, his expression became even sourer. He angrily shrugged off Mrs. Wang Menghan's hand, refusing to even glance at Won Shinya before turning and leaving. Mom, why is Uncle here? Won Shinya asked, looking at Mr. Wang Guodao's retreating back. He hasn't done anything special, just came to see me. See you. His behavior earlier sure didn't look like someone who's come to visit. Mom, what's really going on? Don't hide it from me. Wang Menghan sighed. It's nothing serious, it's still about your sister Jingjing. Haven't sister Jingjing's issues already been resolved? To resolve those problems, Won Shinya had sacrificed herself. What else could possibly be unsatisfactory for Uncle Wang Guodao? That's true, sister Jingjing's problems have been resolved, but she also lost her job at Duan Corporation. Your uncle came over wanting me to talk to Uncle Duan again, asking him to help find another company for her to work at. Hasn't sister Jingjing graduated with a master's degree? Does she really need someone to find her a job? Can't she manage it herself? Won Shinya grumbled. Why does your uncle always bother Uncle Duan? Has he considered your position at all? And was his attitude earlier appropriate for someone asking for favors? You don't know how stubborn your uncle is. I've gotten used to his temper. Mom, you can't carry everything on your own shoulders. They're adults now. If you don't interfere, will they not be able to find jobs themselves? Jobs aside, the most important thing is Sister Jingjing's lifelong happiness. Does uncle still want Sister Jingjing to meet wealthy men through her job so she can marry into a rich family? When will they learn from their mistakes? Is marrying a rich man really that easy? All right, Xinya, Wang Menghan said calmly, Sister Jingjing is talented and capable, and your uncle has aspirations for her success as a parent. Since we are family, and now my life has improved, if I can support them, I should do so. I hope Sister Jingjing finds a good place in life too. This was a classic case of mutual consent. Ruan Xinya was speechless. All she hoped was that whatever trouble arose in the future, it wouldn't drag her in anymore. Ruan Xinya gave her mother and Duan Choming the local products she'd brought. Her mother wanted to keep her for dinner, but every time Ruan Xinya saw her, she was reminded of the agreement she signed with Duan Chizhou, making her feel extremely guilty. So she declined their invitation for dinner, finding an excuse to leave the Duan family home. As soon as she stepped outside the Duan estate, she received a message from Duan Chizhou. Chile was 12 hours behind Rongqing, so it should be nighttime there. Ruan Xinya opened the message. It was a casual photo taken by Duan Chizhou of the Chilean night sky, the starry expanse dotted as if it were crossed by a Milky Way. Why can't you see the moon? Ruan Xinya asked. I'm currently at the hotel, and from this angle, I cannot see the moon. While Ruan Xinya was pondering over how to reply, Duan Chizhou sent another message. So I miss the moon in Rongqing extra much. Could you take a picture and send it to me? It's daytime here. This moon is not like that other moon, Miss Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya suddenly understood he was referring to her. Because her name included Moon, she had once been nicknamed Moon during her school days. And on that night during the Sonia bonfire party, when she recounted the story to her colleagues, Duan Chizhou was watching his phone, leading her to think he hadn't heard it. But unexpectedly, not only did he hear it, he remembered. If you're so nostalgic, why don't you watch the video where I sang? You recorded it that day, right? Ruan Xinya directly sent a voice note over, her tone distinctly annoyed. Duan Chizhou directly switched to a voice call. You sang so beautifully, I'm hesitant to play it back and listen. Duan Chizhou, that's enough. I suggest you delete it. He repeated the same line, I won't delete it. Anyway, if you don't want to listen to it, why do you keep it? To save for later when I need to soothe our children. Soothing children. Ruan Xinya's hand gripping her phone froze. That was right, her agreement with him was only temporary. He would marry in the future and have children, enjoying a family life completely different from now. She had difficulty imagining Duan Chizhou as a father, but she knew he would certainly be a father that made his child proud. I'm about to enter the subway station, it's inconvenient to talk, bye. Ruan Xinya concluded their conversation on this topic. Hold on. What else do you want, Mr. Duan? Has your period ended? Ruan Xinya felt her heart ache. It turned out, what he thought about her was just this one matter. What he said about missing the moon actually still circled around the relationship between man and woman. It's over. Wait for me to return. He didn't specify, but she understood everything. I'm entering the subway, bad signal, bye. Ruan Xinya immediately ended the voice call. Ruan Xinya, do you intend to dodge? Duan Chizhou's message chased after her. Ruan Xinya pretended not to see it and tossed her phone back into her bag. She didn't want to dodge, but she couldn't calmly discuss this matter with him. Ruan Xinya visited Shen 11U again and gave her some local specialties. Shen 11U had a surgery today, busy to the point where she was flying off her feet. Ruan Xinya didn't dare disturb her, so she left the gifts and went home. Being away for 5 days meant every corner of her home was covered in dust. After a thorough cleaning session, Ruan Xinya was utterly exhausted. She quickly boiled a bowl of noodles, ate, showered, and fell asleep, sleeping soundly until dawn. When she woke up and washed her face after brushing her teeth, she heard noise coming from outside her door. Who could possibly be at her door this early? Ruan Xinya recalled the incident involving Fei Shinyaro, and her nerves tensed for no apparent reason. She tiptoed to the peephole and looked out. It was Duan Chizhou. Shouldn't he be in Chile? How did he suddenly appear at her doorstep? As Ruan Xinya hesitated, Duan Chizhou outside pressed the doorbell. She opened the door reluctantly, without saying a word. Before she could speak, Duan Chizhou, who seemed to have traveled far, immediately embraced her and kissed her. This kiss crossed a 12-hour time difference and endured a 20-hour long-haul flight, deeper than any previous kiss they'd shared. Ruan Xinya felt like he was kissing her as if she were dying. Her lips were pried open by him, her breath was taken away, like someone drowning in the deep sea, clutching his collar tightly to prevent herself from sinking further. After an unknowable amount of time, he finally finished kissing her, stopping to catch his breath while leaning against her forehead. Why didn't you answer my question properly yesterday? His tone carried a hint of irritation. Ruan Xinya, are you trying to dodge again? Due to lack of oxygen, Ruan Xinya's brain worked slowly, and it took her a while to understand. Was it possible he rushed back across thousands of miles just to ask her this question? With a clearly signed contract, how could I dodge? Ruan Xinya asked, even if I tried, would Mr. Duan's legal team let me go? They wouldn't. He answered decisively. Then isn't that fine? Unnecessary resistance, she would not engage in it. Ruan Xinya pushed Duan Chizhou aside. Did you rush back just for this matter? Not really. Then what else is there? Sleep with you. After finishing his sentence, he picked Won Shinya up in one swift move and threw her onto the couch in the living room. Doon Chijo's kiss descended once more like a tempestuous storm. Won Shinya had just finished washing up and was still in her pajamas, making it easier for him to slide his hand underneath and ravish her as he pleased. Tortured to her limit, she twisted and writhed, her lust rapidly rising between them. I still have work to attend to, I'll be late. I already arranged for Chu Hang to handle your morning errands, you don't need to clock in. His thorough preparation left Won Shinya momentarily without an excuse. You can't escape, so focus. He lowered his head to her chest, nibbling lightly as punishment. Won Shinya's body was struck by a wave of shivers, her fingers unconsciously digging into Doon Chijo's coat as she instinctively leaned forward. The foreplay had been drawn out sufficiently long, and Doon Chijo had clearly noticed Won Shinya's response. Just as he lifted her nightgown and prepared to reach for her underwear, there came the sound of footsteps at the door. Sister. It was Won Muqing's voice. Won Shinya immediately regained her composure, pushing Doon Chijo aside as both of them sat stiffly on either end of the sofa, hurriedly adjusting their clothes. Sister, are you home? Won Muqing cautiously pushed the door open and peeked inside. Earlier, Doon Chijo had entered too hastily, leaving his suitcase outside, and even forgetting to close the door. I'm here. Won Shinya awkwardly tugged at her nightgown and stood up from the sofa. Xiaoqing, how did you come? Won Muqing started to speak, but upon raising her eyes and seeing Doon Chijo sitting on the couch, she swallowed her words back. The year Won Muqing was most seriously ill, it was Doon Chijo who helped find experts both domestically and internationally for her treatment. Although she had only met him once before the surgery, she had always been very grateful that Doon Chijo had saved her life. She held a natural respect for him. If not for her mother, Wang Menghan, remarrying into the Doon family, they could have met now, and she would have comfortably called him Mr. Doon, thanking him for saving her life. However, because of her mother's remarriage, every time Won Muqing saw Doon Chijo now, she felt an indescribable embarrassment and guilt. Won Shinya noticed Won Muqing standing dumbfounded by the door, assuming that she might have figured something out. Hastily trying to appear calm, Won Shinya explained, Mr. Doon just returned from his business trip to Chile. He came here to retrieve some documents. I accidentally brought an important file home yesterday during my rush to leave work. He urgently needs it. This reason sounded clumsy, but Won Muqing did not suspect anything. After all, Doon Chijo's suitcase was still outside the door, fitting perfectly with the scenario that he had just returned from a business trip in Chile. Moreover, Won Muqing thought that Won Shinya and Doon Chijo must have behaved properly, leaving the door even open as a precaution. Won Shinya went to the room, picked up the file bag Doon Chijo had previously given her in Sonia, pretending it was the important document she mentioned, and handed it to Doon Chijo. Mr. Doon, here are the files you wanted. Sorry for the extra trouble. Doon Chijo glanced at her meaningfully, accepted the file, and cooperated in their act. It's fine. Having obtained the file, Doon Chijo prepared to leave. Won Shinya walked him to the door and behind it where Won Muqing couldn't see. There, Doon Chijo gently pinched Won Shinya's slender waist, making her jump back in shock with a changed expression. Then, maintaining an extremely formal tone, he said, see you at the company. See you at the company. This entire performance left Won Shinya with a sweat-drenched palm. Thankfully, everything ended without mishap. After closing the door, Won Shinya turned back to the sofa. Xiaoqing, why did you suddenly come over so early today? Is there any problem? Won Muqing hesitated for a few seconds, shook her head, and said, no problem, I just suddenly missed you, so I came to see you. Won Shinya could tell she was lying. What exactly happened? Tell your sister, we can think of ways to handle anything together. Won Muqing's eyes watered, yet she still shook her head. Really, nothing is wrong. Sister, I just missed you. She reached out intending to hug Won Shinya. Afraid that her sister could smell Doon Chijo's scent on her, Won Shinya deliberately pointed a finger at her sister's brow ridge and stepped aside to avoid being hugged. Being so grown up yet crying and hugging me, aren't you embarrassed? She said while walking toward the bedroom. If there's nothing, wait for me here a moment, I'll change clothes and take you to eat the pan-fried buns you love the most. Okay. Won Shinya threw her nightgown into the laundry basket and changed into a blouse that could cover her neck. Again, her neck bore 2 new hickeys caused by Doon Chijo. Let's go eat pan-fried buns. Won Muqing stood up, hesitating for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, Sister, can I stay with you for a couple of days? What? Did you have a quarrel with your roommate? No. Clearly unwilling to say more, Won Shinya guessed it was probably due to a disagreement with her roommate and agreed immediately. If you want to stay, just stay, but my place is far from your school, it may be inconvenient for you to attend classes. No problem, I don't have class these 2 days. Alright. Won Shinya took her younger sister Won Muqing to eat pan-fried buns, tidied up the guest room for her, and then headed to work. Doon Chijo was already at the company when she arrived, calling her to his office right after she clocked in. He returned the morning file bag to Won Shinya and, across the desk, formally instructed, Ms. Won, keep your evening free. What's up? I'm coming to you. Won Shinya understood his meaning, he intended to finish what they had left incomplete this morning. My sister is staying at my place. She said she would be there for 2 days. Doon Chijo looked at her as if trying to judge whether she was telling the truth or not. It's true, Won Shinya emphasized. Fine, then let's change the location. By the way, I have a gift for you. Chapter 40, I Want You. The gift Du and Chijo mentioned turned out to be a 3-story detached villa at the Heli Center. The villa was in a retro Nanyang style, with a large yard surrounded by black high fences. A white silk gum tree stood inside, covered in blossoms that made the entire courtyard feel like it was from a fairy tale. After work, Ruan Shinya was brought to this villa by Du and Chijo. She didn't expect Du and Chijo's gift to her to be a house. "Why are you giving me a house? No one will disturb us here. We'll meet here from now on." For the past 2 years, Du and Chijo had rented an entire floor of the top level of the Furedi Hotel, which was highly private. They would always have sex there, he would leave first, and she would spend the night. Other than their sexual relationship, they did not entangle further. Now, for a better rendezvous, he actually bought a house. "Do you like it?" asked Du and Chijo. "I still prefer where I live now." Although Ruan Shinya's current place couldn't compare to this villa, every corner held traces of her life, giving her a sense of security. "You can live in both places, whichever suits your fancy. It's inconvenient for the subway here. I'll get you a driver." Ruan Shinya remained silent. Her mood was complicated. Was Du and Chijo trying to cage her like a goldfinch? Du and Chijo seemed to sense what she was thinking. He reached out and played with her hair. "Don't overthink it. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to go to your place." He remembered more than once in her rental apartment, critical moments were interrupted, especially today when he was already primed but had to suppress his desire. Men always end up having serious problems. This place is different. This is his domain. No one dares step foot here without his permission. Whatever he and she do here won't be disturbed. "Let's go upstairs and take a look." Du and Chijo walked ahead leading the way, and Ruan Shinya followed him. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand. "What?" "Hold my hand," said Du and Chijo. Ruan Shinya blinked, feeling a little awkward as she extended her hand to him. Du and Chijo grabbed her hand and immediately intertwined their fingers tightly. He led her upstairs, and in the middle of the second floor was the master bedroom, connected to a walk-in closet filled with clothes and jewelry bought according to Ruan Shinya's size and fashion preferences. Even personal items such as underwear were all complete. "See if anything is missing. I'll have someone make up the difference tomorrow." "No need, it's enough. Since everything is sufficient, stay here tonight." He embraced her waist from behind, pressing her against his body and kissing her neck, not bothering to hide his desire. "I want you." His hot breath fell onto Ruan Shinya's skin as he spoke. She shivered lightly, and the itch on her skin spread into her heart. "My sister is still waiting for me to go home. Send her a message. Tell her you're working overtime. I'll send you back later." Still hesitating, Du and Chijo's hand already delved into Ruan Shinya's jeans pocket, pulled out her phone, and handed it to her. Ruan Shinya knew she couldn't keep dodging. She took the phone, first ordering her younger sister Ruan Mooching some takeaway, then told her she'd be working overtime tonight and wouldn't be back too early, advising her to sleep first. Ruan Mooching quickly replied with an okay. "Are you done?" Seeing her put the phone away, Du and Chijo kissed her, asking. "Done." She avoided his kiss, "But I want to take a shower first." Together, Du and Chijo carried her straight into the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious, and the shower was smart and constant temperature, the water gentle and dense. In the misty glass doors, Du and Chijo embraced her and kissed for a long time, until her whole body went limp and she started rubbing herself against him on her own initiative. Then, he pushed her against the marble wall, holding her thin waist as they melded together. The overlapping figures in motion filled the bathroom with an intimate allure. After showering, Ruan Shinya was utterly drained, devoid of any strength. Du and Chijo dried her off and carried her to bed. They hadn't done it for a long time, so one round certainly wasn't enough to quench his thirst. Soon Du and Chijo pressed over her again, teasing her with kisses and hands. Ruan Shinya could not withstand his taunts and surrendered before long. Back and forth, Ruan Shinya had lost count of how many times he had taken her. All she felt was her body folded and invaded by him, generating wave after wave of unbearable pleasure. Time and again, she sank into the clouds, only to be caught by him. It wasn't until after 2 in the morning that everything came to an end. Ruan Shinya was sore all over, lying motionless on the bed. "Stay and sleep here." Du and Chijo looked at her flawless back, leaning over and hugging her. Sweat covered their naked skins after an intense round of lovemaking, mingling with each other's scents. "I need to go back. If I don't return home tonight, my sister will be suspicious." He kissed her collarbone. "All right, then I'll send you home." The two stood up and took a quick shower before leaving the villa together. Fortunately, when Ruan Shinya returned home, her sister had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Ruan Shinya woke up at her usual time but yawned constantly because she was still exhausted. "Big sister, what time did you come home last night?" asked Ruan Mooching as soon as she saw her. "I got home close to 1 a.m. To avoid worrying her sister, Ruan Shinya intentionally shortened the duration by over an hour. "Working overtime until so late? You must be very tired." Ruan Shinya awkwardly smiled, afraid that saying too much would expose her secret. "I'll come home earlier today to cook for you." "Good." Ruan Shinya scheduled her day tightly. After finishing work, she went to the supermarket to buy dishes that her sister, Ruan Mooching, loved and cooked them at home. Ruan Mooching, an understanding young girl, helped wash and cut vegetables in the kitchen after Ruan Shinya bought the ingredients. Ruan Shinya made 4 dishes and 1 soup for her sister. After eating, Ruan Mooching volunteered to do the dishes. "Tomorrow when I go back to school, I'll transfer another 1,000 yuan to you for living expenses, alright?" asked Ruan Shinya. "No need. I'm working part-time, and it's enough if I save a little bit." Don't save too much. Your diet needs to be nutritious. It seems like you've lost some weight lately. Are you not eating well? No, I eat really well every day. Then why have you lost weight? Is there anything bothering you? Ruan Muqing slightly lowered her eyes. Nothing. Although Ruan Muqing insisted nothing was wrong, Ruan Xinya could clearly sense that her sister's demeanor had changed this time around. She suspected something had happened, but since Ruan Muqing didn't speak up herself, she couldn't figure it out. After Ruan Muqing returned to school, another week passed quickly. In this week, Ruan Xinya spent more than half of her nights in the villa Duan Qizhou had bought her. It seemed they had reverted back to their previous relationship. During the day, she worked as his secretary, handling trivial company matters. At night, she became his bedmate, entangled on the bed while they both satisfied their physical desires. The only difference from the past was that now, after each encounter, he no longer left early. Instead, he held her close and slept until the next day. On Saturday morning, Ruan Xinya woke up earlier than on weekdays. This was an old habit of hers, unable to wake up during workdays but always waking too early on weekends. When she opened her eyes, she realized her head was resting on Duan Qizhou's arm, which he still kept wrapped around her as he continued sleeping peacefully. His delicate and handsome face looked even more attractive while asleep, prompting her to instinctively stretch out her hand to trace the curves of his features in the air. Her finger paused when it reached his lips. There was an obvious scab on his lip from where she couldn't help biting him hard yesterday while climaxing. She hadn't realized then how deeply she'd bitten him, only tasting blood on her tongue, but now the mark was quite visible. Did it still hurt? As Ruan Xinya moved her fingers closer, Duan Qizhou suddenly opened his eyes. Good morning, he captured her hand, pressed it to his lips for a kiss, teasing, so eager to touch me so early in the morning. I wasn't. I just wanted to see how deep the wound is on your lip. Didn't you know since you were the one who bit me? Ruan Xinya blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Duan Qizhou grinned, gently messed up her hair, and whispered into her ear while nibbling on her earlobe, it's my fault for being too rough with you. You should know better. I apologize, give me a chance to make up for it. He drew closer, letting her feel his heat. Not again. Is this man wired? Doesn't he worry about overindulgence? Before Ruan Xinya could refuse, her phone rang. It was a call from her sister, Ruan Muqing. She shoved Duan Qizhou away and signaled for quiet as she answered the phone. Hey, Xiao Qing, what's up? While taking the call, Duan Qizhou played tricks under the blanket, and Ruan Xinya struggled not to moan. She glared at him and brushed his hands off. Still trying to provoke her, Duan Qizhou wouldn't stop until Ruan Xinya grabbed the blanket and stepped out of bed. Xiao Qing, are you there? There was silence from Ruan Muqing's side for a long moment before crying ensued. Xiao Qing, why are you crying? Ruan Xinya's expression turned serious immediately. She placed the phone on the bedside table and dressed quickly. What happened? Should big sister come right now? Sister. Don't cry. Tell me, what exactly happened? Did someone bully you? It's Miss Duan. She accused me of stealing her things. Miss Duan? Hearing this, Ruan Xinya unconsciously glanced at Duan Qizhou on the bed. He also sat up upon hearing this news. Yes, Duan Yuanxi has been targeting me recently. Today, she even accused me of stealing her bracelet. Ruan Xinya's face darkened immediately. Don't cry, stay calm. I'm coming right now. After getting dressed and washing up quickly without applying makeup, Ruan Xinya prepared to take a taxi to Ruan Muqing's school. Duan Qizhou came down and held her back. I'll go with you. You'd side with your sister or mine? Ruan Xinya always remembered that at the wedding of her mother and Uncle Duan Qizhou had sent her to the police station to protect his sister, Duan Yuanxi. Even though they shared the same bed now, their connection paled in comparison to blood ties. She had no confidence that Duan Qizhou would stand by her and her younger sister Ruan Muqing. I'll side with whoever is in the right, said Duan Qizhou. Really? Yes. Ruan Xinya nodded. She knew that Ruan Muqing was absolutely not the type of girl who would steal from others. This incident didn't need much thought to be seen as another frame-up by Duan Yuanxi. She hoped Duan Qizhou would keep his word and act impartially for once. She got into Duan Qizhou's car, and the two of them headed straight to Rongqing University. Outside the library of Rongqing University, many students had already gathered to watch the drama unfold. When Ruan Xinya arrived, Ruan Muqing was standing at the entrance, surrounded by Duan Yuanxi and her entourage who were looking down on her haughtily. That's an 18K white gold Van Cleef & Arpels full diamond bracelet worth over 200,000 yuan. It was a gift from my aunt last year for my birthday. Even if you worked here for 10 years doing odd jobs, you wouldn't earn that much money. Poor thing. I didn't steal it, said Ruan Muqing. When I was looking for a book behind the bookshelf, my bracelet fell off. You were the only one clearing books nearby at that time, so if you weren't the one who picked it up, then who did? If someone picks something up and doesn't return it, that's stealing, one of Duan Yuanxi's lackeys said. I really didn't see anything. I've been counting the books on the shelf this whole time. I didn't even notice any bracelet. Ruan Muqing felt extremely wronged. Duan Yuanxi, I know you dislike me because of what happened between our parents. You've been bullying me in every possible way before, but putting the label of thief on me is something I will never admit. Do I hate you? Why should I even hate you? Look in the mirror. You're nothing but a disgusting insect living at the bottom of society. The young miss here wouldn't waste even a second looking at you, let alone spending time hating you. Duan Yuanxi sneered coldly. Don't feel too good about yourself. The most important thing is to recognize your place. You and I are worlds apart, and as for your mom, she thinks she's improved her social status, but she's still just about the same as our housemaids, working hard every day to serve tea and water in my house. Both of you women are utterly worthless and don't deserve my time at all. If you don't hate me, why have you had people sabotage my bicycle? If you don't hate me, why have you put cockroaches in my backpack? And why did you come to my dormitory and pour water on my bed? In one breath, Won Mooching revealed all the bullying she had endured over the past few days. You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence to justify accusing me like this? My roommates all saw it. Which roommate saw it? Let me see who among your brave companions dares to testify on your behalf. Duan Yuanxi's tone carried a threat. Everyone in the school knew that Duan Yuanxi was the Duan family's young mistress, even the principal had to treat her politely. How could ordinary students from middle-class families dare offend her easily? Several of Won Mooching's roommates were present, but they glanced nervously at each other, lacking the courage to step forward, for they had all witnessed Duan Yuanxi's manipulative skills firsthand. None of them wanted to become her next victim. See, there are no witnesses at all. Won Mooching, you're lying through your teeth. Won Mooching's eyes welled with tears, showing how strange she was holding her ground against Duan Yuanxi. Seeing her younger sister bullied this way, how could Won Xinya bear it? Just as she was about to step out, Duan Chizhou held her back. I'll handle it. Chapter 41, Protect Her. Duan Chizhou pushed through the crowd and walked to Duan Yuanxi's back, lightly tapping her shoulder. Who? Duan Yuanxi turned around with impatience, but her arrogance deflated slightly as soon as she saw Duan Chizhou. Brother, why are you here? Which rule in our Duan family teaches you to belittle and humiliate others recklessly in public like this? Duan Yuanxi pouted her lips, immediately pointing at Won Mooching. She stole my bracelet first. I didn't, Mr. Duan. I haven't taken anything from her. I've been doing work study at the library for a year now, and during this time, I have found people's headphones and phones several times, all of which I handed over to the teacher. I am not someone without quality, and I certainly wouldn't steal. Seeing Duan Chizhou, Won Mooching felt inexplicably reassured. Although he was Duan Yuanxi's older brother, deep down, Won Mooching subconsciously felt that Duan Chizhou was entirely different from Duan Yuanxi. Please, how much do headphones and phones cost compared to my bracelet, which is worth more than 200,000? Are they comparable? Duan Yuanxi was relentless. Frowning, Duan Chizhou glared at his younger sister. Be quiet. Brother, do you have any evidence when you accuse her of stealing your bracelet? It was just her there. If not her, then who else? Duan Yuanxi insisted firmly. It must be her. Subjective judgment cannot serve as evidence. Brother. Duan Yuanxi couldn't understand why her brother Duan Chizhou seemed to lean more towards Won Mooching. Is there surveillance in the library? Asked Duan Chizhou. Yes. But we already checked it earlier. The location where Duan Yuanxi lost her bracelet was a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. Nothing can be seen. As Won Mooching said this, she pulled out the surveillance video on her phone for Duan Chizhou to see. Duan Chizhou carefully watched the video from that time period. Indeed, the surveillance did not capture Duan Yuanxi losing her bracelet. However, it did show that there were many students around that bookshelf during that time frame. With so many students present, surely someone would have witnessed the entire event. Is there anyone among you students who saw the whole incident? Please come forward and share with me. Duan Chizhou's gaze swept across the group of classmates present who were watching the scene curiously. None of them dared to meet Duan Chizhou's eyes directly. Duan Chizhou understood their concerns and thus stated, I am Duan Yuanxi's brother, and I'm not here to take sides or support Duan Yuanxi. I'm here to uncover the truth quickly. I promise, whoever stands up today as a witness will not suffer retaliation, nor harm of any kind. The classmates began raising their heads toward Duan Chizhou, finding those words an encouraging reassurance. After about half a minute of silence, suddenly a short-haired girl stood up. At the time of the incident, I was right behind that bookshelf. I saw everything. Duan Yuanxi never lost her bracelet. I saw her take it off and give it to her friend. The short-haired girl pointed at a girl with purple-dyed hair standing behind Duan Yuanxi. It's her. Duan Yuanxi handed the bracelet to her. Yes, I also saw that, confirmed a boy wearing glasses. You're talking nonsense. Which class are you in? Duan Yuanxi immediately glared fiercely at the two people who had stepped forward to testify, threatening them with her gaze. The short-haired girl took a step back in fear, and although the boy with glasses remained outwardly calm, his eyes began to flicker nervously. Duan Yuanxi was notorious as a school bully in their school. Over these past few years, she has bullied plenty due to her wealthy and powerful family background. Duan Yuanxi. Seeing Duan Yuanxi even daring to threaten others right in front of him, Duan Chizhou suppressed his anger and sternly warned, control yourself. Brother. I told you to be quiet. No matter how arrogant Duan Yuanxi usually acted, she still dared not defy Duan Chizhou in front of him. Duan Chizhou walked to the girl with the purple-dyed hair and held out his hand. Hand it over. His tone was not harsh, yet the intangible presence made her tremble internally. The girl glanced at Duan Yuanxi, then looked back at Duan Chizhou and defiantly replied, Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. Hand it over. Don't make me say it a third time. What? I don't have anything here. She stuck her chest out at Duan Chizhou and smiled flippantly. Brother doesn't believe me. You can search me yourself if you want. Zhao Yihuan, isn't your father the chairman of Zhihong Pharmaceuticals? How do you know? Though Zhao Yihuan's family was moderately well off, they were in no way on par with the Duan family. So she wasn't aware that whenever someone became friends with Duan Yuanxi, the Duan family would promptly send someone to conduct a background check, ensuring Duan Yuanxi's safety. By the time Zhao Yihuan went KTVing with Duan Yuanxi for the first time, the Zhao family and Zhihong Pharmaceuticals files were already lying on Duan Chizhou's desk. If you don't want Zhihong Pharmaceuticals to run into any problems, stop playing your little tricks with me, Duan Chizhou's patience had worn thin. Hand over the bracelet. Zhao Yihuan, no matter how arrogant she usually acted leaning on her friendship with Duan Yuanxi, now quaked before this man who could make even Duan Yuanxi shrink like a turtle into its shell. She had already felt weak-kneed just for daring to joke around earlier. There was no way she'd gamble her father's business. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Zhao Yihuan wisely produced the Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet. A murmur rippled through the crowd as everyone realized that Duan Yuanxi and her friend had conspired to frame Wan Muqing. Duan Yuanxi, do you have anything to say for yourself? Duan Chizhou turned toward his sister, eyes piercing. I was just joking with Wan Muqing. Sensing the changing winds, Duan Yuanxi quickly changed her tune. I was teasing her, I never intended to make her pay for the bracelet. Who would willingly play such a joke? A few girls from Wan Muqing's dormitory stepped forward, arms linked in solidarity. We can attest that Duan Yuanxi has been viciously bullying Wan Muqing recently. Not only did she splash water on her bed, tear up her books, but she also tried to throw away the heart medicine Wan Muqing is taking. It was only because we stopped her that she didn't succeed. On hearing these words, Wan Xinya's temples throbbed in anger. Now it made sense why her younger sister Wan Muqing had come to stay at her place for 2 days looking unhappy. So this is what had been going on at school with her being bullied by Duan Yuanxi. And this foolish girl had actually wanted to keep it hidden. Duan Chizhou felt just as furious as Wan Xinya. Who will go fetch the principal? He asked firmly. School bullying cannot be tolerated, so whatever punishment the school deems appropriate must proceed. I will. An enthusiastic male student immediately sprinted off toward the principal's office. Brother. Duan Yuanxi couldn't believe her ears. School bullying really meant disciplinary action would follow. But more confusingly, why was Duan Chizhou opposing her every step of the way? He not helping her would have been one thing, but standing on Wan Muqing's side was unfathomable. After all, she was his own flesh and blood sister. It wasn't until Duan Yuanxi caught sight of Wan Xinya amidst the crowd that enlightenment struck her. It was her again, this woman who had obviously cast some spell over her brother. Wan Xinya, did you bring my brother here, huh? Duan Yuanxi shoved her way through the throng toward Wan Xinya. You cunning vixens always work together. Stealing dad wasn't enough. Now you want to take my brother too? I'll strangle you to death. Before Duan Yuanxi's Black Martin boot could reach Wan Xinya, her foot connected sharply with Duan Chizhou's knee instead. The kick was forceful, making Duan Chizhou wince in pain and tighten his brows. Seeing Duan Chizhou get hurt protecting her, Wan Xinya instinctively wanted to crouch down and check if he was okay. But recalling the audience, the many watching eyes and her own sister Wan Muqing nearby, she held herself back. Realizing she'd kicked the wrong person, Duan Yuanxi was left trembling with fear. Brother, are you all right? She didn't finish her sentence when Duan Chizhou swiftly captured her wrist. You're coming with me. With that, Duan Chizhou yanked Duan Yuanxi to the car parked outside the library and forcibly pushed her inside. Brother, what are you doing? Duan Yuanxi sprawled across the rear seat, gripping the backrest stubbornly. Why do you always defend those two surnamed Wan lowlifes? Who is your real sister? Do you hear yourself? Using terms like fox spirit or little slut, have you any manners at all? Do you have no family upbringing? I lack upbringing because mother passed away. Father was tricked away by some fox spirit, now even my brother sides with others. What is upbringing, when nobody at home teaches me anymore? Duan Yuanxi screamed, her eyes red with fury. Duan Chizhou sighed deeply, feeling somewhat moved despite himself. 1111, stop acting this way. Your behavior would break mother's heart if she were still with us. At the mention of their mother, Duan Yuanxi's tears finally overflowed completely. Since Mother Feng Sulian's passing, Duan Yuanxi had never allowed herself to cry so freely, not even during the funeral, where she had held back her tears while maintaining her dignity as the miss of the Duan family. Now, she simply couldn't help herself. I miss Mom, brother, I really miss Mom. Her sobbing turned frantic, a flood of tears and sniffles alike. Sitting in the front seat, Duan Chizhou silently handed her a tissue box. Once her stormy crying subsided, he turned back to look at her. I know you miss Mom, but this isn't an excuse to hurt others. After you've cried it out, go apologize properly. Whatever punishment the school decides to impose, you must accept it. What if they expel me from school? If that's the decision, then you deserve it. Can't you please beg the principal for me? All the laboratories at our school were donated by you. If you ask, the principal will definitely comply with anything you say. I donated those labs to benefit the school, not to create privileges for you, said Duan Chizhou resolutely. If you were to succeed today at framing someone else, it would be them getting expelled. In the end, you're just siding with Wan Muqing, brother. What's wrong with you? Back when Aunt Menghan married into the Duan family, you were the most opposed to it. When I disrupted Dad's wedding with that fox spirit, you even gave me tacit approval. How come now you treat her two daughters better than your own sister? Duan Yuanxi recalled that the no-marriage license agreement she had forced Aunt Menghan to sign at the wedding was actually given to her by her brother Duan Chizhou. She had originally thought that her brothers preventing their father from getting a marriage certificate with that woman meant keeping her out of their home and signaled his hatred toward the fox spirit too, but now it seemed like things weren't what they seemed. One thing is one thing. I'm dealing with facts. Brother. I don't want to hear your excuses anymore. I hope you truly admit your fault. How could Do and Yuanxi sincerely admit her mistake? On the contrary, the more her brother protected the sisters of fox spirits, the more she hated them. However, Do and Yuanxi knew her brother's temper well. She didn't dare to directly confront him, so she decided to temporarily play along. Brother, don't be mad. I was wrong. I know I shouldn't have done it. I'll apologize properly. Even if the school expels me, I'll accept it. Do you really realize your fault? Really? Since Do and Yuanxi was still Do and Chijo's younger sister, upon seeing her sincere repentance, he didn't say any more. In the end, the incident concluded with Do and Yuanxi receiving a written reprimand and public censure. Facing the principal and all the students, Do and Yuanxi even voluntarily bowed and apologized to Ruan Muqing. Ruan Muqing was satisfied with this resolution. On the way back to the dormitory, she hummed little tunes along the road. Ruan Xinya couldn't help saying, actually, in the case of bullying happening at school, you could report it to the police. This outcome is still too lenient on her. Forget it, sister. When I was framed for stealing the bracelet today, I thought there was nothing I could do to clear my name. But being able to successfully wash away this misunderstanding in front of teachers and classmates has already made me very happy. Perhaps having experienced the torment of illness made Ruan Muqing more optimistic than ordinary people. Ruan Xinya tenderly patted her sister's head. Why didn't you tell me about Do and Yuanxi bullying you last time you visited me? From now on, let me know immediately if anything happens, okay? Don't bear everything by yourself. Last time, I went to see you intending to complain, but what? When visiting her sister, Ruan Muqing saw Do and Chijo there. Suddenly, she remembered that her sister worked at Do and Corporation while Do and Yuanxi was the elder miss of Do and Corporation, Do and Chijo's own younger sister. She didn't want to put her sister in a difficult situation. However, what she hadn't expected was that Do and Chijo would reprimand his own sister for her. Sister, Mr. Duan seems quite nice. We owe this resolution to him. If not for him, even the principal wouldn't have been able to exonerate me. Please thank him on my behalf. All right. By the way, how did Mr. Duan happen to be with you? Isn't today Saturday? Why were you together? Asked Ruan Muqing. This caused Ruan Xinya's eyes to dart around nervously. We happen to be working overtime at the company. Why does Do and Corporation have so much overtime? As Ruan Muqing pinched Ruan Xinya's shoulders gently, sister, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. I know, but this should be something I'd say to you instead. If your pocket money isn't enough, tell me. Don't always think about part-time jobs. Can you lift all those books at the library? There are too many of them. I'll move one book at a time. It can serve as exercise. Don't worry. Having survived through such tribulations, I value my health more than anyone else. I know my limits. That's good. The two sisters laughed and chatted their way to the female dormitory building downstairs. They didn't notice behind the cafeteria where Du and Yuanxi and Zhao Yihuan were glaring fiercely at them. These bitches have embarrassed me today so badly. I will never let them go, said Du and Yuanxi, gritting her teeth. From her childhood till now, wherever she went, she had been treated respectfully. This time, however, because of Ruan Muqing, she received a public reprimand across the entire school, turning her into a laughingstock. She vowed to take revenge. But your brother said he will absolutely not allow you to retaliate against anyone involved in this matter, Zhao Yihuan reminded her. The mention of her brother Du and Chijo only increased Du and Yuanxi's anger. She felt that her brother had become strange recently. He must be hiding something from her. Yihuan, didn't you say that you have a friend who's a private detective? Ask your friend to follow my brother closely lately. To follow your brother? That's asking for my friend's life. He definitely won't take this job. I'll give him this Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet worth over 200,000 yuan, plus a 500,000 yuan watch. As long as he can uncover some shady dealings of my brother, I'll also reward him with an extra 5,000 in cash. With such a handsome offer, I'm sure your friend cannot refuse. But, what kind of secrets could your brother possibly have? I don't know, but I have a hunch that there's something off between him and the two Ruan sisters. Tell your friend to focus on investigating this. Alright. Chapter 42, Pregnancy. After sending her younger sister Ruan Muqing back to the dormitory, Ruan Xinya also delivered a lot of snacks there. This time, it was thanks to the righteousness and defense from Ruan Muqing's roommate that Duan Yuanxi's wrongdoings were quickly uncovered. After settling her younger sister down, Ruan Xinya left the girls' dormitory building. Du and Chijo's car was parked at the east gate of the school. When Ruan Xinya got in the car, Du and Chijo was on the phone. Have Shun Li come over as soon as possible. Conduct psychological counseling for her every week. Shun Li is the psychological doctor of the Duan family. The bullying incident at the school made Du and Chijo realize more profoundly that after the passing of his mother and his father's remarriage, his younger sister Duan Yuan had developed serious psychological issues which needed timely intervention. Ruan Xinya sat quietly in the passenger seat and didn't ask much after Du and Chijo finished his call. No matter what, Duan Yuanxi is Du and Chijo's biological sister. No matter how harsh he may seem, deep down, he would definitely side with his own sister. I'll send you back, Du and Chijo said to Ruan Xinya after hanging up the phone. Okay. Du and Chijo drove Ruan Xinya back to the neighborhood where she used to live. Neither of them spoke throughout the journey. Just before getting out of the car, Ruan Xinya turned around and said to Du and Chijo, Xiaoqing asked me to thank you on her behalf. Things would not have turned out well without your presence today. As soon as she finished saying this and was about to get out of the car, Duan Chijo grabbed her arm tightly. What's wrong? Ruan Shinya looked at Duan Chijo. Suddenly, Duan Chijo leaned in and kissed her lips gently. This kiss was just like the fleeting touch of a dragonfly, devoid of any lust. However, Ruan Shinya felt confused instead. Over the past 2 years, she had gotten used to Duan Chijo kissing her only when he wanted her. Moments like these, where he kissed her purely for the sake of kissing, had never happened before. I don't want anyone to affect our relationship. Duan Chijo's thumb caressed her lips. It's just you and me, and nobody else. Ruan Shinya remained silent. She wasn't sure what Duan Chijo meant by this, but she thought that he might be too idealistic. They were already entangled in such a complicated relationship, so how could they possibly avoid being influenced by others? After all, those are their relatives. A week later, another new colleague joined the secretary department of Duan Corporation. However, this time, it was not a new president secretary but rather an assistant to the president secretary, essentially, an assistant to Ruan Shinya. After Wang Jingjing quit her post due to her misbehavior, Duan Chijo decided to end the double secretary model that the secretary department had been using for a long time. In the future, there would only be one president secretary, Ruan Shinya. Work that Ruan Shinya could not handle alone would be distributed to her assistant. The newly arrived secretary assistant was named Chen Yang. She was 25 years old and had 1 year of working experience at a foreign company. Although she was young, she dealt with things maturely and efficiently, fitting well with Ruan Shinya. Their cooperation was also quite harmonious. On the 3rd day of Chen Yang's employment, Chu Hang proposed a dinner gathering to welcome the new member. As Chen Yang's immediate superior, Ruan Shinya attended the dinner. Not only that, she even specially prepared an entry gift for Chen Yang. Chen Yang was extremely delighted when she received the gift. Thank you, Sister Shinya. You're really thoughtful. Don't mention it. I hope we can cooperate smoothly in the future. Yes, I will certainly work well with Sister Shinya. At the dinner table, everyone was laughing and chatting merrily. Chen Yang, who initially appeared somewhat awkward, gradually integrated with the group. Dishes were served one after another. Someone ordered a dish called double stink pot. As the waiter passed by Ruan Shinya to place the dish, the pungent smell made her nauseous. Ooh! Chen Yang turned her face toward her. Sister Shinya, are you okay? I'm fine. I just can't stand this smell. This smell is indeed pretty strong. Normal people don't usually like it, Chen Yang said. Ruan Shinya stood up. You guys eat first. I need some fresh air outside. All right. Ruan Shinya stepped out of the private room. Coincidentally, a neighbor dining room was serving food as well. It was a plate of scallion oil perfumed sea base, freshly sprinkled with hot oil activated scallions. Facing the aroma again, Ruan Shinya experienced another bout of dry heaving. The server glanced at her, and within that meaningful look, Ruan Shinya suddenly felt a wave of alertness wash over her. Her period this month still hadn't come. It had been almost a month and a half since her last period insomnia, yet her cycle has always been very regular. Why was it delayed by over 10 days this time? Could she be pregnant? Lately, she and Duan Chijo did have frequent intimacy, but Duan Chijo always wore protection. Theoretically, the chance of pregnancy should be low. Wait a moment, she suddenly remembered something, their first time after the reconciliation in the bathroom. There were no condoms in the bathroom at that time, and since she was still within the safe period right after her period ended, Duan Chijo went ahead without protection, and she didn't stop him. It couldn't be so unlucky, could it? Could she really have conceived on the first try? Ruan Shinya started to panic. When it came to contraception, Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo had always been cautious. In the past 2 years, they had never miscalculated once, so she had never considered what to do if she became pregnant. Ruan Shinya was at a loss when her phone suddenly vibrated with a message from Duan Chijo. When will the dinner end? I'll have the driver pick you up. Duan Chijo had arranged a driver for the villa at Hurley Center, exclusively for Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya knew that he wanted to take her there to do that thing, but she had no mood today. Just thinking about the possibility of having his child made her feel numb and weak. I don't feel well today. I want to go home and rest after the dinner. Ruan Shinya replied. What's wrong? My stomach feels a little unwell, but it'll be fine after a nap. Duan Chijo didn't reply, perhaps feeling she had ruined his plans. After the dinner ended, Ruan Shinya took the subway home. Passing by a pharmacy in the building's lobby, she went in and bought 2 pregnancy tests, anxiously slipping them into her bag. The first thing she did when she got home was to open the test kit, but just as she opened the packaging and before she could conduct the test, the doorbell rang. Ruan Shinya was startled and immediately hid the pregnancy test under the drawer below the wash basin, covering it with a tissue. Only after ensuring everything was hidden did she go to open the door. It was Duan Chijo. Are you feeling better? Duan Chijo held a large bag of stomach medicine, handing it over to Ruan Shinya. This is prepared by the family doctor. Look it over and take the right medication. Ruan Shinya accepted the bag and found every medicine box labeled with sticky notes indicating which symptoms corresponded to each drug. Thank you, but I'm feeling much better now. I probably don't need the medication. Not only did she not have a stomach condition, but even if she did, she dared not randomly take drugs right now. That's good. Alright, it's late. You should go back and rest. Although she was moved by Duan Chijo coming such a long way to deliver the medicine, Ruan Shinya was troubled and didn't want to see him. Driving me away. Duan Chijo walked over and embraced her, affectionately rubbing against her neck. Can't I stay a little longer? As she hesitated, Duan Chijo already kissed her. He lingered over her lips, gently probing and tenderly caressing her tongue. Ruan Xinya quickly turned her head and pushed him off. I'm a little tired and don't have any energy. I won't do anything then, I'll just stay here with you. If you're not doing anything, why don't you go home and sleep? I want to hold you and sleep. Ruan Xinya felt slightly touched and ultimately let him stay. Duan Chijo had previously had someone deliver a set of clothes and pajamas over, which came in handy this time. You sleep first. I'll join you after I shower, Duan Chijo said. Ruan Xinya nodded. She had experienced loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, and some fatigue today. These combined symptoms really resembled pregnancy reactions. Damn, she suddenly remembered the pregnancy test was still in the bathroom. Would Duan Chijo open that drawer? Ruan Xinya hurriedly jumped off the bed and rushed to the bathroom, but it was too late. Duan Chijo, while looking for tooth tools, had opened the drawer and already seen the pregnancy test whose packaging was already torn open. What's this? His expression darkened as he looked at her. Ruan Xinya tried to grab it back, but he tightly held onto her wrist. Her urgent reaction appeared insincere to Duan Chijo. So you weren't unwell because of your stomach? Were you pregnant instead? He asked. I haven't tested yet, I may or may not be. Why didn't you tell me the truth? I haven't tested. How can I tell you something that doesn't exist? If the test result comes out, would you tell me? Ruan Xinya paused. Would she tell him? She didn't know, she'd never thought about it. You hesitated. Duan Chijo's face darkened further. Even if you carry my child, you didn't plan on telling me. And what if I told you? Would you keep the child? Now it was Duan Chijo's turn to pause. He furrowed his brow, seemingly seriously contemplating the question. It's not the right time to have a child, but if you want to. I don't want to. Ruan Xinya quickly interrupted him. Ruan Xinya, what do you mean? Duan Chijo, wearing a black shirt, had a shadowed look in his eyes, appearing ominous. What's the point of arguing now when I'm not even sure if I'm pregnant? My period is just delayed by a few days. I've vomited slightly today, that's all. Then test now. The result wouldn't be accurate now. It'd be more precise in the morning. Duan Chijo took her hand. Let's go to the hospital directly. There were still 6 or 7 hours until morning, and he didn't want to wait so long for repeated speculation about a conclusion, especially since even morning urine wasn't 100% more accurate. What's got you so anxious? Ruan Xinya shook off his hand, unwilling to go to the hospital. If we knew the result earlier, we could make arrangements sooner. What kind of arrangement? The arrangement for an abortion? Tears brimmed in her eyes without her realizing it. Ruan Xinya had no intention of having a child in the first place, yet hearing Duan Chijo himself say that this wasn't the right time for a child and knowing the results early would allow them to arrange something soon, left a bitter taste and profound disappointment in her heart. But she understood that what he said was correct. If they really had a child, Ta would be born nameless and without status. Even worse, Ta would share their same situation, hidden from sight, and would never be able to meet her grandma or grandfather. Alright, let's go to the hospital. She heard her own cold voice. Duan Chijo took Ruan Xinya to the Legend Hospital under the Duan family. This was his turf. Just one call meant no need for registration or waiting lines. After drawing a single tube of blood, the results were immediately known. The result was that Ruan Xinya was not pregnant. The symptoms resembling pregnancy reactions are actually due to a pseudo-pregnancy, primarily caused by psychological factors and endocrine issues. The doctor on night duty did not recognize Duan Chijo. She glanced at him and said to him, pregnancy is not something that can be rushed. Take your wife home, focus on adjusting her body condition, give her more care, and help her not to exert too much psychological pressure. Babies come naturally when they're ready. She probably assumed they were a young couple eager for children and that the intense psychological pressure came because they couldn't conceive, leading to the false pregnancy symptoms. But it wasn't that way. Ruan Xinya's recent stress mainly stemmed from work, and also from secretly reconnecting with Duan Chijo behind her mother's back. This matter filled her with a sense of guilt far greater than she imagined. Duan Chijo didn't explain further, he just thanked the doctor and left the hospital with Ruan Xinya. Xin should have felt relieved after this scare, but neither of them seemed particularly happy. As they reached the hospital entrance, Ruan Xinya said to Duan Chijo, I'm not pregnant, so you can rest easy now. I want some quiet time, I'll take a taxi home myself. What do you mean you can rest easy if I'm not pregnant? Even if you were pregnant, wouldn't I take responsibility? I know you would take responsibility, Ruan Xinya said faintly. Only this responsibility wasn't the traditional sort where he would give her and her child a proper status. It would involve aborting the child, compensating her handsomely, and assigning her a private doctor to adjust her physically and mentally. In short, in any area that money could compensate for, he would leave nothing undone. But those things were not what she wanted. What she truly desired, he couldn't give, nor could he provide. Ruan Xinya, Duan Chijo turned her around and made her look directly into his eyes. If such a thing happens again, don't keep it from me. There won't be another such event. Ruan Xinya looked at him. Even if you forget the condom next time, I'll take medication. We have our 2-year agreement. Within these 2 years, we shouldn't create any life-threatening situations. After we part ways, it'll be clean and clear. Parting, all you ever think about is parting. Duan Chijo bent down and kissed her lips fiercely. Ruan Xinya winced in pain and pushed him away hard. What are you doing? You're forbidden from mentioning separation again. Ruan Xinya was exhausted, unable to keep resisting. She pushed Du and Chijo's hand aside. I'll take a taxi home. I'll see you home. It's unnecessary. Get in the car. He had already opened the door for her. Du and Chijo insisted on seeing her home, and Won Shinya didn't argue anymore. She got into Du and Chijo's car, and the two left the hospital with their own thoughts. Neither noticed that across the road, a black sedan had been parked there. The person inside had been staring at them intently. Inside the car were Du and Yuanxi, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Yuan's private detective friend. See? I told you, your brother has something going on with this woman. A few days ago, I even followed them spending the night together outside. Shut up. Du and Yuanxi was on the verge of breaking down. In her dreams, she never thought her brother would have an affair with Won Shinya. Her brother was like a god to her. Any socialite heiress or noble princess would be a suitable match for him. How could that little tramp dare to taint her brother? For Du and Yuanxi, today's scene hit harder than if their father had decided to marry a sly woman into the family. My brother's business with this woman must not be spoken of by anyone, not a word, or else, I will certainly kill that person. Do you understand? Understood. Du and Yuanxi clenched her fists in rage. She had to break up Du and Chijo and Won Shinya and bring her brother back to the right path. And there was only one person who could help her with this matter. Chapter 43, Accompany Me in Exercise. Yuanxi Duan returned to the Duan family on the morning of the next day. The moment she walked through the door, she saw Menghan Wang pushing Qiuming Duan's wheelchair for a stroll in the courtyard. Their laughter made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially, after learning that her brother and Xinhua Wan were together, she grew increasingly disgusted with this woman Menghan Wang. 11:11? Why have you come back? Qiuming Duan waved at his daughter as he spotted her. Yuanxi Duan ignored her father and rushed to the eastern courtyard to find her grandfather Yulong Duan. Yulong Duan was practicing Ba Duan Jin in the yard, with the housekeeper of the eastern courtyard standing by holding a towel for the old man. Grandpa. Yuanxi Duan called out. Yulong Duan cast a glance at Yuanxi Duan out of the corner of his eye and continued his movements without stopping. Daring not to rush further, Yuanxi sat at the edge of the round table nearby to wait. After finishing his Ba Duan Jin practice, Yulong wiped his sweat and looked at Yuanxi Duan. Isn't today Wednesday? Don't you have classes? I don't have classes today, Grandpa. With such haste, what is the matter? Yulong Duan sat at the round table, and Yuanxi Duan quickly poured tea for her grandpa. Grandpa, have you ever considered arranging a marriage for my brother? Yulong Duan gave Yuanxi Duan a sidelong look. Why bring up this topic all of a sudden? Has something happened? Or have you heard some rumors outside? A bit of news has reached my ears. I heard that recently a new secretary joined the company, who, to seduce my brother, bribed hotel staff during an outing to sneak into his bed. Yuanxi Duan refrained from openly mentioning the scandal involving Qiju Duan and Xinhua Wan because she would never allow a woman like Xinhua Wan to stain her brother's reputation. The elder frowned. There are such matters? Yes, fortunately, my brother resisted the temptation and immediately called the police. Qiju aims for big achievements. He has always been level-headed. This kind of low-level temptation means nothing to him. But, Grandpa, my brother is still a virile young man. He resisted this time, but what about the next time, or the one after that? Didn't it also spread a rumor about my brother being involved with an unknown actress before? Yuanxi Duan deliberately showed the screenshots of the scandal involving Qiju Duan and Yiling Cheng to her grandfather. Grandpa glanced once and shook his head. Which of those minor actresses deserves any real mention? Your brother knows his limits. At most, it's just casual play. Playing might lead to disaster. Isn't there an example where Mr. Jiao insisted on marrying a small starlet, nearly tearing apart his family? Yuanxi Duan referred to the case of the eldest son of the Jiao family who fell deeply in love with a minor actress, so much so that he insisted on officially marrying her and even intended to give her family a share of the company stock. His father, the patriarch of the Jiao family, was so enraged that he kicked him out. This event was both a laughing matter and a warning among their circles. Although Grandpa had absolute faith in Qiju Duan's self-control, anything could happen. His son Qiuming Duan was already incapacitated and rendered useless. They absolutely could not let anything go wrong with his grandson Qiju Duan. Grandpa, I think finding a well-matched sister-in-law for my brother is crucial. You make a valid point. The Duan company is now stable, and your brother has reached marriageable age. It is high time we arranged a good wedding for him. In the next few days, your grandmother and I will gather information on the daughters of rich families from Rome City and choose carefully for him. After the false pregnancy incident, Xinhua Wan distinctly felt that the tension between her and Qiju Duan had lessened significantly. He hadn't mentioned going to the villa in Heli Center for several days, and since he didn't bring it up, Xinhua Wan naturally wouldn't either. It was already Friday, and normally on Friday evenings, Qiju Duan would send a driver to pick her up and take her to the villa. Apart from indulging in intimate affairs, they could spend the weekend together. However, today, Qiju Duan left the company an hour early before quitting time, seemingly busy with something else. Clearly, it seemed that he would not let her go to the villa again. Xinhua Wan felt a slight disappointment but more so a sense of relief, allowing her to visit the supermarket after work. After packing up her things, Xinhua Wan was about to leave the office when her phone rang suddenly. It was Shi Yushan calling. The moment Xinhua Wan answered, she heard Shi Yushan's distraught voice. "Ya, I think I saw Jinghuai Luo." Jinghuai Luo had passed away almost 4 years ago. How could Shi Yushan possibly see him? She must be delusional due to excessive yearning. Jinghuai Luo is gone. Don't do this to yourself. No, I really saw him. That person looks exactly like him. I saw him walk into the Victoria Club. I wanted to go inside and look for him, but I was too scared. Can you come with me? Ruan Xinye wanted to persuade Shen Shishi to go home, but she knew that Shen Shishi wouldn't rest until she went in to search personally. Alright, wait for me. I'll be right there. After grabbing her bag, Ruan Xinye went downstairs to hail a taxi. About half an hour later, she arrived at the Victoria Club. The Victoria Club is the most famous gathering place for the wealthy in Rome City. Located at the former British consulate at number 1-1, Yongfu Road, it's a typical retro Western-style building. As soon as Ruan Xinye got out of the car, she saw Shen 1111 crouching by the entrance. Beneath the dazzling lights, she looked small and helpless, which made Xinye's heart ache. 1111. Why are you crouching here? Get up quick. I'm keeping watch at the door so that if he comes out, I'll be able to see him and won't miss him. 1111. Come back to reality, Luo Jinghuai is already gone. Ruan Xinye calculated that Luo Jinghuai's death anniversary was approaching. During this time every year, Shen 1111's longing for Jinghuai reached its peak. No, I didn't see wrong, YA. That person not only looks exactly like Luo Jinghuai, but even his gestures and mannerisms are similar. I have to go inside to find him. Will you accompany me? Alright, I'll accompany you. Ruan Xinye accompanied Shen 1111 into the club hall. She had expected luxury inside, but not this extreme level of opulence. What shocked her more was that this club operated on a membership system where new members not only needed substantial income, but also very high social standing. Ordinary people could only stop at the hall. Sorry, ladies, you cannot enter. The front desk attendant maintained a standard smile and gestured a please go back sign to them. Then could you help us check if there is a member here named Luo Jinghuai? Please, Shen 1111 begged with red eyes. Of course, it was impossible for her request to be fulfilled. The guests here were all rich and noble, personal information could not be casually leaked. Naturally, the front desk attendant rejected Shen 1111. Sorry, we do not provide such a lookup service. Shen 1111 wanted to continue arguing, but the front desk attendant had lost her patience. Please leave, if you intend to cause trouble, I will call security. Ruan Xinye quickly pulled Shen 1111 outside. 1111, listen to me, let's go home and talk, okay? How could Shen 1111 comply? She stayed by the door. No, I must stay here to keep watch. I saw him walk in, he will surely come out again. Go back yourself. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. Ruan Xinye squatted next to Shen 1111, since you're going to wait, I'll wait with you. It was cool at night, and both of them were dressed thinly. Shen 1111 didn't want Ruan Xinye to suffer along with her, but she really did see Luo Jinghuai. He was wearing a suit of medium grey, tall and outstanding, elegant and radiant, just like him in her dreams. YA. Wait then. I know you won't rest until you've waited enough. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, we don't need to work. Shen 1111 wanted to say something else when suddenly the automatic door of the club opened, and an outstanding couple stepped out from the hall. The man was wearing white clothes and black pants with a wristwatch that was worth a fortune. It was Duan Chizhou. The woman beside Duan Chizhou was wearing a white blouse and a high-quality Chinese-style pleated skirt. Her long hair reached her waist, her chin slightly lifted, exuding an air of superiority as though she had stepped right out of a TV drama, clearly belonging to a noble family. On her, draped over her shoulders, was obviously Duan Chizhou's jacket. So today he didn't make plans with her because he had someone else. Men were fickle, she remembered that when she tried to break up, he kept clinging onto her everywhere, but now that she gave in to him, he probably felt bored with her already. Duan Chizhou pulled open the Rolls-Royce car door for the woman, who smiled, and then sat inside. The Rolls-Royce drove off swiftly. Throughout, Duan Chizhou didn't see her. Ruan Xinye felt icy cold, her body and her heart alike. Shen 1111 waited all night, yet she never saw Luo Jinghuai. The cold wind of the night finally woke her up. Leaving the Victoria Club, Shen 1111 hugged Ruan Xinye and cried her heart out. She was always strong, rarely showing her vulnerability before Xinye, but today's sudden breakdown nearly shattered Xinye's heart. It turned out to be just another dream, just another dream. Shen 1111 cried. Luo Jinghuai had intruded her dreams countless times. This time, she thought she could truly reunite with him, but when the Victoria lights dimmed and the dawn lighted up the sky, she realized that everything was merely another big dream of hers. Ruan Xinye embraced her tightly while patting her back gently. 1111, don't cry. In a few days, I'll go with you to visit his grave. After sending Shen 1111 home, Ruan Xinye returned to her rented apartment. Having been awake all night, her eyes were sore, and her entire body was exhausted. Even so, her mind remained unusually clear lying on the sofa. The image of Duan Chizhou and the woman walking shoulder to shoulder out of the club continuously replayed in her mind, pricking pain through her chest, yet deep down, a voice reminded her, this is good. As long as Duan Chizhou had another woman, their agreement could be automatically terminated, and then she would be free. She wouldn't need to worry about the tangled relationship between them any longer. Of course, if that were really the case, she would lose him forever. Ruan Xinye fell into a restless sleep amid this inner turmoil. She didn't know how long she slept until a persistent doorbell woke her up. The twilight had gathered, it was already dark outside the window. She had unknowingly slept all day. Ruan Xinye turned on the lamp by the wall. The doorbell was still ringing. She looked through the peephole and saw Duan Chizhou. She opened the door. Why didn't you answer my calls? Duan Chizhou frowned slightly. Do you feel unwell anywhere? No, I was sleeping. Sleeping all day? Duan Chizhou had been calling her since the morning, but she hadn't picked up. He thought something might have happened to her, only to find out that she had just been sleeping at home. Didn't sleep last night? No. Where did you go? Shouldn't I report that to Manager Duan? Ruan Xinye pursed her lips. After all, we are just in an agreement-based relationship. I never ask Manager Duan where he goes or who he meets. Duan Chizhou suddenly smiled. So, do you want me to report to you where I went and whom I met? Upon seeing his smile, Ruan Xinye felt even more jealous. No, I am merely a secretary and dare not overstep. Did you eat gunpowder? He pulled her to face him. Just tell me, what did I do to offend you? Tell him directly. Ask him who the woman was who went to Victoria Club with him last night. Ask why his coat was on that woman. Ask where they went after leaving the club together. Did she have the right? Ruan Xinye swallowed her words back as they reached her lips. She had no right to meddle in his affairs. Moreover, she feared that if she spoke, he would see through her feelings. She didn't want him to know that she had already developed feelings for him. In love, the one who first falls for the other always ends up losing. I was just woken up, still a bit grumpy. Ruan Xinye pushed his hand aside. Let me take a shower and change clothes. When she returned in the morning, she just lay down to sleep, still wearing yesterday's clothes. Duan Chizhou released her. Ruan Xinye went into the bathroom. Soon afterward, the sound of running water echoed from inside. Duan Chizhou stared at the frosted bathroom door, feeling increasingly distracted. He took off his jacket and walked to the door. Just as he reached out to turn the knob, he found she had locked it from the inside. Was she guarding against him? Duan Chizhou became more certain that she was sulking about something, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately locked the door. He patiently waited for her to finish her shower and open the door. While she was blow-drying her hair, he walked up behind her and embraced her. Are you hungry? Duan Chizhou naturally took the blow-dryer from Ruan Xinye's hands. His slender fingers brushed through her hair gently as he dried it for her. A little. I hired an aunt at the villa. Her Huayang cuisine is exceptionally good. Do you want me to take you there to try it? No need. I don't want to eat too much tonight. Ruan Xinye declined outright. Then what do you want to eat? There's yogurt in the fridge. I'll cut some fruit later and mix it with oats. He turned off the blow-dryer and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, eat so little? How will you have enough energy to exercise with me afterward? This exercise naturally referred to bed exercise. Thinking of how Duan Chizhou had been with another woman last night and now came to look for her today made Ruan Xinye somewhat uneasy inside. She pushed Duan Chizhou away. I don't want to. What's wrong? Duan Chizhou pressed closer to her, his hand slipping inside her blouse, gently massaging and teasing her in familiar ways. Duan Chizhou knew exactly where Ruan Xinye's sensitive spots were. In no time, she caught fire under his touch, her lips helplessly releasing seductive sighs. Duan Chizhou's large hand started moving downward from her waist. No. You say one thing but mean another. Duan Chizhou grabbed her skirt and was about to exert force when his phone rang. The name on the screen read, Tiffany. Chapter 44, Breaking Up the Couple. Duan Chizhou glanced at the name on the screen and let Ruan Xinye be. He walked over to the side and answered the call. The woman on the other end of the phone said something unknown, and all he replied was, I'll be there right away. Duan Chizhou hung up the phone and said to Ruan Xinye, I have something to deal with, I'm leaving first. Ruan Xinye nodded and watched him leave without looking back as he picked up his coat. Her body was in a void of aroused passion that hadn't been satisfied, and her heart also felt a bit empty. Was this woman called Tiffany the one he met yesterday at the Victoria Club? At the bar counter, Duan Yuanxi and Tang Huamin were sitting side by side. Tang Huamin is the second daughter of Tang Group, 3 years older than Duan Yuanxi. She had just graduated and was currently serving as the director of the design department at Tang Corporation. Both young misses were wearing tight skirts, each beautiful in their own way. Men in the bar kept whistling at them, but neither paid them any attention or even a glance. Huamin's sister, how did last night's blind date with my brother go? Asked Duan Yuanxi. Tang Huamin recalled the scene from last night when she met Duan Chizhou. Clearly, Duan Chizhou had no idea it was a blind date setup. The moment he entered the private room and saw her, his face fell immediately, but due to manners and the long-standing relationship between the Duan and Tang families, he still sat down and ate dinner with her. It seems like your brother isn't particularly interested in me, said Tang Huamin. Let's not worry about whether he's interested or not. What matters most is whether you're interested. What kind of woman wouldn't be interested in a man like your brother? Besides, as you know, I sent him love letters during my school days. A girlish blush appeared around Tang Huamin's eyes and brows. So, you do like my brother, correct? Duan Yuanxi slapped her hand, then it settled. I will definitely find ways to help bring the two of you together. Really? Tang Huamin felt as if she had won the lottery. In the eyes of others, Tang Huamin was the esteemed miss of Tang Corporation and likely lacked for nothing. However, in reality, Tang Huamin's situation within the Tang family wasn't ideal. She had an elder sister and a younger brother, leaving her sandwiched in the middle with little attention from her parents. Her position was extremely awkward. Moreover, Tang Huamin's sister was extraordinarily talented, having graduated from an Ivy League university. The year before last, she married into one of the 4 prominent families in Yongcheng, the Ouyang family, which brought numerous business advantages to Tang Corporation. Their father often praised the elder sister endlessly at home and frequently pressured Tang Huamin, saying that she must marry someone equal to her sister to deserve being called a daughter of the Tang family. Tang Huamin originally thought marrying as well as her sister was an impossible feat, until news came that Grandpa Duan intended to arrange a marriage between her and Duan Chizhou. That was Duan Chizhou, the brightest star in Yongcheng. Even the Ouyang family, with all their wealth, would pale in comparison next to Duan Chizhou. If she could truly marry Duan Chizhou, then the entire Tang family would surely look upon her differently. But she, why are you helping me? Tang Huamin remembered that as a child, Duan Yuanxi was closer to her sister, not especially close to her. Because I want you to become my sister-in-law, said the sweet-talking Duan Yuanxi. Actually, Duan Yuanxi didn't think highly of Tang Huamin, the second miss of Tang family. But at least, she was a legitimate daughter of the Tang family, infinitely superior to the little vixen Wan Xinya. With such contrasts, she suddenly felt that Tang Huamin becoming her sister-in-law could be acceptable. Thank you, she. However, relationships require mutual feelings. If your brother doesn't like me, no matter what I do, it will be useless, said Tang Huamin pretending to be melancholy. If he doesn't like you, then pursue him more actively. There's only a thin veil between a woman pursuing a man. Be proactive and passionate, and I'm sure my brother will fall for you. Besides, I'll help you, said Duan Yuanxi. Just as she finished speaking, she spotted Duan Chizhou rushing towards them outside the door. She immediately gave Tang Huamin a wink. My brother's here, stay sharp, and say what we planned. Okay. As soon as Duan Chizhou walked into the bar, he saw Duan Yuanxi lying unconscious on the bar counter, completely drunk. Tang Huamin was beside her taking care of Duan Yuanxi. Seeing Duan Chizhou come in, she waved her hand at him. Chizhou brother, we meet again. What happened? Asked Duan Chizhou. I came here with friends today. When I walked in, I saw Yuanxi already drunk. I was worried she'd be alone, so I called you, explained Tang Huamin, leaning closer to Duan Chizhou and whispering softly. Earlier, Yuanxi was sobbing and shouting, saying that after Mom passed away, Dad doesn't love her anymore, nor does her brother. Duan Chizhou frowned slightly, then reached out and patted Duan Yuanxi's shoulder. Duan Yuanxi, wake up. Duan Yuanxi pretended to be deeply under the influence, raising her head. Upon seeing her brother, tears immediately streamed down her face. Why are you here? To take you home. I have no home, my home has been taken away by a fox spirit. Duan Yuanxi brushed her disheveled long hair, turned her head, and upon seeing Tang Huamin, suddenly went mad. It was this fox spirit who took it away, that fox spirit. She cried out as she stood up, grabbing the nearest wine bottle to throw at Tang Huamin. Duan Chizhou sidestepped and grabbed her wrist. Are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. I'll kill this fox spirit. Duan Yuanxi lunged at Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin dodged, slipped, and crashed straight into Duan Chizhou's arms. Duan Chizhou carried a faint scent of cedar wood, a high-end, ascetic smell mixed with male pheromones, just like the aroma from last night on his suit jacket. It was so intoxicating. Last night, halfway through dinner, she had deliberately complained about being cold, wanting to borrow Duan Chizhou's coat to set up an excuse for another meeting. But unexpectedly, Duan Chizhou told her outright that after wearing the coat, she could throw it away, he didn't want it back. She was worried about how to find an excuse to see him again, until luckily, Duan Yuanxi came along saying she wanted to help hook up Tang Huamin with her brother. This couldn't have come at a better time. I'll kill her, she stole my father, and now her 2 daughters are coming to take my brother. Pretending to mistake Tang Huamin for Wang Menghan, Duan Yuanxi tried to approach her once more. 1111, don't come closer. I am your sis Minmin, not any kind of fox spirit. Tang Huamin shivered in fear, retreating deeper into Duan Chizhou's arms. Duan Chizhou pushed Tang Huamin away, strode over to Duan Yuanxi, snatched the bottle from her hand, popped the cork, and emptied its contents onto her head. Ah! Duan Yuanxi screamed in shock, unable to continue pretending anymore. Are you sober now? Duan Chizhou looked at her coldly. Big brother. Come with me, we're going home. Duan Chizhou grabbed Duan Yuanxi and started dragging her off, leaving Tang Huamin standing dumbfounded there, hoping Duan Yuanxi wouldn't ruin their plan. Duan Chizhou sped all the way back to the Duan residence with Duan Yuanxi. On the back seat, Duan Yuanxi pretended to be asleep but was abruptly pulled out and thrown over Duan Chizhou's shoulder. The butler Kang arrived hearing the commotion, shocked at the scene before him. Master, what's wrong with Miss? She got drunk, ask Aunt Zhong to prepare a hangover remedy. Yes, master. Kang hurried off to the kitchen and returned shortly with 2 servants to carry Duan Yuanxi upstairs. Uncle Kang, Duan Chizhou stopped him. Tomorrow, lock her in the ancestral hall until she sobers up. Kang felt as though he had just fainted. The whole household would erupt in chaos yet again with this troublemaker under house arrest. Master, what has Miss done wrong this time? What do you think, a university student dressing herself that way to binge drink at a bar? Doesn't she deserve punishment? Uncle Kang had no reply, only nervously answering, yes, master. The servants carried Duan Yuanxi upstairs, where she continued screaming about chopping up the fox spirit while they were climbing. Duan Chizhou sat on the couch, massaging his temples. Master, sir said that when you return, visit the east courtyard. Duan Chizhou glanced at the time. It was already late. Is grandfather still awake? Not yet. I just passed by the east courtyard. There's still light in the room. He should be waiting for you. Duan Chizhou stood up and headed toward the east courtyard. After taking a bath, Grandfather Duan Yulong was sitting in front of a chessboard focused on studying a game of chess. He hadn't noticed Duan Chizhou walking in. Grandfather. Upon hearing his voice, Duan Yulong raised his head. You've come back, come over and play some chess with me. Lately, Grandfather Duan Yulong had become obsessed with Western chess, each time Duan Chizhou returned, pulling him into a match. Yes, Grandfather. Duan Chizhou walked to the opposite side of the old man and sat down. The chessboard was square, consisting of 8 rows and columns, a total of 64 squares, with pieces divided into black and white. Duan Chizhou and his grandfather each controlled one color. Have you met Tang's second daughter? During their game, Grandfather casually asked. I've met her. How does she feel? If everything is fine, then finalize the engagement early. Grandpa, I'm not considering marriage at this moment. You're 30 years old already. When I was your age, your eldest aunt could already buy soy sauce. You aren't thinking about marriage now, so when will you? The current key period for establishing Duan Corporation is critical. I don't want to be tied down by matters of the heart. I know you're busy, that's why the girl has already been chosen for you. As long as you meet a few times, if you get along well and feel compatible, pick a good day and set the engagement. You won't need to waste much effort on this matter. Duan Chizhou paused the chess piece he was about to place. Grandpa, I don't want my marriage to be so cold and calculated. Then what do you want? A passionate romance, and then walk into the palace of marriage in a loving way? Duan Chizhou was silent. He had once thought his marriage would be like that of most people in their circle, for the sake of interest, a loveless alliance, and then the two would live out their lives respecting each other. But he didn't know from when it began. He slowly changed his mind. He worked hard to climb to his current height. If he couldn't take charge of his own marriage, where was the significance of his efforts? Grandpa Duan raised his eyes and looked at Duan Chizhou. Is there someone on the outside? If so, if she is a suitable young lady, you can bring her home for us to evaluate. If not, I advise you to cut ties immediately. Don't make me, your old grandpa, have to deal with these messy flowers. Duan Chizhou instantly lost the mood to continue playing chess. He put down the chess piece in his hand. Grandpa, my marriage can be decided by myself. Hearing Duan Chizhou's words, Duan Yulong's heart felt icy cold. He always thought that Duan Chizhou was clear-headed, but judging from his tone, it seemed that there was likely an improper woman outside. Chizhou, the reason I insisted against opposition and supported you to rise was because you have the ability to discern the situation. The position of head of the Duan family has many eyes greedily watching. Don't be confused about such trivial matters. Tang family is very promising now. Tang's eldest daughter has already married into the Ouyang family. If Duan family could ally with Tang family through this marriage, you would gain 2 additional layers of security in Rongqing. This engagement, which I carefully chose for you, absolutely suits you best. Grandpa, I don't need any guarantee. Nowadays, the Duan family is not what it used to be. I don't need to sacrifice my feelings to exchange for any convenience. You listen to what you're saying, too reckless and arrogant, showing some lack of understanding of the weight of reality. Duan Yulong earnestly said to Duan Chizhou, you listen to Grandpa, who during his whole life has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Later on, you'll discover that love is the least important thing in a man's life. Grandpa, you shut up, I don't want to hear more nonsense from you. Grandpa promises you, I'll temporarily stop intervening in your affairs for a few days. You go and break it off yourself. If you dare to cause trouble like Zhou family's waste did over a woman, making our household chaotic, you know what means Grandpa possesses. Duan Chizhou was well aware of the Grandpa's formidable methods. He had earlier heard from his eldest aunt about how years ago, before his father, Duan Qiuming, met mother Feng Sulian, he actually had a first love. Since Grandpa disagreed with their relationship, Duan Qiuming didn't heed his father's advice. Afterward, that woman disappeared. Duan Qiuming searched all over China, but never found any news of her again. No one knew what exactly the Grandpa had done to that woman. Anyway, that woman seemed to disappear as if by magic. The weddings of Duan Chizhou's 2 aunts were also initially split apart by Grandpa's interference, followed by forced alliances, completely based on benefit without any foundation of emotion. It could be said that Grandpa was the forefather in breaking couples apart. Now, even though he was old, those skills hadn't diminished. Instead, they had become even more ruthless. Chizhou, your father was disabled in a car accident. The rest of his life is wasted. I've given up hope on him. That's why I allow him to randomly find an unsuitable divorced woman to keep him company until his end. But you are different. Your life is still long. I will absolutely not let you fall in matters of affection and love. Listen to Grandpa and date Tang family's second daughter properly. I've seen the photos. She's quite graceful and pretty, matching you perfectly. Duan Chizhou knew that Grandpa was accustomed to giving orders to others and manipulating others' lives throughout his life. Opposing him would only lead to Ruan Xinya being exposed faster and suffering harm. He nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Grandpa Duan happily smiled. My good grandson understands things the clearest. There's no need for me to worry. Chapter 45. Possession. Ruan Xinya spent the entire weekend with her days and nights reversed, as if she had a time difference with everything around her. On Monday morning, she only managed to get through the early meeting with the support of a cold Americano. After the early meeting ended, Chu Hang walked to her workstation and said to her, Ms. Ruan, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Tang Huamin, the design director of Tang Group, and 2 managers from the engineering department will come to the company for a meeting. You'll be responsible for hosting them later. All right. Reception for external guests has always been part of Ruan Xinya's job, and she is already very familiar with the whole process. Chu Hang knew she would definitely not make any mistakes, but today he gave an extra reminder. Ms. Ruan, this design director is not just a design director, she is also the second Miss of Tang Group, so you need to be especially careful and cautious when hosting her later. Alright, thank you for the reminder. At 9:40 in the morning, the people from Tang Group arrived at Duan's headquarters. Ruan Xinya went down with assistant Chen Yang to greet them. As Tang Huamin got out of the car, Ruan Xinya's smile froze on her lips. Isn't this the woman who was wearing Duan Chizhou's coat at the Victoria Club that day? Xinya, what's wrong? Seeing Ruan Xinya standing there motionless, Chen Yang quickly reminded her, the people are here. Ruan Xinya reacted and raised her standard smile again, walking over to Tang Huamin. Director Tang, hello, I am Secretary Ruan Xinya, Secretary to President Duan. Welcome to Duan's company. Ruan Xinya extended her hand to Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin looked at her briefly before shaking her hand. I am Tang Huamin. You can also call me Tiffany. Tiffany. Ruan Xinya recalled the phone call on Saturday night that took Duan Chizhou away. Indeed, it was her. She was overwhelmed with emotions for a moment, but her face still carried a smile. Director Tang, there are 20 minutes left until the meeting starts, so you can rest first in the waiting room of Duan's company. Alright, you lead the way. Please follow me. Ruan Xinya led Tang Huamin and her team to Duan's conference room where Chen Yang had prepared fruit platters and tea in advance, but Tang Huamin said she didn't want tea, she wanted coffee, and it had to be hand-dripped. Alright, Director Tang, please wait a moment. I will prepare it for you immediately, said Ruan Xinya. She walked out of the lounge with Chen Yang, who quietly complained, this Director Tang seems to have quite some airs. Haven't you heard what Chu Hang said? She's the second Miss of Tang Group. No wonder, all pretense. Fortunately, President Duan also likes hand-dripped organic coffee from the company. Otherwise, where could we suddenly find hand-dripped coffee? Yes, it's truly coincidental, both of them like hand-dripped coffee. Ruan Xinya took a deep breath and patted Chen Yang. Be careful, walls have ears, say less. Alright. Ruan Xinya prepared the hand-dripped coffee for Tang Huamin and delivered it to the lounge. Tang Huamin was making a voice call with the speakerphone on. Big sister Minmin, where did you and my brother go that Saturday night? Why didn't my brother return home the whole night? As soon as Ruan Xinya entered, she heard this sentence coming from the earpiece. It was Duan Yuanxi's voice. Tang Huamin was on the phone with Duan Yuanxi. Nowhere special, just at my place. Oh my god, my brother spent the night at your place. Duan Yuanxi shouted excitedly. How about it, how's my brother's skills? Tang Huamin giggled coquettishly. Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, I'm at your brother's company right now. Be careful not to let him hear you gossiping about his private affairs behind his back. He might punish you again. I'm not afraid of him anymore. Don't I have you protecting me? Tang Huamin noticed Ruan Xinya entering and casually turned off the speaker, picking up the phone to say to Duan Yuanxi, alright, let's stop talking about these things. I'm about to attend a meeting, we'll chat later. She hung up the phone with an expression of nonchalance, not showing even a bit of embarrassment that her private life was accidentally spied on. Instead, a tidal wave of emotions surged in Ruan Xinya's heart. So, that Saturday night, the unfinished business between Duan Chizhou and her, he completed with Tang Huamin. What is he? Having fun with both of them? At 10 o'clock in the morning, the meeting started on schedule. Before the end of this year, Duan Group and Tang Group will jointly develop an AI smart robot. This AI robot will incorporate the latest technologies of both companies Duan and Tang, achieving real intelligence and human-like behavior. Tang Huamin was responsible for designing the image of this AI robot. She sat at the position closest to Duan Chizhou. During Duan Chizhou's speech, her gaze was fixed entirely on him, filled with undisguised admiration. Ruan Xinya sat opposite her, and across the large conference table, she could clearly see that Tang Huamin's eyes were almost drooling. After the meeting, Tang Huamin entered Duan Chizhou's office. They didn't know what they were talking about, but about half an hour later, Tang Huamin came out of Duan Chizhou's office looking reluctant to leave. Ruan Xinya escorted her downstairs. While waiting for the elevator, Tang Huamin suddenly turned her head and looked at her. Secretary Ruan, how long have you been with Brother Qiju? Ruan Xinya's heart tightened for no apparent reason. Why did Tang Huamin ask her this? Could she know something? I've been working for President Duan for 2 years. 2 years, so you must be very familiar with Brother Qiju's preferences, right? Can I add you on WeChat? Brother Qiju's birthday is coming up soon, and I'm having trouble picking out a gift for him. If you don't mind, I'd like to meet up with you later and have you help me advise on what to get. Ruan Xinya certainly minded. In a sense, they were rivals for affection. Moreover, she didn't want to add Tang Huamin's WeChat at all. The birthday gift Director Tang gives to President Duan should represent Director Tang's own sentiments, not mine. So, I think I can't be of much help. Ruan Xinya directly refused. Tang Huamin looked at Ruan Xinya with a deep meaning, as if she couldn't believe a mere secretary dared to reject her. The elevator arrived right in front of them. Ruan Xinya made a please-go-ahead gesture to Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin smirked coldly and stepped into the elevator. After they went downstairs, a bright red Lamborghini was parked at the entrance of Duan's headquarters, with Duan Yuanxi sitting in the driver's seat. Duan Yuanxi, seeing Ruan Xinya and Tang Huamin coming out together, opened the door and got out of the car. Sister-in-law. Duan Yuanxi waved conspicuously and ran over to Tang Huamin. How's work going? I came specially to pick you up. Hearing the call of sister-in-law, Tang Huamin beamed, nodding her head slightly. It's not tiring. Not surprising, working with my brother turns any hardship into sweetness. Tang Huamin smiled, looking much softer in the light and shadow. Ruan Xinya seized the opportunity and said to Tang Huamin, Director Tang, since someone has come to pick you up, I'll leave you here. Goodbye. After saying that, she nodded to Tang Huamin and turned around to leave but was abruptly stopped by Duan Yuanxi. Hold on. Duan Yuanxi moved in front of Ruan Xinya, you and your mother always say you're part of our Duan family. Well then, today I will share a piece of good news from the Duan family with you. Ruan Xinya waited quietly for Duan Yuanxi to continue. Duan Yuanxi pointed at Tang Huamin, let me introduce you. This is Tang Huamin, my brother's fiancé. They are going to get engaged soon. Ruan Xinya felt as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. President Duan Chizhou was getting engaged. Duan Yuanxi observed Ruan Xinya's reaction and caught a fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. The unhappiness that had suppressed her for days finally found its outlet. She wanted nothing more than to see Ruan Xinya upset. Whenever Ruan Xinya wasn't happy, she would feel happy. Ruan Xinya, at least you could count as my brother's half-sister. Remember to attend their engagement banquet. Duan Yuanxi smiled and delivered another jab. A storm raged inside Ruan Xinya's heart, yet she maintained composure on her face. All right. After going upstairs, Ruan Xinya sat motionlessly at her workstation for a long time, appearing completely disoriented. At this moment, the internal line on her desk phone rang. It was Duan Chizhou calling. Print out 2 copies of the contract you revised this morning and bring them to me. Duan Chizhou's tone was as usual. Yes, President Duan. Ruan Xinya printed the contract and knocked on the door before entering Duan Chizhou's office. Duan Chizhou was wearing a white shirt with gold-rimmed glasses, handsome, composed, and elegant. He was staring intently at data on his computer screen. Hearing footsteps, without even looking up, he stretched out his hand toward her directly. Give it to me. Ruan Xinya handed over the contract to Duan Chizhou. After glancing away from the screen, he looked down at the contract and immediately frowned, redirecting his gaze to her. You were revising this contract this morning? He handed the contract back. Ruan Xinya took another look and realized she had made a mistake. Sorry, President Duan, I misread it. I'll print it again. She turned to leave. Seeing her clearly out of sorts, Duan Chizhou quickly stood up, moving faster than her and stepping around his desk to block her path with his body. What's wrong? His tone was obviously gentler, lacking the oppressive quality of his earlier businesslike demeanor. Nothing. You say nothing, but there's definitely something wrong. What's troubling you? Duan Chizhou glanced at his wristwatch. He was about to join a teleconference with Chile, and there was still a set of contract data to confirm. He didn't actually have time to dwell on this, but seeing her abnormal state, something clearly wasn't right. Seeing that he wouldn't let her leave unless she said something, Ruan Xinya decided to speak out. President Duan, are you getting engaged? Duan Chizhou's eyes darkened. Where did you hear this? Where I heard it isn't the point. The real question is it true? Grandfather Duan Yulong indeed intended to push forward the engagement between him and Tang Huamin, but as long as he himself didn't agree, grandfather wouldn't pull things forward too quickly. Your silence means it's true. Ruan Xinya bit her lip and suppressed 1,000 emotions. When did President Duan plan to tell me this news? Or, do you think there's no need to tell me at all? She didn't dare to think about how she was feeling in the meeting room today when Duan Chizhou looked at her sitting face to face with Tang Huamin. Were their feelings mutual blindness in the same space? Did he feel a sense of accomplishment from that? Duan Chizhou detected a slight tremor in her voice, so he pulled her into his arms. What, are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Ruan Xinya pushed Duan Chizhou away. I just want to know, since President Duan is getting engaged, can our relationship be over too? Her cold attitude reminded Duan Chizhou of 4 months ago when his father, Duan Qiuming, announced his marriage to Wang Menghan. Back then, she had also reacted immediately by wanting to clearly separate from him, as if every extra second clinging to him would become a sin. A surge of anger arose within Duan Chizhou. You always bring up separation when faced with issues. Am I someone you could easily abandon without regret? At that time, if only she had been more determined, he would have found ways to prevent Duan Qiuming and Wang Menghan from being together. But instead, she had said they had no real affection, while Wang Menghan and Duan Qiuming represented true love, so they needed to step aside for true love. That sentence made Duan Chizhou lose his temper. His pride as a man stopped him from holding on to her, agreeing directly to end their relationship, which created the even more complicated situation now. He thought that after so long, their reconnect ion might change things between them this time. But it seemed the same. She still had no feeling for him. The moment she sniffed a hint of trouble or saw an opportunity, she wanted to quickly end their relationship. President Duan Chizhou, please make some sense. The one getting engaged is you. Do you expect to marry someone else while keeping me caged as your golden songbird? Ruan Xinya's eyes were slightly red. It was my fault for starting with you first, but I've already spent over 2 years of my youth on it. Can't I ever start a new life? Must I be tied to you forever? Yes, you will be tied to me forever. His tone was domineering and ruthless. After speaking, he took off his glasses and threw them on the desk, then grabbed her waist tightly and kissed her forcefully. Let go, this is the company. Ruan Xinya pushed against him. Even though generally no one dared enter Duan Chizhou's office without permission, the door wasn't locked. If something unexpected happened, their relationship would be exposed completely. Duan Chizhou was too angry to heed any advice. He now only wanted to punish her properly. He wrapped his arms around her waist and fell together with her onto his leather office chair. He lifted her dress, parted her legs, and placed her on his lap, facing him. Doon Chijo, this is the company. What if someone comes in? She used all her strength to push against him, yet it was useless to affect him even a bit. His strong arms bound her like iron shackles. Who dares to come in? I'll deal with them. But if you don't want others to hear, then shut up. His hand undid her buttons and traced along her curves. Ruon Shinya couldn't help trembling, as if falling into a bottomless abyss where struggling was futile. He pressed down on her head and passionately kissed her, deeply claiming her the moment her resistance softened. Ruon Shinya clenched her lips, swallowing all her sobs, limply resting on his shoulder like seaweed following his rhythm. The footsteps and phone rings outside the office continued endlessly, as if cheering for this hidden affair. She felt extremely afraid, trembling in fear, yet inexplicably experiencing a subtle thrill rising in her heart. The full-length window behind the office chair reflected their intertwined figures, their clothes intact but sharing the closest distance. In the end, Doon Chijo held her tight, pressing her body forcefully against his own, his voice deep and hoarse like an injured wild beast. He said, Ruon Shinya, for your whole life, you will be bound to me like this. For your entire life. Chapter 46, Let Me Go. Afterward, Doon Chijo threw the used condom into the trash can and cleaned her up with a tissue. Ruon Shinya had never experienced such thrilling and exciting feelings as today. She was utterly spent and slumped in his office chair. Why do you have condoms in your office? She asked. It's better to be prepared for anything. Who were you planning to use them with? She thought of Tang Huamin being in Doon Chijo's office for half an hour, but Doon Chijo shouldn't have moved so fast. Doon Chijo frowned. What nonsense are you asking? Other than her, who else could he use them with? Who else could he lose control with in the office? Are you tired or what? Doon Chijo tapped her forehead and lifted Ruon Shinya into his arms, walking into his private restroom and laying her on the bed. Sleep here if you're tired. I still have a meeting. He was about to leave when Ruon Shinya grabbed his hand. What's wrong? Doon Chijo turned back to look at her. Do you want more? Are you really getting engaged? Ruon Shinya couldn't let him evade this question. If he really was getting engaged, she had to leave him. Don't worry about this, I'll handle it. Doon Chijo said. Doon Chijo, how exactly will you handle it? No matter what, you and I can never be together. Even if you don't get engaged now, sooner or later, you will. What's the point of us continuing this? Is my youth that cheap? Must I wait until you've finished playing around and decide to settle down with someone else before I can start anew? As long as Wang Menghan and Doon Xiuming's marriage exists, she and Doon Chijo were bound for a dead-end relationship. Struggling in such a dead end would only result in a predestined and heart-wrenching conclusion. Let me go. Tears streamed down Ruon Shinya's face. I can quit, I can leave Rome City, I can promise never to appear in front of you again. Stop dreaming. Doon Chijo interrupted her. I won't let you go. Then you're intentionally driving me to ruin. She glared at him through tear-filled eyes. Being with you already goes against societal norms. You're asking me to accept yet another layer of shame as a third party. I'd rather die than bear that stigma. When she said die, her gaze was resolute, causing Doon Chijo's heart to tremble violently. He took a deep breath, walked back to Ruon Shinya, knelt beside her, and grasped her hand. Don't threaten me like this. He stroked her hair and promised softly, give me 2 months. If I can't resolve the engagement issue, we'll end it. You said it. I said it. And during these 2 months, you won't touch me. Don't push your luck. His fingers gently brushed her nose. Rest now. Doon Chijo stood up and closed the door behind him as he left. Back in his office, he made a phone call. Get all the files on the Tang family and Tang Huamin. Yes, Mr. Doon. With Doon Chijo's promise, Ruon Shinya felt no joy whatsoever. After 2 months, even if she gained freedom, he would soon become someone else's husband. She lay on Doon Chijo's bed, clutching his blanket, tears flowing silently. She felt deeply distressed that their relationship was like a math problem with a flawed premise. There would be no resolution. The sound of Doon Chijo holding an English meeting outside filtered through, magnetic and pleasant like a radio host. Listening, Ruon Shinya eventually cried herself to sleep. An hour later, she woke up. Doon Chijo had finished his meeting and was talking to Chu Hang, who suddenly remarked, today's strange. Where's Secretary Ruon gone? Her bag and phone are still here, but there's no sign of her. Ruon Shinya froze and became immediately tense. If she disappeared while entering the president's office with a contract, it would be suspicious. Had she been discovered? I sent her out to take care of some errands, Doon Chijo said. Oh, did Secretary Ruon forget her phone? Should I deliver it to her? Are you that idle? Are you done with your work? All completed, Mr. Doon. Then go home. Should I go first, Mr. Doon? The boss was still sitting at the desk. Chu Hang didn't dare leave ahead of him. You go home first. Seriously, Mr. Doon? This was the first time Chu Hang got to leave earlier than the boss since becoming an assistant. See you tomorrow, Mr. Doon. Chu Hang rushed out right away. The outer office area gradually grew quiet as all employees clocked out and left one by one. Doon Chijo entered the resting room where Ruon Shinya sat pensively on the edge of the bed, staring at the bedside clock. Are you hungry? He sat next to her. Not too much. Has everyone left? Will I be noticed if I leave now? No one will see you. Ruon Shinya sighed in relief and stood up, ready to head out. Doon Chijo grabbed her wrist forcefully. Let's go eat Huayang cuisine. She nodded. Even though all the colleagues upstairs had already left for the day, out of caution, Ruan Xinya insisted on leaving separately from Du and Chizhou. They exited the building one after the other and she took the subway for 2 stops before Du and Chizhou drove to the subway exit to pick her up. Does it need to be this complicated? Du and Chizhou didn't understand. It certainly does. The security guards would see us leaving together. Coward. Ruan Xinya thought Du and Chizhou was taking her back to his villa in Heli Center, but instead, he brought her to a Western-style house on Grey Oak Street. A small Western-style house with blue bricks and red walls, offering more privacy than the villa at Heli Center. Why are we changing places? Ruan Xinya looked at Du and Chizhou. You accused me of being cowardly, but aren't you afraid of being discovered too? Du and Chizhou didn't answer. He wasn't exactly afraid of being seen by others, but he worried that news might reach the old man, who might act against her behind his back. Thus, until things with the Tang family were settled, he had to protect her even more carefully. Of course, he couldn't tell her all this, it would scare this timid woman. Get out of the car. Du and Chizhou opened her car door for her. Ruan Xinya got out of the car, walked into the yard, and looking at a tall magnolia tree in the courtyard, asked, will we keep changing places like this in the future? Depending on the situation, maybe. Are you not tired? Not tired. Ruan Xinya didn't understand, since Du and Chizhou didn't love her, why bother hiding and sneaking around? Was it because her body held so much attraction for him? Or was it simply the thrill men get from an affair? Why, do you feel tired? Du and Chizhou countered. Tired, she said in a lackadaisical tone. He pretended not to understand and came over to wrap his arm around her waist. Then later you'll have to eat more to regain strength, you'll be even more tired tonight. That night, as expected, Du and Chizhou kept her busy all night. The next morning when Ruan Xinya woke up, Du and Chizhou had already left for Chile with a note. He mentioned that this business trip would probably last 5 days, after which they could spend the weekend together. Ruan Xinya rubbed her nearly exhausted waist and thought, spending the weekend together, wouldn't it just mean staying in bed again? She didn't look forward to having her body strained every weekend. She slept for another hour, got up, washed up, and then went to meet Shen 11yu. Today, Ruan Xinya was accompanying Shen 11yu to the cemetery to pay respects to Luo Jinghuai. Ever since Shen 11yu saw someone who looked exactly like Luo Jinghuai at Victoria Club, she had been extremely unsettled. Yaya, I've been dreaming about him every night recently. I think I might be going crazy, Shen 11yu said sorrowfully as she stared at the passing scenery outside the car window. Lately, I've been mistaking people on the streets for him, thinking everyone looks like him. But Luo Jinghuai was not such an ordinary man. Ruan Xinya tightly gripped her hand. When we get to the cemetery and you see him, talk to him, and it will gradually get better. Okay, I hope so. Luo Jinghuai's tombstone in Rongqing was funded by Shen 11yu. The man on the tombstone looked young, handsome, with a clean and warm smile. Ruan Xinya had never met Luo Jinghuai in person, but just looking at the photo moved her deeply. Let alone that he had once vividly existed in Shen Shiyu's life, surprising her and experiencing life and death struggles together with her. She understood very well why Shen 11yu couldn't forget this man. While Shen 11yu knelt in front of Luo Jinghuai's tombstone speaking to him, Ruan Xinya quietly stepped out of the cemetery. She didn't want to disturb them, so she waited at the entrance. She didn't know how long she'd been waiting when suddenly a black and grey Maybach appeared at the entrance to the cemetery, with a license plate showing 4 zeros, a low-key extravagance with a hint of mystery. A man in sunglasses got out of the car. He wore a black shirt and black pants, with a strong and decisive figure. In his arms, he held a bouquet of sunflowers in full bloom, bold and vibrant. Mr. Zhu. Ruan Xinya immediately recognized him. Zhu Dongji also saw Ruan Xinya and quickly approached her. He removed his sunglasses, revealing a deep gaze tinged with surprise. Miss Ruan, it's been a while. Yes, it has. When did you return to the country? Just landed this morning. Are you here to see Yinyin? Zhu Dongji nodded. Yes, I'm here to visit her. Zhu Yinyin was Zhu Dongji's sister, who passed away over a year ago due to illness. Before her death, she signed an organ donation consent form. Eventually, her heart was transplanted into Ruan Xinya's younger sister, Ruan Muqing, saving her life. How is Xiaqing doing lately? Zhu Dongji asked. She's fine, she's now attending school regularly. I'll make time to visit her once I settle down. That sounds good. Let me know when you're ready, and we can go together. All right. As the two spoke, Shen 11yu emerged. Ruan Xinya then bid farewell to Zhu Dongji. Shen Shiyu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Seeing Zhu Dongji, she couldn't help but momentarily put her sorrow aside to ask out of curiosity, who is this? Zhu Dongji. Is this the Zhu Dongji from the Zhu group who proposed the integration of artificial intelligence with medical development? Ruan Xinya nodded. Shen 11yu usually had little time for the internet due to her busy hospital schedule, often jokingly referred to as a 2G speed surfer by friends. Yet even she knew of Zhu group, showing just how influential it had become lately. How do you know him? It was his sister's heart that saved Xiaqing. So he's that Zhu Dongji. Millimeter him. Ruan Xinya originally thought that Zhu Dongji saying he would visit Ruan Muqing was merely a polite gesture. After all, he and Du and Chizhou were both very busy people. However, 5 days later, he unexpectedly contacted Ruan Xinya. They agreed to visit Ruan Muqing at Rongqing University on Saturday. Ruan Xinya informed Ruan Muqing in advance about this news, and Ruan Muqing's joy seemed like it would spill over from the screen. Ever since Zhu Yinyin's heart was transplanted into Ruan Muqing, the Zhu family had cared deeply for Ruan Muqing, and Won Muqing also cherished this special connection immensely, wanting to show her best side to the Ju family so they could feel assured in trusting their daughter's heart into her care. On Saturday, Ju Dongji personally came to pick up Won Xinya. Strictly speaking, the two weren't particularly familiar with each other. Their encounters could be counted on one hand. However, Won Xinya would always remember that day, the day of Won Muqing's heart transplant surgery, when Ju Dongji, the man known to appear high and mighty before others, sat in the hospital corridor crying. That day marked a new beginning filled with joy for Won Muqing, but Ju Dongji's sister Ju Yinyan was declared dead, forever losing her younger sister. Won Xinya embraced him. After his tears had silently fallen for a long time, Won Xinya approached and hugged him. It was a pure embrace devoid of romantic or worldly concerns, simply intending to offer him some solace and strength. Ju Dongji didn't push her away. That night, she briefly became his support. Later, during her younger sister's recovery period, Won Xinya heard that Ju Dongji had visited Won Muqing a few times, but she herself was working and never met him. Then they met again at the cemetery 5 days prior. Thinking about it, they really weren't very familiar. However, Won Xinya didn't find this super mogul, hailed by outsiders, at all intimidating. It might have been because she'd already gotten used to being around such a strong figure as Duan Qizhou, or it might have been because she'd seen Ju Dongji cry and reveal his softer side, which made her no longer fear his sharp edges. The two of them barely exchanged any words during their ride. When they arrived at Rongqing University, Won Xinya called her sister Won Muqing, who was in the dormitory, and quickly rushed downstairs upon receiving the call. "Brother Dongji." She ran up to Ju Dongji, slightly out of breath with a flushed face. "You're running pretty fast. Looks like your physical condition isn't bad." Ju Dongji raised his hand affectionately and patted Won Muqing's head, adding, "But still, take care not to run too quickly." "I know, I just wanted to come meet you and big sister quickly." Won Muqing enthusiastically led them around the campus of Rongqing University. After the tour, she invited them to have lunch at the school canteen. "My work-study stipend just got credited to my meal card today. How about letting me treat you to our school's beef noodles? They're amazing." Won Xinya and Ju Dongji exchanged glances, neither refusing Won Muqing's kind offer. The three of them headed towards the school cafeteria. Ju Dongji wore a light casual suit, looking composed and dignified, possessing an unusual charm distinct from young men his age. Quite a few girls passing by kept sneaking glances at him. "Brother Dongji sure is popular," Won Muqing laughed happily. "Big sister is also beautiful, getting a lot of second glances too. Walking together with you two really catches a lot of attention." As they walked into the canteen, Won Xinya hadn't yet spotted where the beef noodle window was, when suddenly someone bumped into her, causing an instant scorching sensation on her elbow. Chapter 47, Sweet Talk. Out of nowhere came a bowl of steaming hot numbing spicy soup. Won Xinya shrieked in surprise at the heat. Ju Dongji was quick to react. He pulled her close to his side, shielding her with his own body to prevent her from being splashed by more hot broth. Sorry. The girl who had bumped into Won Xinya clearly did it unintentionally. She turned red and kept apologizing. "Sis, are you okay?" Won Muqing had been so startled she stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. "Where's a faucet?" Ju Dongji asked. "There." Won Muqing pointed outside the cafeteria. "There's a row of sinks for washing dishes outside." Without hesitation, Ju Dongji grabbed Won Xinya's wrist and ran with her to the water faucets outside the cafeteria. Two cafeteria staff members were washing dishes near the sink, but Ju Dongji pushed them aside assertively. He turned the faucet on full blast and plunged Won Xinya's wrist and forearm into the sink. The cold water rushed over Won Xinya's hand, as well as Ju Dongji's, where he wore his Patek Philippe watch. "Mr. Ju, your watch." Her shout was even louder than when she'd been scolded. Though Won Xinya didn't have a Patek Philippe herself, she knew these watches were extremely valuable. Last year, a second-hand Patek Philippe that Duan Qizhou sold had fetched several million in return. She tried to push Ju Dongji's hand out of the icy flow, but he insisted on taking care of her burn first. He gripped her tightly, and there was no way for her to pry him off. "Mr. Ju, your watch." What? Won Xinya was almost desperate, the pain of the scald seeming negligible compared to the value of the multi-million-dollar luxury item. After seeing just a patch of redness on her arm without any blisters or swelling, Ju Dongji let go. Won Xinya quickly pulled out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed them to Ju Dongji. "Mr. Ju, wipe yourself off." "No need." Ju Dongji shook off the droplets of water from his hands, refusing to take them. "I don't mean for you to dry your hands, I mean, clean your watch. What if it got water inside? It could get ruined." Ju Dongji chuckled, took the tissue, and leaned down to wipe the watch. Suddenly, he looked at the dial and murmured a soft hum. "What happened? Is it broken? I told you it would. What are we going to do now? Such an expensive watch should be under warranty, right?" As she spoke anxiously, she leaned in to look at his watch. This particular model of Ju Dongji's watch had a luxurious yet understated and simple dial. Won Xinya couldn't see any trace of water on it, and both the minute and hour hands were functioning perfectly. She was confused, looking down at the watch and then up at Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji couldn't help but laugh fully this time. "It's waterproof," he said. Won Xinya froze momentarily, then finally relaxed. It was good the watch wasn't damaged, otherwise, how guilty she'd feel. "But since the watch is fine, why did you say hum just now?" Won Xinya asked. Ju Dongji's smile deepened as he gazed at her. Won Xinya suddenly realized he had been teasing her. Slightly irritated, she pouted but couldn't help but laugh along. Sis, are you alright? Ruan Muzhen and the girl who had bumped into Ruan Xinya ran out. I'm fine, just a bit red. Sorry, sis, I walked too fast and didn't see you. The girl who spilled the spicy soup apologized again. It's fine. Ruan Xinya waved her hand dismissively, not intending to pursue anything further. No big deal, go eat your meal. Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. The female dormitory building at Rongcheng University directly faced the cafeteria. Zhu Dongji's act of washing Ruan Xinya's hand caught the distant eyes of Duan Yuanxi, who was standing on the balcony of the girls' dormitory. Duan Yuanxi watched as Ruan Xinya and the tall, handsome man acted so intimately, making her blood boil. Wasn't this cheap woman supposed to be with her brother? How come there's another guy? How dare she cheat on my brother behind his back? Does she even have any shame? Duan Yuanxi immediately called Duan Chizhou. Brother, I don't feel well, can you come pick me up from school? Duan Chizhou had just landed and was about to head home. Hearing Duan Yuanxi mention not feeling well made him furrow his brows. What's wrong with you? I have a fever. If it's above 38.5 degrees Celsius, take fever medicine. Below that, cool down physically and drink more hot water. If it doesn't work, I'll send the driver to take you to the hospital. No, I want you to pick me up. Duan Yuanxi put on a whiny voice with a touch of crying tone. Why are you so indifferent to me now? Am I not your sister anymore? I'm suffering terribly from this fever, and you don't even care to check on me. You're so heartless. With that, she burst into tears. The crying was somewhat genuine, as Duan Yuanxi genuinely felt that her brother, Duan Chizhou, loved her far less than before. Thinking of this, she hated Ruan Xinya even more. It was all because of this little tramp who stole her brother away. Duan Chizhou's temples ached after hearing his sister's crying. He massaged his temples, feeling a pang of guilt. Alright, I'll come pick you up. Thank you, brother. You're the best. By the way, today is your birthday, and I've prepared a gift for you. You can pick it up on your way. You'd give me the best gift by not causing trouble. After all the drama, Ruan Xinya and the other two finally managed to eat the beef noodles that Ruan Muzhen highly recommended. To be honest, the beef noodles were quite good. Even Zhu Dongji, who was accustomed to fine delicacies and had a notoriously picky palate, found himself thoroughly captivated by the bowl of beef noodles. After finishing their noodles, Ruan Muzhen headed off to her part-time job. She regretted not being able to spend more time with Zhu Dongji and Ruan Xinya. Sis, our school has a charity book sale this afternoon. If you and Mr. Zhu have nothing else to do, you might want to check it out. Maybe you could find a few good books there. Good idea. Ruan Muzhen left just in time. Ruan Xinya and Zhu Dongji walked out of the cafeteria. Mr. Zhu, would you like to join me at the book sale that Xiaoqing mentioned? Ruan Xinya asked. She assumed Zhu Dongji would decline since someone of his status probably wouldn't bother with a charity book sale. His study must already house an impressive collection of thousands of volumes, so only someone as innocent as Ruan Muzhen would make such a suggestion. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Dongji agreed. We can take a look, he said. Great, let's go then. Since Zhu Dongji had decided to go, Ruan Xinya naturally joined him. The charity book sale stands were set up in the center of the school's grand plaza, resembling a massive wall of books from a distance. Zhu Dongji wandered around with interest, browsing through the books. Ruan Xinya followed by his side, casually flipping through a few herself. By the time they finished one stall, Zhu Dongji had already picked out 3 books. One of them was a mystery novel. Do you read mystery novels, Mr. Zhu? Why? Don't I seem like the type? Not really, she admitted frankly. So what should I be reading? Financial magazines, like those types on TV. Ruan Xinya believed that business magnates like Zhu Dongji would better match financial or economics-related material. Zhu Dongji chuckled. That's television. The domineering tycoons on TV are all the same, but his own persona wasn't confined to such stereotypes. Instead of finance magazines, he preferred mystery novels to relax and exercise his mind. His entertainment company, influenced by him, often developed suspense IPs, one of which became a major hit last year. As they strolled and chatted, suddenly, a boy on a skateboard sped straight toward Ruan Xinya. Watch out. Having learned from the cafeteria incident, Zhu Dongji reacted faster this time. He instantly grabbed her waist, shielding her with his body as he pulled her out of the way of the boy on the skateboard. The books in his hands fluttered to the ground. Sorry. The boy apologized, bowed, and skated away. Ruan Xinya was still shaken. She wondered if she'd offended some deity today. Why was everyone bumping into her everywhere? You must have forgotten to consult the almanac before leaving home today, Zhu Dongji joked as he released her. Yeah, Ruan Xinya laughed sheepishly. Next time, I'll definitely pick a lucky day. They both bent down to pick up the books simultaneously. Zhu Dongji accidentally touched her wrist. Ouch. Ruan Xinya gasped and stepped back quickly. What's wrong? Still sore. Instinctively, he held her wrist to check. The spot that had been scalded earlier hadn't peeled, but it was now redder and swollen worse than before. Zhu Dongji's expression turned serious. You need to go to the hospital. Let's go, I'll take you there for a checkup. No need, Ruan Xinya gently withdrew her hand. I can just get some burn ointment at the pharmacy. Alright, then let me take you to the pharmacy. Not going to keep looking at books. Not necessary. 3 are enough, Zhu Dongji replied. Alright. Standing on the square at Rongcheng University, Duan Chizhou watched Wan Xinya and Zhu Dongji, the head of the Zhu Corporation, interact affectionately. His steps noticeably slowed down. Brother, what are you looking at? Duan Yuanxi pretended not to know. Nothing, let's go. Duan Chizhou's expression remained cold. Duan Yuanxi inwardly rejoiced, thinking that her brother must have seen through the true nature of Wan Xinya, labeling her as a promiscuous temptress unworthy of having anything to do with him. Once they returned home, Duan Yuanxi acted out the charade further by pretending to feel unwell. Go rest upstairs first. I'll ask Dr. Shen to come over and check on you, Duan Chizhou said. All right. Oh, brother, it's your birthday today. Ji Dong and the others plan to celebrate for you tonight. Should I invite Sister Minmin too? Duan Yuanxi asked. Duan Chizhou remained silent. Grandpa Duan had been urging him lately, and if he didn't interact with Tang Huamin at all, the old man would surely become suspicious. Whatever. Upon hearing Duan Chizhou's concession, Duan Yuanxi rejoiced again. She immediately went upstairs to call Tang Huamin to inform her of the news and instructed Tang Huamin, Minmin's sister, dress sexy tonight and make a full-on effort to win over my brother. Got it. That was exactly what Tang Huamin intended to do. Ever since Tang Huamin went on a blind date with Duan Chizhou, her parents' attention toward her skyrocketed. Tang Huamin experienced rare fatherly and motherly love, which made her more determined than ever that she wanted to be with Duan Chizhou. Only by marrying Duan Chizhou could she obtain everything she desired. Night, Victoria Club. Luo Xiaodong and Lu Tianhao had booked the luxurious private suite on the top floor of Victoria today to celebrate Duan Chizhou's birthday. They drank alcohol, sang songs, played indoor golf, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The only one who wasn't into it was Duan Chizhou, the birthday boy. He sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window on the top floor, gazing blankly at the city night view resembling a starry sea while absently swirling the wine glass in his hand. Images of Wan Xinya and Zhu Dongji being intimate kept flashing through his mind, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of annoyance. Chizhou, what are you sitting there for? Luo Xiaodong came over and put his arm around his shoulders. What? Are you unhappy about turning another year older? Duan Chizhou didn't say anything. I heard that Ms. Tang from your family is coming today. So, do you really plan to get engaged? What about your dear sister then? Luo Xiaodong knew which pot to stir. Duan Chizhou irritably pushed his hand away and poured himself another cup of wine. At this moment, the door to the private suite opened. Duan Yuanxi and Tang Huamin walked in. Brother, look who's here. Duan Yuanxi pushed Tang Huamin towards Duan Chizhou. Today, Tang Huamin wore a black velvet strapless dress with a very short skirt, exposing a long segment of her slim, white legs. This was the sexiest dress in her wardrobe. Tang Huamin's parents were relatively traditional, valuing appearances and preferring their daughter to appear dignified and elegant. Whenever Tang Huamin dressed slightly sexier, her mother would yell at her accusing her of indecency. When she left the house wearing this outfit today, her mother wasn't happy either. However, once she said she was attending Duan Chizhou's birthday party, her mother fell silent. They hoped more than anyone else that Tang Huamin would secure Duan Chizhou. If both daughters married well, others would praise them for raising daughters properly. Big brother Chizhou. Tang Huamin approached Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou responded faintly. Today was his birthday, and his friends had come for him. As the host, he had no reason not to entertain them, so he said, sit down. Okay. Go sit with my brother. Duan Yuanxi urged. Duan Chizhou sat on a single-person sofa. If Tang Huamin wanted to sit, she'd have to sit on his lap, something she didn't dare to do so boldly right away. 11, stop teasing me. Tang Huamin pretended to be shy and sat opposite Duan Chizhou. Why don't you two chat then? We won't disturb you. Duan Yuanxi pulled on Luo Xiaodong, who was watching the scene. Brother Xiaodong, why are you just standing there? Haven't you seen people fall in love before? Haven't seen your brother falling in love though, having only witnessed his brother forcefully kissing women and getting rejected. Don't be a third wheel. I'll hold you accountable if my brother doesn't succeed. Duan Yuanxi dragged Luo Xiaodong off to sing. This corner by the floor-to-ceiling windows was now left only with Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin. Big brother Chizhou, happy birthday. I'd like to toast you a glass. Tang Huamin poured herself and Duan Chizhou a glass of wine. Duan Chizhou indifferently picked up the wine glass and drained it in one gulp. Seeing that he gave her some face, Tang Huamin secretly rejoiced. She began finding various topics to strike up a conversation. Duan Chizhou responded lazily but kept his eyes glued to his phone screen. Big brother Chizhou, are you waiting for someone's call? Tang Huamin asked. No. There was no way Duan Chizhou would admit that he was waiting for Wan Xinya's call. That heartless little thing probably didn't even remember that he returned home today, let alone that it was his birthday. Then let's drink another round. Tang Huamin got up and moved closer to Duan Chizhou. Just as she was about to pour him more wine, Duan Chizhou's phone vibrated. He immediately waved her away and reached for the phone. That stance clearly showed that he was waiting for an important person. Chapter 48, Intimate Picture. Duan Chizhou opened his phone, but it wasn't a message from Wan Xinya. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable rage rising within him. There was no one calling for him to wait as he did, yet there was always a sense of disappointment when his expectations were not met by the person who wasn't there before his eyes. Brother Chizhou, let me pour you some wine, Tang Huamin said as she approached uninvited. Get away. Duan Chizhou no longer had any patience to deal with her. Intimidated by his presence, the courage that Tang Huamin had built up earlier vanished completely. She calmed her restless heart and turned to Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi was having fun with Luo Xiaodong, Lu Tianhao, and others. Seeing Tang Huamin come over like a defeated peacock, he immediately guessed that his difficult brother must have given her the cold shoulder again. Sister Minmin, what's wrong? The plan didn't work. Duan Yuanxi left the others and pulled Tang Huamin to a quieter round table. Their original plan was to take advantage of the lively atmosphere to get Duan Chizhou drunk, then take him to the hotel and make a fait accompli. Once they crossed that line, even if Duan Chizhou refused to become engaged, Tang Huamin would still have something to cry about in front of Mr. Duan. But Duan Chizhou only drank a toast for her birthday. After that, he became completely absent-minded. I can't get him drunk. He kept looking at his phone, ignored me when I spoke. It's clear his mind isn't here. Tang Huamin's sixth sense kicked in. Sisshi, does your brother like someone else? No, impossible. He's a workaholic. 365 days a year, 360 days he's working. Where does he have time to fall in love? Duan Yuanxi absolutely wouldn't tell anyone that his brother was seeing Wan Xinya, that woman. Firstly, their current relationship is taboo. If it gets out, neither the Duan family nor his brother's face will be spared. Secondly, how could her brother possibly like Wan Xinya? It was all just playtime for him. But I do feel there is someone in his heart. If there is, would he even agree to meet you for blind dates? Sister Minmin, pull yourself together. Stop thinking nonsense. Remember, you're the granddaughter-in-law selected by my grandfather. Even if my brother doesn't love you yet, he won't lose face for grandpa. You've got to seize this opportunity. Duan Yuanxi could always reignite Tang Huamin's confidence with a few words. So, what should I do? Clearly, the original plan was impractical. Duan Yuanxi thought for a moment, if we can't get my brother drunk, why don't you pretend to be drunk instead? Not really drunk, just act drunk. Later, when you fake drunkenness, I'll let my brother send you home. See if you can find a chance to move on him during the trip. All right. Tang Huamin followed Duan Yuanxi's advice. She downed half a bottle of red wine. Her tolerance was decent, so half a bottle wouldn't actually get her drunk, but it was enough to give her a wine-scented aura. Then, when Duan Chizhou finished cutting the cake and the birthday party was almost over, she began to complain of dizziness. Big brother, Sister Minmin is drunk, send her home, suggested Duan Yuanxi. Not on my way, Duan Chizhou flatly refused. How are you such a rude person? If not you, then who among those present is convenient? Duan Yuanxi glanced around the room at the men. All the gentlemen present were friends in Duan Chizhou's circle, who knew Tang Huamin might potentially become Duan Chizhou's fiancé. Friends' wives must be avoided out of propriety. Even if someone was on the same route, they still dared not offer to escort her. Chizhou, send her back, look how unsteady she is, clearly very drunk, urged Lu Tianhao, echoing Duan Yuanxi's request. Exactly, does sending a beauty require convenience? When you're with a beauty, every road becomes a shortcut. Encouraged by several friends, Duan Chizhou finally agreed. After all, she was chosen by Grandpa Duan. Appearance-wise, he needed to keep up appearances. Address. I'll send the address to the driver. Duan Yuanxi pushed Tang Huamin closer to Duan Chizhou's side as she added, you help support her while I flip through our chat records to find the address. Tang Huamin leaned gently into Duan Chizhou's arms on cue. Duan Chizhou barely managed to steady her before Yuanxi had already lifted his phone to snap an intimate picture of them in a close embrace. Hurry up, urged Duan Chizhou. Looking, what's making you so impatient? Are you eager to know where Sister Minmin lives? Fewer words wouldn't make anyone think you're mute. The impatience showed plainly in Duan Chizhou's eyes and brows. Duan Yuanxi sent the address to the driver and also quickly switched numbers, sending the picture he'd just taken to Wan Xinya. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone go home. Luo Xiaodong watched as Duan Chizhou helped Tang Huamin into the car, speaking loudly on purpose. I wish director Duan a night in the tender embrace of soft arms, enjoying the warmth of sweet dreams. Everyone laughed. It seemed everyone believed something would happen between Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin tonight. Tang Huamin also inexplicably regained confidence. Wan Xinya had returned home late from Rongqing University. After taking a shower, she began sitting on the couch, waiting for Duan Chizhou's message. She remembered he was returning to the country today, but she didn't know his flight time or when he would land, nor if he would contact her after coming back, so she kept waiting. On the coffee table lay the birthday gift she prepared for Duan Chizhou. It was his birthday today, and she hadn't forgotten. The gift was a fountain pen. Duan Chizhou usually preferred using a fountain pen for signing and writing. He owned a Mont Blanc fountain pen that he'd used for 2 or 3 years, but last week, Chuhang accidentally bumped into him, causing it to fall and leak ink. After that fountain pen broke, all the documents Duan Chizhou signed that day were with an ordinary ballpoint pen from the company. His handwriting was still the same, but Wan Xinya could tell that he wasn't signing comfortably, even when approving contracts that would net millions in profits. His brows were furrowed as he signed. He desperately needed a replacement Mont Blanc fountain pen identical to the one he lost, but since then, he'd gone abroad again on business and surely didn't have the chance to arrange it. Wan Xinya spent over half her monthly salary on purchasing a Mont Blanc pen of the same model. In the past 2 years, they were bedmates and friends. They had never bothered to prepare anything ritualistic for each other on special holidays, but this year was different. When it was her birthday, Duan Chizhou gave her a necklace, though she later donated it in his name despite its high value. Still, reciprocity was basic etiquette. To make the fountain pen feel more like a proper birthday gift, Ruan Xinya specially ordered decorative ribbons online and spent half an hour learning how to tie them properly through a mini-program. She put her heart into it, but she didn't know if she would get the chance to give it to him today. Beside the gift box lay the sticky note Duan Shizhou left for her on the day he departed. He mentioned spending the weekend together, so she had been waiting ever since. Ding! Ruan Xinya's phone buzzed with a notification. She immediately opened it, only to find the message wasn't from Duan Shizhou, but from an unfamiliar number. It was also a multimedia message. MMS messages were rare these days. Out of curiosity, Ruan Xinya opened it and froze when she saw the picture. It was a photo of Duan Shizhou and Tang Huamin leaning affectionately against each other, taken at the entrance of the Victoria Club. So he had already returned to the country but hadn't contacted her. Of course, on a special day like this, it made sense that he would spend it with someone special instead. And what was she? Suppressing the pang of disappointment in her heart, Ruan Xinya tore up the sticky note and threw the gift into the trash bin along with it. Then she turned off the lights and went to bed. But lying there, sleep eluded her. She lay on her side, gazing at the faint light seeping through the curtains, silently counting time. Second by second, minute by minute, quarter by quarter, his birthday was almost over. By midnight, Ruan Xinya finally drifted off into a light slumber. Suddenly, the doorbell started ringing insistently. In the darkness, the ding-dong sound was continuous, domineering and intrusive. Ruan Xinya hastily got out of bed, but she didn't dare turn on the lights. She slipped on a robe and walked barefoot in the dark toward the door, peering through the peephole. It was Duan Shizhou. For a moment, she felt relieved, but another wave of tension gripped her. Hadn't he just been with Tang Huamin? What was he doing here? Open the door. I know you're behind it. Duan Shizhou's voice was low and tinged with drunkenness. Ruan Xinya held her breath, unmoving. Are you planning to make me break the door down? She knew that if he really wanted to get in, 10 doors wouldn't stop him. Ruan Xinya opened the door. Duan Shizhou barged in, reeking of alcohol. Wrapping his arms around her, he pressed her against him. You took your sweet time answering. Why? Got some man hiding inside. Ruan Xinya caught a faint whiff of fragrance lingering on him, a delicate scent with a gentle, sweet undertone. It wasn't the cologne men usually wore. Clearly, it was a woman's perfume. How dare he accuse her when he smelled like someone else? Ruan Xinya coldly shoved him away. Even if I did have a man hidden, what does it have to do with Mr. Duan? The gleam in Duan Shizhou's dark eyes dimmed. Have you forgotten about our agreement? Which clause forbids me from seeing other men? Ruan Xinya struggled to suppress her anger, but her desire to lash out overshadowed any care for stepping on his sensitive spots. I've signed with you for 2 years. During these 2 years, my body is under your control, but my heart is free. Duan Shizhou stared at her silently. The room was brightly lit, yet his eyes remained shadowy and unclear. Ruan Xinya, don't push your luck. Am I being too audacious? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see how selfish you are? You're deeply entangled with Miss Tang, yet you're dangling me here for another 2 months. The image of the photo she received 2 hours ago chilled her heart. If you and Miss Tang get along so well, there's no need to drag it out for another 2 months. Let's call it quits right now. She didn't want to continue exhausting herself within the prison he had drawn for her. Duan Shizhou let out a cold laugh, his voice hoarse from the alcohol. I see that you can't even wait for 2 months. You're so eager to be with another man. What nonsense are you spouting? Ruan Xinya thought he was utterly ridiculous. Get out. I'm going to sleep. Duan Shizhou leaned down and forcefully held her, planting a brutal kiss on her lips. Ruan Xinya used all her strength to push him away. Don't touch me. So what? Are you starting to preserve your virtue for that man? His eyes gleamed like poison. But today, I will have you anyway. He pushed her down forcefully, storming into the room while stripping off her nightgown as they went. The bedroom light was off, but the faint light from the living room illuminated Ruan Xinya's flawless skin, snow-white and translucent, like an uncarved piece of white jade. Duan Shizhou pressed her beneath him, kneeling on the bed as he removed his jacket and shirt. After futile attempts at resistance, Ruan Xinya finally lay still without moving. Duan Shizhou leaned down and kissed her ruthlessly, caressing her sensitive spots until his lips reached her brow. That's when he noticed she was crying. Tears flowed down her cheeks, silent but overwhelming. Her tear-filled eyes shone brightly, reflecting her obvious disdain and hatred toward him. Duan Shizhou paused in his movements. For a long time, he gazed down at her, ultimately deciding not to force her into doing something against her will. Go away, Ruan Xinya said bitterly as she saw his calmness return. These 2 words resonated in the darkness with power. Duan Shizhou climbed off her and picked up his clothes, redressing himself before leaving Ruan Xinya's room and closing the door behind him. Ruan Xinya didn't bother retrieving her discarded nightgown. Instead, she curled up in her blanket naked. The scent of sunshine dried into the quilt gave her comfort. There was no sound from outside for a long time, and Ruan Xinya fell asleep amidst tears, only to wake up trembling. When she opened her eyes, dawn was breaking outside. The lights in the living room were still on. Her drowsiness vanished immediately. Was Duan Shizhou still here? It shouldn't be possible. Ruan Xinya got out of bed, dressed, and opened her bedroom door. A smoky odor lingered in the air, a few cigarette butts in the trash can, and the cushions on the sofa were still warm. He must have just left. So had he sat there on the sofa all night? Ruan Xinya felt conflicted, annoyed with him yet unable to completely ignore him. After all, it had been his birthday yesterday. This must have been one of the most frustrating birthdays for Mr. Duan ever. Wait. Ruan Xinya bent down to look inside the trash can. Where was the birthday gift she had thrown in there? Duan Yuan, she had heard from Uncle Kang early in the morning that her brother hadn't come home last night. She smirked triumphantly. It seemed that her plan to make Tang Huamin pretend to be drunk worked perfectly. Her brother must have spent the night in Tang Huamin's loving embrace. Once Duan Qizhou and Tang Huamin smoothly became engaged, there would be absolutely nothing left for that little slut Ruan Xinya. Just as she thought this, Tang Huamin called. Sister Minmin, now you can answer my question, right? How good is my brother in bed? Duan Yuan, she answered the call with laughter but heard a sigh from the other end. Your brother didn't take me home. How would I know how good he is? What? My brother didn't send you back. Last night, Duan Yuan, she sent the chauffeur the address of one of Tang Huamin's private apartments in Choshan, where they had already made special arrangements, every conceivable adult toy available, and since neither of Tang Huamin's parents lived there was no one to disturb them. They had planned everything meticulously, but despite all their efforts, they simply couldn't figure out what her brother was thinking. Yes, he got out halfway through the ride and told the driver to drop me off instead. All my efforts to seduce him failed. Tang Huamin had even disregarded the driver's presence, pulling down her spaghetti strap, lifting her skirt, and straddling Duan Qizhou's lap, but he hadn't wavered even a bit. My brother didn't go to your place, he didn't come home either. So where did he go? Chapter 49. Future Boss Lady. Did your brother not go home? Duan Yuanxi immediately realized she had said the wrong thing, and quickly tried to correct it. My brother has many places outside, he doesn't live in the old house every day. Where did he get off last night? Pinggu Road. That's right. He has a villa in Junyu Garden on Pinggu Road, he must have stayed there. Tang Huamin still wanted to ask something. In the courtyard of the Duan family's old residence, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. It was Duan Qizhou's car. Miss Minute, I won't talk with you for now. We'll meet later, I will send you the time and place. After Duan Yuanxi finished speaking, she hung up the phone and rushed downstairs. When she ran into the courtyard, the driver was just opening the door for Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou got out from the back seat. The suit on his body was still the same one he wore during last night's birthday celebration. However, instead of looking as high quality as before, it was now full of obvious creases, as if it had gone through a fierce battle. Brother, where did you go last night? Duan Yuanxi went over, holding onto his arm and leaning close to try and sniff whether there was any woman's perfume on him, but all she smelled was a strong tobacco smell. Do I have to report to you now wherever I go? I just care about you. Sister Minute said that you didn't take her home last night. So what? Are you two like Siamese twins now? What benefits has she given you? Duan Qizhou pushed away Duan Yuanxi's hand. She isn't your big sister-in-law yet, no need to get too close. I really like her. Then why don't you marry her? Duan Yuanxi felt that her brother seemed to have been stung by a bullet this early morning. She dared not provoke him. Just as she was about to quietly retreat, she suddenly saw a long hair stuck on the collar of her brother's white shirt. The strand of hair was black, shiny, soft, and obviously well taken care of, with a natural large arc curl. Duan Yuanxi thought of Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya always had long curly hair. When Duan Yuanxi first saw Ruan Xinya beside Duan Qizhou years ago, she thought her long hair was particularly beautiful. Duan Yuanxi also wanted to have the same hairstyle and even asked other female colleagues in the company about it. That colleague said Ruan Xinya's hair was naturally slightly wavy and it was innate. No matter how much money was spent, the beautiful and natural curves could not be reproduced. Did my brother spend the night at Ruan Xinya's? Duan Yuanxi was struck by thunder. She had personally shown her brother the scene of Ruan Xinya mingling with another man, yet her brother actually still went to find Ruan Xinya. What? Could it be that her brother, who usually appears aloof, is actually a top-notch love brain? No, that wasn't right. It must be Ruan Xinya using her enchantress tricks to cling on to her brother. This woman absolutely cannot continue staying by her brother's side. Duan Yuanxi made an appointment with Tang Huamin to meet in the afternoon. Still immersed in the gloom of being rejected by Duan Qizhou last night, Tang Huamin had little enthusiasm. She had liked Duan Qizhou since her school days. She had pursued him, and last night's rejection was the most embarrassing time. Even though she had undressed so much, Duan Qizhou remained calm and composed, which could only mean that Duan Qizhou didn't see her as a woman at all. 11. Do you think there's a chance between me and your brother? Definitely yes. It's a marriage line arranged by Grandpa. You've grown up together, knowing each other inside out. The key is your brother. My brother is just a straight man who doesn't understand women. Don't worry, I will help you, but before I help you handle my brother, you need to help me with something. What? To help me get someone out of Duan Group. Who? Ruan Xinya. Your brother's secretary? Tang Huamin rapidly recalled some character relationships in her mind. She and your brother. Don't make assumptions. Duan Yuanxi quickly interrupted Tang Huamin's words. It's not what you're thinking. Tang Huamin also thought it made sense. Duan Qizhou was young, handsome, and successful in his career. There was no shortage of women for him, and he wouldn't be so desperate as to mess around with someone nearby, even though Ruan Xinya was undoubtedly attractive. But there was still that layer of relationship between her and Duan Qizhou, and he wouldn't be so reckless. It's just that both Ruan Xinya and her mother rub me the wrong way. Duan Yuanxi took the reason upon herself. If you can help me kick Ruan Xinya out of Duan Group, once this thing is done, we'll be on the same boat completely. Tang Huamin was already worried that Duan Yuanxi helping her was just a passing whim. If this matter could stabilize their alliance, then no matter how difficult it would be, she had to do it. Okay, I will find a way to drive Ruan Shinya out of Duan Group. Ruan Shinya specially observed when she came to work today, Duan Chijo's desk did not have the fountain pen she had thrown away. He used an ordinary ballpoint pen from the company to sign documents today. Zhu Hang probably noticed as well and immediately asked if he needed to order a Mont Blanc fountain pen of the same model. Duan Chijo nodded. Ruan Shinya didn't know what he meant by this. Picking up her fountain pen, but not planning to use it. Why pick it up then? Would it be better if he threw it away directly? Duan Chijo had signed several documents and handed them to Ruan Shinya, who was waiting on the other side of his desk. He didn't look at her, and neither did she look at him. The atmosphere between them was extremely subtle. Zhu Hang vaguely felt something strange but couldn't pinpoint what it was. After leaving the president's office, Ruan Shinya tidied up the contract signed by Duan Chijo for archiving when she overheard some colleagues whispering about Tang Huamin, director of Tang Group, having arrived. She looked up towards the door and indeed saw Tang Huamin there. Tang Huamin always dressed conservatively during the day, behaving with elegance, far from the image in the photos of her drunkenly leaning half-naked into Duan Chijo. However, most men enjoyed this act where women revealed only their most alluring side to them. Tang Huamin walked straight into Duan Chijo's office, carrying an Hermes crocodile skin bag. Her colleagues gazed after her slim figure, chattering even more. I heard that Director Tang is the second Miss Tang from the Tang family, who is supposed to marry our President Duan. Wouldn't that make her the future boss lady? Perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman with equal family backgrounds. Ruan Shinya gripped her pen tightly as she looked at the slightly ajar door of the presidential office. Tang Huamin came to see Duan Chijo under the guise of work today, apologizing for last night's incident. If Duan Chijo had gone along with her then, it would have been considered normal intimacy between a man and a woman. But if not, then it could be seen as her transgression. Brother Chijo, I'm sorry. Last night I drank a little, lost my mind, and if I did anything disrespectful to you, please don't blame me or laugh at me. It's not usually like this, Tang Huamin explained carefully, fearing she would leave a bad impression as promiscuous. Don't bring personal matters up during working hours. Duan Chijo was busy and showed no interest in dealing with Tang Huamin. All right, Brother Chijo. Oh, right, I also have official business today. Speak. I am going to conduct market research today to check out the robots being sold on the market. I'd like to borrow someone from you. Who? Secretary Ruan. Duan Chijo looked at Tang Huamin for a moment. The last time I came to Duan Corporation, Secretary Ruan received me. I found we got along well, so I want her to accompany me to conduct the on-site inspection. Of course, if she's busy, another person can be substituted, Tang Huamin said. Let her go. This wasn't an unreasonable request. Since Tang Huamin had mentioned it, it would appear impolite if Duan Chijo refused. Thank you, Brother Chijo. Call me President Duan in the company. Duan Chijo replied without any expression. Tang Huamin bit her lips, hiding a flicker of embarrassment. All right, President Duan. Ruan Shinya was unexpectedly notified that she would have to accompany Tang Huamin for an external inspection and was rather unprepared. She handed her current work to Chen Yang, worried about mistakes, repeatedly giving instructions. Miss Xin Ya, just relax. Chen Yang said, I heard that Director Tang is our future boss lady. She likes you and wants your company, which is a good thing. Ruan Shinya massaged her temples, saying nothing. How could Tang Huamin possibly like her? The last time they met, Tang Huamin asked her about Duan Chijo's preferences, which she refused. It was already fortunate enough that Tang Huamin didn't resent her. How could she dare to hope for actual affection? But still, if ordered from above, unwillingness was irrelevant. Downstairs at Duan Corporation, Tang Huamin sat inside a Mercedes-Benz minibus. Director Tang, Ruan Shinya approached the car. Get in, Tang Huamin said curtly, closing her eyes, clearly not wanting to converse with Ruan Shinya any further. Ruan Shinya thought correctly. Tang Huamin truly disliked her. Yet if disliking her, why include her? Wasn't this simply causing herself trouble? What a strange mentality indeed. Ruan Shinya took the passenger seat. The car drove straight to Jushin Tower, the first technology building in Rongcheng. Jushin had launched a week ago an exhibition called AI Light, showcasing digital creativity from all major tech giants in Rongcheng. Tang Huamin had come here to learn. Walking confidently ahead, Tang Huamin let Ruan Shinya carry her bag and mineral water bottle while handing off trivial tasks as well. She kept Ruan Shinya constantly busy. Now Ruan Shinya understood, so all this roundabout planning was aimed at her, it seemed. Apparently, Miss Tang Huamin was someone who meticulously calculated every slight detail. But no problem, Ruan Shinya kept calm, considering either way, whether staying in the company or coming here, it was still work. At Jushin Technology Tower, not only did she escape routine, but her horizons were also broadened. It was worth the trip. As they arrived in front of Zone C, Ju Corporation's Artificial Intelligence Experience Hall, Tang Huamin suddenly stopped and told Ruan Shinya, I'll use the restroom. Please wait for me here. Don't wander off in such a vast place like Jushin. Otherwise, I will have to search for you everywhere. All right, Director Tang. Ruan Shinya entered the AI Experience Hall of Ju Corporation, which was the first company in Rongcheng to initiate an artificial intelligence immersive experience project. Ju Corporation's developed AI robot Xiaoya had already gained the ability for simple communication with humans. Last month, Ju Corporation issued an announcement stating that they would invest more technological power and costs into researching a more intelligent digital life than Xiaoya. Inside the experience hall, there was an exclusive interview video with Ju Dongji, the president of Ju Corporation. In the video, Ju Dongji wore a suit and tie, an appearance that Ruan Xinya had never seen before, formal, rigorous, and oozing with an elite aura. He expressed his views on AI artificial intelligence, including its influence and challenges brought by AI. Ruan Xinya was deeply absorbed in listening when someone behind her reached out and patted her. She turned around to see a familiar yet strange smiling face. Yaya, it really is you. I thought I saw wrong. It was Cheng Zishuan. Ruan Xinya never expected to encounter Cheng Zishuan here. Cheng Zishuan was dressed in a dark blue suit with a black tie, his hair meticulously combed, but no matter how he tried to look like an elite, standing there he still looked like someone selling insurance. Ruan Xinya doubted herself once again about how she had fallen for him back in the day. Don't call me Yaya. Are we that familiar? Ruan Xinya gave him no good face. Don't be like that, it's rare to meet, let's chat. Cheng Zishuan wasn't as hostile as the last time they met, his words now carried a hint of nostalgia. Actually, I've always wanted to say sorry to you, it was wrong of me to cheat with Chi 1111 back then. It's my fault. No. Ruan Xinya quickly interrupted him. With things where they are now, I bless your union with her. No need for any more confessions, I don't want to hear them. Chi 1111 and I won't last forever. I'm getting divorced from her now, currently in the divorce cooling off period. Cheng Zishuan sighed and complained to Ruan Xinya. I can't stand her. She has such a strong control issue. Every night she rummages through my phone and deletes all the female contacts from my WeChat list. Sometimes in business, it's unavoidable to add female clients, but she forbids it. Oh, because of this, our restaurant business got ruined too, couldn't continue. So I closed the store and found a job at Ju Corporation working as a programmer. As Cheng Zishuan spoke, he showed Ruan Xinya the employee ID hanging from his neck. Ruan Xinya didn't care where he worked now. All she could think of was that Cheng Zishuan, this piece of trash man, along with Chi 1111, the overbearing woman, would once again circulate in the marriage market, and who knows what misfortune awaits two unfortunate souls in the future. Yaya, actually, I never told you, back then I truly regretted being together with Chi 1111 instead of staying with you. I was deceived and tempted by her body, but the person I truly care about in my heart is you. Ruan Xinya felt nauseous. Stop disgusting me. Really, I mean it. You're my first love. First loves are unforgettable for life. Cheng Zishuan said while coming closer and grabbing Ruan Xinya's arm. Yaya, will you forgive me? Don't come near me, it's bad luck. Was the man driving the Rolls-Royce really your boyfriend last time? Yaya, don't fall for his tricks. Men like him won't have real feelings, he's just playing around with you, never going to marry you. Don't waste your youth on him. Why not come back to me? We know each other well, our backgrounds match. Let's start over, reconnect. If you're sick, get treatment. Don't go crazy in front of me, neurotic. Ruan Xinya shook off Cheng Zishuan's hand and hurriedly ran out of Ju Corporation's AI experience hall. Just as Tang Huamin came out from the restroom, she noticed Ruan Xinya looking flustered and glanced meaningfully behind her. What happened? Did you see a ghost? It's nothing. She'd rather have seen a ghost than been entangled by Cheng Zishuan's filthy presence. Ruan Xinya. A shrill female voice suddenly reverberated throughout the exhibition hall from behind. Chapter 50, he shielded her with his body. Ruan Xinya recognized this voice, and an ominous feeling came over her. She turned around to see Chi 1111 charging at her like a wild animal. It's you tramp. Did you hook up with Cheng Zishuan again? I said it before, why did he suddenly want to divorce me out of the blue? It turns out you were secretly meddling. Ruan Xinya felt even more wronged than Doi. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know anyone who would dig out unwanted trash from the garbage can and bring it back? You have issues in your marriage, don't pour your filth onto me. It's you. Still denying it. Ever since I ran into you last time, Cheng Zishuan started clutching his phone every night, acting all mysterious. You two must have been flirting ever since that meeting. Ruan Xinya was speechless. It's easy to pin a crime on someone who doesn't commit it. She turned to Cheng Zishuan. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Cheng Zishuan snapped back to reality. With a look of deep annoyance, he rushed to Chi 1111, saying, You stupid tracking freak, weren't you following me again? Even when I come to work, you don't leave me alone. You're crazy. Keep away from Yaya. Our broken marriage has nothing to do with her, don't frame the good people. Yaya. Frame good people? Chi 1111's eyes welled up repeatedly with tears. So you're protecting this vixen already? We haven't even divorced, and you're already taking her side. You say there's nothing between you two, who believes that? Not taking her side. If it wasn't for your seduction, Yaya and I would be the perfect pair. We'd have already gotten married by now. Get it straight, you're the one who's the vixen. Ruan Xinya. Cheng Zishuan might be sick in the head. Instead of calming Chi 1111 down, he was adding fuel to the fire. More and more people gathered around to watch the commotion. The entrance of the Ju Corporation's Artificial Intelligence Experience Hall became packed with spectators. Tang Huamin retreated into the crowd, keeping a distance from Ruan Xinya. Crossing her arms, she observed the drama unfold. So now you regret it, right? Now you want to go back to Ruan Xinya's arms, huh? Chi 1111's gaze grew venomous. You both think you can continue what you had before me, I won't let that happen. Even if I die, I'll drag you two along with me. All you think about is death, threatening everyone with your own demise. I truly made a mistake marrying you. Cheng Zishuan shoved Qi 1111. Get out of here immediately. Don't interfere with my work. If you follow me anymore, I'll call the police. Qi 1111 sobbed uncontrollably, but despite Cheng Zishuan's harsh reprimand, she still harbored feelings for the man in front of her. She firmly believed that Cheng Zishuan was blinded by Ruan Xinya. It's all because of you, you tramp seducing my husband, you destroying my family. Die. Qi 1111 pulled a silver-handled fruit knife from her coat pocket and lunged toward Ruan Xinya. Shouts of terror echoed all around. Cheng Zishuan, upon seeing the scene, left Ruan Xinya and ran. Ruan Xinya's legs went limp as she turned around, wanting to use the electronic display in the showroom to shield herself. However, Qi 1111 seemed to have anticipated her move, circumventing the screen first and coming at her once more. Die, you witch. Ruan Xinya had no place to retreat further. In the nick of time, someone rushed forward and used their body to protect her. Mr. Ju. Mr. Ju. Screams rang out continuously. The crowd erupted into even greater chaos. With trembling eyes, Ruan Xinya looked at the person standing in front of her. It was Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji had blocked Qi 1111's blade with his left arm. Blood seeped through Ju Dongji's dark suit, staining his white shirt beneath the cut. It was turning completely red. Security. What are you guards eating for? Move it. Somebody yelled furiously. A team of security personnel broke through the throng, quickly subduing Qi 1111. Held close to Ju Dongji's side, Ruan Xinya saw how deep his wound was. And that knife, it was meant for her heart. Mr. Ju. Supporting the other side of Ju Dongji's arm, Ruan Xinya found her hands drenched in cold sweat, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Ju. It's fine, just a minor injury. Ju Dongji glanced back at Ruan Xinya, pale-faced but still with calm eyes. Don't cry. Only then did Ruan Xinya realize her tears were streaming down. She had been thoroughly frightened, and crying almost felt automatic. Hurry up and call an ambulance. Call an ambulance fast. A middle-aged man accompanying Ju Dongji shouted loudly. He was Yang Ming, vice president of Ju Corporation. Today, at his suggestion, Ju Dongji had come to inspect Ju Corporation's Artificial Intelligence Experience Hall. Originally, he intended to show the year's achievements to his boss, who had just returned from abroad. But he never expected such a bizarre incident where someone would attack with a knife, nor did he expect that his boss would rush out to act bravely. Well, the inspection failed, but blood was definitely shed. Yang Ming glared angrily at Qi 1111, the assailant, as he stared at the fresh bloodstain on the ground. Qi 1111 was pinned to the ground by two security guards, the fruit knife lying beside her feet. The white blade had now turned red, yet she still struggled uncontrollably, acting no different from a rabid dog. Yaya, are you alright? Cheng Zishuan, who had fled like a rabbit earlier, seeing Qi 1111 subdued, quickly came over to offer his help. Get lost. Ruan Xinya helped Ju Dongji stand up and didn't even glance at Cheng Zishuan. The ambulance arrived soon after, and Ruan Xinya gave Tang Huamin a quick explanation before boarding it. Tang Huamin stood in place, watching as the ambulance drove off with wailing sirens. Her gaze scanned through the crowd, landing on Cheng Zishuan. Today's appearance of Cheng Zishuan here was indeed arranged by her, but everything that followed had gone beyond her expectations. Fortunately, the results were surprisingly similar, and her objective was still achieved. On the ambulance, medical personnel applied simple first aid to stop the bleeding on Ju Dongji's arm. However, blood still quickly soaked the white bandage, as if it couldn't be stopped. Ruan Xinya sat nearby, fretting helplessly, though silent, anxiety and insecurity showed clearly in her eyes. Don't worry, comforted Ju Dongji, this is nothing. I know my limits. Mr. Ju, thank you for saving me. If it hadn't been for Ju Dongji shielding her today, she probably wouldn't be alive right now. Don't say thanks. Telling a joke might be more useful to distract me. He had only said this casually, but Ruan Xinya seriously pondered for a moment and actually told one. A cannibal captured a worker but then released him. Why? Ju Dongji shook his head. Why? Because the worker was too miserable, they couldn't eat him. Before Ju Dongji could react, Yang Ming sitting next to him burst out laughing. This joke may not be quite appropriate for Mr. Ju because he isn't a worker, he's the boss, Yang Ming said. At this point, everyone on the ambulance laughed, including Ju Dongji. Seeing that he could still laugh, Ruan Xinya felt slightly relieved. After arriving at the hospital, x-rays, bandaging, and intravenous drips followed. Throughout, Ruan Xinya stayed by Ju Dongji's side. Despite his stoicism during disinfection and dressing, Ruan Xinya involuntarily tightened her collar, while he didn't make a single sound. Yang Ming was busy taking calls in the hallway. The knife attack incident at Juishin Tower, along with the video of Ju Dongji shielding Ruan Xinya, had already gone viral online. Senior executives, family members, and partners of Ju Corporation all called to inquire about the situation, nearly draining Yang Ming's phone battery. With great caution, Yang Ming responded, afraid that any wrong answer would cause an uproar, since Ju Dongji was the helmsman of Ju Corporation. Once all checks and dressings were completed, Ju Dongji was transferred to a VIP ward for treatment. As soon as the nurse hung the bag, an elegant woman entered, carrying a Hermes Birkin bag, her high ponytail styled neatly, though her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the worry in her brows. This was Ju Dongji's mother, Wang Xiaoman. Dongji, are you alright? Wang Xiaoman rushed to Ju Dongji's bedside, bending down to inspect the thickly wrapped bandage on his arm. I'm fine. How did you get involved? Yang Ming called me immediately, of course he should have called me. I'm your mother. Was there ever any question whether you'd tell me? But wasn't it just to avoid worrying you? What did the doctor say? Nothing serious, just a small wound. Ju Dongji, having spent much time away, habitually reported good news and withheld bad. In fact, the cut was very deep, and the doctor had mentioned that if it had come any closer to the artery, the hand might have been permanently damaged. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but shiver with fear when thinking about it. Wang Xiaoman, upon hearing Ju Dongji claim there was no problem, finally sighed in relief. Then, her gaze fell on Ruan Xinya by the other side of the bed. And this is Qingqing's sister? Wang Xiaoman had met Ruan Xinya once before, albeit briefly during a chaotic moment in the hospital where they exchanged just a few words before Wang Xiaoman collapsed in tears due to her daughter's passing. Later, when Ruan Muqing's surgery succeeded, her family remained somewhat close to the Jews. Yet Ruan Xinya hadn't seen Wang Xiaoman since. She didn't expect her to remember her. It's me, Auntie. I'm Ruan Xinya. So it really is you. Wang Xiaoman walked around and took Ruan Xinya's hand, looking her up and down. On her way here, Wang Xiaoman had been on the phone with Yang Ming. Yang Ming had said that Ju Dongji was injured while saving a beautiful woman, which puzzled her. When had Ju Dongji met such a beautiful woman? I heard you visited Qingqing together with Dongji recently? Yes, Auntie. You and Dongji, you've been associating lately, haven't you? Before Ruan Xinya could figure out the deeper meaning of what had been said, she heard Ju Dongji speaking from the hospital bed. Mom, what are you thinking about? What else can I think about? You're 30 already, and we haven't seen you bring a girlfriend home yet. Now there's finally a girl around you, so what do you think I'm thinking? Wang Xiaoman had dreamt of having a daughter-in-law for a long time. Don't scare her off. Alright, I won't say any more. Wang Xiaoman patted Ruan Xinya's shoulder. Since Qingqing's heart transplant started, I've always felt our two families have a deep bond. If you already have a boyfriend, then it's my rudeness. If you're still single, perhaps you might consider our Dongji. He's a good man. You just said you wouldn't talk about this, and now look at all this. Ju Dongji waved his hand towards his mother. You should go back now. Go calm Grandpa and Grandma down and tell them I'm fine. Alright, my son is growing up and rejecting me now. I'll leave then, and not disturb you both. Please take care of Dongji. Of course, Auntie. Wang Xiaoman came rushing in, and also left in a rush. This left Ruan Xinya and Ju Dongji alone in the room, along with the awkwardness between them. Sorry, don't put any weight on what my mom says. Ju Dongji apologized to Ruan Xinya. It's fine, parents when they reach a certain age like to pressure us about marriage. My mom does the same. Ju Dongji gauged something from her words. So, Miss Ruan, you're single too? Ruan Xinya didn't know how to respond immediately. Just as she hesitated for a few seconds, her phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Duan Chizhou's name prominently. It was as if he had timed it perfectly, interrupting this subtle moment with an unexpected call. Excuse me, I need to take this call, Ruan Xinya said to Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji nodded in understanding. Hello, Ruan Xinya moved to the window and answered Duan Chizhou's call. Get out. Duan Chizhou's voice was cold and distant over the receiver. Ruan Xinya paused, turning to glance at the door. Through the slightly ajar hospital room door, a tall and imposing silhouette flashed by. Was Duan Chizhou really here? She hurriedly pressed the end button and stepped out of the hospital room. In the hallway, Duan Chizhou stood clad in black, radiating a chilling aura. Upon seeing Ruan Xinya emerge, he slipped his phone into his pocket and strode further into the corridor. Without a word, Ruan Xinya instinctively followed him, sharing a tacit agreement that needed no words. The motion sensor lights in the hallway lit up with their steps. Duan Chizhou took the opportunity of the light to examine Ruan Xinya. She wore a beige blouse today, its cuffs stained with dried blood. Are you injured? Duan Chizhou asked. He learned from Tang Huamin that Ruan Xinya encountered trouble during a business errand today, and later saw online the video of Qi 1111 attempting to stab her with a shiny fruit knife. The moment that knife headed straight toward Ruan Xinya, an unprecedented anxiety surged through him. Even though the world was buzzing with praise about how Ju Dongji saved Ruan Xinya, he knew he had to personally confirm that she was unharmed. So, he made someone check the hospital address and rushed directly here from his company. I'm not injured. Grasping her wrist, he pointed to the bloodstain on her cuff. Whose blood is this? It's not mine. It was the blood that splattered when Ju Dongji shielded her, something Ruan Xinya hadn't noticed until Duan Chizhou brought it up. The two stood silently facing each other. The sound-activated lights in the corridor dimmed, blurring their faces in each other's eyes. Ruan Xinya pulled her hand free and said to him, I'm fine, you should go back. When are you leaving? After Mr. Ju finishes his 4-drip. Yang Ming had arranged for a nurse, but the nurse wouldn't arrive quickly enough, so Ruan Xinya had to wait until the nurse got there before she could leave. After all, Ju Dongji had saved her life. It was only appropriate that she wait until he was settled before leaving. He saved you, isn't that touching? Duan Chizhou suddenly asked. Why do you bring this up? Ruan Xinya sensed something was amiss in Duan Chizhou's demeanor. You should leave quickly, so nobody sees you. So what if someone sees us? He leaned closer to her, pinning her against the wall at the corner of the corridor. Why did you hesitate when Ju Dongji asked if you were single? Are you treating me like I'm dead? Chapter 51, Impossible to Marry You. It turned out that he had already been outside. That phone call was no coincidence, he had timed it perfectly. Is it interesting to eavesdrop? Answer my question first. Duan Chizhou's eyes blazed with anger. While you're with me, do you also pretend to be single? I'm not pretending to be single. Moreover, when you accuse me, think about yourself first. If those few seconds of hesitation were a sin, then while you are with me and planning to get engaged to another woman, shouldn't you be punished by death for that? Ruan Xinya thought of the day of Duan Chizhou's birthday, when Tang Huamin was leaning on his chest in the picture. Her chest rose and fell, her breath caught in her throat, and she couldn't help but let it out. Don't only allow the magistrates to set fires but forbid the common people from lighting lamps. That person who wants both is you. She calmed herself down and pushed Duan Chizhou aside. I don't want to argue with you about these things now. Mr. Ju's ward is empty. I need to keep an eye on him. Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya didn't pay attention to Duan Chizhou anymore and walked out of the corridor. In the ward, Mr. Ju was trying to open a bottle of mineral water with one hand, but the cap was too tight, and he couldn't unscrew it with just his thumb strength. Mr. Ju, let me do it. Ruan Xinya saw this and immediately went over to take the mineral water bottle from his hand and opened the cap for him. Mr. Ju smiled. I thought it was just a minor injury, but it's really inconvenient. That's how it is. Even the smallest pain in the body can inconvenience life. A guilty look again appeared on her face. Your hand may not be convenient for a long time. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. You're also a victim, so there's no need to feel sorry. Ruan Xinya looked at Ju Dongji. They hadn't interacted deeply before, so she didn't know that Ju Dongji was such a warm and considerate man. Whether in dealing with or talking to him, he always managed to find the most appropriate spot. After the caregiver came to the hospital, Ruan Xinya went home. The next morning, she specially stewed some soup and took it to the hospital. In the ward, Ruan Muxing didn't know when she had arrived. She was quietly sitting on the edge of the bed peeling a pear for Ju Dongji, who was lying in bed flipping through a pile of documents with one hand. Sister. Ruan Muxing saw Ruan Xinya first and greeted her as she stood up. I just asked Brother Dongji if you would come today, and I didn't expect you to be here. How did you get here so early? I saw the news online about Brother Dongji's injury, and I just couldn't sleep from worry, so I got up early and came. When Ju heard the sound, he looked up and saw that Ruan Xinya was holding a thermal flask. He pointed to the cartoon thermal flask already placed on the bedside table. Could it be that you two have telepathy and have both made soup for me? Ruan Xinya walked to Ruan Muxing's side. Did you make this soup? Ruan Muxing nodded. How do you have the tools to stew soup in school? Isn't it prohibited in the dormitory? Electrical appliances are strictly checked in school dormitories, and usually, no one dares to smuggle private goods. Moreover, stewing soup isn't something that can be done in 10 or 30 minutes, so it's unknown where Ruan Muxing got the skills from. I said hi to Auntie in charge of the dorms and borrowed her soup pot. Ruan Muxing said nonchalantly. You always have so many tricks up your sleeve. Ruan Xinya laughed and looked at Ju Dongji. Mr. Ju, the soup that Xiaoqing cooked must have taken more effort than mine. Drink hers, it'll work better. I feel the same way, Ju Dongji said. Ruan Muxing's face turned red. What about the soup you cooked, sister? She asked. I'll take it to the company and have it as lunch later. Ruan Xinya had worked for so many years but had never brought her own food. As soon as she walked into the office with the thermal flask, her colleagues noticed her. Secretary Ruan, what is that you're carrying? Pig trotter soup. Ruan Xinya said truthfully. She originally wanted to invite her colleagues to have it together at noon, but before she could say anything, her colleague asked, Isn't this soup made for Mr. Ju who saved you? Are you planning to take it to the hospital? The office instantly buzzed with excitement. Secretary Ruan, the video online about Mr. Ju saving you has gone viral. Many people are shipping you and Mr. Ju. Have you seen it? I ship it, I ship it. Chen Yang raised her hand. The scene of Mr. Ju rushing to save you is simply better than all the dramas I've watched. Secretary Ruan, since he risked his life to save you, wouldn't it be best if you return the favor personally? Everyone was joking around when suddenly there was a loud crash from the corner of the office. That corner originally had a Chinese-style screen dividing the space, with a pot of sword lily beside it. The flowers had bloomed recently, their warm orange color soft and bright, and everyone considered it a good omen. But the pot had fallen to the ground at this moment. The dark green earthenware pot was shattered into pieces, and the soil scattered everywhere. Everyone turned around at the sound and saw Duan Chizhou standing there. Mr. Duan, did you bump into anything? Chen Yang was the first to react. She jogged over. Mr. Duan, are you okay? It's nothing. Get the janitors to clean it up. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Chizhou walked straight toward the president's office with a gaze that made the incident look like an innocent accident. But Ruan Xinya strangely sensed his anger from his steps. Sure enough, as soon as Duan Chizhou entered the office, her phone vibrated. Come in. These two words popped up on Duan Chizhou's WeChat. Ruan Xinya stood up and walked into the president's office. Mr. Duan, you called me? Close the door. Duan Chizhou said. Ruan Xinya's heart skipped a beat. Memories of that day he held her recklessly in the office crossed her mind. Was he going crazy again this early morning? Mr. Duan. Close the door. Ruan Xinya had no choice but to close the door. Duan Chizhou got up and walked to her past the desk. It rained today, and outside the office floor-to-ceiling window, rain streaks blurred with the wind, Duan Chizhou's shadow reflected on the glass, looking fragmented and distorted. He coldly stared at her. Are you seriously cooking soup now? What is this, getting serious? This soup is for sharing with my colleagues at noon. Then bring it in. Huh. Bring it in. Ruan Xinya couldn't understand. What do you want to do? Aren't you supposed to share it with your colleagues? Or am I not one of your colleagues? Do you want to drink it? Yes. But it's pig trotter soup. Du and Chijo didn't eat pig trotters. Whenever they went out for business dinners, Ruan Shinya always arranged things ahead to avoid this dish. Just bring it in if I say so. Ruan Shinya was speechless, but since the boss demanded, she had no choice but to comply. She went to her workstation and took the thermos inside without being noticed by her colleagues. The soup was lotus root stewed with pig trotters. When Du and Chijo opened the lid, he smelled the pig trotter, which he disliked, yet he stubbornly poured himself a bowl and drank it down with furrowed brows. Ruan Shinya watched him curiously. Mr. Duan, isn't this fun? It's funny. Suddenly, I feel I can accept the smell of pig trotters. So you should thank me for curing your picky eating habits. Thank you. You're welcome. If you like, I'll let you have all of it. As Ruan Shinya finished speaking, she walked out of Du and Chijo's office. Du and Chijo maintained his composure, but after enduring for several seconds, he rushed into the restroom of his restroom and vomited. 3 days later, Ju Dongji was discharged from the hospital. That day happened to be Saturday, and Ruan Shinya also went to the hospital in the morning. Ju Dongji's mother, Wang Xiaoman, was there too. As soon as she saw Ruan Shinya, she warmly came over. Ya, I met your mother yesterday in a tea art class. After when Menghan got together with Du and Qiuming, she has been trying to enhance her image as a wealthy wife. She signed herself up for many classes, tea art, flower arrangement, posture, all kinds of courses that would make her look more like a rich family's housewife were something she intended to learn. In marrying into wealth, when Menghan was more serious than anyone. I chatted with your mother for quite some time. She said that all these years, you've been busy taking care of Xiao Qing, and never really dated, always single, as pure as a blank sheet. Ruan Xinya's expression tightened slightly. She dated Cheng Zixuan in college, and her mother when Menghan knew about it. The reason why her mother deliberately hid this dating experience before Wang Xiaoman might be to help her create an image of purity and sentimentality in order to leave a good impression on Wang Xiaoman. I had a relationship in college, perhaps my mother didn't know. Ruan Xinya said. If she had romantic history, then so be it. She didn't need her mother's whitewashing, nor did she want to deceive Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman, seeing Ruan Xinya's honesty, liked her even more. Such a pretty girl, having had a relationship is perfectly normal and not at all inappropriate. It would be a waste of such beauty if she hadn't dated before. Ya, do you have a boyfriend now? Wang Xiaoman whispered. Ruan Xinya wasn't sure how to answer. She had maintained a relationship with Du and Chijo, but could he be called her boyfriend? No, of course not. He never gave her any proper title. Of course, he couldn't give it either. Auntie, I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have someone I like. There's someone you like, but you're not together. Why aren't you together? A flash of sorrow passed through Ruan Xinya's eyes. There were too many complicated and unspeakable factors between her and Du and Chijo, something outsiders couldn't possibly understand. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. However, since you're still single, that means my Dongji has a chance. Wang Xiaoman held onto Ruan Xinya's hand and affectionately patted it. I'm not boasting unnecessarily, but Dongji is excellent, ambitious, self-disciplined, emotional, family-oriented, and has upright values. He's a rare good man. Mom. Ju Dongji had unknowingly stood behind them. You've already used all the praiseworthy words from the Xinhua dictionary on me, and you still say you're not bragging about your own goods. Today, for convenience, Ju Dongji wore a simple black outdoor jacket, a very common style, yet it couldn't hide his refined appearance as a gentleman. Oh, what I said are facts, no exaggeration. Wang Xiaoman pointed at her son and continued, Xinya, look, he has another greatest quality, modesty. Unlike some overly confident men who have nothing but are extremely self-confident. My son has everything and is still very humble. Alright, that's enough. I'd wish the ground would crack open and swallow me if you keep going. Ruan Xinya laughed, clearly seeing the strong bond between Ju Dongji and Wang Xiaoman. Xinya, I said all this hoping you could consider our Dongji. Anyway, you're both single. Try dating, maybe you can spark something. Mom, stop it. Are you here to accompany me out of the hospital or to be a matchmaker? Ju Dongji joked while diffusing the situation. Matters like fate should take their natural course, no forced selling allowed. You've got the nerve to say that. If you weren't this old without an object, would I be so anxious to push you out there? Yes, it's my fault. Knowing it's your fault, you'd better seize the person in front of you. Ju Dongji glanced at Ruan Xinya, just smiling silently. Regarding Wang Xiaoman's attempt to pair Ruan Xinya with Ju Dongji, Ruan Xinya only took it as a joke and let it go. But her mother, when Menghan, took it seriously. For this reason, she specially made another visit to Ruan Xinya. Since the failed matchmaking with Qin Das-han, it had been a long time since Ruan Xinya saw her mother taking anything so seriously. Xinya, that's the Ju group. Have you heard the saying above Ju, below Duan? No, never. Above Ju, below Duan refers to how almost all local land-based industries in Rongqing are monopolized by the Duan family, while all air-related businesses are controlled by the Ju family. Airlines, telecom companies, even satellite technology all have ties with Ju group. When Menghan excitedly described, let me just tell you this, one Ju family far surpasses 10 Qin families. 10 Qin Das-hans added together don't equal one Ju Dongji in wealth. What do their riches have to do with me? Are you stupid? Mrs. Ju inquired about you from me, meaning she intends to set you up with Mr. Ju. Oh, my Xinya has such good fortune. We thought we lost out after Qin Das-han, and Mom was heartbroken for you, but now it turns out that heaven has arranged a much better, richer, and more powerful person for you. Mom, please don't make assumptions too quickly. Relationships aren't something that can be achieved easily. After the Qin Dashan incident, Ruan Xinya knew well her mother's impetuous nature. Wang Xiaoman probably just asked casually, but her mother might have already planned out how many banquet tables there would be for the wedding. Let me tell you, Ruan Xinya, this is a great marital opportunity delivered to your doorstep, and you must hold on to it tightly. Top-level tycoon families like Zhu Dongji, countless elite daughters aspire to associate with, yet cannot reach. You're lucky due to Xiao Qing, because after her surgery, there's continuous interaction with the Zhu family, which prompted Mrs. Zhu to give priority consideration to you. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Ruan Xinya's expression darkened. Since marrying into the Duan family, when Meng Han's perspective had grown quite high, adding a sense of superiority to her speech and actions, she seemed to have forgotten those hard days she once lived through and her humble origins. Why does your face look so unpleasant? Did Mom say something wrong? When Meng Han looked at Ruan Xinya, we originally were not even a small, humble household. Without your Uncle Duan and Xiao Qing, you wouldn't have any chance to get close to men like Qin Dashan and Zhu Dongji. Ruan Xinya remained silent. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you really think it's such a great accomplishment to be able to meet men like Chizhou through work? But Yaya, let's make one thing clear. Between you and Chizhou, one is the boss and the other is an underling. There is still a difference in hierarchy, a difference in social class. People of Chizhou's class will hire you, make you work hard for them, but they will never take a liking to you, much less marry you. When Meng Han got more and more worked up as she continued, take a look at Chizhou. His minimum requirement for a wife is someone from a prestigious family. Not long ago, Grandpa Duan carefully picked Tang family's second miss for him. That's the Tang family. This is the reality for how the wealthy find their wives. Alright Mom, stop please. Whenever Ruan Xinya thought about Duan Chizhou possibly marrying Tang Huamin, her heart ached slightly. She had intentionally tried not to dwell on this these past few days, but her mother's words were like salt on a wound. Fine. I won't say any more. All I'm trying to say is that it's quite precious for Mrs. Zhu to not value background when choosing a daughter-in-law, so don't throw this chance away. When Meng Han said as she took out an invitation from her bag and handed it over to Ruan Xinya, next week there's a ball, a gathering of influential people from Rongcheng. Mrs. Zhu and little Zhu will also attend. I went to great lengths to secure you an invitation, so next time you'll attend with me. Chapter 52, Definitely a Good Husband. Ruan Xinya had no intention of attending any ball. In gatherings full of noble young masters and misses, she knew that even if she went, she wouldn't be able to fit in. But Wang Meng Han insisted that she attend. You listen to me. If I tell you to go, then you must go. After all my careful planning, isn't it for your future? By the way, Duan Chizhou and Tang family's second miss will also be there. Tang family's second miss will be your future sister-in-law as well as your future mistress. It's always beneficial to get on well with her early. Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin would also attend. Ruan Xinya hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Alright, I'll go. She didn't want to witness Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin lovingly walking side by side, but sometimes, some scenarios must be seen personally so that she could confront them and clearly demarcate boundaries. While Duan Chizhou was telling her he'd settle things with Tang Huamin within 2 months, he was still making a high-profile appearance at the ball alongside Tang Huamin. She planned to meet him head-on, leaving him speechless and forcing him to terminate their agreement prematurely. Good, Mom knows you're the best listener and the most obedient. Wang Meng Han was delighted and immediately arranged a Jesus del Pozo haute couture dress for Ruan Xinya over the phone. Ruan Xinya was surprised that her mother's influence had grown to the point where she could arrange for international couture dresses with just a call. Clearly, during this time, her mother hadn't been idle. Perhaps enjoying the convenience brought by wealth and power made her place even more emphasis on money and authority. The ball was on Sunday. On Sunday morning, Wang Meng Han specially sent a driver to pick her up and take her for hair and makeup styling. In her earlier years, Ruan Xinya had accompanied Duan Chizhou to similar banquets. But back then, she was there as his accompanying staff, dressed in regular office attire, without the need for such formal makeup. After she finished her makeup and changed into her evening gown, Wang Meng Han arrived not long after. Today, Wang Meng Han wore an emerald green cheongsam adorned with jade toggles, radiating sophistication. Upon seeing Ruan Xinya, Wang Meng Han pulled her close, carefully examining her from top to bottom. Eventually, she decided Ruan Xinya's loose hair was too casual and asked the stylist to tie it up for her. Ruan Xinya felt like a porcelain doll being fussed over back and forth, feeling even more exhausted than going to work. Seeing signs of fatigue on Ruan Xinya's face, Wang Meng Han quickly patted her shoulder. Yaya, cheer up. Today is the first time Mom has taken you out to a gathering. I must ensure that when you make your appearance, you become the center of attention. Let everyone see how brilliant and enchanting the daughter of Wang Meng Han is. Mom, don't exaggerate too much. How is this exaggeration? Mom has attended many parties recently and met plenty of wealthy young ladies in city. To put it bluntly, none of these wealthy daughters can match up to your beauty. Inside the makeup room, both the hairstylist and Wang Meng Han's assistant were present. Ruan Xinya gently tugged at her mother's arm, giving her a look suggesting caution given the crowd. However, Wang Meng Han was completely unfazed. She glanced at Jeff, the young hairstylist, and smiled. We're all friends here. Even Jeff is one of us, right, Jeff? Yes, Mrs. Duan, I absolutely won't say anything inappropriate. Jeff mimed zipping his mouth shut with his hand. Wang Meng Han was satisfied and patted Jeff's broad shoulders. Jeff flashed a flattering yet somewhat ambiguous smile, creating an unusual atmosphere. Ruan Xinya looked between the two of them. They quickly shifted their gazes as if trying to avoid suspicion. The ball was held at the National Business Hotel. This was a bayfront hotel built along the sea, its interior brilliantly lit, every corner showcasing the grandeur bought with immense wealth. Large floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the ocean's surface and moonlight, and from afar, it looked as if a massive luminous firework was floating on the sea. Wang Menghan's Mercedes-Benz van stopped at the hotel entrance, where the hotel staff promptly came to open the doors for them. With slender legs in high heels, Ruan Xinya gracefully stepped out of the car. The silk skirt hugged her figure as it slid down, covering her ankles. She wore a custom-made halter-neck gown by Jesus del Pozo, the standout feature of which was its high slit, with the rest of the design kept deliberately simple. Her makeup style mirrored the elegance of the gown, cool and reminiscent of a serene white moonlight. As soon as Ruan Xinya stepped out of the car, the hotel staff who opened the door momentarily lost focus, his gaze lingering on her face until Ruan Xinya looked at him, at which point he realized his neglect of duty and quickly looked away. Although Wang Menghan liked to be dramatic, one thing she said was true among the young ladies of city: none matched Ruan Xinya in both beauty and figure. Ruan Xinya belonged to the typical heavy makeup beauty type, yet her subtle makeup did nothing to detract from her allure, rather, it enhanced her stunning charm. Just as she got out of the car, she vividly illustrated the phrase sinking fish and falling geese, describing incomparable beauty. Wang Menghan led Ruan Xinya into the hotel banquet hall. The scent of expensive perfume filled the air, as did the sound of clinking glasses and murmured conversations. Fashionably dressed socialites moved gracefully among them, and even the air seemed to carry the fragrance of fame and fortune. Ah, Mrs. Duan has arrived. Mrs. Duan, it's been too long. Mrs. Duan, you look better than ever. In these greetings of Mrs. Duan, Wang Menghan smiled like a flower in full bloom as she confidently exchanged pleasantries with others. In just a few short months, she had transformed from a timid housewife into a skilled socialite who could maneuver in all directions. It was clear that she had fully adapted to her role as an affluent madam, indeed thriving in it. Mrs. Duan, may I ask who this young lady is? Someone asked, their eyes gleaming at the sight of Ruan Xinya. Wang Menghan affectionately pulled Ruan Xinya close by her side and introduced her to the group. Madam Chen, this is my daughter, Xinya. Ruan Xinya noticed how her mother intentionally omitted her surname. Madam Chen also fell for Wang Menghan's ploy, mistakenly recognizing her as Duan Yuanxi's mother and admiring Wang Menghan internally for maintaining such a good relationship with her stepdaughter despite her indulgence. Oh, so this must be Miss Duan. Miss Duan, you are truly beautiful. Last week, I met a famous actress touted as the most beautiful starlet in the entertainment industry, but she doesn't hold a candle to even a third of your beauty. Every Miss Duan grated on Ruan Xinya's ears, prompting her to offer an explanation. However, before she could speak, Wang Menghan subtly held onto her hand. Wang Menghan's intent was clear: let the misunderstanding continue. After all, she had reviewed the guest list thoroughly, confirming that Duan Yuanxi wasn't scheduled to attend. At that moment, a cold snort sounded behind them. What Miss Duan? It was Duan Yuanxi who had arrived unexpectedly. While Wang Menghan knew Duan Yuanxi was not on today's attendee list, what she didn't know was that one of Duan Yuanxi's best friend's mothers was one of the organizers of the ball, allowing her easy access without needing an invitation. I've lived in the Duan household for 20 years. How have I never heard of another Duan family miss with the surname Duan? Duan Yuanxi stared directly at Ruan Xinya, her eyes full of disdain. So what? Does that mean any random stray can pose as a Duan family daughter? 1111, you're misunderstanding. It's Madam Chen's mistake. Wang Menghan deflected, continuing, actually, it's my fault for being unclear. Xinya is from my previous marriage, but Mr. Qiuming treats Xinya as if she were his own flesh and blood, thus referring to her as Miss Duan is not incorrect. Duan Yuanxi sneered coldly, her gaze silently questioning, do you deserve such a title? The embarrassed Madam Chen excused herself hurriedly when she sensed the awkwardness. After making sure no one else was around, Duan Yuanxi approached Wang Menghan and Ruan Xinya, leaning between them to whisper menacingly, I suggest both of you show some self-respect. Ruan Xinya felt her face redden as if it might drip with blood. She never wanted to impersonate a Miss Duan, yet here she was caught in this situation, unable to defend herself. Wang Menghan, experienced with such scenarios, remained calm, smiling coolly. 1111, we are still family. There's no need to act so aggressively and make us both look bad in front of others. I have never once considered you part of our family, Duan Yuanxi shot back sharply. You sly old fox. Don't think that because Dad listens to you, you can use the Duan family name as a shield for your actions. If I catch you pretending again, I will definitely not forgive you. With those words, Duan Yuanxi walked away. As Wang Menghan watched Duan Yuanxi's retreating back, she quietly bit her lip. Despite her several months of unassuming and dedicated efforts in the Duan household, Duan Yuanxi remained distant and cold, impossible to warm or melt. This young girl was undoubtedly her greatest obstacle in the Duan family. Mom. It's nothing, Wang Menghan forced a smile towards Ruan Xinya. What's life if not about thick skin? Being overly sensitive will only get you nowhere. Mom, you've gone far enough. I know my limits. Just imagine, if I had directly introduced you as Ruan, do you think Madam Chen would even spare you a glance? You don't understand yet, this circle is ruthless, which is why you need to take advantage of Mr. Ju. And here we go again. Ruan Xinya started feeling a headache coming on. I'll find something to eat first, Ruan Xinya said. She hadn't eaten before arriving and was feeling slightly hungry now. Who cares about food? Did I bring you here so you could eat? Of course not. Meeting Mr. Ju is more important. So many socialites and debutantes are here today. A single slip-up, and he'll be snatched away. Wang Menghan dragged Ruan Xinya through the venue until they spotted Ju Dongji standing elegantly by the ocean view floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Ju Dongji was wearing a striped suit today, holding a champagne glass. In the light, he appeared sophisticated and elegant. Mr. Ju. Wang Menghan greeted him warmly. Ju Dongji turned around, offering a polite nod toward Wang Menghan before directing his gaze at Ruan Xinya behind her. His eyes softened warmly, not concealing his surprise and evident delight at seeing her. Wang Menghan noticed this subtle interaction and gained renewed confidence. Mr. Ju, I hate to interrupt, but I was just wondering, why isn't Mrs. Ju here today? My mother caught a cold and didn't make it today, Ju Dongji replied. Oh, I see. What a pity. Just the other day, your mother asked me about our Yaya. That's why I specially brought her along today so your mother could chat with her. Ju Dongji, with his keen attention to detail, couldn't fail to pick up on the implications behind Wang Menghan's words. Anything she wishes to say, I can pass on myself. Wang Menghan seized the opportunity at once. Yes, then let the young ones talk. Your mother originally wanted you, Mr. Ju, to learn more about Yaya this way. But if you're learning directly from her yourself now, that's even better. With that said, she patted Ruan Xinya on the shoulder. Yaya, Mom will go explain what happened earlier to Mrs. Chen. You stay here and chat with Mr. Ju, I'll come back for you later. Okay. Wang Menghan walked away. Ruan Xinya felt an unexplained sense of relief. Ju Dongji chuckled lightly. Did you get dragged here? Not exactly, Ruan Xinya admitted honestly. If she truly hadn't wanted to come, not even being tied up would have forced her here. This time, she actually wanted to be here. It seems like you're not very excited to be here. I'm just hungry, she confessed, gripping the corseted waistline of her gown. Looking good always comes with a price. Haven't you eaten anything? Just a few cherry tomatoes in the morning. Do you want anything specific? I can fetch it for you. Ju Dongji offered. No, I'll go myself. Ruan Xinya wasn't comfortable troubling him. I doubt your blood sugar level is enough to sustain you long enough to find food. Just wait here. And without another word, he set down his champagne glass and turned his steps. In events like these, as Wang Menghan had mentioned, no one would truly come solely for food. Standing too long by the buffet counter would only invite ridicule. Yet, Ju Dongji ignored all the gazes directed at him, picked up the largest plate available, and began choosing carefully at the buffet table. Soon, he returned with a plate brimming with various delicacies for Ruan Xinya. Eat. There's so much. Ruan Xinya thought that Ju Dongji must have some misunderstanding about her appetite. With this plate, even a pig might be satiated halfway. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I took a little of everything. Ju Dongji was a considerate and meticulous man, both in appearance and conduct. He had that husband-like aura around him. Ruan Xinya reflected that a man like this would surely make a wonderful husband in marriage. Thank you. She was almost famished, devouring the delicate dishes with relish. Ju Dongji watched beside her, having met countless affected young ladies who wiped their mouths 10 times after every bite, trying desperately to avoid any trace of unattractiveness while eating. For them, dining had become a kind of performance art. Yet, here was Ruan Xinya unconcerned about maintaining such appearances, fully immersed in her enjoyment of the food, embodying the phrase fully savoring to perfection. When his mother sought to pair him with Ruan Xinya, she often emphasized Ruan Xinya's striking beauty. While Ju Dongji acknowledged her good looks, what attracted him even more was her natural ease in front of him. At his elevated position, apart from family members, almost everyone he encountered wore a mask or seemed overly anxious before him. It was rare for someone like Ruan Xinya to appear completely unguarded toward him. Is it good? When you're hungry, everything tastes good. Slow down, no one is going to snatch your food. Okay. To Ju Dongji's surprise, Ruan Xinya finished every last bit of the food he'd brought for her. Seeing her still somewhat unsatisfied look, Ju Dongji joked, the amount I got doesn't seem that much, does it? Ruan Xinya smiled, unaware that there was cream lingering on the corner of her lips. Ju Dongji handed her a handkerchief embroidered with a single letter Z. Ruan Xinya looked at the handkerchief, confused. Is this for me? Her innocent gaze revealed dark bright pupils that seemed to hold a whole lake, drawing him in without resistance. For reasons unknown, though he knew it was improper, Ju Dongji reached out directly to wipe the cream off her lips. Right at that moment, someone by the door called out, President Duan has arrived. Chapter 53, she plays around, but you're the real deal. The hotel's revolving door spun gently as Duan Chizhou stepped in slowly. By his side was Tang Huamin, the second miss of the Tang family and the rumored fiancé he was set to become engaged to. Tang Huamin could be considered an elegant beauty. Her features didn't quite reach breathtaking levels, but thanks to years of dance training, her posture was light and graceful, giving her a particularly distinguished aura. At this moment, she stood beside Duan Chizhou, her hand resting on his arm as her eyes proudly swept over the room. Yuan Xinya watched them from afar. Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin, standing together, matched not only in appearance but also in their demeanor cultivated from lives of wealth. They truly belonged to the same world. Cindy had come specifically to witness their loving public display, yet seeing it caused an unexpectedly sharp ache in her heart. Just as she prepared to look away, Duan Chizhou suddenly turned his head and looked directly in the direction where she and Ju Dongji were standing. Their gazes met across the sea of people, though only for 1 or 2 seconds, before Du and Chizhou shifted his focus back to Tang Huamin. Mr. Duan and Miss Tang make quite a couple, someone nearby commented quietly. I agree, they're so well suited. A trace of disappointment flickered on Yuan Xinya's face. Zhu Dongji wasn't paying attention to Du and Chizhou and Tang Huamin, his gaze remained fixed on Yuan Xinya. When he noticed her complexion changing, he assumed it was due to something he might have inadvertently done. Sorry, there was cream on your lips, so It's fine, I just got your handkerchief dirty. Yuan Xinya replied. The handkerchief is no issue. Even though they still stood there, with the ocean and sky visible beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, Zhu Dongji distinctly felt the atmosphere between them grow less relaxed than before. Perhaps, he'd been too hasty. They spoke simultaneously. With impeccable gentlemanly manners, Zhu Dongji gestured. Lady first, please go ahead. I feel like I've eaten too much, a bit queasy. I'll go use the restroom. All right. Zhu Dongji pointed the way. The restroom is down that hall, to the east. Okay, thank you. Yuan Xinya lifted her skirt and walked eastward. She genuinely felt some discomfort in her stomach, starting from when Du and Chizhou and Tang Huamin entered hand in hand. As traditional Chinese medicine often stated, emotional stress could stagnate qi in the stomach, proving once again to be correct. She intended to go to the restroom to vomit, but after trying for a while, nothing came up. Du and Yuanxi entered the restroom and saw her looking strange, trying to vomit. You're throwing up. Why are you throwing up? Doesn't everything about me need to be reported to you? Yuan Xinya wondered aloud. Yuan Xinya, could it be you're pregnant? Who said vomiting equates to pregnancy? Du and Yuanxi visibly sighed in relief, then moved in front of Yuan Xinya, pointing at her shoulder with one finger. I advise you to watch yourself, there are seeds you shouldn't let grow within you. What do you mean by that? Just what I said, you know it deep down, slut. A hint of unease crept into Yuan Xinya's mind. Could it be that Du and Yuanxi knew about her relationship with Du and Chizhou? She wanted clarity but feared exposing herself further if she asked bluntly. Why aren't you speaking now? There's nothing for me to say. Yuan Xinya sidestepped past Du and Yuanxi and hurriedly left the restroom. Inside the venue, the dance party had begun. Still feeling slightly uneasy, Yuan Xinya sent a message to her mother, Mrs. Wang Menghan, informing her, and then went upstairs to the lounge on the second floor. The organizers had set up 10 lounges on the second floor of the venue, each equipped with its own bathroom. Rooms number 1 and number 2 displayed do not disturb signs. Yuan Xinya entered room number 3. Just as she tried to close the door behind her, a man's hand adorned with a Rolex wedged itself into the gap, preventing her from shutting it completely. Yuan Xinya recognized the watch immediately. Paul Newman, an item from the previous year's auction held by Rich Art Auction House, sold for 120 million yuan and claimed by none other than Du and Chizhou. First come, first served, Mr. Duan, room number 3 was already taken by me first. Yuan Xinya pressed hard on the door to keep him out. Do you really want to struggle here? Du and Chizhou asked. People could come upstairs at any moment. If anyone else saw her and Du and Chizhou inappropriately entangled outside this door, she would instantly be labeled as the third party ruining Du and Chizhou's and Tang Huamin's relationship. After all, everyone at the scene had seen Du and Chizhou enter the venue today with Tang Huamin by his side. While they hadn't announced their engagement officially, this act indirectly affirmed Tang Huamin as his partner. Hesitating momentarily, Du and Chizhou seized the opportunity and squeezed himself inside. With a loud thud, the door shut and locked behind him. Seeing he had succeeded, Yuan Xinya pushed against him. Why did you come in? You need to leave right now. Du and Chizhou grabbed both her wrists, raising them high, and with a quick turn, pinned her against the door. The silk fabric of the evening gown was light and thin, and the coolness of the door panel seeped through her clothing and into her skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Chizhou Duan, let go of me. Du and Chizhou paid no heed, his tall frame pressing towards her. Under the dim lighting of the lounge, he examined her from this dominant angle. She looked truly beautiful today. This beauty was different from her usual elegance, it was clearly a deliberate attempt at seduction. Looking so good, are you here for Zhu Dongji? His heated breath caressed Yuan Xinya's collarbone, making her instinctively recoil and reveal an elegant notch in her collarbone. Du and Chizhou kissed it directly. Don't. Yuan Xinya realized what he was about to do and tried to stop him. Don't what? Don't leave marks there. And why shouldn't I? His kisses trailed upward from her collarbone to linger on her slender neck. You haven't answered me yet, were you dressed like this for Zhu Dongji's viewing? What about you? Who is your attire meant for? Yuan Xinya countered. Du and Chizhou twisted his tie. Which day am I not dressed like this? It was true. He was always high-end while she wasn't, like Cinderella in a ball gown, a dream that must return to reality when the clock struck midnight. That was the difference between them. They were people from different worlds. So tell me, dressing like this today, who were you trying to seduce? As he finished speaking, his hand had already slid up the high slit of her evening gown. Don't touch me. Yuan Xinya attempted to break free from his grip, but with a significant physical strength disparity between men and women, no matter how much she struggled, it was all futile. If I can't touch you, who else can? Zhu Dongji? Don't drag Mr. Zhu into this. He's nothing like you, he's a man of perfect integrity. He's a man of perfect integrity, am I then a shameless rogue? I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Yuan Xinya glared at him, her pupils bright and moist, but, you have quite accurately assessed yourself. Xinya, you're testing my patience. Duan Chijo's kiss fell like a sudden downpour, landing on every inch of her exposed skin. If he wanted, he could make each kiss leave a mark, but he held back, only leaving one tender trace behind her ear that belonged solely to him. Chijo Duan, let go of me. You're going to get engaged. Why do you still want to with me? Why don't you go kiss your fiancé? Duan Chijo silenced her words with a kiss. She closed her mouth, dodging as best she could, refusing to let him enter. He released her hands, grabbing her chin instead and forcefully opening her lips, tangling his tongue with hers until her own went numb. Yuan Shinya beat against his chest with her hands, attempting to step on his leather shoes with her high heels. Duan Chijo remained unmoved, even pulling her leg out from the slit and wrapping it around his waist. Their pose was taboo, filled with raw desire. The futile struggle drained Yuan Shinya of her strength, leaving her soft and pressed between the door panel and Duan Chijo's chest. Without the forceful invasion from him, she might have slid to the ground. In the lounge, their heavy breathing resounded in every corner. Yuan Shinya suddenly recalled the day of her mother Wang Menghan's wedding to Duan Qiuming, when Duan Chijo also pressed her hard in the lounge, claiming her fiercely. She had thought that would be their last time, but little did she expect, their entanglement was just beginning. While Yuan Shinya was lost in her thoughts for a few seconds, Duan Chijo's finger had already reached the lace on her underwear. His fingertips felt like fire, scorching her skin. Seeing her defenses faltering, Yuan Shinya grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. Duan Chijo had never been pulled by the ear before. He flinched, his advance weakening instantly. Yuan Shinya took the chance to push him away. Chijo Duan, you're despicable. She adjusted the high slit of her gown. You dragging me here to do such things, haven't you considered your fiancé Tang Miss feelings? She's not my fiancé. Then why did you bring her to the ball? Duan Chijo rested his forehead against hers. Sometimes, a man inevitably has to put on a show. She is the act, so what am I? What am I to you? Duan Chijo grabbed Yuan Shinya's hand and pulled it downwards. What am I? You feel it. Yuan Shinya quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed red. Do you feel it now? Duan Chijo kissed the pearl hanging on her earlobe. You're real. As if afraid she wouldn't understand, he added, you're different from her. Duan Chijo's voice softened significantly, almost coaxing her. Yuan Shinya stood dazedly as he leaned in for another kiss. This kiss was slow and lingering, a tender exchange where his fiery passion slowly melted the icy mountain of jealousy inside her heart. His tongue danced with hers, as if soothing her, as if begging for forgiveness, as if declaring love. The flames gradually rose again. I like the dress you're wearing today. Duan Chijo parted her legs through the high slit. It's very convenient. Yuan Shinya pushed his hand away. I don't want to do this here. What's wrong with here? The lounge has people coming and going. It's not hygienic. Then let's stand here. I don't want to. She wasn't in the mood. But I do. He kissed her. It's been 11 days since we last did it. Yuan Shinya didn't expect him to remember the exact time. Why did he even keep track of that? As Duan Chijo was about to make his move, Wang Menghan's voice came from outside the door. Yaya. Yuan Shinya felt as if she had fallen into an icy well, all her desires cooling down immediately. She looked at Duan Chijo nervously, covering his lips before they could kiss hers again, signaling for silence with a shur. Yaya. Are you inside? Wang Menghan knocked on the door of lounge room number 3. Why would her mother know she was in lounge room number 3? All she told her assistant was that she wanted to rest upstairs, without mentioning which room number she'd chosen. Could it be that the other lounges already had their guests leave, so their do not disturb signs were taken off? Yaya. Yaya. Wang Menghan seemed determined to call until Yuan Shinya responded. Yuan Shinya grew tense enough to curl her toes. If her mother saw her locked inside a lounge with Duan Chijo, there would be no hiding anything. Stay quiet in there while I go out to distract my mom, she whispered, pulling at Duan Chijo's suit collar. What if I don't agree? He smirked teasingly. Don't lose your mind. Then give me a kiss. Mr. Duan Chijo, my mom is outside. He paid no heed, stubbornly pointing at his left cheek. With no choice, Yuan Shinya tiptoed to try kissing his cheek, but just as she was about to reach it, he turned his head and kissed her full on the lips instead. Not only that, he opened her lips and drew a few deep kisses. Yuan Shinya was seething. Excuse me, do you have the keycard for lounge room number 3? My daughter seems to have gone in, but she hasn't responded to my calls. I'm worried she might have fainted inside. Ms. Duan, are you sure your daughter went in? If you're not certain, we can't open the door. If someone else is in there, we won't be able to explain. Please double check. Wait, I'll make a phone call. The door to lounge room number 3 opened right on cue. Mom. Yuan Shinya walked out of lounge room number 3, closing the door behind her. You're in there, so why didn't you respond when I called you? Wang Menghan sounded a little upset. I fell asleep, I didn't hear you. Sleeping in there? Did I bring you here to sleep? Wang Menghan grabbed Yuan Shinya and started walking away. You're supposed to chat with Mr. Ju properly. Why did you run off to sleep? Are you brain dead? Do you realize that Miss Chu from the Chu family already started flirting with Mr. Ju while you were gone? Mom, my stomach doesn't feel well. Deal with it, even if you're uncomfortable. You don't have many chances to meet Mr. Ju, so you must cherish this opportunity. Wang Menghan glanced at Yuan Shinya, her face was pale, and her lipstick was completely wiped off. Although her lips were naturally quite red now, it still didn't look right. Where's your lipstick? Yuan Shinya froze. Her lipstick was completely eaten by Duan Chijo. I threw up earlier, so I washed it off. Go freshen up quickly, then take Mr. Ju back. They're chatting already, how am I supposed to snatch him back? I'm not feeling well, I want to go home. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Wang Menghan took a breath to encourage her. That Miss Chu isn't as pretty as you. Men are visual creatures. As long as Mr. Ju isn't blind, he'll definitely choose you. Just listen to me, or else the money I borrowed for that haute couture will go to waste. Ruan Xinya stumbled as she was pulled by Wang Menghan. She turned back silently to glance at lounge room number 3, growing farther and farther away. The hotel staff was unlocking the door to lounge room number 3. As soon as the door opened, there sat Duan Chizhou, perfectly groomed in his suit. Mr. Duan. Mr. Duan. Chapter 54, he didn't trust her at all. Duan Chizhou's eyes were cold and sharp. He stared at the staff member without saying a word, just watching. The staff member was drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he was quick-witted and immediately said, I didn't see anything, and I wasn't in resting room number 3 today, Mr. Duan. Those who worked in such a luxurious hotel were all shrewd. Duan Chizhou stood up. As he passed by the staff member, he turned his face and asked, What's your name? Zhao Yundao. I remember you now, Manager Zhao. Mr. Duan, I'm not the manager here. You will be tomorrow. Zhao Yundao froze in place. After realizing what had happened, he bowed deeply to Duan Chizhou's retreating figure. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Duan Chizhou left resting room number 3. Unbeknownst to him, at the corner of the corridor, his sister Duan Yuanxi was also looking at his back. Duan Yuanxi saw her brother Duan Chizhou walking into resting room number 3 with Ruan Xinya. This was yet another time she caught them red-handed. She had no idea what kind of spell her brother was under. Tang Huamin was right downstairs, and he still insisted on being with Ruan Xinya. Was this femme fatale really that attractive to him? So frustrating. Duan Yuanxi went downstairs. Tang Huamin was gracefully dancing in the dance pool. She had studied dance since elementary school. Her posture was soft and graceful, making her an instant focus among the guests. She obviously relished in the spotlight and danced one song after another. Duan Yuanxi felt even more disheartened. Did Tang Huamin really think they were here for dancing? With her brother consorting with another woman upstairs, could she really not sense anything and continue dancing? Duan Yuanxi waved to Tang Huamin in the dance pool and then walked to the side. After noticing her, Tang Huamin left the dance pool and walked over to Duan Yuanxi. 1111, what's wrong? Where's my brother? Duan Yuanxi asked somewhat irritably. Your brother? I just saw him chatting with Mr. Shong. Isn't he right there? Tang Huamin pointed casually. Duan Yuanxi didn't know how to respond. If you said she didn't care about her brother, she did. But if you said she cared, she didn't even know about her brother rendezvousing with Ruan Xinya upstairs. Never mind, let's not talk about my brother. How about that favor I asked you to help with last time? Are you talking about the Ruan Xinya situation? Tang Huamin smiled faintly, it's ongoing. Your wish will soon come true. At the end of the ball, Ruan Xinya didn't see Ju Dongji again because Ju Dongji had already left early. Madame Ju, Wang Xiaoman, had collapsed at home with a high fever, and the family doctor called Ju Dongji twice to bring him back. Wang Menghan was very disappointed. She always felt that bringing Ruan Xinya along hadn't been worth it. On the way back, she leaned against the back seat, pondering for a long time before speaking suddenly. Ya, please take a day off tomorrow and I'll take you to visit Madame Ju at the Ju residence. I can't take a day off tomorrow, Ruan Xinya replied. But you're only a secretary, not some crucial job. Can't you take one day off? If that doesn't work, a half day is fine. Mom, I really can't tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the unveiling ceremony of Ju Company's first AI robot with Tang Corporation, and she needed to coordinate everything on site. The coordination work was complex and fragmented, so even if she wanted to delegate, it wouldn't be easy. Mistress Wang became even more displeased. Can you tell which things are more important? If you become Mrs. Little Ju, do you even need to work? You're truly short-sighted, always picking up the sesame seeds but missing out on watermelons. The project tomorrow is important to Duan Corporation. I really can't take a day off. Besides, Madame Ju's illness is private business. The Ju family claims it's a cold, but is it really just that? If it isn't, we would infringe on their privacy by barging in unexpectedly, and that would upset them. Wang Menghan thought that Ruan Xinya made some sense. These wealthy families had too many taboos. Barging in unexpectedly was indeed inappropriate. Fine, don't go to the Ju house for now. Wang Menghan started scheming, trying to find other opportunities for Ruan Xinya and Ju Dongji to meet. It wasn't without reason that she was so eager to marry Ruan Xinya into the Ju family. Because of the interference from the Duan family children, although Wang Menghan had moved into the Duan family household, she hadn't officially registered her marriage with Duan Qiuming. Thus, her position was unstable, and the tangible benefits she could obtain were few and far between. She had always intended to raise the issue of formalizing the marriage, but she could never find the right moment. If Ruan Xinya married into the Ju family, she, as the mother of Ju Dongji's future wife, would gain significant social status. Then when it came to discussing registration again, she would have much more leverage. Ruan Xinya didn't bother with her mother's complicated schemes. After the ball ended, she changed out of her haute couture gown and headed directly to tomorrow's release event venue to check on the arrangement preparations. Only after confirming everything was set did she go home. On the second day, Ruan Xinya arrived early at the event venue in the morning. Not long after she got there, Tang Huamin also showed up. Today, Tang Huamin would step on stage as the image designer of the AI robot to explain the design concept of the entire AI robot. In a certain sense, she was one of the main protagonists of today's press conference. She had therefore dressed in a very professional manner, her beige women's suit and slacks accentuating her commanding demeanor. Half an hour before the press conference, Duan Qizhou and Tang Weishan, the president of Tang Corporation, arrived at the scene. Tang Weishan was Tang Huamin's father. Despite being over 50 years old, he exuded vigor, standing tall without even a trace of indulgence characteristic of middle-aged wealthy merchants. He sat side by side with Duan Qizhou, occasionally leaning close to Duan Qizhou's ear to talk to him. As the younger generation, Duan Qizhou gave Tang Weishan ample face, listening attentively and respectfully. Ruan Xinya stood in the shadow with her earpiece on, watching Duan Qizhou from afar. She recalled how yesterday, he had pinned her against the wall in the restroom and said that men inevitably engaged in pretense when outside. But at Duan Qizhou's position, no one could force him to do anything. His willingness to engage in pretense with Tang Huamin only proved that the intertwined interests between Tang Corporation and Duan Corporation were too deeply rooted for him to sever them immediately. Secretary Ruan. Ruan Xinya was lost in thought when someone behind her tapped her shoulder. Ruan Xinya turned around and saw Tang Huamin. Director Tang, what is it? I suddenly feel unwell in my stomach and need to go to the restroom. Come with me, please help me carry some things. Ordering Ruan Xinya around had become second nature to Tang Huamin. Although Ruan Xinya felt uncomfortable, she couldn't refuse, this was part of her job. All right. The two walked to the entrance of the restroom. Tang Huamin solemnly handed her the iPad and a USB drive, warning her, this contains all the drawings of today's AI robot that we are about to release. Hold on to it tightly, there must be no mistakes. Director Tang, don't worry. I won't leave the restroom entrance until you return. Good. Tang Huamin spent approximately 20 minutes in the restroom. Initially, Ruan Xinya waited patiently, but as the number of calls she received over her walkie-talkie increased, she began to grow impatient. Just as she was considering going into the restroom to inquire, Tang Huamin emerged. Apologies, Secretary Ruan, for making you wait so long. It's fine, Director Tang. Are you alright? I'm fine. Well then, I'll go back to work. Ruan Xinya returned Tang Huamin's belongings and quickly ran off to help other colleagues resolve issues. When there were only 3 minutes left until the press conference, Ruan Xinya, the overall coordinator, finally had a brief moment of relaxation. She just unscrewed the cap of a bottle of mineral water but hadn't yet taken a sip when Assistant Chen Yang suddenly rushed over, extremely anxious. Sister Xinya, something bad has happened, really bad. Ruan Xinya froze mid-motion. What is it? Director Tang says her design draft has been leaked. What? Look. Chen Yang opened her phone and clicked into Weibo. Just now, the designer from Ju Corporation posted a design drawing of a robot online, claiming this is Ju Corporation's new intelligent robot called Yami. Ruan Xinya glanced at it. So? Ju Corporation announced long ago they were researching the next-generation hypersmart robot. What does this have to do with Duan Corporation's press conference today? The problem is, Director Tang claims the design drawing published by Ju Corporation's designer is identical to the one she planned to release today. The situation is chaos backstage now as everyone scrambles to come up with a solution. Mr. Duan and President Tang have already been summoned, and Mr. Duan told you to figure out a way to control the situation on site and buy time as much as possible. Understood. Ruan Xinya immediately contacted the MC of the press conference and the staff on site, instructing them to move the promotional video of Duan Technology Park ahead. After successfully delaying for 15 minutes, Tang Huamin stepped on stage and unveiled the image of Yo-Yo, the AI robot jointly developed by Duan Corporation and Tang Corporation. She remained composed and conversed smoothly, not a single media person suspecting that this version of the design was actually Plan B from before, which had been abandoned. However, after the press conference ended, Tang Huamin couldn't hold herself together in the backstage meeting room. She shattered several bottles of water on the meeting table. Sister Xinya, Director Tang wants you. Chen Yang came running and said. Okay. Ruan Xinya entered the meeting room. Before she fully crossed the threshold, Tang Huamin grabbed the iPad from her hands and hurled it at her. The hard corner of the iPad struck Ruan Xinya's chin, opening a wound instantly. Director Tang, what are you doing? Ruan Xinya touched her sore jaw, having no idea why Tang Huamin did this. Aren't you bold enough to ask? Wasn't it you who leaked my design draft? I didn't. How could I possibly do such a thing? The commotion drew the attention of Duan Qizhou and Tang Weishan who had just finished their interviews. What's going on? Duan Qizhou's gaze swept over Ruan Xinya's red and bleeding chin before settling on Tang Huamin. Mr. Duan, I now highly suspect that Ruan Xinya leaked my design draft. Do you have any evidence? Duan Qizhou asked. She is the only person who has touched my iPad and USB drive. Half an hour before the press conference started, I felt unwell in the stomach and went to the restroom, asking Ruan Xinya to help carry my iPad and USB drive for a moment. That was 20 minutes where she had plenty of time to leak my design draft. Tang Huamin said with certainty. I didn't. I've worked at Duan Corporation for many years, always loyal to the company. I have no reason whatsoever to do such a thing. Ruan Xinya looked at Duan Qizhou. Mr. Duan, it really wasn't me. You claim to have no reason. But you do have a reason, Ju Dongji, the president of Ju Corporation. Tang Huamin stepped close to Ruan Xinya, pointing her finger as she loudly accused, if I'm not mistaken, you and President Ju Dongji of Ju Corporation have a particularly good relationship. A month ago, I personally witnessed him saving your life by blocking a knife without flinching. Yesterday, I even saw you talking happily with him at the ball. Moreover, your mother makes no secret of her ambition to marry you into the Ju family. Tell me, did you use my design draft as a tool to please and flatter Ju Dongji? The colleagues and Tang Corporation staff began murmuring amongst themselves. The video of Ju Dongji blocking the knife for Wan Xinya had once gone viral online. Almost everyone present had seen it. At the time, people were all engrossed in shipping them as a couple, never imagining this incident would become today's double-edged sword. Director Tang, you resort to defaming me and even drag my mother into it. You're truly putting much effort. However, no matter what you say, something I didn't do simply wasn't done. I will not bear the blame falsely. Tang Huamin, seeing that Wan Xinya stood firm, turned around and tearfully approached her father Tang Weishan and Duan Shizhou. Dad, Mr. Duan, you must take up my cause. For the sake of Yo-Yo's design draft, I've been working around the clock. Overtime at the company has made my hair fall out extensively. I truly safeguarded the original design draft very well, but half an hour before the start of the press conference, I suddenly had a stomachache. Thinking Wan Xinya is reliable as someone from Duan Corporation, I temporarily entrusted her with the USB drive. I never expected this kind of mishap, she cried while speaking. That was my hard work, and just like that, it got plagiarized by Ju Corporation. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Seeing his daughter sobbing sadly, Tang Weishan turned to look at Duan Shizhou. Shizhou, Huamin has indeed devoted a lot of effort to this design draft recently. What she said also makes perfect sense. I fully believe Huamin. How about this matter? He was clearly putting pressure on Duan Shizhou. In any case, this incident belonged to a major accident and required someone to take the blame. If Wan Xinya didn't take the blame, then as the design director, Tang Huamin failed to properly manage her design drafts, which could make her position appear somewhat embarrassing. Mr. Duan, I didn't leak the design draft. It really wasn't me. Wan Xinya defended herself again, looking straight at Duan Shizhou. Duan Shizhou remained silent for a few seconds, then impassively made his ruling. Wan Xinya is suspended first. Before the truth comes to light, Wan Xinya must not step into Duan Corporation even half a step. Upon hearing this, the staff of Duan Corporation all gave Wan Xinya meaningful glances. Duan Shizhou's words were undoubtedly biased toward Tang Huamin. Suspending her was tantamount to sentencing her. Wan Xinya stood motionless in a daze, utterly unable to believe what she was hearing. How could Duan Shizhou not trust her? She originally thought that during the 2 years she worked closely beside Duan Shizhou, despite the ambiguous relationship between them, as his secretary, she had always been diligent and responsible in her work. She firmly believed that Duan Shizhou would trust her character. But evidently, he didn't trust her at all. Wan Xinya felt a sharp chill down her spine. Just yesterday, she still believed Duan Shizhou's nonsense about playing along. Only until this very moment when she was slapped in the face did she realize that at critical moments, Duan Shizhou and Tang Huamin would always be on the same side, while she would only be the disposable pawn. Chapter 55, Exposure. Wan Xinya handed over her work badge and left the venue in a daze. All her colleagues silently watched her as she left. No one dared to say an extra word. After all, Duan Shizhou had already spoken. Who could stand up for her against the boss? Moreover, when Tang Huamin accused her, it sounded reasonable, and many colleagues had already been swayed, believing that Wan Xinya was indeed having an affair with Ju Dongji. Big Sister Xinya. After Wan Xinya walked out of the venue, Chen Yang chased after her. Big Sister Xinya, wait. Wan Xinya stopped, turning to look at Chen Yang. What is it? Big Sister Xinya, don't be discouraged, I believe you. Chen Yang was out of breath, but her eyes were firm. I know you well. You are not the person Director Tang describe. Wan Xinya felt her eyes welling up. Tears she had suppressed for so long streamed down, and she quickly turned around to wipe them off. How ironic, Chen Yang, who knew her the least, was the most trustworthy person. Thank you, Ying. You're welcome. Just consider these days as your vacation. Mr. Duan will surely uncover the truth and clear your name. Chen Yang mentioning Duan Shizhou made Wan Xinya's heart ache again. Even if Duan Shizhou did find out the truth, what difference would it make? His lack of trust in her at the time of the incident had already shattered her heart. I understand, Ying, thank you. You should go back to work. All right. Wan Xinya prepared to hail a taxi to go home. She just reached the corner and opened the ride-hailing app when she saw Duan Shizhou's Rolls-Royce Phantom speeding by. The window was slightly lowered, and under the starry ceiling light, Duan Shizhou sat side by side with Tang Huamin, their silhouettes flickering past her like a snapshot of springtime happiness. Duan Shizhou had escorted Tang Huamin home. Tang Huamin's father was present, and Duan Shizhou personally took her home, so caring that it didn't seem like a casual fling. Men's words, they truly were lies spun from deceit. But if he liked Tang Huamin so much, why did he keep her? Was it just because of their previous intimacy? Wan Xinya was overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts, unable to make any sense of them. Inside the car, Tang Huamin sat beside Duan Shizhou, her heart pounding nervously. Although this drive home was proposed by Duan Shizhou, during the journey, he remained silent and expressionless, leaving her uncertain about his real feelings. As they approached the Tang family villa, Tang Huamin finally mustered the courage to speak. Brother Shizhou, did I mess up the product launch today? Are you mad at me? Tears brimmed in her eyes, making her look pitifully vulnerable. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of the design drafts, which led to the leak, causing such a big problem for Duan Enterprises and Tang Enterprises. Her tears began falling. I shouldn't have let my guard down and entrusted the designs to Ruan Xinya. It's all my fault for trusting her too easily. Brother Chizhou, please scold me. Please say something. If you yell at me, I'll feel better inside. Duan Chizhou's expression softened somewhat. He turned to look at Tang Huamin, his first gaze since getting into the car. This has nothing to do with you. This whole fiasco happened due to Ruan Xinya colluding with someone from Ju Enterprises, resulting in the leakage of the design draft. Duan Chizhou gave Tang Huamin a consoling glance. Don't worry. Once we gather definitive evidence proving that Ruan Xinya is Ju Enterprises' insider, I will severely punish her and seek justice for you. Hearing these words, Tang Huamin was filled with joy. After bidding farewell to Duan Chizhou and returning to the Tang family home, she eagerly called Duan Yuanxi. 1111, I've done as you asked. I've already expelled Ruan Xinya from Duan Enterprises. Duan Yuanxi, along with Zhao Yihuan, was having drinks at a bar. Upon hearing the news that Ruan Xinya had been driven out of Duan Enterprises, her excitement was palpable, and she drank the entire bottle of beer she held. That's great, thank you, big sister Minmin. In the future, we'll be one family, there's no need for such politeness. I'm also glad that I can help you. Yes, I'm with friends now, gotta go. Alright. After hanging up, Duan Yuanxi tossed her phone on the counter and scoffed, muttering under her breath, help me? That was me helping you. Zhao Yihuan reached out and put an arm around Duan Yuanxi's shoulders. 1111, what are you muttering about? Nothing. Where's Wenny today? Didn't I ask you to call him over? Wenny was Zhao Yihuan's friend, a private detective who had helped track Duan Chizhou and Ruan Xinya previously. I don't know, can't reach him. I've tried calling him several times, but none went through. Zhao Yihuan also found it odd. Normally Wenny was very active in their group chat, often sending videos documenting the indiscretions of various couples, yet these few days, he hasn't appeared in their online circle at all. Try again, said Duan Yuanxi. Alright. Zhao Yihuan dialed Wenyi's phone number again, but the receiver only transmitted a tone indicating the number was not reachable. Can't get through. If we can't get through, let it be. 1111, why are you looking for him? What do you want to check again? Nothing. Oh, don't be shy to say. Sisters know you well, don't you just want to investigate Yinzhe's preferences? Yinzhe is the captain of the school basketball team. Duan Yuanxi just got his WeChat ID from a classmate and was about to launch her pursuit offensive. However, Duan Yuanxi always prepares carefully before pursuing a man, so she wanted to find out what he liked and disliked before starting. But I heard, Yinzhe has a girlfriend, Zhao Yihuan said. Duan Yuanxi responded arrogantly, what if he has a girlfriend? If I pursue him, he'll be mine. After leaving Tang family, Duan Chizhou ordered the driver to take him to Chen Han. Chen Han is another special assistant to Duan Chizhou, except his responsibilities differ greatly from Chu Hang's, as Chen Han deals with all matters Duan Chizhou couldn't put on the table. Mr. Duan, the person who followed you and Miss Ruan in the past period has been caught. Feng Wen, nicknamed Mosquito, a private detective. Did he confess? Yes, he confessed that Miss Yuanxi hired him to follow you. Duan Chizhou furrowed his brow. He recalled when the dance party ended, the staff member Zhao Yundao found him again in restroom number 3. Zhao Yundao said, Mr. Duan, when you left restroom number 3, I saw Miss Duan standing in the corridor watching you. Although Zhao Yundao didn't explicitly state, his implication was clear. Miss Duan Yuanxi had witnessed him entering restroom number 3 with Miss Ruan Xinya. Duan Chizhou thought the ball was the first time his relationship with Ruan Xinya was exposed to his sister, but today's news from Chen Han negated this conjecture. It turned out that his sister, Duan Yuanxi, had known about his relationship with Ruan Xinya long ago. Based on this, along with considering Duan Yuanxi's recent frequent closeness with Tang Huamin, the framing incident against Ruan Xinya likely involved her too. Duan Chizhou rubbed his temples. Chen Han, make advertisements from several prestigious schools in England and anonymously push them into my father's email account. Mr. Duan, you intend to send Miss Yuanxi abroad via your father's hand? What reason can we use? She causes trouble every 3 days and makes a big mess every 5. We don't need to look for excuses, she'll create her own. Chapter 56, Take the Secret to the Grave. Duan Chizhou's prediction was spot on. 3 days later, Duan Yuanxi was asked to have her parents come to school because she had beaten someone up. The homeroom teacher first called Duan Chizhou, but instead of going to the school himself, Duan Chizhou directly sent someone to bring his father, Duan Qiuming, to the school. This time, Duan Yuanxi had caused a huge mess. According to Duan Yuanxi's homeroom teacher, she beat someone due to emotional entanglements. Knowing that the boy already had a girlfriend, Duan Yuanxi forced him to break up with her and be with her instead. The boy's girlfriend, upon learning about this incident, became furious and confronted Duan Yuanxi, leading to verbal conflicts. Eventually, Duan Yuanxi struck first, knocking the girl to the ground. Not only did the girl's face get bruised, but she also lost 2 front teeth. For a young woman in her 20s, having her face scarred and losing her front teeth was tantamount to disfigurement. When Duan Qiuming arrived at the school, the girl had already been sent to the hospital, but her family was there, making a racket. They were threatening to report the matter to the police, demanding revenge against Duan Yuanxi, and seeking exorbitant compensation. The scene was chaotic. Ultimately, under the mediation of the school teachers, Duan Qiuming promised to cover all the girl's medical expenses and additionally compensate her with 1 million yuan for mental distress. Only then did the girl's parents agree to drop the matter. That evening, Duan Qiuming took Duan Yuanxi back to the Duan residence. Snatching someone else's boyfriend and assaulting people, you've brought nothing but shame to our family. Duan Qiuming pointed at his daughter, naturally recalling the admission brochures from prestigious schools lying in his email inbox. He believed Duan Yuanxi desperately needed reshaping. Go abroad to study. Don't disgrace our family domestically any longer. Pack your things, go immediately. But Duan Yuanxi refused outright. Her social circle was entirely domestic, and being sent abroad to an unfamiliar place would mean starting everything over again. I'm not going. I said you're going, and you will go. Duan Qiuming responded with unprecedented firmness. Are you just tired of me getting in the way of you and that vixen? Is that howler whispering pillow talk into your ear again? Shut up. You blame your lack of moral integrity on auntie, attempting to deflect responsibility. How could I, Duan Qiuming, raise such a daughter? Duan Yuanxi snorted coldly. You can deny me as your daughter if you wish. I'll find brother. On that day, Duan Qizhou hadn't returned home. So, Duan Yuanxi went straight to his office. In Duan Qizhou's office, she sobbed uncontrollably, her nose running. Brother, I don't want to study abroad. I really don't want to leave. My father has already called me. His stance is non-negotiable. You can speak on my behalf, surely father would listen to you. Duan Qizhou idly caressed the teacup by his hand. My view is that we follow father's decision. Brother, Duan Yuanxi's voice turned sharp immediately, even you won't help me. I've told you countless times, never bully others because you think you're powerful. Have you listened? People teaching you doesn't seem to work. Experiences will. After this, you'll remember what you should and shouldn't do. Brother, I'm sorry. I promise it will never happen again. Can you help me one more time? Duan Yuanxi ran to Duan Qizhou and tried to cajole him. I want to stay in the country. I want to stay by your side. There's no need to say more. Go home and pack your bags. Seeing Duan Qizhou adamant about sending her away, Duan Yuanxi completely broke down emotionally. Duan Qizhou, maybe I don't understand what's right and wrong, but do you? What? Now you're scolding me too? I saw it. I saw everything. You and Wan Xinya together. Duan Qizhou's expression remained calm and composed. He knew it. Duan Yuanxi would use this matter as leverage. So what? Brother, are you crazy? She is nominally your sister. Duan Qizhou smirked coldly, and now you're throwing this rulebook at me? Are you admitting that Wan Xinya is part of our family? Duan Yuanxi looked distressed. She couldn't give a definite answer. That response felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. No matter how you put it, what you're doing is wrong. If father finds out, if grandfather finds out, do you think they will let this slide? Are you threatening me now? I don't want to leave the country. If you handle this for me, I promise I'll take the secret to my grave. Duan Qizhou stood up and walked over to his sister Duan Yuanxi. Who else have you told about this matter? I haven't told anyone. Not even Tang Huamin. No. Are you sure? Yes, I swear. I guarantee it. If Tang Huamin didn't know their relationship, then she had no reason to target Wan Xinya. However, since Tang Huamin had orchestrated this grand plan to expel Wan Xinya from Duan Group, something wasn't adding up between these connections. Then why does she frame Wan Xinya and try to drive her out of Duan Corporation? Duan Yuanxi's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what you're talking about. Duan Qizhou's eyes darkened. Yuanxi, I'll give you one more chance. You'd better confess honestly. Why are you so sure that it was Minmin who set up Wan Xinya? Why couldn't it be Wan Xinya and the Zhu family working together? She wouldn't. Brother, why are you so certain of this belief in her? Duan Qizhou remained silent. From the very beginning of the incident, he had known for sure it wasn't Wan Xinya. She had been by his side for over 2 years. In those 2 years, he understood her personality, her integrity, her style of dealing with things clearly. If she were indeed involved with Zhu Dongji, she certainly wouldn't have employed such an amateurish method to advance his career. Only someone who didn't know her would accuse her using such a scheme. The reason Duan Qizhou immediately suspended her duties at the start wasn't because he doubted her. Rather, he didn't understand why this arrow was directed at her or through whose hands it was sent. Suspending her position was just a ruse, intended to make the other party believe their plan had succeeded, stopping any further harm done to Wan Xinya. So you've orchestrated the whole thing? Duan Qizhou's gaze upon his sister had never been as severe. Brother, I just don't want to see you blindly obsessed with Wan Xinya, captivated by that sly woman. Don't ramble. You now have 2 choices. First, have Tang Huamin withdraw her slander against Wan Xinya and take your secret abroad, where I'll arrange for someone to take care of you. Your quality of life won't be worse than it is here domestically. Second, you stay in the country, but oppose me. Brother, how could I ever go against you? If I remain here, I will still keep your secret, provided you cease all connections with that woman, Wan Xinya. I can pretend like I've never seen anything, said Duan Yuanxi. You must choose one of the 2 options. Duan Qizhou was resolute in his stance. Brother, for every minute you hesitate now, 1 0 will be deducted from your allowance overseas. Duan Qizhou spoke while raising his wrist to check the time. Brother. Duan Yuanxi rushed forward and hugged Duan Qizhou. Brother, I beg you, I truly don't want to go abroad. 30 seconds. Brother. 1 minute. Duan Yuanxi knew no matter what, she couldn't rival Duan Qizhou. No, no, no. I'll go abroad, just don't cut my living expenses. Chapter 57. Will you go back with me? After Wanin Xiaoya was suspended, she returned to her hometown in Qingye for a while. Before the 3 women moved to Rongqing, They had always lived in Qingye. Although most of Wanyin Xiaoya's memories of her old home in Qingye were not pleasant, she would still find time to return every year because her grandmother still lived there. Her grandmother treated Wanyin Xiaoya very well. When her father, Wanyin Xiao, would lay hands on her as a child, if her grandmother was at home, she would always be the first to rush out and protect her. Wanyin Xiaoya remembered one time when her grandmother took up a spade to fight against her father, Wanyin Xiao. In the end, her grandmother was struck by Wanyin Xiao, fell down, and suffered a bone fracture. She was bedridden for a month, during which Wanyin Xiaoya watched over her bedside and cried continuously. Her grandmother felt even sadder than she did and said, "Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I am too weak to protect you from such a bad father." Later, when Wanyin Xiao was imprisoned for domestic violence, although her grandmother was also heartbroken that her son had to go to jail, she was more glad for Wanyin Xiaoya and her family. Wanyin Xiaoya would always remember the day her father went to prison. Her grandmother held her and cried with laughter saying, "Xiaoya, you are finally free." Her grandmother was Wanyin Xiaoya's only concern left in the old home in Qingye. Transportation in Qingye wasn't particularly convenient. After getting off the high-speed train, Wanyin Xiaoya had to transfer to a bus and then a tricycle before reaching the small courtyard where her grandmother lived. The gate of the small courtyard was tightly closed today, and it seemed like her grandmother wasn't home. "Grandma, Grandma." Wanyin Xiaoya knocked on the door, but no one came to answer for a long time. Strange, the old lady usually just tills the land around the door. Where could she have gone today? Could she have fainted at home? A foreboding feeling rose in Wanyin Xiaoya's heart, and she knocked harder. "Grandma, Grandma." Neighboring Auntie Chow heard the commotion and walked out. "Xiaoya, is that you? No wonder this voice sounds so familiar. Auntie Chow, has my grandma gone out? Have you seen her today?" "I have. Your grandma went to the hospital in town." Auntie Chow said. "What happened? Is she sick?" "Not exactly, someone hit her leg, so she went to the hospital for treatment." "Who hurt my grandma?" Wanyin Xiaoya suddenly became enraged. Before Auntie Chow could answer, a thin figure was spotted limping toward them from the corner of the road. "Your grandma has returned, you'd better ask her yourself." Auntie Chow finished speaking and went back into her house. Wanyin Xiaoya immediately turned around and ran towards her grandma. "Grandma, Xiaoya, why are you here?" The old lady saw Wanyin Xiaoya and instinctively hid the ointment in her hand behind her back. "Why are you back at this time? It's neither a New Year celebration nor a holiday. Is there something wrong with your work?" "No, my annual leave is about to expire, so I took these days off." Wanyin Xiaoya fabricated a reason casually so as not to worry the old lady. "Oh, alright, come inside quickly, Grandma will make beef buns for you." Wanyin Xiaoya followed her grandma inside, and the old lady attempted to hide the ointment in the drawer before turning towards the kitchen, but was stopped by Wanyin Xiaoya. "Grandma, Auntie Chow said that someone hit you. Tell me honestly, who did it?" "There's no such thing, don't listen to nonsense," the old lady denied outright. "Haven't you eaten yet? How about I make your favorite beef buns and spicy soup?" "Grandma." Wanyin Xiaoya knelt down and pulled up the old lady's trouser legs. On her grandmother's calf were visible bruises. "Grandma, what actually happened? Who hit you?" "I fell by myself." "You're not telling the truth, aren't you? Then I'll go ask Auntie Chow." Upon hearing this, Wanyin Xiaoya made a move as if she was going out, and was stopped by her grandmother. "Don't ask her, it will only bring shame upon us. Then tell me the truth." The old lady sighed heavily, tears began to fall. "Isn't it because of the sin committed by your father?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was a boom sound coming from the yard. Scared, the old lady squeezed closer to Wanyin Xiaoya. Wanyin Xiaoya patted her grandmother's shoulder, just preparing to go out and check, when a shadow rushed to the door. "Old hag, come out quickly. Is the money prepared?" Speaking was a bulky man. This man had a deep scar on the left corner of his eye, making his already fierce face appear even more terrifying. "Who are you?" Wanyin Xiaoya asked. The scarred man glanced at Wanyin Xiaoya. "And who are you? What kind of relationship do you have with this old woman?" "I'm her granddaughter." "Granddaughter? Are you Wanyin Xiao's elder daughter?" "So what if I am?" "Good, your arrival makes things easier. Take out the money and treat your younger brother." "My younger brother?" Wanyin Xiaoya was utterly confused. "I only have a younger sister. I don't have a brother." "You do. Your father got my sister pregnant before he entered prison. The child was born 2 years ago and is now 2 years old. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see him." Xiaoya Wan looked at her grandma, who kept shaking her hands and saying, "It's not true. That child isn't your father's. These people want to accuse your father while he's away in prison, because they think I'm easy to fool and they want to take my money." The old lady spoke, tears falling down. "This scarred man is called Wang Qiong, and he has a sister named Wang Yang. Before Wan Xiao went to prison, Wang Yang indeed had an affair with Wan Xiao. They would often meet secretly at the Wang family's melon shed. But soon after, Wan Xiao was imprisoned for domestic violence. After 1 year of Wan Xiao being in jail, the Wang family suddenly came, claiming that Wang Yang had given birth to his son. However, the child was born with congenital heart disease, and they were asking the old lady for money to raise the child. The old lady immediately went to see the child. That child was thin and yellow-faced, and it was undeniable that he looked somewhat like Wan Muchen when she was sick. Wang Yang cried as she held the old lady's hand, saying she had planned to bring the child to recognize Wan Xiao once he was released from prison. But since the child needed surgery and she lacked the necessary funds, she had come early hoping the grandmother could save the child. Afraid of delaying treatment, the old lady immediately gave half of her lifetime savings to Wang Yang. With the money in hand, Wang Yang disappeared with the child, saying they would go to a big city for surgery. 1 month later, she returned, demanding more money for post-surgical expenses, asking the grandmother to help further. Sympathetic for the child, the old lady not only gave Wang Yang money but also prepared chicken soup from a 2-year-old hen she had raised to take to the child. During this delivery of the chicken soup, the old lady overheard a conversation between Wang Yang and her brother Wang Qiong at their door. The child wasn't Wan Xiao's, but Wang Yang got pregnant from a customer at a foot massage parlor. The client was from out of town, so Wang Yang couldn't find him afterward. Thus, she pinned the blame on Wan Xiao. The child's heart condition was merely an excuse. It was all a lie concocted by Wang's siblings to extort money. Hearing the truth, the old lady naturally refused to let them get away with it. She demanded the Wang family return the money, but instead, the Wangs turned around accusing her of ignoring her grandson's life, injuring her leg and continuing to hound her for money. They wanted to rob her of everything she had saved for her burial. What nonsense about framing and accusing. You go ask your son if he slept with my sister. Wang Qiong glared ferociously at the old lady. Had fun screwing my sister and now you're pretending ignorance. Where does that lead? Today I say this, whether you like it or not, this child will be supported. Is there a paternity test report? Xiaoyao Wan stepped forward to protect her grandma and looked straight at Wang Qiong. If you claim the child is Wan Xiao's son, produce the DNA results first, otherwise, forget it. How can we do a paternity test when your dad is locked up? Wang Qiong responded. Then wait until he gets out. Wan Xiao was sentenced to 3 years, and now over 2 have passed, nearing his release date. Wait. Can the illness wait? Clearly, you're trying to dodge responsibility. Wang Qiong pointed at Wan Xiaoya. Hand over the money. The old hag doesn't have it, surely you must. Look how properly dressed you are, your phone, your bag, they're valuable enough. I don't need much from you, just start with 30,000. Don't you Wangs feel ashamed? The old lady was enraged, clutching her chest. I've already given you 100,000 yuan, and not a single penny has been returned. Now, you're even attempting to extort my granddaughter. Listen here, you won't get any money, but if you keep harassing me, I'll fight with my life. Old witch, 10,000 yuan is supposed to settle what your son did. Whose child you know full well. Fuck. Dead hag. You dare slander my sister? Wang Qiong lunged forward to strike the elderly woman. Wan Xiaoya grabbed a stool and hurled it at Wang Qiong, causing him to fall. He quickly recovered and leapt toward Xiaoya again. You bitch, I'll kill you. Wang Qiong clutched Wan Xiaoya's slender neck, and she struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Soon, she felt her breathing becoming shallow, almost suffocating. Help! Someone's going to kill me. Seeing this, the old lady screamed and tugged at Wang Qiong but was easily shoved aside due to her frailty. Wan Xiaoya saw her grandmother fall and turned bright red, flailing her legs on the ground, struggling harder. Yet the more she resisted, the less oxygen she received. She was truly about to be choked to death by the brute Wang Qiong. At that moment, a shadow flashed at the doorway, and a towering figure rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Qiong's waist. Wang Qiong slammed back onto the floor. Then the man's leather shoes pressed against his neck and squeezed hard. You better behave if you want to keep your neck. It was Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou had actually appeared in Qingye, 1,000 miles away from Rongcheng. For a moment, Wan Xinya doubted if she was seeing things correctly. She even thought this might be the review of life one sees before death. But if there really was such a review before death, would the person she wanted to see most be Duan Chizhou? No, definitely not. Every time Wan Xinya thought about Duan Chizhou not trusting her, she felt so heartbroken that she never wanted to see him again. Yaya, are you alright? The old lady crawled over and hugged Wan Xinya tightly. I'm fine, Grandma. Wan Xinya paused for a moment before she could stand up from the ground. At this point, another man walked in through the door. Mr. Duan, shall we report this to the police? The man asked. Duan Chizhou didn't answer, he just looked at Wan Xinya as if asking her permission. Yes, we must report this to the police, said Wan Xinya. The police arrived quickly and took Wang Qiong, who caused the disturbance, away. The old lady still hoped to recover the 10,000 yuan she had previously given, but since she hadn't made the other party write a receipt or retain any evidence, the police said that in such situations, it was almost impossible to recover the money unless the other party had any moral integrity. Her lifelong savings were gone just like that, and the old lady was sad, quietly wiping her tears alone in the kitchen. After consoling her for a long time, Wan Xinya managed to comfort the old lady. Yaya, now speaking of which, who was that man just now? He's my boss, said Wan Xinya. My boss. The old lady suddenly became alert, and yet you left him out in the yard. The old lady quickly brewed a pot of tea and grabbed 2 wide-mouthed large bowls, telling Wan Xinya to go entertain Duan Chizhou outside. The peach blossoms in the courtyard were blooming, with green leaves and pink petals full of vitality. Duan Chizhou stood beneath those flowers, his suit jacket draped on his forearm, wearing only a white shirt underneath. Against the backdrop of pink and white, he appeared more elegant, like a flawless gentleman standing amidst the field. Rarely did he exude such tender qualities. Mostly, he carried an aura of power like a king surveying his empire. Why are you here? Wan Xinya snapped irritably. Is the teapot in your hand prepared to serve me tea? How do you know I'm here? I am indeed a little thirsty. He casually hung his suit jacket on the peach tree, then moved to take the teapot and tea bowl from her hands. Ruan Xinya pulled her hands back, letting him catch nothing. Did you send someone to track me? I'll make my own tea. Their conversation was utterly off-topic, not aligning at all. In an instant, Ruan Xinya was enraged. Duan Chijo, do you have any idea what you're doing? Duan Chijo pretended not to notice her fiery expression, shamelessly taking the teapot and tea bowl from her, making himself a bowl of tea while also pouring her some. Don't be angry, drink some tea first, he commanded, taking over. Ruan Xinya refused, asking again, why exactly are you here? To invite you back to work. Work? What kind of work? Didn't you plan to dismiss me? Didn't you tell me never to set foot in Duan Corporation again? Thinking back to the scene that day, Ruan Xinya grew even angrier. The matter of the leaked design draft has been resolved. How was it resolved? Because this matter started due to Duan Yuanxi, Duan Chijo ordered her to do before she went abroad whatever she did to deceive Tang Huamin into framing Ruan Xinya, now using the same method to persuade Tang Huamin to clear Ruan Xinya's name. Duan Yuanxi had no choice but to go to Tang Huamin and admit that her intention to frame Ruan Xinya because she didn't like her had already been seen through by her older brother, Duan Chijo. Now, the brother was ordering them both to think of ways together to clear Ruan Xinya's name. Tang Huamin found Duan Yuanxi's behavior absurd, but having been drawn into this mess by Duan Yuanxi, she had no choice but to deal with it positively. In the end, Tang Huamin sacrificed her assistant who'd been with her for years to protect Ruan Xinya. Then Tang Huamin stepped forward to clarify, saying that the leakage of the design drafts happened when her assistant copied them onto a USB drive, and it had nothing to do with Ruan Xinya. Thus, clearing Ruan Xinya's name. I've already instructed announcements to be issued in Duan Corporation and Tang Corporation stating that the leak of the design drafts was unrelated to you. When you return, all apologies due to you will be forthcoming. Duan Chijo took a sip of tea, put down the cup, gently holding her hand. Will you come back with me? Chapter 58. How old am I? Do you not know? Behind the wooden kitchen window, the old lady had been quietly watching. Ruan Xinya was terrified of being seen by her grandma holding Duan Chijo's hand, so she quickly turned aside and broke free. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't keep pulling me around, she warned. Duan Chijo glanced in the direction of her gaze and caught a glimpse of the elderly lady behind the wooden window. He asked, how have you introduced me to grandma? I said that the vampire from Rongqing has arrived. Duan Chijo laughed. Did you really say that? Then what? If I don't suck blood, I'll give you a raise when we go back. A raise? Ruan Xinya was momentarily stunned for a few seconds because of these 3 words. In fact, this time, after being suspended from her duties, she had genuinely considered resigning and leaving the Duan Corporation entirely. After all, things were no longer the same as they used to be. Besides their covert relationship and the love between her parents, Duan Chijo now had an additional fiancé. Although the authenticity of Duan Chijo's relationship with Tang Huamin was unclear and left others guessing, Tang Huamin's occasional visits to the Duan Corporation were enough to make Ruan Xinya uncomfortable. She didn't want to continue anymore. If it really had to end, she definitely couldn't continue working at the Duan Corporation, because avoiding each other would mark the true beginning of severance. But if she left the Duan Corporation, could she find a better job? After graduating, Ruan Xinya immediately joined the Duan Corporation and climbed step by step to the position of CEO secretary. Even though she eventually ended up in the CEO's bed, the process was clean, and it was all due to her efforts. She had nothing to feel ashamed about. Over the years, she had become extremely familiar with everyone in the Duan Corporation. Whether it was work processes or interpersonal relationships, everything had been smoothed out by her. Leaving the Duan Corporation would mean leaving her comfort zone. She might still be able to find a good job, but it would be akin to having her skin peeled off and her tendons extracted, followed by a rebirth. Most crucially, she needed money. Though her younger sister no longer relied on her support, her grandmother had just been swindled out of her lifetime savings. She couldn't avoid helping. The salary from Duan Corporation was already among the top in the industry. Ruan Xinya knew that wherever she went next, no matter how high her wage might be, it wouldn't surpass the one offered by Duan Corporation. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you speaking? I'm considering whether to stay in Duan Corporation just for that miserable increase. Duan Chijo frowned slightly, and his voice instantly rose by 2 pitches. Are you planning to quit? Ruan Xinya bowed her head and remained silent. Duan Chijo wanted to reach out and touch her, but remembering the elder woman behind the wooden window, he restrained himself. Come with me. He walked out of the courtyard. Ruan Xinya followed him out of the courtyard. Duan Chijo's car was parked outside the courtyard. Chen Han was in the car. When he saw the boss come out, he got out immediately. Taking advantage of the moment, Duan Chijo opened the car door and gestured for Ruan Xinya to get in. What do you plan to do? Ruan Xinya became alert. What can I possibly do here? His tone was very proper. Ruan Xinya lowered her guard and got into the car. Duan Chijo followed shortly thereafter, not even touching the seat before directly leaning towards her. With both hands braced against the seat behind her, he trapped her in his chest. Your wings are getting stronger. You're planning to fly away? There was a trace of anger in his voice. Where will you fly to? To Ju Corporation? You see, you don't trust me at all. Ruan Xinya placed both hands on Duan Chijo's chest, preventing him from coming closer to her. If Tang Huamin hadn't cleared it herself, you wouldn't believe me at all. Duan Chijo was almost laughing and angry at the same time. Had it not been for his mediation, how could Tang Huamin have clarified on her own initiative? Who said I don't trust you? Of course, I believe you. If you trust me, why did you suspend my duties? At that particular moment, That was the best way to resolve the situation. His hand brushed against her cheek. Isn't it already proven your innocence? Ruan Shinya remained silent, turning her head to look out the window. Duan Chijo lowered his head, his forehead resting against Ruan Shinya's shoulder, whispering deeply, Madam Secretary, can you forgive me? You are my right-hand person. What would I do if you resigned? The phrase adult magnanimity coming from Duan Chijo indeed marked a lowering of his standards. The latter sentence was entirely aimed at placating her. Ruan Shinya also understood. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, continuing to dwell on the issue without yielding was simply unreasonable. However, although the matter of the leaked design draft was settled, what about the Tang Huamin issue? An explanation such as performing for show was something she could no longer accept. Duan Chijo, you will ultimately get engaged to Tang Huamin, right? Duan Chijo clearly did not wish to delve further into this topic. He loosened his hold on Ruan Shinya, straightened his suit lapels, and properly returned to sit beside her. The 2 months haven't expired yet, he said. All Ruan Shinya's words were stopped by this one sentence. He had previously stated that he would give her 2 months. If he couldn't solve the engagement issue within this period, they could end it. But now, the 2 months hadn't yet passed. If she repeatedly urged or questioned him, it would appear overly hasty and expose her feelings. Ruan Shinya stopped asking and sat quietly in the car. After a long while, Duan Chijo asked again, will you go back with me? I want to stay here a few more days to accompany Grandma. Afraid that he might not agree, she added quickly, I can use my annual leave. Duan Chijo sensed her consent from her words. Then I'll also stay for a few days. You? Yeah. What will you do if you stay for a few days? Wait for you. Duan Chijo looked at her. In case you change your mind and don't come back to work. Ruan Shinya glanced towards the small courtyard. No, it's inconvenient for you to stay here. How is it inconvenient? It's inconvenient in every way. The countryside conditions could not compare with Rongcheng. Duan Chijo was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could he possibly get used to living there? Without mentioning other things, just bathing alone would surely be unbearable for him. Moreover, what would she tell her grandma if Duan Chijo stayed? The old lady had been waiting behind the kitchen's wooden window. When she saw Ruan Shinya go out and not come back after a long time, she hurriedly limped out to check. At this moment, Duan Chijo got out of the car. Grandma. He walked quickly to the old lady and smiled shamelessly. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Our company is planning to develop agriculture this year. I wish to stay for a few days to conduct on-site inspections. Could you arrange a room for me? I will pay for the room. The old lady looked at Ruan Shinya, who slightly shook her head at her twice. My house is too small, and there's no spare room. All right, then I won't trouble Grandma. These few days, I will sleep in my car, said Duan Chijo. How can you sleep in a car? You are so tall, your hands and feet wouldn't even fit. The old lady was kind-hearted and didn't bear the thought of Duan Chijo sleeping in the car. Regardless of Ruan Shinya repeatedly giving her signals, she pondered and said, I have another room in my backyard. Although it's not big, it's still better than in your car. I'll tidy it up for you. You can sleep there. Good, thank you, Grandma. Duan Chijo gave Chen Han a meaningful look. Chen Han immediately took out a stack of cash and handed it over to the old lady. Grandma, this is for the room fee. My goodness, this is too much. The old lady hurriedly refused. Hotels in the city take far less money for several nights, and this is just a small room. If you don't find it bad, please stay. I won't accept payment. That wouldn't do. It's fine. Since you're Yaya's boss, if you could take care of our Yaya in the future, I would already be very grateful. Duan Chijo glanced at Ruan Shinya. Grandma, rest assured. I will definitely take good care of her. The old lady pulled out the newest set of beddings in her house and washed them with water. This set of bedding was given last time when the neighbor celebrated a wedding. With a red background, dragon heads connecting phoenix tails formed a complete circle, and an oversized double happiness character was printed right in the center. Simply passing it through clear water made the color fade quite dramatically. It took the old lady 5 or 6 basins of water before she finally washed the 4-piece set thoroughly clean. Ruan Shinya couldn't help but imagine how festive President Duan would look lying inside such bedding. Did you bring clothes to change? Asked Ruan Shinya. No, I hadn't planned to stay here. His decision was spontaneous. What will you wear after taking a shower tonight? Is there a market nearby? Yes. Take me shopping. The Chingy market was very small, just a street in length, with elderly people on both sides of the road selling their homegrown vegetables and fruits. There were very few young people here. Basically, they had all gone out, either working or starting businesses. As Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo walked down the street, they attracted a lot of attention. Are you sure you want to buy clothes here? Ruan Shinya glanced at the suit on Duan Chijo worth several WS, 10,000s, and then at the store's sign saying 30 yuan per piece, 50 yuan for 2 pieces, feeling uneasy. Then let's go in and take a look. Most of the clothes hanging in the shop were t-shirts, black ones, white ones, floral patterns, and everything in between. Duan Chijo spent quite some time choosing, eventually picking a white cotton t-shirt. But as soon as he tore it off the hanger, he noticed that there was a Ferrari logo on its chest. Good grief, a Ferrari-branded t-shirt. Duan Chijo hesitated momentarily, then hung it back up. The shop owner enthusiastically came over. What type does handsome gentleman like? Let me pick something suitable for you. Saying this, she took down from the rack a t-shirt with a Chanel logo on the front and a larger one on the back. How about this one, handsome sir? Politely waving his hand, Duan Chijo asked, do you have any solid-colored ones, either pure white or pure black? Oh yes, wait a moment, let me find some for you. As the shop owner searched for clothes for Duan Chijo, she turned around and commented to Ruan Xinya in the local dialect, your husband is pretty low-key. Actually, with such great build and wonderful demeanor, even if the clothes are fake, he'd make them look real. Ruan Xinya awkwardly smiled and didn't bother to explain her relationship with Duan Chijo, anyway, he wouldn't understand. The shop owner picked out a black and a white t-shirt, both without any logos. Duan Chijo was finally satisfied, paid the money, and grabbed Ruan Xinya's hand to leave. What are you doing? Ruan Xinya shook off his hand. Don't be pulling around. I grew up here, and many people know me. Am I not your husband? Isn't it allowed for me to hold your hand? Ruan Xinya's expression stiffened. You understand? Guess. Although the local dialect of Qingye was hard to understand, some words were similar to Mandarin. Earlier, Duan Chijo had vaguely understood the phrase your husband but did not catch anything after that. For him, understanding just those 3 words was enough. The shop owner was just joking. You didn't correct her, so I took it seriously. Ruan Xinya blushed and changed the topic. Check quickly, do we need anything else? We're missing this. Duan Chijo pointed at the neighboring underwear store. The shop owner had been eyeing him already. Seeing him stop, she waved at him immediately and asked in broken Mandarin, handsome, how old are you? How old are you? The speaker had no hidden intentions, but the listener did. Ruan Xinya's face turned red as if it would bleed soon. She noticed Duan Chijo didn't react and hurriedly nudged him slightly. The shop owner is asking what size you wear. She doesn't speak Mandarin, answer for me. How would I know what size you are? I thought you knew. She's asking about your waist. And I am too, Duan Chijo chuckled. What do you think I mean? Ruan Xinya was speechless. So, what size do you wear? XL. Pick the style yourself. You pick for me, I can't go inside. This underwear store mainly sold women's lingerie, and the store was filled with them on both sides. Ruan Xinya steeled herself and went inside, picking out 4 of the simplest boxer briefs. Coming out, she shoved the whole plastic bag into Duan Chijo's arms. Take it yourself. How much does it cost? I'll transfer the money to you. No need. It wasn't like his other underpants costing several thousand each. This altogether cost just dozens of yuan. Duan Chijo raised a smile. Feels like having a wife. Ruan Xinya was startled. Indeed, only a wife would spend money buying such intimate items for her husband. 80, you transfer me. Duan Chijo. As they walked and shopped along, they bought some other daily necessities. Duan Chijo carried various plastic bags in his hands, wearing a Patek Philippe watch. There was nothing contradictory about it. Perhaps he had never imagined in his dreams that one day he would stroll through such affordable streets with Ruan Xinya in Qingye. Ruan Xinya enjoyed this rare moment. Here, she was herself, and Duan Chijo was himself. All the noise from Rongqing seemed distant from them. In a fleeting instant, she even wished that they could continue living such a peaceful life, which would be nice. But she knew Duan Chijo would certainly not feel this way. When passing by the pharmacy, Ruan Xinya thought about her grandma's leg. Wait for me here. I'll buy some ointment for my grandma to promote blood circulation and healing, she said. Duan Chijo nodded. Ruan Xinya bought the ointment for her grandma. At checkout, she met a classmate who worked there, and they chatted briefly. When she exited the pharmacy, Duan Chijo was gone. Duan Chijo? Duan Chijo? Ruan Xinya searched along the road and tried calling him but got no answer. Just as she was getting worried, she looked up and saw Duan Chijo standing across the street. He was tall, upright, and utterly out of place against everything around him. His aristocratic presence brought an air of ethereal elegance. He was lighting a cigarette while looking down. Duan Chijo, Ruan Xinya called out. He glanced up, and his calm gaze locked onto her. He gestured to her with his hand. Ruan Xinya crossed the road. As she got closer, she realized behind Duan Chijo was a 24-hour adult product store with flashing neon lights, whose colorful glow illuminated his shoulders, making him look like a fallen youth. What did you buy? Chapter 59, Out of Control. Ruan Xinya's expression carried a hint of restraint. I'll buy a lighter. Only a lighter? Or what? Duan Chijo felt somewhat perplexed, until he turned back and saw the signboard flashing with colorful lights, then he suddenly realized the implication of her words. I didn't buy that. He looked at her. Do you think it will be used? If you want, I'll go buy it. I don't want it. Ruan Xinya grabbed him. Let's go. The sun is good now. After washing your clothes, they can dry quickly. The two went home. Under Ruan Xinya's guidance, Duan Chijo fetched water from the well and washed everything he had newly bought. The old lady thought about entertaining Duan Chijo in the evening, so she was busy catching fish, killing chickens, and bustling about without rest. Grandma, your leg hasn't healed yet, let me do it. Ruan Xinya went to help in the kitchen. No need, no need. You go outside and chat with your boss, otherwise, he would be so bored sitting alone. Ruan Xinya looked out of the wooden window, where Duan Chijo sat alone in the courtyard, bent over and observing something. What are you looking at? Ruan Xinya came up to him. I'm checking this blueberry tree. This blueberry tree in the yard was planted by Ruan Xinya when she returned last year. She bought the sapling online. The old lady didn't know how to take care of it, so it grew wild. Over this year, it hadn't grown much, remaining a thin and weak little plant. When purchased, the shopkeeper said it could bear at least 3 to 5 gin of blueberries, but throughout the entire year, not a single blueberry was produced. Do you still recognize the blueberry tree? It was no wonder Ruan Xinya was surprised. This blueberry tree had been completely integrated into the vegetable garden, except for a few scattered blueberry flowers. There were no other apparent characteristics of blueberries. If it weren't for her personally planting it, she wouldn't have recognized it herself either. Do I look like someone who doesn't work hard or distinguish between crops? Like, don't underestimate me. Duan Chijo huffed, reaching out and pinching the branch of the blueberry tree. Your blueberries have pest problems, which is why their growth is poor. Ruan Xinya paused for a moment, then saw Mr. Duan pinching a bit of soil and rubbing it between his palms. Blueberries prefer acidic soil. Your soil isn't suitable. You can sprinkle some acidic fertilizers appropriately. Ruan Xinya. Also, if you want better pollination and higher fruiting rates for your blueberries, you can plant another one next to it. How do you know so much about this? I learned before. Duan Chijo's former dream was to become a botanist. For this reason, he went far away to Edinburgh to study, investigate, and even ventured deep into the natural rainforests to search for various rare plants and herbs. However, Duan family's patriarch thought it was frivolous and unprofessional, and strongly opposed Duan Chijo wasting time on such things. He colluded with Duan Chijo's parents using both kindness and threats to cut off his path to chase his dreams, forcing him to return to the country and demanding that he switch majors to business management instead. That year, Duan Chijo was 21 years old. It was the first time he realized that in life, to gain something means sacrificing something else. For young masters like them, born with golden spoons in their mouths, money and luxury are abundant, but correspondingly, the mission and burdens of the family will also fall upon their shoulders. About the future and dreams, they actually don't have many choices. Money cannot buy happiness. To others, this phrase might sound like boasting, but for Duan Chijo, it was reality. Ruan Xinya had followed by Duan Chijo's side for over 2 years. It was the first time she'd heard him talk about his dream. Although this story about dreams carried a tinge of regret, somehow, she seemed to understand him a little more. In the evening, the old lady prepared a table full of homemade dishes and took out the plum wine she brewed herself. Grandma, you're too partial. When I come, I never see you cook this much, Ruan Xinya murmured. Mr. Duan is our guest. It's rare for him to come. How could it be the same? The old lady pinched Ruan Xinya's nose. You're already grown up, and you're jealous of the guest. Aren't you ashamed? Ruan Xinya laughed. The old lady poured Duan Chijo a bowl of plum wine. Mr. Duan, please try this. It's my own brew. Every time Yaya comes, she drinks a lot of it. It won't get you drunk. All right, thank you, Grandma. Duan Chijo took a sip. This plum wine was sour and sweet, with a gentle fruity aroma, giving it a very unique taste. How is it? Is the flavor good? Asked Ruan Xinya. It's good. You must try this Sichuan pepper chicken. It's my grandma's signature dish. Ruan Xinya picked a piece of chicken thigh with the communal chopsticks and served it to Duan Chijo. Just as she put down the communal chopsticks, the old lady came again and served Duan Chijo a piece of braised pork with pickled mustard greens. This braised pork with pickled mustard greens is also very fragrant. The pickled mustard greens are steamed and dried by myself. They're very clean and free of impurities. Every year, I send a jar to Yaya. Mr. Duan, try it. If you like it, I can give you a jar when you leave. Letting Duan Chijo take a jar of pickled mustard greens with him? That's probably only something the old lady would dare to say. Ruan Xinya glanced at Duan Chijo. He tasted the braised pork with pickled mustard greens carefully and immediately gave a positive review. It's really delicious, Grandma. Good, then I'll give you a jar, said the old lady. Thank you, Grandma. Under the table, Ruan Xinya kicked Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo looked at her and whispered, what's wrong? Preparing the dried mustard greens is troublesome. If you take it back and don't eat it, then don't bother. It's a waste. Who says I won't eat it? You don't even know how to cook yourself. I can give it to our chef at home, let him prepare it for me, and I'll eat it. Ruan Xinya was momentarily speechless. That actually wasn't a bad idea. Mr. Duan, how has our Yaya been performing at the company? Grandma suddenly asked. Hearing Grandma's question, Ruan Xinya felt as if she had been transported back to her childhood when teachers came for home visits. She quietly kicked Duan Chijo under the table again, signaling him to answer properly. Duan Chijo cooperated, saying, she's been performing well, very capable. She's my trusted assistant. We have excellent synergy in everything. Excellent synergy in everything? In everything? Ruan Xinya felt a wave of heat rising to her ears upon hearing this, but Grandma clearly didn't pick up on the undertones. She continued, do you two spend every day together? Grandma, what kind of question is that? Ruan Xinya interrupted, realizing she'd lost focus. My meaning is, you two work together every day, face each other all the time, right? Yes, Duan Chijo replied. Then do you know if my Yaya has a boyfriend? Duan Chijo smiled and looked at Ruan Xinya. Afraid he might blurt something out, Ruan Xinya tried kicking him again. But this time, her calf was firmly grabbed by him. He had guessed she'd do that. It was her third attempt. He had figured out her moves. Under the table, Duan Chijo's leg gently rubbed against Ruan Xinya's calf. Ruan Xinya maintained an expressionless face, but her heart raced with discomfort. She pulled a little, not daring to make too many movements, fearing Grandma would notice something strange. Mr. Duan, why aren't you answering? Does our Yaya have a boyfriend? The old lady repeated. Yes, she does, Duan Chijo replied. Ruan Shinya immediately shot him a fierce glare. Pretending not to notice, Duan Chijo dipped his head to eat the pepper chicken Ruan Shinya had earlier picked for him. Really? The old lady exclaimed excitedly. I was worried that Yaya spends all her time on work and doesn't have time to find a partner. This is such great news. Mr. Duan, have you met Yaya's boyfriend before? Sure, I see him every day. Duan Chijo said profoundly. Ruan Shinya leaned closer to Duan Chijo and warned softly, stop making things up. What makes you think I'm making anything up? Don't I see myself every day when I look in the mirror? Are you my boyfriend? Do sleeping together not count as being boyfriends yet? Duan Chijo turned to the grandmother. Should I ask grandma whether sleeping together qualifies as dating? You dare. The old lady couldn't hear their exchange clearly, but seeing Ruan Shinya's frowning, angry expression, she guessed Ruan Shinya must be trying to silence Duan Chijo. Yaya, don't stop Mr. Duan. Every time I ask about your boyfriend, you always dodge or make excuses. Now that Mr. Duan is here, I'll get all the details from him, the old lady said, shoving Ruan Shinya slightly. Go check in the kitchen if my soup is ready. Grandma. Go, quickly. Having no choice, Ruan Shinya stood up and went into the kitchen. Once Ruan Shinya left, the old lady immediately continued the topic. Mr. Duan, what do you mean by every day? Is the young man also working in the same company as you? Yes. Wow, what a coincidence. What position does he hold? Executive. Executive? What does executive mean? The old lady seemed confused. It means managing many people. Doesn't that indicate he's very capable? Yes, Grandma, he's very capable. Just then, Ruan Shinya walked out holding the soup. Hearing Duan Chijo boasting so freely, she felt both amused and irritated. The old lady, pleased after hearing Ruan Shinya's boyfriend was very competent, remarked, Mr. Duan, how does that young man look? Our Yaya is beautiful, so her husband cannot be ugly either, right? Their appearances should match. That's correct. Is he handsome? Duan Chijo turned to the old lady and grinned. Grandma, what do you think of how I look? Ruan Shinya was tasting the soup and nearly spat it out upon hearing this. Is Duan Chijo going to reveal himself? Has he gone crazy? Ruan Shinya wildly signaled to him with her eyes, but Duan Chijo ignored her completely, continuing to earnestly seek confirmation from Grandma. You. Of course, Mr. Duan looks very distinguished, said the old lady. Then, do I match with Yaya? This stumped the old lady. Grandma awkwardly glanced between Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo, unsure what exactly Duan Chijo meant. Grandma, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Yaya's partner and I are about the same height, with somewhat similar facial features. You can take me as a reference for him. Yaya's partner is as tall and handsome as Mr. Duan. The elderly lady beamed with delight. This is wonderful. Yaya's partner is not only capable but also good-looking. Now I can rest assured. Ruan Shinya silently exhaled in relief. She glanced at Duan Chijo. He was smiling at her peacefully. Under the warm yellow glow of the lamp, the three shared an unprecedentedly harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Grandma had already prepared hot water for Duan Chijo to take a shower. Mr. Duan, the bathing facilities here are very basic, so please don't feel alienated. The small yard's bathing area was a tiny wooden shed surrounded by wooden boards on all sides. A yellow bulb hung above, illuminating from the ceiling. Besides this, there was no water heater or solar power. One could only bathe using half a gourd ladle to scoop hot water. No problem, said Duan Chijo, who adapted easily to his surroundings. He paid no attention to the conditions at all. I'll let Yaya wait outside while you shower. If you run out of hot water, you can call her, and she will fetch another kettle from the kitchen. Duan Chijo looked at Ruan Shinya with a sly grin. All right. Actually, Ruan Shinya did not want to attend to Duan Chijo's bath, but since the guest had traveled so far, she would have to sacrifice more because of the simplicity of the place. Duan Chijo walked into the wooden shed carrying a change of clothes. Where should I hang my clothes? Duan Chijo asked. There's a hook behind you. There's also a bag on the hook where you can place your clothes so they won't get wet. All right. Soon afterward, the sound of water came from inside the wooden shed. It was the first time Ruan Shinya squatted outside the wooden shed listening to someone bathe, feeling somewhat uneasy. The moonlight was bright, and she absent-mindedly played with some foxtail grass in the courtyard. She couldn't help but imagine what it would look like for Duan Chijo to stand in front of the bucket, scooping water for his bath. Shinya, Duan Chijo suddenly called her. Yes. What's wrong? Is the water insufficient? No, it's enough. Then why did you call me? I forgot to take the towel. Can you fetch it for me? Where is it? On my bed. Okay, just wait a moment. Ruan Shinya went to Duan Chijo's room and retrieved the towel. It was new, bought that day on the street. In the afternoon, it had been washed with water, dried, and now felt soft and fragrant. Open the door a bit, I'll pass the towel to you, Ruan Shinya said. Duan Chijo opened a small gap in the door. Ruan Shinya turned away and handed the towel through the gap, but the person inside didn't seem to reach for it. Please take it, she urged impatiently. Just as she spoke, she felt someone grasp her wrist. Then, the door swung open, pulling her forcibly inside before closing again quickly. A passionate kiss assaulted her. Heaven knows, Duan Chijo had been waiting for this moment all day. Since the moment they met, he'd wanted to kiss her. Ruan Shinya pressed her hands against his slippery pectorals, trying hard to push him away but failing. Duan Chijo, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything, I just want to kiss you. Let go, Grandma might find out. She won't, if you don't make a sound. As Duan Chijo spoke, he gently parted her lips with his tongue, invading them, teasing and caressing. Ruon Shinya melted under his kisses, gradually losing her strength to resist. At first, Duan Chijo really only intended to kiss her, but as he continued, he lost control. Yaya. He murmured intimately in her ear, I regret something right now. What do you regret? Not buying a condom. Ruon Shinya sighed in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't purchased any. Help me, he said. Before Ruon Shinya could even ask how, a shout from Grandma came from outside the wooden shed. Yaya, where are you? Chapter 60, witnessing them kissing in each other's arms. Ruon Shinya was so startled that she almost fell over. Duan Chijo quickly held her tightly. Good job, he chuckled lightly, criticizing her. Ruon Shinya feared her grandmother would hear, so she hastily covered Duan Chijo's lips and signaled him to be quiet. Yaya! Yaya! The old lady became somewhat anxious since she couldn't see Ruon Shinya, and she started walking towards the small wooden shed. As Ruon Shinya heard the increasingly nearby footsteps, her heart raced like a drumbeat, thumping loudly. Mr. Duan, are you taking a shower? Duan Chijo pushed away Ruon Shinya's hand from his lips. Yes, Grandma. Did you see Yaya when you came in? The old lady asked. I asked her to wait for you here, but I don't know where she ran off to. She went to get me a towel. To your room? Yes. I didn't see her when I passed by, the old lady muttered. Let me check again then. All right. When Ruon Shinya heard her grandmother's steps fading into the distance, she pushed Duan Chijo away. I'll go out first, she said as she began to unlock the latch on the door. Duan Chijo pulled her back and teased her softly. Look for yourself, I'm already like this. Aren't you going to help extinguish the fire first? Ruon Shinya glanced down for a moment, then quickly looked away, as if shocked by an electric shock. You deserve it. How dare he drag her inside? Are you really not going to help me? His gaze darkened, gripping her tighter and tighter. Ruon Shinya had a premonition if she didn't escape now, she probably wouldn't be able to get away at all. All right, I'll help you. But let me go first, Ruon Shinya said. Trusting her completely, Duan Chijo released her. In just those 2 or 3 seconds, Ruon Shinya swiftly opened the door and escaped under his watchful eyes. Ruon Shinya. Realizing he had been tricked, Duan Chijo growled lowly, but with no clothes on, he couldn't chase after her, not with the risk of Grandma coming back any moment. Mr. Duan, don't worry. I'm trustworthy. I said I'd help you, and I certainly will. Really? Of course it's real. Ruon Shinya smirked through the door gap mischievously. I'll fetch 2 buckets of well water for you. The well water is icy cold this season. A cold shower will calm your fiery temperament. Duan Chijo. Fine, good job. Ruon Shinya stayed at her grandmother's house for 3 days, and Duan Chijo followed suit for the same duration. The sight of President Duan constantly flitting about made Ruon Shinya incredibly uncomfortable because every time she saw his face, she felt as though it were her fault for wasting his precious time. On the 3rd day, Ruon Shinya proactively suggested returning to Rongcheng. Duan Chijo naturally had no objections. These 3 days might have been the hardest ones the young master had ever experienced since birth. Before leaving, Grandma prepared lots of local specialties, filling the Rolls-Royce trunk to the brim. Ruon Shinya originally wanted to stop her since contaminating the Rolls-Royce trunk would cost far more in cleaning fees than countless local specialties could buy. However, Duan Chijo intervened. He said, it's the elder's sincerity. Let her pack it. With the car owner having given his statement, Ruon Shinya naturally refrained from further protest. Just before leaving, Ruon Shinya left her grandma 10,000 yuan. Grandma, if anything happens, just tell Tiger next door to give me a call, alright? I've already instructed Tiger properly, don't hesitate to bother them. I know. Go back and focus on your work safely, bring your boyfriend home for me to meet when you have time. Ruon Shinya glanced at Duan Chijo and nodded helplessly. Alright, Grandma. After bidding farewell to Qingye, they returned to Rongcheng in the afternoon. Duan Chijo moved all the local specialties from the trunk upstairs for Ruon Shinya, keeping only 1 jar of pickled mustard greens for himself. Make sure to show up for work on time tomorrow morning. After moving the last bag of rice, Duan Chijo stood at the doorway and told Ruon Shinya. Okay. I'm leaving, see you tomorrow. He still needed to visit the company, as Chu Hang had called earlier in the morning stating there were piles of documents waiting to be signed in the office. See you tomorrow. Ruon Shinya said this and closed the door, but barely 3 seconds later, the doorbell rang again. When she opened the door, Duan Chijo hadn't left. What's wrong? She asked. I forgot something. What? He stepped forward, encircled her waist, and kissed her. Ruon Shinya froze, wide-eyed looking at him, forgetting even to close her eyes. This kiss wasn't deepened because Duan Chijo knew that once it deepened, it would be hard for him to walk away clean. He soon let her go. This time, I'm really leaving, he said. Ruon Shinya nodded and shut the door. The footsteps outside grew distant, yet her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. After this trip to Qingye, she always felt that their relationship had become closer, although they didn't make love in Qingye even once. Yet, she believed that this sense of companionship felt more like love than merely physical intimacy would have. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Ruon Shinya couldn't help but laugh. This man wasn't done yet. She opened the door while asking, what did you forget th? At the doorway stood her mother, Wang Menghan. Ruon Shinya's smile froze on her lips. Duan Chijo had just left, and it hadn't been 3 minutes since then. Had he and her mother met downstairs? Mom, why have you come? Ruan Xinya covered her panic, pretending to be calm as she looked at her mother. Why, can't I visit my own daughter without a reason? Wang Menghan's expression was somewhat serious, lacking the usual amiability. Ruan Xinya felt that there was something off about her mother today, and an inexplicable unease welled up inside her. That's not what I meant. You won't let me in? Oh, come in. Ruan Xinya stepped aside to let her mother in. By the kitchen entrance lay many local specialties brought back from Qingye. Wang Menghan noticed them as soon as she entered. What are these? Sweet potatoes. I know they're sweet potatoes. Where did you get them from? I went to Grandma's place, and she gave them to me. You've been back to Qingye. Wang Menghan's voice instantly became shrill. You've gone back again. How many times have I told you not to meddle with those people and affairs over there? Why do you never listen? Wang Menghan, overwhelmed with anger, kicked the bag of sweet potatoes with her high heel, which pierced through the plastic bag and made a hole. These old things, there's plenty of them at the market, aren't there? Are you too poor to buy them or what? Do you really need to bring them all the way from there? Are you short of money for a few vegetables? Mom. Ruan Xinya frowned. Why must you always be like this? I know you hate that place, you hate that family, and you hate your ex-husband. But Grandma has been good to us. She doesn't owe us anything. She's innocent. To give birth to a beast of a son, how is she innocent? It wasn't her intention to give birth to such a son. We lived with Grandma for so many years. You should know whether Grandma is a good person or not, right? Don't waste your breath explaining to me. In short, I warn you again, don't go back there anymore. Don't associate with anyone or anything from that place. Our status now is different from before. If the rich housewives in Rongcheng find out we once lived in such a poor village, we'd be laughed at to death. You might choose not to return, but Grandma will always be my real grandmother. She lives alone in the countryside with no one to depend on. I cannot simply ignore her. Ruan Xinya, you. Wang Menghan pointed at Ruan Xinya, choking back many words at the last moment. Never mind, I didn't come here to talk about this. Ruan Xinya remained silent, squatting down to pick up the fallen specialties. Don't bother with that first. Tell me, when I came earlier, I thought I saw Duan Chizhou's car. Was he here? Ruan Xinya's movements froze momentarily, but she quickly resumed tidying up the ground, avoiding eye contact with her mother. You're mistaken. He hasn't come. Is that so? Wang Menghan suddenly grabbed Ruan Xinya's wrist and pulled her up, shouting, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Mom. Ruan Xinya got angry. What's wrong with you today? Did you eat gunpowder? Yes, I ate gunpowder. I'm about to explode. Wang Menghan, losing control of her emotions, grabbed her hair in frustration and sat heavily on the couch. Ruan Xinya, honestly tell me, did Duan Chizhou come here just now? He did, didn't he? He did, didn't he? Ruan Xinya guessed that her mother must have seen Duan Chizhou's car, and she had intentionally said, it seemed like Duan Chizhou's car, merely to catch her off guard. But why did her mother want to catch her off guard? Duan Chizhou was her superior. Even if he visited her, he could have come for a file or document. It wasn't completely unexplainable. Unless, did her mother know about their relationship already? Ruan Xinya felt a wave of guilt. Why don't you say anything? Wang Menghan pressed. Did I guess correctly? She sighed deeply, confessing, since you've seen it already, why ask me? You admit it. Yes. Why did you lie to me just now? Afraid you'd misunderstand. Afraid I'd misunderstand? Wang Menghan glared at Ruan Xinya. Afraid I'd misunderstand, or that the two of you have some kind of affair. Ruan Xinya's heart trembled violently. The foundation of her secrets collapsed like a tall building. Did her mother know everything? When did she find out? In a flash, she reviewed every possible moment where she might have slipped up. Why don't you speak? Did I hit the nail on the head? Mom. You went to Qingye for how many days? Ruan Xinya didn't understand why her mother changed the subject at this point but subconsciously answered, 3 days. 3 days, what a coincidence. Qiju was also away from home for 3 days. Did you two really go to Qingye together? Xinya Ruan felt completely dominated by her mother, Wang Menghan, both in terms of presence and position. She had thought countless times about what would happen when her mother eventually found out about her relationship with Duan Qiju, but she hadn't expected it to be today. It came too quickly. The moment arrived much faster than she had imagined. Seeing that Ruan Xinya stood silently without defending herself, as if letting her be judged, Wang Menghan's lingering doubts finally dissipated. So it's true. You two really are having an affair. Wang Menghan mumbled, leaning back on the sofa while massaging her temples. The revelation that Ruan Xinya and Duan Qiju were involved romantically had been told to Wang Menghan the night before Duan Yuanxi left the country. That evening, Wang Menghan had originally been very happy because Duan Yuanxi, who had always targeted her, was finally leaving the Duan family. This meant that her life in the Duan household would become much more comfortable. At least, there wouldn't be someone constantly offending her openly or covertly. But just before she left, Duan Yuanxi delivered one last blow. She pulled Wang Menghan alone into the study and revealed a secret. This secret was that Wang Menghan's daughter, Ruan Xinya, was secretly having a romance with Duan Qiuzhong's son, Duan Chizhou. When Wang Menghan first heard this news, she found it absurd, even thinking that it was just another over-the-top lie fabricated by Duan Yuanxi to torment her. But Duan Yuanxi insisted firmly, saying she personally witnessed Ruan Xinya and Duan Chizhou kissing each other. If that's the case, why didn't you tell the rest of the Duan family? Wang Menghan asked. If the Duans found out, first, my brother's reputation would be utterly ruined, and I don't want him to lose face. Second, with Grandpa's cruel methods, he'd definitely make sure Wan Xinya disappears. If Wan Xinya suddenly died or vanished, she'd become a lifelong obsession, a red mole forever embedded in my brother's heart, a status she does not deserve, said Duan Yuanxi. And why did you tell me? Because I want you to suffer, to anguish every day, to find yourself torn between sacrificing your wealthy lifestyle for your daughter's love, or ruining her relationship for your own benefit. After finishing, Duan Yuanxi laughed loudly and walked away. As Duan Yuanxi wished, Wang Menghan had spent sleepless nights ever since then. She couldn't bring herself to tell anyone around her, including Duan Qiuzhong, nor could she confront Wan Xinya to confirm, fearing the ridiculous rumor might turn out to be true. Yet avoiding it served no purpose. After agonizing for several days, Wang Menghan finally made up her mind to talk to Wan Xinya. It turned out quite conveniently that as soon as her car entered the community, she saw Duan Qiuzhou's car leaving. The answer lay right in front of her eyes. Yaya, why are you doing this to me? How could you end up like this? Wang Menghan struck her own chest in grief. I almost fainted when I heard this news. Do you know that? Mom, please stop. Wan Xinya rushed forward to stop her mother from hitting herself. Wang Menghan shook off Wan Xinya's hand forcefully. Don't touch me. Now I feel so estranged from you. Are you still my daughter Yaya? Tears streamed down Wang Menghan's face. That's Uncle Duan's son, your brother. Are all men in this world dead that you chose him? Why did you have to be with him? Wan Xinya's face burned as though scorched by fire under her mother Wang Menghan's tearful accusations. How hard, how exhausting, how humiliating was my life in the earlier years for you and Xiaoqing. Finally, I met your Uncle Duan. But the Duan family looks down on me because I lack connections. They prevent me from registering our marriage, forcing me to stay in name only within their family. Every day feels like walking on thin ice. Do you know how difficult my life is? Wang Menghan pulled out bottles of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication from her bag. Every day, I survive on these drugs. Whenever I'm looked down upon, despised, I go back to my room wanting to die. But I keep telling myself that as long as I persevere, I will eventually win the blessing of the Duan family. I never dreamed in my wildest nightmares that the person stabbing me in the back would be you, my dear daughter. Mom, I didn't stab you in the back. When Duan Qiuzhou and I. Be quiet. I don't want to hear your explanations. Wang Menghan grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table and pressed it against her wrist. If we were found out, not just you, not just me, even your Uncle Duan and Qiuzhou, we would all be ridiculed and despised. If it truly comes to this, perhaps it's better if I die to save you all. Wan Xinya trembled uncontrollably. Mom, please don't. Put the knife down. Let's discuss this calmly. There's nothing left to say. I'm tired, maybe dying isn't such a bad option. As she spoke, Wang Menghan pressed the blade harder against her skin. Chapter 61. Have you slept well? Mom. Wan Xinya saw her mother about to hurt herself and hurriedly blocked the knife with her hand. The sharp edge instantly cut Wan Xinya's fingers, and blood started streaming down. Yaya. Wang Menghan seemed as if her eyes were burned by the sight of the blood. She suddenly snapped back to her senses from her frenzied state. She dropped the fruit knife and grasped Wan Xinya's hand. Yaya, are you okay? I'm fine. Though Wan Xinya said she was fine, in reality, her fingers were extremely painful, but her heart ached even more. Hurry, find something to stop the bleeding. There's a first aid kit on the shoe cabinet. Wang Menghan quickly fetched the first aid kit. She had studied nursing so she knew how to stop the bleeding, disinfect, and bandage wounds simply. Wan Xinya had 3 of her fingers cut. After wrapping them in gauze, her hand looked much fatter immediately. The mother and daughter sat quietly opposite each other, and a faint smell of blood hovered in the air. How many times has this happened? Wan Xinya asked her mother. What? Self-harm. Wang Menghan's gaze flickered, and she lowered her head. The 3rd time. Why didn't you tell me that you have depression and anxiety? Wan Xinya looked at her mother tenderly. Such an illness requires the most family support and understanding. It was hard for her to imagine how her mother endured these difficult nights alone one after another. I was afraid you'd worry. Mom. Yaya. Suddenly, Wang Menghan knelt down before Wan Xinya. Mom begs you, break up with Qiju, Mom pleads with you. Wan Xinya couldn't bear her mother kneeling to her, so she quickly pulled Wang Menghan up. Yaya. Suddenly, Wang Menghan knelt down before Wan Xinya. Mom begs you, break up with Qiju, Mom pleads with you. Wan Xinya couldn't bear her mother kneeling to her, so she quickly pulled Wang Menghan up. Mom, don't do this. Then will you promise me, break up with Qiju, alright? Wan Xinya's heart was weeping in sorrow. On one side was the person she loved, and on the other side was her birth mother who would die to persuade her, leaving her feeling stuck between both options, unsure what to do. Why aren't you talking? Wang Menghan became agitated again. You're not willing to promise me, right? Then don't stop me, let me die already. Wang Menghan bent down to pick up the fruit knife on the floor, but it was snatched away by Wan Xinya. Mom, calm down, don't harm yourself like this anymore. I promise you, I'll separate from him. You promised. You promised. Wang Menghan immediately hugged Wan Xinya and cried out of joy. Yaya, Mom knew it, you're always such a good girl. Wan Xinya silently let tears roll down her cheeks. She never wanted to be an obedient child, but from childhood till now, she had no choice. Yaya, your choice is correct. Qiju is the heir to the Duan family, his marriage isn't within his control. The old master has already arranged Miss Tang for him, and they will most likely get married. Following Chi-ju will leave you losing your youth, and gaining nothing in terms of recognition, only wasting effort and ending up empty-handed. You should listen to Mom and stop this timely loss. Wang Menghan seemed afraid that she would regret it and continued advising while soothing her. As long as you obediently listen, Mom will arrange a good marriage for you. Mom will surely ensure your lifetime comfort without worrying about food or clothing. Ruan Xinya stood there motionless, unable to hear any of what her mother was saying. The only thought in her mind was that she and Duan Chi-ju really had to part ways. Though she had countless times imagined leaving him, when this day truly arrived, her heart was still filled with reluctance. However, she knew her mother was right. Following Duan Chi-ju would leave her with no formal acknowledgement, first a lover, then later perhaps a mistress spending a life hidden in darkness. The deeper their entanglement went, the greater her pain. Stopping the loss in time was the way forward. Ruan Xinya didn't sleep all night, and she wrote out her resignation letter. The next morning, she showed up on time at the company. The colleagues all assumed she had returned to work and warmly welcomed her back. Chen Yang was especially pleased. Sister Xinya, I knew you'd come back. You've been suspended for only a few days, and Boss Duan announced that the design draft leak incident was a misunderstanding. Oh, and also, I heard yesterday from the finance department that Boss Duan felt bad for you regarding this matter and decided to give you a raise. Raise. He certainly followed through with his word. Unfortunately, she was going to resign and wouldn't enjoy the benefits of her pay raise. Has Boss Duan arrived? Ruan Xinya asked. Not yet, but he should be here soon. He notified everyone that the meeting would start at 9:30 today. Now it's already 9:10. Just as Chen Yang finished speaking, Duan Chizhou walked out from the CEO's private elevator. As soon as he stepped into the office area, his eyes swept around. When he saw Ruan Xinya sitting at her desk, his gaze noticeably softened. Secretary Ruan, come to my office, Duan Chizhou said. Yes, Mr. Duan. Ruan Xinya felt as though her feet were leaden, but she knew avoidance wouldn't solve anything. She steadied her breath, picked up the resignation on her desk, and entered Duan Chizhou's office. You didn't sleep well last night? As soon as she entered, Duan Chizhou noticed 2 dark circles under her eyes. Millimeter. What? Miss me? Ruan Xinya bitterly smiled and said that it wasn't wrong to say she missed him. Duan Chizhou noticed something was off about her expression and asked, what happened? I'm resigning. Duan Chizhou thought he heard wrong and stuck a finger into his ear. What did you say? I said, I am resigning. Don't worry, Mr. Duan, I will submit my resignation report today and make sure all my work is handed over properly before I leave. Duan Chizhou's face changed instantly. He went around the desk to stand in front of Ruan Xinya. Why are you resigning? Personal reasons. Ruan Xinya, don't give me this nonsense. His eyes were dark and profound. What really happened? Ruan Xinya didn't know how to answer correctly. After thinking for a moment, she decided to be straightforward. My mom found out about our relationship, and it has shocked her deeply. She almost hurt herself in front of me yesterday. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but feel afraid when she recalled the scene of her mother with a knife yesterday. Duan Chizhou, let's break up. You will get engaged sooner or later, and whether we part 2 months early or 2 months late makes no difference to you. Our relationship was never meant to be allowed. Continuing this entanglement will only bring me pain. Ruan Xinya avoided looking at him, letting her gaze drift towards the window. Her tone was unprecedentedly firm. Duan Chizhou gave a faint sneer. Is this the first time you've brought up breaking up with me? This is the best choice for both of us. Their relationship was a taboo, a nightmare. She had sat alone on her bed the entire night, unable to think of a better path than to split up. Look at me, Duan Chizhou grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. Tell me by looking into my eyes, is giving up on me really the best choice for you, isn't it? What else can we do? Fight back. What are we fighting for? For love. Is there even love between us? Tears welled up in Ruan Xinya's eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. She looked at Duan Chizhou with wet eyes and asked, do you love me? Duan Chizhou threw her chin aside forcefully. You've already decided to abandon me, so why are you asking me this question now? Does it even matter? Ruan Xinya laughed through her tears. See, he didn't even love her, much less fight against reality for her sake. Her mother was right, betting her youth on this would end up being futile. Since it's like this, Mr. Duan, please approve my resignation letter, and the agreement we signed earlier shall also be voided. From now on, they would be distant relatives across mountains and rivers, they wouldn't be boss and subordinate anymore, nor lovers. Their only connection henceforth would be as brother and sister. Fine. Duan Chizhou glared coldly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. From now on, we have nothing more to do with each other. Duan Chizhou approved Ruan Xinya's resignation report right there. The news of Ruan Xinya leaving quickly set off a commotion throughout the company. The colleagues didn't understand why she would do this. The incident of the design leak had been resolved perfectly, and Duan Chizhou had even proposed a raise as compensation. What else could she possibly be unsatisfied with? Some even speculated behind her back that she was playing hard to get, hoping for an even bigger raise. Ruan Xinya didn't offer any explanation, she merely followed the company's procedures and began the handover of her duties. When the day finally dragged on to the end, her emotions finally collapsed after being suppressed all day. As soon as Ruan Xinya stepped out of the company, she couldn't help but call Shen Shiyu. 11:11, care for a drink? Sure, I was just about to invite you. They agreed to meet at a bar near Shen Shiyu's hospital. Shen Shiyu showed up with red-rimmed eyes. Ruan Xinya realized something was off as soon as she saw her. 11:11, what happened? I think I might be going crazy. Shen Shiyu sighed and leaned on the counter. I saw Luo Jinghuai again today. Where? At the hospital. Shen Shiyu had been seeing patients in the outpatient clinic when suddenly a man's side profile flashed by her office door, identical to Luo Jinghuai's. She dropped her stethoscope and chased after him. I chased from the second floor all the way to the underground parking lot, but then he disappeared very quickly. Because of this, I was scolded for half an hour by my department head. The director of the hospital was Shen Shiyu's senior in medical school, usually very caring towards her. However, today, Shen Shiyu had neglected her duties, and getting scolded was deserved. By the end of the lecture, the director even suggested Shen Shiyu go visit a psychiatrist. He thinks I have a mental issue, causing me to hallucinate. Listening to Shen Shiyu, Ruan Xinya naturally thought of her mother. 11:11, if depression and anxiety become serious enough to lead to self-harm, does medication alone still work? Medication works, but psychological therapy is highly recommended. Shen Shiyu replied and caught herself mid-sentence. Who is it that has such severe depression and anxiety to the point of self-harm? Ruan Xinya shook her head. No one. Shen Shiyu respected personal privacy. Seeing that Ruan Xinya was unwilling to talk, she didn't pursue it further. However, she still gave a reminder, when depression and anxiety occur together, and become severe enough to lead to self-harm, family members must make time to accompany and counsel the person. Otherwise, serious problems may arise. By the way, you haven't said why you wanted to have a drink with me. Shen Shiyu suddenly remembered. I've resigned. Resigned? Why? Your job has much better salary and benefits than mine. Why quit if everything was fine? Because I want to cut all ties with him. Shen Shiyu fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly raised her hand and pulled Ruan Xinya into a hug. Go ahead and cry if you want. I know you're stubborn, always saying things like how there's no future between you and Duan Chijo, or that you don't like him, but actually, you've already placed him in your heart. It's not like I'm saying this after the fact, I warned you long ago. We women can't afford those superficial affairs of passion without feelings, because women's hearts are usually softer than men's. Ruan Xinya's tears instantly poured out, wetting Shen Shiyu's shirt. Shen Shiyu didn't push her away, she just let her cry until she was done and then gently consoled her. Xinya, take it easy. Being able to sleep with a high-quality man like Duan Chijo isn't bad at all. Unlike me, I played pure love with Luo Jinghuai when he was alive, but never got to be intimate with him. 11:11. Ruan Xinya didn't know what to say for a moment. Shen Shiyu bitterly smiled and poured a glass of wine for Ruan Xinya. No more talking, drink up. That night, the two drank quite a lot of alcohol. Eventually, Ruan Xinya got drunk first and was taken back to Shen Shiyu's dormitory to sleep. When Ruan Xinya woke up, it was already 7:50 a.m. the next morning. She hurriedly took a taxi home, ready to freshen up and change clothes before going to work. As soon as she arrived at her doorstep, she saw her mother when Menghan's car parked downstairs. Mother is here. Ruan Xinya went upstairs, and sure enough, her mother when Menghan was standing by her door. Where were you last night? When Menghan looked at her, her eyes sinister. Yes, sinister. But the sinister look disappeared in an instant. By the time Ruan Xinya came closer, her mother's eyes had returned to normal. Ruan Xinya thought she must have been mistaken, her mother wouldn't possibly give her such a look. Weren't you with Chijo again? When Menghan didn't wait for Ruan Xinya to explain and jumped right in, he didn't come home last night either. Where did you two spend the night? Duan Chijo didn't return to the Duan residence last night. Where did he go? Could it be that he also felt down and went drinking? During Ruan Xinya's fleeting thoughts, when Menghan had already moved in front of her. Xinya, tell me honestly, how far have you gone with Chijo? Have you slept together? When Menghan stared at her, even more terrifying than her middle school teacher who caught students on early dates. Mom, calm down and come inside first. Ruan Xinya opened the door, letting her mother enter the house. But when Menghan couldn't remain calm for even a second, tell me quickly, where did you and Chijo spend the night? I told you to break up with him, why do you still spend the night with him? I didn't spend the night with him, I slept at a friend's place. Don't worry, I've already submitted my resignation. Once the handover is done, I will leave the Duan company, and will be separated for good. Ruan Xinya hid her pain in front of her mother, forcing herself to sound calm. When Menghan still harbored doubts. She couldn't believe that everything would go so smoothly. At whose friend's place did you sleep? Shen Shiyu. Do you have her phone number? Let me confirm with her. Mom, do you not trust me at all? Ruan Xinya felt as if she were suffocating. When Menghan noticed Ruan Xinya's displeasure and immediately grabbed her daughter's hand to apologize. Xinya, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm too sensitive. You know I have depression, and I can't control my wandering thoughts. Forgive me. Thinking about her mother's depression and anxiety, Ruan Xinya softened her heart. It's alright, I don't blame you. That's good, that's good. Oh, Xinya, I want to discuss something with you. What? Ruan Xinya had an inexplicable bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, her mother stunned her with surprising words. Could you move to the Duan residence and live with me? Chapter 62, Arranged Marriage. Ruan Xinya could not believe that her mother would come up with such an absurd idea. If she were a 3-year-old child, it might make sense to follow her mother into the Duan family after her remarriage, but she was almost 30 years old now, capable of taking care of herself. There was no reason for her to move into the Duan household along with her mother. Mom, I'm not going. What am I supposed to be in the Duan family? Besides, will they even let me in? As long as you're willing, I'll talk to your Uncle Duan. He'll definitely agree. I don't want to. Ruan Xinya refused outright. Yaya, just think of it as staying with me for a while, Wen Menghan said pitifully. In the Duan family, aside from your Uncle Duan, there's no one I can trust. The servants in the house can take advantage of me at will. Recently, I've been feeling like someone is putting something in my bird's nest soup. Ruan Xinya gasped. What kind of thing? I don't know, all I know is that my mind has become increasingly muddled lately. If you suspect that someone is adding things to your bird's nest soup, then stop drinking it. Even if I don't drink bird's nest soup, I still have to eat and drink water, right? If there really is someone in the Duan family who wants to harm me, I might be able to avoid trouble for a while, but eventually, I won't be safe. That's why I thought that if you could move to live with us in the Duan house, then I would at least have someone I can trust, someone to help keep an eye out. I wouldn't need to constantly be on edge. No matter how Ruan Xinya thought about it, this proposal didn't seem appropriate. If I move into the Duan family without proper justification, people will only find more faults with us. If you truly feel unsafe living in the Duan family, then explain the situation to Uncle Duan and suggest that you two move out to live separately. Wouldn't that be better? The elders of the Duan family enjoy lively company and won't allow younger generations to move out of the main house. They will also definitely not allow me to move in. Wen Menghan didn't know whether she found Ruan Xinya's words reasonable or had some other calculation, but in any case, she remained silent for the moment. Ruan Xinya originally thought that was the end of the matter, but the next day, she received a call from Duan Qiuming. Yaya, come to the hospital quickly. Your mother is in trouble, said Duan Qiuming, his voice rushed. In the background, the sound of ambulance sirens occasionally interjected. Ruan Xinya's heart tightened immediately. She asked for the address of the hospital, informed Chen Yang briefly, and rushed to the hospital. When Ruan Xinya arrived at the hospital, Wen Menghan had already been bandaged and transferred to a general ward. According to Duan Qiuming, Wen Menghan had fallen down the second-floor stairs accidentally, breaking her leg. Duan Qiuming considered it an accident, but Wen Menghan insisted that someone had pushed her. I just walked to the stairway, when I suddenly felt someone push me at my waist, and then I fell down the stairs. Really, husband, someone is trying to hurt me. Wen Menghan grabbed Duan Qiuming's hand, her face full of panic. I didn't see that person's face clearly. He will surely try to harm me again. I'm so scared. Duan Qiuming comforted Wen Menghan for a few moments, then turned to Ruan Xinya. Yaya, come out here with me for a moment. Yes, Uncle Duan. Ruan Xinya followed Duan Qiuming's wheelchair out of the room, closing the door gently. Yaya, I think mother's mental state has been off recently, Duan Qiuming began bluntly. She always talks nonsense about someone wanting to harm her. She doesn't trust a single servant in the house, attacking anyone who gets close like a hedgehog raising its spines. This fall down the stairs too, I've already checked the surveillance, it wasn't caused by anyone pushing her. She simply twisted her ankle and fell. Uncle Duan, I think Mom may need to see a psychiatrist. I've already arranged it, but your mother is resistant. She thinks seeing a psychiatrist means admitting she's mentally unstable. So, this matter requires you to persuade her further. Alright, I'll try to talk to her again. Oh yes, a couple of days ago, your mom mentioned that she wanted you to come over and stay with her for a few days. What do you think about it? I think it might not be appropriate. My moving in could disrupt everyone's original rhythm and make people feel inconvenient. Ruan Xinya expressed it tactfully. You don't need to worry about this point. The Duan house is very large. My parents usually live in the east courtyard, and we rarely meet except during meals. Shishi has gone abroad recently, and Chiju spends more time on business trips than he does at home. So, your coming over wouldn't cause much disturbance. Ruan Xinya could tell that Duan Qiuming hoped she would move into the Duan residence. But Ruan Xinya did not want to. Putting aside all other considerations for a moment, at the very least, Duan Qizhou was still living in the Duan household. She had resigned in order to stay away from Duan Qizhou. If she ended up living in the Duan household again after all these day tours, wouldn't she still be living under the same roof with Duan Qizhou? Then what would be the significance of her resignation? Yaya, do you not want to move over and live with your mom? Uncle Duan, Ruan Xinya was about to refuse when a bang sounded from the ward. It was followed by Wen Menghan's scream. Ruan Xinya and Duan Qiuming rushed back into the ward upon hearing the noise and discovered that Wen Menghan had somehow fallen out of her hospital bed. Mom, are you okay? Ruan Xinya quickly helped her mother up from the floor and pressed the nurse call button. Yaya, come back to the Duan family with me, Wen Menghan tightly grabbed Ruan Xinya's hand. Now that my legs are like this, I don't trust anyone to take care of me except for you. Come back with me, it's like I'm begging you. Wen Menghan spoke earnestly, and her gaze towards Ruan Xinya looked like that of a helpless child. Ruan Xinya had been firm in her refusal, but under these circumstances, coupled with memories of her mother's depression and anxiety, her heart softened. Yaya, your mother married me, so we're all family now. You should move over too, and I'll make sure everything is arranged properly so no one looks down on you, Duan Qiuming chimed in. Come stay for a while to take care of your mother. If it doesn't suit you, once your mother's condition improves, you can leave. With such persuasive words, Ruan Xinya could only nod. In the following 3 days, when Menghan stayed hospitalized, while Ruan Xinya worked during the day to wrap up things at her job, then went to the hospital at night to accompany her mother. 3 days later, when Menghan was discharged, and she also moved Ruan Xinya into the Duan household. Saying moving in, it was really just packing a few seasonal outfits and her frequently used cosmetics. Her rented apartment wasn't vacated, everything inside remained untouched, ready for her return to her original home at any time. The two elderly members of the Duan family reacted very calmly to Wan Xinya moving in to take care of Wen Menghan, which clearly showed that Duan Qiuming had prepared them beforehand. However, when Duan Qiuming's sister, Duan Dongxue, encountered Wan Xinya, she couldn't resist throwing sarcastic remarks at her. Wan Xinya mentally prepared herself and didn't feel too upset. However, there was one thing that made her wary: Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou didn't know that Wan Xinya had moved into the Duan family because on the day after she resigned, he flew abroad for business. They hadn't been in contact these past few days, and she didn't know how Duan Qizhou would react when he returned and found her living in the Duan residence. In an atmosphere of increasing unease, Duan Qizhou finally came back on Saturday evening. He walked through the door with his luggage just as Wan Xinya was preparing to push Wen Menghan out for a walk. The three of them met right at the entrance. Duan Qizhou stopped and gave Wan Xinya a glance. "My leg got injured a few days ago, making it hard to move around, so Dad arranged for Yaya to stay over temporarily to take care of me. You shouldn't mind, right?" Wen Menghan immediately explained. Wan Xinya could tell that her mother was wary of Duan Qizhou, so she cited Duan Qiuming to suppress him. The daughter taking care of her injured mother is quite natural. "What's there for me to mind?" Duan Qizhou coldly responded before turning around and walking up to the second floor. Wan Xinya watched his retreating figure, feeling a pang of discomfort deep in her chest. "Let's go outside," Wen Menghan patted Wan Xinya's hand. "All right." The garden of the Duan family was meticulously cared for every week by a gardener. It was early April, and the flowers were blooming in their vibrant best. As Wan Xinya slowly pushed Wen Menghan along the paths, Wen Menghan introduced every kind of flower they passed. "Yaya, look, those are banana lilies. There used to be so many in the countryside. People planted them outside their yards, treating them as worthless." Wen Menghan pointed to a cluster of vivid red banana lilies, speaking meaningfully, but transplanted into the Duan family's garden with special care, regular fertilizing, and weeding, they instantly become a classier presence. "Mom, what are you trying to say?" "I'm saying that people are like flowers. Yaya, you might hate me for being self-centered and not considering your feelings and those of Qizhu. But, Mom has no choice. Now, I'm like a banana lily nurtured in the Duan family's garden. Asking me to return to my previous life is equivalent to sentencing me to death. I know I'm selfish, but what I do is for myself and for you. You should understand, even without my affair with Uncle Duan, your relationship with Qizhu wouldn't have worked out. Uncle Duan married me because his disability made him indifferent to who he married, giving me this chance to step aboard the ship of the Duan family fortune. But Qizhu is different. He is the successor of Duan Corporation. His marriage concerns the entire family's honor. He must marry a woman of equal social standing to ensure the longevity of the Duan legacy. I understand, no need to elaborate." "Do you blame your mom?" Wen Menghan asked. "Do you think it's contradictory that I insist on separating you two but arrange for you to live under the same roof? This must confuse you." "Not at all," Wan Xinya replied faintly. "Really? Yes. That's good." Wen Menghan held Wan Xinya's hand, pressing it against her cheek. "Yaya, Mom actually feels sorry for you too, but there's no other way. As my daughter, you'll just have to gradually accept the fact that Qizhou is your brother." After ensuring her mother, Wen Menghan, had finished washing up and was settled in bed, Wan Xinya quietly exited the room. Her room was across the hallway from her mother's. She had barely stepped inside when Duan Qizhou barged in uninvited. He'd just taken a shower, his hair still damp, dressed in a dark grey silk sleepwear that exuded an air of somber sensuality. "What are you doing?" Wan Xinya felt a chill run down her spine at his intrusion. If either Duan Qiuming or the Duan family servants were to see Duan Qizhou slipping into her room in his night attire at this late hour, things would definitely spiral out of control. "Get out." She pushed him away. "This is the Duan household," Duan Qizhou reminded her coolly. "Every tile under your feet here belongs to the Duan name." His meaning was clear. This was his territory. "I know this is the Duan residence," Wan Xinya retorted. "But since Uncle Duan has assigned this room to me, I technically hold the rights to use it for now. You don't need to invoke my father." Duan Qizhou despised how quickly Wan Xinya had learned from Wen Menghan to use Duan Qiuming as leverage against him. "I'm not using Uncle Duan to pressure you. I'm doing this for your own good. Since we've already separated, there's no point stirring up any more complications. If gossip were to spread about us, it might affect your future engagement." "My future engagements? You've planned them all out for me, haven't you, Miss Secretary?" "Truly, as thorough as ever." There was a rustling sound from the corridor outside, setting Wan Xinya's nerves on edge. "Someone's coming, please leave. I'm begging you." Duan Qizhou didn't flinch. "Since you're so scared of me, why did you choose to move right under my nose? My mother hurt her leg, I'm here to take care of her. Doesn't the Duan family have enough servants for that? Why must you specifically be the one to take care of her? I know you don't want to see me. Rest assured, I won't stay long. Once Mom recovers, I'll leave," Wan Xinya said, looking directly at Duan Qizhou. "I've almost completed the handover at the company. Soon, I'll completely disappear from your life." Duan Qizhou's eyes darkened further with anger, yet he had no time to say more before Duan Qiuming's wheelchair appeared. "Qizhou, what are you doing here?" Duan Qiuming asked curiously, glancing between them. Ruan Xinya's hand trembled slightly against the doorframe. Luckily, the door was open wide enough, giving their interaction an innocent appearance. Uncle Duan, Mr. Duan came to discuss work matters with me, Ruan Xinya explained quickly. He just returned from a business trip and hasn't been back to the office yet, so he stopped by to ask me first. Duan Xioming believed Ruan Xinya's explanation without suspicion. Chizhou, let's talk about work at the office later. It's after hours now, and it's quite late. Yaya needs her rest. As the boss, you should show a bit more human touch, Duan Xioming suggested. Duan Chizhou responded with a simple and turned to leave. Yaya, you've done well taking care of your mom tonight. Rest early, Duan Xioming told Ruan Xinya kindly. Yes, Uncle Duan. Ruan Xinya closed the door behind her, the lingering scent of Duan Chizhou's shower gel heavy in the air, tugging on her tense nerves. Back in their room, Duan Xioming noticed when Meng Han attempting to get out of bed. What are you doing? Are you trying to stand? I thought I heard voices outside. Is something wrong? Nothing serious. Chizhou went to check on some work matters with Yaya. Chizhou went to Yaya's room. The expression in Wen Menghan's eyes shifted sharply. Through great effort and strategic maneuvering, she had brought Ruan Xinya into the Duan family household, her sole purpose being able to keep a close eye on her and ensure they wouldn't secretly meet outside behind her back. Yet, despite all this, the two remained entangled, boldly defying the rules even under the very eyes of the Duan household. He didn't enter, he was only at the door. I know what you're thinking, but they're siblings. Even Chizhou knows where to draw the line. When Meng Han smirked faintly, though her smile failed to reach her eyes. She thought inwardly, and what do you truly know? By the way, honey, when exactly will Chizhou's marriage to the second miss of the Tang family be finalized? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, the Tang family will come over to negotiate the marriage details. Chapter 63, We Continue Together. Ruan Xinya couldn't sleep again. Ever since moving into the Duan family residence a few days ago, she hadn't been sleeping well. Tonight was even worse. Just thinking about Duan Chizhou lying in the master bedroom a few rooms away made her restless. Since she couldn't fall asleep anyway, she decided to give up trying. Ruan Xinya slipped on an overcoat and gently pushed open the balcony door. It had rained during the night, leaving the balcony railing wet. Ruan Xinya wiped it dry with some paper towels before leaning against it, gazing into the distance. Her balcony directly faced the Duan's outdoor swimming pool. The blue water shimmered under the moonlight. Suddenly, she noticed someone sitting on a foldable chair by the poolside. The person was smoking, the glowing red tip of the cigarette flickering in the wind. It was Duan Chizhou. He wasn't sleeping either. Ruan Xinya silently and greedily stared at his silhouette. The night shrouded everything in obscurity, but his back still appeared vividly in her eyes. Perhaps feeling the intensity of her gaze, Duan Chizhou turned and looked towards where she stood. Ruan Xinya wanted to retreat inside, but she didn't have time to take a step before he'd already seen her. She froze and stayed standing there. The night seemed like a veil, and she assumed that from such a distance, Duan Chizhou probably wouldn't be able to see the regret and unwillingness in her eyes. Indeed, his gaze paused only briefly before turning away as he continued to smoke. This brief exchange in the deep night changed nothing about reality. Just as Ruan Xinya was about to return to her room, her phone rang. It was a call from Duan Chizhou. Ruan Xinya hesitated for a moment before answering. Why haven't you gone to sleep? His voice was hoarse. I can't sleep. Would you like to leave the country with me? He asked suddenly. Ruan Xinya was stunned. What do you mean? I've arranged a position for you abroad. You'll be stationed there going forward. Over the years, Duan Chizhou's business operations overseas had expanded significantly. If Ruan Xinya agreed to go abroad, he could offer her career prospects that would match what she could find domestically. What next? We continue being together. Do you think this is running away together? Or do you want me to keep being your mistress somewhere else? Ruan Xinya questioned, staring at Duan Chizhou's silhouette. Then I guess I won't be able to come back to the country ever. Silence thundered through from Duan Chizhou's side. Ruan Xinya's eyes began to sting. She didn't know what Duan Chizhou was thinking, but she wouldn't allow herself to fall into an abyss from which there was no return. In the darkness, her voice was unusually calm. Duan Chizhou, stop struggling. The two of us, we can only be brother and sister in this lifetime. Even if we move to another country, those things that tie us down will still exist. So you want us to be siblings? It's the best outcome, is it? He scoffed coldly, full of ridicule and disdain. Sorry, I don't need a sister. With that, the call disconnected. Thoroughly severed. As if the last thread of hope had been lost among the vast starry skies. Ruan Xinya squatted down, hugging herself as silent tears streamed down her face. Ruan Xinya spent another restless night but still woke early. Mother Wen Menghan had many engagements throughout the morning, and Ruan Xinya had to stay close by her side. If not, her mother would likely get emotional. Caring for an emotionally unstable patient proved more exhausting than working. Xinya, I've scheduled a facial at 9 with a beautician. Why don't you join in? No thanks. Mom's inviting you, it doesn't cost you anything. Besides, you should look pretty today. At noon, we'll have guests visiting. Guests? Yes, the Tang family is coming today to discuss the engagement of Chizhou and Tang's second daughter with your Uncle Duan and grandfather. Ruan Xinya's expression faltered slightly. Today they were discussing the wedding plans, yet last night Duan Chizhou had still asked if she'd consider going abroad. So, did he plan to deceive her one last time to marry domestically while keeping her overseas? She suddenly felt all her tears from last night had been shed in vain. I suppose I don't have to meet them, said Ruan Xinya. You're Chijo's sister. In the future, Tang's second daughter will be your sister-in-law. There may be situations where you might need her support. It's beneficial to establish a good relationship now. Mom, just let me finish my beauty routine first. After finishing their facials with Ms. Wen, the maid announced that the Tang family had arrived. Ms. Wen quickly put on her jade necklace and bracelet, ensuring that she didn't lose face. This was her biggest insight after marrying into the Duan family. Xinya, come downstairs with Mom. Mom, I don't want to go. Go. Ms. Wen's tone became stern immediately. If you want to let go, you must be harsh with yourself. You won't truly face reality until you see him with another woman. Ultimately, Ruan Xinya followed her mother downstairs. Downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Tang along with Tang Huamin had already arrived. Tang Huamin was wearing a lace-embroidered princess dress today, pure white, exuding simplicity and grace, making her appear even more gentle and elegant. At the moment, she stood by the side of Mr. Duan, her hand respectfully supporting his arm, while her eyes openly lingered on Duan Chijo who stood opposite. Mr. Duan clearly intended to bring them together. He tapped Duan Chijo's pant leg lightly with his cane, then nudged Tang Huamin closer to him. Tang Huamin giggled as she tilted her head towards Duan Chijo, which made the parents present burst into laughter. Our Huamin doesn't even try to hide that she likes you, Chijo. She practically has it written on her forehead. Tang Huamin's mother joked lightheartedly. If they like each other and we're facilitating their union, isn't this perfect? Mr. Duan said cheerfully. They like each other. They too love each other. Ruan Xinya quietly tightened her grip on the wheelchair's armrests, her gaze flickering over Duan Chijo. He stood turned away from her, so she couldn't see his expression, but his posture was tall and strong, completely unlike the helpless figure he had been in the dark night before. I think we should set the wedding date for the 18th day of next month. What do you all think? Mr. Duan said. I consulted with a master, and that day is a highly auspicious Yellow Way day. We have no objections, it all depends on Chijo. After all, Chijo is always busy. Tang Huamin's father said. All eyes turned to Duan Chijo. Chijo certainly won't have objections. Even if work is important, surely it can't be as significant as marrying Huamin, right Chijo? Mr. Duan asked with a smile. Yes, Duan Chijo replied coolly with a faint smile. Grandfather is right, nothing matters more than my marriage to Huamin. His words finished, his cold eyes swept past Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya stood silently, feeling a numbing heartache. But her mother was right, some things need to be heard directly, some moments witnessed personally, only then can one give up hope. Now, she had given up hope. That's excellent. Then it's settled. From now on, the Duan family and Tang family are officially relative. Tang Huamin's father tightly grasped Mr. Duan's hand. Duan sir, henceforth, we're one family. Yes, henceforth, we're one family. After finalizing the engagement plans, Mr. Duan escorted the Tang family to the grand dining hall within the Duan residence. It was rare for the luxurious rectangular European-style dining table to be filled with people. Mr. Duan sat at the main seat, with Duan Chijo and Tang Huamin beside him. Conversations centered entirely on Tang Huamin, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere around the table. Meanwhile, Ruan Xinya was seated in the farthest corner. Though she participated, she felt almost invisible, a mere outsider in this scene. Relieved finally to finish eating, Ruan Xinya quickly left the dining room under the pretext of going to the restroom. Unexpectedly, Tang Huamin followed closely behind. Miss Ruan, Tang Huamin stopped her in the corridor. Director Tang. It's been such a long time. I really didn't expect to see you here today. Tang Huamin smiled. Regarding the incident where the design draft leaked last time, I haven't apologized yet, it's truly embarrassing. Because of my carelessness, you were wrongfully accused. It's fine. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared. Ruan Xinya didn't want to continue conversing with Tang Huamin and was about to leave when Tang Huamin blocked her again. You're shameless, Tang Huamin whispered harshly so that only Ruan Xinya could hear. I'm not genuinely apologizing to you. I'm just teasing you and you still dare to say it's okay? What do you mean? Am I unworthy of your apology? The matter is over. You don't need my forgiveness, and I don't need your apology, that's all there is to it. Who said it's over? Tang Huamin glared at her. Because of you, 1111 had to go abroad. As long as 1111 hasn't come back, this issue will never be resolved between us. What does her going abroad have to do with me? It's all your fault. Don't accuse me falsely. She's the one who hurt me, I've never harmed her. Ruan Xinya retorted. I finally understand why 1111 hates you so much. Tang Huamin scowled in disgust. You must think you can take 1111's place, become the young mistress of the Duan family, and become Chijo's sister. Your mother shamelessly clings to the Duan family, and so do you. People would laugh at the absurdity. Ruan Xinya, know your place and get out of the Duan family immediately, they don't welcome you here. Ruan Xinya quietly clenched her fists. I know it's inappropriate for me to stay in the Duan family, but currently, it's a special situation. My mother got injured, and I'm here to take care of her. Once she recovers, I'll leave naturally, she said, lifting her gaze to meet Tang Huamin's. But Director Tang, please remember your position. Even if it's wrong for me to live here, it's none of your business to chase me out. Chijo and I are getting engaged, so I'll be the lady of this house in the future. If I heard it correctly, the wedding is set for the 18th day of next month. There are still 25 days until then, so you can't call yourself the lady of this house until after those 25 days. You. Tang Huamin was left speechless by Ruan Xinya's retort. Seething with anger, she grabbed an ink bottle from a side table in the corridor. It was a German Faber-Castell Earl bamboo leaf green ink bottle. The bottle had a striking design. Placed beneath a Picasso painting, it resembled an artistic and sophisticated decorative item. This was Duan Qiuming's idea. He had placed it there. Ruan Xinya thought Tang Huamin was going to throw the ink bottle at her, but instead, she unscrewed the cap and poured the ink directly onto her own white dress. Tang Huamin screamed as she poured the ink. Secretary Ruan, what do you think you're doing? Are you crazy? Ruan Xinya realized that Tang Huamin was setting her up again to take the blame. The Duan family and the Tang family were all in the dining room. Hearing Tang Huamin's voice, they all came rushing out to the corridor. Huamin, what happened? Tang Huamin's mother saw the ink stains on Tang Huamin's white dress and immediately lost her composure as a wealthy lady. She demanded sharply, who did this? Who did this? Tang Huamin hung her head deliberately, refusing to answer. Everyone remembered Tang Huamin's previous screams and accusations. Their gazes naturally fell on Ruan Xinya. Yaya, did you ruin Miss Tang's dress? Asked Wen Menghan, her voice trembling. Since moving into the Duan residence, Wen Menghan had been careful every single second, walking on eggshells so as not to offend the Duans. Bringing Ruan Xinya into the Duan family was her last resort when she had nowhere else to turn. It never crossed her mind that Ruan Xinya would cause such a huge mess just a few days after joining the Duan family. The Tangs were honored guests of the Duan family. Miss Tang was even more so, as she was the future mistress of the Duan household. And she dumped ink on Miss Tang's dress. Mom, it wasn't me who did this, it was her. How dare you deny it? Tang Huamin interrupted Ruan Xinya with tears in her eyes and looked pitifully at the Duan family members. Grandfather, Uncle Duan, Brother Chizhou, you must take my side. Earlier in the corridor, I ran into Secretary Ruan and thought about the previous incident involving the leaked design draft. I took the initiative to apologize to her and hoped she would forgive me for the trouble caused by my negligence. But unexpectedly, Secretary Ruan didn't forgive me. Instead, she held a grudge against me for publicly embarrassing her. She picked up the ink bottle and splashed it all over my dress. This Miss Duan sure knows how to throw a tantrum. Our Huamin's dress is custom made by YTL, one of a kind in the world, extremely valuable. Tang Huamin's mother glanced at Wen Menghan with disdain, who she already disliked as a stepwife. Now, she liked her even less. Indeed, Miss Duan truly deserves to be called the well-brought-up daughter of Mrs. Duan. This young lady doesn't belong to our Duan family, said Mr. Duan, his moustache bristling. Our Duan family wouldn't raise such a rude young miss. This remark indirectly rejected Wen Menghan's standing within the Duan family. Wen Menghan's face turned pale, alternating between shades of green and white. She pushed herself forward in her wheelchair to Ruan Xinya, and suddenly stood up with assistance, slapping Ruan Xinya across the face. With a sharp slap, the force behind it resonated in the air. Everyone present was shocked for a moment. Ruan Xinya's ears buzzed, and she tasted a trace of blood on her lips. Apologize. Apologize now. Wen Menghan bellowed at her. Ruan Xinya looked blankly at her mother, taking a long while to find her voice. I didn't splash it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't apologize. There are only the two of you here. If it wasn't you, then who could it have been? It was her who did it to herself. Ruan Xinya said. How could that be? Miss Tang's dress is one of a kind globally. She treasures it so much. How could she do something so absurd? Ruan Xinya. How can you lie so easily without batting an eye after all I've taught you? Furious, Wen Menghan raised her hand again to strike Ruan Xinya. Just as the slap was about to land on Ruan Xinya's face, a large hand reached out and intercepted Wen Menghan's. Chapter 64, Painful and Numbing Kiss. It was Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou blocked the slap from Wen Menghan for Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya couldn't believe that under the gaze of so many eyes from both the Duan family and the Tang family, Duan Chizhou would step in to protect her. Wen Menghan probably didn't expect it either. Her gaze flickered lightly as she looked at Duan Chizhou. Don't hit her. Now is not the time for you to discipline your daughter, Duan Chizhou coldly rebuked her. Don't be too reckless in front of the distinguished guests of the Tang family. After his words, he pushed away Wen Menghan's hand. Caught off guard, Wen Menghan fell back into her wheelchair. Ruan Xinya regained her clarity. Duan Chizhou wasn't protecting her, he simply thought their mother-daughter duo had made the Duan family lose face in front of the Tangs. That's all. Duan Chizhou took off his coat, walked up to Tang Huamin, and fastened the coat around her waist to cover the ink stain on her white dress. It's no big deal if the dress gets ruined. Whatever number of dresses you want, I will have them custom-made for you. The main thing is not to let it affect your mood. He gently consoled her. Tang Huamin's originally angry face instantly softened, even revealing a hint of blush. Grandpa Duan exchanged glances with the two elders of the Tang family, and their faces once again lit up with smiles. Truly, it seemed only Duan Chizhou knew how to flatter people. Thank you, Brother Chizhou. But I can't let myself be bullied like this. I need Secretary Ruan's apology. Seeing that Duan Chizhou was indulging her, Tang Huamin became even more spoiled and coquettish. Upon hearing this, Duan Chizhou turned his cold gaze towards Ruan Xinya. Apologize. I didn't splash her. I will absolutely never apologize for something I didn't do. Ruan Xinya's attitude was firm. Refusing to apologize? Then get out of the Duan family. The light in Ruan Xinya's pupils dimmed. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the earlier design draft leak incident. No matter how crude Tang Huamin's self-direction might be, Duan Qizhou still gave her unconditional support and trust. Fine, I'll leave if I must, said Ruan Xinya. Anyway, she wasn't there voluntarily in the first place. Xinyao, Wang Menghan attempted to stop her. Listen to me, just show some humility and apologize. I believe Miss Tang is magnanimous enough to forgive you. No thanks. I don't need her forgiveness, and I'm leaving now. Having said that, Ruan Xinya turned and went upstairs. Tang Huamin smiled smugly. She was highly satisfied with exchanging a dress for driving Ruan Xinya out of the Duan family. Brother Qizhou, she held Duan Qizhou's arm and sweetly said, "Thank you for supporting me. In the future, Qizhou will be your husband. It's only natural that he protects you and gives you strength," said Grandpa Duan. Tang Huamin smiled even sweeter. Ruan Xinya went upstairs to pack her belongings. Nanny wheeled Wang Menghan up behind her. "Please go outside first," Wang Menghan told the nanny. "Yes, Mrs." The nanny left, and Wang Menghan quickly closed the door. "Xinyao, I'm sorry for what happened before. Mom believes you wouldn't do such things." Wang Menghan changed her expression, immediately grabbing Ruan Xinya's hand, "But Mom has no choice. Mom's status in this house is very low. The Tangs are our future in-laws, even Grandpa makes way for them by 3 parts. I dare not offend them." "Never mind," Ruan Xinya indifferently pushed her mother's hand away. "Are you mad?" Wang Menghan cautiously observed Ruan Xinya's expressions. "Not at all. You are mad, you're blaming me, I could see it." Wang Menghan's eyes watered. "You're upset that I didn't stand up for you, but did you consider my position in this house?" "Mom," Ruan Xinya interrupted Wang Menghan, "I've considered your position too much. That's why I ended up here today. Otherwise, do you think I moved into the Duan family because I coveted their big villa? Or because I cherished having good food 3 times a day? Living at someone else's expense was worse than anything. Especially since there was Duan Qizhou in this house. Xinyao, Mom knows you did it for me. You know I did it for you. You know I've given up some of my own principles and insisted unconditionally supporting you, standing behind you. But you don't give me even basic trust and protection." Ruan Xinya touched her fiery cheek. The sharp slap her mother had given moments ago not only stung her face but also wounded her heart deeply. "Xinyao, Mom was wrong, but Mom really had no other choice." "Do you have no other choices?" "No, you do. You just didn't choose me." Ruan Xinya bent down, looking straight into Wang Menghan's eyes. "Mom, I'll ask you one more time, are you truly happy in the Duan family?" Wang Menghan remained silent. "You've endured hardships all your life. When you remarried before, I was genuinely happy for you. But now, I feel that you've merely stepped from one cage into another. Yes, you're well provided for in the Duan family, but you don't even have the right to express your own opinions or defend your daughter. Are you really happy? Xinyao, you don't understand. All of this is temporary." In Wang Menghan's view, the 2 elders of the Duan family would die sooner or later and Duan Qizhou would inevitably start his own family as well. At that point, all she had to do was to keep a good grip on Duan Qiuming, and she would be able to get whatever she wanted. The life of a rich household wasn't about anything but endurance. A temporary burden could exchange for wealth and honor for the rest of her life. Such a deal was never a losing proposition. "I don't understand, nor do I want to. You live your own life. If you think there's no problem, then it is." Ruan Xinya stood up and pulled her suitcase. "Your leg seems to be recovering pretty well. I don't need to stay here to take care of you anymore. I'll go back first." "Yaya." Wang Menghan watched Ruan Xinya's departing silhouette and carefully weighed the pros and cons in her mind. With how Duan Qizhou made things difficult for Ruan Xinya in front of both Tang and Duan family members today, these 2 must have really ended it. Now they had split up. Even if Ruan Xinya wasn't under her watchful eye anymore, it wouldn't cause any problems. After pondering this, Wang Menghan decided not to insincerely retain her anymore. Ruan Xinya walked downstairs without looking back. Downstairs, Duan Qiuming was waiting for her. "Yaya, are you really going?" "Yes, Uncle Duan, please take care of my mom." "I know. Thank you, Uncle Duan." After Ruan Xinya said this, she dragged her suitcase away from the Duan family residence. As she left, Duan Qizhou was still accompanying the Tang Huamin's family admiring flowers in the garden of the Duan residence. Upon returning to her rental apartment, the first thing Ruan Xinya did was open the windows for ventilation, clean up, and then sleep straight away. In these few days at the Duan family, she hadn't slept soundly even once. Her rented apartment might not be as luxurious as the Duan family's, but it was filled with security. When Ruan Xinya woke up, her cheeks were severely swollen from the harsh slap her mother Wang Menghan had given her. Looking at her puffed-up face in the mirror, she thought of going down to the convenience store downstairs to buy an ice pack, but when she opened the door, she saw a bag hanging on the doorknob. Ruan Xinya cautiously scanned the corridor, but it was empty. She carefully opened the bag and found a tube of blood-activating and swelling-reducing ointment along with an ice pack inside. Who had hung these here? The first person who came to Ruan Xinya's mind was Duan Qizhou. But after contemplating for a few seconds, she found herself absurdly laughable. She and Duan Qizhou had completely broken off, so it was impossible for him to make these arrangements for her. Moreover, he must be very busy with his fiancée's family right now, so how could he still be distracted by her? Maybe it was her mother, Wang Menghan. Having struck her, feeling guilty, she sent someone over to bring the medicine. After icing her face and applying the ointment, Ruan Xinya's swelling disappeared by the next day. Fortunately, the swelling was no longer visible, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to go to work. Ruan Xinya's handover at Duan Corporation was nearing its conclusion. Chu Hang and Chen Yang were planning the farewell dinner every day. Finally, they booked it at Zhongyu Tower. Zhongyu Tower's dishes ranked top-notch in Rongqing, and the prices were just as high. Why did you book such a fancy place? Ruan Xinya asked. Of course we want to bleed more money out of Secretary Ruan before she leaves. Chu Hang replied. You should have some conscience. I will soon become unemployed. Do you still have the audacity to extort me? Just kidding, just kidding. Chu Hang leaned in mysteriously, saying, we plan to invite General Manager Duan along as well and let him foot the bill. The smile froze on Ruan Xinya's lips. Manager Duan probably won't come. Naturally, he has to. You're his secretary. The two of you have spent years working together day in and day out. Now that you're leaving, how can he not see you off? Ruan Xinya remained silent. According to logic, it should indeed be like that. But the break between her and Duan Chizhou wasn't a peaceful separation that colleagues perceived. Their separation involved pain and suffering. How could Duan Chizhou possibly send her off again? Just as they were speaking, Duan Chizhou happened to walk out from his office. General Manager Duan. Seizing the opportunity when everyone was present, Chu Hang called out to Duan Chizhou bravely, Manager Duan, today is Secretary Wan's last day of work. We're planning to treat her to a farewell dinner at Zhongyu Tower tonight. Will you join us? Duan Chizhou cast a cold glance at Ruan Xinya's face. I don't have time. You guys go ahead. After saying that, he walked straight towards the elevator. A hollow feeling gripped Ruan Xinya's heart. She knew it, exactly as she expected. Chu Hang felt somewhat disappointed. When Duan Chizhou entered the elevator and went downstairs, he lightly complained, General Manager Duan is truly heartless. Secretary Wan has followed him for such a long time, yet he refuses to even have a farewell dinner with her. The moment he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Chu Hang unlocked his phone and immediately shouted, wow. Everyone turned their attention to him. What is it? Why are you startling us so? Chu Hang displayed his screen, excitedly saying, General Manager Duan just transferred 100,000 yuan to me, stating it's for the meal expenses of our farewell dinner tonight. 100,000 yuan? Wow, General Manager Duan is truly extravagant. Chen Yang said. I take back what I said about General Manager Duan being heartless. It's still General Manager Duan who understands us the most. Tonight we can indulge ourselves without any restraint and order all the fine wine and food to our heart's content. There was a chorus of approval in the office. Ruan Xinya quietly clenched her lips. For this evening farewell dinner, because of Duan Chizhou's sponsorship, everyone ate and drank heartily. The high spirits alleviated the sadness of departure. Ruan Xinya had quite a bit of alcohol forced down her throat, but oddly enough, she didn't feel drunk at all. Not until the dinner concluded and everyone embraced for their goodbyes at the entrance of Zhongyu Tower did she start feeling faintly unwell. Chu Hang arranged a car for Ruan Xinya, delivering her to the building complex. As soon as Ruan Xinya got out of the car, she saw Duan Chizhou leaning against the stairway entrance. He was wearing a black suit and shirt, blending almost entirely into the night, except for the crimson flame on his fingertip that made his presence prominent. Ruan Xinya hesitated for a moment when she noticed him. Once she reacted, she quickly strode past him, intending to bypass him and head upstairs directly. Duan Chizhou grabbed her arm. Wait, he spoke up, his voice hoarse from smoking. General Manager Duan, I believe there isn't anything more for us to discuss. Duan Chizhou gave her a cold look, feeling happy now, finally getting rid of me. What? Duan Chizhou played a video clip from his phone. The footage was recorded during the farewell dinner earlier at Zhongyu Tower. In the video, Ruan Xinya was sitting close to Chen Yang, laughing merrily. This video was shot by Chu Hang for Duan Chizhou. Chu Hang originally thought that since the boss had spent the money, it was his duty to report back on how well the group enjoyed themselves thanks to his generosity. But contrary to expectations, it turned out to have irritated the boss instead. Everyone celebrated for me. Why would I cry my eyes out? Ruan Xinya asked. Your joy doesn't seem forced. Ruan Xinya found his accusation irrational, so she ignored him and attempted to leave. Before she could step away, Duan Chizhou pulled her tightly into his arms. The distance between them shortened suddenly, and she smelled the strong scent of liquor coming from him as well. Duan Chizhou, what are you doing? Let go. Ruan Xinya struggled fiercely against him, but he stood firm. He buried his head in her neck and whispered, let me ask you one last time, will you go abroad or not? No. Her answer came resolutely. Why can you reject me without hesitation? He cupped her face with both hands, gently caressing the side where Wang Menghan slapped her, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. You considered this and that, but who has ever considered your feelings? Regardless of everything, she's my mother, my family. And what about me? What am I to you? You're Tang Huamin's fiancé. Ruan Xinya reminded him coldly, don't forget, General Manager Duan, the 18th day of next month is your engagement day. Didn't forget. Didn't forget. Then why do you come here asking if I'm going abroad? What's your intention? Do you want to marry one woman domestically while keeping another overseas, thus establishing two families at home and abroad? Ruan Xinya felt tears welling up in her eyes. What exactly do you think I am to you? The night was silent and calm. They looked steadily into each other's eyes until Duan Chizhou suddenly bent down and crushed his lips onto hers forcefully. Startled, Ruan Xinya failed to evade quickly enough. Her lips were kissed so fiercely they hurt and went numb. This was the fiercest kiss he'd ever given her, like wanting to swallow her whole. Ruan Xinya struggled violently. Their teeth collided as they kissed. By the end, their lips were full of the taste of blood. You cruel-hearted woman, Duan Chijo panted in accusation. Time after time, I discard my dignity and seek you out. Tell me, what do you think I am to you? By now Ruan Xinya had lost the ability to think rationally and clearly. All she wanted was to flee back to her own room as soon as possible. She shoved him hard. I don't care what you think I am to you. Anyhow, I've already left the Duan family, and I've also resigned from Duan Corporation. From now on, you take your sunny road, and I'll walk my narrow bridge. There's no need for us to meet anymore, nor shall we have any further entanglement. Chapter 65, Losing Control in Broad Daylight. After that day, Ruan Xinya never saw Duan Chijo again. However, she often saw him on the news. The Duan family had secured the project in Qinghe City. That project, which Duan Chijo had been striving for a year and was stalled by the government, suddenly became smooth after the news of his marriage to Tang Huamin broke. And everyone in the industry knew that Tang Huamin's father-in-law was none other than the top official of Qinghe. As a result, rumors started to spread, saying that Duan Chijo's marriage to Tang Huamin was part of his chess strategy. Of course, Tang Huamin did not want to be questioned, so she began dragging Duan Chijo around to flaunt their affection in public to prove that their relationship was purely about love with no ulterior motives. At first, whenever Ruan Xinya saw loving pictures of Duan Chijo and Tang Huamin on the news, it hurt her deeply. But as she saw more, she gradually developed an immunity. She told herself that if Duan Chijo had already started a new life, she could not continue being lost in the past. Her first step toward starting a new life was, of course, finding a job. Having worked at the Duan Group gave Ruan Xinya some leverage. After uploading her resume online, countless headhunters sent her offers. After careful consideration, she selected 3 companies for interviews. Finally, following thorough deliberation, she joined Xiao Group as the assistant to the vice president. Xiao Group's vice president was named Lu Jin, who was a returned overseas student. He was known for his tactful and efficient ways, despite having returned to the country not too long ago. The projects under his charge were all key projects for the Xiao Group. During the days when Ruan Xinya joined, Lu Jin was on a business trip out of province. She only met him personally a week later. Lu Jin was 180 centimeters tall and very handsome. Up close, his eyebrows, eyes, and nose resembled Duan Chijo somewhat. Ruan Xinya thought she must be crazy, otherwise, how could she see Duan Chijo's shadow on Lu Jin's face? Miss Ruan, why have you been staring at me? Do you think I'm especially handsome? Lu Jin joked. Yes, Vice President Lu is indeed very handsome. Ruan Xinya went along with him. More handsome than your previous boss. Ruan Xinya paused. Was Lu Jin skilled in mind reading? How could he seem to see through what she was thinking about Duan Chijo? She smiled and said, both leaders are handsome in their own way. Assistant Ruan, you sure know how to talk. Lu Jin gave her a thumbs up, then asked, do you know why I agreed directly to let HR hire you without even meeting you? I'm not sure. Please instruct me, Vice President Lu. Because I admire General Manager Duan Chijo greatly. I believe that anyone Duan can use for 2 years without changing must be quite capable. With Lu Jin mentioning Duan Chijo so frequently, Ruan Xinya felt slightly uncomfortable but still smiled and said, thank you for your trust, Vice President Lu. How has this first week gone for you? It has been going well. That's good. Tomorrow, come with me to Qinghe on a business trip. Yes, Vice President Lu. Ruan Xinya hadn't expected Lu Jin to take her on a business trip so soon, considering they hadn't yet had any work collaboration. But each leader had their own rhythm, and she could only do her best to adapt. After finishing work that day, Ruan Xinya went home and quickly packed her luggage. The next day, she followed Lu Jin to Qinghe. By the time their plane landed, it was already evening. After Lu Jin and Ruan Xinya checked into the hotel, they immediately rushed to meet with clients. This client is a bit special. Be smart when we're there, Lu Jin instructed before entering the private room at the hotel. Yes, Vice President Lu. It wasn't until they entered the private room that Ruan Xinya realized that the client they were meeting today was Mo Tianyi from Tiandi Group. This Mo Tianyi was Tang Huamin's brother-in-law. His 2 most famous traits in the circle were, 1, he had an official father, and 2, he loved Playboy's models regardless of his early marriage to Tang family's young lady. Even now, he remained a notorious lecher who couldn't keep his feet moving if he saw a young, beautiful woman. Boss Missouri, nice to see you again, Lu Jin greeted Mo Tianyi upon entering the room, shaking hands. Mo Tianyi responded while his gaze had already passed over Lu Jin and rested on Ruan Xinya. Who is this beautiful lady? My assistant, Ms. Ruan. Lu Jin turned to Ruan Xinya and said, Ms. Ruan, don't forget to greet Boss Missouri. Hello, Boss Missouri, Ruan Xinya greeted. Hello, hello, Mo Tianyi pointed at Ruan Xinya and teased Lu Jin, Vice President Lu, you're truly something else. You bring such a pretty assistant around, and you expect yourself to focus on work? Boss Missouri, you know me. I'm face-blind, can't really tell beauty apart, and my only concern is whether someone has strong work abilities. You're just plain boring, ruining such a pretty face of Miss Ruan. Mo Tianyi waved towards Ruan Xinya. Come, Miss Ruan, sit next to me. Ruan Xinya glanced at Lu Jin, and Lu Jin gave her a subtle nod. Ruan Xinya had no choice but to sit next to Mo Tianyi. Miss Ruan, you and Vice President Lu arrived late. Shouldn't we penalize that with 3 cups of alcohol? Ruan Xinya had just sat down when Mo Tianyi began devising ways to get her drunk. Yes, Boss Missouri, it's our fault for making the client wait, so I will drink 3 cups as a penalty. Ruan Shinya picked up her glass and drank 3 consecutive cups. Miss Ruan is straightforward. I like such straightforward people. Come, drink another. Boss Missouri, Miss Ruan is the assistant I managed to hire after great difficulty. Don't scare her away. Lu Jin intervened to help her out. It's good if she runs away. If she does, then I'll have the chance. Besides, my assistant is too stupid anyway, and I've been wanting to change him. Mo Tianyi looked at Ruan Shinya slyly. Miss Ruan, why don't you come work at Tiendi Group? Whatever salary Vice President Lu gives you, I'll double it. Boss Missouri, I don't make the decisions here. You should discuss this with Vice President Lu to see if he'd let me go. Ruan Shinya smiled diplomatically, sidestepping the issue. Mo Tianyi immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Jin. Vice President Lu, what do you think? Will you let her go? Boss Missouri, Xiao Group and Tiendi Group are working closely together right now. Although Miss Ruan works under me, the projects she handles are Tiendi Group's. In a roundabout way, it means Miss Ruan is already serving you. Since she'll serve you either way, there's no need to transfer her back and forth. She can stay under me, and I'll ensure she continues to serve you well. Mo Tianyi burst into laughter. Since she's already serving me, there's something I really want to ask Miss Ruan to do. Please tell me, Boss Missouri. As long as I'm capable, I will certainly assist you, Ruan Shinya quickly said. It's not much, but my head feels dizzy from drinking. Could you help me up to my room to rest? This was clearly not about rest. If Ruan Shinya were to accompany Mo Tianyi upstairs, chances were slim she'd escape his clutches. She turned her head to look at Lu Jin, silently imploring him for help. Lu Jin laughed lightly and said, such a small matter, of course, Miss Ruan can handle it. Miss Ruan, please escort Boss Missouri upstairs to rest. Ruan Shinya's eyes dimmed as she wondered if Lu Jin didn't know what Mo Tianyi implied, or if Lu Jin brought her over simply to offer her up to Mo Tianyi. As she hesitated, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Jin. Lu Jin, just hold on, I'll find a way to save you. Ruan Shinya helped support Mo Tianyi out of the private dining room. Mo Tianyi hadn't actually drunk that much, but he leaned heavily on Ruan Shinya's shoulder, pretending to be drunk, transferring the majority of his weight onto her. Miss Ruan, your hair smells really nice. Mo Tianyi lifted a strand of her hair and sniffed it near his nose. It smells amazing. Let me smell if your body smells as sweet. He tried to bury his face in her neck. Ruan Shinya quickly blocked his head with her hand. Boss Missouri, stop this nonsense. There are many hotel staff around who could witness this, and spreading rumors would be bad for you. She never expected that Mo Tianyi would dare to grope her in the hallway. You worry too much. This hotel belongs to me. No one would dare gossip about me. Boss Missouri, maybe you're high up, but employees love talking more about their boss behind closed doors. Is that so? Mo Tianyi grinned as he stroked her nose. Seems you little devil have quite the habit of gossiping about the boss behind his back. Despite feeling revolted, Ruan Shinya forced herself to smile weakly. Miss Ruan, your smile looks really beautiful. Remember to smile often, Mo Tianyi continued unabashedly, caressing her cheek. Inside, Ruan Shinya screamed, praying for Lu Jin to come up with a solution soon. She intentionally slowed her steps, but Mo Tianyi moved fast, forcing her forward. Passing a corner, Ruan Shinya suddenly heard a familiar voice speaking. It was Chu Hang's voice. She looked up and saw Chu Hang standing by an elevator on the other side of the corridor. Beside him was Duan Chizhou. After their previous argument, Ruan Shinya and Duan Chizhou hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month. Duan Chizhou seemed thinner, his hair was cut even shorter, and his overall demeanor appeared increasingly stern. Miss Ruan, why are you spacing out? Press the elevator button. Mo Tianyi's entire attention was on Ruan Shinya, and he did not notice Duan Chizhou standing nearby. His hand was still roving across Ruan Shinya's cheeks. All right, Boss Missouri. Ruan Shinya pressed the upward elevator button and asked, which room number, Boss Missouri? 508. Mo Tianyi hooked her chin. You're asking for the room number before entering the elevator? Are you perhaps eager? Ruan Shinya had intentionally asked. She wanted Duan Chizhou to hear the room number, holding out a slight hope if Lu Jin couldn't rescue her in time, maybe Duan Chizhou could. But the truth was, she had misjudged the situation. Duan Chizhou only cast a cold glance in her and Mo Tianyi's direction before turning away with an expressionless face. He didn't intend to bother with her problems at all. Of course not. How could he possibly interfere? When they parted ways, she had spoken with such finality that he should hate her. And Mo Tianyi was Duan Chizhou's future brother-in-law. The reason Duan Chizhou could secure the Qinghe City project was thanks to the help of Mo Tianyi's father. How would he risk his relationship for Ruan Shinya, a woman who was now completely irrelevant? The elevator quickly arrived on the 5th floor. Originally, Ruan Shinya planned to drop Mo Tianyi off at the door and then find an excuse to leave. However, Mo Tianyi wouldn't even give her a chance to speak, pulling her straight into the room instead. Once the door closed, Mo Tianyi became unrestrained. He immediately moved in to kiss Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya hurriedly dodged him. Mr. Mo, stop it. You need rest. Pretending to be calm, she picked up the phone on the bedside table, hoping to buy some time. I'll have the housekeeping staff bring you some sobering soup. After speaking, she reached out to dial. However, as soon as she pressed one number, Mo Tianyi forcibly hung up the call. Little Ruan, I don't need any so-called sobering soup. You're the best remedy for my drunkenness. Come here, let me kiss you. Mo Tianyi lunged at her again. Mr. Mo, Please don't do this, I have a boyfriend. In panic, Won Shinya lied. So what if you have a boyfriend? I've got a wife, yet here we are. Men and women occasionally stepping out once won't lead to being caught. Mr. Mo, I don't want to do this. Xiao Group and Tiendi Group are partners. If this turns sour, it'll embarrass both parties. So, you're threatening me? Mo Tiany's face darkened. Do you think Project Tiendi is irreplaceable by your Xiao Group? Haven't you seen Vice President Lu treating me with utmost respect, worried about anything upsetting me and derailing the project? You're just a probationary assistant, daring to defy me? Seems like you're looking for trouble. After these words, Mo Tiany stepped forward, forcefully pushing Won Shinya onto the bed. Won Shinya struggled hard but couldn't break free from his grasp. Let go of me. Let go. You're feisty, I like it. Mo Tiany started tearing at Won Shinya's clothes. While Won Shinya resisted fiercely, her jacket was still torn apart. Mo Tiany, drenched in alcohol, pushed down on her heavily. As she wondered what to do, there was a sudden click from the door. Someone swiped the card and came inside. Mo Tiany, you bastard, getting horny in broad daylight, wait until I castrate you. A sharp female voice echoed through the room. It was Tang Jingzhu, Mo Tiany's wife. At the sound of her voice, Mo Tiany lost all composure. F***ck, how did she know I was here? Baffled, he stood up hastily, ready to hide. That's none of your business. The hotel staff blocked Tang Jingzhu at the doorway. You can't enter someone else's room without permission. That's against the rules. You look closer, half this hotel belongs to the Tang family. Do you dare stop me? Roll over and get lost. Won Shinya seized the opportunity while Tang Jingzhu was being detained outside the door. She fled to the balcony, closing the sliding door tightly and holding it shut with her body. Can't you last a day without chasing tail? Are you going to die without sleeping around? Tang Jingzhu stormed into the room after her marriage life filled with catching infidelities. She furiously grabbed Mo Tiany's collar. Didn't you say you had some meeting and would then shop with me? So which fox seduced you? Wife, it's not like that. I was simply drunk, coming back to rest. There's no woman like what you suspect. You're still covering for her? Fine. Let me see what kind of tramp has turned your head this time. Tang Jingzhu began searching everywhere in the room. Seeing Tang Jingzhu heading towards the balcony, Won Shinya quickly climbed over the railing. This hotel design had a flaw. The railings between two adjacent rooms were connected. One could crawl over to another balcony easily. Of course, it was dangerous, and no one usually did this. Won Shinya had no other choice. If Tang Jingzhu caught her, she knew she'd definitely be destroyed by her. Tang Jingzhu was infamous for being ruthless. Because the Tang and Mo families shared mutual benefits, even though Mo Tiany might stray outside their marriage, Tang Jingzhu wouldn't consider divorce, she would vent her anger on third parties instead. It was rumored that any woman found guilty of adultery by Tang Jingzhu, whether willingly or unwillingly, would eventually be classified as seductress, leading to their ruin by Tang Jingzhu's hands. Won Shinya would rather fall to death than be entangled with such a woman. Following the railing, she carefully climbed over to the adjacent balcony. Hardly had her feet touched the ground when she looked up and saw Duan Chijo sitting on a wicker chair on the balcony with a cold expression. Chapter 66. After marriage, I will definitely love only my wife. You, how are you here? Won Shinya exclaimed in surprise. Shouldn't that be my question to you? Duan Chijo stood up and pulled her to his side. Only then did Won Shinya realize the area where she had landed was still dangerous. A slip of foot could easily cause her to fall. How about it? After a few days of not seeing each other, have you already learned to leap over rooftops? Before Won Shinya could reply, there came Tang Jingzhu's stern voice from the adjacent balcony. Where is that vixen? That seductive vixen, where has she hidden? Wife, I've already told you, I just drank too much and came upstairs to rest for a while. Why don't you believe me? It's impossible. My heart can see it clearly. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. Be a good girl, listen, lie down with me a bit, then I'll take you shopping. Shop with you? Don't give me those excuses. I'll dig through this place if I have to, but I'm determined to find that vixen today. The noise from the neighboring balcony continued. Duan Chijo looked at Won Shinya lazily smiling. Miss Won, having an affair in broad daylight, isn't that thrilling? Afraid of being heard by the neighbors, Won Shinya quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Her palms were soft, and the smell of her hand cream was a mix of rosemary, orange flower, and juniper, blooming step by step in his nose, tempting his sanity. Duan Chijo pushed away her hands and cleared his throat. What exactly happened? He asked. I didn't do it willingly. I followed my boss out to entertain guests and ended up entering the room under duress, Won Shinya said looking at Duan Chijo. Can Mr. Duan help me once and let me hide for a moment? Why should I help you hide? His eyes carried a tinge of mockery. Whoever said we go our separate ways, not needing to meet or entangle again? This man really held grudges. Taking a deep breath, Won Shinya said softly, isn't it a special situation? When she climbed over, she had no idea who lived on the other side. Do I need to help you just because it's a special situation? What relation am I to you? I'm your younger sister. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this. It just made Duan Chijo angrier. I said I don't lack sisters. Stop trying to force this kinship upon me. Duan Chijo grabbed her shabby coat. My balcony doesn't welcome you. Crawl back the way you came. Mr. Duan, I was wrong. Please save me, Won Shinya, remembering the repulsive couple next door, pleaded, for my 2 years of dedicated work for you. Before Duan Chijo could speak, there were two beep sounds as the door was unlocked. Big brother Chizhou. It was Tang Huamin's voice. Ruan Xinya trembled violently. Just when one wave had subsided, another arose. If Tang Huamin discovered her in Duan Chizhou's room, she wouldn't escape the name of the third party either. At a loss, she looked at Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou acted swiftly, pushing her into the curtain in the balcony. Remember, you owe me one, he whispered. Ruan Xinya didn't dare to breathe loudly, only nodding her head. Huamin, what are you doing? Tang Huamin walked towards the balcony. Duan Chizhou stepped into the room and stopped Tang Huamin. Nothing, just received a call. Duan Chizhou pulled the glass door shut. Didn't you say you were going for afternoon tea with your sister? Forget it. My annoying brother-in-law again, replied Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin wasn't fond of her brother-in-law Mo Tian. He was ugly enough, and even worse, had an insatiable appetite for women. Everyone said the elder Miss Tang married well, except her, who believed her sister was like a beautiful flower stuck on cow dung. What's wrong with your brother-in-law? Pretending to know nothing, asked Duan Chizhou. He engaged in an illicit affair with a vixen during the day at a hotel. Someone anonymously sent the room number to my sister, so now she's gone to catch him red-handed. Tang Jingzhu couldn't help but comment bitterly, my sister met such a man, what bad luck. Even after marriage, he doesn't know to settle his heart and acts as if he can't live without women, ready to become aroused anywhere anytime. Duan Chizhou remained silent. Tang Huamin glanced at him, testingly asking, Big brother Chizhou, after marriage, you won't be like my brother-in-law, will you? Comparing me with him? Duan Chizhou gave her a faint glance. That's not what I meant. Tang Huamin held onto Duan Chizhou's arm. I just want you to state something clearly. Haven't you heard before? A man's words are a ghost's deception. If I declare myself now, would you believe me? Whatever you say, I will believe. Tang Huamin clung to him. Tell me fast, tell me fast. Tell me that after marriage, you will love only me. After marriage, I will certainly love only my wife. Duan Chizhou's gaze fell on the balcony. My body and soul will belong solely to her. Upon hearing this, Tang Huamin's heart blossomed with joy. While behind the curtains, Ruan Xinya quietly pressed her lips together. During this period, Ruan Xinya often saw Tang Huamin pulling Duan Chizhou in front of the media to show off their affection. She thought she had developed strong immunity against such displays, but when she actually heard Duan Chizhou express his love to Tang Huamin, her heart ached uncontrollably. It turned out that she couldn't accept so calmly the fact that he would eventually become another woman's husband. Brother Chizhou, Tang Huamin slowly approached Duan Chizhou. Since our afternoon tea has been cancelled, how about we? She dreamt of getting intimate with Duan Chizhou so they could make their relationship irreversible sooner, leaving no room for hesitation. Duan Chizhou understood Tang Huamin's intention and pushed her away. Let's go see your sister. Why should we see her? She's upset right now. Doesn't she need comfort? Tang Huamin thought to herself that her sister Tang Jingzhu had long been used to being deceived, so she wouldn't be upset. However, she still nodded. Okay, then you come with me to give my brother-in-law a warning. He's still afraid of you. Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin left the room. After confirming the door was closed, Ruan Xinya dared to step out from behind the curtain. She tiptoed to the back of the door and peeked through the peephole to check the corridor's activity. Only after ensuring there was nobody around did she leave Duan Chizhou's room. On the other side of the corridor, Lu Jin was leading hotel staff rushing over. Ruan Xinya and Lu Jin happened to meet at the stairwell entrance. Miss Ruan, are you alright? Lu Jin asked with concern all over his face. Thank you, Vice President Lu, I'm fine, it's all because of you. Because of me? Lu Jin was puzzled. Hadn't Tang Jingzhu catching her husband cheating been arranged by Lu Jin? Ruan Xinya had clearly heard Tang Huamin say that someone had anonymously sent the room number to Tang Jingzhu, prompting her to confront her husband. If it wasn't Lu Jin, then who? Suddenly, Ruan Xinya recalled the words Duan Chizhou said when he shoved her into the curtain. Remember, you owe me one. Could it be that everything was arranged by Duan Chizhou? Just as Ruan Xinya managed to escape trouble once, not having fully recovered from the ordeal, Lu Jin informed her that Tang Jingzhu was currently causing a scene in the hotel lobby, demanding a thorough review of the hotel surveillance footage to catch the seductive vixen who had seduced her husband. This caused panic as the hotel surveillance cameras surely captured the moment she helped Mo Tian get back to his room. Vice President Lu, I know what you're thinking. I've already sent people to take care of it, but... Lu Jin paused. But what? The hotel staff said all today's surveillance recordings malfunctioned and didn't capture anything. Ruan Xinya was stunned again. How could it be so coincidental? Lu Jin looked at Ruan Xinya meaningfully. Miss Ruan, your luck is really good. It seems like there might be someone powerful assisting you from behind. Clearly, if there wasn't someone helping her, any woman caught up in the entanglement with Mo Tian and targeted by Tang Jingzhu would not have escaped unscathed. But who would help her like that? The only person Ruan Xinya could think of was Duan Chizhou. Only he could have the power to cause all the surveillance systems in Mo family's hotel to fail simultaneously. Miss Ruan, did something occur to you? Lu Jin asked. Ruan Xinya shook her head. No, just maybe, it's just good luck. Lu Jin smiled. You're lucky indeed, managing to stay out of trouble and without offending Mr. Mo otherwise. The first time you accompany me on a business trip and run into trouble, I'd have no face returning home. Rest well, I won't disturb you further. All right. Ruan Xinya spent a night in fear, yet thankfully, Tang Jingzhu didn't come looking for trouble, indicating the matter seemed to be under control. In the following days, she followed Lu Jin with regular work trips in Qinghe, encountering Mo Tian again halfway. This time, however, Mo Tian intentionally avoided her and did not provoke her. Ruan Xinya found this strange but couldn't articulate why. Could it be that Duan Chizhou even settled matters with Mo Tian on her behalf? She wanted to ask Duan Chizhou but feared it was a misunderstanding, lest she earn a reputation for being overly emotional. A week later, after completing their work in Qinghe, Ruan Xinya and Lu Jin returned to Rongqing. She had just gotten home from the airport when she received a call from her mother, Wang Menghan. After last parting from the Duan family in bad terms, Ruan Xinya hadn't contacted Wang Menghan for some time, though Wang Menghan had tried reaching out a few times, none of which Ruan Xinya responded. There are no overnight grudges between mothers and daughters. In fact, Ruan Xinya's anger had already subsided significantly. Mom, she answered the phone. Yaya, hurry to the hospital. Your Uncle Duan is in trouble, I'm so scared. What happened to Uncle Duan? He was in a car accident. Which hospital? I'll be there right away. Duan's Legend Hospital. Ruan Xinya immediately dropped her luggage and rushed to the hospital. Duan Qiuzhao had the car accident on his way to rehabilitation. A large truck, which had been driving normally, suddenly changed lanes and crashed into the minivan Duan Qiuzhao was riding in, resulting in a head injury that left him unconscious on the spot. This was already Duan Qiuzhao's second major car accident. All members of the Duan family, except for the two elders, rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news. When Ruan Xinya arrived, Wang Menghan was sitting in the corridor, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, calm down first. How is Uncle Duan? She asked. He's still in emergency rescue, Wang Menghan said while gripping Ruan Xinya's hand and breaking down. I don't know if they can save him. If your Uncle Duan passes away, I won't live either. What's this talk about passing away? Can you say something more auspicious? Duan Qiuzhao's sister, Duan Dongxue, glared at Wang Menghan irritably. He's not dead yet, and here you come crying as soon as you walk in, it's bad luck. How do you dare speak like that? Aren't I worried about Qiuzhao? Wang Menghan retorted angrily. Do you really care about my brother, or are you just worried that if anything happened to him, since you haven't even officially registered your marriage, you won't get any benefits? How can you think of me this way? When I married Qiuzhao, I never cared about those external things. Duan Dongxue gave a cold snort. Ask your own conscience whether you believe what you're saying. As Wang Menghan was about to argue back, Duan Chizhou, leaning against the other side of the corridor, spoke up. Both of you, shut up. Duan Chizhou's words were not ones Wang Menghan and Duan Dongxue dared ignore. Both turned their heads away, no longer speaking. The corridor suddenly became eerily quiet. Ruan Xinya held her mother Wang Menghan back but cast surreptitious glances toward Duan Chizhou out of the corner of her eye. He stood under the fluorescent light, with the cool illumination outlining his profile. His thin lips were tightly pressed, his expression serious as he gazed intently at the operating room light. Ruan Xinya couldn't help but wonder what kind of emotions Duan Chizhou was experiencing at this moment. 5 years ago, it was also due to a car accident that Duan Chizhou's once happy family fell apart. Now, 5 years later, his father had again fallen victim to a car crash, leaving his life uncertain. He must be extremely anxious and afraid of losing his father once more. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to comfort him. As Ruan Xinya was lost in thought, the operating room light suddenly went out. Everyone in the corridor stood up and gathered at the door of the operating room. A doctor walked out and removed his sterile mask. The patient has been successfully revived and is temporarily out of life-threatening danger. However, because of the severity of his injuries, he will need to be placed under observation in the intensive care unit. Upon hearing the doctor announce that Duan Qiuzhao had temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wang Menghan sobbed audibly, clinging to Ruan Xinya. The doctor then summoned Duan Chizhou alone to the office, while Ruan Xinya stayed behind with her mother in the corridor, watching as Duan Qiuzhao was wheeled out of the ER and sent to the ICU. Hubby, you must get better. Wang Menghan grabbed Duan Qiuzhao's hand. Didn't we agree to go see the maple leaves in Canada next month? You have to get better. Stop acting like a cheesy drama. Between the two of you, you probably add up to 100 years old. Isn't that disgusting? Once again, Duan Dongxue spoke up when Duan Chizhou wasn't around. I don't care what you think of me, regardless, I'm sincere with Qiuzhao. Duan Dongxue rolled her eyes. After seeing Duan Qiuzhao settled into the intensive care unit, everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only Wang Menghan, who refused to leave. Yaya, it's not early anymore, you should go home. I want to stay at the hospital to keep watch over your Uncle Duan. Mom, you should go home and rest too. The ICU doesn't allow visitors anyway. Plus, this hospital belongs to the Duan family. Your Uncle Duan is definitely receiving the best possible care. Don't worry. No, I'll wait outside his door, Wang Menghan replied tearfully, staring at the ICU entrance. I know he can feel my presence here. Unable to persuade her mother, Ruan Xinya sat by her in the corridor for a while until she could no longer hold out and eventually left. As soon as she stepped out of the hospital, preparing to hail a taxi, she noticed Duan Chizhou's Bentley emerge from the hospital's open-air parking lot. The Bentley slowed down as it passed her, and the window rolled down. Get in, I'll take you home, Duan Chizhou said as he looked at her. Chapter 67, A Kiss That's Hard to Let Go. I'll take a taxi myself, Ruan Xinya said. Do you remember, you still owe me one ride. He pointed to the passenger seat. Get in. Ruan Xinya hesitated for a moment, and ultimately got into Duan Chizhou's car. The car headed south, driving for about 15 minutes before Ruan Xinya suddenly realized this wasn't the way home. Where are you taking me? She asked, with an inexplicable sense of panic. Let's drive around a bit. It will count as repayment for the time you owed me, Duan Chijo said. Ruan Shinya could feel the low pressure surrounding him. It was understandable. His father was lying in the intensive care unit, he must be feeling the weight on his shoulders. She remained silent and let Duan Chijo drive. It was past midnight, and there were hardly any people left on the streets. Duan Chijo's car continued southward, turned a few corners, gradually moving away from the city center. In their sight appeared an open field, under the night sky where stars connected with rice fields, creating a profoundly open and awe-inspiring scene. The car came to a stop. Duan Chijo didn't say a word, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. He walked to the front of the car, leaned against it, lit a cigarette, and after finishing the smoke, brushed the ash off his sleeves before returning to the car. They quietly sat inside the car, looking at the deep blue night sky, occasionally catching glimpses of a colorful streak of light. It's so beautiful here, Ruan Shinya said. How did you find this place? Clearly, Duan Chijo had a clear purpose in bringing her here, straight to a place he'd been to before and scoped out earlier. I happened upon it once while rushing to catch a flight late at night. After that time, whenever Duan Chijo felt troubled, he would come here and take a drive around. Every season offered different scenery here, and each visit revealed different landscapes. However, what never changed was the openness of the land and sky that always brought him peace, a healing effect provided by nature. Ruan Shinya watched Duan Chijo's slightly haggard side profile, unsure what the doctor had told him later. Don't worry too much, Mr. Duan is someone fortunate enough to have divine intervention. He'll definitely get through this crisis safely. Duan Chijo nodded slightly. They fell silent again. There was quiet both inside and outside the car, but this silence inexplicably gave a sense of reassurance. It was rare that after such a break in relations, they could still spend time together so calmly and peacefully. Time ticked by slowly. Ruan Shinya gradually began to feel drowsy. She was about to ask Duan Chijo when they would return, when she turned around and found him staring at her. In his deep gaze lay emotions she couldn't decipher. What? Ruan Shinya felt her heart tremble under his stare. Did leaving me make you happy? Duan Chijo asked earnestly. Ruan Shinya's originally broad mood instantly contracted. So what if she was happy? And so what if she wasn't? Their ending wouldn't change because of her feelings. She took a deep breath, looked out at the night view outside the window, and didn't answer. At this moment, Duan Chijo's phone rang, its ringtone jarringly abrupt in the quiet night. It was Tang Huamin. Through the reflection on the car window, Ruan Shinya saw that name. Duan Chijo pressed mute and didn't answer the call. However, the fact that Tang Huamin could call so boldly late at night already spoke volumes. I'm sleepy. Take me back, Ruan Shinya said. The next morning, Ruan Shinya went to the hospital again. On her way to the hospital, she detoured via Fuking Tower to buy her mother Wang Menghan's favorite crystal shrimp dumplings. The hospital was most crowded in the morning. Ruan Shinya had just stepped out of the taxi when she saw Lu Jin. Vice President Lu. Ruan Shinya greeted him. Perhaps because of the distance. Lu Jin didn't hear her. He lowered his head and hurried to the open-air parking lot. Ruan Shinya crossed the hospital building and went to the inpatient department. Duan Qiuming was still in the intensive care unit, while Wang Menghan had spent the whole night sitting in the corridor. She had just been helped by a nurse to go rest in the lounge. Mom, eat something and then go sleep. I'll watch over instead of you, Ruan Shinya said. No need. I can hold on. You holding on like this won't make Mr. Duan recover faster. Don't exhaust yourself until your own health collapses when Mr. Duan gets better. I'm not that fragile. Wang Menghan rubbed her temples. Right now, it's the critical moment where your uncle's life hangs in balance, and the Duan family has so many eyes watching. If I leave to sleep and don't stay beside him, people might talk. Ruan Shinya paused in the act of picking up the meal box in her hands. Suddenly, she couldn't tell if her mother was really worried about Duan Qiuming or simply putting on a show for the Duan family. While the mother and daughter were having breakfast in the lounge, a noise suddenly came from the corridor. The Duan Corporation invests so much money in the hospital every year. Are all of you just eating idle rice? The person has been unconscious for a whole day and night, and all you do is let him lie there in the intensive care unit without any other rescue measures? It was Tang Huamin's voice. Tang miss, we've really done our best. Mr. Duan was severely injured. The fact that we managed to bring him back from the brink of death yesterday is already very fortunate. Judging by what you're saying, I shouldn't be criticizing you. Instead, I should thank you, right? The anger in Tang Huamin's voice intensified. We don't take credit for it. But doctors are human, not gods. I already explained the situation to Mr. Duan yesterday, and he expressed his understanding. Duan Chijo understands, that's because he's easygoing. But I won't indulge you. Anyway, you must make sure Mr. Duan gets better quickly, otherwise, I won't let you off. Tang miss. The arguing outside continued without pause. Ruan Shinya looked at her mother. Mom, what's going on? The second miss from the Tang family has been causing a commotion in the hospital since early this morning, ordering the doctors to hurry up and wake your Uncle Duan. Wang Menghan shook her head. If the doctors really had a way, they wouldn't keep holding back. She's just making unreasonable trouble. Why does she do this? Ruan Shinya didn't quite understand. Offending the doctors would not help save Duan Qiuming. She's probably worried that if your Uncle Duan doesn't wake up soon, it will delay her wedding plans with Duan Chijo. Tang Huamin and Duan Chijo were supposed to get engaged next month. If Du and Xiuming remained unconscious, then Du and Chijo wouldn't have the heart to proceed with the engagement ceremony. The wedding date could then be postponed indefinitely, which Tang Huamin clearly couldn't accept. But why was she so urgent? After all, Du and Chijo and Tang Huamin's marriage had been finalized between their families. Even if the event was delayed, her status as Mrs. Duan in the future wouldn't change. I can't eat, said Wang Menghan, eating only 2 shrimp dumplings before putting down her chopsticks. I've lost my appetite. Eat a little more to have energy. I'm not eating anymore. I'll rest a bit, and you go wait outside the ICU. Wake me up immediately if there's any news. All right. After finishing her breakfast, Ruan Xinya threw the food box and vinegar packet into the trash bin in the hallway. Just as she was about to head toward the ICU door, she heard Tang Huamin's voice again. Tang Huamin appeared to be on a call somewhere in the hallway. The tone of her voice was cautious compared to the loudness moments ago when she was shouting in the corridor. Am I not supposed to be worried? If Du and Chijo's father doesn't wake up, our wedding will surely be delayed. Once delayed, who knows how long it will last? If my stomach starts to show and I can't hide it anymore, what am I supposed to do? Ruan Xinya froze, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Tang Huamin's words. Did she mean Tang Huamin was pregnant? So soon? Ruan Xinya felt her stomach churn violently, and nausea threatened to force out all the food she'd eaten during breakfast. Tang Huamin was carrying Du and Chijo's child. Du and Chijo was going to become a father. Of course. Back in the hotel, Tang Huamin could freely walk into Du and Chijo's room with a keycard, which meant they'd already been intimate. And if they'd been together like that, pregnancy wasn't surprising. Overcome by overwhelming emotions, Ruan Xinya quickly left the corridor. When turning around a corner in the hallway, she accidentally collided with Du and Chijo walking in the opposite direction. He was dressed casually today, seemingly planning to spend the whole day at the hospital rather than go to the office. What's wrong? Du and Chijo examined Ruan Xinya briefly. Her face was pale, disheveled, and obviously something was off. Do you feel unwell? No, Ruan Xinya passed by him without even a glance, heading straight towards the restroom. What exactly is wrong? Du and Chijo followed her closely. Ruan Xinya couldn't hold back any longer. She dashed into the bathroom, leaned over the sink, and promptly vomited everything she'd forced herself to eat earlier. The sound of water rushing through pipes echoed along with her retching. Du and Chijo walked beside her and gently patted her back. Why did you throw up? He hesitated. Could it be, you're pregnant? Ruan Xinya splashed some water on her face, wiping away droplets to look at him. Du and Chijo wore a serious expression, apparently trying to recall the last time they had been intimate, and whether it was possible that she could be carrying his child. Pregnant? Ruan Xinya scoffed bitterly. How many women do you plan to have your children with? Du and Chijo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ruan Xinya shoved his hand away. Stop pretending. Don't worry, I'm not pregnant. She truly wasn't. Her period had just ended a few days ago. She knew that this vomiting was merely due to overeating combined with emotional shock. Du and Chijo was about to say something, but a nurse's shout interrupted them from the hallway. Dr. Feng, come quick. Mr. Duan has woken up. Du and Xiuming had awoken. Ignoring everything else, Ruan Xinya and Du and Chijo rushed together towards the ICU. The entrance to the intensive care unit was crowded with Duan family members, including Tang Huamin. Chijo brother, Uncle Duan has woken up. Tang Huamin excitedly ran toward Du and Chijo as soon as she saw him. Ruan Xinya looked away. She remembered her mother, Wang Menghan's instruction, and immediately went to the restroom to fetch her mother. With Du and Xiuming awake, the heavy burden that had weighed on everyone's mind was finally lifted. Ruan Xinya didn't stay long. After staying with her mother for a while, she left the hospital. Tang Huamin's pregnancy announcement left a significant impact on her. It seemed that it was only in hearing this news that she truly realized her relationship with Du and Chijo had come to an end. Now that there was this new life, there would be no more chances for them. After returning home, Ruan Xinya felt uneasy all over. She slept for the entire day, and even when she went to the company the next day, she still felt as if her soul wasn't in her body. Lu Jin noticed right away that something was off. What's wrong? Why are you so dispassionate about work today? Ruan Xinya forced a smile at him. Nothing. She suddenly remembered the encounter with Lu Jin at the hospital yesterday and asked, how is your health? Lu Jin looked puzzled. I'm fine, why do you ask? I saw you at the hospital yesterday. Lu Jin hesitated briefly before regaining his composure. Oh, I was visiting a sick friend. What were you doing at the hospital? I was also visiting a patient. Small world, huh? Yeah. Ruan Xinya chatted casually with Lu Jin for a few moments, then he suddenly asked her, Miss Ruan, can you ride a horse? No, why do you ask? Would you like to learn? Lu Jin handed her a business card. This is the manager of Feitian Equestrian Club's card. I've been learning horseback riding at Feitian recently. If you have time, you could come with me. Do I have to? Ruan Xinya had little energy for exercise lately. I suggest you go, because next month we plan to court a big client who is an equestrian enthusiast. If we can pick up some basic skills, we'll have something in common to discuss with the client. At the mention of it being work-related, Ruan Xinya had no reason to decline. All right, I'll learn. Perfect. I'm going there this afternoon. Get ready, and we'll stop by together. All right. When Ruan Xinya worked as Du and Chijo's secretary in the past, she accompanied him several times to the stables. Du and Chijo was a skilled rider who owned his own steed, and he once participated in a horse competition in Hong Kong while riding this very horse. Duan Chizhou had suggested Ruan Xinya join him in learning how to ride, but she was a little afraid and never followed through with the plan. By the time Ruan Xinya and Lu Jin reached Feitian stables, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Miss Ruan, I've arranged for you to get a set of riding gear. Go change first, and I'll wait for you at the stable, said Lu Jin. All right, Director Lu. Ruan Xinya took another card from Lu Jin to find a staff member at the stable. The place was enormous, and after walking past the barns, she found herself a bit lost. As she prepared to contact the staff member on the card, she spotted Tang Huamin again. What bad luck, it seemed she kept running into her everywhere. Tang Huamin was dressed in equestrian gear, walking quickly toward the club's lounge area. Her attention was solely on her phone, not noticing Ruan Xinya just a few meters away. Ruan Xinya watched Tang Huamin stride confidently and wondered, is it safe to ride during the early stages of pregnancy? No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than she saw a tall man walk out from the lounge. The man appeared to be around 40, wearing equestrian attire. He exuded a refined charm typical of mature men, or what one might call their uncle type. The moment he saw Tang Huamin, he grabbed her arm, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her deeply. Tang Huamin didn't seem to resist at all. Instead, she leaned into his chest, tilting her head to meet the kiss. For a while, the two kissed passionately as if they were about to tumble onto the bed within seconds. Ruan Xinya was startled and quickly hid behind a wooden pillar. Goodness, what had she stumbled upon? Chapter 68, Duan Chizhou has been cuckolded. Duan Chizhou has been cuckolded. Ruan Xinya's heart skipped a beat, its rhythm going haywire. She hid behind a pillar, feeling more nervous than if she herself had committed adultery. By the time she realized what was happening and wanted to take a picture for evidence, Tang Huamin and the man had already gone into the lounge and disappeared. Miss Ruan, hurry up and get changed, come over to the lawn. I'll introduce you to a client. Lu Jin sent her a message, urging her to quickly go to the riding field. Ruan Xinya didn't dare delay any further and quickly called the staff at the horsefield to look for a changing room. The entire afternoon, although Ruan Xinya was on the horse, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Huamin's infidelity, which was even more shocking than Tang Huamin being pregnant. She couldn't help but start doubting now whether the child in Tang Huamin's womb was actually Duan Chizhou's. Miss Ruan, how did today go? Did you gain anything? Lu Jin asked her when evening ended. Yes, it was quite rewarding, said Ruan Xinya. If she hadn't come to the horsefield that day, she would have never known that beneath the seemingly perfect relationship between Duan Chizhou and Tang Huamin lay such an ugly reality. After that day, whenever Ruan Xinya had time, she would go to the horsefield under the pretext of practicing equestrian skills. In reality, her true intention was to capture photographic evidence of Tang Huamin's infidelity. Unfortunately, despite her consistent visits over a week, Tang Huamin never appeared again. However, she managed to identify Tang Huamin's lover. Tang Huamin's lover was named Qiu Zhibua, a senior equestrian coach at the Flying Heaven Equestrian Club. Tang Huamin began learning equestrian sports from Qiu Zhibua at the age of 18, and they had known each other for 10 years. Everyone at the equestrian club knew that Tang Huamin was Qiu Zhibua's apprentice, and they shared a good relationship. However, no one seemed aware of their private affair beyond the master-disciple relationship, as Qiu Zhibua was already married. He and his wife Ding Yanan were considered a model couple by all. According to Ruan Xinya's equestrian coach, Qiu Zhibua and his wife grew up together since childhood. They started dating in university and got married right after graduation. Qiu Zhibua's wife was a refined painter who often carried her easel to the horsefield for plein air painting. Her favorite subject was Qiu Zhibua galloping on horseback. The two were deeply in love, envied by many. Ruan Xinya also met Ding Yanan once. Ding Yanan was well preserved and didn't appear to be 40. Moreover, her eyes always sparkled when looking at Qiu Zhibua, clearly unaware of her husband's betrayal. It was hard to imagine how painful it would be for Ding Yanan when the fairy tale-like love story she cherished eventually shattered. Of course, there was another person whose feelings were also worrying. That was Duan Chizhou. A talent like Duan Chizhou, if he discovered his fiancée had betrayed him, his pride would undoubtedly suffer. Ruan Xinya felt heavy-hearted harboring this secret. What worried her even more was that as Duan Chizhou's and Tang Huamin's wedding day drew near, she still hadn't captured any solid evidence of Tang Huamin's disloyalty. Words alone without evidence. Would Duan Chizhou believe her? Ruan Xinya decided to find an opportunity to test Duan Chizhou. Coincidentally, both Xiao Group and Duan Group were invited to attend the Kuching Environmental Summit. Ruan Xinya accompanied Lu Jin to attend the meeting, and Duan Chizhou was also there. After attending the meeting, the two met at the restaurant in the Kuching Tower. Mr. Duan, do you have time to chat? Ruan Xinya intercepted Duan Chizhou at the entrance of the restaurant. Duan Chizhou's eyebrows lifted slightly, seemingly finding it strange that she initiated conversation with him. Chu Hang, arrange a private room at the tea house opposite. Duan Chizhou told Chu Hang. Yes, Mr. Duan. Ruan Xinya and Duan Chizhou entered the tea house opposite. Each private room in the Chinese-style tea house had a unique name. Theirs was called Long-Lasting Thoughts. Amidst the swirling tea fragrance, Ruan Xinya and Duan Chizhou sat across from each other. Speak. What's the matter? Duan Chizhou came straight to the point. Ruan Xinya wasn't quite sure yet how to start, and under his gaze, she inexplicably felt a touch of tension. Have you slept with Tang Huamin? She blurted out before she could think, due to her nervousness. Upon hearing this, Duan Chizhou was directly choked on a sip of tea. After coughing twice, he recovered. So, does it matter to you whether we've slept together or not? He looked at her, his eyes filled with deep meaning. It doesn't matter to me. Then why ask? Instantly, Ruan Xinya felt like she was cornered. She took a sip of tea, undergoing a fierce inner struggle. In the end, she decided not to beat around the bush. I came to see you today because there is something I want to tell you. I saw Tang Huamin cheat. As for the engagement, I advise you to consider carefully. Duan Qizhou's expression remained indifferent, not even blinking. Ruan Xinya thought for a moment that she hadn't expressed herself clearly, so she phrased it differently. I saw Tang Huamin cheat. The child in her belly might not be yours. Duan Qizhou picked up the teapot and leisurely filled Ruan Xinya's cup. Have you told anyone else about this matter? I haven't told anyone. Ruan Xinya wasn't the type to gossip about such personal matters. So apart from you, no one knows. That's right. Then you also don't know. Ruan Xinya looked at Duan Qizhou. What do you mean? Today, you never came to see me, and this matter, you have neither heard nor seen. Ruan Xinya understood Duan Qizhou wanted her to pretend she didn't know. Will you still proceed with the engagement on schedule? Ruan Xinya asked curiously. Yes. A faint pang of bitterness rose in Ruan Xinya's heart. So Duan Qizhou loved Tang Huamin so much, even if she made him wear the green hat, he still intended to marry her. Sorry Mr. Duan, it's none of my business. Ruan Xinya gave a self-deprecating smile. Since Mr. Duan is so magnanimous and doesn't mind anything, then I wish you and Miss Tang all the best and may you soon welcome a precious heir. After saying that, she turned around and left. Duan Qizhou sat in his place, looking at her retreating back, and quietly finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Duan Qizhou's decision to marry Tang Huamin despite being cuckolded was something Ruan Xinya had never expected. She felt as if she hardly recognized Duan Qizhou anymore. That man who looked down on everything, when truly in love, could be this humble. 2 days before Duan Qizhou's engagement, Wang Menghan called Ruan Xinya out to go shopping. Have you received an invitation to Qizhou's engagement banquet? Wang Menghan asked. Ruan Xinya nodded. She had been invited as a former employee of Duan Group. Chu Hang personally delivered the invitation to her door, making it impossible for her to decline. Since you've decided to attend, you should prepare proper attire. You can choose anything today, regardless of price, Mom will pay for it, Wang Menghan said. Ruan Xinya could feel that since her mother slapped her last time at the Duan's home, she had been trying very hard to make up for it in other ways. It wasn't necessary, she really hadn't cared about it, but instead, her mother seemed more concerned about their relationship cooling over this incident. Mom, I have clothes. There's no need to buy any. The clothes you have are for work. Attending an engagement banquet isn't something you can do casually, there will be many people watching, and after all, you're somewhat regarded as half a daughter of the Duan family. As Wang Menghan spoke, she led her into Monet's Garden. Monet's Garden was one of the most popular women's fashion brands in Rongqing in recent years, known primarily for its high prices. Mom, these clothes are too expensive. I can't afford them. Ruan Xinya's monthly salary couldn't even cover buying a single outfit here. I've already said I'll pay for it today, you just pick what you like. If you dress well, Mom will feel proud too. Still, Ruan Xinya didn't want to buy anything. Wang Menghan didn't care about her consent, directly grabbing a moon-grey evening gown from the rack for her. The top of the dress was soft leather while the bottom was linen-like material, combining sensuality and dignity through the two contrasting fabrics, radiating an air of sophistication. Wait, I'll take this dress. Just as Wang Menghan handed the dress to Ruan Xinya, a familiar voice came from the entrance. It was Duan Yuanxi. After Duan Xiuming's car accident, Duan Yuanxi had returned from abroad under the guise of staying by her father's side. Now, she stood at the doorway, arm in arm with her friend Zhao Yihuan. 1111, you like this dress too? Wang Menghan felt awkward, holding the dress and unsure whether to put it down or hand it over. I don't like it, but since you two like it, I won't let you get your way. Duan Yuanxi remained as arrogant as ever. Wang Menghan glanced at Ruan Xinya. Mom, give it to her. Anyway, I didn't want to buy it. Wang Menghan naturally didn't dare offend Duan Yuanxi, and hearing Ruan Xinya giving her a step down, she quickly set the dress aside. Then I'll take you somewhere else to look around. Wang Menghan said. Okay. The two tried to avoid Duan Yuanxi, but Duan Yuanxi kept following them relentlessly. She grabbed Ruan Xinya's arm and sneered into her ear, don't bother yourself. Even if you dress up, the protagonist at the engagement banquet won't be you. Duan Yuanxi's words stabbed directly at Ruan Xinya's pain. I'm truly glad for my brother, he has finally gotten rid of you, this fox spirit. Ruan Xinya managed to force a smile. Don't celebrate too early. What do you mean? It's nothing. Your brother knows if you're curious, go ask him. Ruan Xinya then quickly left with her mother Wang Menghan, leaving Duan Yuanxi there speculating endlessly. What exactly did this woman mean? Time passed quickly, and the 18th arrived. The engagement of Duan Qizhou and Miss Tang from the Tang family was undoubtedly a major event in Rongqing. All the major merchants and nobles from Rongqing were present, luxury cars lined up from the hotel entrance and stretched for miles along the street. Tang Huamin had gone to the hotel early to get makeup done. Although she hadn't gotten enough sleep, it didn't affect her mood at all. Duan Yuanxi also came early to accompany her. Sister-in-law, you're absolutely gorgeous today. Duan Yuanxi looked at Tang Huamin in the mirror, smiling even more happily than Tang Huamin herself. How could I not be beautiful? This dress is specially customized for me by your brother from abroad, Tang Huamin said happily. Today's gown for Tang Huamin had over 20,000 diamonds embroidered on its skirt. All these were hand-sewn by Italian craftsmen stitch by stitch. Due to its high value, Duan Qizhou specially dispatched a private plane to bring the gown back from abroad. My brother really treats you too well, Duan Yuanxi envied. 11:11, you'll meet a man like your brother one day too, Tang Huamin said, tapping her phone screen as she looked at it. By the way, where's your brother? Have you seen him? How's his preparation going? He's still working in the penthouse office, Duan Yuanxi pouted. This workaholic, just ignore him. Anyway, men don't need makeup. Changing clothes is all they need, quick and easy. Alright. On the top floor of the hotel, Duan Qizhou was sitting in front of the desk in a black tailcoat, signing documents as usual. Chen Han stood behind Duan Qizhou, checking his watch frequently. After about 10 minutes, Chen Han's phone rang, and he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, frowning slightly as he whispered, "How's it going? Did they stamp it yet?" The other side said something that made Chen Han's furrowed brow relax. He then returned to Duan Qizhou's side. "Mr. Duan, Mayor Mo's office has stamped the last bid document." Duan Qizhou stopped his pen tip midair, smearing a small ink blotch. They finally got the stamp. He had been striving for this Qinghe City project for over a year, and now he had finally obtained the contract. The Tang family was truly ruthless. To ensure Tang Huamin, they actually got someone from the Mo family, the top figure, to hold on to his proposal until the day of the engagement. Duan Qizhou tightened the bow tie at his collar, stood up, and patted Chen Han's shoulder, asking, "Is everything ready?" "It's all set, Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou hummed an acknowledgement and left the top-floor meeting room to find Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin was already waiting for him. When she saw Duan Qizhou, she lifted her dress and jogged to him. "Brother Qizhou, do I look beautiful?" "Beautiful," said Duan Qizhou. Tang Huamin immediately burst into a radiant smile. "You look handsome too." Duan Qizhou rarely wore a tailcoat. Today, the suit made him resemble a gentleman from the old days, elegant with a touch of retro charm, leaving everyone impressed. Tang Huamin couldn't help but feel proud that her fiancé was certainly the handsomest groom-to-be in all of Rongqing. "Let's go." "Okay." Downstairs, the venue was packed with guests. As soon as Duan Qizhou and Tang Huamin appeared, everyone gathered around them. "Congratulations, Mr. Duan, winning such a fine bride. Once the Duan and Tang families are connected through marriage, anyone dropping a coin in Rongqing will have to bear either the surname Duan or Tang. Mr. Duan and Mrs. Duan are indeed a perfect match, so talented and beautiful together. I heard Mr. Duan has secured the project in Qinghe City. Congratulations on double happiness, Mr. Duan." Duan Qizhou smiled without answering. His gaze swept past the crowd, landing on Ruan Xinya. She was wearing a white strapless formal dress, slim figure and outstanding grace. Everyone around her was laughing except for her. She maintained a stern face, looking at him as if her eyes held poison. "Qizhou, who a minute, come here for a group photo." Tang Huamin's mother beckoned them. "Coming, Mom." Tang Huamin gently squeezed Duan Qizhou's arm. Duan Qizhou shifted his focus back to Tang Huamin. "Brother Qizhou, my mom wants us to take a group photo. Let's not miss this moment while everyone's here." "All right." Just as Duan Qizhou responded, a disheveled woman burst through the door. "Tang Huamin, you're the third party who breaks apart families." Chapter 69, just say it's done by your man. It was Ding Yanan, the wife of Qiu Zhibua. Ding Yanan was wearing a shirt and jeans, her shirt crumpled as if she had just been through a struggle. She looked at Tang Huamin with a dark and hateful expression, having lost all the luster she once had. When Tang Huamin realized that the visitor was Ding Yanan, she let go of Duan Qizhou's arm, quickly stepped to Ding Yanan, and firmly grabbed her hand. "Teacher mother, what are you talking about? Haven't you taken your medicine again today? Didn't the doctor say that since your mental state isn't good, you shouldn't skip your medication and wander around?" Slap. Ding Yanan immediately slapped Tang Huamin across the face so hard it knocked off the crown from Tang Huamin's head. The guests were in an uproar. Tang Huamin's mother rushed over, shielding her daughter. "Where does this impudent woman come from? Today is the great day for our Tang family and the Duan family. There's no place here for you to wreak havoc. Somebody, please drag this madwoman out." Security personnel rushed into the hotel. But Ding Yanan pulled a craft knife from her pocket, pressing the blade against her own neck. "I dare anyone to move. If any of you dare touch me, I'll kill myself right here, turning your joyous occasion into mourning." The security instantly didn't dare to move. With such an occasion today, if anything serious happened, no one could bear the responsibility. At this moment, another man rushed in from the doorway. The man was very tall and was wearing equestrian attire, appearing to have hurried over from the riding arena. It was Qiu Zhibua. As soon as Qiu Zhibua entered the room, he glanced at Tang Huamin first, then ran toward Ding Yanan. "Wife, what are you doing? Today is Huamin's big day. Why have you come here and caused trouble? Quickly, listen to me, go back with me. You stay away too." Ding Yanan pointed the knife at Qiu Zhibua and loudly said, "Everyone look carefully, this man is my husband. His name is Qiu Zhibua, he is the equestrian coach of the Flying Heaven Equestrian Club. 10 years ago, 18-year-old Tang Huamin started learning horse riding from Qiu Zhibua. These two hadn't known each other for long before they got together. At the time, I had just become pregnant, but the wicked Tang Huamin colluded with Qiu Zhibua, saying that she didn't want him to be a father. Together, they put drugs in my soup which caused me to lose my first child. That was also my only child, because I suffered an infection during the curettage surgery, leading to the removal of my uterus, thus losing forever my ability to become a mother. Wife, you're speaking nonsense. We are a childless couple, we've never had a child. Qiu Zhibua gave a gesture of apology to everyone present. Sorry everyone, my wife has some mental issues. She always likes to imagine things that never happened. Yes, those two controlled me by putting psychiatric drugs in my food over a long period. They planned for when something would eventually come to light, pointing fingers at me and making others not believe me. Tears streamed down Ding Yanan's face. Qiu Zhibua and I grew up together like bamboo shoots breaking through rocks. After my parents passed away, he was my only family member left in this world. I regarded him as my whole universe. I never expected that this man, who spoke of love on the surface, sacrificed me to give his mistress outside security. This mistress is Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin shook her head, pretending to look pitiful. Teacher mother, I beg you not to talk nonsense. Today is my special day. When I was studying, I already liked Brother Chizhou. My heart has always been with Brother Chizhou alone, unable to make space for any other men. There's no space for other men in your heart, but there's plenty in your body. Ding Yanan glared at Tang Huamin. In these 10 years, how many times have you slept together? You probably can't even count anymore yourself, right? No, Master Tang and I are completely innocent of each other. We've never done the disgraceful deeds you accused us of. If you haven't taken your medicine, don't come out and accuse falsely, tarnishing my honor. Tang Huamin acted like a victim. Duan Yuanxi couldn't bear it anymore either. She stepped forward and harshly warned Ding Yanan, you madwoman, spouting nonsense at will. Do you have any evidence? I warn you, don't bully my sister-in-law. If you want to die, go die outside. Don't ruin people's days here. Of course, I have evidence. Duan Yuanxi got exactly what she wished for as Ding Yanan pulled out a stack of photos from her pocket and threw them in the air. The photos fluttered like snowflakes and fell all over the floor. These pictures showed Tang Huamin and Qiu Zhibua holding hands, embracing, kissing, and even included compromising bed photos where both were completely naked. Once again, the guests were stunned. Some nosy people quickly took out their phones to capture this scene. Duan Yuanxi, upon seeing these photos, shockedly stepped back from Tang Huamin's side. No, that's not me. This is AI synthesis. This is not me. This is not me. Tang Huamin cried and kneeled down on the ground picking up the photos. This is not me. This is not me. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Tang's parents immediately signaled the on-site staff to help pick up the photos. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. You don't have to bother picking them up. Even if you do, it won't matter since I've already uploaded all these photos online. Whether or not they're AI synthesized will be left for the sharp-eyed internet spectators to figure out. Ding Yanan laughed coldly. Are you crazy? You're trying to ruin us. Qiu Zhibua shouted loudly at his wife. What good would it do you to destroy me? Who would support you then if I'm ruined? Support me? Ding Yanan felt utterly disgusted. The money you earn isn't even enough for yourself. Yet Miss Tang hasn't spent less on you in recent years, has she? As she said this, Ding Yanan turned her gaze toward Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin, I just can't understand. You're so young and wealthy, and yet you had to choose a married man. Why is that? Does adultery give you such a thrill? Does harming another innocent woman bring you satisfaction? Shut up. I've told you I didn't do any of that. I'm clean. Tang Huamin lost her initial calmness and yelled loudly. Clean? Then whose child is inside you? Ding Yanan dropped another bombshell. Child? Tang Huamin's mother stared at Tang Huamin. You're pregnant? I'm not. Tang Huamin pointed at Ding Yanan. This person is insane. Don't believe anything she says. Yes, maybe I am driven mad by you two trashy people, but are the hospital machines also driven mad? Ding Yanan threw out a 6-week early pregnancy ultrasound report, with Tang Huamin's name clearly written on it. How do you explain this now? Is this fake too? Is this also AI synthesized? Do you want me to show everyone the video of your prenatal checkup? It's not real, it's not. Enough. An old man nearby, Grandpa Duan, was so angry that his mustache trembled, and he strained the cane in his hand forcefully. The engagement today is cancelled. The Tang family is beyond what our family deserves. After saying this, he said to Duan Chizhou, Chizhou, let's go home. Duan Chizhou stood motionless where he was. Grandpa, perhaps Huamin is really being framed. Framed? Just look at those photos on the ground. Who could possibly plot to frame her years ago? But, what? Are you still attached to this promiscuous woman? This was after all the match arranged by you, grandfather. Hearing these words, Mr. Duan hesitated slightly, detecting an undertone of discontent from Duan Chizhou, blowing his beard. I will never interfere with your marriage again. Handle it yourself. Having said that, he left the scene directly with Duan family's bodyguards. As Mr. Duan left, Duan relatives shook their heads one by one and walked away. Duan Yuanxi angrily pointed at Tang Huamin. Tang Huamin, you shameless woman. How dare you disgrace the idea of marrying my brother? Not, 1111, listen to me. Tang Huamin wanted to grab onto Duan Yuanxi as her last lifeline, but Duan Yuanxi no longer wanted to cooperate and stormed off in anger. Seeing that members of the Duan family were leaving one by one, and the guests were all enjoying the chaos, the Tang family completely panicked. Tang Huamin's father quickly rushed to Duan Chizhou. Chizhou, don't worry. Uncle will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation. Duan Chizhou smiled faintly. There's no need, Tang boss. It simply meant to be no match between Miss Tang and me. His shift in title explained everything. Brother Chijo, believe me, I swear I did nothing wrong. This woman is framing me. Tang Huamin still tried to deny. The evidence is clear, further arguing only makes you seem more shameless. Realizing that there was no hiding anymore, Tang Huamin fell to the floor. Worried about the child in her belly, Qiu Zhibua wanted to stretch out his hand to help her, but Tang Huamin slapped him hard across the face. Waste. A complete waste who cannot even keep a woman. Ding Yanan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Tang Huamin, this is your retribution. Let's see which prestigious nobleman in Rongqing will still want you after this, you woman with no sense of propriety or morality. Crazy woman, I'll fight you to the death. Tang Huamin, wearing an expensive evening dress, rushed forward and grappled with Ding Yanan. People, hurry, stop them fast. The $1 million engagement banquet became nothing more than a farce. Ruan Xinya came to the engagement ceremony today along with her former colleagues from the Duan group. None of them expected that what started as a joyous occasion to celebrate the boss's happiness would end up revealing that he was wearing a green hat, cheated on. As everyone walked out of the venue, they all sighed deeply. Do you think we'll all lose our jobs after attending today? Someone carefully asked. That's impossible. I saw Mr. Duan quite composed earlier. He was even smiling at some clients when he left. We probably won't be fired or silenced like that. Who would have thought that even someone as powerful as Mr. Duan could be forced to wear a green hat? Sure, don't say that. From today onward, we must all keep it down. For at least the next month, do not mention the color green in front of Mr. Duan. Yes, from today on, if rainbows appear above the Duan building, they can only have 6 colors. Turns out the butterfly effect is real after all. Tang Miss and that equestrian coach probably didn't expect their tryst to make life so nerve-wracking for a group of hardworking employees. I suddenly envy Secretary Ruan. She really has foresight. Resigning means she doesn't have so many worries anymore. Ruan Xinya's mood was far from light. She sympathized with Ding Yanan's situation and felt sorry for Duan Chijo being humiliated in front of everyone like that. She estimated this scandal would haunt Duan Chijo for quite a while. Just as Ruan Xinya was thinking, her phone suddenly rang. It was Duan Chijo calling. Ruan Xinya looked at the name flashing on the screen, stepped aside from her colleagues, and answered. Hello. Come to the tea house, same private room as before. What's going on? We'll talk when you get here. But I'll wait for you. The call ended. Ruan Xinya had no choice but to hail a taxi to the previous tea house. The staff at the tea house already knew Ruan Xinya. They led her to the door marked Chang Xiong-sai and told her, Mr. Duan is waiting inside for you. Ruan Xinya pushed the door open and entered the private room. As soon as she walked in, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist. She startled instinctively and tried to break free, but Duan Chijo only held her tighter. Duan Chijo, let me go. Just let me hold you for a moment. He said. Why should I let you hold me? I've just been publicly revealed as wearing a green hat. Isn't that miserable? He buried his face into her neck, inhaling deeply, like an injured beast seeking comfort. His breath tickled her, so she turned her head away. You deserve it. She had warned him long ago about the wedding proposal. He nipped at her neck teasingly. Cruel woman. Are you insane? Ruan Xinya covered her neck protectively. How am I supposed to explain the marks you left there? Just say your man made them. You're not my man. We still have an agreement. I quit and said the agreement is nullified, and you agreed. I agreed to your resignation, but never agreed to nullify the agreement. You said clearly, once I left, we'd have nothing more to do with each other. I said no connection in work matters. Ruan Xinya snapped. Duan Chijo, you're despicable. Am I despicable or is your memory poor? Duan Chijo stroked her cheek gently. Didn't I say you'd give me 2 months? If I couldn't resolve the engagement issue by then, we'd end things? Yes. It's been 1 month and 20 days now, and the engagement issue has been resolved. Ruan Xinya stared at him and suddenly realized, were all today's events arranged by you? Duan Chijo remained silent. You knew about Tang Huamin and Qiu Zhibua long ago, didn't you? What do you think? Ruan Xinya recalled the evidence in Ding Yanan's hands earlier. It made sense. With so many photos, gathering them would definitely take longer than just a day or 2. So, Duan Chijo had known all along. If you've known this all along, why did you proceed with the engagement today? Being embarrassed publicly like this wasn't something ordinary men were willing to endure. The Tang family had Mayor Mo blockading Qinghe City's project. I just received the winning bid documents today. Of course, the Qinghe City project is only part of it. What's the other part? My grandfather. If not for the embarrassing public spectacle today, Grandpa Duan wouldn't have been easily swayed. Ruan Xia understood completely. This had all been Duan Chijo's setup. Miss Ruan Xinya, now you have no reason to refuse me, correct? Chapter 70. She admitted they were not brother and sister. Ruan Xinya admitted that when she found out Duan Chijo wasn't really going to marry Tang Huamin, she felt a great relief, and there was even a trace of hidden joy. However, even without Tang Huamin between them, the mountain separating them still remained. She didn't know how to respond to Duan Chijo. Any sign of her backing down would blur the boundaries they had just carefully drawn. Before Ruan Xinya could answer, Duan Chijo's phone rang first. It was a call from the Duan family, Uncle Kang. Uncle Kang usually wouldn't call Duan Chijo casually. Duan Chijo knew something must have happened in the Duan family. Uncle Kang, he answered the call. Master Chijo, an accident has happened, your grandfather passed out. How could this happen? I don't know either. After returning from the engagement party, your grandfather was very angry, couldn't eat his dinner, so he only drank a little soup. Grandma tried to take him out for a walk to cheer him up. But just as they stepped out of the courtyard, he collapsed. Did the doctor come? The family doctor did come. At first, everyone thought your grandfather got overly upset. But the doctor said it seemed like poisoning. Your grandfather has already been taken to the hospital for gastric lavage. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Duan Chijo said to Ron Shinya, something happened to my grandfather. I need to go to the hospital. What happened to Grandpa? Poisoning. Ron Shinya's heart tightened. Although Duan Elder wasn't particularly friendly towards her, he was still Duan Chijo's real grandfather, and her mother's father-in-law. You should go to the hospital then. Duan Chijo picked up his coat and headed toward the door. He turned back halfway through and gave Ron Shinya one last instruction. Let's put our matter on hold for now. I'll deal with Duan family affairs first, then we'll talk later. Ron Shinya didn't say anything. Duan Chijo couldn't wait for her response. He directly leaned down and kissed her lips. With this seal, it means you agree. Duan Chijo quickly left. Ron Shinya watched his retreating figure, feeling both sour and sweet inside. When Duan Chijo arrived at the hospital, Duan Elder was still being resuscitated. Duan Elder's mother-in-law couldn't handle the consecutive events concerning her son and husband. She also fainted. In the hospital, Duan Chijo's two aunts cried uncontrollably. How could this happen? How could this happen? What misfortune has befallen our Duan family lately? Why are accidents happening one after another? That's true, truly unfortunate. My father is so old now. I don't know if he can survive this. Wang Menghan observed silently, thinking how people complained about her crying during similar troubles, yet here they were crying loud too, showing clear double standards. Uncle Kang, how's the situation? Duan Chijo looked at Uncle Kang. Not good. Uncle Kang moved closer to Duan Chijo and whispered quietly, the doctor just said it's not looking hopeful. Who poisoned him? I've already asked people to investigate, but currently there's no lead. Contact Chen Han, let him check further. Yes, master. After waiting for 2 days without hearing any news from Duan Chijo, Wan Xinya finally called her mother Wang Menghan to ask about Duan Elder's condition. Mother Wang Menghan said someone deliberately poisoned Duan Elder. Even though Duan Chijo gathered the best medical team in Rongqing for the treatment, they were ultimately unable to fully recover him. Mom, what does unable to fully save him mean? It means he's in a vegetative state, half dead half alive. Wang Menghan's tone was indifferent, like Chijo's mother, lying in bed, maybe never waking up again. Only then did Wan Xinya realize why Duan Chijo hadn't contacted her these few days. Did they find the person who poisoned him? They did. It was the housekeeper Aunt Ji. Aunt Ji, the one who's fat and bald? Wan Xinya remembered her, because she was among the most distinctive looking among the Duan family's housekeepers. Yes, it's her. No one knows who bribed her, but she added the poison into a capsule that the elder often consumed. She actually prepared the poison a month ago, waiting for him to eat that particular toxic capsule and die. Coincidentally, it happened on Chijo's engagement day. Was she arrested? Not yet. She quit a month ago after adding the poison. Now Chijo has sent more people to look for her, but there's no sign where she disappeared. Does this person have any grudges with the Duan family? Never heard. Mom, be careful yourself. Before this, Wan Xinya heard others say there were many disputes in wealthy families. However, she didn't expect such a real poisoning incident would occur close by. I know, have you finished work? Wang Menghan asked. Not yet. So late. I've just finished organizing a critical document for the leader, and it's done. I was about to head home. Good. Wan Xinya turned off her computer, tidied up her desk, and left the company when it was already quite dark outside. Recently, Lu Jin had negotiated a new project with numerous documents and materials to be organized, keeping her busy till late every night. On her way back in the subway, Wan Xinya placed an order for takeaway right on time, thinking that she would collect it during the few minutes between leaving the subway and reaching her home. However, as soon as she stepped out of the subway station and passed by the small park next to the residential area, 2 masked men jumped out and shoved her into a sack before pulling her into a minivan. What are you doing? Help! Help! Wan Xinya screamed loudly, but there was no one around. The residents who took evening strolls in the park had all gone home by this hour. After the 2 men threw her into the minivan, they quickly drove away from the scene. Wan Xinya tried to scream again, but one of them knocked her unconscious with a stick. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself thrown into an abandoned cardboard warehouse. In the warehouse, piles of cardboard boxes looked like mountains stretching endlessly. There were a few shadows lurking behind those cardboard mountains. One person Wan Xinya recognized well was Tang Huamin. It turned out that Tang Huamin had sent people to kidnap her here. Tang miss, we've brought the person. The 2 men pushed Wan Xinya in front of Tang Huamin. Due to their excessive force, Wan Xinya lost her balance and fell down at Tang Huamin's feet. Tang Huamin didn't hesitate and stepped hard on Wan Xinya's fingers. Ah! Wan Xinya screamed in pain. Tang Huamin, what do you want to do? This is kidnapping. So what if it's kidnapping? I kidnapped you. Kidnapping will lead to imprisonment. Well, someone has to report it first for me to be sentenced. Tang Huamin squatted down, grabbed Wan Xinya's chin, and softly said in her ear, don't worry, you won't leave here alive, let alone have the chance to report it. Why did you kidnap me? Wan Xinya didn't understand. Did Tang Huamin find out about her previous relationship with Du and Chizhou? Tang Huamin slapped Wan Xinya across the face. Do you even have the nerve to ask why? You framed me and ruined my engagement party. Haven't you forgotten the things you've done? I didn't ruin your engagement party. You still dare to argue. Then tell me, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Tang Huamin just asked casually, but Wan Xinya actually knew who ruined the engagement party. It was none other than Qiju, the one Tang Huamin longed for so dearly. But she couldn't betray Du and Chizhou. I don't know who did it, but it wasn't me. You bitch, you're still being defiant. Tang Huamin slapped Wan Xinya on the other cheek. She truly hated Wan Xinya to death. This Tang Huamin, the second miss of the Tang family, was not favored by her parents. This marriage alliance with the Duan family was the only chance for her parents to change their view and start valuing her. But then such a scandal occurred at the engagement banquet. Mr. and Mrs. Tang were furious and wanted to disown Tang Huamin. Other parents might say something like cutting ties under anger, but in the Tang family with strict family rules, words once spoken would never be taken back. That same night, Tang Huamin's father froze all her bank cards and kicked her out of the house. With no way out, Tang Huamin originally planned to seek refuge with Qiu Zhibua. However, upon seeing her lose the money tree of the Tang family, Qiu Zhibua immediately changed his attitude towards her and even refused to admit that the child in Tang Huamin's belly was his. For Tang Huamin, this was like a bolt from the blue. Once upon a time, she risked everything to meet secretly with Qiu Zhibua because she believed the older man could provide her with the mature stability and security her family lacked. Who would have thought, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and he turned out to be the first one to run away after claiming he would do anything for her. In just one night, Tang Huamin lost her family, fiancé, and lover. I have nothing now, and the person responsible for all this is you, Wan Xinya. Tang Huamin gripped Wan Xinya's neck tightly, wishing she could strangle her on the spot. However, she felt that death was too easy for her. She wanted her to taste the bitterness of living in torment. It really wasn't me. Wan Xinya felt utterly baffled. What evidence do you have that it was me who ruined your engagement party? Fine, today I'll make sure you die understanding this clearly, so you won't haunt me as a vengeful ghost after you die. Tang Huamin took out 2 photos from her bag and threw them at Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya took a look at the contents of the photos. There were 2 pictures in total. One was taken on the day she discovered Tang Huamin and Qiu Zhibua kissing at the Flying Heaven Equestrian Club, where she had been secretly hiding behind a wooden pillar watching them and had been photographed by someone. The other picture was from the Kuching Environmental Protection Summit when she and Du and Chizhou had walked into the tea house together. You saw me and Qiu Zhibua kissing and couldn't wait to tell Du and Chizhou about it, right? Wan Xinya was momentarily at a loss for words. On that day, she had indeed met with Du and Chizhou at the tea house to tell him about Tang Huamin's infidelity with Qiu Zhibua, and Tang Huamin guessed this correctly. However, Du and Chizhou did not act as she expected him to that day. I didn't tell Du and Chizhou about your affair with Qiu Zhibua. In the tea house, we were just reminiscing about old times, Wan Xinya said calmly. You can reason out the timeline. If Du and Chizhou knew about your infidelity that day, how could he still have chosen to continue with the engagement? This shows that brother Chizhou believed me. He didn't trust what you said. So you went to that crazy woman Ding Yanan and ruined our engagement banquet. Where there is a will to accuse, evidence is no obstacle. Anyway, I swear, your engagement banquet wasn't sabotaged by me. I had no reason to do it. You had no reason? Tang Huamin chuckled coldly. I've already had people investigate. I now clearly know what your relationship with Du and Chizhou is. Compared to mine with Qiu Zhibua, the relationship between you and Du and Chizhou is much more nauseating. You two are siblings. Being together violates morality far more than my affair with Qiu Zhibua does. We aren't siblings. Wan Xinya denied it. She couldn't worry about too many things now and blurted out what Du and Chizhou had once convinced her of in an attempt to persuade Tang Huamin. My mother and Du and Chizhou's father never obtained a marriage certificate. Neither am I biologically related to Du and Chizhou, nor are we legally step-siblings. Just after Wan Xinya finished speaking, she heard the door to the warehouse being kicked open with a loud bang. It was Du and Chizhou who had kicked the door open. He walked in with 2 bodyguards. All 3 were wearing black suits, giving off a strong Hong Kong gangster boss vibe. The moment Wan Xinya saw Du and Chizhou, her heart unconsciously settled down. A phrase involuntarily flashed through her mind, my true love is an invincible hero. Although Du and Chizhou might not necessarily love her, for her, he embodied an invincible hero, a presence who always seemed to suddenly appear whenever she was in trouble or danger, as if they shared some kind of invisible bond that allowed him to perceive everything about her. Wan Xinya, remember what you said today, Du and Chizhou shouted toward her. Wan Xinya lowered her eyes, feeling uneasy. Du and Chizhou must have heard what she had just said. She admitted outright that they weren't siblings. That meant he would definitely be clinging to her even more from now on. Brother Chizhou. Tang Huamin saw Du and Chizhou, and her emotions became instantly agitated. Are you here to rescue her? Are you really sleeping with her, right? Don't waste time talking nonsense. Let her go. Tang Huamin became increasingly furious seeing Du and Chizhou so cold and indifferent towards her. Du and Chizhou, on the day of the engagement banquet, what gave you the nerve to act all innocent, pretending Listen loves you more? Everyone thinks I betrayed you, that I gave you a green hat, but actually, there's no difference between you and me. You've been giving me a green hat behind my back as well. Du and Chizhou paid no attention to Tang Huamin's accusations. He completely ignored her attempts to debate who was right or wrong in their relationship because fundamentally, there was no real affection between them. Will you let her go willingly, or should my men settle this with yours? Duan Chijo asked. The 4 people around Tang Huamin were merely petty thugs she hired with money, usually skilled in scaring elderly people and children on the streets. However, the bodyguards accompanying Duan Chijo were all professional fighters, especially Chen Han standing to his left, who was reportedly unmatched in terms of martial prowess within Rongcheng. Despite losing face, Tang Huamin did not want to admit defeat so easily. After all, she was numerically superior. If you want to fight, fine, let's see if your men can rescue faster or if my men can slit throats quicker. Chapter 71, Pester you until you're 100 years old. Tang Huamin became fierce and picked up a knife, waving it back and forth in front of Wan Xinya. Duan Chijo's heart leapt with anxiety. He hadn't expected Tang Huamin to be so crazy. He thought Tang Huamin had only tied up Wan Xinya to scare her, but now he realized that she truly intended to kill. Tang Huamin, calm down. The crime of kidnapping and the crime of kidnapping with murder are completely different. Do you really want to destroy your own life? My life has already been destroyed. The whole Rongcheng is laughing at me now. Even my parents have kicked me out of the house. It's all because of this cheap woman, Wan Xinya. All this is your fault. Growing up in luxury and spending money like water, Tang Huamin couldn't bear it when she thought about her father freezing her bank card. She felt hopeless and believed life without money wasn't worth living anymore. What are you still hesitating for? Kill her for me. Tang Huamin yelled at the few large men she hired. Hearing her order, the men lunged toward Wan Xinya. Seeing this, Duan Chijo and his 2 subordinates ran over to protect Wan Xinya. The people from both sides fought together, creating some confusion. The 4 big men Tang Huamin found were more show than substance. Even one person like Chen Han could easily deal with them. Seeing his hired men fall one by one, Duan Chijo turned to help untie Wan Xinya. Are you alright? He grabbed her arm and looked her up and down. I'm fine. That's good. Just as they were getting up to leave the warehouse, suddenly, another group of masked people rushed out from behind a pile of cardboard boxes. There was still an ambush. Wan Xinya was frightened and gripped Duan Chijo's hand tightly. Upon feeling Wan Xinya holding his hand voluntarily, Duan Chijo immediately turned passive into active, gripping her hand and intertwining their fingers into a firm hold. Relax, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Wan Xinya knew that Duan Chijo and his 2 subordinates were highly skilled, but there were simply too many of the other side. Even if Cheng Han and Duan Chijo could take on 10 opponents each, the situation was becoming precarious. There are so many of them, be careful. I know, next time hide behind the cardboard box. Whatever happens, don't come out. Alright. Duan Chijo let go of Wan Xinya's hand. Before he could initiate an attack, the newly appeared masked people already charged towards Duan Chijo. Wan Xinya noticed that these people seemed to be after Duan Chijo. Why would someone hide in the warehouse where she was held hostage but then target Duan Chijo? Turning around to find Tang Huamin, she discovered that Tang Huamin and her henchmen had already fled in the chaos. She quickly went around to retrieve her bag and phone behind the cardboard box and called the police. The fight on site grew increasingly intense. Chen Han also realized the masked men's goal was Duan Chijo. They hurriedly ran over to protect him, but wave after wave of attackers emerged. It was as though these people kept appearing endlessly like grass after rain, impossible to cut down completely. Hiding behind the cardboard box, Wan Xinya watched Duan Chijo get kicked down by a muscular man from behind. Another bald man followed close behind, raising a knife against Duan Chijo. Watch out. Wan Xinya disregarded everything else and lifted a stack of cardboard boxes, throwing them at the bald man. With the hit, the bald man dropped the knife on the ground, and Duan Chijo was safe, but Wan Xinya had been discovered. The bald man turned to look at her. At that instant, Wan Xinya thought this gaze was very familiar, but in her panic, she couldn't recall who it was. The bald man picked up the knife and quickly walked towards Wan Xinya. Knowing she was being targeted, Wan Xinya ran for her life. But the bald man closely pursued her, impossible to shake off. Finally, with no way out, she was forced into a corner of the warehouse. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? The bald man waved his knife at her. You were so strong smashing me earlier. Why are you shaking now? Show me again if you've got the guts. Listening to his voice, Wan Xinya finally remembered who he was. He was Laroji, the house servant of the Duan family, the same Laroji who had poisoned Grandpa Duan and then disappeared. That's right, it must be him, this figure, this bald head, and this voice, no mistake. Wan Xinya had visited Mother Wang Menghan at the Duan residence before, and Laroji had served her and spoken to her, so she remembered his voice. Are you Laroji? Wan Xinya asked. Laroji paused momentarily while wielding the knife. Oh, Miss Wan, you've recognized me. Why do you want to harm Duan Chijo? Who sent you? Laroji smiled. Do you think I need to explain anything to you? Of course, Wan Xinya wasn't naive enough to believe that just asking would make Laroji answer her questions. She was merely trying to stall by talking nonsense, hoping that luck might delay things long enough for the police to arrive. Unfortunately, Laroji wasn't stupid. He immediately saw through Wan Xinya's intentions. Wanting to waste time, huh? Stop dreaming. Since you've recognized who I am, you'll die. Saying this, Laroji raised the knife again toward Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya looked at the sharp edge of the knife, thinking she wouldn't be able to escape this time. Just as the blade was about to pierce Wan Xinya, Duan Chijo suddenly rushed out from behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He quickly hugged Wan Xinya and used his own body to shield her from the knife. with a puh sound. Ruan Xinya could hear the sound of spurting blood, and then she was pushed away by Duan Chizhou. Run fast, Duan Chizhou said. Duan Chizhou, go. Ruan Xinya scrambled up from the ground. Though her legs were shaking severely, she ran faster than ever in her life. Seeing Ruan Xinya running away, Laroji abandoned the injured Duan Chizhou on the floor and chased after her. Thankfully, the warehouse had many cardboard boxes for cover, allowing Ruan Xinya to successfully evade Laroji. Just then, police sirens sounded at the entrance. Hearing the sirens, Laroji and his group immediately scattered and fled. The police quickly moved in to arrest them, leading to another fierce fight on the scene. Help! Help! Ruan Xinya took the opportunity to shout loudly. A nearby policeman rushed over to her, and Chen Han also ran towards her. Someone is injured, call an ambulance quickly, Ruan Xinya cried out. The police immediately made the call to arrange for an ambulance. By the time Ruan Xinya and Chen Han returned to Duan Chizhou's side, Duan Chizhou had already collapsed in a pool of blood, his shirt drenched red, his face pale without a trace of color. Duan Chizhou. Ruan Xinya tightly held onto Duan Chizhou's hand. In Ruan Xinya's memory, Duan Chizhou's hands were always warm, but now they were icy cold. Duan Chizhou, you must not have any problems. Ruan Xinya shivered as she embraced his head, whispering in his ear, you must not die. I haven't told you yet that I like you. The ambulance arrived with its siren wailing. Ruan Xinya followed along in the ambulance, while Chen Han stayed behind to take down statements and handle the scene. Chen Han said it was absolutely essential that news of Duan Chizhou's injury didn't get out. The Duan family had been facing successive incidents recently, affecting Duan Corporation's stock prices. If the news of Duan Chizhou being injured got leaked, Duan Corporation's stocks would surely plummet sharply, a huge risk for the company. Miss Ruan, Mr. Duan and the hospital part is handed over to you. The rest, I'll deal with. All right. Ruan Xinya was forced to recover her composure. She had worked by Duan Chizhou's side for 2 years and had dealt with similar PR crises a few times before. She knew exactly what to do to protect Duan Chizhou and Duan Corporation's interests as much as possible. Crying was futile. Right now, her primary responsibility was to hold everything together for him. This was most important. On the way to the hospital in the ambulance, Ruan Xinya contacted Chu Hang and Duan Corporation's PR manager, instructing them to step in and communicate with the hospital to seal all news regarding Duan Chizhou's admission and treatment. Duan Corporation's PR department reacted extremely fast. By the time the ambulance reached the hospital, they'd arranged a green channel to directly bring Duan Chizhou into the emergency room. Standing in the hospital corridor, watching the lights in the ER switch on, Ruan Xinya gradually felt her legs go weak and her fear set in. This aftermath was truly immense. As the former secretary Ruan, she could maintain her calmness, but as Ruan Xinya herself, she couldn't. Alone in the corridor, she felt the blood on her coat drying bit by bit, every second feeling like torture. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there when Chu Hang arrived at the hospital. Secretary Ruan. Chu Hang still addressed her as Secretary Ruan. How is Mr. Duan? He's still in the emergency room. Chu Hang glanced at her once. Usually, Ruan Xinya projected the polished image of a modern professional woman, but now she was disheveled, covered in dust and bloodstains, looking like a shell of her usual self. What on earth happened? Ruan Xinya shook her head. She currently lacked the energy to recount the full story to Chu Hang. All she wanted was to pray for Duan Chizhou's safety. Understanding her silence, Chu Hang said no more. I've already contacted Mr. Duan's family, and someone is coming. Ruan Xinya gave a faint hum, and then heard the high heels clicking along the corridor. Looking up, she saw her mother, Wang Menghan, wearing a hat and mask, rushing in fully equipped. Today it turned out Wang Menghan was representing the Duan family, but thinking about it, it did make sense. Grandpa Duan was currently unconscious in bed, Grandma Duan was under immense emotional distress with worsening health, Duan Qiuming was still recovering from a car accident, and Duan Yuanxi had flown abroad right after her engagement banquet. The Duan family couldn't find anyone else available to come to the hospital at the moment. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, each holding their own deep thoughts. How could something like this happen to Chizhou? Wang Menghan eyed the bloodstains on Ruan Xinya's body, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. It's a long story, we can talk after he's safe. Wang Menghan had a bellyful of questions but, given Chu Hang's presence, she refrained from continuing her line of questioning. The three sat silently in the corridor, waiting for over an hour before the doctor finally came out of the emergency room. The surgery went well. As long as the patient can get through tonight safely without going into shock, he'll be fine. Thank you, doctor. Duan Chizhou was transferred to the ICU for observation. Ruan Xinya instinctively wanted to follow, but Wang Menghan held her wrist. Yaya, you shouldn't stay here. Wang Menghan said. Mom, the Duan family has already sealed the news, but we cannot rule out a leak. You should stay out of sight just in case. Ruan Xinya understood that her mother was worried about their relationship being uncovered, but she didn't want to leave him. Mom, I'm not leaving. I will stay in the hospital. Ruan Xinya firmly stated. Yaya, please put yourself in my shoes. Remember how you felt when Uncle Duan had his car accident? That's exactly how I feel now. I don't care about anything right now. All I want is to stay by his side and make sure he's safe. You, don't worry about me anymore. Go home first, and I'll contact you if something happens. Ruan Xinya finished speaking, pushed her mother's hand away, and headed towards the ICU. Wang Menghan looked at Ruan Xinya's retreating figure, her expression grave. Ruan Xinya sat outside the ICU door all night long. Fortunately, Du and Chijo made it through the toughest part of the night. To keep the news sealed better, Chen Han and Chu Hang transferred Du and Chijo to Chuanchi Hospital, owned by the Duan Corporation. Ruan Xinya went home, took a shower, changed clothes, and then went straight to Chuanchi Hospital. By the time she arrived, Du and Chijo had already awakened. Mr. Duan, you don't know, Secretary Wan waited for you all night wearing dirty and bloodstained clothes outside the ICU. She only left a while ago when you woke up, Chu Hang reported excitedly beside Du and Chijo's bedside. Just awakened, Du and Chijo still looked pale, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his lips, indicating his good mood. Call her and tell her I've woken up, and ask her to come immediately, Du and Chijo said. Yes, Mr. Duan. Chu Hang picked up the phone and was about to call when Wan Xinya entered the room. No need to call, I'm here. Chu Hang winked at Wan Xinya, then turned to look at Du and Chijo. Mr. Duan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Du and Chijo gave a slight hum, and Chu Hang quickly exited. Poor Chu Hang, it wasn't until last night that he suddenly realized the relationship between Du and Chijo and Wan Xinya. Initially uncertain, he dragged Chen Han to confirm multiple times in the hallway, getting severely scolded by Chen Han. Have you been eating idly by Mr. Duan's side for more than 2 years? Can't you even see this? Chen Han mocked. After Chu Hang reviewed events in detail half the night, he finally pieced together the evidence from their past interactions. How stupid he'd been. The boss treated Secretary Wan so differently, yet he'd only just discovered that the boss liked her. What a life. After Chu Hang left the room, it was just Wan Xinya and Du and Chijo inside. What are you standing so far away for? Come here. Du and Chijo gestured to the spot beside his bed. Wan Xinya moved to his side. Du and Chijo immediately grasped her hand, weak though he was from surgery, but Wan Xinya could feel how tightly he gripped her hand. Only then did Wan Xinya truly feel that he had safely made it through the ordeal. Recalling the chaos of last night, her eyes welled up with tears. Why are you crying? Du and Chijo was startled. Relax, I'm fine. I won't die. Wan Xinya quickly covered his lips with her hand. Don't talk about dying. Say something auspicious instead. Du and Chijo chuckled and kissed her palm. How about this, live to be 100 years old and bother you for 100 years? Annoying her for 100 years meant spending his entire life with her, didn't it? Was he implying that he wanted to be with her forever? A wave of happiness rippled through Wan Xinya's heart at that moment, when 2 knocks came from the doorway. Someone had arrived. Chapter 72, Good to the Touch. The person who walked in was Wang Menghan. Wan Xinya's hand was still being held by Du and Chijo. When she saw her mother, Wang Menghan, come in, she quickly withdrew her hand from Du and Chijo's grasp. However, despite her quick actions, Wang Menghan had already seen it. Wang Menghan's expression turned sour, but yet she didn't dare cause a scene in front of Du and Chijo. The atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly became tense. Chijo, are you feeling better? Wang Menghan walked to Du and Chijo's bedside with a look of concern on her face. I'm fine. You're safe and that's all that matters. Yesterday truly scared me. The Duan family is facing numerous troubles right now. You are the mainstay of the family. If something happened to you, we wouldn't know what to do. Du and Chijo rubbed his temples and said nothing. He didn't care for Wang Menghan at all. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Wan Xinya's mother, he would not even have allowed her near his bed. Wang Menghan could sense the subtle rejection from Du and Chijo towards her. It's good that you're all right. For the next few days, take good rest. Xinya and I won't disturb your rest anymore. Wang Menghan subtly nodded toward Wan Xinya. Xinya, you were up all night here watching over your brother last night. Let's go back, rest, and let your brother recover in peace. Wang Menghan reminded everyone repeatedly by calling him brother. Wan Xinya looked at Du and Chijo, whose expression turned ugly, as if he was about to leap out of bed and kick Wang Menghan out at any moment. She didn't want them to conflict, so she followed what her mother said and nodded slightly. I'll leave now. Rest well, she said to Du and Chijo. When Du and Chijo heard she was leaving, he closed his eyes and chose to ignore everyone. Mother and daughter left Du and Chijo's ward. I'll ask the driver to send you home, Wang Menghan said to Wan Xinya. No need, I can take a taxi. I insist on letting the driver take you home. Wang Menghan's attitude was firm. Wan Xinya understood that her mother was worried she might stay behind in the hospital and sneak back into Du and Chijo's room later. She gave up and got into her mother's car. As soon as Wan Xinya sat in the car, a message from Du and Chijo came through. Are you really leaving? I'm going home to sleep and will see you again later. Having stayed awake the entire night, she was extremely exhausted right now. Come sleep with me, he messaged her, his tone domineering through the screen. Glancing at her mother, Wan Xinya quickly hid her phone when she noticed Wang Menghan looking over suspiciously. The car drove all the way to Wan Xinya's rented house. As she was about to get out, Wang Menghan grabbed her arm. Yaya, don't go to the hospital anymore. Wan Xinya didn't reply and just said to her mother, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Promise me, Wang Menghan insisted, pulling her without letting go. Mom, he saved my life. Yesterday, he saved my life. If it weren't for him, the one lying in the hospital would be me, or worse, I might have already been stabbed to death. Wan Xinya brushed off her mother's hand. Regardless of everything else, he is my savior. It's reasonable that I visit him. But in your heart, have you let go of everything? In your heart, is he just your savior? Wang Menghan pressed. Wan Xinya remained silent, tired of such confrontation. She shook off her mother's grip and got down from the car. After climbing the stairs, Wan Xinya, though extremely drowsy, couldn't fall asleep. Tossing and turning for over an hour, she was still wide awake. Then, Duan Chijo's message came through again. Call me once you're awake. Wan Xinya sent an emo face. Can't sleep. Then come open the door now. Startled, her first thought was whether Duan Chijo himself had come, but she dismissed the idea almost instantly. It would be a medical miracle if Duan Chijo could get out of bed this soon. Nevertheless, she went to open the door. Standing outside was Chen Han. Miss Wan, Chen Han nodded to her. Mr. Duan sent me to pick you up. Wan Xinya changed into different clothes and then got into Chen Han's car. Chen Han did not drive her to the hospital but instead to an estate not far from the hospital. This estate was bought by Duan Chijo years ago. Inside the estate was an expansive garden filled with various kinds of flowers and plants that Wan Xinya had never even seen before. There are many plants here, all of which Mr. Duan paid high prices to import from overseas, Chen Han explained. In his free time, Mr. Duan likes to spend time dealing with plants. Recalling Duan Chijo's dream to be a botanist, Wan Xinya realized that, unseen by others, he was trying hard to compensate for his youthful dream. If Mr. Duan moved here, how would his injury be managed? Asked Wan Xinya. The hospital has dispatched a team of medical personnel to work in shifts here. There will be no issues. All right. Wan Xinya went upstairs. Duan Chijo was lying in bed, with Chu Hang reporting work to him. When they saw Wan Xinya come in, Chu Hang quickened his pace. Duan President, I just have one last thing to say, and then I'll leave. Hurry up and say it. Chu Hang quickly finished the remaining work report and then left. The spacious room now only had Wan Xinya and Duan Chijo left. Duan Chijo's wound was on his abdomen, so he couldn't get up, but his eyes followed Wan Xinya ever since she entered the room. Come over here. He patted the bed beside him. Sleep next to me. Wan Xinya was utterly exhausted, feeling that if she didn't sleep soon, she might suddenly die from exhaustion. So, without hesitation, she obediently walked to Duan Chijo's side and lay down fully clothed. Duan Chijo stretched out his arm, signaling her to use it as a pillow. Lie closer. I don't want to. I'm afraid I might touch your wound. You won't. How do you know I won't? After sleeping together so many times, don't you think I know whether your sleep posture is good or not? This was indeed true. When Wan Xinya slept well, her sleep posture was really good, and every time she fell asleep next to Duan Chijo, her sleep quality wasn't too bad either. After all, before falling asleep next to him, there would definitely be sufficient exercise involved. Who can't get a good night's rest after a good workout? But today, she wasn't sure how her sleep quality would be. I'd rather sleep on my own, said Wan Xinya. Do I have to pull you despite the risk of my wound tearing open? As he spoke, he actually made a gesture as if he were about to get up. Frightened, Wan Xinya waved her hands hastily. No, please don't. I'll come. She feared him immensely and immediately moved closer, obediently resting her head on his arm. Duan Chijo's scent was familiar to Wan Xinya, comforting her and making her feel safe. Her fatigue, fear, anxiety, and pressure disappeared instantly. Wan Xinya quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Wan Xinya woke up, dusk was setting in. Through the window, an orange sunset could be seen. The lights inside the room were off, but the light coming through the window painted everything in the room with a warm hue. Upon opening her eyes, Wan Xinya saw Duan Chijo looking at her. It seemed like he hadn't slept at all. His eyes were clear, showing no trace of drowsiness. Haven't you slept? No. Why not? Watching you sleep is more interesting than sleeping myself. More interesting? What did he mean by that? Instinctively, Wan Xinya touched the corner of her mouth. Did I drool, grind my teeth, or talk in my sleep? All of the above. She instantly felt that choosing to nap next to Duan Chijo was the biggest mistake ever. I must have been too tired for this to happen. She stammered in explanation. Seeing that she believed him, Duan Chijo laughed. I was kidding. Wan Xinya. A knock came from outside the door. It was a housekeeper from the estate asking what Duan Chijo wanted to eat for dinner. What do you want to eat? Duan Chijo turned to look at Wan Xinya and handed her the choice. You're the patient, we should follow your preference. I can only have some liquid food. Do you really want to join me? Wan Xinya was already hungry and couldn't manage to stick to a liquid diet alone. Shall I make a few hacker dishes? Said Duan Chijo. There are still some preserved mustard greens brought back from grandmother's place. I can make you a dish that reminds you of home. You brought the jar of preserved mustard greens grandmother gave you here? Wan Xinya didn't expect that Duan Chijo had kept grandmother's kindness so well. Yes. Would you like to try it? Sure. The chef here was skilled, and several classic hacker dishes turned out very tasty, especially the preserved mustard greens with pork, which truly carried a hint of grandmother's flavor. Is it delicious? Asked Duan Chijo. Yes. Does it taste like grandmother's cooking? Yes. Duan Chijo smiled. This dish of preserved mustard greens with pork was carefully refined based on the taste of the one made by Wan Xinya's grandmother, and it had undergone several rounds of testing by the chief chef. He had always wanted to bring Wan Xinya here to try it. If it's delicious, eat more. I've already eaten a bowl of rice, I can't eat any more, otherwise, my weight will exceed the standard, said Wan Xinya. Since leaving the Duan Corporation, she had been staying at home, eating whatever she liked without restraint, gaining a few pounds under little stress. Those extra pounds were still on her body. It's good if you gain a bit of weight, said Duan Chijo. Wan Xinya thought this was easy for him to say, and she softly retorted, what's good about gaining weight? It feels good to the touch, he answered swiftly. Ruan Xinya looked at his hand, her body involuntarily recalling the shivers caused by his caresses. Her face turned red instantly, both for his words and for the dirty thoughts in her mind. What are you thinking about? Duan Qizhou seemed to be able to see through her thoughts, looking at her with a half smile. Nothing. If there's nothing, why is your face so red? What if there was something, wouldn't it be even worse? Stop talking. You didn't sleep during the day, you should go to bed early. The doctor said resting more would help your wound recover. Ruan Xinya forcibly changed the subject. I want to take a shower. Duan Qizhou suddenly said. Are you crazy? Ruan Xinya blurted out. He could hardly sit up now, how could he possibly take a shower? Not crazy, I really want to take one. Duan Qizhou had a mild case of cleanliness obsession. Not taking a shower for a day would make him uncomfortable, and it had been 2 days and a night since the incident. This was the limit he could endure. No way. There's absolutely no way I'm letting you take a shower. If you're really feeling uncomfortable, I'll fetch some hot water for you to wipe yourself with. Will you do that for me? Duan Qizhou's eyes brightened slightly. Ruan Xinya suddenly realized she had fallen into his trap. She wished she could bite off her own tongue. What? Do you regret it? Duan Qizhou asked. Not. Then I'll trouble you to help me. Ruan Xinya thought. No matter what, Duan Qizhou had been injured while saving her. This request wasn't excessive, either emotionally or logically. She went to the bathroom and brought back a large basin of hot water, sitting on the edge of his bed and carefully unbuttoning the hospital gown on his body. Duan Qizhou stared straight at her. With every button she undid, his smile deepened further. Don't smile like that. Ruan Xinya softly complained. His smile made her hands tremble. You've seen my clothes before, why are you nervous now? Don't talk. You won't let me laugh or speak. Have I committed a grave sin? Ruan Xinya ignored him and sped up the motion of taking off his clothes. The knife wound Duan Qizhou had received yesterday was on his abdomen, so there was a wide bandage around it. The bandage was white and from the outside, there were no visible signs of blood, but seeing the thickness and width of the bandage, Ruan Xinya still felt shocked. Does it hurt? She asked. It hurts, a lot, very much, Duan Qizhou answered. Ruan Xinya knew his tone had an exaggerated component, but she still felt heartbroken. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. If not for saving her, he wouldn't have been in that warehouse. You don't need to apologize. Seeing the guilty look on her face, Duan Qizhou held her hand and consoled her. Tang Huamin kidnapped you because of me, and the people afterward were after me. You saved me, which caused your exposure. If it weren't for the stack of cardboard boxes Ruan Xinya threw over, perhaps he would already have died under old Ji's blade. That bald man is old Ji, he used to be a servant in the Duan family. Ruan Xinya told Duan Qizhou about her discovery. I know. When did you know? As soon as he appeared, I knew. Old Ji had worked for a period in the Duan family, so Duan Qizhou was more familiar with him than Ruan Xinya. Why does he want to harm you? Duan Qizhou shook his head. This isn't clear yet. Chen Han is still investigating. But one thing was certain, the mastermind behind the scenes was targeting the destruction of the Duan family. From Duan Qiuming's car accident, to Duan Laoyi being poisoned, to Duan Qizhou being trapped in the warehouse, none of the men in the Duan family would be allowed to survive. Furthermore, by attempting to use Tang Huamin's and Ruan Xinya's conflict to lure Duan Qizhou into a trap, this person hiding in the shadows clearly knew Duan Qizhou well. He must have done a lot of research to think of using Tang Huamin's scheme to kill Duan Qizhou. Every time Ruan Xinya thought someone wanted to harm Duan Qizhou, she became deeply worried. Since they dared to take such drastic measures, failure this time meant they would come back stronger the next time. Alright, don't overthink it. We'll meet force with force, and I'll handle it. Duan Qizhou pointed at the water in the basin. What's most important right now is for you to help me wipe down before the water gets cold. Chapter 73, he would feel it worth it even if he were stabbed 2 more times. Ruan Xinya wrung out a towel and wiped Duan Qizhou from top to bottom. To prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward, she chatted with him idly while wiping. Did the doctor say anything we need to watch out for these few days? Avoid strenuous exercise. He looked at her meaningfully. Ruan Xinya heard the underlying innuendo in his words, but she pretended not to understand and switched to another topic. With such serious injuries, will there be no after effects? I asked the doctor, and it won't affect that particular function. Ruan Xinya was exasperated. This person truly had a knack for twisting every conversation she initiated into something inappropriate. I didn't ask about that, she said. So what do you want to ask? Forget it, nothing. After Ruan Xinya finished cleaning his upper body, she took a loose button-up shirt from the wardrobe and helped him change into it. I also want to change my pants, said Duan Qizhou. Or I could ask Chen Han. No, Duan Qizhou directly refused. I don't like men touching me. I only want you to help me change. Ruan Xinya had no choice but to go to the bathroom and swap out a basin of water, which she brought back to his bedside. It wasn't clear whether it was the sensitivity from his injury or his natural reaction to her, but the moment Ruan Xinya started unbuttoning Duan Qizhou's trousers, something underneath quickly pitched up a tent. Ruan Xinya slightly turned her face aside, trying to ignore it, but the tent was too big, and there was no way she could ignore it. See, what the doctor said is indeed correct. Duan Qizhou grabbed her face and repeated seriously, it certainly hasn't affected the function in that area. Just shut up and take off your own pants. I'm injured. Duan Qizhou resisted moving. But your hands aren't injured. My waist is hurt. I can't make that big of a movement. Duan Qizhou stared at Ruan Xinya. What are you shy about? You've grown distant from my younger brother just because we haven't seen each other for a while. Ruan Xinya remained speechless. Once I recover, I'll let the two of you cultivate some more feelings. Shut up, big brother. Ruan Xinya gave him a verbal warning. Duan Chizhou furrowed his brows. You're not allowed to call me big brother. He was especially averse to hearing this word from Ruan Xinya's mouth. Ruan Xinya had merely shouted big brother spontaneously to stop him from saying embarrassing things. It held no other special significance. From now on, you're forbidden to call me big brother, and it's never going to be allowed. Duan Chizhou looked at her. Do you remember what you said in the warehouse that day? That day I said so many things, I don't know which sentence you're referring to. Don't pretend ignorance. Duan Chizhou pulled her closer. That day you said, we are not siblings. And you also said, I and Duan Chizhou have neither blood relations nor legal recognition as step-siblings. Every single word Ruan Xinya spoke that day was imprinted clearly in his memory. No one knew how profoundly moved Duan Chizhou felt when he stood outside the warehouse door and heard those words. Finally, after traveling this far, he heard her most sincere thoughts. It turns out, she too detested becoming his nominal sister. Just hearing this made him feel it was worth being stabbed again last night, no matter what. After helping Duan Chizhou change his pants, Ruan Xinya prepared to leave, but Duan Chizhou wouldn't let her go. Don't leave, stay here. I still have work tomorrow. Tomorrow the driver can send you. But there's no fresh clothes here for me to change into. Check your closet, everything has been prepared for you. Ruan Xinya went to check the walk-in closet, and sure enough, clothes, pants, skirts all arranged precisely according to her size, from head to toe. This place is very private. Except for Chu Hang, Chen Han, and a few others, almost no one knows about this. Duan Chizhou specially moved out of the hospital to avoid disturbances from others and also to allow Ruan Xinya to conveniently stay by his side. Ruan Xinya hesitated. Duan Chizhou smiled. What are you afraid of? I can barely get up myself right now, there's no way I'd do anything to you. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Xinya relaxed somewhat. She stayed at Duan Chizhou's mansion that night, but the two did not sleep in the same bed. Since Duan Chizhou needed intravenous drips during the night, fearing it might disturb Ruan Xinya's rest, he arranged for her to stay in the guest room next door. The next morning, when Ruan Xinya woke up, the maids in the estate had already prepared breakfast for her. After eating breakfast, Ruan Xinya went upstairs and peeked at Duan Chizhou. He was still asleep, so she left without waking him and went straight to the company. Lu Jin took a leave today, leaving many tasks dumped on Ruan Xinya's shoulders. The moment she got to the office, she threw herself fully into the work, busying herself until lunchtime without even realizing she hadn't eaten. It wasn't until Duan Chizhou sent her a text asking what she had eaten for lunch that Ruan Xinya suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten yet. I haven't eaten yet. Duan Chizhou, why didn't you eat? I got too caught up in work. Duan Chizhou, compare your current boss with me, do you still think I'm a bloodsucker? Ruan Xinya looked at Duan Chizhou's message and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Duan Chizhou cared quite a bit about what she had said earlier about him being a vampire. I won't argue with you. I need to finish the work at hand before I go eat. Okay. Duan Chizhou didn't disturb her anymore. Ruan Xinya continued to focus on her work, and by the time she finished dealing with the last contract, it was already 1 p.m. She stood up to stretch her muscles, ready to order food via her phone, when a colleague walked in with some takeout. Miss Ruan, your takeout. The colleague placed the takeout bag in front of Ruan Xinya, enviously commenting, a meal from Yueshing Pavilion, averaging in the thousands per person, you casually eat what I make in a month. What kind of family background do you have? Ruan Xinya glanced at the logo on the takeout bag. Mine? I didn't order this. But there, clearly written on it is your name and your phone number. Ruan Xinya thought for a moment, such extravagance must have been arranged by Duan Chizhou for her. She took a picture of the takeout bag and sent it to Duan Chizhou. Did you order this? Why spend so much? It's wasteful. Eating something as expensive as this for you isn't a waste. Hurry up and eat, otherwise once it gets cold, it will be both pricey and tasteless, truly wasting money. Ruan Xinya thought, he did have a point. She picked up the takeout bag and went to the employee cafeteria on the floor below. By this time, no one was eating in the cafeteria anymore. A few staff members had just finished tidying up the tables and were sitting together chatting idly. Haven't you heard? Vice President Lu hasn't shown up all day. So it seems that what Uncle Jio saw at the hospital yesterday is true? What exactly did Uncle Jio see? Why don't you tell me? You guys are hiding gossip behind my back, aren't you? One of the older aunties asked. Uncle Jio went to the 6th hospital to visit a relative yesterday and happened to spot Vice President Lu there. The 6th hospital? Isn't that a psychiatric hospital? Is Vice President Lu mentally ill? Not Vice President Lu himself, but his mother. Uncle Jio specifically asked the nurse, who said Vice President Lu's mother was transferred from another hospital. She has been in the 6th hospital for several years and has always been acting strangely. Who would have thought that Vice President Lu, who looks like a young master, actually has a crazy mother? Phut, how pitiful. Ruan Xinya sat alone in the last row of seats, unsure whether to leave or stay. She really hadn't intended to snoop into Lu Jin's personal life. All she wanted was for these aunties to notice she was there and maybe tone it down a bit, stop talking. However, those aunties showed no regard. Even seeing Ruan Xinya eating, they carried on enthusiastically discussing the topic. I also heard something about Vice President Lu, though I'm not sure if it's true or false. Does it matter whether it's true or false? Just tell us. Well, rumor has it that originally Vice President Liu and the chairman's daughter were lovers. They were even talking about marriage, right? But then during the background check done by the chairman's wife, they discovered that Vice President Liu's mother was mentally unstable. Therefore, the chairman's wife put an end to their relationship. Oh my, the chairman's wife really pulled through hard on this. What can you do? Who knows if mental illness might be hereditary? If it were, wouldn't that mean lifetime suffering for the chairman's daughter? Parents love their children deeply and plan ahead for them. It wasn't wrong for the chairman's wife to be so considerate. That's true, but it's such a pity for Vice President Liu. In reality, this guy is good-looking, capable, a real high-potential stock. If he met a girl from an ordinary family, she'd fall for him instantly. Unfortunately, he fell for a wealthy heiress. Don't underestimate this. Nowadays, girls from regular families are very particular too. Having a mentally unstable mother creates a burden regardless, making finding a partner difficult. Ruan Xinya quickly finished her meal and left the restaurant. Even though this meal cost a lot, she found it flavorless. Ruan Xinya had a father who was a violent gambler, so she understood perfectly well how much one's family of origin could impact a person. Despite Lu Jin smiling frequently in public, she never realized his smile was merely his shield. Those aunties in the restaurant only felt sorry for Lu Jin offhand, but Ruan Xinya empathized with his pain. She fully understood the lifelong influence parents have on their children. Ruan Xinya thought about Lu Jin all afternoon. Even after returning to Duan Chizhou's place after work, she was still somewhat absent-minded. Duan Chizhou had just finished his 4-drip and seeing her troubled expression, he patted the edge of the bed signaling her to sit closer. Ruan Xinya obediently sat by his side. What's wrong? Unhappy about work? She shook her head. No. If not, why do you look gloomy? Nothing, I'm just a little tired. Dishonest, Duan Chizhou immediately noticed she wasn't just tired. Tell me the truth. Seeing that she couldn't hide it from him, Ruan Xinya softly said, actually, nothing really happened. I just heard about a colleague who has a difficult family background, and suddenly became quite contemplative. Each person has their own fate, other people's lives are not something you should worry about. Duan Chizhou was insightful. Ruan Xinya knew Duan Chizhou was right. She adjusted her mood and changed the subject. Did you change your clothes today? Ruan Xinya noticed as soon as she entered the room, Duan Chizhou was not wearing the same outfit she had changed for him yesterday. Who helped you change? Uncle Kang. Uncle Kang came over. Why did you let another man touch you when you said you didn't like it? Why didn't you wait for me to help you change? What? Do you want to change my clothes? Duan Chizhou grabbed her hand and placed it on the button of his shirt. I don't mind changing another set today. Ruan Xinya withdrew her hand. Forget it, I was joking. You'd better stay still. Moving around won't be good for your wound. I was just kidding too. Assistant Ruan works so hard during the day, how could I bother you anymore? Duan Chizhou patted her hand. Go take a shower and change clothes, then I'll have someone come over to give you a massage before dinner. Ruan Xinya was about to say there was no need for all this trouble when there came an urgent knock on the door. The estate is generally not disturbed by anyone. Such an urgent knock must mean something urgent. Come in, said Duan Chizhou. It was Chen Han who entered. Mr. Duan, something happened, said Chen Han as he approached Duan Chizhou's bedside and whispered something only he could hear. What is it? Chen Han glanced at Ruan Xinya. Duan Chizhou paid no heed to her presence. It's fine, just go ahead and tell me. The news about your injury has already spread online. Now public opinion is not favorable towards the Duan family, and the company's stock price keeps dropping. Chen Han unlocked the iPad in his hand and handed over some captured parts of online reports to Duan Chizhou. After Tang Huamin's arrest, the warehouse kidnapping case was exposed to the public. Some insiders revealed that on the night of the kidnapping incident, Duan Qiju, president of Duan's group, also appeared at the scene, suffering serious injuries with his life hanging by a thread. Mr. Duan, the news about your injury had been sealed off by Xin, but somehow it leaked again, Chen Han pondered. Do you suspect there's a mole inside? Chen Han fell silent. Ruan Xinya finally realized why Chen Han hesitated upon seeing her earlier. He was guarding against her. I didn't say anything. Ruan Xinya immediately shook her head, clearing herself. I haven't mentioned this matter to anyone. Duan Chizhou smiled. No one is doubting you. Why are you so anxious? But, Ruan Xinya glanced at Chen Han. Chen Han shook his head. Miss Ruan, I'm not doubting you. I'm just cautious by nature. Moreover, it seems the mastermind behind this event knows a lot about the Duan family. This person is very likely around us. Ruan Xinya understood. She also found it strange. Exactly who has such a huge grudge against the Duan family? Did Ji get recruited yet? Duan Chizhou asked. Not yet, he kept his mouth shut tight. Ji's subordinates only know their boss is Ji, but they don't know Ji's superior is who, Chen Han continued, scrolling down the iPad screen. Now things get even more out of control. Someone linked the poisoning car accident involving old Sir and former President Duani with this incident, spreading some bizarre rumors. Duan Chizhou took a look at the comments online. Several marketing accounts were posting similar content, accusing the Duan family of doing too many evil deeds leading to being invaded by malevolent forces. They claimed men in the Duan family were dying one after another. The netizens below exclaimed, this is really eerie. The Duan family keeps having problems lately. For matters beyond scientific explanation, we can only resort to metaphysics. The old Sir of the Duan family was known for his ruthlessness back in his days. Who knows how many lives the Duan group bears under its belt now. The Duan family made ill-gotten gains. It's a vivid karmic retribution. Duan Shizhou frowned deeply. Now controlling the public opinion is most important. I can't continue lying here. Find an opportunity to arrange my appearance. Chapter 74, Love-Stricken Mind. But your wound hasn't healed yet, Wan Xinya worriedly said. What if the wound tears open? Are you not reassured by me? Duan Shizhou moved closer and looked at her. If you're not reassured, then stay with me. Wan Xinya was truly worried. How do you plan to make an appearance? The public debate has become so intense. A staged photo definitely won't be enough to calm the rumors, Chen Han said. Duan Shizhou thought for a moment. Isn't the Hangzhou resort set to open in the next couple of days? Yes, it opens the day after tomorrow. Send out the notice. I will attend the opening ceremony. Yes, Mr. Duan. The Qianjiang Resort project by Duan's group had already been prepared for 3 whole years. When the project first started 3 years ago, it attracted a wave of attention as Duan's first resort project. Now that it was finally completed and opening for business, drawing interest from inside and outside the industry, the announcement by the president of the Duan Corporation, who was rumored to be life or death, stating that he would personally attend the grand opening celebration, completely heightened the buzz. The night before the grand opening celebration, Duan Shizhou checked into the VIP suite of the resort, accompanied by his medical team. Wan Xinya also went along. Upon arriving at the resort, Wan Xinya simply couldn't sleep. Seeing her worry, Duan Shizhou consoled her. Don't worry. All I need to do is cut the ribbon. It'll just take a few minutes, and I can endure it. He might be able to endure it, but his wound might not be able to hold up. Wan Xinya truly feared that Duan Shizhou's wound might tear open during the opening ceremony, causing blood loss on the spot. The medical team of Duan Shizhou, much like Wan Xinya, shared the same concerns. To better protect the wound on Duan Shizhou's abdomen, they even specially prepared professional waist supports for him. Can you handle this? On the morning of the opening day, Wan Xinya asked earnestly as she watched Duan Shizhou struggling to rise from the bed. No man likes to be questioned whether he can do something. Duan Shizhou glanced at her. Besides, do you not know how capable I am? Wan Xinya. Duan Shizhou changed into a suit and made his appearance right before the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening. Wan Xinya could hardly imagine how strong one's resolve must be to endure the pain of the wound while walking calmly and greeting the media present. At the moment Duan Shizhou appeared on stage, flashes from cameras lit up everywhere. All those claims online like Duan Shizhou's severe injuries were fatal, Duan Shizhou is paralyzed, and all men of the Duan family have died were now refuted without effort. The host, having been informed beforehand, had already sped up the pace, but still, they needed to finish the procedure. Wan Xinya stood among the crowd, watching Duan Shizhou from afar, feeling every second last too long. Suddenly, she saw Lu Jin. Lu Jin, wearing sunglasses, stood behind the media lineup, looking solemnly at Duan Shizhou on stage. Wan Xinya pushed through the crowd and walked to Lu Jin's side. Mr. Lu, Vice President. Lu Jin turned around upon hearing the voice. Oh, what a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Here to learn some tricks. Lu Jin said, taking off his sunglasses and looking at her. And you? Not resting at home over the weekend. Why did you come to the old company? I just came to check things out on site since I've contributed to this resort project before. This was an excuse Wan Xinya had prepared in advance. She had considered how to explain her presence in case she met acquaintances here, this being the best reason she could think of. Of course, what she said was also true. She had indeed put her heart and soul into this resort project. Duan Shizhou managed to push through until the end of the ribbon-cutting ceremony. When Wan Xinya saw Duan Shizhou coming down from the stage, she bade farewell to Lu Jin and turned to wait for him backstage. Once Duan Shizhou stepped out of sight from the media, he collapsed, leaning heavily on Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya held on to him, detecting a heavy scent of blood through her nose. Doctor! Wan Xinya screamed in terror. The doctors were well prepared and immediately carried Duan Shizhou onto a stretcher. The scene at the resort activity was bustling with laughter and cheer, none of them knowing that Duan Shizhou had been silently transported to his private ambulance through the back door and once again taken to the hospital. His wound had torn open, soaking through thick layers of bandages, which had all been stained red. The fact that it hadn't broken down during the ribbon-cutting ceremony was a stroke of luck. Mr. Duan really pushed himself too hard. The medical staff, accustomed to big scenes, were still shocked by the sight of Duan Shizhou's reopened wound. Someone enduring such a wound in front of the media's lenses with no expression change, maintaining a smile throughout, it was almost inhuman. Wan Xinya was filled with heartache, tears welling up in her eyes. Duan Shizhou's face was extremely pale, yet his demeanor remained calm. Who were you chatting with just now under the stage? He asked. My leader at the new company. I was practically about to pass out from pain up there, yet you still had time to chat with others? Duan Shizhou let out a soft snort. Indeed, only laughter for the new ones and no tears for the old. That was my boss at the new company. We happened to meet, so I couldn't just ignore him and not say hi, right? That's true. After all, he's related to your promotions and raises. I'm already a thing of the past. The air was thick with jealousy, and Wan Xinya couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, Mr. Duan, are you actually jealous over this? Seeing her laugh, Duan Shizhou let out a soft tsk as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Wan Xinya realized that his prior jealousy was purely for entertainment, just to distract her. Now she felt even more heartache. If it hurts, just say so. There's no one else here. Ruan Xinya grasped his hand and said, "I'm fine." Sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain. How could he possibly be fine? He was just stubborn. Ruan Xinya turned to the doctor. "Doctor, can you give him a painkiller injection?" "It's already been given," the doctor said. "How long will it take to work?" "About half an hour." Half an hour. He still had to endure excruciating pain for another half an hour. "Is there any other way to alleviate the pain?" she asked. The doctor shook his head helplessly. "We'll have to wait until the painkillers kick in after half an hour for Mr. Duan's pain to subside." "I do have a way," Duan Chijo said. "What is it?" Ruan Xinya immediately asked. At this point, anything that would ease his suffering would be worth trying. "Come closer, I'll tell you." Duan Chijo crooked a finger toward her. Ruan Xinya leaned down close to Duan Chijo's face. Before she knew what hit her, Duan Chijo grabbed the back of her head, forcing her to press down toward him and suddenly kissed her on the lips. There were still doctors present in the ward. Instinctively, Ruan Xinya wanted to push him away, but she was afraid to put pressure on his wound, so she lightly tapped his arm. This slight touch meant nothing to Duan Chijo, it only scratched the surface. He continued kissing her passionately while raising his hand to shoo the doctors away. The doctors exchanged puzzled glances among themselves. After practicing medicine for so many years, they never thought someone could use such a method to relieve the pain of a torn wound. "Mr. Duan, be careful not to aggravate your wound again," the doctor reminded him as they left the room. Duan Chijo gave a thumbs-up sign. Ruan Xinya. She wished she could dig a hole and disappear. Duan Chijo's brave of the pain during the public appearance temporarily calmed the rumors and stabilized Duan Corporation's stock prices. The Duan PR team seized the opportunity and sent legal notices to several online rumor-spreading marketing accounts, fully taking control of the situation. "See, all sacrifices are worth it," Duan Chijo told Ruan Xinya. "Though, it's a pity for you." "A pity for me what?" Ruan Xinya didn't understand. "A pity for you to have to delay spending some quality time with my brother." Duan Chijo. Ruan Xinya glared at him. "I don't think that's a pity at all." "Really? You don't want to?" "No, I don't." Duan Chijo laughed as he looked at her. Who was the one who got weak yesterday after just a kiss? Ruan Xinya recalled yesterday when Duan Chijo kissed her, how she truly reacted with a yearning that remained unfulfilled. But now, she absolutely refused to admit it. "Just rest well. Don't think about nonsense like this. I'm going to work." Ruan Xinya fled from Duan Chijo's ward like it was a battlefield. Duan Chijo's driver was waiting downstairs at the hospital to send Ruan Xinya to work, but she declined. She didn't want to attract too much attention. The scandal involving that 4-digit food delivery order from that day had already stirred whispers around the company. If someone saw her getting picked up by a luxury car, her colleagues might start assuming things. Ruan Xinya took the subway to work. As soon as she arrived at her desk, she noticed a wedding invitation placed on her table. It was gold embossed and silver stamped, clearly high-end. "Whose wedding invitation is this?" Ruan Xinya quietly asked the colleague at the next desk. "Open it and see for yourself." Ruan Xinya noticed the names on the invitation, Xiao Bingqing and Yin Guangming. These were completely unfamiliar names. She neither knew the bride nor the groom. So who exactly are they? "Look at the bride's surname, Xiao," the colleague hinted. Many members of the Xiao family group bore the last name Xiao. They were all relatives of the chairman. Ruan Xinya guessed. Which royal or aristocratic colleague is this? Not far off, the colleague finally revealed the truth. The chairman's daughter is getting married to the son of the Yin family. The chairman's daughter? Ruan Xinya instinctively glanced at Lu Jin's office, where through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, she could see Lu Jin bent over a contract without showing any unusual behavior. The colleague noticed Ruan Xinya's gaze and immediately leaned in closer. "Do you know about Vice President Lu and the chairman's daughter's romantic history?" "I heard something about it while eating in the cafeteria," Ruan Xinya said. As expected, this kind of gossip spreads fast, so quickly even a newcomer like you knows. "Hey, our Vice President Lu is truly unfortunate, being disapproved by the chairman's wife due to his family background and missing out on true love. Now that his true love is marrying someone else, the chairman has sent wedding invitations to all colleagues. Don't you think it's intentional to torment VP Lu? To make him give up on any hope?" VP Lu also received an invitation? Of course. He was one of the first among all colleagues to receive it. So cruel. Right. I wonder if VP Lu will attend the wedding. Ruan Xinya shook her head. "I can't guess." Lu Jin's behavior was hard to predict, and she didn't interact with him much in private, so she didn't know how he felt about relationships. "I've heard that the reason the chairman's daughter skipped the engagement directly and got married is because she's pregnant." Wow, poor VP Lu, he's such a romantic guy at heart. Lu Jin seemed relatively stable emotionally. This day, he attended meetings, met clients, and didn't reveal any feelings at all. Still, Ruan Xinya and the other colleagues were cautious, careful not to run into Lu Jin's anger inadvertently. After all, no one knew if his outward calmness was just for show. Just before closing time, Ruan Xinya saw Lu Jin take the elevator to the rooftop. She panicked immediately, conjuring all sorts of melodramatic images of jumping from buildings for love, so she hurriedly put down her files and followed him upstairs. Fortunately, Lu Jin wasn't doing anything dangerous on the roof. He was simply leaning on the railing smoking silently. Ruan Xinya understood he might need some quiet time. She was about to turn around and sneak back downstairs when she heard Lu Jin say, "Since you're here already, why don't we chat for a while?" He had noticed her in his peripheral vision. Ruan Xinya hesitantly approached him. "VP Lu." I was organizing documents and got a headache, so I thought to come up here to cool my mind. What a coincidence, finding you here. Are you here to blow off steam? Or are you afraid I might jump? Lu Jin smiled as he looked at Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya was speechless. Clearly, nothing could be hidden from him. Well, there was indeed some concern. Ruan Xinya admitted. Lu Jin's cigarette burned out in his fingers, and he lit another one. Don't worry. I'm not lovesick enough to end my life over an illusory romance. Ruan Xinya gazed at his sorrowful profile, thinking he looked so dejected even though he was smiling, his eyes looked shattered. It's good you've come to terms with it, Ruan Xinya said. Life is always like this. Losing something or being unable to attain what you desire is the norm. Lu Jin remained silent. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, and the cigarette in his hand burned away rapidly after just a few puffs. He lit another one. Lu Jin wasn't usually such a heavy smoker, at least during Ruan Xinya's tenure in the company, she'd never seen him smoke before. She sighed softly, VP Lu, actually, you don't have to act tough. It helps to express your sadness when you feel it. To whom should I speak? To you? Not at all, I'm not prying into your privacy. What I mean is, release your emotions somehow. For example, yell toward the distance like this. Or let me go downstairs, then you can confide in the wind or the clouds. In short, don't keep everything bottled up. Lu Jin smiled again, but his smile still didn't reach his eyes. Are you lovesick? He suddenly turned the topic to Ruan Xinya. Me? I don't know either. Sometimes Ruan Xinya thought she was clear-headed, but other times, she realized that since she was clear-headed, why was she still entangled with Duan Chizhou, unable to extricate herself? She found it hard to define herself. My mother was lovesick, Lu Jin said. Ruan Xinya didn't expect Lu Jin to bring up his mother, which made her feel uncomfortable momentarily. She didn't know where to put her hands. My mother once fell deeply in love with a man without looking back. She carried his child, but he abandoned her because of social standing and her impoverished family. Instead, he married another high-class woman. My mother left her hometown alone and gave birth to his child, but eventually succumbed to sickness caused by excessive longing and went mad. Chapter 75, She bore him a son. The wind on the rooftop grew stronger, flapping Lu Jin's suit. Ruan Xinya stood beside Lu Jin, pondering over and over again, only to softly mutter in the end, Lu Vice President's mother is also a pitiful person hurt by love. Is she pitiable? Lu Jin turned his head, looking at Ruan Xinya with an obscure gaze. Do you think the most pitiable person in this story is my mother? Ruan Xinya was momentarily stumped by his question. Lu Jin lit another cigarette in the wind. The most pitiable person in this story is that child. That child, from the moment he was born, had an invisible father and a deranged mother. He grew up as an unwelcome guest in his uncle's home, where his aunt treated him like a thorn in her side, abusing him to the best of her ability. His uncle turned a blind eye for family harmony. Classmates bullied him, neighbors mocked him, teachers looked down on him. He strived to become excellent, climbing one step at a time. Eventually, he achieved academic success and a successful career, met the girl he deeply loved, and could start a new family. But the girl's family despised him as a bastard without a father and thought his mother was a madwoman. In the end, his love fell apart, and the girl decided to marry someone else. Ruan Xinya felt her nose sting with sadness. She originally thought her childhood was miserable enough, but Lu Jin surpassed hers by far. That child kept trying to escape the pain inflicted by his original family, but gradually, he realized this prison was intangible. It had already been engraved in his blood and bones. Every step forward, every step upward, carried heavy shackles, and this fetter could drag him down anytime, making him fall back into the mud. Vice President Lu. Sympathetic toward Lu Jin, Ruan Xinya did not agree with his view. It's easy for flowers to bloom in a greenhouse, but flowers blooming in the storm are more resilient and precious. Although the broken original family caused you great suffering, these pains have honed your willpower. All past experiences serve as preludes, and all experiences bear fragrance. None of the steps you've taken in the past were wasted. So don't be disheartened, the current difficulties are temporary. I believe you will get better and better. Lu Jin stared at Ruan Xinya with profound meaning. After a long while, he finally said faintly, thank you. 2 days later, it was the wedding of Xiao Binqing, the daughter of Xiao Group, and Yin Guangming, the scion of the Yin family. To make it convenient for employees to attend, the chairman specially arranged a bus for collective transport. Ruan Xinya and her colleagues got on the bus on time, while Lu Jin drove himself and met everyone at the hotel entrance. On the way to the hotel, the colleagues were quietly discussing, what kind of mood do you think Vice President Lu will have when he goes to the wedding site? A tragic one. Vice President Lu can endure and adapt. If it were me, I wouldn't go. You. Who cares about a small fry like you? He is the vice president. If the chairman invited him and he didn't come, wouldn't that be opposing the chairman? Yeah, I understand Vice President Lu. You can't lose both love and work, right? Xiao Group marrying off their daughter made for a grand and luxurious wedding. Since Xiao Binqing liked pink, Diana roses in pink adorned the venue everywhere. Ruan Xinya initially worried that Lu Jin might not be able to hold it together upon arriving at the scene, but fortunately, he remained emotionally stable throughout. Even when he encountered familiar guests, he could chat amiably with them. Only then did she feel relieved. Yeah. Wang Menghan and Duan Qiuming also came to the wedding site. Since Duan Xiaoming had been rarely seen in public after injuring his leg and being confined to a wheelchair, the reason he chose to show up at Xiao family and Yin family's wedding was mainly to quell the rampant online rumors claiming all men in the Duan family were dead. Mom, Uncle Duan. How come you're here for the wedding too? Wang Menghan asked. Today's bride is the chairman's daughter of our company. Oh, I see, that's really coincidental. Wang Menghan held onto Wan Xinya's hand and turned to Duan Xiaoming, saying, Husband, I haven't seen Yaya for a long time. Let me talk to Yaya alone for a bit. Duan Xiaoming nodded, turning his wheelchair to go elsewhere. Wang Menghan pulled Wan Xinya to the balcony outside the wedding hall. Mom, what do you want to say? Wan Xinya asked. Are you asking me what I want to say? Can't you guess it yourself? I can't guess. A trace of anger appeared on Wang Menghan's face. Have you not been going home recently? Wan Xinya stayed silent. Where are you sleeping? At a friend's place. Friend? Which friend can you disturb every night? Wouldn't they find it bothersome? Wan Xinya realized. Did you send someone to monitor me at my place? If no one had been sent to monitor her, how could her mother possibly know she hadn't gone home every day? Wang Menghan's expression stiffened. Yaya, Mom is worried that you are too stubborn. Wasn't it agreed before? You would quit from the Duan Corporation, and you would sever all ties with Qiju. You've done everything as promised. Why did you fall back into the same trap? I don't want to talk about these things today on such an occasion, Wan Xinya said. As if she hadn't heard what Wan Xinya had just said, Wang Menghan continued to press. Is it because Qiju saved you once, so you felt compassionate again? Mom. Wan Xinya shouted, can you give me some personal space? Is pulling out of a relationship so easy? I am a person with feelings. Can you stop pushing me so hard? I'm afraid that one wrong step will lead to more mistakes. You're just afraid that my relationship with Duan Qiju will threaten your position as Mrs. Duan, aren't you? What are you talking about? Qiju is your brother, is he? Wan Xinya. The two were like needles against wheat stalks. Wang Menghan could feel Wan Xinya's resistance and rebelliousness. She was momentarily panicked because, after all, she and Duan Xiaoming hadn't obtained their marriage certificate, meaning she had no guarantee at all. Are you really trying to drive me to death before you're satisfied? As her tactics failed, Wang Menghan could only pretend to be weak again. If I die depressed, won't you feel guilty? This trick worked every time on Wan Xinya. Mom, let's have a proper conversation. Don't talk about dying inauspiciously. Rest assured, no matter what, I absolutely won't affect your position as Mrs. Duan. Wang Menghan wanted to say more, but the glass door of the balcony was knocked on twice. It was the hotel staff. The hotel staff opened the door and poked their head in to tell Wang Menghan, Mrs. Duan, please come quickly, something happened to Mr. Duan. With another issue happening at this sensitive moment, Wang Menghan immediately became agitated. What happened to him? He fell. Wang Menghan followed the staff to check the situation, and Wan Xinya closely trailed behind. Duan Xiaoming had originally been inside, but somehow ended up in the backyard garden. Now his wheelchair was overturned on the cobblestone path, and he had just been helped up by the hotel staff. Lu Jin was also there, helping to prop up Duan Xiaoming's wheelchair. Husband. Wang Menghan rushed over and supported Duan Xiaoming. Are you alright? I'm fine. Although Duan Xiaoming was answering Wang Menghan, his eyes kept focusing on Lu Jin. How did you run outside? Wang Menghan asked. Duan Xiaoming looked at Lu Jin but remained silent. He didn't know how to tell Wang Menghan that he had chased this young man because his speed was too fast for his chair. The reason he pursued this young man was that he looked very much like his first love. Husband, I'm asking you. Nothing, I just came out for some fresh air. Why weren't you more careful? I lost control of my wheelchair because of old age. Be more careful next time. I was scared to death just now. Duan Xiaoming grunted affirmatively, sitting back in his wheelchair with the help of the staff. Thank you all for your assistance. Duan Xiaoming expressed his gratitude to the staff, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze back on Lu Jin. Thank you as well, young man. Just helping out where needed. Lu Jin replied indifferently. A small gesture best reveals a person's character. May I ask your name? Lu Jin. Land Lu? No, Road Lu. Duan Xiaoming's heart clenched. Lu wasn't a common surname. Coincidentally enough, the woman he knew also surnamed Lu. He couldn't help scrutinizing Lu Jin more closely. They looked alike, extremely alike, especially in the eyes and eyebrows. Could it be that the letter he received years ago was real? Thank you, Mr. Lu. Can I get your contact information? I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. Duan Xiaoming appeared genuinely sincere. It was nothing, no need to be so courteous. Just share a contact method. I find you appealing, I'd like to befriend you. Duan Xiaoming insisted. Lu Jin smiled faintly, giving Duan Xiaoming his phone number. Duan Xiaoming stored Lu Jin's number in his phone. Thank you, Mr. Lu, I'll call you later to schedule the meal. Alright. Lu Jin walked away. Wang Menghan watched his retreating figure, puzzled. Husband, you're so moved just because he helped support your wheelchair? To the point you even invited him for dinner? I seldom go out, so I want to make more friends. What if he knows you're a Duan and just wants to take advantage of you? Wang Menghan remarked. Wan Xinya couldn't stand it any longer. Mom, the Mr. Lu you mentioned earlier is my current boss. He's not the kind of person you described. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoming looked at Wan Xinya and asked, Yaya, Mr. Lu is your boss, so that means you work in the same company every day? Yes, Uncle Duan. In that case, you must know him well. Do you know about his family situation? How many people are there in his family, and are his parents still alive? Ah. Ruan Xinya thought Duan Qiuming was a bit strange. Why did he ask about Lu Jin's family situation? That was personal privacy. Moreover, Lu Jin's family circumstances were special. Even if she knew, she couldn't tell others casually. Dear, how come you're suddenly so nosy about these things? Wang Menghan complained. Duan Qiuming realized he had been out of line and laughed as he waved his hand. I was just asking randomly, just random questions. The wedding proceeded as scheduled. For the employees of Xiao Group, compared to the bride and groom, more attention was on Lu Jin. Ruan Xinya also quietly observed Lu Jin's reaction since Xiao Bingqing's appearance. Lu Jin was really too composed. He leaned against the chair back, facing the new couple on the stage, and his expression revealed no ripples whatsoever. Had it not been for that day on the rooftop when Ruan Xinya had personally heard Lu Jin confess his deep love for Xiao Bingqing, she would have thought all the office gossip was false and that Lu Jin hadn't dated Xiao Bingqing at all. Vice President Lu is really too calm, a colleague whispered softly in Ruan Xinya's ear. Or else he wouldn't be able to become vice president, Ruan Xinya replied. True. After the wedding ended, Lu Jin was the first one to leave the scene. Originally known for his social skills, he didn't say goodbye to anyone but left directly. Ruan Xinya watched him walk out of the hotel's gate and thought, wasn't this a sign of breaking down after all? He must be heartbroken to the core, thus unwilling to maintain even the last few minutes of composure until the very end. On the other side, Duan Qiuming was also observing Lu Jin from afar. Not long after Lu Jin left the hotel, Duan Qiuming and Wang Menghan also left the venue. On their way back, Wang Menghan tried to start a conversation several times with Duan Qiuming, but he was distracted and didn't hear her. Husband, what's wrong with you today? Wang Menghan held his hand. I noticed you've been absent-minded all night. I'm fine. It's just that I haven't participated in social events for a long time, and seeing so many people has made me uncomfortable. You should go out more often. All right. After returning to the Duan residence, Wang Menghan went to wash up. Duan Qiuming went straight to his study. After becoming paralyzed, he could no longer pursue his previous interests that required movement, but he still stuck with calligraphy. In his study, there were brushes, ink, paper, and his paintings everywhere. Several pieces had already been pre-ordered by others. Duan Qiuming bypassed these artworks, wheeled his wheelchair to the bookshelf, and took down a book called Past Memories. In its pages was a photo and a letter. In the photo was a young woman wearing a white dress and a plaited braid, looking quite innocent. The girl, around 20 years old, had beautiful phoenix eyes, and her smile exuded youthful energy. This girl was named Lu Fenghua, Duan Qiuming's first love. Back in those days, they loved each other deeply and inseparably. However, Duan Qiuming's father looked down upon Lu Fenghua's modest family background and insisted that Duan Qiuming break up with her. Of course, Duan Qiuming refused. But he was powerless against his father's pressure, so he started interacting with Miss Feng, a young lady from the Feng family, while maintaining a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lu Fenghua. He hoped that this could be prolonged for as long as possible. But soon, Lu Fenghua disappeared, and no matter where he looked, he couldn't find her, as if she had vanished into thin air. After Lu Fenghua disappeared, Duan Qiuming felt dispirited for a period of time. However, shortly afterward, under his father's request, he married his first wife, Feng Sulian. About a year after their marriage, he suddenly received an anonymous letter. The letter said that Lu Fenghua had given birth to his son. If he wanted the child, he needed to prepare 5 million yuan to take custody. Duan Qiuming dismissed it as someone playing a prank on him by using past grievances, so he paid no attention to it. It wasn't until he met Lu Jin at the wedding today. This Lu Jin looked incredibly like the young Lu Fenghua, especially from certain angles, where he resembled Qi Ju a bit as well. With so many coincidences, Duan Qiuming couldn't help but suspect. Could Lu Jin be his son with Lu Fenghua? Chapter 76. Being clung to and needed. Outside the study, the voice of Wang Menghan was heard. Duan Qiuming quickly hid the photos and letters back in the book and returned the book to the bookshelf. Dear, go take a shower. Wang Menghan opened the door and came in. The study smelled strongly of ink, which Wang Menghan disliked, so she rarely came in here. All right, Duan Qiuming responded. Together, the two left the study. The next day, Duan Qiuming said he would meet with friends to discuss calligraphy. He took his brush, inkstone, paper, and inkstick and left home, not allowing Wang Menghan to accompany him. After leaving the Duan residence, Duan Qiuming had the driver detour to his house at Qishuyu. This property at Qishuyu was something even Wang Menghan did not know about. Men often want their own private space, and Duan Qiuming was no exception. Mr. Duan. His former subordinate Wei Yiping was already waiting for him there. Wei Yiping had also left the Duan Corporation shortly after Duan Qiuming resigned following his car accident. Now, he worked as a private detective. Wei Yiping, help me investigate someone. Who? Duan Qiuming wrote Lu Jin on a piece of paper, then added below Lu Jin's name both his employer Xiaoxia Group and his phone number. All right, Mr. Duan. As soon as possible. Yes. After Wei Yiping left, Duan Qiuming once again pulled out the photo of Lu Fenghua. A man's first love is always the most impactful, and despite being over 50, every time Duan Qiuming saw a young photo of Lu Fenghua, he still felt a flutter. Just as Duan Qiuming was immersed in memories of the past, his phone rang. It was Wang Menghan calling. Hello. Dear, when will you be coming back? What? Duan Qiuming had just left, but Wang Menghan was already urging him to return home, which somewhat annoyed him. Someone from outside dropped off a letter that needs your personal signature to receive. Letter. In this day and age who? Duan Qiuming's impatient words trailed off as he looked at the photo of Lu Fenghua in his hand, remembering something. Make him wait, I'm coming right back. Okay. Duan Qiuming immediately got into the car and had the driver hurry back to the Duan residence. Sure enough, the courier was still waiting outside the Duan family estate. Is this Mr. Duan Qiuming? It's me. This letter requires your signature upon receipt. Who made you deliver it? A man. What kind of man? Can you describe his physical characteristics? He was an obese middle-aged man, wearing a hat and mask. I didn't see his face clearly either. Also, he wasn't the original sender of the letter, he said someone paid him to forward it to me. Duan Qiuming accepted the letter, signed for it, and after the courier left, he instantly went to the study and locked the door. Inside the envelope was a photo. In the photo, a woman in her 50s with short hair, thin and frail, her gaze hazy. It was Lu Fenghua. Although Lu Fenghua had aged, her face marked by time, without the spirited eyes she used to have, even exhibiting some signs of abnormal dullness, Duan Qiuming recognized her at a glance. Duan Qiuming's hand holding the photo began to tremble slightly. Years ago, when Lu Fenghua suddenly disappeared, Duan Qiuming once thought she was dead, but now it turned out that she was alive, and possibly had even given birth to his son. On the back of the photo, there was an address in the outskirts. Duan Qiuming guessed this must surely be Lu Fenghua's current address. Dear. Wang Menghan was knocking on the study door. Why did you lock the door? Reacting swiftly, Duan Qiuming put away the photo, found a blank sheet of paper, and wrote down 5 words with his pen, beware present retribution. Then, he folded the paper neatly and stuffed it into the envelope. Dear. Just a moment, I'm coming. Duan Qiuming threw the envelope aside and went to open the door. Why did you lock the door? Wang Menghan stared at Duan Qiuming with confusion. Who delivered the letter earlier, and what was inside? All these questions as soon as I opened the door. Which one do you want me to answer first? Duan Qiuming's tone wasn't very pleasant. Wang Menghan immediately realized she sounded too pushy, so she quickly switched to a smile, gripping Duan Qiuming's hand. Isn't this because I'm worried about you? If you locked the door, what if something happened to you inside? What could happen at home? Something can happen even at home. Look at Dad. Wang Menghan didn't continue speaking. Since Grandpa Duan had been poisoned, he had been unconscious all along, though he still showed vital signs. But everyone in the Duan household knew that this essentially boiled down to a matter of whether he'd leave sooner or later. Duan Qiuming said nothing. After Grandpa Duan was poisoned by a maid, the Duan family indeed went through a long period of panic. Duan Qiuming, who had been in 2 car accidents, became particularly sensitive. He even had bodyguards stationed at his bedroom door while he slept. It wasn't until the rumors started to die down that he loosened up slightly. The rich are always more afraid of losing their lives than the poor. Dear, Wang Menghan gently patted Duan Qiuming's hand, her gaze falling on the envelope on the desk. Who sent the letter? Just before, she had tried for 10 minutes to get some information out of the courier but drew a blank. I don't know, it must be someone with ill intentions. Someone with ill intentions? Yes. Duan Qiuming walked over and handed the envelope to Wang Menghan. Wang Menghan opened it and upon seeing the words beware present retribution on the white paper, her expression instantly changed. What is this? It must be from those internet users who wish ill for our family. They've gone too far. Duan Qiuming pretended to be indignant. Wang Menghan looked meaningfully at Duan Qiuming. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Duan Qiuming asked. Nothing. Wang Menghan crumpled the paper in her hand and threw it into the trash can. They're just people who have nothing better to do. Dear, don't let these people affect your mood. Duan Qiuming hummed in agreement. Dear, have some snacks this afternoon. I just made them. All right. Wang Menghan wheeled Duan Qiuming's wheelchair out of the study. When closing the door, she glanced back at the balled-up paper in the trash can and unconsciously tightened her lips. The day after attending the wedding of the chairman's daughter, Ruan Xinya was dispatched on a business trip out of province. This trip lasted for an entire week. Every evening, Duan Qizhou would video call her. Sometimes, if Ruan Xinya was working overtime, he'd wait until she returned to the hotel before calling her. Every day, he'd inevitably ask her, when are you coming back? Ruan Xinya thought, ever since his injury, this man had become incredibly clingy, yet she actually enjoyed being so needed by him. A week later, when Ruan Xinya finished her business trip, she originally planned to head directly to Duan Qizhou after landing, but as soon as she stepped out of the airport, she received a call from her mother, Wang Menghan. On the other end of the line, Wang Menghan was crying heartrendingly. Yaya, come quickly. There's something off with your Uncle Duan. How is he off? Come over first, we'll talk when you're here. But I just landed. Before Ruan Xinya could finish her sentence, Wang Menghan hung up the phone, then sent her an address. It was an address in the suburban area, not far from the airport. Since Ruan Xinya feared something might have happened to her mother, she could only take a taxi to find her. She found her mother Wang Menghan in front of a small house in the Star Sea district. Seated inside her Mercedes-Benz, Wang Menghan stared at another Mercedes-Benz van parked not far away, her eyes red. That was Duan Qiuming's car. Mom, what's going on? Ruan Xinya was still completely baffled. There's something off with your Uncle Duan. He's hiding something from me. Wang Menghan noticed something unusual about Duan Qiuming starting from the day a letter arrived that required his personal signature. After your Uncle Duan received that letter, he became secretive. When I asked him about the content of the letter, he casually scribbled something on a piece of paper to fool me. Duan Qiuming practiced calligraphy year-round, and his handwriting was both forceful and distinctive. Having been around him for so long, Wang Menghan knew his handwriting by heart, so the moment Duan Qiuming presented the paper saying beware present retribution, she realized he was lying. That night, after Duan Qiuming fell asleep, Wang Menghan secretly searched his study. After searching for quite a while, she finally discovered 2 photographs and a letter hidden within one of his books. What kind of photos? Ruan Xinya asked. A woman's photo. Are both photos of the same woman? Yes, one is from her younger days, the other recent. I suspect this woman may be your Uncle Duan's first love, so I quietly opened the letter. What does the letter say? The letter says that there's a woman who bore your Uncle Duan a son. Ruan Xinya tightly pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. It was common for wealthy families to have illegitimate children, but she didn't expect that someone as upright seeming as Duan Qiuming also had a secret child. That meant Duan Qizhou had a half-brother outside. After finding this secret, I didn't make a fuss. Instead, I observed your Uncle Duan for a few days. Normally, your uncle rarely goes out, but for the past week, he's been leaving every day. Where to? To the villa at Qishuyu. What is that? I don't know, but later I inquired with the residents of Qishuyu. The neighbors said this place belonged to Duan Qiuming. Wang Menghan wiped her tears. He has a house outside, but never told me, which means he still treats me like an outsider. Then what's going on now? Ruan Xinya glanced at the nearby humble dwelling. Where are we? I don't know, but I suspect this is where that woman lives. Because I also found this address written on the back of that woman's photo. You mean Uncle Duan came here to meet his first love? Wang Menghan shook her head and sobbed. I'm not sure. That's why I asked you to come, so you can go with me and check what's really happening. I don't have the courage to go in alone. Mom, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ruan Xinya felt uneasy. You're not even sure what's going on. Bursting in without evidence might make things worse if they're not as you imagined. What about how Uncle Duan will perceive it? How will you interact with him afterwards? How else could it be, unless I'm imagining everything? Wang Menghan was beyond reasoning now. All she wanted was an answer. I think you should find a chance to talk to Uncle Duan and hear what he has to say. A cheating husband will never tell the truth willingly. I can only confront him after catching him red-handed. But what if he hasn't cheated on you? How will you explain your act of stalking him? He tricked me first anyway. Wang Menghan had already thought it through. Even if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, she had a perfect justification for herself. Ruan Xinya wanted to reason some more, considering Duan Qiuming was over 50 years old and wheelchair-bound. It seemed improbable for someone of his age and condition to be involved in an affair. But Wang Menghan had already dug herself into stubbornness. Yaya, do you not want to go inside with me? I actually don't. I'm afraid you'll regret acting impulsively. I won't regret it. Wang Menghan took a deep breath, seemingly reaching a firm decision. If you won't go inside, that's fine. You can wait for me here while I go look around. If there's anything unusual, I'll call you. Mom, don't try to stop me anymore. My mind is made up. As Wang Menghan reached for the car door, she suddenly noticed thick smoke billowing from the small residential house. Both mother and daughter froze momentarily. How could there be so much smoke? Was the house on fire? At that moment, the chauffeur who had been standing outside rushed over and knocked on the car window. It seems like a fire. Ruan Xinya and Wang Menghan immediately stepped out of the car. By the second-floor windows of the little residence, beneath the dense smoke, flickering flames were already visible. It was definitely on fire. Hurry and call the fire department. Ruan Xinya threw these words at Wang Menghan before rushing toward a nearby water tank to soak her coat under the faucet. Yaya, what are you doing? Uncle Duan has difficulty moving. If he's trapped in the fire, he'll struggle to escape. I'll go in and save him. Will you be able to save him by yourself? Duan Qiuming was a man. If he was unconscious inside, Ruan Xinya alone would hardly be enough to carry him out. Wang Menghan instinctively looked at the driver, hoping he'd enter and help rescue Duan Qiuming too, but the driver quickly averted his gaze and avoided eye contact. Of course, the driver was just someone working for wages. Asking him to risk his life wouldn't be something he'd agree to easily. I'll go inside too. With 2 of us, we stand a better chance. Wang Menghan said. It wasn't because Wang Menghan loved Duan Qiuming so much, but since they weren't officially married yet, if he died in the fire, she wouldn't inherit a single cent from him. Her careful planning of all this time would have gone to waste. She couldn't let anything happen to Duan Qiuming. Together, mother and daughter charged into the blazing room on the second floor. The burning room was locked. Wang Menghan called Duan Qiuming's name loudly, and a weak response came from inside. Uncle Duan is inside. Ruan Xinya rammed against the door hard, but it didn't give much way. She grabbed a chair nearby and smashed it straight onto the lock. As soon as the door broke open, thick smoke surged out, and waves of searing heat rushed towards them. Ruan Xinya instantly used the wet coat to cover her nose and mouth. In the dim haze, she spotted Duan Qiuming lying sprawled on the floor, his wheelchair parked about 2 meters away. Uncle Duan. Ruan Xinya ran forward and lifted Duan Qiuming up. Wang Menghan also rushed to assist, and together they managed to get Duan Qiuming onto his wheelchair. Uncle Duan, is there anyone else still in the room? Ruan Xinya asked. Duan Qiuming shook his head weakly. No one else, just me. All right, then let's get out. Just as the three were about to escape through the doorway, a wardrobe suddenly toppled over, hitting Ruan Xinya directly. Chapter 77, I will arrange someone to take care of her. Ruan Xinya felt an intense pain in her leg, as if a hammer had struck her flesh and cracked her bones. She instantly felt unable to move her lower body. Mom! Ruan Xinya helplessly looked at her mother, Wang Menghan, crying out mom in agony. Wang Menghan was pushing Duan Qiuming's wheelchair, with a panicked look as she stared at Ruan Xinya lying on the ground. Flames were lashing out from all sides, surrounded by thick smoke. Any delay would trap all three of them. Wang Menghan gritted her teeth, ignoring Ruan Xinya's cries of mom, and pushed Duan Qiuming, not looking back as she rushed out of the fire. Ruan Xinya was already lost in a haze of pain, and for a moment, she thought she might have been mistaken. When she realized what had happened, she was overwhelmed by shock and helplessness. Her mother had actually left her behind in the fire, walking away without a glance. And that was her biological mother. Mom! Ruan Xinya thought perhaps her mother just intended to push Duan Qiuming out first before coming back to save her. But as time passed, Wang Menghan never reappeared. The flames inside the room grew larger. Thick smoke stole Ruan Xinya's oxygen, and the pain in her leg pierced her heart. Gradually, she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, outside the house, Wang Menghan was completely focused on Duan Qiuming. After being rescued from the fire, Duan Qiuming inexplicably fainted. Wang Menghan anxiously checked his breathing, relieved to find he was still alive. She immediately told the driver, Old Liao, quickly take the master to the hospital. Driver Old Liao glanced at the burning house and asked, what about Miss Ruan? Didn't she go in with you? Wang Menghan flashed an unnatural expression but quickly hid it. Pretending to be surprised, she asked, hasn't she come out yet? We split up after entering. Not yet. Trouble. Yaya must be trapped. Wang Menghan acted bewildered. What should we do? What should we do? With this big fire, Mrs., you can't go back inside. Wait for the firefighters. No, I can't abandon Yaya like this. Wang Menghan told the driver, Old Liao, you take the master to the hospital first, I'll rescue Yaya. Mrs. Wang Menghan splashed water on herself and ran directly toward the door, shouting back to Old Liao as she ran, don't waste any time, hurry to the hospital. The master is in your hands now. If you save him, you'll be a benefactor of the entire Duan family. Being a benefactor of the entire Duan family was a great temptation for Old Liao. That's right, Mrs., please be careful. Old Liao got into the car and drove off with Duan Qiuming heading to the hospital. Wang Menghan ran to the doorway but stopped without going inside. Once Old Liao's car disappeared into the distance, she retreated to a safe area outside. Plumes of black smoke billowed out of the windows. Wang Menghan looked up, thinking that if Ruan Xinya were to die in the inferno, then her scandalous relationship with Duan Qizhou could be permanently snuffed out before it grew further. Only Ruan Xinya's death could ensure no future trouble. At this moment, she hoped the firefighters would arrive later, much later. However, the sound of sirens from fire trucks and ambulances grew louder. Within moments, two vehicles pulled up in front of Wang Menghan. Firefighters leapt out one by one. Help! Help! Wang Menghan cried out loud and knelt down in front of several firefighters, pleading, please save my daughter, save my daughter. Auntie, get up first, said the firefighters as they hurriedly lifted her up. With a thud, Wang Menghan knelt down again. I beg you to save my daughter, she's trapped inside, the fire is too fierce. I wanted to go save her, but the flames and smoke are too intense. My daughter. Auntie, please step aside. Don't delay our efforts to save your daughter, the fire captain, Yin Zun, interrupted her. Okay, I'll move. Hurry and save my daughter. Under the lead of the fire captain, all the firefighters rushed into the blaze. Wang Menghan watched their heroic figures running against the danger and thought that even if Ruan Xinya didn't die, she would probably be burned beyond recognition. At that point, disfigured, Duan Qizhou would no longer stay with her. After all, men were visual creatures. Duan Qizhou liked Ruan Xinya because of her stunning beauty. If her face was destroyed, why would he still like her? The fire was soon under control. Once the flames died down, Fire Captain Yin Zun walked out with large strides and approached Wang Menghan. My daughter. Where is my daughter? Wang Menghan grabbed Yin Zun's arm and asked, why hasn't my daughter been saved yet? I was just about to ask you the same thing, Auntie. Are you sure your daughter was inside? Yin Zun questioned. I'm sure, of course I'm sure. I went in with her. My husband was trapped inside, so my daughter and I went in to save him. In the end, my husband and I were saved, but my daughter was trapped. Wang Menghan said, crying again. Fire Chief Yin Zun frowned. Strange, we just searched the entire house, but there was no one inside. Wang Menghan's heart instantly tightened. How could this be? Could Ruan Xinya have escaped on her own? Impossible. She had seen Ruan Xinya's leg trapped by the wardrobe, unable to move. How could she have escaped under those circumstances? Men, search again carefully and see if there are still any trapped people. Yes, Chief Yin. At Yin Zun's command, the firefighters began their search again, but they still found nothing inside the house. How could this be? Wang Menghan couldn't believe it. At this moment, a voice came from the backyard. Chief Yin, there's a woman in the backyard. Still alive. Quick, rescue her. The firefighters and medical personnel rushed to the backyard together. Wang Menghan also ran to the backyard. The woman lying on the lawn was Ruan Xinya. Wang Menghan looked at Ruan Xinya's face first. To her disappointment, Ruan Xinya's face only had a little bit of ash on it, with absolutely no burns. Forget disfigurement, not even a scratch on her skin. Yaya, my Yaya, are you alright? Wang Menghan rushed over, trying to interfere with the rescue, but Fire Chief Yin Zun grabbed her collar from behind. Auntie, please step aside and don't interfere with the rescue workers. Wang Menghan could only stand on the side and watch. Ruan Xinya was placed on a stretcher, her eyes tightly closed, unconscious for who knows how long. Wang Menghan secretly prayed that when she woke up, she wouldn't remember anything that happened in the fire. Ruan Xinya remained unconscious for an entire afternoon before waking up. When she opened her eyes, Duan Chizhou was sitting by her bedside. As he hadn't fully recovered yet and still had difficulty moving, he sat on a wheelchair that Chen Han pushed over. You're awake. Duan Chizhou, seeing her wake up, turned around and signaled to Chen Han, who immediately pressed the bell beside her bed. The doctor arrived to examine Ruan Xinya. She had lost consciousness due to inhaling heavy smoke, but now there was no major issue. Miss Ruan suffered quite serious injuries to her leg. Her left thigh was crushed by the wardrobe, causing a bone fracture. She needs some time to rest. Good, thank you, doctor. The doctor left, and Chen Han quickly followed. Duan Chizhou reached out and touched Ruan Xinya's hair by her temple. Now you'll keep me company while I use the wheelchair. Mentioning the wheelchair, Ruan Xinya naturally thought of Duan Qiuming. How is Uncle Duan? He's fine. Duan Qiuming had been unconscious because someone slipped him a sedative. He had also inhaled less smoke than Ruan Xinya and had woken up earlier. What exactly happened? It was Lu Jin. Duan Chizhou said. Vice President Lu? After someone used Tang Huamin to kidnap Ruan Xinya to lure Duan Chizhou into a trap, Duan Chizhou had instructed Chen Han to begin a secret investigation. It turned out that Xiao Group Vice President Lu Jin was Duan Qiuming's illegitimate son. Several months ago, Duan Qiuming's car accident, the poisoning of elder Duan Chizhou being set up to get injured, and this arson case all were done by Lu Jin. And the reason Lu Jin did all this was to avenge the Duan family and Duan Qiuming for abandoning his mother years ago, which drove her to mental illness and caused their mother and son pair to drift through life. Ruan Xinya thought about the lonely figure of Lu Jin smoking on the balcony. It made sense now that everything was orchestrated by Lu Jin. Now everything seemed plausible. That day at the horse ranch, when Ruan Xinya caught Tang Huamin cheating with Qiu Zhibua, it must have been one of Lu Jin's moves. He took photos of Ruan Xinya and made Tang Huamin think that Ruan Xinya disrupted her engagement party. This led Tang Huamin to kidnap Ruan Xinya and then use the kidnapping to lure Duan Chizhou to save her, creating the opportunity to kill him and frame Tang Huamin, thereby letting Lu Jin escape blame. Lu Jin had too many schemes in mind, laying everything out with precision, truly terrifying. This time, Lu Jin intentionally lured my father to a small house in the suburbs. There, Duan Qiuming met Lu Fenghua, but since Lu Fenghua was mentally unstable and remembered nothing, Duan Qiuming had to ask the caregiver about the situation of Lu Fenghua and her son. The caregiver, following Lu Jin's instructions, drugged Duan Qiuming's tea when serving water. Once the sedative took effect, the caregiver helped push Duan Qiuming down, using Lu Fenghua's hands to set the fire. As Lu Fenghua was a mental patient, even if she killed someone, she would not be sentenced to death. All of this was planned by Lu Jin. But Lu Jin didn't expect that Wang Menghan would chase there with Ruan Xinya to catch him in the act. They ruined his plan, and Duan Qiuming managed to escape again. Have you collected evidence? Yes, I have, and already reported it to the police. Is Lu Jin arrested? Not yet, he's disappeared. The police and Chen Han's people were searching for him everywhere but had not found him yet. Ruan Xinya remained silent. To be honest, she really felt pity for Lu Jin. Lu Jin was such an intelligent, capable, and resilient man. If only he hadn't been consumed by hatred, he could have achieved much in life. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the shackles imposed by his family of origin and ended up sinking into the abyss of sin. As Ruan Xinya was speaking with Duan Chizhou, Wang Menghan arrived. Wang Menghan held a soup container, clearly having prepared nourishing soup for Ruan Xinya. Yaya, I heard you've woken up, so I immediately sent over the soup. How about it? Are you hungry? Would you like a bowl of soup? Wang Menghan walked over to Ruan Xinya's bedside, being quite attentive. At the sight of her mother, Ruan Xinya recalled the moment when she abandoned her at the fire scene. Thinking about it now, she still felt a deep chill in her heart. I'm not hungry, and I don't want to drink the soup. Alright, let's just put it aside then, you can drink it later. Wang Menghan placed the thermos on the nightstand. Duan Chizhou saw that they seemed to have something to say to each other and prepared to leave by turning his wheelchair around, but Ruan Xinya suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't go. Ruan Xinya looked at Duan Chizhou with a hint of earnestness in her eyes. Please stay here. Duan Chizhou felt somewhat perplexed. He glanced at Wang Menghan, then back at Ruan Xinya, and nodded. He stayed seated firmly beside Ruan Xinya. Seeing that Ruan Xinya was obviously keeping her distance, Wang Menghan realized that she remembered everything that happened at the fire scene. Yaya, are you still upset that Mom pushed your Uncle Duan out first at the fire scene? Wang Menghan leaned close to Ruan Xinya, softly cajoling, don't be mad. I had no choice at the time. Your Uncle Duan had fainted. If we didn't send him to the hospital in time, he might have been in mortal danger. What about me? Is my life unimportant? Asked Ruan Xinya. How could your life be unimportant? You are the beloved daughter Mom bore for 10 months. When you become a mom one day, you'll understand what a child means to a mother. Tears rolled down Wang Menghan's cheeks as she said this. I was very worried about you, so after I pushed your Uncle Duan out of the fire scene, I went right back to save you. Really? Ruan Xinya gave a cold laugh. She had waited for so long and never saw Wang Menghan come back, nor did she hear any cries for help from her. Of course, driver Lao Liao can vouch for me, he saw me rush back into the fire scene to save you. However, when I came back inside, you were no longer there. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you, Wang Menghan said sincerely. Ruan Xinya looked at her mother, unsure whether her words were true or false. Later, she had lost consciousness, and she didn't even know how someone dragged her to the backyard. No matter what, in that instant when fear and pain hit her together, her mother's action of leaving her behind first had deeply hurt her. Yaya, you really shouldn't doubt Mom's love for you. You're a piece of flesh torn from Mom's body. You and Xiaoqing are my whole life. Your lives mean more to me than my own. Wang Menghan grasped Ruan Xinya's hand and cried as if carrying sorrow-laden pear blossoms. Ruan Xinya pushed Wang Menghan's hand away. Go home first, I want to be alone. You still haven't forgiven Mom, right? Knowing this, I won't be able to sleep once I go home. You know, I have depression. She has just woken up, and she needs rest and quiet. Interrupting Wang Menghan's desperate plea, Duan Qizhou spoke firmly. Alright, I'll go out first then. Wang Menghan glanced at Ruan Xinya. When you get discharged another day, I'll pick you up to come to my place. Since your leg is inconvenient, Mom will take care of you during this time. No need. Duan Qizhou directly declined on behalf of Ruan Xinya. I'll arrange someone to take care of her. Chapter 78. I have some good news to share with you. Wang Menghan tried her best to suppress her emotions, but her face still turned visibly pale. These two people knew better before about avoiding gossip, now they just danced in the open. This was a clear sign of disrespect for her. Qiju, your sister hasn't married yet. You two should avoid unnecessary interactions. Wang Menghan summoned up all her courage to say this to Duan Qiju. What are you talking about? Duan Qiju countered. Wang Menghan was immediately at a loss for words. Talking about intimate relations between men and women? But she didn't have any direct evidence of their intimate behaviors. It's just, you're both unmarried, it's inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to be together too much. You said we are siblings, aren't you? If we are indeed siblings, one being unmarried and the other not yet married, why would it matter? A simple family relationship shouldn't suddenly become that of isolated male and female. Duan Qiju's eyes were sharp. Or auntie, do you also think our sibling relationship is superficial due to your shaky marriage with my father? Duan Qiju had hit on Wang Menghan's soft underbelly, making her extremely uneasy. Knowing she could not get the better of Duan Qiju, she turned to Ruan Xinya. Yaya, make your own choice. Will you return with me to recuperate, or go with Qiju? Wang Menghan thought that even if Ruan Xinya was angry inside, she wouldn't dare defy her in this matter, yet to her surprise, Ruan Xinya answered without hesitation, I'm going with him. Yaya, you. She has already answered, isn't it, auntie? Duan Qiju smiled at the corner of his mouth. If you didn't understand, let me translate again for you. She is going with me, with me. The last 4 words, he articulated clearly and slowly, imbued with a bit of defiance. Wang Menghan was almost furious, but couldn't show it on her face. Since Yaya doesn't want to go back with me, then I will bother Qiju. Wang Menghan smiled at Duan Qiju. I'll go see your dad first. Wang Menghan left the ward, and her smile disappeared instantly. Duan Qiuming's ward was just upstairs. With a grieving face, Wang Menghan walked into Duan Qiuming's ward. Duan Qiuming saw at once that her emotions were off. What's wrong? Still upset. Due to Duan Qiuming secretly meeting his old flame Lu Fenghua behind Wang Menghan's back, Wang Menghan had cried that morning. Wife, haven't I explained everything to you? I went there only to find out why she left so suddenly back then. That's always been a knot in my heart. I am not harboring any old feelings for her. Initially, Duan Qiuming still harbored fantasies about Lu Fenghua, but seeing her erratic behavior, all his idealizations of her shattered. Besides, Lu Fenghua's son wanted him dead. It was impossible to have anything further entangled with them. He hoped now that Lu Jin would be arrested as soon as possible, so as to cut off any trouble forever. What filial affection, none could ever replace his life. I'm not mad about this. Then why do you look like that? Husband, when exactly will we register our marriage? Duan Qiuming pursed his lips. Why did you bring this up again suddenly? Because other members of the Duan family were unwilling to accept Wang Menghan, Duan Qiuming had played along, using diplomatic tactics to not offend either side. He actually felt quite content with the current state. Wang Menghan enjoyed all she should have, and the Duan family couldn't really criticize anything. This time you almost got hurt, and it made me very afraid. Wang Menghan grabbed Duan Qiuming's hand. Dear, if anything happened to you, no one in the Duan family would acknowledge me as your wife. Isn't it fine now? That's true, but what if there's an accident? Wang Menghan started crying. Do you think like them, that I married you for money? We've been together for such a long time, don't you trust me? This time if I hadn't risked my life to save you, you would have been burnt to death by the fire. For you, I am willing to lose my life. Even so, you still don't trust me? Duan Qiuming was touched deep down. Indeed, this time it was all thanks to Wang Menghan. Without her, Lu Jin would definitely have succeeded. Thinking about how she saved his life this time, if he didn't give her a formal status now, it would really be unforgivable. Alright, after I am discharged from the hospital, we'll go register. Duan Qiuming gave in. Really? Really? Wang Menghan wiped her tears and smiled. Thank you, dear. Ruan Xinya watched her mother, Wang Menghan leave, her heart filled with many questions. Did her mother really come back and find her later? Did she truly not abandon her? When the person has gone, why are you still looking? Duan Qiju gently turned her face towards him. Nothing. Just after Ruan Xinya finished speaking, Duan Qiju bent down directly to kiss her. The moment their lips touched, Ruan Xinya quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? The nurse will come in. Duan Qiju gently pinched her nose. I was just about to say that the coward has become brave, but it turns out he's still a coward. Ruan Xinya knew that what Duan Qiju meant by becoming brave was her refusal of Wang Menghan. Actually, she wasn't braver, it was her mindset that had changed. No one knew that at the moment in the fire, lying there alone, she went through a very complex mental process. She didn't want to tell Duan Qiju because she felt that during the critical moment when her birth mother abandoned her and fled, it was an unspeakable disgrace for her. 2 days later, after Ruan Xinya stayed in the hospital, Duan Qiju took her to his estate. Now the two patients really had company for each other. During the day, they would sit in wheelchairs together, admiring the scenery and relaxing their minds in the estate. At night, after dinner, they would also sit in their wheelchairs to look at stars and the moon. Chu Hang would occasionally come to the estate to report work and approve documents for Duan Qiju, and every time he saw the picture of his boss and Ruan Xinya sitting in the wheelchairs, he would marvel as if he were seeing the ending of a romantic idol drama. Half a month later, Duan Qiju was already almost recovered and started going to the office normally. Ruan Xinya's legs were slowly improving, but she couldn't get rid of the heavy plaster yet, so she could only stay in the estate for further recuperation. On Duan Qiju's first day back to work, he brought back news Lu Jin had been arrested. When Ruan Xinya heard this news, she was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. After the incident involving Lu Jin, the rumors about him in Xiaosha's group grew rampant. In Xiaosha's small chat groups, all kinds of gossips flew everywhere, some even more absurd, claiming that the chairman's daughter's child was actually Lu Jin's, and she remarried while pregnant, thus driving Lu Jin mad to commit such heartless deeds. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, Ruan Xinya thought that Lu Jin was a person filled with tragic hues. If I wanted to go see Lu Jin, would you mind? Ruan Xinya asked Duan Qiju. After all, everything that happened now in the Duan family was orchestrated by Lu Jin, so it was normal for Duan Qiju to be concerned. Why do you want to see him? Give me a reason. I have something I want to ask him. Is it something important? Since it's important to you, I don't have anything to object to, I'll take you there. Thank you. Ruan Xinya was deeply moved inside, for Duan Qiju's understanding and support. I don't want verbal thanks, write it down as debt, once your leg is better, repay me. How will I compensate? Duan Qiju leaned in and kissed her earlobe, compensate in a way that makes both you and me happy. At the detention center in city, Ruan Xinya saw Lu Jin. After nearly a month on the run, Lu Jin lost a lot of weight, no longer showing the confidence and high-spirited demeanor from their first encounter. He probably didn't expect Ruan Xinya to come see him. Meeting through the iron bars, he was noticeably somewhat nervous. However, he still gave Ruan Xinya a friendly smile. Long time no see, how's your leg injury? Lu Jin asked. How did you know about my leg injury? Ruan Xinya looked at him. So that day, it was really you who saved me. One of the main reasons Ruan Xinya came to see Lu Jin today was to ask him if he was the one who saved her from the fire. Lately, while she had nothing else to do, she kept replaying the events of the fire that day, speculating who it was that had saved her. And after much consideration, the only person she could think of was Lu Jin. Lu Jin was the planner behind the entire fire disaster. He must have been present at the scene, and aside from him, the crazy Lu Fenghua couldn't possibly have saved her, neither could the caregiver, who didn't know Ruan Xinya, so she wouldn't have saved her either. It could only have been Lu Jin. It was me, Lu Jin replied. It was him who, after evacuating his mother, returned into the fire, risking being engulfed by the flames, pushed open the wardrobe, carried Ruan Xinya out, and placed her in the backyard. For a moment, Ruan Xinya's heart became even heavier. She would rather that Lu Jin be an unforgivably wicked person, but he still had a sliver of compassion. This little bit of kindness life's tragic coloration even more, making it impossible not to lament for him. Why did you save me? Ruan Xinya asked. Because you're a good person. Lu Jin said, I am very grateful for those words of comfort you gave me on the rooftop that day. Even though those words ultimately failed to prevent him from falling into the abyss, he still sincerely thanked her for reaching out to him at that moment. If Ruan Xinya had appeared earlier, perhaps his outcome would have been different. Unfortunately, she appeared too late. Those comforting words also arrived too late. By the time she showed up, his plan for revenge had already begun. The spilled water cannot be retrieved. His fate was now irreversible. Thank you for saving me, Ruan Xinya said. You don't need to, after all, it was my fire, Lu Jin replied genuinely. I'm sorry for involving you. Ruan Xinya pressed her lips slightly, and her hands clenched into fists quietly. I have another question I want to ask you. What is it? Saving me must have taken a long time, right? Lu Jin thought back to the situation at that time. The wardrobe was a bit heavy, and he indeed spent great effort moving it. He had almost missed the opportunity to escape because of this. Yes, it did take some time, he said. Just as Ruan Xinya was about to ask further, Lu Jin added, I had just carried you to the backyard when the firefighters arrived. Lu Jin had just carried her to the backyard when the firefighters arrived. Therefore, Wang Menghan lied. She didn't come back to save her. If she had returned, according to the rescue timeline, she would have definitely encountered Lu Jin, but Wang Menghan didn't know who had saved her. So, what she said about rushing into the fire and finding Ruan Xinya gone was all lies. When Ruan Xinya left the detention center, she was still a bit distracted. Despite nearly a month having passed, Ruan Xinya still could not accept the fact that her mother had abandoned her in the fire. Duan Qiju noticed her strange state and asked her, "What happened?" Ruan Xinya shook her head, "Nothing." But as soon as she said there was nothing, tears streamed down her face. Duan Qiju frowned. "What did Lu Jin say to you?" "Nothing." Ruan Xinya. He regretted agreeing to let Ruan Xinya see Lu Jin. People with such heavy thoughts as Lu Jin, who knew what else he might be plotting. "What exactly did Lu Jin say to you?" Ruan Xinya reached out and hugged Duan Qiju's waist. "Don't ask, please don't ask me now." Her thoughts were very complex. She didn't yet know how to tell others, including Duan Qiju, about this matter. Because she didn't want to admit that she had been abandoned by her mother, and even less wanted to admit that her mother was a hypocrite. Duan Qiju felt her fragile arms tightly around his waist, and he could sense her helplessness. At this moment, his heart softened along with her tears. "All right, then stop crying first." Duan Qiju squatted down and wiped away her tears with his hand. "Whatever it is, you can tell me when you're ready." Ruan Xinya nodded. "Then let me take you home first." Duan Qiju drove Ruan Xinya back to his estate. Throughout the ride, Ruan Xinya was absent-minded, her mind a mess, unsure of how to face her mother next. What one fears always comes to pass. Unfortunately, Wang Menghan somehow found out about Duan Qiju's estate and showed up. The car had barely stopped in the courtyard when a servant rushed out to inform him, "Mr. Duan, someone from the Duan family has come over." The servant didn't dare call Wang Menghan Mrs. Duan in front of Duan Qiju, because they all knew that calling her so would touch Duan Qiju's sore spot. "Who?" Before the servant could answer, Wang Menghan walked out from the living room. "Qiju, I came to check on Yaya." Ruan Xinya's whole body resisted meeting her mother upon hearing Wang Menghan's voice. She wished she could just stay hidden in the car, but Wang Menghan had already approached quickly. "Yaya, how are your legs?" Wang Menghan walked around to the side of the car and reached for the passenger door. "I just heard Qiju took you out. Was it for a leg at the hospital?" "No," Ruan Xinya said. "Then where did you go?" Ruan Xinya stayed silent. Seeing she didn't reply, Wang Menghan also stopped asking. After all, she wasn't really concerned about where they had gone. "I came today to check on Yaya's legs and to share some good news with you too," Wang Menghan said. Duan Qiju and Ruan Xinya silently looked at Wang Menghan. Neither of them bothered to ask what the good news was. Wang Menghan didn't care about the cold reception. She turned to Duan Qiju. "Qiju, your father and I got our marriage certificate." Chapter 79, A Man Who Hasn't Tasted Meat for a Long Time. Duan Qiju's gaze darkened, and he instinctively looked at Ruan Xinya. He didn't care whether Wang Menghan and Duan Qiuming got their marriage certificate or not. What he cared about was whether Ruan Xinya would run away from him again because of this. He knew she was timid and had too strong a sense of morality, unable to bear the constraints of so many rules. Ruan Xinya lowered her head, her side profile cold. "From now on, we will truly be one family." After getting this marriage certificate, Wang Menghan had less fear of Duan Qiju. After all, she was now his officially certified stepmother, one level higher in seniority. When Yaya was little, she often told me that she wanted a brother. Now, her wish has finally come true. "Did I say that when I was little? How come I don't remember?" Ruan Xinya directly contradicted her. Wang Menghan's smile froze for a moment. "You were so young back then, of course you don't remember." "Mom, your memory is really good, remembering things from the past so clearly." "Of course. Mom isn't bragging, but Mom's memory has always been good. I remember everything from when you and your sister were little." Mom's memory has always been good, yet she can't recall the events from last month's fire. Wang Menghan didn't expect Ruan Xinya to bring up this matter again. Her eyes dodged. "Yaya, haven't I already explained this to you? Why are you still dwelling on it?" Ruan Xinya was too disappointed to speak. From childhood to adulthood, Mother Wang Menghan always favored her younger sister. Back then, Ruan Xinya thought it was because her sister wasn't in good health, so her mother devoted more time and energy to her sister. But after the incident with the fire, upon looking back, it seemed like Mother Wang Menghan had always held back some affection for her. Wang Menghan was still basking in the joy of getting the marriage certificate, completely unaware of Ruan Xinya's emotions. "We plan to celebrate next week, have a small party, and invite our friends over for a lively gathering. The two of you should come too." Neither Ruan Xinya nor Duan Qiju responded, but Wang Menghan didn't mind. That was exactly the effect she wanted. She hoped that the act of her marrying Duan Qiuming would slightly intimidate the two of them. The more silent they were, the more excited she became. "All right, I'm leaving. I still need to send out invitations to Mrs. Chu and the others." Wang Menghan left elegantly in her high heels. Ruan Xinya was still sitting in the car. She hadn't gotten out the entire time. And her mother, who kept saying she was here to see how her legs were doing, ended up just saying so, without even bothering to get out of the car. Seeing Ruan Xinya's disheartened face, Duan Qiju reached out his hand to her. "Get down." Ruan Xinya ed in response, and immediately, she was picked up by Duan Qiju and carried out of the car. A servant waited behind with a wheelchair, assuming that after Duan Qiju placed Ruan Xinya down, he would help her into the wheelchair. However, instead, he directly carried her upstairs. "What are you doing? Put me down quickly, aren't I heavy?" Ruan Xinya was worried since he had only just recovered from a major injury. Duan Qiju acted as if he hadn't heard anything and carried her straight into the room. He placed her on the edge of the bed, stretched out his leg to hook the chair in front of her dressing table closer, and sat opposite her, staring directly into her eyes. Ruan Xinya felt a bit perplexed under his gaze. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Are you thinking again about how to leave me? Duan Chizhou asked. Ruan Xinya shook her head. I haven't thought like that. She really hadn't thought like that. Ever since before until now, all she could think about was why her mother Wang Menghan was so selfish. Leaving her during the fire was selfish, and now coming to pressure her with morality was also selfish. Her mother did every single thing without considering her feelings. Really haven't thought like that. Duan Chizhou sounded somewhat disbelieving. Ruan Xinya looked at him, suddenly embracing his head and kissing him passionately. This kiss carried some undertones of defiance. Hadn't Wang Menghan taken the certificate already? Wasn't she trying to suppress her with morality? Well, she refused. The more her mother tried to press her, the more rebellious she became. Rarely encountering her initiating a kiss, Duan Chizhou let her do as she pleased, neither pushing her away nor reciprocating. Ruan Xinya was the one taking the lead with great effort, but the kiss turned out poorly, much like trying to gnaw on a bone. Can you cooperate a little? She said angrily. Why are you being so proactive today? Is being proactive bad? Good, but strange. Oh, never mind then. Ruan Xinya withdrew slightly. Duan Chizhou pulled her back firmly into his arms. No way. He resealed her lips with his, gently opening her mouth, their tongues intertwining as passion grew in this kiss. Considering Ruan Xinya's leg inconvenience, even though the kiss had ignited certain feelings, Duan Chizhou still ended it in time. But Ruan Xinya persistently hung onto his neck. Shall we do it? She asked. Your leg. Just be careful not to touch it. Duan Chizhou really thought she was acting strange. He reached out and flicked Ruan Xinya's forehead. If someone is on you, I suggest you get off right now. Ruan Xinya burst into laughter at his joke but soon felt like crying. She suddenly hugged Duan Chizhou tightly, burying her face in his chest. In this moment, she even felt that only Duan Chizhou in front of her was real. Even though their relationship had started with a mere contract, at least he had never lied to her. Today, Duan Chizhou found himself being hugged and kissed by Ruan Xinya repeatedly, leaving him somewhat amazed and overwhelmed. If you keep this up, I won't be able to hold back, he warned softly. He wasn't some sage, he was just a man who hadn't tasted meat for a long time. Then don't hold back. Ruan Xinya directly unbuttoned his shirt and placed her hand inside, exploring over his skin. These moves were all things she had learned from Duan Chizhou, and with her quick understanding, she mimicked them perfectly. Duan Chizhou lost all restraint under her teasing touch. Unable to wait any longer, he swiftly pressed down on her, pinning her onto the bed. After so much time where both of them had been getting injured one after another and hadn't indulged fully, once they started, it became hard to stop. Today's Ruan Xinya was also more uninhibited than before, and Duan Chizhou sensed in her a determination akin to diving headfirst into an abyss. Afterward, Duan Chizhou carried her to wash herself. Leaning against Duan Chizhou's chest, Ruan Xinya suddenly asked him, you previously mentioned going abroad together, are you still serious about that? Duan Chizhou frowned and looked at her. Are you willing to go abroad now? Given how resistant she had been to the idea earlier, why did she suddenly seem resolved? Yes. Ruan Xinya no longer wanted to stay here facing Wang Menghan or dealing with her increasingly complicated relationship with Duan Chizhou. Perhaps leaving the country, distancing herself from everything here, was the best solution. Alright, then I will arrange it. Once Ruan Xinya decided to go abroad, the first thing she did was resign from Xiao Company. Initially, if Lu Jin hadn't had an accident, she would have quickly become a permanent employee. However, due to Lu Jin's incident, the new vice president had strong objections towards her taking sick leave during her probation period, making it unlikely for her to become permanent. Her resignation fit well with the vice president's intention. After finishing the handover of her work duties, Ruan Xinya listed her house online for sublease, but because it was in an old neighborhood with less desirable surroundings, it was hard to find tenants quickly. This back-and-forth process wasted some time. However, she wasn't in a rush since, truly, when it came time to leave, she still harbored some reluctance to part with Rongcheng. The day before departure, she made plans to meet Shen Shiyu. Shen Shiyu cried as soon as she saw her. Ruan Xinya, you little heartless thing, how can you abandon me like this? After you're gone, who will eat with me, who will take me in when I run away from home? Well, then don't run away from home so often, and don't argue with your mother so much. Ruan Xinya thought, compared to Wang Menghan, Shen Shiyu's mother wasn't that bad. Nope, I just can't. You don't know my mom. The other day, she directly led her blind date to my place to corner me. She spares no effort. I'm almost unable to endure this anymore. Ruan Xinya looked sympathetically at Shen Shiyu. How about we don't transfer the lease on my place, I'll keep it, and whenever you want to stay, you can? Not good, not good. That's such a waste of money. Your money doesn't grow on trees. So what will you do? I've already figured it out, fight fire with fire. I rented a fake boyfriend online and plan to bring him home next week to see my mom. Reliable or not? Don't get scammed. Do I care whether it's reliable or not? Anyway, it's just for one day. He does his job for the money, I spend mine to avoid trouble. Ruan Xinya laughed. That's too bad, I won't be able to see this great show. No problem, I'll shoot a video for you. As they looked at each other, knowing they would soon be separated by time zones and distance, relying only on videos to share their lives, they both felt somewhat melancholic. Yaya, are you really leaving? Yes, the job abroad has already been arranged, I just need to arrive there to start. When she went abroad, she would still work for Duan Company, but instead of being a secretary, she would manage 2 projects of Do & Company in Sydney. She had followed these 2 projects for a while in the beginning, which gave her a foundation to start, so adapting wouldn't be too difficult. Does your mom know that you're continuing to work under Do & Chijo overseas? Ruan Xinya shook her head. She hadn't told Wang Menghan about this matter. She planned to inform her after reaching abroad, so as to avoid her crying and pleading, obstructing her plan. I still don't want you to go, Shun Shiyu said. She couldn't imagine what kind of withdrawal reaction she'd have to endure once Ruan Xinya left. Rest assured, I'll come visit you when I have time. Promise, don't forget about me. Once I finish the hospital stuff and get some vacation time, I will visit you too. All right. As the 2 were saying their reluctant farewells, Ruan Xinya's phone rang. She took a quick glance and saw it was an unknown number. She declined the call, but in no time, the same number called again. Who is it? Shun Shiyu asked. I don't know. You should pick up. It has rung twice already. There must be something. All right. Ruan Xinya answered the phone. An urgent voice came through from the other end. Hello, may I ask if you're Miss Ruan Muqing's older sister? That's me. I'm Muqing's colleague where she works part-time. Today, Ruan Muqing fainted while working her shift, and she's now at the hospital. After receiving the call, Ruan Xinya immediately left with Shun Shiyu for the hospital where Ruan Muqing was. Ruan Muqing was still in emergency care, and the young woman who had called Ruan Xinya was waiting anxiously in the corridor. Upon seeing Ruan Xinya, she quickly rose to greet her. Are you Xiaoqing's sister? She asked Ruan Xinya, who nodded as the girl continued. Xiaoqing showed me your picture before. Yes, it's me. How did Xiaoqing faint? I'm not exactly sure, said the young woman, recalling the scene shiveringly. We were both working at the milk tea store. After eating, she kept saying that her chest felt tight. The store manager let her rest in the back room while we served the customers. Within just 2 minutes of her going inside, I heard the sound of a chair falling over. When I rushed in, I saw Xiaoqing lying on the ground. The young woman trembled as she recalled, her face and lips were blue. It scared me to death. Hearing the description, Ruan Xinya suspected that Ruan Muqing's heart condition had relapsed. It was similar to her previous episode when she collapsed. 1111, can you help me wait here while I contact Mom? Ruan Xinya said. Sure. Ruan Xinya went into the hallway and dialed Wang Menghan's number repeatedly, but no one answered. She suddenly remembered that today was the day Wang Menghan and Du Qiuming celebrated their marriage registration with a party. Wang Menghan was likely busy entertaining her wealthy friends, so she didn't have time to check her phone. Feeling helpless, Ruan Xinya decided to call Uncle Du Qiuming instead. Qiuming picked up quickly. Yaya. Uncle Duan, is my mom nearby? Your mom is chatting with Mrs. Chu. Could you ask her to take a call? All right. Not long after Du Qiuming hung up, Wang Menghan returned the call. Hey, Yaya, what's up? Have you reconsidered attending my party? Wang Menghan sounded self-satisfied with a hint of pride. A few days earlier, she had invited Ruan Xinya to definitely join the celebration, but Ruan Xinya had refused, which slightly upset Wang Menghan. It's not about that. If you're not calling to find me, let's skip this then. I'm very busy. The noble ladies are all waiting for me. They'll become valuable connections for me later. Xiaoqing fainted, and she's now in emergency care at the hospital. Ruan Xinya coldly interrupted Wang Menghan mid-sentence. What? Wang Menghan's tone changed abruptly. Where is she? Which hospital? Ruan Xinya informed Wang Menghan of the hospital address. Half an hour later, Wang Menghan arrived at the hospital. Dressed particularly elegantly that day in a radiant purple evening gown with her hair curled stylishly, she resembled a wealthy housewife straight out of Hong Kong films. Yaya, how's Xiaoqing? Wang Menghan looked genuinely worried, her concern coming from the bottom of her heart. She's still in emergency care. How could she just collapse suddenly? I suspect her heart condition may have relapsed. That's impossible. Xiaoqing already had her heart replaced, and the surgery was successful. The doctor said she could live like a normal person afterward. Wang Menghan couldn't bear hearing the news of her daughter's possible heart condition relapse. Aunt, even after a heart transplant surgery, there is still some probability of relapse. No doctor can guarantee that unexpected incidents won't occur. Shun Shiyu, as a professional doctor, provided her expert opinion. Just as Shun Shiyu finished speaking, the light in the operating room turned off, and the rescue doctor emerged. Doctor, how is my daughter? How is my daughter? Wang Menghan stumbled forward, grabbing the doctor's arm. Is she all right? Chapter 80. So, are you sleeping tonight or not? The patient's aortic valve function has not fully recovered after the heart transplant, causing insufficient blood supply to the heart, said the doctor. Is it serious? Is there any danger? Wang Menghan grabbed the doctor's arm. Will my daughter be in danger? This issue can be either big or small. Close observation is still required. Doctor, you must save my daughter. She's still young, her life has just begun, and she has already suffered so much. You must save her. Wang Menghan was nearly desperate in begging the doctor, almost on her knees. Ruan Xinya watched her mother's desperation, and suddenly had a thought flash through her mind. If her mother cared for her as much as she cared for her sister, would she have abandoned her that day in the fire? Thinking about it, it's sure that her mother wouldn't have let her go. Both Shinshin and her were daughters. Why did her mother treat them differently? She felt like she was obsessed, already stuck in this self-proving trap, unable to break free. The family should calm down first. I've already said, further close observation is needed. The situation may not be the worst, do you understand? Shun Shiyu could hear that this was the usual medical jargon of the doctor. She held back Wang Menghan. Auntie, don't rush yet. Let's see Xiaqing's condition later. Okay. Ruan Muqing was sent to the ward. She was still unconscious. Ruan Xinya and Wang Menghan sat on either side of the bed, both looking deeply worried. Not long after, Wang Menghan's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, adjusted her emotions, then walked to the window and answered the call. Oh, Mrs. Chu, I'm really sorry tonight. My daughter's feeling unwell, and we're at the hospital. She's in college already, but she still has a childlike nature, clinging on to me, not letting me go. I'm truly sorry. Enjoy your dinner, and I'll treat everyone to a meal another day. Wang Menghan deliberately concealed the fact that Ruan Muqing had heart disease. After all, she was still planning to find her a good marriage partner among the sons of these wealthy madams once Ruan Muqing grew up a bit more. If anyone found out that Ruan Muqing was sick, her perfect plan would fail. After Wang Menghan hung up with Mrs. Chu, another phone call came in. Hello, Mrs. Jiang. What? You want to visit my daughter at the hospital? Oh no, that's too kind of you. My daughter simply fainted due to hypoglycemia, nothing serious. No need to trouble you to come. Okay, I'll bring her to your resort another day. Shun Shiyu heard Wang Menghan blatantly lying over the phone, smoothly socializing, and secretly gave Ruan Xinya a thumbs up. Your mom right now, she's got the essence of a high society madam down pat. In Shun Shiyu's memory, the last time she saw Wang Menghan, she was still a modestly dressed middle-aged woman, carefully speaking when conversing with others. Once someone gains wealth, they gain confidence, and indeed, they become different. Ruan Xinya helplessly glanced at Wang Menghan. She only felt that her mother was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. When Ruan Xinya left the hospital, Ruan Muqing was still unconscious. Wang Menghan insisted on staying to take care of Ruan Muqing, telling Ruan Xinya to go home first. Therefore, Ruan Xinya did not argue with her. When Ruan Xinya returned home, Duan Chizhou was working in the upstairs study. She knocked on the door. Come in, Duan Chizhou responded. Ruan Xinya pushed the door open and saw him reading a contract with glasses on. Am I disturbing you? No. Duan Chizhou put down the contract and gestured for her to come closer. Ruan Xinya walked over to Duan Chizhou and was pulled into his lap by his waist. What's wrong? I can't fly abroad tomorrow. Xiaqing fainted today. Ruan Xinya thought about it and decided to wait until Ruan Muqing's condition stabilized a bit before leaving the country. What did the doctor say? The doctor said the aortic valve function hasn't fully recovered after the heart transplant, leading to insufficient blood supply. We need to continue close observation. At which hospital? A city hospital near the university in Rongcheng. Should we arrange for a transfer? My mom will probably arrange it. Now that Wang Menghan had her own network, she no longer needed Duan Chizhou to step in. All right. Will you be upset? Ruan Xinya asked, holding his neck. To make Ruan Xinya comfortable moving in, Duan Chizhou specially went abroad a few days ago to choose a house for her. Judging from the photos he took back, the house had a large yard, currently without any flowers or plants, waiting for her to manage according to her preferences. To facilitate her commute, Duan Chizhou also bought her a car. In short, to welcome her, he made all the necessary preparations. I won't be upset. Duan Chizhou asked her, do you know when a person is happiest? When? A person is happiest when they're closest to happiness. He kissed her lips gently, and this is my present moment. Ruan Xinya didn't expect that her decision to leave the country out of a tantrum would make Duan Chizhou bring up the word happiness. Do you love me? She suddenly asked. Under the cold white light, his pupils were bright yet unfathomable. The two quietly stared at each other. Before Duan Chizhou could answer, Ruan Xinya averted her gaze first, feeling guilty. If even her mother didn't love her, why should she demand this man in front of her to? I was just asking casually, you don't have to answer. Ruan Xinya gave a self-deprecating smile. Between us, it's unsuitable to talk about such profound topics. Duan Chizhou's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. Then what is suitable for us to talk about? Sleep or no sleep? So are we sleeping tonight or not? No. Ruan Xinya quickly escaped from his lap. I need to go to the hospital early tomorrow to see Xiaqing. I'm worried I won't be able to wake up. Duan Chizhou looked at her retreating back and smiled helplessly. She seemed to have no confidence at all when it came to whether others loved her. But it didn't matter. They had all the time in the world. The next morning, Ruan Xinya went to the hospital. Ruan Muqing had already woken up. As soon as she approached the ward door, she heard voices arguing inside. It was between Ruan Muqing and Wang Menghan. I've already said, you don't have to worry about me. Though weak, Ruan Muqing's voice was resolute. Since Wang Menghan's marriage, Ruan Muqing had always been resistant to her, but Ruan Xinya didn't know why. When Ruan Muqing was little, she was a mommy's girl, crying every day for her mother to cuddle before sleeping when she wasn't feeling well. However, from the day Wang Menghan decided to be with Duan Xiuming, Ruan Muqing changed abruptly, becoming extremely cold towards her mother, even refusing to meet her. I am your mom. If I don't take care of you, who will? I don't have a mother like Mrs. Duan. Xiaqing, stop throwing tantrums. It's embarrassing. Wang Menghan's voice carried a softness and patience one uses when cajoling a child. Be a good girl, listen to me. I've already arranged a VIP ward at Mr. Duan's hospital. You'll be transferred there today. With the best doctors taking care of you, your mom can rest assured. I'm not going. Xiaqing, please don't do this. Seeing you like this makes mom heartbroken. Tears welled in Wang Menghan's eyes. Why are you so upset with me? You know yourself what you've done. What did I do? From childhood until now, haven't I treated you well according to my conscience? Whenever there were delicious foods, drinks, or toys, weren't they always given to you first? Even though Mom didn't have much money back then, didn't I still buy everything you wanted immediately? Wang Menghan sounded blameless. Ruan Xinya listened outside the door. Indeed, Wang Menghan's love for Ruan Muqing was impeccable. Ruan Xinya still remembered when Ruan Muqing saw a neighboring girl with an electronic piano and desired one too. She cried and expressed her wish to Wang Menghan. Back then, their financial situation was so dire they could barely afford food, but the day after Ruan Muqing's tearful plea, Wang Menghan brought home the piano. When it came to her youngest daughter, Ruan Muqing, Wang Menghan really only fell short of plucking stars and moons for her. Why do you hate me so much? Is it because I divorced your father and remarried Mr. Duan? Tears streamed down Wang Menghan's face as she gazed at Ruan Muqing. In your opinion, am I meant to stay in the countryside for life, trapped forever in the abusive relationship with your father, never having a right to happiness? I've never thought that way. Of course, I want you to be happy. If that's true, why do you oppose my remarriage so strongly? Wang Menghan grasped Ruan Muqing's hand. Do you know how happy I am now? Look at this diamond ring, given by your Uncle Duan, worth over $1 million, and this Hermes Birkin bag, something most wealthy people can't even get. Now, I can provide you with better educational resources and medical support. Mom doing well means a better future for you. Do you understand? If you want to live a better life, don't drag me into it. Ruan Muqing closed her eyes, her voice choked, and think deeply whether your happiness was obtained guilt-free. Wang Menghan's expression froze. What do you mean? Are you saying I don't deserve this happiness? Happiness stolen never truly belongs to you. Ruan Muqing, what exactly do you mean? You'd better clarify it. Wang Menghan's voice suddenly rose, losing patience, almost hysterical. If you have any grounds, say it out loud. Otherwise, it's just you being unreasonable. On the day Uncle Duan proposed to you, I overheard your conversation with my uncle. Ruan Muqing said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Menghan's complexion instantly changed drastically. Panic, fear, helplessness, a whirlpool of emotions churned in her eyes. What did you hear? Your own words and deeds, have you forgotten them? Ruan Muqing forcefully shoved Wang Menghan's hand away. I don't have a mother like you, I am ashamed of you. All your current wealth and splendor, you stole them. None of this belongs to you, and sooner or later, you'll lose it all. Smack. Wang Menghan slapped Ruan Muqing across the face. A silence hung heavy in the hospital room. Ruan Xinya had never imagined that Wang Menghan would hit Ruan Muqing. From childhood till now, Wang Menghan wouldn't even allow her finger to graze Ruan Muqing, yet here she was slapping her. What are you blocking the door for? A nurse suddenly appeared behind Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya jumped in surprise. Ruan Muqing and Wang Menghan inside the ward also turned their heads towards Ruan Xinya simultaneously. Quickly, Ruan Xinya feigned calmness as if she had just arrived, pushed the door open and entered the ward. Mom, Xiaqing, what are you arguing about? I heard you two quarreling when I was outside the door. I even hesitated to come in. Ruan Muqing, upon seeing her elder sister Ruan Xinya, instantly erupted with motions. Pointing at Wang Menghan, she shouted, Go away, leave. I don't want to see you. Sister, make her leave. Xiaqing. Wang Menghan tried to say something but was stopped by Ruan Xinya raising a hand. Mom, you should go home first. Xiaqing is not in a good state right now. Please don't let her get too worked up, it's bad for her health. But, if you don't leave right now, I won't be responsible for my actions. Ruan Muqing threatened. Instantly, Wang Menghan lost her temper. Alright, I'll leave. You rest well. Remember, sometimes what we hear may not always be true. Once you're feeling better, Mom will explain everything to you. Ruan Muqing covered her ears with her hands. Leave fast. Seeing this, Wang Menghan could do nothing but awkwardly retreat. The nurse measured Ruan Muqing's blood pressure and temperature then left the room. After everyone was gone, Ruan Xinya cautiously probed Ruan Muqing. Xiaqing, what exactly happened between you and Mom? Tears streamed down Ruan Muqing's cheeks. She looked at Ruan Xinya with an expression of unbearable pain. Sis, I don't know how to put it right now, nor do I want to talk about it. Can you give me some time to myself? Ruan Muqing's emotional fluctuation triggered her heart monitor, which began to beep incessantly, beep beep beep. Knowing this wasn't the best moment to ask further questions, Ruan Xinya refrained from pressing on. Okay, don't get yourself upset. Rest well, we won't talk about this now. Ruan Muqing nodded but tears continued streaming down her face uncontrollably. Ruan Xinya became increasingly puzzled. It seemed like her younger sister was bearing some immense pressure. What secrets lay hidden between her and their mother? Wang Menghan stepped out of the hospital. Her driver waited beside the car. Seeing her approach, he greeted her, Madam. Wang Menghan said nothing. As she reached the side of the car, her legs buckled, almost causing her to collapse, but the driver caught her just in time. Madam, are you alright? I'm fine, Wang Menghan maintained her composure. Let's head home. Alright. The car drove smoothly towards the Duan family residence. The entire journey, Wang Menghan didn't look out the window but kept fidgeting nervously with her fingers. Her new manicure was already ruined, scratched to pieces by her own anxious fingers. From time to time, the driver glanced at Wang Menghan through the rearview mirror. He felt she seemed unusually off today. As soon as the car pulled up at the Duan household, before Wang Menghan even got out, a figure darted over and tapped on her window. It was her brother, Wang Guodao. Startled, Wang Menghan quickly exited the vehicle, pulling Wang Guodao aside beneath the shade of a tree. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come to the Duans unless necessary? Why did you ignore my warning? I came because there's something I need to discuss with you. What's the matter now? Wang Menghan responded irritably. Feeling her impatience, Wang Guodao's face darkened. Sis, I hear that you've registered marriage with Duan Qiuming, becoming the official madam of the Duan family. Your arrogance certainly shows, doesn't it? Have you forgotten what I did for you in the past? Without me, would you be where you are today? Chapter 81, Get rid of the child. Wang Menghan quickly made a gesture to him, looking around to make sure no one was nearby before letting out a sigh of relief. Brother, my dear brother, I'm begging you, can you please stop bringing this up all the time? If it's exposed, both of us could be sentenced to prison. Wang Guodao snorted. I'm just worried that once you're rich, you'll forget who helped you dig the well. How could I ever forget? Your kindness will always stay with me, Wang Menghan said sincerely. You're my brother, and as the elder sibling, you're like a father to me. After our parents passed away, you are just as important to me as they were. If I have money, it's your money too. If I live well, so do you. That's how it should be. Of course, everything I've said is true. Dealing with people insincerely yet skillfully was Wang Menghan's forte. After marrying into the Duan family, her skills in this area became even sharper, while Wang Guodao was a rough man with simple thoughts. Seeing how sincere Wang Menghan was, he believed her. Alright, let's not waste time on these trivialities. I came here today for an important matter. What is it? Wang Guodao glanced at the driver standing a distance away and lowered his voice. Jingjing has run into trouble. Again? What's wrong with Jingjing? Wang Menghan couldn't help but feel irritated inside. Wang Jingjing had the highest education level in their family. Initially, they thought having a high IQ would be something worth boasting about, but now it seemed that all Wang Jingjing excelled at was studying. Otherwise, she acted like a woman missing a screw. Some time ago, didn't you introduce her to someone? Yes, the son of the Chu family, who is incredibly wealthy. Isn't that the kind of son-in-law you wanted? Yes, the problem is there's something wrong with that Mr. Chu. What's wrong? Last month when I called Jingjing to ask how things were going between her and Mr. Chu, she said everything was fine. At first, everything was fine. Mr. Chu was very generous to Jingjing. Every time they went out, he would buy her jewelry and designer bags. Jingjing was satisfied with him, and eventually, she crossed the final boundary, becoming Mr. Chu's woman. It's morning already and premarital sex isn't uncommon these days. Wang Menghan showed no concern. Brother, what exactly do you want to say? Jingjing is pregnant. Really? Wang Menghan smiled. That's great news. Mrs. Chu wants a grandson so badly, and Jingjing has secured her place. Yes, both Jingjing and I thought everything was secure. So, yesterday, Jingjing went to Mr. Chu with her pregnancy test to discuss marriage. However, Mr. Chu absolutely does not want to get married. He only wants to play around with Jingjing. Is that possible? He doesn't want to acknowledge the child. Indeed, as soon as Jingjing mentioned marriage, he talked about breaking up and refused to admit that the child in her belly is his. In that case, give birth and perform a paternity test. Let's see how the Chus can evade responsibility. No, we can't do that. Mr. Chu wants Jingjing to get rid of the child. Why should she listen to him? Wang Menghan was angry. This matter is on our side. Even if we take it directly to Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu, I don't fear them. That won't work. Wang Guodao sighed. Mr. Chu filmed Jingjing in a video and is threatening her with it to force her to terminate the pregnancy. What kind of video? What else could it be? The kind of stuff that happens between a man and a woman in bed. Is Mr. Chu that perverted? Exactly. Before you introduced Jingjing to this guy, did you not check his character properly? There was a hint of blame in Wang Guodao's tone. Because of this incident, Jingjing cried all night last night, wanting to die. Neither her mother nor I know what to do. In any case, since this mess started because of you, you must resolve it for me. Initially, Wang Guodao was the one who begged Wang Menghan to introduce a wealthy suitor to Wang Jingjing, and now, Wang Guodao was the one coming over to cause trouble. Faced with such a brother, Wang Menghan felt like a mute person eating bitter herbs, unable to speak out her bitterness, but also unable to refuse. Fine, I'll go talk to Mrs. Chu and reclaim justice for Jingjing. That night, Wang Menghan went to see Mrs. Chu. The Chus were nouveau riches, with plenty of money but lacking culture. However, Mrs. Chu cared deeply about saving face and dreaded being looked down upon by the other affluent ladies in her circle. As soon as Wang Menghan mentioned the unsavory actions of Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu jumped in anger. How could that be? My son is a man of integrity, and he absolutely would not do such a thing. Mrs. Chu, if my sister Jingjing hadn't suffered injustice, she wouldn't be joking about something serious like this. Wang Menghan pulled Mrs. Chu closer. Go back and secretly check Mr. Chu's computer. See if such incidents occurred. If they are true, then we can discuss further action. Although Wang Menghan had boldly vowed in front of Wang Guodao to reclaim justice for Wang Jingjing, in reality, she preferred to resolve the matter peacefully with the Chus. After all, if the scandal blew up, she would also lose face alongside Wang Jingjing. However, Mrs. Chu was short-tempered. Instead of following Wang Menghan's advice to investigate secretly, she directly had her son bound by her bodyguards and beat him severely until he confessed and handed over the compromising videos. Mrs. Chu even personally escorted her good-for-nothing son to Wang Jingjing's place to apologize. Though Mr. Chu outwardly complied with his mother, He harbored immense hatred towards Wang Jingjing for reporting him. The moment he left the Wang residence, he anonymously posted all the embarrassing videos of Wang Jingjing online. The videos quickly gained traction, and when Wang Jingjing learned about this, she grabbed a fruit knife and threatened to slash her wrists. Wang Jingjing's mother scolded her husband, Wang Guodao, "Didn't you say your sister could handle this? How come it ended up like this?" "I didn't know. I see now. Ever since she became rich, she's lost interest in our affairs. She just casually brushed you off, and you actually believed her." Wang Guodao felt that what his wife said made sense, and his anger shook him to the core. "If Wang Menghan dares to ruin my daughter, I will never forgive her." During this period, Ruan Xinya had been at the hospital with Ruan Muqing. Since Ruan Muqing refused to transfer to a hospital under Duan Group's management, Shen Shiyu arranged for her to be transferred to his own hospital so that they could still keep an eye on her. "Sister, am I delaying your trip abroad?" Ruan Xinya had been planning to go abroad, and Ruan Muqing was aware of this. "No, someone else is covering my work abroad. There's no rush. But it's because of me you're being delayed. Why do we have to talk about such things between us? You must get well so I can leave for the country without worrying about you. Otherwise, with my mind constantly on you, I wouldn't be able to focus on my job. Sister, I feel like I'm always holding you back. When will I be strong enough to protect you?" said Ruan Muqing with reddened eyes. "You'll grow stronger, and once you recover, you can protect me. But it feels like my health will never improve." Ruan Muqing's expression carried a hint of faint sadness. Just as Ruan Xinya was about to console her, there came a startled shout from the corridor. "That man in the blue shirt, what are you doing? Stop right there. Stop. What's happening outside?" asked Ruan Muqing. "I don't know, let me check." Ruan Xinya stood up, but before she reached the door, the ward door burst open. Wang Guodao stood menacingly at the doorway, a stick in hand. "Uncle?" Ruan Xinya stepped forward to block him. "What are you doing? Get out of the way. I'm not talking to you." "Then who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Ruan Muqing. What do you want with Xiaoqing looking like this?" Ruan Xinya glanced worriedly at Ruan Muqing. "She isn't well and needs rest. Please leave. Move aside. Since Wang Menghan made my daughter suffer, I'll make sure her daughter suffers too. She'll pay a price for what she did." As Wang Guodao advanced toward Ruan Muqing's bed, Ruan Xinya realized he might harm her cousin. "Uncle, calm down. I don't know what grievances you have with my mom, but please don't drag Xiaoqing into it. You know how frail she's been since childhood. This will scare her." Ruan Xinya grabbed hold of Wang Guodao's hand to stop him from moving further. "So what if she gets scared? Let her die." Enraged, Wang Guodao showed no mercy even to his own niece. "You'd bear the blame for her death." "I don't care, anyway my hands are already stained." Furrowing her brow, Ruan Xinya asked sharply, "What do you mean by that, uncle?" Before Wang Guodao could answer, Wang Menghan rushed in from outside. "Brother, are you crazy? What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Why don't you tell me that?" shouted Wang Guodao at Wang Menghan. "Didn't you say you'd help Jingjing solve the problem? How did things escalate to this? What kind of life do you think you've left for Jingjing now?" "I approached Mrs. Chu. I didn't expect her to blow things out of proportion like this. They're beyond my control. How can you put all the blame on me? Who else should I blame but you? It was you who introduced such a pervert to Jingjing, ruining her life. If you've ruined my daughter, then your daughter deserves no better fate." With these words, Wang Guodao got agitated again. Wang Menghan hugged Wang Guodao and tried to pull him out. "Brother, listen to me. Since the situation has occurred, we need to discuss solutions calmly." "Discuss solutions? You, Wang Menghan, trick me into doing your dirty work while stabbing me in the back." "I'm not stabbing you in the back. You're still making excuses. You and Mrs. Chu are nothing but a pack of rats and snakes. How could I be on the same side as Mrs. Chu? I'm your sister, and I naturally stand by you." Wang Menghan tried to calm him down. "Brother, don't worry. I have a plan. I can find the best lawyer to get Jingjing the maximum compensation. Let's step out and discuss this properly. Since her reputation is gone, we should aim for as much compensation as possible to secure Jingjing's and your future. Does that sound right?" Wang Guodao looked at her with suspicion. "Come on, brother. The Chus are wealthy. This time, I'll make sure they pay dearly to compensate Jingjing." Ultimately, Wang Guodao trusted Wang Menghan's words. He thought that what Wang Menghan had said was quite reasonable. Now that the entire world knew about Wang Jingjing's lost innocence, her chances of marrying into a wealthy family were nearly non-existent. Seizing this opportunity to extort a significant amount from the Chus, ensuring lifelong peace, seemed to be the best choice. Wang Menghan led Wang Guodao out, leaving only Ruan Xinya and Ruan Muqing in the hospital room. Ruan Xinya turned around and saw Ruan Muqing tightly clutching the bedsheet, the veins prominent on her hands. She clearly was scared and tense. "Xiaoqing, relax, it's all over now." Ruan Xinya patted Ruan Muqing's hand gently. "Sis." Ruan Muqing hugged Ruan Xinya around the waist, leaning against her chest while shivering uncontrollably. "Xiaoqing, tell me honestly, do you know any secrets Mom and Uncle are hiding?" Ruan Muqing didn't reply, she only started sobbing quietly. "Don't cry anymore. Tell me whatever's troubling you, don't keep it all bottled up inside." Ruan Muqing remained silent but tightened her grip around Ruan Xinya even more. "Xiaoqing, if you can't trust even me, who else can you trust? Whatever it is, we can discuss it together." Finally moved by Ruan Xinya's words, Ruan Muqing pointed toward the door. "Sister, close the door first." I don't want anyone to know. All right. Ruan Xinya went to the door, locked it, and returned to the bedside. Can you tell me now? Ruan Muqing clenched her lips, seemingly gathering her courage. Go ahead, Xiaoqing. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Me? I couldn't handle it. You and Du and Chizhou, are you two together? Ruan Xinya felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She thought Ruan Muqing didn't know about her relationship with Du and Chizhou, but apparently, this girl knew everything. What does this have to do with whether we're together or not? It matters. Xiaoqing, stop teasing and just tell me. Ruan Muqing lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Ruan Xinya. Sis. I once accidentally overheard Mom and Uncle talking. They said. What did they say? Ruan Xinya became thoroughly anxious. They said that Du and Chizhou's mother was killed by them. That day was the one Du and Qiuming proposed to Wang Menghan. Ruan Muqing was initially happy, as her hard-working mother finally escaped the abuse of her father and found happiness for herself. However, as she was about to congratulate her mother, she heard their conversation in the room. Little sister, once you marry into the Duan family, you must support Jingjing. With her high education, which we spent money on nurturing, she's our pearl. The Wang's future depends on Jingjing. Brother, why would I need you to remind me? As long as I have a meal, your family won't go hungry either. Consider yourself lucky, all the effort wasn't wasted helping you remove that living dead person. Brother, don't mention it again. Wang Menghan was very alert. Starting today, mind your own behavior. You've never been to the nursing home, you've never met Feng Sulian, nor have you unplugged her life support machine. Remember that. I remember, I won't say anything foolish. I'm relying on you for a good life too. A bolt of lightning struck Ruan Muqing, and she almost had a heart attack after hearing her mother's and uncle's conversation. As children, how could we not wish for our mother's happiness? Ruan Muqing choked back tears, but if her happiness came at the cost of someone else's life, how am I supposed to offer my blessings? Ruan Xinya stood rooted to the spot, her temple throbbing violently. No wonder since that day, Ruan Muqing's attitude towards her mother, Wang Menghan, had completely changed. She refused to participate in her mother's wedding or any events related to the Duans. Ruan Xinya had always assumed it was Ruan Muqing becoming distant, but no, the one who'd grown distant was her mother, Wang Menghan. Each time I see Mom, I remember what she and Uncle said. I live in guilt every single day. I don't know what to do anymore. Ruan Muqing grabbed Ruan Xinya's clothes, looking up at her. Now that you know the truth too, tell me, what are we supposed to do? Yes, on one side is their mother who gave birth to and raised them, and on the other side are the law and morality. How should they choose? It was only now that Ruan Xinya fully realized that her sister had been bearing this dilemma alone all along. What were they supposed to do now? Chapter 82, No Mood for Intimacy with Du and Chizhou. Ruan Xinya walked out of Ruan Muqing's ward, feeling as if a massive iron block was pressing on her heart, making it hard to breathe. She had always believed that Du and Chizhou's mother, Feng Suling, had died naturally, and that her mother, Wang Menghan's marriage to Du and Qiuming was inevitable. However, she realized everything was orchestrated by her mother, Wang Menghan, who had her brother harm Du and Chizhou's mother. That is murder. That is a living, breathing life. The situation suddenly became more complicated. This was no longer something she could resolve by simply flying abroad. From the other side of the corridor, Wang Menghan, after convincing Wang Guodao, was walking back toward the ward. Yaya, is Xiaoqing okay? Wang Menghan asked when she saw her. Ruan Xinya didn't answer. She looked at her mother, Wang Menghan, and felt that the person in front of her was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. If leaving her in the fire was a misunderstanding, then what about Du and Chizhou's mother? In her mother's eyes, was human life so insignificant? We need to talk, said Ruan Xinya. Wang Menghan saw her serious expression and asked, what's wrong now? You come with me. I need to see Xiaoqing. She doesn't even want to see you. Ruan Xinya raised her voice. I ask you to come with me. Wang Menghan had never seen such a forceful Ruan Xinya before, and she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The mother and daughter went downstairs to a small garden and sat down on a bench far from prying eyes. Yaya, what's wrong? What do you want to say? Why did Uncle attack Xiaoqing today? Asked Ruan Xinya. Nothing, your uncle just has a bit of a misunderstanding against me. What misunderstanding? Wang Menghan told Ruan Xinya about Wang Jingjing. Your uncle just wants me to get justice for Jingjing. Why does everything related to sister Jingjing come to you? We are family. I'm married well now. What's wrong with helping my relatives? Are you really that selfless? Wang Menghan immediately looked uncomfortable. Ruan Xinya, what exactly do you mean by that? You must have some leverage over uncle, right? What nonsense. Who told you these things? Seeing Wang Menghan's anger, Ruan Xinya decided to cut to the chase. Mom, surrender yourself. Surrendering might reduce your sentence, otherwise, it will only lead to more mistakes. Are you crazy? I don't understand what you're talking about. As Wang Menghan angrily got up to leave, Ruan Xinya grabbed her wrist. The day Uncle Duan proposed to you, Xiaoqing heard your conversation with Uncle. It was you who asked Uncle to harm Du and Chizhou's mother, right? Bullshit. Absurd nonsense. Xiaoqing is young and cannot discern right from wrong. Are you incapable of doing so as well? She's confused because of her illness. Do you believe whatever she says? Do you know the consequences of these words? Wang Menghan glared at Ruan Xinya. These words will ruin me, you, and Xiaoqing. Having a mother who's a murderer would be a disaster for both of you sisters. This disaster will destroy your futures. So, you admit it. I didn't admit anything. I've never done what you accused me of. We demand evidence for everything. If there's no evidence, don't spread rumors recklessly. Xiaoqing heard it. She's a witness. Just hearing it isn't direct evidence, and besides, she's my daughter. Would she report me? If she would, why wait until now? Ruan Xinya fell silent. Ruan Muqing had indeed never mentioned wanting to report their mother. Instead, she kept asking Ruan Xinya what they should do. This confusion was filled with a daughter's deep concern for her mother. Seeing Ruan Xinya's silence, Wang Menghan calmed down. Yaya, listen to Mom. Whether this matter is true or not, it has passed. We're all doing fine now. Please don't bring it up again. Besides, even if I had done anything, it would have been a good deed. Before Feng Suling died, she'd already been lying in bed for years, lingering on with barely a breath of life left. Her state was practically indistinguishable from death. Dying might actually have been a relief for her. That's not an excuse for killing someone. Even if she was only clinging to her last breath, it wasn't your place to end her life. What I just said was only hypothetical. I'll reiterate, I did nothing to Feng Suling. Wang Menghan refused to admit guilt, and thus, there was no conclusion to the argument. More importantly, Ruan Xinya now didn't know what to do even if Wang Menghan admitted involvement in Duan Qizhou's mother's death. After all, the person in front of her was her own mother. When Ruan Xinya returned to the ward, Ruan Muqing immediately sat up. Sister, did you talk with Mom? Ruan Xinya nodded. Yes, we did. What did Mom say? She denied it, saying you misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. I really heard it. Xiaoqing, I believe you, but if one day you need to testify, would you accuse your mom? Ruan Muqing sighed. I've thought about this question countless times. Have you come up with an answer? Not yet. Ruan Muqing had never been able to make up her mind. She couldn't either keep it a secret or report her mother. As a result, she had been in an inner conflict all these days. Sister, what do you think I should do? Ruan Xinya was also at a loss. This was truly a tough test of human nature. Any ordinary person encountering such a matter would find it hard to make a decision. The two sisters were stuck when a knock on the door interrupted them. Ruan Xinya turned around and saw Duan Qizhou standing there. He held flowers in one hand and a basket of fruit in the other, presenting the perfect picture of someone visiting a patient. What's with the expressions? Don't you welcome me? Duan Qizhou looked at their surprised and awkward expressions, chuckled wryly. Am I coming at a bad time? No. Ruan Xinya quickly recovered. She stood up and walked to Duan Qizhou. How did you suddenly come over? I've wanted to come over, but I was too busy to take time off the past few days. Today, I finally have time, so I came by to check up on things. Duan Qizhou handed the flowers and fruit basket to Ruan Xinya and returned with her to Ruan Muqing's bedside. Ruan Muqing felt somewhat guilty and embarrassed as she looked at Duan Qizhou. How have you been feeling the last couple of days? Asked Duan Qizhou. Fine, replied Ruan Muqing. If you're not comfortable staying here, tell your sister, and I can arrange for your transfer anytime. It's very comfortable here, thank you, Mr. Duan. Seeing how polite and guarded Ruan Muqing was towards him, Duan Qizhou nodded but said nothing more. The atmosphere in the ward was quite awkward. Ruan Muqing lowered her head, occasionally glancing at Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya understood her intention. She hoped that Ruan Xinya would take Duan Qizhou away quickly. Have you eaten? Ruan Xinya asked Duan Qizhou. Not yet. Then let's go eat together. After saying that, Ruan Xinya looked at Ruan Muqing. I'll grab food for you from outside. Let me know what you want on my phone later. Ruan Muqing nodded quickly. I can eat anything. All right. Ruan Xinya and Duan Qizhou left the ward. To be honest, not just Ruan Muqing, even Ruan Xinya felt uneasy seeing Duan Qizhou at this moment. Every time she thought about her mother, Wang Menghan, having her uncle kill Duan Qizhou's mother out of personal greed, she didn't know how to face him. No matter how she faced him, she felt filled with guilt. They went to a restaurant across from the hospital. After seating, Ruan Xinya handed the menu to Duan Qizhou. You order, she said while intentionally avoiding Duan Qizhou's eyes. What's wrong with you today? Duan Qizhou immediately sensed something was off with Ruan Xinya. What's wrong? You feel really guilty. Duan Qizhou looked at her. What have you done that's against me? 1,000 thoughts swirled in Ruan Xinya's heart. She wondered, if Duan Qizhou knew about what her mother Wang Menghan and her uncle Wang Guodao had done, how would he react? Could they still sit together calmly and eat? Definitely not, right? Is there really something you're hiding from me? Seeing her silence, Duan Qizhou covered her hand with his. Confess and get it over with, I'll forgive you. His eyes held 3 parts laughter, making him look radiant and serene. Ruan Xinya really wanted to take advantage of the situation and just tell him everything, but she couldn't. This wasn't something that could be resolved simply by confessing. It involved too many people and too many relationships. The truth would hurt everyone, including Duan Qizhou. There's nothing. Ruan Xinya withdrew her hand and rubbed her eye sockets, just feeling a bit tired. I'll arrange for 2 caregivers to come after a while. You go back and rest. It's fine. Xiaoqing wants me to stay longer with her. Duan Qizhou thought for a moment. True. Once you leave for abroad, you'll have fewer opportunities to see each other. Going abroad? Ruan Xinya felt sorrowful. Would she even be able to go abroad? Oh, by the way, Frank asked me today if you like swings. If you do, he'll set up a swing frame in the yard for you. Frank was the housekeeper Duan Qizhou arranged for Ruan Xinya, the housekeeper of the house abroad. Yes, I like it. Great, then I'll arrange it for you. Duan Chijo's eyes sparkled brightly. Ruan Xinya could tell he was looking forward to living abroad. She had also thought that in a place where no one knew them overseas, without the complications of Rome City, perhaps their relationship would develop more healthily. Unfortunately, the dream shattered just as it was closest to being realized. Ruan Xinya was deep in melancholy when Duan Chijo's phone rang. It was a video call from Duan Yuanxi. Duan Chijo glanced at the screen and, without avoiding Ruan Xinya, he directly answered the call. Bro, where are you? The background looks so shabby, Duan Yuanxi said with his usual sarcastic tone. This restaurant was one of the better ones near the hospital, but to Duan Yuanxi, it was still considered shabby. Duan Chijo's expression turned serious. Are you bored overseas? Why are you being so critical? I didn't mean to offend you, bro. I just said it offhand. Duan Yuanxi quickly softened his tone. Tell me, what's up? Not much. It's almost Mom's death anniversary in a few days. When you visit her, could you pick up a bouquet for me too? I got it. Tell Mom I miss her. Alright. Also, ask Mom to put in a good word for me so I can come back home sooner. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Bro, I really want to come back. If Mom knew you left me in an unfamiliar foreign country alone, she'd feel sorry for me. Watch out, she might come to you at night. Would I be afraid if Mom came to see me? Okay, I dream about Mom coming to see me every night. Ruan Xinya listened to the conversation between Duan's siblings and suddenly realized how sinful it would be to know the truth yet remain silent. When Feng Suling passed away, she had been bedridden for many years with little hope of waking up again. However, as long as she was alive, she remained the emotional anchor for Duan Chijo and Duan Yuanxi. Yet, Wang Menghan completely destroyed all this. Because of Wang Menghan, Duan's siblings could no longer meet their mother and could only fear feelings on dreams. Since she had already learned the truth, she couldn't let things go unchecked any longer. However, how could she intervene in a way that minimized harm? After hanging up with Duan Yuanxi, Duan Chijo suddenly asked, Do you have time next week? What's up? If you do, I'll take you to visit my mom. Ruan Xinya's breathing quickened at this suggestion. Why did Duan Chijo want her to meet his mother? Don't be nervous. I just thought before I leave for abroad, my mom should meet you. Did he mean this was like a formal introduction to family? Ruan Xinya became even more nervous. I think now is not a good time. Duan Chijo realized upon hearing her rejection that this proposal was impulsive and inappropriate. At this point, what identity or reason would she have to visit his mother? Alright, we'll do it next time then. After finishing their meal, Duan Chijo offered to send Ruan Xinya back to the hospital. No need, I can walk there. It's just a few steps away, Ruan Xinya declined. Get in the car. Duan Chijo opened the door for her and insisted on driving her back. Ruan Xinya had no choice but to get into the car. Duan Chijo followed her inside. As soon as he got in, he leaned over to kiss her. Instinctively, Ruan Xinya turned her head to avoid the kiss. She had no mood for intimacy with Duan Chijo now. Her sense of guilt was heavier than ever. Don't, she said. I want some dessert after the meal. He looked at her like a begging child, eyes brimming with obvious longing. People might see us. They won't. Each window glass in Duan Chijo's car wasn't ordinary, it provided strong privacy. He then grasped Ruan Xinya's chin and lightly kissed her. Though Ruan Xinya didn't resist anymore, she was clearly distracted throughout. Sensing her distraction, Duan Chijo didn't deepen the kiss. He quickly pulled back. Taking care of patients is exhausting. Make sure to rest yourself. Alright, I understand. I'll let you off easy today. He rubbed his thumb gently against her lips. I'll add it to the list, and we'll make up for it next time. Ruan Xinya nodded. When Duan Chijo dropped her off at the hospital, as Ruan Xinya stepped out of the car and caught his tender gaze, various emotions surged within her. Unable to hold them back, she impulsively hugged him tightly. Surprisingly receiving her warm embrace, Duan Chijo didn't quite know how to react. He patted her back lightly. What? Are you missing me already before I leave? Ruan Xinya held onto him even tighter. What if one day you discover that I've kept something from you, something I've done wrong to you, what would you do? Ruan Xinya asked softly. Duan Chijo paused silently. I'll give you a chance to explain, he replied. Will you believe everything I say? Yes. Chapter 83, The Secret of Death. Ruan Xinya got out of the car and watched as Duan Chijo's car drove away. She made a quiet decision. She had to reveal the truth. Ruan Xinya went back and told Ruan Muqing about this decision. Ruan Muqing was silent for a long time, and in the end, she asked Ruan Xinya, Sister, is it because of Duan Chijo that you've made this decision? To Ruan Xinya, it was normal for Ruan Muqing to ask such a question, but for Ruan Xinya herself, this wasn't merely a choice between love and family. On the contrary, precisely because the deceased was Duan Chijo's mother, she had more concerns. She knew that once the truth was revealed, the chasm between her and Duan Chijo would grow wider. After all, it was the revenge of killing his mother. It's not because of him. Even if the person who died wasn't Duan Chijo's mother, I would still make the same decision. Because I believe anyone who has done wrong should accept the punishment they deserve. Ruan Muqing fell silent once again for a long period. Ruan Xinya understood her internal struggle. Xiao Qing, if you have other thoughts, you can also tell me, we will discuss together. Ruan Muqing burst into tears. Sister, I think your choice is right. Any educated person with basic moral values cannot live easily bearing this secret, but, I'm scared. No one knew what kind of life they would face once this layer of shame was exposed. Moreover, Ruan Muqing had deep feelings for her mother, Wang Menghan. She couldn't bear to see her mother over 50 years old having to live behind bars. This question was truly tormenting no matter which way they chose. Xiaoqing, I am scared too, but since the event has already occurred, and we already know the truth, we must make a choice. Ruan Xinya walked over and hugged Ruan Muqing. I will try my best to convince mom and uncle to turn themselves in, then after they confess, we'll hire lawyers to fight for a sentence reduction. This might sound a bit excessive, but it was already the best method Ruan Xinya could think of. Okay, I'll follow you. For Ruan Muqing, her sister Ruan Xinya was her main support system. Having her sister help her resolve this problem was better than dealing with the secret alone. After Ruan Xinya made this decision, she began trying to find evidence. She knew that trying to persuade Wang Menghan to turn herself in just by words, the possibility was almost nil. Wang Menghan had just received her marriage certificate from Duan Qiuming, and being Mrs. Duan brought her great satisfaction and success. She wouldn't give up her wealth and honor to choose a prison life. So, she needed to find evidence, forcing Wang Menghan to confess voluntarily. The first place Ruan Xinya thought of was Feng Sulian's former rehabilitation center where she stayed to look for evidence. That rehabilitation center was called Qingfeng Rehabilitation Center. After the car accident involving Duan Qiuming and Feng Sulian, they both recuperated here, and Ruan Xinya's mother, Wang Menghan, met Duan Qiuming working as a nurse in this rehabilitation center. Since her mother worked there, Ruan Xinya had visited the Qingfeng Rehabilitation Center several times, and many staff members recognized her. Ruan Xinya found her mother's former colleague and asked her about the surveillance in the rehabilitation center. As far as I know, the surveillance footage here is only kept for a maximum of 3 months, said the nursing aide. If the surveillance only retained for 3 months, then the surveillance when Feng Sulian was hospitalized was also lost. Yaya, why are you asking about the surveillance footage? Nothing, I was just asking casually. Thank you auntie for your time. Don't be so polite, your mother and I were close friends back in the day. Such small matters count as nothing. By the way, how is your mother recently? She's fine. I heard she got married to Mr. Duan? Oh wow, your mom sure has good luck, said the nursing aide with admiration. Back then, when those 2 people from the Duan family were sent here for rehabilitation, your mother and Supervisor Wanmei were our best nurses, and the principal allocated each of them separately. Your mother was assigned to Mr. Duan, while Supervisor Wan took care of Mrs. Duan. Everyone said if they did well, they'd surely get bonuses. In the end, over a year passed, and your mom became Mrs. Duan, but Supervisor Wan lost her job. Truly, different fates despite similar situations. Why did Supervisor Wan lose her job? Shortly after your mom quit, a difficult client came here. She always nitpicked at things and set traps for Supervisor Wan, causing her to make mistakes. Not long after, Supervisor Wan resigned. Do you know where Supervisor Wan is now? She always hardworking. Right after she resigned here, her daughter-in-law gave birth. Now she's taking care of her son and daughter-in-law in the east part of the city. Do you know the exact address? Why? Are you planning to visit her? Yes. The nursing aide wrote down the address for Ruan Xinya. Thank you, auntie. Ruan Xinya wasted no time and rushed to the east part of the city. Fortunately, as soon as she arrived at the residential area address given by the nurse aide, she ran into Wan Mai. Wan Mai was in the community park playing with her child in the sandbox. Aunt Wan, Ruan Xinya greeted. Wan Mai glanced at Ruan Xinya and clearly recognized her, but she turned away, pretending not to see her, looking as if she didn't want to deal with her. Aunt Wan, it's me, Yaya. Do you remember me? Ruan Xinya sat beside her, despite feeling somewhat awkward. I remember, but I have nothing to say to you. Wan Mai's tone was sharp. I've already lost my job because of your family. What do you want from me now? Lost your job because of us? I don't understand what you mean. Don't pretend you don't know. It was your mother who sent someone to sabotage me and make me lose my job. Wan Mai picked up her grandson from the sandbox and began walking back while saying, tell your mom this, let her rest assured that I won't reveal a single word of what I saw. All I ask is for her, this rich lady, to leave me alone. We can't fight against wealthy people like you, but can we at least avoid them? Hearing Wan Mai's words, Ruan Xinya knew that Wan Mai must have known something important and had probably been threatened by someone working for Wang Menghan, which explained her jumpy demeanor. Aunt Wan, today I came here on my own without my mother knowing anything. There are some things I want to ask you about. I know nothing. Wan Mai then left with her grandson in her arms. Aunt Wan, if you follow me, I will call the police, Wan Mai shouted as she walked faster. Then we'll all be doomed, and nobody will come out unscathed. Ruan Xinya stopped in her tracks. She was afraid that if she pushed too hard, Wan Mai would really call the police, ruining her plan for Wang Menghan's confession. Wan Mai hurriedly ran, passing a flower bed where she collided face-to-face with her son Jiang Jin. In broad daylight, Jiang Jin reeked of cigarettes and alcohol. Mom, why are you running? Did you see a ghost? Why do you smell so bad? Where have you been? Did you gamble again? Leave me alone, don't accuse me. I just came back from the factory. If you were at the factory, how could you smell like alcohol? You've definitely been gambling again. If you keep this up, how is your wife going to stay with you? Don't mention that woman. Tell me, who was the woman chasing you earlier? She looked quite pretty. Don't even think about her. She's rich and not someone we should bother with. Rich and pretty, yet why does she bother you? Tell me exactly what's going on. We'll talk when we get home. WNMI glanced behind her, worried that Ruan Xinya might chase after them. Let's discuss inside. After locking the door at home, Jiang Jin couldn't help but ask again about Ruan Xinya. Mom, tell me, who was that woman? That woman is the daughter of Wang Menghan. Her mother used to be a nurse at the Qingfeng Rehabilitation Center just like me, but later managed to marry into the Duan family, rising to wealth and becoming a rich madam. The Duan family? You mean the Duans from Rongcheng Duan Group? Yes. Why did someone from the Duan family come looking for you? I don't know, maybe they want to drive our family out of Rongcheng. Why would they try to drive us out of Rongcheng? I saw something I shouldn't have. What? Mom, tell me, please, you're driving me crazy. I saw Wang Menghan ordering someone to unplug Mr. Duan's legal wife's life support machine. Since I discovered their secret, for the past year, Wang Menghan has secretly been sending people after me. She's threatening me not to expose the truth. WAN trembled with fear. Son, let's go back to our hometown. Away from this place of trouble, I don't want to get involved in the struggles of these wealthy people. To them, crushing us is as easy as stepping on an ant. Hold on, let me digest this. So you're telling me that this old woman surnamed Wang killed Mr. Duan's original wife, married into the Duan family, and now, to shut you up, she sent her daughter to drive our whole family out of Rongcheng? It's exactly like that. Otherwise, why would she send someone after me? Let's flee now, son. Besides, you aren't satisfied with your job here anyway, and your wife isn't happy. Let's start anew in our hometown. Jiang Jin blinked rapidly and said, Mom, are you stupid? This is a chance to make a fortune. How can you return to our hometown when there's such an opportunity right in front of you? You're really confused. A chance to make a fortune? Yes. From now on, stay home and don't leave. Watch how your son seizes this opportunity and rises to glory. On Feng Sulian's anniversary day, Duan Qizhou cancelled all his work commitments and visited the cemetery where his mother was laid to rest. He brought 2 bouquets of flowers, one for him and the other for his sister Duan Yuanxi. On Feng Sulian's tombstone, her smile was gentle and graceful. Before seeing this photo, Duan Qizhou could not at all remember when was the last time his mother Feng Sulian had smiled at him. Feng Sulian and Duan Qiuming were married by arrangement, without a foundation of love. Although they soon had 2 children after marriage, Duan Qizhou and Duan Yuanxi, in Duan Qizhou's memory, his parents never showed affection toward each other. Duan Qiuming always found excuses about being too busy with work to come home, and Feng Sulian lacked security in this marriage, leading to emotional instability. When she was happy, she would hug Duan Qizhou and Duan Yuanxi and kiss them 10 times, but when she was angry, she would unleash her frustrations on the 2 siblings. Therefore, Duan Qizhou and Duan Yuanxi both loved and feared their mother. When he was young, Duan Qizhou didn't understand his mother, but as he grew older, he realized that the source of her irascibility was actually his father. If the father loves, then the mother is calm. If the mother is calm, then the child is secure. If the child is secure, then the family is harmonious. If the family is harmonious, then all goes well. A man's love is key to whether a family lives in harmony. But his father had no affection for his mother. Put simply, his mother was just a pitiable woman. This pitiable nature became even more evident after her passing. Within just a few months after her death, his father Duan Qiuming hastily declared that he had found his soulmate and remarried without delay. It was undoubtedly a slap in the face to his mother. Duan Qizhou placed the 2 bouquets of flowers in front of his mother Feng Sulian's gravestone and knelt down to kowtow 3 times. Mom, so much has happened this year. I hope you know nothing about it. I hope in another world you've already started your new life. You don't need to worry about me and 1111, we're both fine. Duan Qizhou stayed with his mother for a while before rising to leave the cemetery. As he just reached the entrance, a figure came rushing directly towards him. Chen Han was quick-eyed and deft-handed, pushing the person away. Who are you? Chen Han glared at this lackadaisical man in front of him. What do you want? My name is Jiang Jin. I'm looking for Duan Qizhou. I have something to say to him. Jiang Jin said loudly. Mr. Duan isn't someone you can see whenever you feel like it. Leave now, otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Chen Han said coldly. You're telling me to leave without even asking what I have to say. Aren't you worried Duan Qizhou will fire you? Let me tell you, what I have to say, if Duan Qizhou doesn't listen, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. As Jiang Jin spoke, he shouted loudly past Chen Han toward Duan Qizhou. Duan Qizhou, what I want to tell you is the secret of your mother's death. Do you want to hear it? If you do, pay me 5 million. What nonsense are you talking about? Angered, Chen Han was about to raise his hand to drive him away when Duan Qizhou stepped up to stop him. What did you just say? Duan Qizhou sized up the lean man before him with an intimidating gaze. Jiang Jin felt uneasy under Duan Qizhou's eyes, but thinking about the sudden wealth he was about to gain, he mustered his courage. I said I know the secret behind your mother's death. Your mother did not die naturally, she was murdered. Mr. Duan, this guy probably has some mental disorder. Duan Qizhou stopped Chen Han with a gesture and steadily looked at Jiang Jin. Can you take responsibility for what you said? Do you know the cost of deceiving me? Of course I can take responsibility for what I said. I dare swear it on my wife, children, and parents' lives. Every word I said is true. All right, continue. For me to continue, you need to pay me first. Jiang Jin bared his yellow teeth in a greed-filled grin. 5 million yuan, no bargaining. Chen Han, transfer the money. Duan Qizhou said. Seeing how readily Du and Chizhou agreed, Jiang Jin suddenly felt he had asked for too little. 5 million meant nothing to such a super-rich tycoon. 10 million, I want 10 million. Du and Chizhou turned to walk away upon hearing him raise the price. Seeing his prey flying out of reach, Jiang Jin hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Duan, I was wrong, 5 million is enough, I won't dare raise the price again. Speak. My mom used to be a nurse aide at Qingfeng Rehabilitation Center. She once saw someone unplug your mother's ventilator with her own eyes. Chapter 84, Evidence of Infidelity. For 3 consecutive days, Ruan Xinya went to the east side of the city to find WN Mai, but WN Mai remained in seclusion, leaving her with no chance to meet her. Instead, it was WN Mai's son, Jiang Jin, who occasionally opened the door and grinned at Ruan Xinya in a cunning manner. What do you want with my mom? Just asking about something. In this day and age, information comes at a price. How much will you pay my mom for the information? How much do you want? Jiang Jin held up one hand and made a 5 gesture. 50,000? Ruan Xinya thought he was really asking for an exorbitant amount. Jiang Jin laughed. 50,000? That's like giving money to a beggar. I want 5 million. I don't have that kind of money. Then how about sleeping with me once? Ruan Xinya knew Jiang Jin was deliberately making things difficult for her, so she turned around and left. As soon as she stepped out of the apartment building, she saw Du and Chizhou's car parked at the exit of the building. Du and Chizhou, in a white shirt and black trousers, leaned against the car door with a cigarette slowly burning between his fingers, though he didn't take a puff. What was he doing here? Ruan Xinya had an uneasy premonition. The eastern part of the city was far from the urban area of Rongcheng. There was no way Du and Chizhou would be here by coincidence, especially right below the unit where WN Mai lived. Could it be, he already knows something? When Du and Chizhou saw Ruan Xinya, he stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can opposite him. Come over here, he said. Ruan Xinya walked up to him. Why are you here? I'm waiting for someone. Who? You. Ruan Xinya furrowed her brow. The unsettling premonition in her heart grew stronger. Neither Du and Chizhou's tone nor his demeanor seemed right. What about you? Why are you here? He asked. I'm looking for someone. Who? Ruan Xinya licked her lips. An old friend of my mom's. What kind of friend? You don't know her. The nurse who took care of my mom, how could I not know her? Du and Chizhou looked at her calmly, seemingly even smiling faintly at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he already knew everything. Ruan Xinya unconsciously clasped her hands together. The calmer Du and Chizhou appeared, the more frightened she became. The two silently faced each other across a small path paved with pebbles. After an unknown length of time, Ruan Xinya finally found her voice again. You promised to give me a chance to explain. All right, explain yourself. Du and Chizhou lit another cigarette and watched her quietly through the swirling smoke. There was no pressure in his gaze, only icy coldness that made one feel utterly hopeless. Ruan Xinya didn't know where to begin. Why aren't you explaining? You're silent. Du and Chizhou took long strides over the stone path and stood in front of Ruan Xinya. Since you won't say anything, let me ask you. Did you know all along that your mother was the murderer responsible for my mother's death? Just answer yes or no. Yes. Was the thing you apologized to me for the other day this matter? That day was just a fake. Answer yes or no. Yes. Good. Based on these 2 questions, now explain. Ruan Xinya couldn't understand how Du and Chizhou could maintain such restraint at a moment like this. She wasn't as calm as him, her thoughts were already tangled. She admitted her own selfishness, and even now, she was distractedly thinking about the fate her mother might face after missing the opportunity to confess voluntarily. Sorry. Upon hearing her apology, Du and Chizhou finally lost control completely. He hurled the smoldering cigarette but on the ground with a snap, sparks leaping toward Ruan Xinya's feet. She stood frozen in place without dodging. Ruan Xinya, anger surged from his eyes. You and your mother make me sick. Sickening, right? Of course, it was nauseating. One person killed his mother and then calmly married his father. Another knew her mother had killed his mother yet failed to reveal the truth and even sought a chance to justify herself to him. Thinking of it this way, even Ruan Xinya herself felt sickened. Du and Chizhou got into his car, slammed the door shut, and drove away in a rage. Ruan Xinya stared at Du and Chizhou's speeding car, realizing the upcoming storm was going to hit hard. She didn't have time to grieve. Immediately, she pulled out her phone and dialed her mother Wang Menghan's number. Wang Menghan didn't pick up the call. Ruan Xinya ran out of the neighborhood trying to hail a cab while continuing to call her mother repeatedly. Finally, on the 5th call, Wang Menghan picked up. Hello. There was laughter and noise on Wang Menghan's end, as if many people were around. Mom, where are you? At home. What is it? She sounded a little impatient. After several conflicts earlier, Wang Menghan had grown tired of communicating with Ruan Xinya. Mom, listen to me. Go turn yourself in immediately, okay? Xinya Ruan, are you sick? Wang Menghan lowered her voice, almost going crazy with anger. Are you not finished yet? Why do you have to bring this up when I'm happy? Are you trying to drive me to my death? Mom, I'm trying to save you. Now Duan. Get out, I don't need your saving. If you dare mention this to my face again, I'll die right in front of you. Wang Menghan hung up the phone. Ruan Xinya kept calling, and Wang Menghan directly blocked her number. Fortunately, she managed to hail a taxi. Where to, miss? Ruan Xinya gave the address of the Duan family. Driver, please hurry. All right. The taxi driver sped like the wind, but still couldn't match the speed of Duan Chijo. When Wan Xinya arrived at the Duan residence, Duan Chijo had already ruined Wang Menghan's party. The last time Wang Menghan and Duan Qiuming celebrated their marriage certificate, it ended abruptly due to an unexpected fainting by Wan Mucheng. This left Wang Menghan regretful, so today, she held another grand banquet at the Duan house, inviting all the wealthy ladies from her circle to show off how prosperous she was as the new Mrs. Duan. Originally, this should have been a very joyous event, but Wan Xinya's phone call plunged Wang Menghan's mood into the depths. What Wang Menghan didn't expect was that Wan Xinya's call was only their appetizer. The real storm came from Duan Chijo. As soon as Duan Chijo entered the door of the Duan residence, without saying a word, he kicked over the expensive rose-only rose bear Wang Menghan bought and placed in the center of the courtyard. A few wealthy ladies were scared speechless by Duan Chijo's ferocity. "Chijo, what's wrong with you? Have you been drinking?" One Mrs. Wang, emboldened by the business relationship between her husband and the Duan Corporation, approached him in the tone of an elder showing concern, but was coldly pushed aside by Duan Chijo. Then, champagne towers, dessert tables, all were swept onto the ground with a single wave of his hand. Amidst the clattering sounds, everyone was terrified, including Duan Qiuming. He had never seen such a Duan Chijo, like a lion crazed with rage, exuding a desire to destroy everything around him. No one dared to stop him or get close to him. Only Uncle Kang, the butler, stepped forward to protect him from harming himself, but on this day, Duan Chijo showed no respect even for Uncle Kang. He shoved past Kang and walked straight toward Wang Menghan. Chijo. Wang Menghan sensed something was wrong and tried to hide behind Duan Qiuming, but was caught by Duan Chijo grabbing her hair. "Ah!" Wang Menghan screamed, "Husband, save me." Before Duan Qiuming could speak, Duan Chijo yanked Wang Menghan's hair and shoved her head into the pool. "Ooh!" Wang Menghan struggled violently, her newly purchased dress ripped apart. "Chijo, are you insane? Let her go." Duan Qiuming wheeled towards Duan Chijo to try to stop him, but Duan Chijo kicked the wheelchair, nearly causing it to overturn if not for Uncle Kang catching it. Master, no matter what happens, calm down," Uncle Kang rushed to dissuade him, fearing for human life. In reality, Duan Chijo was clear-headed. He didn't intend to kill Wang Menghan with his own hands to avenge his mother. He wasn't someone who would ruin his future over such a person. He precisely timed it, pulling Wang Menghan out of the water. Wang Menghan's new hairstyle completely collapsed from being soaked in water, her bangs sticking to her face, looking like a ghost. While gasping for breath after choking on water, she panted heavily for fresh air. All the surrounding wealthy ladies were stunned. Wang Menghan had just been bragging about how much favor she was getting in the Duan household, but now how dare the stepson Duan Chijo treat his stepmother in front of all these people with such audacity? What strange news. These wealthy ladies originally disliked Wang Menghan flaunting her achievements arrogantly before them, but they couldn't offend her because of the Duan family. So they reluctantly attended the banquet. Now seeing Wang Menghan taught a lesson by Duan Chijo, they secretly rejoiced, looking forward to the drama. Finally catching her breath, Wang Menghan immediately started questioning Duan Chijo with feigned hurt. "Chijo, why did you treat me like this in front of all these noble guests at the Duan household? If I've done something wrong, tell me directly. Why must you push me to the brink of death?" "Act away, keep acting," said Duan Chijo. "What are you talking about? I'm not acting. I truly feel wronged. So can you honestly confess in front of everyone whether or not my mother was murdered by your order?" Wang Menghan was suddenly shocked. It turned out Duan Chijo was here for this matter. She should have realized it sooner. "Chijo, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you still pretending to be innocent?" Duan Chijo once again shoved Wang Menghan's head into the pool, letting her choke on water before pulling her back up, torturing her repeatedly. Wang Menghan was scared but refused to admit guilt, crying and shouting, "Husband, save me." Seeing his wife being tormented this way, Duan Qiuming grabbed a nearby glass and hurled it at Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo dodged it. "What? Can't bear to see it." Duan Chijo coldly stared at his father. "Duan Qiuming, do you know, my mother didn't die naturally, she was killed by this woman." Everyone present gasped in shock, looking at Duan Chijo with disbelief. Duan Qiuming was also startled, but he didn't believe it. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence?" "Of course I have evidence." Duan Chijo glanced at Wang Menghan and said in a voice only she could hear, "Wn Mai and Wang Guojia have already testified against you." Wang Menghan's pupils trembled. How had even her own brother betrayed her? No, it wasn't possible. This must be Duan Chijo's trick to incriminate her. "You're lying. Your mother had been in a coma for years anyway. She stopped breathing on her own. What does it have to do with me? Not confessing, huh?" Duan Chijo immediately played the recorded testimonies of Wn Mai and Wang Guojia in front of everyone. The two recordings sent shivers down everyone's spines. It finally dawned on everyone that Feng Sulian's death a year ago was caused by Wang Menghan. "No, that's not true. Husband, that's not true." Wang Menghan screamed at Duan Qiuming, trying several times to break free from Duan Chijo's grip to seek protection from Duan Qiuming, but she couldn't break away. Her hair, like seaweed, was tightly gripped in Duan Chijo's hand. Duan Qiuming couldn't bring himself to believe what Duan Chijo had said, nor did he want to believe he had misjudged someone. He had married a killer of his original wife, a truth no one could accept easily. "Chijo, is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Duan Qiuming asked, unwilling to give up. Duan Chijo didn't reply. Instead, he took out a stack of photos from his coat pocket and threw them in front of Duan Qiuming. In the photos, Wang Menghan was waist-deep embracing a much younger man, passionately kissing in a salon. The man was at least 20 years younger than Wang Menghan. Who is this person? Duan Qiuming's forehead veins bulged as he severely questioned Wang Menghan. Which rogue are you having an affair with? Wang Menghan glanced at the photos from afar. Although she couldn't clearly see the pictures, she knew they must have captured her moments with her stylist Jeff. Jeff was her kept young lover, 23 years younger than her. He was youthful and energetic, not only offering emotional support and daily comfort to make Wang Menghan feel happy, but also excelling in their intimate relationships, reigniting the spring in her dried-out body. Most of the pocket money Duan Qiuming gave her went into Jeff's pockets, but she felt it was worth it because Jeff had revitalized her so much that her absent menstruation resumed after months. Each time they dated, they kept it very secret. However, unexpectedly, Duan Qiuming had captured evidence of her infidelity. Husband, these photos aren't real. They're AI generated. Wang Menghan tried to defend herself, but Duan Qiuming was utterly disappointed and no longer believed her. Qiuming, I've misjudged and made a terrible mistake. If you need to report this to the police, go ahead. End this farce quickly, Duan Qiuming said, covering his face. Duan Qiuming, middle-aged, had lost his wife in a car accident and become disabled. He had thought Wang Menghan was his redemption, a bit of sunshine sprinkled into his desert-like latter life by heaven, but he never expected this woman to be a venomous scorpion, turning his life after marriage into nothing but a complete joke. Duan Qiuming had finished venting his anger and was planning to call the police. As soon as he pulled out his phone, he saw Ruan Xinya rushing through the door. When Wang Menghan saw Ruan Xinya, it was as if she'd seen hope again, struggling in Duan Qiuming's grasp once more. Yaya, please, save mommy. Chapter 85, Her Doraemon. Seeing the disheveled figure of Wang Menghan, Ruan Xinya quickly pushed through the crowd watching and ran over to her. Let go of my mom. Ruan Xinya rushed in front of Duan Qiuming. Duan Qiuming coldly stared at her and didn't release Wang Menghan. Yaya, save me. My head is so painful. Wang Menghan, seeing no help from Duan Qiuming anymore, instantly took Ruan Xinya as her last resort. Duan Qiuming, let go of my mom. Ruan Xinya grabbed Duan Qiuming's hand and looked into his eyes. If my mom has done something wrong, the law will punish her, not for you to force her like this. Duan Qiuming locked eyes with her, his gaze dark and fierce, completely ignoring her plea, and instead tightened his grip even further. Wang Menghan cried out in pain. Although Ruan Xinya knew that Wang Menghan deserved punishment, as a daughter, it was hard for her to watch her mother being publicly humiliated like this. You let go of my mom, please. Tears welled up in Ruan Xinya's eyes. I know you are full of hatred. If you want to vent, do it on me. On you. Do you even deserve it? After speaking, Duan Qiuming pushed Wang Menghan away. Losing her balance, she fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Kang, call the police. Yes, master. After handling all this, Duan Qiuming loosened his tie and walked upstairs without looking back. Duan Qiuming was also furious and wheeled himself away. In the vast courtyard of the Duan family, only strangers were left behind. These wealthy ladies hurriedly used their phones to take pictures of Wang Menghan's pitiful state. Wang Menghan curled up on the ground, her face buried in wet, disheveled hair, trembling uncontrollably. Ruan Xinya took off her coat and draped it over Wang Menghan's shoulders. Yaya, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Wang Menghan clutched Ruan Xinya's hands. Considering all the care I've given you growing up, you must save me. At this point, there is nothing I can do but hire a professional lawyer and follow the lawyer's advice. You should beg Duan Qiuming. Aren't the two of you? Mom, please stop. Desperately, Ruan Xinya cut Wang Menghan's words short. You're my mother, you killed his mother. What kind of feelings could he possibly have left for me? After this event, she and Duan Qiuming were no longer siblings. Unfortunately, they had acquired a new identity: enemies. She and he seemed doomed to never be together under normal circumstances. The police cars arrived with sirens blaring and took Wang Menghan away. That night, Wang Menghan's brother, Wang Guodao, was also captured. This incident, even in the extravagant and strange world of high society, still ranked among the bizarre. In no time, news about Wang Menghan killing Duan Qiuming's ex-wife to join the prestigious family spread throughout the city of Rongqing. Gossip magazines eagerly turned this story into dramatic narratives, adding more details and sarcasm, turning the Duan family and Duan Qiuming into laughingstocks within high society. Especially for Duan Qiuming, who insisted on marrying someone despite his children's protests, this woman had not only killed his ex-wife but was now revealed to have cheated on him with another man, forever marking him as a fool. With the magnitude of this scandal, Duan Qiuming spent several days bedridden from sheer frustration. Housekeeper Kang worried about Duan Qiuming's condition and asked Duan Qiuming, young master, why aren't you handling those gossip magazines? I'm truly afraid Mr. Duan cannot bear it. Kang knew that as long as Duan Qiuming intervened, no one would dare write anything negative about the Duan family or Duan Qiuming. However, this time, Duan Qiuming delayed taking any action. If he can't endure, then let him endure. It's a lesson for him. Duan Qiuming said. Had Duan Qiuming shown just a little more respect for his first wife, Feng Sulian, and waited beyond the mourning period before remarrying, things wouldn't have turned out this way. All this was Duan Qiuming's well-deserved punishment. Another person hit hard by the gossip magazines was Ruan Muqing. Learning from media articles that her mother Wang Menghan had not only taken a life but also used the Duan family's money to support a lover 20 years younger than herself, Ruan Muqing fainted again out of anger. When Ruan Xinya received the hospital call, she had just left the law firm. No lawyers in Rongqing were willing to take Wang Menghan's case. Naturally, taking such a case would mean going against the powerful Duan family, and offending the Duans meant ruining one's career. No one would foolishly choose such a path. When Wan Xinya reached the hospital, Wan Muqing was still being resuscitated. Staring at the glaring red in surgery sign, Wan Xinya suddenly felt overwhelmed. She began doubting whether she had made the right decision. If she could have concealed the secret like her sister Wan Muqing, then now Wang Menghan would still be the Duan family's Mrs. Duan, Wan Muqing would be getting discharged soon, and Duan Qizhou would still be by her side. Now, everything had spiraled towards a worse direction. Even her sister had fallen ill. Did she make a mistake after all? Wan Xinya sat alone in the hallway, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Suddenly, a handkerchief was handed to her from in front of her. Wan Xinya looked up and saw the person standing before her, someone who had been absent for a long time, Zhu Dongji. Zhu Dongji was dressed in a simple polo shirt and a pair of beige trousers, exuding an elegant and scholarly aura. He was now bending down, looking at Wan Xinya tenderly. This moment reminded Wan Xinya of the day when both of their sisters underwent heart transplant surgery years ago. Back then, in the hospital corridor, she had handed a tissue to the weeping Zhu Dongji. Now, roles were reversed as Zhu Dongji was here consoling her. Mr. Zhu, how did you come here? Wan Xinya recovered from her surprise. I heard Xiaoqing is hospitalized, so I came by to check. Zhu Dongji's mother had been unwell some time ago, and he accompanied her overseas for surgery, staying there for recuperation afterward. He returned to the country just yesterday, and his secretary informed him that Wan Muqing's recent condition wasn't good and that she was hospitalized. Therefore, he specially arranged time to visit her. However, upon arrival, he unexpectedly encountered Wan Xinya silently shedding tears all alone. What's wrong with Xiaoqing? The first time she fainted, it was due to insufficient recovery of the aortic valve function after her heart transplant, causing insufficient blood supply. This time, she fainted because of shock. After deliberating for several seconds, Zhu Dongji spoke slowly. I've heard about your mother's matter. If you need any help, you can reach out to me. After speaking, he handed a business card to Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya assumed this was Zhu Dongji's own business card, but upon glancing down, she realized it was actually a lawyer's. The lawyer's name was Zhong Yi. Wan Xinya hadn't heard of Zhong Yi, but she understood well that anyone recommended personally by Zhu Dongji couldn't be ordinary. If you need assistance regarding your mother's case, you can directly contact Ms. Zhong. She has recently returned from Hong Kong to mainland China. Few people know her in Rongqing, but in Hong Kong's legal circle, she is renowned for criminal law. Wan Xinya was exactly worried about finding a lawyer. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. You've relieved my urgent concerns. Don't mention it. As they were talking, the surgery ended. Fortunately, Wan Muqing had no serious issues. Wan Muqing was sent back to her ward, and the doctor kept Wan Xinya behind alone. Recently, the patient's emotional fluctuations have been significant, which is detrimental to her recovery. The family should counsel her more and stabilize her emotions. Her recovery will progress faster if she's in a good mood. I understand. Thank you, doctor. After Wan Xinya finished chatting with the doctor, she returned to the ward, where Wan Muqing had already awakened. Sister, did someone visit me while I was in surgery? Asked Wan Muqing. Yes, how did you know? The nurse sister mentioned it, a very handsome man. It was Zhu Dongji. Upon hearing Zhu Dongji's name, Wan Muqing's gaze dimmed slightly. Wan Xinya noticed something was amiss with her mood. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Wan Muqing shook her head and closed her eyes. Wan Xinya looked at Wan Muqing's frail figure and walked over to hold her hand. Xiaoqing, do you blame me for making this decision? No, I don't, replied Wan Muqing. Really? Aha. I think your decision was entirely correct. Mother has completely lost herself in the allure of money. I originally thought that once she achieved her wish to marry into the Duan family, she would settle down a bit, but who would have known that she would end up keeping a much younger man? Wan Muqing's cheeks flushed red with shame. Having such a mother, I feel humiliated. Hearing that her sister didn't blame her, Wan Xinya felt somewhat relieved. Sister, stop blaming yourself. The one who should blame themselves is me. I should have spoken up earlier and tried to restrain Mother sooner. If I had, Mother wouldn't have married into the Duan family, and things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Wang Menghan was like a ship without its sails. The longer it took for someone to step in and restrain her, the further off course she veered, until finally reaching a state of irreversible downfall far worse than the current situation. Therefore, Wan Muqing deeply admired the decisiveness of Wan Xinya for taking action. Even though things were messy right now, it was, in another sense, an act of timely damage control. But what will happen to Mom? Although Wan Muqing hated her mother, she also worried about her. Rest assured, Mr. Zhu has introduced a lawyer. I'll meet with the lawyer tomorrow and see if we can fight for a lenient treatment for Mom as much as possible. Okay. On the morning of the next day, Wan Xinya contacted Zhong Yi. They arranged to meet at the law firm. Zhong Yi turned out to be much younger than Wan Xinya had imagined. Perhaps because she had lived in Hong Kong for a long time, she carried a professional and sharp air characteristic of female leads in Hong Kong dramas. Moreover, she was very beautiful, beautifully familiar even. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, Zhong Yi preemptively said what Wan Xinya was thinking. Wan Xinya often heard this comment, but usually, those saying it were men trying to start a conversation. It was the first time a woman had said it to her, making it quite peculiar. I also feel like I've seen attorney Zhong somewhere before, Ruani Xinya said. I'm not joking, I'm serious, but I just can't recall it right now, Zhongyi said. I'm being serious too. Attorney Zhong seems really familiar. Ruan Xinya looked at Zhongyi, and she recalled something. Zhongyi's facial features were slightly similar to Zhu Dongji's. Both of them had highly distinctive good looks. You know my cousin, so it's quite normal for me to seem familiar. Cousin? Right, didn't Zhu Dongji tell you? He's my cousin. Mr. Zhu didn't say that. Ah, talking about my cousin, I think I remember where I've seen you. Where? Ruan Xinya asked curiously. Hihi, Zhongyi chuckled twice, it's a secret. Ruan Xinya's first impression of Zhongyi was that the lawyer had a girlish personality. However, once they started discussing serious matters, Zhongyi seemed to transform entirely, completely overturning her first impression. Just as Zhu Dongji had mentioned, Zhongyi was highly professional. She straightforwardly informed Ruan Xinya that, considering how severe Wang Menghan's case was, the chances of obtaining a lighter sentence were slim. Nonetheless, she would try her best to find a breakthrough regarding Wang Menghan's mental issues. Zhongyi further questioned Ruan Xinya about many details concerning Wang Menghan's past. By the time their conversation ended, it was already lunchtime. Let's have lunch together. Zhongyi glanced at her watch. At this hour, my cousin should be having lunch as well. His company is nearby. Let me call him and have him pay for our meal. Miss Ruan, you wouldn't mind, right? Not at all. Attorney Zhong and Mr. Zhu have helped me immensely. It should be me who invites you both for a meal. My cousin has plenty of money. Miss Ruan, you mustn't be polite with him. As Zhongyi spoke, she pulled out her phone and called Zhu Dongji. Surprisingly, such a big boss as Zhu Dongji actually allowed Zhongyi to summon him at will. He personally drove over and picked up Ruan Xinya and Zhongyi to head to a restaurant. How did your discussion go? Zhu Dongji asked upon seeing Zhongyi. It went great. I really like Miss Ruan, and I believe Auntie would like her too. Zhongyi's thinking jumped around, leaving Ruan Xinya a little lost. Zhu Dongji gave Zhongyi a glare. I asked you about the case, what are you answering? Did I answer incorrectly? Zhongyi gave a mischievous smile. Sorry, I tend to be gossipy and overly sensitive. Zhu Dongji helplessly looked at Ruan Xinya. Miss Ruan, don't mind her. She's like this normally, always acting frivolously, but her work is reliable enough. I don't mind, Ruan Xinya smiled. The three arrived at the restaurant. It was mealtime, and all private rooms were full. They directly sat down in the main hall. After ordering food, Zhongyi stepped out to take a call. How is Xiaoqing doing? Zhu Dongji asked while pouring water for Ruan Xinya. She woke up yesterday and was doing fine. I'll visit her another day. No need, Mr. Zhu, please handle your own affairs. I will take care of her. Are you currently unemployed? Ruan Xinya paused briefly. Originally, she should have been overseas by now, rejoining Duan Corporation's overseas group, starting a brand new life. But due to these unexpected events here, the new life turned into a dream, making everything seem distant. Thinking about this, her heart ached. I rested for a while after quitting from my last job and was preparing to look for work. Now, since Ruan Muqing was hospitalized and needed money, and Wang Menghan also required legal funds, Ruan Xinya's savings were almost depleted. She had to quickly find a job to maintain a stable financial situation. My secretary is about to give birth soon. Would you mind coming to work at Zhu Corporation? Be your secretary? Yes. Ruan Xinya felt as if Zhu Dongji were her doorman. Whatever she wanted, he could pull it out from his pocket. Zhu Corporation was a large enterprise comparable to Duan Corporation. If she truly entered Zhu Corporation, it would absolutely be an opportunity for her. Mr. Zhu, does this mean you're hiring me directly without an interview? There's no need. Being able to work beside Duan Chizhou for 2 years already demonstrates your competence. Chapter 86, There's already someone in my heart. The name Duan Chizhou was simply like a golden brand. Everywhere he went, people benefited from his reputation. But Ruan Xinya could no longer live under his halo with peace of mind. I'd rather go through the formal interview process, Ruan Xinya said. Zhu Dongji smiled and said, good, follow your own wishes. Zhongyi received a call from a client. She was directly called away, and did not return. Thus, the three eating together were eventually reduced to only Ruan Xinya and Zhu Dongji. As the dishes had just been placed on the table, another group of people walked into the restaurant. At first, Ruan Xinya didn't pay much attention until she heard someone shout, Chizhou, what are you looking at? She turned her head and saw Duan Chizhou and Luo Xiaodong walking in with a few others. Duan Chizhou was wearing sunglasses, facing the direction of the front desk. Ruan Xinya only saw his side profile, towering and severe. A distant glance would leave one feeling miles away, a strong sense of aloofness permeating him. Duan Chizhou and his friends sat a few tables away, their backs to Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya suddenly lost her appetite. This was the first time they met since the incident. This feeling of being strangers, it cut her heart like a knife. But she understood that for the rest of her life, she and Duan Chizhou could only be this way. Try this fish, it's quite good. Zhu Dongji pointed at a newly served squirrel mandarin fish. Okay. Ruan Xinya used the serving chopsticks to pick up some fish meat but accidentally got splashed with sweet and sour sauce. Be careful. Zhu Dongji handed her a handkerchief. These days, fewer and fewer people were used to carrying handkerchiefs, but doing so was Zhu Dongji's habit. No need, I can just wash it off in the restroom. Ruan Xinya didn't want to dirty Zhu Dongji's handkerchief. All right. Ruan Xinya got up and headed toward the restroom. She did not notice that after she stood up, Duan Chizhou soon followed. Chizhou, where are you going? Lu Tianhao asked. Du and Chizhou didn't answer. Luo Xiaodong gave Lu Tianhao a sideways look. Are you free or something? He's just going to the restroom. Do you need to meddle? It's just that we already went to the restroom together just now, right? So what? Do you have an issue with him needing the restroom, or do you think he doesn't measure up to you? Lu Tianhao. Fine, he wouldn't interfere anymore. Ruan Xinya wiped off the stain from her cuff, washed her hands, and as she looked up, she noticed another figure reflected in the mirror. It was Du and Chizhou. Du and Chizhou had somehow arrived next to her, but his gaze wasn't on her. Instead, he turned on the tap beside her and slowly washed his hands. The mother is caught in trouble, yet Miss Ruan still has the heart to laugh and talk with men outside. I guess you're not as filial as I thought. Ruan Xinya turned off the faucet, ready to leave, but was quickly blocked by Du and Chizhou shifting sideways in front of her. What do you want? She looked up at him. I hear you've been searching for lawyers everywhere to save your mother. Yes. How about it? You don't believe she committed the crime? Or do you think that even after killing someone, there won't be any punishment? I don't mean that. Then what do you mean? Annoying me on purpose? I'm definitely not doing that, Ruan Xinya explained. No matter what, my mother will always be my mother. She gave me life. Now that she's in trouble, should I just ignore it and not lift a finger? When I look for a lawyer, it's not because I think she's innocent or insist on reducing her sentence, it's just to have a clean conscience as a child. Du and Chizhou silently stared at her. I know it was her who killed someone, and I hate why she did this, but I am her daughter, this cannot change. Ruan Xinya's eyes were brimming with tears. You can hate her, you can hate me, I don't have any complaints. The sound of water gurgling. Du and Chizhou looked at her. Suddenly, he turned off the faucet. There was an absolute silence between the two of them. I naturally hate you. Hate that she was the daughter of Wang Menghan, hate that she covered for Wang Menghan, and more importantly, hate that when making every decision, she never considered his feelings. After returning from the restroom, Ruan Xinya's face was pale as paper. Zhu Dongzi immediately noticed her slightly red eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhu Dongzi's gaze moved past Ruan Xinya, towards Du and Chizhou's empty seat nearby, and remained silent. The next day, Ruan Xinya went to interview at the Zhu Corporation. HR mentioned that originally the position of the president's secretary required 3 rounds of interviews, but last night, the previous secretary suddenly experienced abdominal pain and was hospitalized, leading to an early vacation which left the position vacant. Therefore, the 3-round interview was compressed into 2 rounds. After passing the HR screening, she would then see the vice president. If she passed the vice president's evaluation, she could be hired directly. The vice president at Zhu Corporation was named Ji Yuran. Ji Yuran wore a high-end custom Chanel outfit. Her presence was very commanding, radiating a charm polished by the passage of time. As Ruan Xinya stepped into the office, Ji Yuran looked her over from head to toe. Sit, Ji Yuran said with a poker face. Ji Yuran's first impression of Ruan Xinya was not favorable. This woman was too beautiful. Ji Yuran did not want someone so pretty around Zhu Dongji. Are you Ruan Xinya? Yes, Vice President Ji. Ji Yuran skimmed through Ruan Xinya's resume casually. You're unmarried, correct? Do you have a boyfriend yet? Ruan Xinya hesitated slightly. Vice President Ji, is this question related to today's interview? Since I asked, it must be relevant. Unless, am I just indulging in trivial gossip about your private life? Ji Yuran's tone turned unpleasant. I don't have a boyfriend. You should have said that sooner instead of going on and on. Irritably, Ji Yuran tossed Ruan Xinya's resume onto the desk. I think you're unsuitable for our company. You can go back now, we'll reimburse your taxi fare. Was the interview over just like that? Ruan Xinya was somewhat confused. Did I offend Vice President Ji, thus failing the interview? Respecting your superior is basic. I do respect Vice President Ji. However, that previous question made me uncertain, which is why I brought it up. Is Jusha a company that forbids employees from raising questions? Ji Yuran smiled at Ruan Xinya. She indeed had a sharp tongue and wasn't easy to deal with. Jusha certainly allows employees to raise questions, but unfortunately, you aren't yet an employee of Jusha. Ji Yuran glanced at her watch. Don't waste everyone's time. Go, I still have much work to do. Ruan Xinya hadn't expected to encounter such an unreasonable interviewer. Just as she was about to get up and leave, there came a knock on the door of the vice president's office. Come in, Ji Yuran said. Zhu Dongji pushed the door open and walked in. Director Zhu. Upon seeing Zhu Dongji, Ji Yuran greeted him with a smile while gesturing with her eyes at Ruan Xinya, indicating that she should leave quickly. How did you come back? Didn't you say you were going to visit the factory? I forgot something and returned to pick it up. I heard there was an interview, so I stopped by to take a look. Saying this, Zhu Dongji turned his head towards Ruan Xinya and asked her, how did it feel? Ji Yuran immediately realized that Zhu Dongji was familiar with Ruan Xinya. Fine, Ruan Xinya replied. Even though the interview wasn't successful, the company still reimbursed my cab fare, very humane treatment. Frowning, Zhu Dongji asked, the interview wasn't successful? Director Zhu, it's like this. Considering how Susan caused trouble for the company due to her pregnancy and childbirth, this time I want to recruit a married secretary who already has children for you, thereby reducing future troubles. Vice President Ji, you're also a woman. Do you believe it's fair to use marriage and childbirth as standards in interviews? Ruan Xinya spoke straightforwardly. She thought since she'd already angered one person, offending another more thoroughly wouldn't matter much. Ji Yuran kept silent. Of course, she knew it wasn't fair. But since she disliked Wan Xinya, she needed some reason to reject her. Alright, Miss Wan, I will personally interview you. Zhu Dongji took Wan Xinya's resume and motioned her with a tilt of his head, follow me to my office. Okay. Wan Xinya followed Zhu Dongji to his office. Zhu Dongji's office was on the farthest east side. The interior decoration exuded a strong modern vibe. Most eye-catching upon entering was a smart robot. Mr. Zhu, your office feels so tech-savvy, Wan Xinya commented. Technology is the cornerstone of Zhousha's development. With time, maybe robots could directly serve as your assistants. Zhu Dongji chuckled as he reviewed Wan Xinya's resume while gesturing her to sit down and talk. When are you available to start working? Zhu Dongji asked. Are we talking about joining directly? As you see, my secretary suddenly went to the hospital yesterday, and I urgently need a skilled hand. Therefore, if you have no objections to our company, I hope you can join as soon as possible. Regarding salary, rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Wan Xinya understood that finding a professional secretary for a vast company like Zhousha would only take moments, but Zhu Dongji was offering her an advantage while lightening her mental burden. Thank you, Director Zhu. Not bad, quick adjustment. Give you 2 more days, join after 2 days, alright? Alright. When Wan Xinya left Zhousha, her mood finally brightened. Though life was messy, this could barely count as a happy event. She wanted to hurry to the hospital to tell her sister, Wan Muqing, this good news. Upon reaching the hospital, there was a visitor in Wan Muqing's ward. Apparently, he was her university classmate named Sun Chensi. Tall and slim, Sun Chensi wore a striped t-shirt. He looked very clean-cut and youthful. Holding a bouquet of sunflowers in his arms, shyly he mentioned these flowers were for Xiaoqing. Anyone who could visit the hospital at this time should be a true friend. However, Muqing wasn't very enthusiastic about Sun Chensi. Xiaoqing, do you have any complaints against Sun Chensi? Xinya asked after Sun Chensi left. No. Then why are you so cold to him? Because he's pursuing me, Muqing said. I don't like him and don't want him to have any illusions, so I'm not responding to him too much. Xinya thought her sister was right about handling feelings this way. If she didn't like someone, it was important to let them know and stop wasting both their times. This Sun Chensi is handsome and polite, I think is quite good-looking. Why don't you like him? No feeling. I don't like his type. So what type do you like? Muqing answered without hesitation, I like mature and steady ones. You answered so quickly. Is there someone already on your mind? Muqing blushed and denied it immediately, no. Xinya always treated Muqing as a little kid, but today she suddenly realized that her sister had grown up. She not only had suitors but also her own teenage affairs. She didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and even though she was the older sister, she didn't need to pry into everything. It took 2 days for Xinya to find a reliable nurse for Muqing. 2 days later, she reported to Zhousha. Xinya hadn't worked in a long time, plus it was a new environment, so inevitably she felt a bit nervous. But luckily, with Dongji around, she inexplicably felt at ease. Dongji assigned Susan's assistant Xiaowen Fei to help Xinya get familiar with the work processes and business routines. Xiaowen was a warm-hearted girl. Not only did she help Xinya get acquainted with her workflow, but she also gave Xinya a tour around the entire Zhousha Group Corporation, pointing out where the cafeteria, gym, and tea house were. Xiaowen explained everything in detail. If you don't want to work here, just pack up and leave. I have no obligation to sympathize with how difficult your family situation is. Everyone has families, but our company isn't a charity unit. Xinya overheard Yuran Ji speaking as they passed by the meeting room. Sorry Vice President Ji, my father's health has been deteriorating recently. Don't give me such excuses. Work doesn't conflict with showing filial respect to your parents. If it does, then you lack the ability to balance work and family responsibilities. Zhousha doesn't need employees like you. Sorry Vice President Ji, I'll definitely coordinate between my work and home life in the future. Xinya only heard part of it, but she already thought Ji Yuren was unsympathetic. Xiaowen seemed to notice something and whispered near Xinya, Secretary Wan, Vice President Ji is known as the cold-faced Yama in our company. She's unfeeling and shows no mercy. Avoid provoking her at all costs, understood? With this behavior, isn't she out of control? Why doesn't General Manager Ju manage her? Xinya asked. One face for General Manager Ju and another face for the employees. We dare not report her to General Manager Ju. Besides, even if we tell him, he may not necessarily deal with her. After all, she's one of the veterans in the company. Veteran? But she doesn't look that old. 3 years older than General Manager Ju. Xiaowen pulled Xinya aside and whispered, let me tell you a piece of gossip. Vice President Ji hasn't fallen in love or married yet, and she likes General Manager Ju. How do you know she likes General Manager Ju? The whole company knows it. The other day when she tried to stop you from joining Zhousha, it was because she couldn't stand seeing women prettier than her around General Manager Ju. Susan, the previous secretary, was also interviewed by her. Susan is African descent, black, and probably she feels more comfortable with blacks around General Manager Ju. Xinya smiled. General Manager Ju doesn't seem like someone who would mix work with personal life. That's true, our General Manager Ju is very clear about public and private matters, but who can blame her jealousy? What are you two talking about? Just as Xinya and Xiaowen were chatting, Ji Yuren's voice came from behind them. Chapter 87, Intended Lover. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Ruan Xinya and Fei Xiaowen exchanged a glance. Both of them felt they were in trouble, especially Fei Xiaowen. Fortunately, Ji Yuran actually hadn't heard clearly what they were talking about. She was simply annoyed by the intimate laughter between the two of them. Be more serious during work hours. The company pays you to work, not to chat, Ji Yuran said as she walked around to Ruan Xinya's front in her high heels, pointing at her and saying, come with me. Yes, Vice President Ji. Ruan Xinya followed Ji Yuran to her office. Ji Yuran handed her a stack of documents. Make 10 copies of each of these documents. Ruan Xinya was Zhu Dongji's secretary. In principle, Ji Yuran didn't have the authority to make her do such tasks, but since Zhu Dongji wasn't here today and Ruan Xinya had just arrived without any current work, helping with some photocopying wasn't unreasonable. Okay. After the documents are copied, bring them along with me to the AI Tech Conference to meet up with General Manager Zhu. Ji Yuran paused for a moment and added, also, General Manager Zhu left a speech manuscript at the company. Go to his office to get it and take it along later. Okay. After Ruan Xinya finished copying the documents and tidied everything up, she went to Zhu Dongji's office to retrieve his speech manuscript, then set out together with Ji Yuran to attend the AI Technology Exchange Conference in Rongcheng. This conference invited many companies from Rongcheng to participate. As soon as Ruan Xinya entered, she saw Duan Chizhou. He wore a Hong Kong-style side-parting hairstyle and a tailored suit that made him appear handsome beyond measure. Duan Chizhou was being surrounded by a group of journalists for an interview. Whatever the reporter asked, he answered briefly, pushed the microphone aside after speaking, and turned to leave. Chu Hang stood beside him waiting, intercepting the journalists who wanted to chase after him. Ruan Xinya had thought that as long as she stayed in Rongcheng, they would see each other again, but she didn't expect their encounters to be this frequent. In fact, as long as she didn't see him, she could control herself from thinking about him, but once she saw him, her heart couldn't help but feel pain again. What are you looking at? Ji Yuran noticed her lost in thought and criticized her harshly. I advise you to be more proactive in your work, don't be absent-minded all the time. General Manager Zhu is not your immunity card. If you perform poorly, I can fire you too. Yes, Vice President Ji. Zhu Dongji was sitting in the first row of the guest seats. At today's conference, he was the opening speaker. As soon as Ruan Xinya and Ji Yuran walked into the venue, they saw the staff of the organizer bending down to speak with Zhu Dongji. Did you bring General Manager Zhu's speech manuscript? Ji Yuran asked. I did. Take it out and let me check. Ruan Xinya pulled out a folder from the bag and handed it over to Ji Yuran. Upon opening it and taking one look, Ji Yuran's face immediately changed drastically. I told you to bring General Manager Zhu's speech manuscript. Why did you give me a stack of blank papers? Didn't you flip through and check when you picked it up? Ji Yuran glared at Ruan Xinya. I took General Manager Zhu's speech manuscript. I checked twice. Not only did Ruan Xinya check when she took it, she also rechecked before leaving the company. What she had taken out was indeed Zhu Dongji's speech manuscript. She even saw the notes he had made on it, all handwritten. So, did I misaccuse you? Ji Yuran angrily threw the entire stack of blank pages onto Ruan Xinya's body. Even such a simple task, you failed to do well. Why do we need someone like you? Although the blank pages weren't heavy, Ji Yuran used considerable force. The sharp corners of the paper cut Ruan Xinya's chin, scattering all over her feet, making her look extremely disheveled. Everyone around was shocked by the commotion and turned to look at them. A few meters away, Duan Chizhou also looked over in their direction, catching Ruan Xinya's gaze through the crowd unintentionally. His eyes were icy and indifferent, showing no ripple, as if he didn't know her at all. Ruan Xinya sighed deeply, suppressing her sense of, Vice President Ji, I confirm that I brought out General Manager Zhu's speech manuscript. Now, nobody knows which step went wrong. However, since a mistake has already happened, arguing won't solve the problem. Let's think about how to remedy it instead. What? Ji Yuran poked Ruan Xinya's shoulder forcefully. Are you daring to teach me how to do things? Ruan Xinya's shoulder hurt from the poking. She initially couldn't understand why Ji Yuran, already sitting at the position of vice president, still didn't realize that solving problems was more important than mutual blame. But now she suddenly realized that Ji Yuran was clearly using her public error to publicly humiliate her. Vice President Ji, that's not what I mean. I just think it's more important to solve the issue with the speech manuscript now. Do I even need to tell you? Of course, I know how important the speech manuscript is. That was the very speech manuscript that General Manager Zhu personally revised. It included a lot of his understanding about future technology, one of a kind. Just as the two were at an impasse, Zhu Dongji was drawn over by the commotion. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Ji Yuran immediately lodged her complaint. General Manager Zhu, Secretary Wan lost your speech manuscript. Zhu Dongji glanced at the scattered white papers by Ruan Xinya's feet, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. Clean up the mess and follow me out. He didn't specifically address whom he was speaking to, so Ji Yuran assumed he was talking to Ruan Xinya. Haven't you picked it up yet? Ji Yuran said smugly as she looked at Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya squatted down to pick up the papers one by one. Vice President Ji, I'm telling you to pick them up, Zhu Dongji said. Ji Yuran furrowed her brows. Me? You threw it, you pick it up. Not daring to say more, Ji Yuran awkwardly squatted down. After both of them finished picking up the white papers, they walked out of the inner hall together to the corridor outside. Ruan Xinya had never seen Zhu Dongji lose his temper before, but today, she clearly sensed his dissatisfaction. Vice President Ji, do you know where you went wrong? Ju Dongji looked at Ji Yuran. Ji Yuran hung her head. Please enlighten me, General Manager Ju. Everyone inside the venue are our clients or potential customers of Ju Corporation. Over such a trivial matter, did it warrant for you to shout like that? It's just a speech manuscript. Even if it were confidential documents, you should have restrained yourself until back at the company, instead of making everyone laugh at us. Ji Yuran also realized her mistake, but she had been too anxious to drive Wan Xinyar away from Ju Dongji, losing sight of the bigger picture in the heat of the moment. Sorry, General Manager Ju. I was too anxious earlier and failed to control my emotions. It's not an apology to me. Wan Xinyar hurriedly said, General Manager Ju, I indeed made a neglect. I should have checked the speech manuscript more carefully. I also share the blame. Before Ju Dongji could speak, a staff member of the conference rushed out and said that the meeting was about to start and asked him to prepare to go on stage. Wan Xinyar got really worried now. General Manager Ju, what will we do without the speech manuscript? No worries. I can speak without the manuscript. After saying that, Ju Dongji turned around and entered the inner hall. In the corridor, only Ji Yuran and Wan Xinyar remained. Ji Yuran cast a cold glance at Wan Xinyar. Don't be so cocky. You're merely taking advantage of your good looks right now, which makes General Manager Ju favor you a bit. But soon, you'll realize that in Ju Corporation, looks mean the least, and capabilities are the most crucial. Having said that, Ji Yuran also returned to the inner hall. Wan Xinyar felt exasperated. How should she behave so that Ji Yuran would stop fantasizing and understand that she came here to earn money through work, not to compete for affection with her? The MC's opening remarks and applause already echoed within the inner hall. Wan Xinyar adjusted her mood and was about to go back when Duan Chizhou suddenly walked out from another side door. Did you join Ju Corporation? Duan Chizhou asked. Wan Xinyar hadn't expected him to take the initiative to talk to her. Yes. Secretary to General Manager Ju? Yes. Duan Chizhou gave a slight curve to his lips. Is this the type of secretary who also goes to bed with the boss? Wan Xinyar's eyelids twitched. She knew that whenever something seemed unusual, there must be a trick. Duan Chizhou initiating conversation with her was not normal. She didn't want any more conflicts with him, she just wanted to evade him quickly. But Duan Chizhou wouldn't let her go, and he grabbed her wrist in one swift motion, pinning her against the wall. Why aren't you answering? If you've already decided to think ill of me, how can I respond otherwise? If not, why would Ju Dongji hire a lawyer for you and shield you like today? Everyone present just now had obviously seen that Ju Dongji was taking Wan Xinyar's side. I no longer have any ties with Mr. Duan, so I am under no obligation to answer your questions. So, I hit the mark, didn't I? Just consider I admit your point. Xinyar won. What? Wan Xinyar courageously looked straight into Duan Chizhou's eyes. Are you jealous because I slept with other men? Haha. Then why are you interrogating me? Wan Xinyar shoved Duan Chizhou. Leave me alone, okay? Seeing him was painful enough. She couldn't endure any further verbal injuries from him. Duan Chizhou fell silent. At this moment, Luo Xiaodong emerged from the venue. Chizhou, what are you doing? The conference started. Wan Xinyar took advantage of the situation and quickly turned to leave. Duan Chizhou stood still, gazing at Wan Xinyar's retreating figure. Luo Xiaodong walked beside Duan Chizhou and patted his shoulder. Brother, I may not say this often, but since it's already impossible between the two of you, don't keep focusing on her. Aren't you just adding trouble to yourself? I just don't like her. Can't stand her. What's there not to stand about her? Luo Xiaodong smirked. It's because you can't stand that she's living just fine without you, right? Duan Chizhou remained silent. Luo Xiaodong sighed. No matter what, you know deep down that she was also a victim in the whole thing. Don't I know you? You seem to dislike her success, but when she really gets into trouble, you feel reluctant to let it happen. Why bother with all this? Shut up. Every time my guess is 8 or 9 parts correct, you'll tell me to shut up. Shut up. Looks like I got it all right this time. Duan Chizhou ignored Luo Xiaodong and turned back into the venue without looking back. Luo Xiaodong shook his head. Stubborn guy, truly a stubborn guy. And he's a poor stubborn guy who loves in vain. Ju Dongji delivered his impromptu speech so fluently that he won wave after wave of applause in the conference hall. Wan Xinyar finally exhaled a sigh of total relief. Still, she felt very curious why the manuscript she had double-checked had become blank pages. Who could have switched it on her? After the meeting ended, no one brought up the incident about the manuscript anymore. Wan Xinyar didn't dare to bring it up either since she had no evidence to prove who intended to harm her. This time, she had no choice but to swallow the loss quietly. However, falling once teaches twice. Next time, she wouldn't be so easily fooled. In the following half-month, Wan Xinyar gradually became familiar with the work at Ju Corporation. Ju Dongji was an extremely inclusive leader. Working under him, Wan Xinyar felt quite at ease. As for Ji Yuran, she still didn't approve of Wan Xinyar. But Wan Xinyar was cautious everywhere in the company, making it impossible for Ji Yuran to catch her doing anything wrong, naturally leaving Ji Yuran with no way to criticize her. On Thursday near the end of work, Ju Dongji suddenly gave Wan Xinyar a task. Secretary Wan, accompany my mother to the hospital tomorrow morning for a checkup. The specifics will be sent to you later. Ju Dongji said. All right, General Manager Ju. Being a secretary occasionally helping the boss with private matters was pretty common. Early the next morning, Ruan Xinya went to Deep Bay Harbor with the driver to pick up Zhu Dongji's mother, Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman had lost much weight compared to their last meeting. Ruan Xinya heard that she fell gravely ill some time ago, underwent surgery, and was now still recovering. Yaya, it's you? Wang Xiaoman immediately broke into smiles upon seeing Ruan Xinya. Today, the housekeeper has the day off. Dongji mentioned assigning a secretary to go with me for medical treatment. I was wondering which secretary it would be. It turns out to be you. Yes, auntie, I've recently joined Ju Corporation. Good. Having you by Dongji's side supporting him gives me more peace of mind. Ruan Xinya smiled and helped Wang Xiaoman get into the car. How have things been going for you lately? Wang Xiaoman asked, holding Ruan Xinya's hand after getting in the car. I'm okay. And Xiaoqing? Is she alright? I heard she fainted the other day. That's true, but these days she's improved, and she'll be discharged from the hospital soon. Regarding your mother's situation, I heard something. Wang Xiaoman patted Ruan Xinya's hand back. You've worked hard, all the burdens have fallen onto your shoulders all at once. Ruan Xinya was fine until she heard Wang Xiaoman's words, then her nose started tingling. Still, she kept her emotions under control. I'm fine. I also heard some rumors, but I think adults' mistakes shouldn't involve the next generation. Both you and Xiaoqing are good children. I hope you can emerge from this shadow as soon as possible. Thank you, auntie. Ruan Xinya appreciated deeply what Wang Xiaoman had told her. After the incident involving Wang Menghan, most people considered both her and Wang Menghan guilty by association. Very few were as clear-headed as Wang Xiaoman. When they arrived at the hospital, Ruan Xinya accompanied Wang Xiaoman through her checkups. As the reports weren't available yet, the two women sat in the hospital corridor to continue chatting. Yaya, how long have you been working at Ju Corporation? A little over half a month. Auntie has something I want to ask you. What is it, auntie? I heard from Zhongyi that Dongji already has someone he likes. Do you know who it is? Chapter 88. Do you like her? Auntie, I'm not very clear about Mr. Ju's private life. Ruan Xinya truly didn't know who Ju Dongji's crush was. Moreover, she wasn't even curious. She only wanted to focus on her job as Ju Dongji's secretary. The most taboo thing for a secretary was prying into the boss's private affairs. No problem, I was just asking casually, Wang Xiaoman said, looking at Ruan Xinya. Yaya, how about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Ruan Xinya suddenly realized that Wang Xiaoman had been circling around just to inquire about her situation. She thought back to when Ju Dongji got injured while rescuing her, and Wang Xiaoman seemed to be trying to set them up. Could it be that Wang Xiaoman hadn't given up on this idea yet? Ruan Xinya felt mixed emotions in an instant. The mother and son of the Ju family were, in their own right, a breath of fresh air in the entertainment circle. Since the incident with Wang Menghan, many people in city avoided the Ruan sisters like the plague. Only Ju Dongji and Wang Xiaoman didn't look down on them through colored lenses. Auntie, I don't have a boyfriend. But right now, I'm overwhelmed with responsibilities, and I don't have the energy to think about these things, Ruan Xinya said. I understand. But, during times like this, if there's a man by your side helping out, it would make things easier for you. Wang Xiaoman patted Ruan Xinya's hand. If you need any help, call Dongji anytime. Don't hesitate. Ruan Xinya smiled. Thank you, auntie. That night, Wang Xiaoman told Ju Dongji what she had found out. Dongji, mom asked around for you. Yaya doesn't have a boyfriend, she's single. Ju Dongji looked puzzled. When did I ask you to check this for me? Don't pretend with me. Zhongyi told me he saw a woman's portrait in your study. I checked, and it's definitely Yaya. In Ju Dongji's study, there was a sketch of a woman he drew in his free time. He never thought he portrayed the subject particularly vividly, but both Zhongyi and his mother recognized it as Ruan Xinya. Indeed, Ju Dongji had special feelings for Ruan Xinya. This feeling probably began from the moment after his younger sister Ju Yin died. That year in the hospital corridor, Ruan Xinya had hugged him. Ever since that hug, Ju Dongji couldn't get Ruan Xinya out of his mind. But at that time, shortly after his sister's death, sorrow intertwined with work stress prevented him from making a move. Time flew, and almost 2 years had passed. You know your child best. I could tell from when you got hurt while saving Yaya last time that you liked her. That's not true, Mom. When did you go into my study? I'm your mom. Do you think I can't enter your study? I remember that painting was in the drawer. Wang Xiaoman's face turned slightly awkward. Alright, Mom is wrong for opening your drawer, but I was just too curious. After all, for so many years, I never heard you mention liking anyone, and Dad and I were worried if there was something wrong with you. Now that you've mentioned her, are you relieved? Not really, mainly because you haven't pursued her yet. So when will you feel completely at ease? When you have children? Wang Xiaoman chuckled. Of course, that would be best. Mom, it's not the way you think between me and her. I know. Yaya doesn't have the energy for dating right now, but that shouldn't stop you from pursuing her. Now is exactly when she needs help getting through tough times. Show her your support and leave a good impression, okay? Ju Dongji sighed in resignation but eventually responded affirmatively. Alright. At the end of the month, Wang Menghan's case went to trial. On the day of the trial, there was a heavy rainstorm, and both Ruan Xinya and Ruan Muqing went to court. As soon as Zhongyi saw Ruan Xinya, he pulled her aside and quietly said, Miss Ruan, I want to warn you ahead of time about one thing. There's almost no possibility of leniency in your mother's case. You need to mentally prepare yourself. Haven't you said we could appeal using the angle of my mother's mental health? Are you referring to the fact that Ms. Wang has severe depression and anxiety? Yes. I've examined Ms. Wang's medical records carefully. First, her severe depression and anxiety occurred after she instructed others to commit murder, which makes these facts irrelevant. Second, Ms. Wang's medical reports are fake. Ruan Xinya was shocked. Fake? Yes, I've confirmed twice. It was fabricated by someone else. Ruan Xinya was rendered speechless. Back then, Wang Menghan used her alleged severe depression as leverage, threatening suicide to force Ruan Xinya away from Duan Qizhou. Not only did Ruan Xinya comply, but she even moved into the Duan household to take care of Wang Menghan. Now, Zhong Yi was telling her that everything was a lie. Then what was real? What was real between Wang Menghan and her? Big sister, it's about time. Can we go in? Ruan Muqing came over to ask. I'm not going in, Ruan Xinya said. Big sister, what's wrong with you? They had agreed to come together to accompany their mother Wang Menghan as they waited for a verdict. I'll wait outside. Ruan Xinya was completely unsure of what emotions she should feel toward Wang Menghan. She felt like in Wang Menghan's world, she herself was just a clown. She seemed to have never received genuine affection or respect from her own mother. But, I'm a little scared if you don't go inside, Ruan Muqing said. In that case, I'll go in with you. Zhu Dongji, who no one noticed had arrived, was now walking towards them. Dongji brother. Ruan Muqing's eyes brightened when she saw Zhu Dongji. Let's go inside, Zhu Dongji said. Okay. Everyone went into the courtroom, leaving only Ruan Xinya sitting on the long bench outside in the hallway, lost in her scattered thoughts. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the other end of the bench. Ruan Xinya turned around and saw Duan Qizhou. She thought Duan Qizhou wouldn't personally come, but here he was. They glanced at each other for a moment, neither saying anything. They sat there silently at opposite ends of the bench like two strangers with no connection whatsoever. The rain poured outside, and time flowed quietly between the two of them. Who knows how long it lasted, but finally, the trial ended. Through the crowd, Ruan Xinya immediately spotted Wang Menghan wearing handcuffs. Her hair was silver, and her face ashen. The sentence is life imprisonment with a possible death penalty later on. Zhong Yi walked by and said. She committed murder through inciting others. This constitutes intentional homicide. I've done my best. I know you've tried your best, thank you, Attorney Zhong. Ruan Xinya had researched a lot before. She knew achieving life imprisonment instead of immediate execution was already a remarkable accomplishment by Zhong Yi. Duan Qizhou's lawyer also reported the results to him. Duan Qizhou didn't say anything, stood up, and was about to leave when suddenly, a middle-aged woman rushed out of the crowd. She raised the long umbrella in her hand and struck it violently toward Ruan Xinya's back. Because the woman's action was too fast, Ruan Xinya didn't even have time to react before being harshly knocked to the ground. A searing pain surged through her back. The woman was Shen Shuping, Wang Guodao's wife and Wang Jingjing's mother. Auntie, what are you doing? Ruan Muqing panicked, wanting to squat down and protect Ruan Xinya. However, Zhu Dongji was already one step ahead. Are you alright? Zhu Dongji spread his arms and sheltered Ruan Xinya in his embrace. Ruan Xinya was in such pain that she couldn't speak. I will beat you to death, you cursed broomstar. It's all because of you, cursed broomstar. Because of you, your mother and your uncle got themselves into this situation. It's you who caused this calamity. If it weren't for you insisting they turn themselves in, things wouldn't have escalated this far today. 2 people from the Wang family are dead, it's all your fault. You cursed broomstar, you sinner. Shen Shuping once again swung her umbrella handle towards Ruan Xinya. Zhu Dongji raised his hand to block it, but Duan Qizhou swiftly seized it. What are you talking about? Duan Qizhou stared coldly at Shen Shuping, his voice icy. Say that again. Shen Shuping recognized Duan Qizhou. She had seen him at Wang Menghan's and Duan Xiuming's wedding, and Wang Menghan had mentioned multiple times how someone like Duan Qizhou wasn't someone to mess with. Scared, she instantly stopped speaking. Killing deserves death, a fitting punishment. Who's the real sinner? Duan Qizhou grabbed the umbrella and threw it away, causing Shen Shuping to tumble onto the floor along with it. When the surrounding people saw Shen Shuping fall, they all instinctively stepped back. Duan Qizhou looked down at Shen Shuping from above. If you've got the time to condemn others, why don't you think carefully about how to deal with your husband's corpse? Shen Shuping lay on the ground sobbing, afraid to say another word. Sister, are you okay? Ruan Muqing looked worriedly at Ruan Xinya. Pain shot through Ruan Xinya's back, but she managed to force out an answer, I'm fine. However, as soon as she tried to get up and stand steady, everything went black, and she fainted directly. Sister, Ms. Ruan. There were screams of alarm all around. Instinctively, Duan Qizhou wanted to step forward and catch her, but before he could move, Zhu Dongji had already scooped her up into his arms horizontally. Zhong Yi, go start the car, we're going to the hospital, Zhu Dongji said while running outside with Ruan Xinya in his arms. All right. Zhong Yi quickly ran off to start the car. Sister, please don't scare me. Terrified and confused, Ruan Muqing followed blankly after Zhu Dongji. Duan Qizhou stayed rooted in place, watching Zhu Dongji carrying Ruan Xinya away. Though she was 167 centimeters tall, she looked tiny like a doll in Zhu Dongji's arms. Mr. Jiang, for intentional assault, what kind of sentence is expected? Duan Qizhou asked solemnly. Lawyer Jiang glanced at Shen Shuping on the ground. For intentional bodily harm, the sentence is imprisonment for less than 3 years, detention, or surveillance. If it causes serious injury, The sentence is between 3 and 10 years. So what are we waiting for? Call the police. Yes, Mr. Duan. After resolving the trouble with Shen Shuping, Duan Chizhou immediately turned around and walked away. Ruan Xinya had already been carried into the car by Zhu Dongji. They were about to head to the hospital. Duan Chizhou drove and followed them. After Ruan Xinya was delivered to the hospital, she underwent a thorough examination. Fortunately, there was no major damage. The doctor said her fainting was due to the shock and collision. She would naturally wake up after a brief sleep. However, Ruan Muqing was still anxiously pacing around. Little Qing, don't worry. The doctor said there's nothing serious. She will definitely be fine, Zhu Dongji consoled. It was better he didn't try to console her, as his words made Ruan Muqing more anxious. Big brother Dongji, my parents have both gotten themselves into trouble. Now, only big sister is still by my side. I'm really afraid that something will happen to her too. Ruan Muqing cried. In recent years, big sister Ruan Xinya had become Ruan Muqing's emotional support. Many times, Ruan Xinya gave her more strength than their mother Wang Menghan did. Zhu Dongji understood Ruan Muqing's feelings. He went behind Ruan Muqing and gently patted her head. Trust me, she will be fine. What's most important now is to take care of yourself. Currently, among all those around your sister, there's only you. Okay. Alright, the ward is suffocating. Go wash your face and get some fresh air outside. I'll stay here and keep watch, Zhu Dongji said. Good, if big sister wakes up, please call me. Alright. Ruan Muqing went to the restroom to wash her face. As soon as she finished and stepped out of the ward, she saw Duan Chizhou leaning against the doorframe outside. Why are you here? Ruan Muqing asked, feeling guilty and scared when she saw Duan Chizhou. How is she? Duan Chizhou asked. Not awake yet. What did the doctor say? The doctor said big sister fainted because of shock and the blow. She will wake up after sleeping a bit. Duan Chizhou remained silent but also didn't leave. He stood firmly by the door of the ward like a cold-hearted gatekeeper. Mr. Duan, can I talk to you? Ruan Muqing gathered her courage to ask. She didn't interact much with Duan Chizhou. Every time they met before, Duan Chizhou seemed to always appear in the role of a helper. Even so, Ruan Muqing was still somewhat afraid of him. This person had too strong a presence. Speak. Can we talk somewhere else? Duan Chizhou took a glance through the door crack into the ward. No. Ruan Muqing sighed helplessly. Alright, let's talk here then. Here's the thing, I think there might be some misunderstanding you have towards big sister. What misunderstanding? Duan Chizhou's gaze was fixed inside the ward. Zhu Dongji was just sitting by Ruan Xinya's bedside without touching anything. He was relatively well behaved. The matter about Mom, actually big sister wasn't deliberately hiding from you. She just found out the truth not long ago, Ruan Muqing explained. After big sister learned the truth, she has been trying to persuade Mom to surrender herself to the authorities, but Mom wouldn't listen. And then big sister started looking everywhere for evidence. She hopes to find the evidence to convince Mom to turn herself in. Duan Chizhou kept quiet. So, Ruan Xinya's visit to Chengdong to find WNMI wasn't as Jiang Jin described. Her intention was not to drive them out of Yongcheng to guard Wang Menghan's secret, but rather, she was collecting evidence. No wonder, when Shen Shuping lost control earlier, she claimed all this was triggered by Ruan Xinya. If it weren't for her determined search for the truth, perhaps his mother Feng Suling would have died in vain. You can hate her for being Wang Menghan's daughter, but you cannot hate her as if she colludes with Wang Menghan. Such a misunderstanding is unfair to her, Ruan Muqing said. Duan Chizhou exhaled deeply. Can you do me a favor? What? Let the guy inside leave. Chapter 89. Will you marry me? Ruan Xinya didn't know how long she had slept. She had a very long dream, in which her mother and Duan Chizhou both appeared, but eventually, neither of them wanted her anymore. The two figures gradually disappeared into the mist without even turning back to say goodbye to her. No. She woke up with a start. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Duan Chizhou standing beside the hospital bed, thinking that she was still in her dream until Duan Chizhou pressed the button on the wall, and the doctor came in from outside. Only then did she realize that the person before her eyes was not an illusion. But why would Duan Chizhou be in her ward? There's nothing serious now, just rest after the infusion is over. The doctor said. Okay, thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Ruan Xinya and Duan Chizhou exchanged glances, one lying in bed, the other standing by the bedside, before Ruan Xinya looked away first. How are you here? I'm sorry. Duan Chizhou's sudden apology caught Ruan Xinya off guard. What? It's me who misunderstood that you intentionally concealed your mother's affairs. Ruan Xinya closed her eyes. She didn't have the face to accept Duan Chizhou's apology. She hadn't immediately told Duan Chizhou the truth after learning it because she harbored selfish motives. She wished her mother would surrender herself and receive a light sentence. Now that her mother and uncle were captured, it wasn't her righteous act. Rather, Duan Chizhou discovered the truth himself. If Duan Chizhou hadn't found out, she wasn't even 100% sure whether she would take decisive action against her mother once she found evidence. She didn't deserve his apology. You don't need to apologize. No matter what price my mother has paid, I owe you forever in this life. Duan Chizhou moved closer to her. They had both lost weight over this period, especially Ruan Xinya, whose originally oval-shaped face had become sharper at the chin. Duan Chizhou reached out and touched her cheek. Does our agreement to go abroad still stand? He asked. Ruan Xinya shook her head. I'm not going. Why? Because everything has changed. Forbidden love between siblings leads to betrayal, and the killer of one's mother creates separation. The former might be like a heavy downpour, perhaps leaving Banyan City could lead to a clear day. But the latter will always mean perpetual dampness. Going abroad won't change anything. Ruan Shinya said, even if we start anew somewhere no one knows us, there will always be resentment in our hearts. Can you really see the person next to you every morning and only remember how her mother once killed my mother? This matter will pass. It may pass, but it won't disappear. Any time we argue over something, this will always turn into a sword. Ruan Shinya spoke clearly. We'll hurt less if we part ways now. If we wait a few more years, all those years will be painful for us until we finally separate anyway. Duan Chijo looked at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable. So, in your heart, is parting definitely the outcome of our relationship? Or what? Ruan Shinya stared into his eyes. Will you marry me? Before Duan Chijo could respond, she continued probing him. Even if you really intended to marry me, how would you introduce me to your family? Would your father or your younger sister accept me? Or will I hide from them for the rest of my life? Even if I could truly avoid them for the rest of my life, what about our children? What if they ask about their grandmother and maternal grandmother? How would we answer them? All possibilities between them vanished at the moment when Wang Menghan raised the butcher knife. When Duan Chijo left, he didn't say a word. Ruan Shinya also didn't watch his departing back. When the door softly clicked shut, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She thought, perhaps, she and Duan Chijo were simply a mistake. Thus, heaven twisted their paths around and around again, switching their identities over and over, just to tell them that they couldn't be together. Sis, are you alright? Ruan Muqing pushed the door open. I'm fine. Did you make things clear? We've clarified things. We won't see each other anymore. Time flew by, more than 2 months passed, and the hottest summer in Banyan City ended, autumn arrived. At the beginning of September, Ruan Shinya went on a business trip to Fuqing with Zhu Dongji. After coming back, she started preparing for the 30th anniversary celebration of the Zhu family group. Zhu Dongji entrusted the anniversary celebration activity to Ji Yuran and Ruan Shinya, led primarily by Ji Yuran while Ruan Shinya served as an assistant. To make the atmosphere livelier during the anniversary event, Ji Yuran used her connections to invite the famous singer from the entertainment industry, Song Xuanjie, to perform. Song Xuanjie has been a little king of the Chinese music scene, with both popularity and talent, over the last few years. Despite his young age, he is exceptionally talented in songwriting. Many of his breakout hits were solely composed by him, both lyrics and melody. Most importantly, nature gifted him not only with talent but also good looks. When the employees of Zhu Group heard that Song Xuanjie would sing at the company's anniversary celebration, they all looked forward to it eagerly, especially the young female employees. Fei Xiaowen counted down the days until she could see Song Xuanjie. Miss Ruan, it's Song Xuanjie. My friend heard our company had invited Song Xuanjie, and she even thought about resigning to come clean here as a housekeeper. Ruan Xia laughed. Is Song Xuanjie so charming? She felt like she was on 2G internet and couldn't keep up with the trends of the younger generation anymore. You don't know Song Xuanjie? I'm not very familiar, Ruan Xia said, having occasionally heard his name from her sister Ruan Muqing, who was equally obsessed with Song Xuanjie like Fei Xiaowen. If you're not familiar with him, then I'll give you a thorough introduction. Song Xuanjie debuted at 18 and swept through all major awards in the Chinese music scene by 20. He's incredibly talented in creation, almost every song he sings becomes a hit, and he's very handsome too, 185 centimeters tall with abs. Do you even know about his abs? He accidentally revealed them during a dance performance in a concert. All his fans saw it. Fei Xiaowen blushed while explaining. What else? And, people say he comes from a wealthy family, his parents and older sister all have their own companies. As a child, he was the crown jewel of the family, yet this rich, handsome man insists on living off his talent. Also, he has an excellent personality and is modest and polite without a trace of arrogance. He's very positive, the kind of idol parents trust for their children to follow. Hearing you describe him makes me eager to meet him too. Right. The truth always beats rumors. Once you meet him, you'll love him for sure. Ruan Xia met Song Xuanjie the day before Zhu Company's anniversary. That day, Song Xuanjie flew in from another province, and Ji Yuran assigned Ruan Xia to pick him up. Ruan Xia met the famous pop king outside the airport, expecting a crowd of fans waiting for the star, but surprisingly, Song Xuanjie came alone, even without an assistant. He was heavily covered, barely revealing his face or features. Are you the secretary from Zhu? Song Xuanjie noticed Ruan Xia holding the designated Zhu pickup sign and walked directly toward her. It's me. Are you Song? Song Xuanjie gave her a shish gesture and immediately asked, where's the car? It's right outside the entrance. Let's get into the car first. All right. Ruan Xia led Song Xuanjie to the Zhu Company car and helped settle his luggage with the driver. Oh, I'm suffocating. As soon as he got in the car, Song Xuanjie took off his mask, cap, and sunglasses, revealing a handsome face. Ruan Xia had seen Song Xuanjie's pictures thanks to Xiaowen's recommendations, but she still marveled at how stunningly attractive he was in person. He's so handsome. She suddenly understood why some women around her were so keen on dating younger men. Who wouldn't be smitten after seeing such a dazzling guy? Mr. Song, why did you come alone? Ruan Xia asked. Though younger, Song Xuanjie is still a big star, so Ruan Xia respectfully addressed him as teacher. My agent is currently on a business trip in Cannes, and my assistant happened to fall ill with fever today, so I let him rest. That's why I'm alone. I see. In the next 2 days, if you need anything, you can ask me. Thank you, Miss Secretary. Not at all. Song Xuanjie was just as modest and polite as described, leaving a better impression on Wan Xia. The two arrived at the hotel where Song Xuanjie would stay, and Ji Yuran was already waiting for him. Leo. Ji Yuran greeted Song Xuanjie warmly with open arms. It's been a long time, Manager Ji. Why are you calling me this way? So formal. I made a mistake, Sister Ran. You brat. How have you been lately? I'm fine, just passing the days. How humble. What about your sister? How is she doing? She's fine, though unlike me, she's always working hard like a Pingtu woman. That's my old classmate, she's still the best at everything we studied back in school. Wan Xia realized Ji Yuran could invite Song Xuanjie because she knew his sister. There must be this layer of relationship, otherwise, Song Xuanjie wouldn't have done her such a favor. The two continued chatting for a while, and Ji Yuran asked, Leo, what's your schedule next? Would you like to have dinner first or take a rest? I'd better take a nap first. If you can arrange a food delivery around 6 o'clock for me, that'll be perfect. Alright then, go ahead and sleep well. You must have been exhausted from this long trip. Song Xuanjie went upstairs to rest, and Ji Yuran turned her head towards Wan Xia. Did you hear that? Arrange the food delivery for him at 6 o'clock, following the highest standard of meals in due company. Yes, Vice President Ji. And remember, he has dietary restrictions, he doesn't eat scallions or garlic, and is allergic to peanuts, so under no circumstances should he come into contact with peanuts. Understood. Wan Xia followed Ji Yuran's instructions and arranged Song Xuanjie's dinner. She specifically reminded the restaurant not to add anything related to peanuts. However, something went wrong unexpectedly. Around 7 o'clock, Wan Xia had just finished dealing with her emails on the computer and was about to shut down when suddenly she heard the sound of ambulances screaming below. Soon after, hurried footsteps could be heard in the hallway. She also overheard the security guards shouting, the one who got in trouble is a celebrity. Everyone, please cordon off the scene and protect his privacy. Wan Xia felt an ominous premonition. She immediately opened the door and rushed out only to see Song Xuanjie lying on a stretcher being carried out by medical staff. Ji Yuran trailed anxiously behind them. Vice President Ji, what happened? Wan Xia ran forward and asked. There was a loud slap as Ji Yuran fiercely slapped Wan Xia across the face. Wan Xia's ears started ringing immediately. Do you even have the nerve to ask? Ji Yuran glared at her. Didn't I clearly tell you that Leo is allergic to peanuts? Are you deaf or brain damaged? How could you still order peanut butter for him? Are you crazy or what? Now look, Leo has gone into anaphylactic shock due to peanut allergy. Upon hearing Ji Yuran's words, Wan Xia felt her ears buzzing even louder. How could it happen this way? I specifically instructed the restaurant not to put any peanuts in his meal. I don't want to hear your excuses now, Ji Yuran snapped. You'd better pray that Leo will be fine, otherwise, how do you plan to explain this to President Ju? After saying that, Ji Yuran ran downstairs following the doctor's stretcher. Wan Xia looked at Song Xuanjie lying motionlessly on the stretcher. His face was deathly pale, all vitality vanished from his appearance earlier in the day. Unable to control herself, she followed along. When they reached the hospital, Song Xuanjie was rushed to the emergency room for immediate rescue. Wan Xia and Ji Yuran waited anxiously in the corridor. Ji Yuran was visibly stressed, hugging her elbows tightly while pacing back and forth in the corridor. Wan Xia was also extremely anxious. Compared to worrying about committing a major mistake, she was more concerned about Song Xuanjie's safety. Such a polite, talented, and wonderful young man shouldn't have anything happen to him. Ji Yuran, how's the patient? Ju Dongji rushed over upon hearing the news. A beautiful, tall woman accompanied him. This woman had long wavy hair, striking facial features, and exuded an aura of dominance. He's still in critical condition. What exactly happened here? Ju Dongji's voice carried tones of strict reprimand. Ji Yuran immediately pointed at Wan Xia. I instructed Secretary Wan to arrange dinner for Leo, emphasizing Leo's peanut allergy, but somehow she ignored my words completely and failed to take my advice seriously. In the dinner she arranged for Leo, there was a dish with peanut butter. As soon as Leo ate it, he developed an allergic reaction. Fortunately, I happened to be there checking on him and discovered it in time. Wan Xia bit her lips tightly. In just a few sentences, Ji Yuran took credit for saving Song Xuanjie and threw all the blame on her, a true master of passing the buck. Before Ju Dongji could speak, the woman beside him approached Wan Xia. At 167 centimeters, Wan Xia wasn't short, but this woman towered half a head taller than her. Standing before Wan Xia, the woman glared down at her fiercely, her anger practically radiating through her pupils. Seeing this, Ju Dongji stepped in front of the woman and said, Hanmo, please calm down first. But Song Hanmo pushed Ju Dongji aside, pointing her finger right at Wan Xia's nose and threatening her word by word, if anything happens to my younger brother, I will absolutely make sure you pay for it. Chapter 90, to protect her. I've told the restaurant not to put anything related to peanuts in the dishes. Alright, stop saying these nonsense. The most important thing now is that Leo is fine. Wan Xia tried to explain but was cut off by Ji Yuran. Hanmo, don't get angry for now. Leo will be fine, everything will turn out well. Ji Yuran turned her head to comfort Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo endured her anger and stopped talking. She walked to the door of the emergency room, looking at the door silently. Everyone could see how worried Song Hanmo was about her younger brother's safety. The more than an hour spent rescuing Song Xuanjie was the longest hour of Song Hanmo's life, and naturally, it was also a hard time for Won Shinya. Finally, after an hour, the doctor came out and announced that Song Xuanjie was out of danger. Everyone sighed in relief. Hanmo, go be with Xiaojie first. I'll take care of the rest, Zhu Dongji said. How will you handle it? Song Hanmo looked at Zhu Dongji. Zhu Dongji, my younger brother came to participate in the anniversary celebration of your company completely out of respect for you and Yuran. Your secretary nearly cost my brother his life because of one moment of negligence. Are you still trying to protect her? I really did tell the restaurant not to include peanuts, and I can confront them directly. Won Shinya said. Do you not have a meal order record? Song Hanmo asked. Check the notes you made when placing the order. Why do we need to go through such trouble for direct confrontation? The restaurant where I placed the order collaborates with your company on a monthly credit basis, so I didn't order via my phone but through a telephone call. There are no written records. Alright then, let's bring the staff from the restaurant over for a face-to-face confrontation. If I don't clear this matter today, I won't give up, Song Hanmo said, then glanced at Ji Yuran. Yuran, please contact the restaurant. Okay. Ji Yuran made a call, and soon the manager of the restaurant and the staff responsible for assisting Won Shinya arrived at the hospital. Miss Won didn't mention anything about peanuts when she placed the order, the restaurant staff firmly stated. Won Shinya was stunned. However, she quickly reacted. Since Song Xuanjie had an issue, if the restaurant did not shift the responsibility to her, they would be held accountable. Without evidence, the restaurant would definitely throw her under the bus. What else do you have to say, Miss Won? Ji Yuran jumped in. Leo traveled a long way just to celebrate the anniversary with us, which should have been such a joyous occasion. But due to your negligence, it has turned into this. Instead of admitting your mistake, you lied to evade responsibility. How can you be so disgusting? Faced with the situation, Won Shinya had no way to defend herself. She could only look towards Zhu Dongji. Mr. Zhu, I really did instruct. After working together with Won Shinya for several months, Zhu Dongji had already thoroughly understood Won Shinya's working style. She was meticulous and serious about her work, theoretically incapable of committing such a basic error. The previous incident of being handed blank paper for a speech already seemed suspicious. Now this happened again. It was hard for him not to suspect someone was deliberately setting Won Shinya up against her. Miss Won, what you did here is extremely inappropriate, Zhu Dongji said sternly. For now, you don't need to come to the company. You'll be suspended. Mr. Zhu. Since Mr. Zhu has already dismissed you, why are you still lingering here? Ji Yuran waved her hand as if shooing Won Shinya away. If it didn't end up nearly costing a life and the police weren't called, you'd be lucky to escape without consequences. Don't waste time with excuses, just leave. As Won Shinya thought about her improved life potentially slipping back into unemployment, she instantly felt aggrieved. Mr. Zhu, Zhu Dongji quietly gave Won Shinya a meaningful look. Won Shinya realized that Zhu Dongji wasn't truly disbelieving her, it was simply that Song Hanmo was deeply concerned about her brother and there was no proof available. If she insisted on explaining, it would only irritate Song Hanmo even further. Suspending her position was both inevitable and a means to protect her. Won Shinya could only leave. Ji Yuran watched Won Shinya walk away and felt secretly pleased. Finally, this thorn in her side had been driven away. Yet, she did not display her emotions. Hanmo, Won Shinya has received her due punishment. Calm down and don't hold a grudge against her. Let's go check on Leo instead, Ji Yuran suggested gently. Song Hanmo nodded. Together, the three went to Song Xuanjie's ward. Song Xuanjie was awake by now. Song Xuanjie, what were you thinking? So grown up and still couldn't recognize peanut butter? Song Hanmo, once reminded of her younger brother almost losing his life due to peanut allergy, couldn't help but admonish him. What peanut butter? Song Xuanjie was confused. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Didn't you have an allergic reaction to peanut butter? No, I didn't eat peanut butter. Song Xuanjie said, I ate the nut cookies from the hotel, which contained peanuts. That's why I had an allergic reaction and went into shock. After checking in at the hotel, Song Xuanjie took a nap and woke up feeling a bit hungry. Since dinner hadn't arrived yet, he ate the hotel's cookies to tide himself over. However, those cookies contained peanuts. So you didn't have an allergic reaction to peanut butter? No, when the food was delivered, I just opened it and hadn't even taken 2 bites before I collapsed. Song Xuanjie said, I had no idea there was peanut butter in the dishes. There was silence in the ward for a few seconds. Zhu Dongji looked at Ji Yuran, Vice President Ji, what exactly happened? Sorry, Mr. Zhu, I didn't know the hotel would put out cookies. I'll go contact the hotel for responsibility right away. I'm asking about the peanut butter in the dishes. Zhu Dongji's gaze sharpened. Secretary Won kept saying she told the restaurant to pay attention to the peanuts, showing that she didn't know the dishes contained peanut butter either. Xuanjie also claims he had no idea peanut butter was in the dish. So how did you so confidently determine at the first moment of the incident that Xuanjie had an allergic reaction to peanut butter? I smelled it when I entered. Really? Is your nose that sharp? Mr. Zhu, what do you mean? Are you now suspecting me? For things without evidence, I will not easily make a conclusion. Call the manager of the restaurant now, ask him and the staff member who came earlier to return, I need to ask them several questions again. Okay. Ji Yuran picked up her phone and prepared to leave to make the call. Stay where you are, make the call here. Zhu Dongji said. Ji Yuran's expression slightly changed, but she obediently made the call in front of Ju Dongji. The manager and the staff had just returned to the restaurant after they'd left and were called back by Ji Yuran's phone call. Both felt somewhat dissatisfied, but since this involved the big celebrity Song Xuanjie, one misstep and their restaurant could get caught in public discourse. Therefore, neither dared to neglect the matter. Manager Deng, let me ask. Ji Yuran was about to speak but was interrupted by Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji walked straight up to the restaurant manager and said bluntly, the matter has been thoroughly investigated already. Song Xuanjie had a peanut allergy, but it is unrelated to your restaurant. The restaurant manager relaxed as soon as he heard these words. I've been saying this, it must have nothing to do with us. Must. Ju Dongji seized on the slip in the restaurant manager's statement. The restaurant manager glanced surreptitiously towards Ji Yuran as he spoke. Ju Dongji immediately saw through their ulterior motive. Manager Deng, now that the truth has come to light, I'm giving you a chance to confess. If you don't, and I later find out that you've concealed something, I won't let you off easy. Ju Dongji's tone was serious with a hint of threat. The restaurant manager dared not offend Ju Dongji. After all, the Ju Group was a major customer of their restaurant. Mr. Ju, I'll confess. In fact, when Secretary Won placed the order, she did mention the peanut issue. She said that the diner had a peanut allergy, and under no circumstances should any dishes contain peanuts or anything related to peanuts. Then why did you lie just now? Just now because. Manager Deng kept looking at Ji Yuran. Speak freely. As long as you're telling the truth, I'll protect you, Ju Dongji encouraged. Upon hearing that Ju Dongji would provide protection, the restaurant manager suddenly gained confidence. Just now it was because Vice President Ji asked me to say that. You're making it up. Ji Yuran shouted in denial. When did I tell you to say that? Vice President Ji, although you didn't explicitly say it, you did give hints. How did you hint? When Vice President Ji called me, she said that the guest had an allergic reaction to peanuts after eating our food and had been hospitalized. It was confirmed that peanut butter was definitely in the dish. The only thing that needed clarification was whether Secretary Won forgot to inform about the peanut issue or if our staff mistakenly added peanut butter to the dishes. At the end, she emphasized that anyway, there was no substantial evidence, so we should carefully consider how to handle the situation. For a business that relies on customers, they definitely wouldn't take on responsibility willingly. The best way was to push all the blame onto Wan Xinya. After all, there was no concrete proof indicating exactly what Wan Xinya had stated on the phone. Infuriated, Ji Yuran snapped, Manager Deng, don't spew nonsense. I told you to think carefully about how to handle the matter, not to falsely accuse innocent people. Even a fool could understand your implication. You. That's enough, both of you shut up. Ju Dongji turned to Ji Yuran. Now, one thing is clear, Secretary Won did her job properly, and we all misjudged her. Moreover, there is another matter I need to figure out, whether there was peanut butter in Xuanjie's dish, and if so, who put it there. What do you think about this, Vice President Ji? Ji Yuran's face darkened as she said, I think what Mr. Ju said is correct. Besides thinking that what I said is right, do you have nothing else to add? No. Before having concrete evidence, Ji Yuran would certainly not admit that she had done this. Ju Dongji had initially intended to allow Ji Yuran a chance to confess openly based on their previous relationship, but since she insisted on being stubborn, he had nothing more to say. Fine, then let's all wait for the investigation results. Just as Wan Xinya walked out of the hospital, she felt something was amiss. At the hospital entrance, many young people, both men and women, were gathered. The moment they saw Wan Xinya, they started pointing fingers at her and muttering, is that her? It seems like it. What do you mean seems? It's definitely her. Friends, it's her who caused Ajie to be hospitalized due to a peanut allergy. Charge forward. Give her a proper lesson. These people swarmed toward Wan Xinya. Instinctively, Wan Xinya hurried toward the roadside, but no matter how fast she moved, she was blocked by the encircling crowd. Murderer. If anything happens to Ajie, can you afford to compensate him? That's right, harming Ajie means making enemies with us. And more. Wan Xinya realized these people were fans of Song Xuanjie. But how could their information be so timely? Song Xuanjie had only just experienced his issue, and they already pinpointed the exact hospital and instantly identified her as the culprit behind Song Xuanjie's allergic reaction. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, someone suddenly threw a bottle of mineral water at her. The half-filled bottle landed with a dull pain on her body. What are you doing? Wan Xinya shouted indignantly. Seeking justice for Ajie. I didn't do anything. How dare you take revenge on me? Someone online has exposed that it was you who failed to do your homework, ordered inappropriate meals for Ajie, which caused him to suffer an allergic shock. Why waste words with her? Charge. Demand justice for Ajie. More mineral water bottles flew toward Wan Xinya. Outnumbered, Wan Xinya was powerless against them. She could only protect her head and struggle forward. Suddenly, someone charged from behind, grabbed her shoulders, and enveloped her in a protective embrace. Wan Xinya lowered her head and immediately smelled a faint tea and bergamot scent so familiar. Was it him? When she looked up, sure enough, she saw Duan Chizhou's face. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 months. Duan Chizhou's features seemed even sharper, and he wrapped her in his arms, using his body to shield her from the barrage of water bottles. How did you end up here? Wan Xinya asked. This isn't the time to talk about that. Get in the car first. Duan Chizhou's car was parked nearby. He escorted Wan Xinya into the car and quickly followed, driving away from this chaotic scene. While Du and Chijo drove, Won Shinya searched online about Song Xuanjie's incident. Sure enough, someone had leaked details about Song Xuanjie suffering an allergic shock due to peanuts online. This individual provided a detailed account, presenting themselves as a witness. Even more alarmingly, the leaker uploaded Won Shinya's work photo, guiding netizens to cyberbully her. This professional photograph was taken after Won Shinya joined the Ju Corporation, confirming that the person leaking the information was undoubtedly an employee at Ju's. How have you been lately? Du and Chijo suddenly asked while driving. Won Shinya's heart shuddered slightly. She was still like that. Whenever she didn't see him, she felt fine, but as soon as she saw him, her mental defenses began crumbling inch by inch. Fine. With what just happened, you're still saying you're fine. Won Shinya, are you taking me for a fool? Chapter 91, I am willing to go crazy for you once. Won Shinya steadied her emotions and replied evasively, the situation earlier was a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It's something related to the company, never mind. She changed the topic, how have you been recently? Not good. Originally just a formal conversation, but due to his bluntness, it became slightly awkward. Won Shinya didn't know how to respond, so she asked nervously, what's not good? It's not good without you. Her hands stiffened as waves of emotion surged within her. Why bother? She didn't understand. Du and Chijo remained silent, he also questioned why bother. The secretary with high knowledge and strong ability can be found, women who are gentler and more agreeable with him can also be found, but he simply couldn't forget her. Ever since Won Shinya drew a clear line between them, his world seemed like it had stopped functioning. Though he still went to work every day and followed the routine of 3 meals a day and 4 seasons a year, he always felt something was wrong. His heart felt empty, and life seemed tasteless. He didn't know where the fun in making money was, or what effort was for. Overnight, it was as if he had become a soulless shell. In the past, he rarely went to drink with Luo Xiaodong, but recently, he almost went to see Luo Xiaodong every day. Even someone as sociable as Luo Xiaodong grew annoyed with him and gave him a nickname called Clingy. Brother, if it doesn't work out, shall I introduce a girlfriend to you? Luo Xiaodong said. No need. Then a boyfriend? Get lost. I want to get lost too, but it's because you come looking for me every day. Luo Xiaodong exclaimed, if you truly miss her, then go find her. What's the point in coming to me all the time? Finding her? Luo Xiaodong thought that Du and Chijo hadn't tried finding Won Shinya, but in fact, over these 2 months, Du and Chijo often visited the neighborhood where Won Shinya lived, letting the driver take him there after getting drunk. He stayed there until midnight. Du and Chijo had always considered Won Shinya merely as a secretary and a bedmate. If anything special about her, it was that he got used to her presence and that they've cultivated through years together. Only after their separation did he realize that he actually liked her very much. Shinya, come back, will you return to my side? Du and Chijo whispered softly. Won Shinya thought she heard wrong. She turned to look at Du and Chijo. What did you say? I'm asking you to come back to my side, alright? He asked twice alright, so humble, so pitiful, it was none other than Du and Chijo himself. Are you crazy? Won Shinya blurted out instinctively. If going crazy makes you willing to return to my side, I am willing to do it for you. Won Shinya's heart ached deeply, yet she still rejected him. I don't want to, she said, I am doing fine now, I don't want any changes. It was Won Shinya's sincere statement. Though losing Du and Chijo indeed made her feel pain, she knew that as long as Du and Chijo didn't interfere in her life, she would eventually forget him completely. She didn't want to fall into the same fruitless feelings repeatedly. Now she hoped to focus on her work and earn more money to provide a better life for herself and her sister. Before Du and Chijo could say anything else, Won Shinya's phone rang. Ju Dongji's name flashed on the screen. Won Shinya answered directly, Director Ju. Where are you? On the way home. I'm downstairs waiting for you, Ju Dongji said. You're already at my building? Yes, let's talk when you get here. All right. After hanging up, Won Shinya felt curious. Heart should have left the hospital before Ju Dongji. How could he arrive at her building first when she hadn't even gotten there? She put down her phone and leaned forward, carefully examining the route. Only then did she discover Du and Chijo intentionally took a detour. Du and Chijo, why did you take a detour? Won Shinya asked. Did I? No, I remember this is the right road. Du and Chijo pretended ignorance. You did. It might be because it's been too long since I've been to your place, so I forgot the way, he said. At the next intersection turn left, cross the traffic lights, and you'll get there. Du and Chijo glanced at her sideways, she checked her watch twice. Are you in a rush? Yes. Ju Dongji's quick visit likely indicated some positive news regarding her suspension from work. For Won Shinya, nothing was more important than keeping her job at this moment. What's the relationship between you and Ju Dongji? Du and Chijo asked. Superior and subordinate. What superior waits at the residential area for someone late at night? The car was filled with a heavy air of jealousy. Won Shinya sensed it but felt that the word jealous wasn't quite fitting for Du and Chijo. Perhaps, it was just her mistaken impression. Is this related to you? Won Shinya said. Du and Chijo fell silent. Won Shinya thought her cold attitude would be enough to make Du and Chijo back off, but unexpectedly, he completely ignored her words. Just as the car was about to enter the neighborhood, he suddenly stepped on the gas and missed the entrance entirely. Du and Chijo, sorry, took a wrong turn. Seeing his childish behavior, Won Shinya felt an unbearable headache. Mr. Ju came to find me for work-related matters. Is that so? Duan Chizhou replied indifferently. Hadn't he been a boss before? Wasn't it obvious that nothing in work required someone to visit another person's house at night unless they intended to develop some romantic feelings under the guise of work? This kind of trick used to be one that he had already mastered long ago. Yes. So Mr. Duan, kindly keep driving correctly or drop me off here. I can walk back anyway. It's not far. That won't do. If I just left you by the roadside at night, what if something happens? I thank you, but I'm in a real hurry. This concerns my job, and I don't want to lose it. Losing your job, so what? There are plenty of positions in Duan Corporation waiting for you to choose from. Duan Chizhou. Alright, we're here. Duan Chizhou drove around the neighborhood once and finally dropped Ruan Xinya off at the entrance to her building. Thanks today. Ruan Xinya expressed gratitude to Duan Chizhou as she got out of the car. She originally wanted to invite him for a meal next time, but thinking again, there should be no more entanglements between them, so she retracted this thought. Duan Chizhou nodded briefly, about to brazenly ask her to treat him to dinner, when Ruan Xinya slammed the car door with a loud bang. Great, how heartless. When Ruan Xinya got out of the car, she saw Ju Dongji's car parked at the exit of the building. However, Ju Dongji wasn't in the car. After circling the car for half a turn, Ruan Xinya noticed Ju Dongji talking under a tree with Ruan Moqing. Director Ju, Miss Qing, Ruan Xinya called out. Sister, you've arrived. Seeing Ruan Xinya, Ruan Moqing quickly explained, I went downstairs just now to throw out the trash, and I met Director Ju waiting for you. Ruan Xinya nodded. Director Ju, since my sister has come back, why don't you go up and talk upstairs, suggested Ruan Moqing. I recently learned the art of tea making and will prepare some tea for both of you. Ju Dongji looked at Ruan Xinya and asked, would that be convenient? Very convenient, of course, Ruan Moqing hastily answered before confirming with Ruan Xinya, sister, right? Since Ruan Moqing had invited with such enthusiasm, Ruan Xinya could only concur. Yes, Director Ju, let's continue upstairs. Then I'll bother you then. Ju Dongji followed the sisters upstairs. From afar, Duan Chizhou's car was still parked behind some shrubs. From his angle, he couldn't see Ruan Moqing and only saw Ju Dongji walking shoulder to shoulder with Ruan Xinya into the building. Duan Chizhou's face turned green instantly. What was going on? Could it be that Ruan Xinya and Ju Dongji were secretly dating using their superior-subordinate relationship? After going upstairs, Ruan Moqing immediately started fiddling with her newly bought tea set. Ruan Xinya didn't have her sister's leisure. All she cared about was whether her suspension from work had any hope of reversing. Director Ju, why did you suddenly come over? The matter of Zun Jie's peanut allergy has been clarified, and it's unrelated to you. Clarified? How was it clarified? The restaurant manager admitted to lying. Ruan Xinya was delighted. So, does that mean I won't be suspended anymore? Yes. Ju Dongji looked at Ruan Xinya earnestly. Actually, I trusted from the beginning that you wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, but sorry, at that moment, I could only make such a decision. Sorry to put you through this inconvenience. It's alright, Director Ju, it's good that the situation is clear now. Ruan Xinya was extremely relieved to retain her job. As for whether she felt aggrieved or not, she didn't care at all. This matter is only half cleared, Ju Dongji said. Whoever put peanut butter in Zun Jie's takeout to frame you, I'll definitely find out and give you a proper explanation. Thank you, Director Ju. Saying this, Ruan Xinya remembered something else. Also, Director Ju, there's another strange thing. What? When Zun Jie first had the incident, someone immediately posted online that my negligence caused Zun Jie to be hospitalized, leading to attacks from Zun Jie's fans against me. I think that the whistleblower and the person who framed me must be the same. Okay, I'll investigate these two things together. Seeing the work discussion nearly finished, Ruan Moqing brought out a pot of tea. Sister, Director Ju, try out the new tea art I've learned at school. She poured each of them a cup of tea. Just as Ju Dongji took a sip, not having enough time to savor it, his phone rang. Let me take this call first, Ju Dongji said. All right. Ju Dongji answered the phone. It was a request to move his car. The mechanical female voice reminded him that his car was illegally parked in Cholu residential complex, blocking the vehicle behind. Miss Qing, I apologize, but I don't have time to drink your tea today, Ju Dongji said. What? Brother Dongji, are you leaving? My car is blocking another one, and I must go downstairs to move it. After moving the car, I won't come back up. I still have something to take care of. Ruan Moqing looked somewhat disappointed. Blocking? Obstructing? Ruan Xinya got up and walked to the window, looking down. Sure enough, behind Ju Dongji's car, there was a car with its hazard lights flashing, seemingly obstructed by his. But if the way ahead was blocked, couldn't he just reverse a little? It's not like it was a dead-end street. Ruan Xinya focused again, and chuckled. Wasn't the car stuck behind Ju Dongji's none other than Duan Chizhou's? Apparently, Duan Chizhou had called the relocation service, demanding Ju Dongji move his car. What a truly underhanded person. The next day was the annual celebration of Ju Group. Since Song Zun Jie was still receiving treatment in the hospital due to an allergic shock, his performance segment had to be cancelled. This left the employees lamenting endlessly. I've already announced on my social media that Song Zun Jie would perform, and now he isn't coming. This feels like ripping out my heart. Fei Xiaowen complained tearfully early in the morning. Still, Secretary Wan is so lucky. You've already met Song Zun Jie yesterday. Tell me, how is he? Is he as handsome as everyone says? Yes, as handsome as rumored and equally courteous and humble, Won Shinya replied. Although yesterday's events had made Won Shinya feel uncomfortable, her impression of Song Zunjie remained good. Wow, I envy you. Won Shinya smiled inwardly, thinking if Xiaowen knew she had been chased and pelted with mineral water bottles by Song Zunjie's fans yesterday, she probably wouldn't be as envious. Just as they were talking, Ji Yuran arrived. As the vice president of Ju Group, Ji Yuran was dressed more elegantly and meticulously today than usual. Her presence immediately elicited praise from her colleagues. Wow, Vice President Ji, you look absolutely stunning today. Indeed, we have our own female star within Ju Group. Ji Yuran smiled happily at these compliments. When Won Shinya saw Ji Yuran, all she could think about was the slap she had received from her the previous day. This woman might look beautiful on the outside, but Won Shinya would never find Ji Yuran attractive, for a vicious person could never be truly beautiful. Secretary Won, it's good you're here. Ji Yuran approached Won Shinya. I'm very sorry for misunderstanding you yesterday, and I apologize. She said the words apologize lightly, without even a trace of genuine regret in her eyes. Won Shinya didn't say a word. That slap would not be forgiven easily. Why isn't Secretary Won saying anything? Are you still holding a grudge? How shameless, turning around to blame her victim instead. What exactly do you expect me to say, Vice President Ji? This incident has yet to be fully investigated. Won Shinya met Ji Yuran's gaze. Let's wait until the truth comes out, then we can discuss everything properly. A simple misunderstanding, what else is there to investigate? Ji Yuran said. Who said it was a misunderstanding? A clear female voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned toward the sound, and Won Shinya followed suit. It was Song Hanmo, accompanied by two policemen. Hanmo, what are you doing here? Ji Yuran's smile instantly became unnatural upon seeing Song Hanmo and the police officers behind her. Hanmo, today is the anniversary of Ju Group. What do you mean by bringing the police here? I brought the police to arrest the murderer who framed my younger brother. Vice President Ji, rest assured, I obtained approval from General Manager Ju. He fully supports my action, aiming to cut off any harmful elements from Ju Group. Murderer? Hanmo, it's already been clarified regarding your younger brother's case, it was a misunderstanding, there's no such thing as a murderer. Song Hanmo laughed and, seizing Ji Yuran unprepared, slapped her twice, left and right. Ji Yuran, I regarded you as a friend, yet you attempted to harm my younger brother through treachery. Hanmo, what on earth are you talking about? You're pretending ignorance still. The hotel surveillance recorded you handing over peanut butter to the staff, and the hotel staff has already confessed they were bribed by you to put peanut butter into my younger brother's takeout. To frame Secretary Won, you disregarded the safety of my younger brother entirely. Now, with both human evidence and physical evidence confirmed, I will undoubtedly file charges against you. Chapter 92, Concert. Ji Yuran, seeing Song Hanmo's resolute attitude, finally showed a trace of fear. Hanmo, listen to my explanation. What is there left to explain? As the vice president of Ju Corporation, you have acted in such a petty way. Just to spite a colleague, you disregarded another person's life. This not only disgraces you but also discredits Ju Corporation. It's not like that, Hanmo. I didn't intend to endanger Leo's life, I never thought about it. Ji Yuran knew that Song Zunjie was allergic to peanuts, but she didn't realize how serious his allergy was. She originally just wanted Song Zunjie to break out in a rash and then shift the blame to Won Shinya. However, by accident, things escalated this far. When Song Zunjie went into shock, she was more panicked than anyone. So, does this mean you admit it? I admit I was wrong, but Hanmo, we've been classmates for so long. How could I possibly want to harm your brother? That's enough. Song Hanmo interrupted Ji Yuran, you can save these words for the police. After finishing, Song Hanmo turned around to look at the two policemen behind her. Comrades, thank you for your trouble. The two policemen walked up to Ji Yuran, please come with us to assist in the investigation. Hanmo, forgive me, I really didn't mean it. Song Hanmo turned away, unwilling to look at Ji Yuran again. Wait, just as the police were about to take Ji Yuran away, Won Shinya spoke up. Song Hanmo thought Won Shinya was going to plead on behalf of Ji Yuran, so she frowned and looked at her. Of course, Won Shinya wasn't going to plead for Ji Yuran. She stepped in front of Ji Yuran and said with a smile, Deputy Director Ji, who knows if or when you will return to Ju Corporation after this. Maybe we won't meet again, so let's settle an old score. What account? Ji Yuran looked at her cautiously, what are you planning to do? Slap. Won Shinya slapped Ji Yuran right across the face. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, and Song Hanmo also couldn't help but admire Won Shinya's courage. Won Shinya, to pay you back. Deputy Director Ji, I can't just let myself be wrongfully accused and attacked by you, would you agree? Ji Yuran lunged at Won Shinya in anger but was quickly held back by the two policemen. Behave yourself, one of the policemen said. You, how dare? Ji Yuran had never experienced such humiliation before. She shouted, Won Shinya, remember this well. This is like a tiger being bullied by dogs when down on its luck, you're that dog. What makes you think you have the right to act high and mighty? All you've got is a pretty face. You'd better watch out, because I won't let you off the hook. Ji Yuran's words were cut short as she was taken away. Won Shinya stood where she was, watching Ji Yuran's bitter expression as she was led away. A heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. Secretary Won. Song Hanmo approached Won Shinya, I'm sorry. It was all my misunderstanding before, and I came here today specifically to apologize to you. No problem, Director Song. I understand. When Song Xuanjie's life hung in the balance, Song Hanmo controlled her emotions, neither arguing nor causing a scene. She merely gave Wan Xinya a sharp remark, and that was already dignified enough. Thank you for understanding. Consider it my debt to you. If you ever need help in the future, you can find me. No need, Director Song. Let's consider this matter settled. We owe each other nothing. Wan Xinya never intended to gain any advantage from this incident regarding Song Hanmo. Alright, it's up to you. Ji Yuran's arrest caused quite a stir within Ju Corporation. Ju Dongji took the opportunity during the anniversary celebration speech to warn employees as an example, urging them not to repeat Ji Yuran's mistakes. I always knew this day would come for Deputy Director Ji, Fei Xiaowen sighed. A company vice president shouldn't be hostile toward female employees who are prettier and more capable than her. It goes against corporate culture entirely. Ji Yuran had psychological issues herself. Honestly, I never sought to compete with her. I just wanted to do my job and earn a living. Wan Xinya said. Oh, it's mainly because your good looks make others feel pressured. So it's my fault, huh? How isn't it your fault? Why be so beautiful if you don't need to? Fei Xiaowen joked, suddenly remembering something. By the way, the woman who came with the two policemen just now, wasn't that Song Hanmo from Tanghe International? Yes. She's very beautiful too. You two look somewhat alike from afar. Fei Xiaowen pointed at Wan Xinya's nose, especially the side profile, the bridge of the nose. Xiaowen, you're comparing me to Director Song? That's flattering me too much. Song Hanmo is not an ordinary woman. At the age of 25, she founded Tanghe International, specializing in wedding dresses, celebration events, and candies. Her stores are spread all over the country, earning a net income of 15 billion yuan per year. At the same time, she also serves as CFO of her father's song group, making her a versatile female warrior. For her, beauty is by far the least remarkable thing. I'm just speaking about appearances. That's still impossible. Truly, if you don't believe me, you can look up Song Hanmo's pictures and compare. As Wan Xinya was about to take out her phone to search for Song Hanmo's photos, a colleague from the next workstation came over and said to Wan Xinya, Secretary Wan, Mr. Ju asked for you. Alright. Where is Mr. Ju? In the lounge. Wan Xinya went to the lounge on the second floor of the hotel. The lounge door was open, and Ju Dongji was answering a call. Seeing Wan Xinya come up, he pointed at his phone, signaling for her to wait. Wan Xinya waited by the door. After finishing the call, Ju Dongji turned and looked at Wan Xinya. Why didn't you come in? I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Ju's call. In reality, it was to avoid any unnecessary suspicion. After Ji Yuran's incident, there were quite a few rumors circulating within the company. Many colleagues who weren't aware of the situation thought that Wan Xinya and Ju Dongji really had something going on, which made Ji Yuran extremely jealous, leading her to act so radically. Ju Dongji saw through Wan Xinya's concerns at a glance. Have you heard some gossip? No. Wan Secretary, I am above reproach with you, so I'm not afraid of any rumors. Of course, even if you and I were actually dating, that would be nothing for anyone to criticize. Wan Xinya was slightly stunned, looking at Ju Dongji with a somewhat surprised gaze. Ju Dongji felt his heartbeat quicken upon meeting her eyes. He cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly saying, You don't need to mind it, I was just giving an example. Sure, I won't mind at all. Between me and Mr. Ju, we're absolutely clean, said Wan Xinya. Seeing her straightforward manner, Ju Dongji felt a flicker of disappointment in his heart. He reminded himself, given their relationship now as superior and subordinate, he shouldn't rush things. By the way, why did you ask me to come upstairs? Asked Wan Xinya. Ju Dongji pulled 2 concert tickets out of his notebook. Wan Xinya was again taken aback. What is this? This is Song Xuanjie's concert ticket in Rongqing next week. He entrusted me to give it to you, expressing his gratitude for your care when you picked him up. I just did what I should do, Wan Xinya replied humbly. He also mentioned the trouble caused by his peanut allergy, which brought you no small inconvenience. To express his apology, he invites you to attend his concert. Ju Dongji placed Song Xuanjie's concert tickets into Wan Xinya's hands. Take it. These are VIP seats, hard to get online. Thank you. Wan Xinya took the tickets, moved once again by the sincerity of the Song siblings. They really didn't have to be like this towards her. After all, she had already reclaimed herself after being slapped before. Besides, following that event, Ji Yuran left the company, reducing the management targeting her, meaning she actually gained from the situation. Ju Dongji watched her musing over the tickets in her hand, asking, What are you thinking about? Nothing. So, who do you plan to go with for the weekend concert? Ju Dongji pretended to casually ask. Xuanjie gave 2 tickets. It'd be a shame to let them go to waste. He might as well have pointed at his own nose and volunteered himself, but Wan Xinya completely missed the deeper meaning in Ju Dongji's words. I'll take Xiaoqing along, she loves Song Xuanjie's songs very much. Ah yes, there's also Wan Muqing. How could Ju Dongji forget Wan Xinya's sister? That sounds pretty good. Xiaoqing must be thrilled. Yes. Wan Xinya couldn't wait to share the good news with Wan Muqing. Mr. Ju, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back down. Alright. Ju Dongji watched Wan Xinya leave, feeling a little regretful that he hadn't managed to secure her company for the concert, but still, he wasn't willing to give up. Hey, Mom. Ju Dongji called his mother Wang Xiaoman. Do you want to go to a concert this weekend? A concert? Wang Xiaoman was somewhat curious. When did you start liking concerts? The old Ju Dongji would never waste more than 2 hours on a concert under any circumstances. Previously, Wang Xiaoman tried multiple times to have Ju Dongji accompany her to a concert, yet each time he refused. He would say, in these 2 hours, I can go to the gym, listen to music while exercising. That's both enjoying music and getting exercise, much more efficient than sitting idle during a concert. This unromantic workaholic suddenly developed an interest. I'm just asking. If you're interested, I'll go with you, said Ju Dongji. Whose concert? Song Xuanjie's. Song Xuanjie is a new generation singer, most of his fans are young people. Wang Xiaoman had never heard of Song Xuanjie's name, but she felt that her son inviting her to the concert must have some hidden reason, so she immediately agreed. Alright, I'll go, you buy the tickets. Good. After Wan Xinya handed Song Xuanjie's concert tickets over to Wan Muqing was so delighted that she couldn't wait to post on her social circle. This might be the happiest Wan Muqing had been since Meng Han went to prison. Wan Xinya suddenly realized that in her recent busy work schedule, she had somewhat neglected her sister's emotions. It would be great. This concert could serve as a mental relaxation for the two sisters. On Saturday evening, Wan Xinya and Wan Muqing arrived early at the Banyan Tree Sports Center. Since they had VIP tickets, they were entitled to enter the venue with priority. Once inside, the two sisters discovered their seats were in the front row. Xinya, I never thought in my lifetime I'd get to watch a concert from the front row, it's amazing, Wan Muqing said excitedly. What nonsense are you talking? Once I've earned enough money, you can watch as many concerts as you like. Sister, you're my idol. Wan Xinya smiled and patted Wan Muqing's head. Thankfully, despite everything, her younger sister was still by her side. Having her sister meant she had motivation to fight. Yaya, Xiaoying. While the two sisters were chatting, a familiar female voice called out from the entrance. Wan Xinya looked up and saw Wang Xiaoman, behind whom followed Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji wasn't wearing a suit and tie today. He looked casual, like a neighbor's older brother, without any arrogance. Auntie, Mr. Ju. Auntie, Brother Dongji. Xiaoying, it's been such a long time since we last met. Wang Xiaoman approached quickly and held Wan Muqing's hand once she saw her. Her eyes fell on the position near Wan Muqing's chest, and her eye rims instantly turned red. How have you been recently? To Wang Xiaoman, Wan Muqing was the continuation of her daughter Ju Yinin's life. She would think of her own daughter every time she saw Wan Muqing. I'm fine. Wan Muqing said, placing her hand over her chest. It's also doing well. That's good, that's good. As long as everything is fine. Wang Xiaoman wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. I should have come to see you earlier, but I wasn't feeling too well recently and had to travel abroad. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't contact you. Auntie, I had a lot going on too, recently. I didn't dare to contact you because I didn't want to make you worry. At the touching moment, they even embraced each other. Alright, let's sit down first and talk, Ju Dongji suggested. Yes, let's slowly chat while sitting down, Wan Xinya also added. The four of them took their seats. Originally, Ju Dongji's seat was next to his mother Wang Xiaoman, and Wan Xinya's seat was next to her younger sister Wan Muqing. There were still 2 empty seats between them. Xiaoying, why don't you swap seats with Dongji? Wang Xiaoman proposed. Wang Xiaoman's suggestion for Wan Muqing to switch seats with Ju Dongji had 2 purposes. One was that she wanted to catch up closely with Wan Muqing, and the more important one was that she wanted to create an opportunity for her son. No one knows their child better than their parent. Wang Xiaoman saw Wan Xinya at the concert site when entering, and she immediately understood why Ju Dongji wanted to bring her to the concert. It turns out this boy intended to use her pretext to meet Wan Xinya accidentally. Since it was not easy for her son to start dating someone, she naturally decided to help promote things. Okay, auntie. After Ju Dongji and Wan Muqing swapped seats, Ju Dongji ended up sitting next to Wan Xinya. As the boss, Wan Xinya was somewhat uneasy. She tried to find a topic to discuss, but she thought that apart from work, there wasn't much else worth talking about. The two sat silently for a moment. Ju Dongji was the first to break the silence. Do you want a glow stick? Hey. I noticed the fans entering all had glow sticks in their hands. If you want, I can buy a few for you. No need. Xiaoying might like it. Please wait a moment, I'll go buy some. Chapter 93, A Close Relationship. Ju Dongji got up. At the entrance of the concert, there were vendors selling glow sticks. Ju Dongji went around for a while, not only buying glow sticks but also cute headbands, fan bracelets, and merchandise. He bought 3 of each. One set was for Wan Xinya and Wan Muqing, and another set was for his mother Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman looked at these cute things and felt a bit embarrassed. I'm already so old. It's not suitable for me to wear these. It suits you, auntie. Let me help you put it on. Wan Muqing helped Wang Xiaoman put on the headband and bracelet, then looked at Wan Xinya. Sis, you should wear them too. Wan Xinya wanted to put on the fan bracelet, but after trying several times, she couldn't fasten the buckle. I'll help you. Ju Dongji moved closer and bent down to assist Wan Xinya. As they did this, their distance became very close. From afar, they looked like an inseparable couple. Wan Xinya looked at Ju Dongji's profile, and her back unconsciously straightened up. She was nervous, when suddenly a figure sat beside her. The sound of the person sitting down was loud, with the chair creaking, squeak. This statement carried a sharp undertone. Wan Xinya silently glanced at Du and Chijo once. Mr. Ju is here with his mother, not with me. Du and Chizhou looked to the side and saw that 2 seats away, Ruan Muqing was seated next to a woman who looked very similar to Ju Dongji. His expression eased slightly. Mr. Ju is indeed filial. Ju Dongji smiled without speaking, though he didn't know what exactly had happened between Ruan Xinya and Du and Chizhou. However, a man's sixth sense told him that Du and Chizhou seemed to harbor a special kind of feeling toward Ruan Xinya. The concert soon began. Song Xuanjie was in excellent form today, singing and dancing on stage, provoking screams from the fans below. Among the VIP seating, only Ruan Muqing was bubbling over with excitement. Wang Xiaoman was older and seemed somewhat out of touch with modern trends, while Ruan Xinya was stuck between Du and Chizhou and Ju Dongji. The 2 big presidents were like stable mountains, immovable, making it impossible for her to get hyped up. Later in the concert, the wind picked up, and the temperature grew a little cold. Achoo! Ruan Xinya, wearing thin clothing, couldn't help but sneeze. Ju Dongji turned to look at her and gently asked, "Are you cold?" Before Ruan Xinya could answer, Du and Chizhou had already thrown his windbreaker towards her. "Put it on," said Du and Chizhou. The windbreaker still retained Du and Chizhou's body heat, but Ruan Xinya didn't want to wear it. "No need, I'm not cold." She handed it back to him. "The wind has picked up. I really am not cold." Du and Chizhou wouldn't hear any of it. He stood up and draped the windbreaker over her shoulders directly. "What are you doing? Mr. Ju is watching. Do you want to freeze yourself so badly that you can't come to work tomorrow?" "I won't." "Then put it on. You're now Mr. Ju's right hand, you can't get sick, right Mr. Ju?" Listening to their back and forth talk, Ju Dongji felt his premonition growing stronger. Mr. Duan has good intentions. Secretary Ruan, just keep it on. "It's getting windy and it's indeed chilly," Ju Dongji said. Ruan Xinya wanted to refuse again, but all of a sudden, the audience collectively screamed. "Ah!" Startled, Ruan Xinya instinctively turned around and saw that all the audience members were staring at the stage, waving their glow sticks enthusiastically. On stage, Song Xuanjie had just finished a song and stepped off stage. Now, Song Xuanjie's father took the stage. "Next, let's invite Uncle Song to perform Liver. As everyone knows, this song is dedicated to his little daughter. As per usual tradition, let's first hear from Uncle Song about the background of this song." Song Lin, Song Xuanjie's father, was a tall and handsome man. Even though he was over 50 years old, his physical management was excellent. He didn't have a beer belly or suffer from middle-aged obesity. He remained tall and slim, exuding an elegant demeanor. "Hello everyone, I am Song Xuanjie's father, Song Lin. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend Song Xuanjie's concert. Thanks for supporting Song Xuanjie. Those who follow Song Xuanjie should know that apart from an elder sister, he also has a second sister. At the age of 1 year old, she was abducted by human traffickers due to a negligent nanny. Over the years, my wife and I have searched across the country for our second daughter. This song Liver is written from the perspective of me and his mother. Regardless of where he performs this song, I will take the stage to sing it, hoping the fans who hear this song will help us look out. If you have any leads, please contact us. The Song family will surely reward anyone with useful information heavily." As Song Lin delivered his emotional speech, a baby's photo appeared on the big screen on the stage, along with the child's name, date of birth, and distinguishing features. There was a mole on the lower back of the Song family's second daughter. "Isn't there a mole on your lower back too?" Du and Chizhou leaned close to Ruan Xinya's ear and whispered. Ruan Xinya's face turned red. She feared that Ju Dongji sitting nearby might hear. "Don't say that," Ruan Xinya signaled to Du and Chizhou. They had already parted ways, and she didn't want anyone at her current company to know about her past intimate relationship with Du and Chizhou. "I'm just reminding you," Du and Chizhou said. That mole was somewhere Ruan Xinya herself could never see normally, and her mother had never mentioned it to her either. She first learned about the mole on her lower back when Du and Chizhou told her so in bed. However, she didn't consider having a mole on the lower back as any definitive characteristic. Many people had moles on their waists. Just like a moment ago when someone in the audience said, "I have a mole on my lower back too." "Wow, could you be the second Miss Song? That'd be quite an idol drama. My best friend turns out to be the lost heiress. Overnight riches. I need to immediately get a mole on my lower back." On the stage, Song Lin began singing Liver, the song written by Song Xuanjie both lyrically and musically. The moving melody and heart-touching lyrics brought tears to people's eyes. The camera panned over to the VIP seats on the other side of the stage, where Song Xuanjie's mother Jiang Yun was quietly wiping her tears, nestled in the arms of her eldest daughter Song Hanmo. Her face bore an intense sadness and regret. It was true, her children who stayed with her had become accomplished, and during such happy moments, if only her youngest daughter were present to witness this happiness, how wonderful would that be? Unfortunately, life often left imperfections, and perfectly ideal moments were rare. Empathizing with the Song family, Ruan Xinya felt heartbroken for them, as well as for the unknown fate of that second Miss Song. She wasn't sure if the young lady was even still alive. Still, although it was unfortunate that Miss Song was kidnapped from a young age, it was fortunate that her family had never given up searching for her. They hoped for a reunion opportunity. By the time the concert ended, it was 9:30 p.m. Outside the sports center, there were throngs of people. While Du and Chizhou was calling his driver, he saw Ruan Xinya walking away with Ju Dongji. Actually, Ruan Xinya didn't want to bother Ju Dongji to send them home, but Wang Xiaoman had already pulled Ruan Muqing into Ju Dongji's car before she could decline. Du and Chizhou watched as they drove off, feeling quite disgruntled inside. Suddenly, he remembered his jacket was still on Ruan Xinya, so he quickly called her. Ruan Xinya answered rather promptly. Hello. My jacket, when do you plan to return it? Oh, sorry, I forgot about it. Where are you? I'm right here at the exit. Alright, I'll bring it to you. Duan Chizhou hung up the phone, glad that he had preemptively handed the jacket to Ruan Xinya, or else he wouldn't have found another excuse to call her down from Zhu Dongji's car. Meanwhile, Ruan Xinya took off Duan Chizhou's windbreaker, ready to get out of the car, but Zhu Dongji, sitting by the door of the minivan, voluntarily took the jacket. Is this for Mr. Duan? Yes. It's inconvenient for you to get out. Let me go. No, thank you, Mr. Zhu. I can do it myself. Xiaoya, it's late. Let Dongji make this trip for you. Wang Xiaoman turned around and suggested to Ruan Xinya. Before Ruan Xinya could protest, Zhu Dongji had already stepped out of the car. Where is Mr. Duan? He said he's at the exit. All right. Duan Chizhou looked around anxiously waiting for Ruan Xinya. He really felt quite dissatisfied inside. Mr. Zhu really offers good service, even helping Miss Ruan return items. Duan Chizhou said sarcastically. Just a small favor. Zhu Dongji smiled at Duan Chizhou. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Goodbye. Duan Chizhou wanted to stop Zhu Dongji and ask him exactly what his relationship with Ruan Xinya was. He could clearly see the unguarded way Zhu Dongji looked at Ruan Xinya. However, after a moment of deliberation, Duan Chizhou restrained himself. He was afraid of raising suspicions too early. But then again, the thought that Ruan Xinya preferred to take Zhu Dongji's car over his made him incredibly uneasy. The driver pulled the car in front of Duan Chizhou, and upon getting in, the driver asked, Mr. Duan, where to? To find Luo Xiaodong. All right. Luo Xiaodong had been going out clubbing every night recently, so it was rare for him to sleep early one night. But just as he did, Duan Chizhou's phone call woke him up. What do you want at this late hour? Open up. Luo Xiaodong, still sleepy, glanced at the time. Weren't you at the concert? It's over. If it's over, go home. Why are you coming to my place? I'm feeling down and I want to drink. If you want to drink, go to a bar. Luo Xiaodong was about to explode. Can you leave me alone? We're not dating or anything. You keep clinging to me, others might misunderstand. I don't care what others think. Brother, I do. I've got a love life to manage. Rumors are already spreading outside that we have unclear sexual orientations. How am I supposed to find a partner? My mom keeps pushing me to get married. Duan Chizhou became impatient. Cut the crap. Are you opening the door or not? Nope. Fine, forget about the Chu Mountain project. Wait, I'll open. Though tired, Luo Xiaodong couldn't resist the lure of money. That was the Chu Mountain project worth several hundred million yuan. Sacrificing a little sleep to chat with President Duan wasn't such a bad trade-off. I'm coming, Mr. Duan, please come in. Luo Xiaodong ran downstairs to open the door for Duan Chizhou. What kind of alcohol would you like? I'll fetch it from the wine cellar immediately. Speak normally. Duan Chizhou was annoyed and couldn't bear hearing Luo Xiaodong's pretentious tone. What's wrong? Didn't you meet Ruan Xinya at the concert? Duan Chizhou learned from Ruan Muqing's social media post that she and her sister were planning to attend the concert. The tickets were ones Luo Xiaodong had struggled hard to buy from scalpers on Duan Chizhou's behalf. Judging by Duan Chizhou's sullen appearance, it seemed like the concert hadn't lived up to expectations. I met her, Duan Chizhou said. Then why are you still unhappy? Zhu Dongji from Zhu Corporation was also there. Isn't he Ruan Xinya's current superior? Aha. Wow, could they be dating? Luo Xiaodong gave Duan Chizhou a meaningful look. Think about how you used to flirt with your own secretary back then. Zhu Dongji might be using similar tactics on her. After all, with Ruan Xinya's beauty, few men can resist. Duan Chizhou couldn't help but worry about exactly that, but having it stated by Luo Xiaodong felt quite grating. Those closer to the water always have access to the moon first. Compared to Zhu Dongji now, Duan Chizhou no longer held the geographical advantage. The person facing Ruan Xinya daily was Zhu Dongji. Haven't you gone down to get the wine yet? You didn't say what you wanted to drink. Anything will do as long as it gets me drunk. Luo Xiaodong went straight to the wine cellar and fetched some white spirit. This man clearly wanted to get drunk, and white spirit had a high alcohol content. It would knock him out faster, saving time and effort. Sitting at the kitchen counter in the living room, the two drank intermittently. Luo Xiaodong was so exhausted he wanted nothing more than to get rid of the towering Buddha-like presence of Duan Chizhou. Now you've got a rival. Getting drunk isn't going to solve your problems. What you need to do is to win her back quickly, Luo Xiaodong said. Easier said than done. How exactly do I chase her? Duan Chizhou knew deep down that there were numerous unresolved conflicts between him and Ruan Xinya. Opening each other's hearts wouldn't be easy. If she ended up with Zhu Dongji, they wouldn't face so many issues. Therefore, compared to Zhu Dongji, Duan Chizhou currently had no advantages. After all, whatever he had, Zhu Dongji also possessed, and the things he lacked, Zhu Dongji had them covered too. Chasing girls is actually simple. You and Secretary Ruan have built a bit of emotional foundation. Just put on a thick skin and follow my example, pursue her tirelessly every day. Duan Chizhou understood the essence. Persistent pursuit. Can you give any reliable ideas? This is very reliable. Don't believe me? Give it a try. Chapter 94, Wanting to Pursue You. The day after the concert, as soon as Ruan Xinya arrived at work, she received a bouquet of bright red roses. Although roses may seem vulgar and showy, the purpose of the person sending them was obvious at a glance. Wow, Miss Ruan, who sent you these flowers? Fei Xiaowen's fire immediately roared up, but alas, after searching through the bouquet inside and out, she found no card with any message. Who is it? Someone pursuing you? Or your boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Then there must be someone trying to pursue you. Who? Ruan Xinya shook her head. I don't know either. Was it really unclear to her who would send her these roses of affection? Though Ruan Xinya had high aesthetic value, in reality, over the years, very few men around her truly pursued her because being too attractive could also be a hurdle for men. After considering all the men she knew, Ruan Xinya still couldn't figure out who had sent the flowers. Could it be Xiao Jiao from the sales department? A few days ago, Xiao Jiao was asking me about you, one colleague said. By that reasoning, Sean from the International Trade Department might have done it too, since last week during dinner, he asked me if Secretary Ruan had a boyfriend. Just asking a question makes him suspicious. Then most of our male colleagues are suspect. As everyone gathered around Ruan Xinya making wild guesses, her phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Duan Chizhou. Upon opening it, Ruan Xinya quickly and inconspicuously covered the content with her finger. Duan Chizhou had sent, "Did you receive the flowers?" These flowers were actually from Duan Chizhou. Ruan Xinya felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Miss Ruan, why has your face turned red all of a sudden? Fei Xiaowen instantly noticed her odd demeanor. Who sent the WeChat message? Have you already figured out who sent the flowers? Ruan Xinya quickly exited the WeChat interface, smiling as she said, "Don't guess anymore. The flowers were sent by my friend. She deliberately sent roses to tease me." Really? Is that true? Yes, she just messaged me about it. Ruan Xinya placed the flowers aside. Alright, let's get back to work. It wouldn't be good if General Zhu came out and saw this. The colleagues who had hoped for some gossip were slightly disappointed and returned to their own desks to start working. Ruan Xinya began her morning work directly, paying no attention to the flowers or replying to Duan Chizhou's message. About an hour later, Duan Chizhou sent another WeChat message, a simple question mark. Still, Ruan Xinya did not reply. In his office, Duan Chizhou watched as his messages fell into silence, inwardly cursing Luo Xiaodong bitterly. Now things were bad, she hadn't replied with even a word, yet Duan Chizhou could feel her anger through the screen. Faced with such a situation, Duan Chizhou was entirely unsure how to respond. Though Luo Xiaodong was unreliable, Duan Chizhou himself had never been in a normal relationship and thus had no experience to draw from. After much thought, Duan Chizhou called Luo Xiaodong. She's ignoring me. What should I do next? Wait. Next, all you need to do is patiently wait. What if she keeps ignoring me? Then you keep waiting patiently. Luo Xiaodong's calm voice irritated Duan Chizhou. Clearly, since Luo Xiaodong wasn't the one pursuing anyone, he didn't have to consider the difficulties. Duan Chizhou spent the entire day waiting. That day, his work efficiency reached an unprecedented low. By the time he was ready to leave for the day, Ruan Xinya still hadn't paid him any attention. Duan Chizhou couldn't hold back any longer, so he left early and drove to Zhu Corporation. Ruan Xinya had the rare opportunity to leave work on time that day. Miss Ruan, there's a new noodle shop opened on Malay Street. The flavor is excellent. Would you like to try it with me? Fei Xiaowen asked. Maybe next time. I've got something to do at home today. Her younger sister, Ruan Muqing, had gone back to school that morning. In the afternoon, she called saying she'd left a notebook in the room and asked Ruan Xinya to mail it for her as soon as possible. Alright, maybe next time then. The two descended together. As soon as Ruan Xinya stepped outside the company building, she spotted Duan Chizhou's car parked under the Zhu Corporation building. Is that a Rolls-Royce? Fei Xiaowen whispered quietly. This is the first time I've seen a real-life Rolls-Royce. Ruan Xinya responded with a millimeter, waving to Fei Xiaowen. Xiaowen, I still need to catch the subway. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, see you. Ruan Xinya quickly walked towards the subway entrance, deliberately avoiding looking in the direction of Duan Chizhou's car. Seeing this, Duan Chizhou promptly got out of the car and followed her. Ruan Xinya quickened her steps. She didn't want her colleagues to see her associated with the man getting out of a Rolls-Royce, otherwise, she'd be the center of gossip again by the next morning. Seemingly understanding her thoughts, Duan Chizhou didn't trail too closely behind her in crowded areas. It wasn't until they entered the subway station that he caught up to her. Why didn't you reply to my message? He walked quickly beside her and asked in a low voice. Why did you send me flowers? Ruan Xinya countered without answering. I want to pursue you. Ah, then my not replying means I don't want you to pursue me. After Ruan Xinya finished speaking, she scanned the code and entered the subway station. The automatic doors opened and closed instantly, locking Duan Chizhou outside. Duan Chizhou wanted to get in, but he didn't know how to scan the code or buy tickets. That's right, President Duan had always traveled with a driver. He'd never taken the subway before. Ruan Xinya. Duan Chizhou shouted to Ruan Xinya, wait up, how do you open this door? The surrounding commuters all turned to look at Duan Chizhou as if they'd seen some kind of alien species. In this day and age, were there still people who didn't know how to take the subway? Since he didn't know how to take the subway, what was he doing inside the station? Ruan Xinya. Duan Chizhou called her again, don't leave me behind. Ruan Xinya felt this guy was quite embarrassing. She gritted her teeth and returned, helping Duan Chizhou find the subway QR code in WeChat, allowing him to enter smoothly. It was the peak evening rush hour, and the subway station was overcrowded. How can there be so many people? Ignorant of the troubles of common life, President Duan asked a soul-piercing question. Because it's quitting time. Duan Chizhou also realized how silly his question was. He stopped talking and quietly stood in front of Wan Xinya, shielding her from the crowd that occasionally squeezed past them. With too many people in the carriage, their bodies were tightly pressed together. They hadn't been this close for a long time. Suddenly, Duan Chizhou understood the joy of riding the subway and hoped this journey would last longer, much longer. 30 minutes later, Wan Xinya arrived at her station. Duan Chizhou followed her off the subway. I think taking the subway is quite interesting, said Duan Chizhou. President Duan, if every morning and evening you had to squeeze like sardines in this carriage, you wouldn't find the subway interesting anymore. You find it interesting because it's new and exciting to you, Wan Xinya said faintly while looking at him, but it's different for me. For me, this is daily life. President Duan heard the underlying meaning. So? What are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that we are not the same kind of people. Don't send me flowers, and don't wait for me downstairs at my company. These things won't make me touched. Instead, they'll only make me feel troubled. Can you really not give me a chance? No, didn't we already clarify everything? Why are you still pursuing me? At the subway station exit crowded with passers-by, Duan Chizhou hugged her directly. Because I feel like I can't live without you, he said. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Duan Chizhou's voice wasn't loud, but steady and powerful, falling just right into Wan Xinya's ears. Her heart quivered violently. What was this? A confession? Let go of me first, Wan Xinya said. This isn't the place for such talk. The surroundings were too noisy, and passers-by glanced at them. Wan Xinya felt somewhat socially dead. She disliked this uncomfortable feeling. Duan Chizhou let her go. They left the subway station. Let's find a place to eat first, Duan Chizhou said. Wan Xinya didn't refuse. She knew that today, they had to sit down and have a proper talk. What do you want to eat? Duan Chizhou asked. Spicy mixed noodles. These 3 words froze Duan Chizhou for 3 seconds. Suddenly, Wan Xinya felt that although these rich princelings born with golden spoons were wealthy, there were many joys they had never experienced, such as a dish of spicy mixed noodles with instant noodles wrapped in red oil, fragrant but not spicy. Outside the Cholu residential area, there was an especially delicious northeastern-style spicy mixed noodles shop. Whenever Wan Xinya didn't feel like cooking, she would come here for a plate. The boss already recognized her and warmly greeted her upon seeing her. Xiao Wan, did you bring your boyfriend along today? Wan Xinya shook her head, explaining clearly, he's a friend, not my boyfriend. The boss gave Duan Chizhou an awkward smile. Sorry, I misunderstood. It didn't bother Duan Chizhou. Madam, don't you think we're a good match? I am pursuing her now. Maybe next time, we'll come as boyfriend and girlfriend. Moved by Duan Chizhou's sincerity, the boss immediately supported him. You two are a perfect pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Young man, keep it up. Duan Chizhou wanted to say more, but Wan Xinya kicked him directly. If you're going to act crazy, why publicize it so widely? Yeah, I even want to stop every dog that passes by and tell it, I like you. He said he liked her. This sentence affected Wan Xinya even more than what he had said in the subway station. What's wrong with you? Wan Xinya felt Duan Chizhou was becoming a stranger. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I feel like you're not acting normal. Duan Chizhou chuckled bitterly. Is it abnormal to like you? You should have more confidence in yourself. Wan Xinya fell silent. She kept her head down and stirred the drink in the aluminum can continuously with her straw. If only Duan Chizhou had said these things a year earlier, it would have been perfect. If she had heard them a year ago, she wouldn't have hesitated to accept him. But now, after everything that had happened, she really didn't know how to deal with their relationship. Stop saying these things. Wan Xinya dared not look into his eyes. I've finally started a new life. Are you happy starting this new life? Duan Chizhou asked. It's not about happiness, but at least I feel grounded. I want to take my future step by step, without feeling as though my heart is dangling between gain and loss. I won't make you feel that way. Then it's not love. Is there love in this world that isn't tinged with fear of losing or gaining? How do you want me to prove myself? President Duan, you don't need to prove anything. It's not your problem, it's mine. I'm not ready to start a relationship. No problem, I can wait. Duan Chizhou grabbed Wan Xinya's hand suddenly. As long as you promise that when you're ready, I'm the first person you think of. No one else can cut in line. He was really worried Zhu Dongji might make a move and snatch Wan Xinya away from him. Let's not talk about this anymore. Wan Xinya pulled her hand back. Try the spicy stir-fried noodles here. They're fragrant but not overly spicy and very tasty. Duan Chizhou knew she was avoiding the topic, but he didn't want to push too hard. A phrase Lu Xiaodong once said resonated with him. Love needs passion, but even more so, it requires patient waiting. After finishing the spicy noodles, Duan Chizhou dropped Wan Xinya off at the building entrance. You go ahead, I'll walk up myself. Wan Xinya said. Duan Chizhou nodded. Rest well. Millimeter. As Wan Xinya was about to turn around and go upstairs, Duan Chizhou suddenly gripped her hand tightly and hugged her again. Duan Chizhou, what are you doing? Both of them were still covered in the smell of spicy noodles, and as she struggled, the aroma grew even stronger. It's settled, reserve a place for me in your heart. Duan Chizhou reiterated once more. For the first time, Wan Xinya sensed humility in Duan Chizhou. He seemed like a careful child seeking candy, terrified that if he wasn't vigilant enough, Wan Xinya's candy would end up going to someone else. She didn't reply, just pushed him away. I'm going up. Millimeter him. With a complicated mixture of emotions, Wan Xinya went upstairs. She thought she needed to find Shen Xiyu to grab a drink, sort through the tangled mess in her heart. When she reached her doorstep and was about to take out her keys to open the door, a rustling sound came from behind her in the hallway. There was definitely someone standing there, but because they weren't making much noise, the motion-sensitive lights didn't turn on, so she couldn't see who the person was, or even if they were male or female. Wan Xinya's heart began to race nervously, stopping all random thoughts immediately. The memories of the psycho neighbor sneaking into her house came flooding back. She realized it would be unwise to open the door right now. If she unlocked it and tried to enter, the intruder could barge in, and she might not be able to stop them. What to do? What to do? Could she run down the stairs immediately and catch up with Du and Chizhou safely? He shouldn't have gone far yet. Perhaps a shout for help would bring him back to save her. In a few short seconds, countless escape plans flashed through Wan Xinya's mind. Just as she was about to turn and run downward, the shadow in the darkness moved slightly. "Ya, don't you recognize me?" At hearing this familiar voice, Wan Xinya felt goosebumps rise instantly over her body. Right now, she'd rather face a maniac than see the person she suspected stepping out of the shadows. But unfortunately, her fears were confirmed. The figure leaped forward directly in front of her. It was her father, Wan Xiao. Chapter 95, I'll move in and live with you. After a few years in prison, Wan Xiao had become much thinner. He grinned with his yellow teeth at Wan Xinya. "My sweet girl, why aren't you excited to see your dad?" Wan Xinya, of course, was not excited. When she saw Wan Xiao, all the memories of her childhood, being beaten, scolded, and having her head pushed underwater by him, came rushing back. She was terrified of this man. "When did you get out?" Wan Xinya remembered that according to the original sentence, he should still be in there for at least 2 more months. "A week ago." Wan Xiao said smugly, good behavior inside, got an early release. Wan Xinya felt as if she had just heard some kind of fairy tale. How could a demon like Wan Xiao ever behave well? "What's that look on your face for?" Seeing Wan Xinya kept a serious expression, Wan Xiao became slightly dissatisfied. "You're not happy about me being released, are you?" "No. And what does that mean? I've come all the way to your doorstep, and you haven't even invited me in." Wan Xinya didn't want him to come in one bit. This place is co-rented with someone else, and we agreed no guests without permission. Wan Xiao gave a soft snort. Shia, looks like you don't amount to much. How after working for so many years, you're still co-renting?" Taking the opportunity, Wan Xinya responded, "The money I earned from work has all gone towards curing Xiaoqing's illness. I don't have extra money to rent a better house." "You ungrateful girl," Wan Xiao retorted, "I haven't even asked you for money yet, and you're already crying poor." As it turned out, dogs never stop eating shit. It took only one sentence from Wan Xiao for his true nature to be revealed. With that in mind, there was no way she could let him inside. "So, you came to find me just to ask for money?" "Yes." Wan Xiao showed Wan Xinya a 5 sign with his hand. "Give me 50,000 first, so I can settle down in Rongqing." "I've already told you I don't have any money. Also, why do you need to settle down in Rongqing? Grandma is still in the countryside. Aren't you going back to take care of her? That forsaken, godforsaken place? I'll never go back." "What will happen to Grandma then? She has hands and feet. She isn't going to starve anytime soon. Once I make some money in Rongqing, I'll bring her here." Wan Xiao flicked his fingers toward Wan Xinya. "So, give me 50,000. I need to rent a place, buy a phone, get a motorbike for commuting, and then look for a job, bit by bit, earning money." "To rent a place, buy a phone, and a motorbike doesn't require 50,000, Wan Xinya explained. "Rent for a month costs 1,500, so even including a deposit, that's only 3,000. Phone 3,000, motorbike 3,000, making a total of 10,000. Why do you need 50,000? Sounds like you don't want to give it to me." "I neither want to nor can afford to." "Wan Xinya," Wan Xiao said, "I'm your father. I raised you this far, and you won't even give me 50,000? Do you have any conscience?" "I can give you 15,000, that's all I have." In reality, Wan Xinya didn't want to give him a single penny. However, given Wan Xiao was her father, a blood tie impossible to sever, and considering he had just been released from prison and would need money for food, clothing, and other necessities, she reluctantly decided to give him a little bit. 15,000? Are you treating me like a beggar? Don't think I don't know. Right now, you work at Ju's company as the president's secretary. A president's secretary earns at least 30,000 a month, not including various allowances, bonuses, and annual rewards. Hand over the money properly, or I'll take a megaphone tomorrow and create a scene outside your office. On hearing his threats, Wan Xinya resolutely broke her own rules. "Go ahead and cause trouble. If you lose my job, you'll never get those 15,000. You." Wan Xiao became enraged. "You wicked girl, because of you, Wang Menghan was sent to jail. Otherwise, with her status as a wealthy madam, I'd have at least received 500,000. Asking you for 50,000 is already giving you a discount." And with that, he swung a hand to hit her. Seeing Wan Xiao raise his hand, Wan Xinya's past fears returned once again. Instinctively, she stepped backward. But behind her were the stairs. Just as Wan Xinya was about to fall off the steps, a sudden hand caught her waist from behind. "Careful." It was Du and Chizhou's voice. Du and Chizhou hadn't left, he had come up instead. The fear in Won Shinya's heart immediately transformed into a sense of security. Duan Chijo steadied her, pulling her to a safe spot, and then walked forward toward Won Xiao. What do you want? Won Xiao looked at the towering man before him and hesitated. Nothing, just a normal conversation between father and daughter. Daughter. Duan Chijo glanced back at Won Shinya. Do you know him? Won Shinya stayed silent and did not nod. Enraged by the situation, Won Xiao pointed at Won Shinya. Won Shinya, you ungrateful wolf. So, you want nothing to do with your old man, right? At this point, Duan Chijo firmly grabbed hold of Won Xiao's fingers. Oh. Won Xiao cried out in pain. Young man, let me go. I really am Won Shinya's dad. I just got out of prison. She is embarrassed by me and doesn't want to recognize me. But young man, is it right for a child to disdain their parents? Duan Chijo knew why Won Xiao had been sent to jail because he hit women. This person was obviously not a good man. Go away. Duan Chijo shoved Won Xiao out. In consideration of the fact that you're her father, I'll spare you today. If I ever see you around her again, I will definitely break your hands. You, who do you think you are? Won Xiao glared at Duan Chijo. Are you Won Shinya's boyfriend? Yes, I am Won Shinya's boyfriend, remember that. My name is Duan Chijo. Won Shinya stood behind Duan Chijo, looking at his tall figure, feeling both sweet and bitter in her heart. Go away. With Duan Chijo's loud shout, Won Xiao turned and ran. The sound-controlled lights in the stairwell lit up one after another as Won Xiao ran down the steps. When Won Shinya saw Won Xiao run far away, she let out a deep breath of relief. Are you okay? Duan Chijo glanced over Won Shinya carefully. She shook her head. Why did you come up? I saw the light in your house wasn't on when I was downstairs, so I was worried something might have happened to you, hence I came up to check. Duan Chijo had waited downstairs until the light in her home would turn on. This little detail somehow touched Won Shinya's heart. Thank you. What did he come for? To ask for money. Do you need me to find someone to warn him? No need. After all, Won Xiao was Won Shinya's father. Warning wouldn't sever blood relations, but it would surely enrage Won Xiao. His volatile temperament could mean angering him was akin to angering an executioner. What if he comes again? How will you deal with him? We can only decide when the time comes. Duan Chijo still felt uneasy. He looked at the door of Won Shinya's home and suddenly said, how about I move in and live with you? Won Shinya helplessly thought this man really knew how to seize every opportunity. No need, she opened the door. You've been helpful today. You should go back. Duan Chijo stretched out his hand to block the door. I'm serious. You need someone to closely protect you. I'm serious too. I don't need such close protection from you. Won Shinya looked at Duan Chijo. Besides, I'm not your girlfriend, don't talk nonsense. Slept together, still not a couple? Won Shinya rolled her eyes and slammed the door shut. Once inside, Won Shinya stayed calm for quite a while but her heart was still pounding erratically. She called Won Muqing, reminding her that Won Xiao had already been released from prison. Little Qing, if he harasses you, make sure to protect yourself. It's fine sis, he knows my health isn't good, so he won't bother me much. It's more you who needs to be careful. Won Shinya thought it over. Yes, growing up, Won Xiao would beat her but rarely lay a finger on Won Muqing. No matter how naughty Won Muqing was, the most he did was yell at her a few times. Over the next few days, Won Shinya lived in constant anxiety. She always felt that Won Xiao would not let things rest. He would definitely come back for her sooner or later. Even if he didn't come for her directly, there was no way he'd simply vanish. He must be scheming something else. As expected, a week later, Won Shinya received a call from the police. Hello, is this Won Shinya? Yes. Is Won Xiao your father? Yes. Could you please come to the hospital? Your father has been in a car accident. Won Shinya thought Won Xiao would certainly create trouble, but never expected him to be involved in a car accident. She immediately asked for the hospital address and took leave to rush to the hospital. In the ward, Won Xiao was shouting "oh" while covering his head, getting an 4 drip at the same time. The policeman who was handling the case stood beside his bed and asked upon seeing Won Shinya enter, "Is that Won Shinya?" "That's me, how's my dad doing?" "Minor concussion." Seeing Won Shinya arrive, Won Xiao's moaning became even louder. "How did this happen? Have you found the driver?" Won Shinya asked. "The driver went downstairs with my colleague to pay the hospitalization fee." The police gestured to Won Shinya, indicating they needed to talk privately. Looking at the officer's expression, Won Shinya felt something odd about the incident, as though there was more to it. "What is it, officer?" "Here's the thing, the owner of the vehicle kept saying your father intentionally rammed into his car. We've also reviewed the car's dashboard camera footage, and indeed, it appears your father was deliberately causing the collision." "Causing the collision?" "Yes, your father earlier demanded the driver compensate him $20,000. The police officer sounded helpless. Frankly speaking, even if it weren't deliberate and completely the driver's fault, for a minor concussion, there's no reason it should require such a large compensation amount. The car owner may be wealthy, but they aren't fools." Won Shinya's face alternated between red and pale. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that Won Xiao would resort to causing fake accidents for money. As the police were talking to her, another officer accompanied the driver of the involved car upstairs. The driver was a woman with long curly hair, wearing sunglasses and a neatly tailored suit, and carrying an Hermes bag in her hand. Won Shinya immediately recognized her, Song Hanmo. Seeing Won Shinya, Song Hanmo also recognized her. Ms. Won, what are you doing here? Song Hanmo removed her sunglasses and looked at Won Shinya. This is Ms. Won Shinya, she's Won Xiao's daughter, the police said. Song Hanmo uttered "oh" with a pause, not knowing how to react. Won Shinya felt very embarrassed. Won Xiao's act of faking accidents had already made her feel humiliated, but unexpectedly running into an acquaintance made her even more ashamed. At this moment, on the hospital bed, Won Xiao saw Song Hanmo return and began holding his head, making vomiting sounds like "arrow arrow." Are you okay? Although Won Shinya was embarrassed, she was still concerned whether Won Xiao might really be unwell. She returned to the bedside and poured him a glass of water. Drink some water first. I don't want water, quickly call a doctor for me. My head feels so dizzy, very dizzy. After hearing Won Xiao's words, Won Shinya immediately pressed the button on the bedside. The doctor rushed in. What's wrong? My father says he's very dizzy and wants to vomit. Won Shinya said. Mild concussion can cause nausea and vomiting symptoms. Doctor, am I severely injured, right? The doctor didn't finish speaking when Won Xiao interrupted him, talking to himself and crying out, this kind of injury will definitely affect my work and life afterward. There might even be some headache as a sequela. Who knows about brain-related issues? I need $20,000 in compensation, which is not excessive at all. Doctor, isn't that correct? The doctor looked helplessly at Won Shinya. Doctor, just state the facts according to my father's condition, said Won Shinya. In fact, your father's situation isn't serious. There's no positive sign found in the neurological examination. It's the mildest form of brain damage. This dizziness and nausea now can be treated symptomatically to stop the dizziness and appropriately treat the nausea. In most cases, it will ease soon, and there may even be no need to stay in the hospital. He just needs to rest quietly at home to recover. You're spouting nonsense. Won Xiao glared at the doctor. Do you mean I'm perfectly fine? You're truly an incompetent doctor. I feel like I'm about to die, yet you say I have nothing wrong with me. Tell me, aren't you colluding with the person who hit me? Or has she given you money so that you deliberately make my symptoms sound minor to escape punishment? The patient, please calm down. I am simply discussing the issue at hand. If these symptoms were sent to any hospital, the test results wouldn't change. Chimph, do I not know my own body? Normally, I'm fit enough to jump up and knock down a cow, but now I feel completely powerless. You are trying to shield that female driver. The doctor shrugged and turned to the police. Officer comrade, I'm merely providing professional opinions. As for how this traffic accident will be handled, that's your job. I have other patients. I need to go now. You can find me in my office if necessary. All right, thank you for your efforts. The doctor quickly left the ward. Hey, don't leave. Hey. Seeing the doctor leave, Won Xiao then redirected his anger onto Song Hanmo. Say, Miss Driver, driving a Porsche and carrying a designer bag, hitting someone and not even willing to compensate 20,000 yuan. Why are you so stingy? Uncle, whether it was I who hit you or you who intentionally crashed into my car, you know better than anyone else. Hey, what do you mean, little wretch? Enough. Won Shinya couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, Dad, enough. The surveillance camera already recorded you deliberately causing the accident. Even if you're short of money, you shouldn't do such disgraceful things. F***K, you little wretch, I'm your dad, you don't support me and instead side with strangers. It seems your conscience has been eaten by a dog. While Won Xiao was saying this, he grabbed the thermos from the bedside cabinet and threw it at Won Shinya. Chapter 96, He's a decent man. Watch out. Song Hanmo pulled Won Shinya just in time, but even so, Won Shinya was still scalded by the hot water splashing from the kettle. The sharp pain seared through her. She wiped off the hot water droplets and gritted her teeth to endure it silently. Hurry, rinse it under cold water. Song Hanmo dragged Won Shinya into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Fortunately, the cold water washed over her skin just in time, sparing Won Shinya any serious harm. Seeing that Song Hanmo and Won Shinya seemed to have a good relationship, Won Xiao became even more furious. How dare you side with her? I guess you two know each other, right? Since you do, she should compensate me with even more money. Mr. Won, mind your manners. The police officer couldn't stand it anymore. If you keep being unreasonable, don't blame us for arresting you again. Upon hearing about going back to jail, Won Xiao immediately changed his attitude. He grinned at Song Hanmo. Hey beauty, you're driving $1 million luxury car while my daughter is living in an old, rundown apartment. You're her friend, so what's the problem with lending her dad 20,000 yuan? For people like you, 20,000 is just like 20 yuan, right? Dad, that's enough. Do you even have a shred of self-respect? This is no different than begging. That money is hers, not yours. Mr. Won, I think your daughter is right. Even if you want me to give you money, let's say even 20 yuan, you need to provide a reason first. Otherwise, considering the time wasted on your scheming behavior, I may even ask for compensation from you. Song Hanmo continued, turning her head towards the police officer. Officer, I can file a claim against him, right? The police officer nodded, sure. Hearing this, Won Xiao realized that not only might he not get the money, but he might end up in trouble himself, so he started acting obedient. All right, since this beauty is my daughter's friend, let's settle things this way, just help cover the medical expenses and I won't pursue anything further, said Won Xiao. Song Hanmo sneered, Mr. Won, don't confuse the situation. It's because I respect Miss Won as your daughter that I won't hold this incident against you. I suggest you reform yourself and stop tarnishing your daughter's reputation. Ruan Xiao fell silent. The police had both parties sign a reconciliation agreement, then left. Song Hanmo also needed to attend a meeting at her company, so she didn't linger. Seeing Song Hanmo leaving, Ruan Xinya quickly chased after her to apologize. Sorry, Ms. Song, today really took up your time unnecessarily. Please accept my apologies on behalf of my father. Song Hanmo shook her head. It's fine, it's not your fault. Thank you for understanding. Song Hanmo felt a bit sympathetic toward Ruan Xinya. Is your father always like this? This Ruan Xiao certainly came across as violent and irrational. Pretty much. Ruan Xinya didn't want to elaborate on her past hardships. She knew no one could truly empathize with her. Song Hanmo sensed that Ruan Xinya didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. 9 out of 10 things in life are unsatisfactory. No one's life runs smoothly. Being born into such a family background was probably one of Ruan Xinya's struggles in life. However, despite having a father with such skewed values, she managed to maintain her own moral integrity, which showed that she was a very decent person. If there's ever anything you need help with, don't hesitate, just find me, said Song Hanmo. Thank you, Ms. Song, I won't trouble you. Ruan Xinya didn't want to receive favors without cause. Song Hanmo not arguing with Ruan Xiao today already meant a lot to her. After Song Hanmo left, Ruan Xinya returned to the ward. Not long ago, Ruan Xiao was moaning about headaches, yet now he was already getting out of bed. Has the person left? Asked Ruan Xiao. Yes. Now go and check yourself out of the hospital, and make them refund the hospital fees to me. Ruan Xiao commanded. Aren't you suffering from a headache? How did you recover so fast? Die, girl. Are you deliberately arguing with me? Hurry up, when I tell you to go, you go. Those hospital fees must be worth a few thousand yuan. Of course, Ruan Xinya didn't want to comply. If she helped Ruan Xiao process the discharge and got the money refunded, wasn't it equivalent to her conspiring with Ruan Xiao to extort money from Song Hanmo? Since you're fine, I'll leave first. Hey, ungrateful brat, siding with others instead of your family. You won't even do this little thing for me, you ingrate. Ignoring his curses, Ruan Xinya left the hospital. She had taken leave to deal with today's matters, and the company still had a lot of work waiting for her to handle. All this fuss from Ruan Xiao had indeed wasted her time. After returning to the company and working overtime for a while, Ruan Xinya finally finished everything late in the evening. Just as she boarded the subway, she received a message from Duan Chizhou. When will you be back? Ruan Xinya replied with a question mark. What did he want now? Duan Chizhou quickly sent her a picture. The photo was taken in the hallway of her residential building, where an elderly woman was sitting on the stairs outside her home. It was Grandma. Ruan Xinya quickly made the call. How did Grandma come here? Grandma said she came to see you. After Duan Chizhou finished speaking, he asked again, when will you be back? I'm already on the subway. Alright, we'll wait for you. After hanging up, Ruan Xinya grew even more eager to get home. Grandma had never left the countryside alone. Ruan Xinya didn't know how she traveled such a long distance to come to Rongqing or how she found her residence. The journey must have been quite complicated. Half an hour later, Ruan Xinya hurried home. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Duan Chizhou sitting shoulder to shoulder with Grandma in the hallway. Duan Chizhou was holding a very large pancake and munching on it. Ruan Xinya immediately recognized it. It was her favorite dried vegetable pancake. Grandma, Xinya. As soon as Grandma saw Ruan Xinya, she immediately got up and pulled her close. Why do you work so late? Isn't your job too tiring? Have you eaten yet? I've eaten. Let's go inside and talk. Okay. Ruan Xinya supported Grandma into the house while Duan Chizhou carried the big bags Grandma brought along and followed them in. Xinya, have you really eaten dinner? If not, Grandma has brought your favorite dried vegetable pancakes. I have eaten, but I can still eat another one of those pancakes. Hearing this, Grandma smiled happily. I knew you'd love it. She took out a pancake from the bag for Ruan Xinya. The moment Ruan Xinya took a bite, she realized something was off. There was a slightly sour smell, indicating that the pancake might have gone bad. She instinctively looked at Duan Chizhou, who earlier seemed to be enjoying his share without hesitation. Did he not notice? Duan Chizhou glanced at her and gave her a wink. Ruan Xinya suddenly understood. It turned out that Duan Chizhou also noticed the pancake had gone bad, but he probably chose not to mention it so as not to waste Grandma's efforts in carrying the pancakes from so far away. Grandma, when did you leave home? The morning before yesterday. I took a long ride, looking bit by bit until I finally found here. Your place is really far. After several hours on the road, Grandma arrived after 2 days of travel, which explained why the pancake had spoiled. Ruan Xinya felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Grandma, why did you suddenly come without telling me? I could have picked you up. I lost the piece of paper with your phone number, but luckily, I still had the one with your address. The elderly woman paused for a breath. Actually, this time I mainly came to look for your father. He has no conscience. Even after being released from prison, he doesn't come home to let me see him. As the old woman spoke, tears streamed down her face. For all these years, I have always been thinking about him, hoping that when he is released, he would return home and live peacefully and steadily. But he forgets completely that there's a mother waiting for him at home. It was Xiao Yarrow from the village who told me about his release. Ruan Xinya hugged her grandma tightly. She wanted to persuade her grandma not to worry about her dad if her dad didn't care about her, but Ruan Xinya knew well that no matter how far their children are, mothers always think about them. Even though Ruan Xiao was 50 years old, in Grandma's eyes, he was still a child needing maternal concern. He has visited me. He's fine, Ruan Xinya said. His silence is good news. You take good care of yourself back at home and don't always worry about him. He said he wants to find a job in Rongqing and earn some money, then return home to support you. Really? Is that what he said? Yes, Grandma, that's exactly what he said. The elderly woman didn't believe Ruan Xinya. You're just trying to make me happy. If he truly had any intention, he wouldn't end up like this today. Other things aside, I'm worried he might get deceived here. Deceived? Yes, according to Xiao Yarrow from the village, he saw your dad hanging around with a woman named Wang Yang. Wang Yang? The name seemed familiar to Ruan Xinya, but she couldn't recall right away. That's Wang Yang, the woman who claimed to be pregnant with your father's child and came to make a fuss last time you were home, remember? Wasn't it when Wang Qiong, Wang Yang's brother, came to our place to create trouble? Ruan Xinya remembered now. Grandma, your point is, she's deceiving Dad again with a child. Yes, because Xiao Yarrow said that he saw them with a kid. Who knows whether she's luring Dad into believing that child is his again. This made sense to Ruan Xinya now. That probably explained why Ruan Xiao kept demanding so much money. Tomorrow, I'll try to find him and ask clearly, Ruan Xinya said. Do you know where your father is? Ruan Xinya hesitated. In fact, she didn't know. At this moment, Duan Chizhou spoke up from the side. I can send someone to find his address right away. Ruan Xinya felt warmth in her heart. Indeed, with Duan Chizhou around, everything seemed secure. He had helped her a lot over the past period of time. Thank you so much, Mr. Duan. It's really great that you're willing to help, the elderly woman said gratefully to Duan Chizhou. Oh, aren't you Yaya's boss? Why were you waiting outside Yaya's place while she was working overtime at the company? Grandma, I changed jobs recently, Ruan Xinya explained. He's not my boss anymore. Not your boss anymore? Then why is he still visiting you? Ruan Xinya didn't know how to answer, feeling stuck. I'm here to pick up some things, some documents from my previous company, Duan Chizhou said. The elderly woman believed him. Then Yaya, you should quickly hand over the files to Mr. Duan. It's not easy for him to wait for you so late at night. All right. Ruan Xinya went into her room and took out a draft paper randomly, giving it to Duan Chizhou since the grandmother wouldn't understand anyway. Well then, Grandma, I'll go now, Duan Chizhou said. You should rest early. Yes, wait. Mr. Duan, the elderly woman said as she started rummaging through her bag, you just said the dried vegetable pancakes were delicious. Take a few more with you. I made a lot, and Yaya alone can't finish them all. All right, thank you, Grandma. Duan Chizhou acted delighted and showed no sign of disdain. Suddenly, Ruan Xinya thought, given how considerate Duan Chizhou was being toward the elder sentiments, he was truly a good man. The next day, Duan Chizhou sent Ruan Xinya the address of Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao was now living in an old neighborhood on Chi Hong Street, renting a one-bedroom apartment. When Ruan Xinya arrived with the elderly woman, Ruan Xiao had just returned from buying breakfast. Wang Yang and her son were still asleep. Upon hearing their knock, Ruan Xiao poked his head out cautiously. Who is it, Mom? You actually remember me as your mom? The elderly woman's eyes turned red upon seeing Ruan Xiao. Why are you just barging in without even a heads up? Ruan Xiao grew slightly irritated as he looked at Ruan Xinya. Did you bring her here, huh? What's wrong with you? I only asked you for a few $10,000, and you could have sent it over already. Instead, you brought this old lady here. Are you crazy or what? You're asking money from Yaya, the elderly woman exclaimed, jumping up. Why are you taking money from her? Is it for raising a child? Ruan Xiao smirked, chuckling. Well, Mom, you're quite informed, aren't you? We have a grandson now. Our family finally has a male heir. Is it Wang Yang and her son? You know about this too. Foolish son, how foolish you are. The elderly woman scolded painfully. Wang Yang's kid isn't yours. Nonsense, impossible. The boy looks so much like me. How could he not be mine? It's really not yours. A few years ago when Wang Yang worked in a foot massage parlor, she got involved with a customer who ended up impregnating her. That client was from somewhere else and disappeared before Wang Yang could get anything from him. So, she decided to trick you into fathering the child and saddled the responsibility onto you. Ruan Xiao remained reluctant to believe. At this moment, Wang Yang emerged sleepily from the room, noticing the commotion. Husband, who's knocking? Husband. Do you have any shame at all, woman? The elderly woman retorted angrily. Are you taking advantage of my son just because he knows nothing after getting out of prison? And haven't you caused enough trouble for my family? Realizing both the elderly woman and Ruan Xinya were there, Wang Yang's face revealed a hint of fear, which Ruan Xiao caught immediately. He grabbed Wang Yang by the neck. Bitch, confess. Is the child really mine or not? What are you doing? Trying to kill me? Fine, I'll tell you if you let go first. Ruan Xiao loosened his grip. Tell me fast. I'll talk. Even if the kid isn't yours, so what? Don't you love playing daddy to someone else's kid? As Wang Yang spoke, her gaze fell on Ruan Xinya. Chapter 97, Not Her Biological Daughter. What do you mean? Ruan Xinya looked at Wang Yang. What do you mean by that? Wang Yang snorted. You probably don't even know yourself, but you're not Ruan Xiao's biological daughter. You stinking old woman. Giving me a headache with your nonsense. Die. Ruan Xiao got so angry he choked Wang Yang's neck again. Let her go. Ruan Xinya grabbed Ruan Xiao's hand. What did she mean just now? Tell me clearly. This crazy woman is lying. She's talking nonsense. I'm not lying. Wang Yang shouted loudly at Wan Xinya, as long as you protect me and my son and help us leave safely, I'll tell you everything I know. At this moment, all Wan Xinya could think about was the sentence from Wang Yang, you aren't Wan Xiao's biological daughter, and she needed to find out the truth. Alright. Wan Xinya opened her phone camera, filmed Wan Xiao while saying, I am recording everything happening here. If you don't want to go back to jail, it's best if you don't touch them. Wan Xiao tried to grab Wan Xinya's phone but was held down by the old lady. Aki, stop being obsessed. It's wrong of her to deceive you, and she will pay for it eventually, but don't ruin your own life over her anymore. What do you understand, old woman? What Wan Xiao feared now was Wang Yang revealing Wan Xinya's background to everyone. He still planned to ask Wan Xinya for money in the future. If Wan Xinya discovered she wasn't his biological daughter, she would definitely stop any support. That meant he would lose a cash cow. Anyway, you can't harm anyone. With the old lady blocking him, ultimately, Wan Xinya safely left the apartment with Wang Yang and her son. After going downstairs, Wan Xinya stopped Wang Yang and asked, what exactly did you mean earlier? Am I not Wan Xiao's biological daughter? Wang Yang scrutinized Wan Xinya once, smiled, for so many years, haven't you ever doubted your origins? You're so beautiful, not resembling your mom or dad, there's definitely something suspicious about that. Wan Xinya was stunned. Who would suspect their origins just because they look more attractive than their parents? Do you say I'm not Wan Xiao's biological daughter merely because of looks? Of course not. Wan Xiao himself told me you are not his and Wang Menghan's daughter. Just a few days ago when he was drunk, he mentioned this. The daughter of Wan Xiao and Wang Menghan had died from illness when she was 1 year old. You were secretly taken by Wang Menghan from another family. In an instant, Wan Xinya felt as if she were struck by lightning. Her entire worldview collapsed. Is what you said true? Absolutely no lies. I have no enmity with you. Why would I lie about this to you? That was right. Why would Wang Yang lie to her about this? I've told you everything I know. Can I leave now? Wang Yang tightened her grip on her son, fearing Wan Xiao might chase after her and strangle her again. Wan Xinya nodded silently. Go ahead. Wang Ping hailed a taxi, pushed her son inside first. When she turned to look at Wan Xinya, she noticed she remained standing there motionless, evidently shocked. Wan Xinya, neither Wan Xiao nor Wang Menghan are normal people. Since you're not their biological child, it's actually good news. There's nothing worth grieving over. You should be glad and quickly set out to find your real parents. After speaking these words, Wang Ping sat in the taxi and drove away. Wan Xinya watched the taxi drive off, then went upstairs. Wan Xiao sat smoking on a worn-out sofa. Wan Xinya walked straight up to him and asked, Am I really your biological daughter? Of course you're my biological daughter. That crazy woman doesn't even know who her own son's father is. Whatever she blurted out to you, you shouldn't believe it. If that's how you feel, then let's do a paternity test. Are you insane? Do you have too much money to spend? If you've got spare cash, give it to me. Wan Xiao crushed the cigarette butt on the ground, put on his coat, and prepared to leave. Where are you going? The landlord to terminate the lease. I'm done renting this place. Wan Xinya blocked him. Clarify everything before you go. What rubbish. Wan Xiao shoved Wan Xinya aside and ran down the stairs. The old lady hurried to help Wan Xinya. Yaya, what exactly happened? What did that woman tell you? She's not a good person, and you shouldn't fully believe what she says. Grandma, Wang Yang said I'm not mom and dad's biological daughter. She said their biological daughter died at 1 year old, and I was secretly adopted. Grandma, do you know about this? I don't know. The old lady truly didn't know. Back then, Wan Xiao and Wang Menghan were running a small grocery business in another city. One day, Wan Xiao suddenly called to say that Wang Menghan had given birth to a daughter, making the old lady ecstatic. She traveled a long way to their city to see her newly born granddaughter. She originally intended to stay and help them take care of the baby, but Wang Menghan didn't like her presence. On the third day she arrived, Wang Menghan sent her back to the countryside. Later, I never saw you again. When your parents' business failed and they brought you back to the countryside, you were already over 1 year old. You indeed looked different from when you were just born. However, kids change every day. It's normal for a 1 year old to look different from a newborn. Wan Xinya realized she needed to ask Wang Menghan about this matter. Wang Menghan was currently incarcerated at Gushan prison, and next Monday would be visiting day. Wan Xinya immediately applied for a visit. On Monday, Wan Xinya appeared at the prison visiting room, having slept poorly for 2 whole days. After Wang Menghan was sentenced to death with reprieve, her overall condition deteriorated. Upon seeing Wan Xinya visit her, her eyes lit up with a bit of light. Yaya, how has Xiao Qing been recently? Wang Menghan asked about Wan Muqing as soon as she opened her mouth. She is fine. Why doesn't she come to see me? She's attending school. As for her, why don't you ask how I am doing? Wang Menghan seemed to have just realized. Oh, are you doing well? Hearing this emotionless inquiry, Wan Xinya felt indescribably hurt. I'm not doing well. What's wrong? Wan Xiao has been released from prison. He's been chasing me for money every day, even taking all of Xiao Qing's medical expenses. Why do you bother with him? Wang Menghan became agitated. This kind of trashy man, just treat him as if he's dead. Don't give him a single cent. He's my father, how could I possibly ignore him? He isn't. Wang Menghan paused mid-sentence. What did you want to say? Wan Xinya stared into Wang Menghan's eyes, You wanted to say he's not my real father, right? Yeah. I'm not your biological daughter, am I? Wang Menghan's expression stiffened. What are you talking about? Your real daughter died from an illness at 1 year old. I was adopted by you, right? Yeah. Please tell me the truth, otherwise, I will never take care of Xiaoqing again. Ruan Xinya knew that Ruan Muqing was Wang Menghan's weakness. Sure enough, as soon as Ruan Muqing was mentioned, Wang Menghan started to cry helplessly. Yeah, I'm sorry to you. This has nothing to do with Xiaoqing. Please don't vent your anger on Xiaoqing, okay? So, you admit it. It's my fault. Back then, I lost my mind for a moment, and it was my mistake. Years ago, Wang Menghan's biological daughter reached 1 year of age when she was diagnosed with a rare disease. Wang Menghan and Ruan Xiao had no money to treat her, and soon after, the child passed away. On the day the child died, Wang Menghan personally carried her to the crematorium. After leaving the crematorium, she felt her heart was empty. And while returning home, she heard cries of a baby from the adjacent fruit stall. You look so much like my daughter, with your round little face and big eyes. When I see you, it's like seeing my own daughter. Since that day, Wang Menghan almost went to secretly watch Ruan Xinya at the fruit store every day. Finally, one day when the shop owner was busy and the baby was sleeping soundly, she quietly took the child home. It was on the very same day she stole the child that she boarded a long-distance bus to return home. Her husband, Ruan Xiao, also worried about facing the family without a child, so he tacitly approved of her stealing the baby. They shut down their already struggling business and disappeared completely from the city where they previously lived. That child grew up to become Ruan Xinya. What gives you the right? What gives you the right? Ruan Xinya broke down completely. How dare you change my life this way? My daughter died, I missed her too much, I needed something Tomi spirit. Wang Menghan, you're a selfish madwoman. Your child died, so you went and stole someone else's child. Couldn't you think from the other mother's perspective? How devastated would she feel losing her child? Wang Menghan remained silent. Yes, she had never considered how the mother whose child was stolen might feel. She was naturally deficient in empathy. If she had any ounce of empathetic ability, she wouldn't have been capable of committing such acts as stealing a child or committing murder. That's why. Tears streamed down Ruan Xinya's face. That's why from childhood you favored Xiaoqing, why you turned a blind eye when Ruan Xiao beat me, why you felt justified in exploiting me without ever considering my feelings. It turns out I wasn't your biological child. Yeah, actually, I do love you. By raising you this big, I've already come to treat you as my own daughter. Ha. Ruan Xinya burst into uncontrollable laughter. Stop talking. Every word you say makes me sick to my stomach. I hate you. I absolutely hate you. Yeah, you can hate me, but don't take it out on Xiaoqing. She's innocent and doesn't know anything. Ruan Xinya immediately stood up and left the visiting window. Yeah. Wang Menghan shouted loudly behind her, but Ruan Xinya could no longer hear any of it. Memories of her childhood kept flashing through her mind, every single detail replayed over and over again. Reflecting now, her childhood was truly too bitter. At 6 years old, she worked the fields with her grandmother. At 12, during summer vacation, she entered a factory to work part-time, earning money which Wang Menghan took every time. Ruan Xiao constantly beat and scolded her, living under the fear of his sudden outbursts. After enduring until she graduated from university and finally gained independence, she was still burdened with the responsibility of paying for her sister's medical expenses. Later, she met Du and Chizhou, but Wang Menghan told her that he was her brother, making her feel guilty by imposing ethics and morality upon her. She had lived for 27 years without once living for herself. Now someone was telling her that the family she had given everything to were thieves who had destroyed her life. The world spun before Ruan Xinya's eyes. Her steps grew lighter and lighter, as if floating in the clouds. She didn't know how long she walked until she suddenly collapsed heavily onto the ground. Miss, are you okay, miss? When Ruan Xinya opened her eyes again, she was lying on a hospital bed. Looking at the white ceiling above her, it felt like she had just experienced an illusory dream. You're finally awake. Zhu Dongji's face appeared in her line of sight. Ruan Xinya blinked in confusion. Mr. Zhu, how is it you? Well, who did you expect? Zhu Dongji asked with a smile. Ruan Xinya shook her head. She hadn't expected anyone, but was startled that Zhu Dongji was here. As if reading her thoughts, Zhu Dongji explained, you fainted at the prison, and the police couldn't contact your family, so they contacted me. You're an employee of the Zhu Corporation, and I'm your boss. They couldn't contact her family. Did she even have a family anymore? Oh, I see. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhu. Don't worry about it. What matters most is that you're fine, Zhu Dongji said gently. The doctor said you passed out because you were emotionally shocked and overwhelmed with stress. Tell me, what happened? Already pushed to the brink of suppression, the moment Zhu Dongji asked, tears streamed from her eyes like a floodgate opening. Her grievances, her helplessness, her hatred, all of it spilled out in those tears. Zhu Dongji remembered Ruan Xinya as always being restrained. The sight of her now crying uncontrollably left him somewhat at a loss. He couldn't imagine the depth of her pain to cry this way. What's wrong? Zhu Dongji helped her sit up and tried to wipe away her tears, but they continued to flow endlessly. His heart tightened. Never had any woman caused such a reaction in him. Don't cry anymore. Tell me exactly what happened. Is it related to your mother? She's not my mother. Wang Menghan isn't my mother. Ruan Xinya cried accusingly. She's nothing more than a thief, a selfish demon without a conscience who has ruined my life and my family. What do you mean? I'm the child she stole. I'm not her biological daughter. Ju Dongji's expression hardened sharply, a revelation that completely shattered his understanding. Are you sure? Yes, Wang Menghan admitted it personally. She confessed, saying that I am the child she stole. Bang! A crash came from the door. Both Ruan Xinya and Ju Dongji turned around simultaneously. At the door to the ward stood Ruan Muqing. Chapter 98, Paternity Test. Ruan Muqing's face turned deathly pale. Sis, what did you say? Ruan Xinya didn't hate Ruan Muqing, but she hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Thus, she had no idea how to face Ruan Muqing, her sister who she saw every day, the daughter whom Wen Menghan favored for over 20 years. Sis, what are you talking about? What stolen child? What about not being a biological daughter? Ruan Muqing was instantly frightened to tears. What do you mean? Don't scare me. Ju Dongji walked to the door and put an arm around Ruan Muqing's shoulder. Xiaoqing, don't be upset. Let your sis calm down first today. We'll talk about it later. No, I want to know right now. Rarely had Ruan Muqing been so defiant and disobedient. Sis, explain clearly. What exactly happened? Xiaoqing, Dongji Ji, what's going on? Sis, tell me. All right, I'll tell you. Ruan Xinya took a deep breath. I'm not the eldest daughter of Ruan Xiao and Wen Menghan. Their elder daughter passed away due to illness at 1 year old. I am the baby Wen Menghan abducted from another family. Ruan Muqing's legs buckled, almost making her fall if Ju Dongji hadn't steadied her in time. This revelation struck Ruan Muqing just as severely as it had Ruan Xinya. After all, Ruan Xinya had always been a pillar-like figure in Ruan Muqing's life. Sis. Ruan Muqing knelt with a thud beside Ruan Xinya's hospital bed. Sis. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Don't do this. Ruan Xinya got off the bed and embraced Ruan Muqing. Both were in tears, but their inner feelings were entirely different now. Sis, I'm sorry. I know this apology can't make up for any of the harm you've endured, but I must still say sorry on their behalf. This apology doesn't need to come from you. I hate them, but rest assured, I won't let my resentment extend to you or Grandma. You will always be my sister, and Grandma will always be my grandma. Ruan Xinya understood that in the Ruan family, her sister and Grandma truly loved her. Upon hearing this, Ruan Muqing cried even harder. Ruan Xinya helped Ruan Muqing stand up and said to Ju Dongji, Mr. Ju, would you mind helping me with one more thing? What is it? Could you take Xiaoqing home? I need some time alone. All right. Ju Dongji took Ruan Muqing away. Alone in the hospital room, Ruan Xinya sat motionlessly for a long while before suddenly yearning for Duan Qizhou. Indeed, when people feel the most hurt, the person they want to rely on most is often the one buried deepest in their hearts. Without hesitation, Ruan Xinya called Duan Qizhou directly. The phone rang for a long time before Duan Qizhou answered. It was daytime in Xin, yet his voice was thick with sleep. Hello. Why was he in bed at this hour? Ruan Xinya momentarily hesitated to speak. Duan Qizhou hadn't visited her for several days. Could it be, he had a girlfriend, which was why he was asleep during the day? She hastily hung up the phone. Duan Qizhou immediately called back. Why aren't you saying anything? I accidentally dialed you. I don't believe that. Duan Qizhou's voice grew clearer. What's really going on? Duan Qizhou knew Ruan Xinya wouldn't call him without a reason. Where are you? In America. Are you on a business trip? Yeah, came the sound of water washing from Duan Qizhou's side. Or do you think why I was sleeping at this hour? Do you have a girlfriend? Lie down with someone in broad daylight? Am I that kind of person? Ruan Xinya remained silent. During their time together, there had been many occasions where they'd done that during the day. After washing his face, Duan Qizhou was fully awake. Why did you call me suddenly? Did you miss me? Ruan Xinya quietly hummed after a few seconds. Now it was Duan Qizhou's turn to be somewhat disoriented. Where are you? Duan Qizhou asked. At the hospital. What's wrong? Not feeling well. I felt dizzy earlier, but I'm fine now. Later, after one more bottle of 4, I can go home. Okay, I'll have Chu Hang book a ticket and come back right away. If you're busy, there's nothing more important than you. The pain in Ruan Xinya's heart was suddenly healed by those words. Wait for me. All right. The next morning, Ruan Xinya was still asleep when the doorbell rang. It was Duan Qizhou returning. As soon as Ruan Xinya opened the door, she saw him travel-weary, holding flowers at her doorstep. Duan Qizhou wasn't new to giving flowers to women, but this was definitely the first time he personally bought flowers and held them all the way to Ruan Xinya's residence. It was the morning rush hour, and everyone passing by looked at him and the bouquet in his arms. To be stared at like this was both novel and happy for Duan Qizhou. Only then did he realize this was the true meaning of giving flowers. Duan Qizhou handed the flowers to Ruan Xinya. The two looked at each other. Although no one said a word in that moment, there was an unspoken sweetness between them. Did you take leave today? Duan Qizhou asked. It's compensatory leave. What happened? Over the course of this day and night, Ruan Xinya thought she had digested all the negative emotions. But when Duan Qizhou asked, she immediately felt overwhelmed with grievances once again. She told Duan Qizhou everything that had happened over the past couple of days. Duan Qizhou, having seen through the tricks of many cunning people in the business world, still found himself astonished by Wen Menghan murder, child abduction. The evilness of this woman seemed to have no limit. He hugged Ruan Xinya tightly. I know how you feel right now, But from a long-term perspective, knowing now is better than being deceived for a lifetime. It's a timely halt to loss, which is a good thing. Ruon Shinya nodded. She had consoled herself with these thoughts during her sleepless night. However painful the present might be, it was certainly better than being deceived forever. Then, does that mean our feud also gets erased? Duan Chijo asked. Wen Menghan wasn't Ruon Shinya's mother, so there was no longer any matricidal grudge between them. Will you hate me? Ruon Shinya asked. When she looked back now, she thought herself foolish for repeatedly pushing Duan Chijo away due to Wen Menghan. Back then, she should have noticed, where was there a mother who could be that selfish, completely disregarding her daughter's feelings, forcing her to give up on her own love? I don't hate you, none of this was your doing, and I understand your choices. Anyone placed in your situation would have made the same choice. Thank you. Saying thank you makes us sound too formal. Duan Chijo tightened his embrace around her. Rather, why don't we do something more practical? What? Be my girlfriend. This time, Ruon Shinya agreed without hesitation. All right. Through all their ups and downs, after making detours that covered a vast circle, they finally formed a perfect closure in this moment. Duan Chijo had waited for this moment for too long. The instant Ruon Shinya said yes, he leaned down immediately, capturing her lips with a kiss. This kiss started softly but deepened gradually. Their investment came with a sense of delicacy. Moreover, this kiss carried no lust whatsoever, only the joy of being reunited after what seemed like an irreparable break. When both their breathing became rapid, Duan Chijo ended the kiss voluntarily. Even though he yearned for her deeply, he knew they had a future stretching endlessly ahead. What he needed most right now was to accompany her through this tough period, not to demand anything from her. So, what are your plans next? Duan Chijo asked. I hope to find my biological parents. Do you have any clues? 26 years ago, my mom ran a fruit stall in Xinyan town. When Menghan mentioned that she heard neighbors call my mom Mrs. Ling? Mrs. Ling? Yes. All right, I'll follow this lead to look for them. You wait for my news. All right. Ruon Shinya took 2 days of compensatory leave, and Duan Chijo accompanied her for those 2 days. With Duan Chijo around, she gradually felt her state of mind stabilize. No matter what, she and Duan Chijo were together in the end, and that brought her happiness. She repeatedly gave herself mental cues, whatever happens is for my benefit. Although this incident dealt her a heavy blow, Duan Chijo was the gain she received. After 2 days, Ruon Shinya returned to work at Ju Corporation. Ju Dongji approached her upon seeing her and inquired about her well-being. Are you feeling better? Much better, thank you, Mr. Ju, for giving me 2 days to adjust my state. No need to be polite. If you need help, let me know anytime. All right. Ruon Shinya spent the whole day immersed in work. Just as evening approached and she was about to finish her shift, Duan Chijo suddenly called. To be honest, Ruon Shinya still wasn't fully used to her new identity as Duan Chijo's girlfriend. In the midst of busy work, seeing his phone call made her subconsciously think of herself as his secretary. Hello, Ruon Shinya answered. I'm not off yet. Why are you calling now? She knew that under normal circumstances, Duan Chijo wouldn't have finished his work either at this hour. I just remembered something, Duan Chijo said excitedly on the other end. Do you remember Song Xuanje's concert day? Song Xuanje's father said on stage that they had a daughter who was taken away when she was 1 year old. The child had a mole on her lower back. Girl, 1 year old when taken, a mole on her lower back. There are so many coincidences here. Could that child be you? Ruon Shinya had almost forgotten about this. When Duan Chijo mentioned it, she recalled it again. It couldn't be this coincidental, could it? Could she be the daughter of the Song family? But, the neighbors called my mom Mrs. Ling. You don't even know which Ling it is, or if this Ling is a surname at all. True. I happen to have an appointment this afternoon with Song Hanmo, the head of the Song family, to discuss a project cooperation. I thought I'd use this opportunity to ask her about it. Do you mind? Of course not. Duan Chijo was helping her find her family, not gossiping on purpose, so she definitely didn't mind. All right. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Duan Chijo met with Song Hanmo in the meeting room at Tianhe International. Duan Chijo had seen Song Hanmo several times before, but he had never truly observed her face because he always believed that staring at a woman's face right off the bat was impolite. But today, he made that impolite move, leaving Song Hanmo completely puzzled by his unusual behavior. Mr. Duan, why have you been looking at my face? Song Hanmo touched her cheeks. Did my makeup smudge? No, sorry, it's just that I suddenly thought you looked like someone. Who? My girlfriend. Both Chu Hang and Song Hanmo's assistant were stunned, especially Chu Hang who, goodness me, felt awkward enough to dig himself a whole apartment complex with his toes as he listened to his boss' cheesy line. Song Hanmo laughed outright. Mr. Duan, I always thought you were aloof, but I never expected such corny jokes from you. Are you trying to hit on me? Not at all, Ms. Song misunderstood. I already have a girlfriend. What I said is purely literal with absolutely no intent to flirt. So, am I really that much like your girlfriend? Yes. That's fate for you. Ms. Song, there's also another question I'd like to ask you, presumptuously. Since you've already overstepped earlier, Mr. Duan, I won't mind you doing it again. Song Hanmo joked. Okay, I'll get straight to the point. 26 years ago, did your mother run a fruit stall in Xinyan town? Song Hanmo was startled. What do you mean? Did you hire someone to investigate me for this project? So then, your mother really did sell fruit in Xinyan town? Yes, to be honest with you, Mr. Duan, my parents earned their first pot of gold 20-odd years ago through the fruit business, on which the current Song group is built. Entrepreneurs from 2 decades ago, building their businesses step by step, it's truly impressive. But along the way, surely the parents of Ms. Song would have faced regrets. Certainly. Such as losing their second daughter. Song Hanmo hadn't expected Doan Chijo to bring this up. Mr. Doan, how do you know about this matter? What exactly are you trying to say? The rumored Doan Chijo was decisive in decision-making and swift in actions, yet today, he was chatting more than necessary about gossips unrelated to work. A while ago, I went to attend the concert of your younger brother. During the concert, your father made a public appeal to locate a lost relative. Coincidentally, my girlfriend was also stolen when she was 1 year old, has a mole on her lower back, and her mother operated a fruit stall in Xinyan Town 26 years ago. Doan Chijo had assumed that Song Hanmo would be deeply moved upon hearing these words, yet she remained much calmer than he had imagined. What exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Doan? With all these coincidences, doesn't Ms. Song feel that my girlfriend might possibly be the long-lost sister? Song Hanmo laughed. Mr. Doan, my sister has already been found. What? Found? Yes, just last week, we located the sister who had been separated for many years. It was as if Doan Chijo had been drenched in a bucket of cold water. He had almost fully believed that Ruan Xinya was the daughter who had gone missing from the Song family long ago, but now, how could she have already been found? Has a paternity test been conducted? Of course, the first step in reuniting families is a paternity test. The report shows a 99.99% chance of biological relationship. Chapter 99, Precious Lump. Doan Chijo was silent in thought. Indeed, the Song family was no ordinary household. Regarding their long-lost daughter, it was natural that they would be cautious about recognizing her. They surely would confirm everything necessary step by step. But, could something this coincidental really happen in the world? Ruan Xinya almost met every criterion for being Miss Song number 2. If this was merely a coincidence, then it was too coincidental. Mr. Doan, you seem quite interested in my second sister's affairs. I'm just asking. If Mr. Song finds it offensive, I apologize. I don't feel offended at all. On the contrary, I am very grateful for Mr. Doan's concern. It is with everyone's care and help that we can find my younger sister so quickly. The Song family found their long-lost relative, such a grand event. Isn't there a banquet to celebrate? My parents wanted to organize one, but my second sister is rather low-key. She dislikes occasions that require socializing, and naturally, my parents respect her wishes. Doan Chijo nodded. He became increasingly curious about this Miss Song number 2. Find out more about the newly arrived Miss Song from the Song family. Doan Chijo sent a message to Chen Han. Yes, Mr. Doan. Ruan Xinya spent the whole afternoon waiting for news from Doan Chijo, but there was none. She didn't know how Doan Chijo and Song Hanmo communicated. She inexplicably felt uneasy, always sensing things wouldn't go as smoothly as she imagined. Sure enough, on her way home on the subway after work, she overheard 2 young girls discussing the Song family reunion. Did you see the news? Your idol's second sister has been found. Song Jie's second sister was found? Yes. My god, she's finally found. One of the girls even had red eyes. I've followed Song Xuanjie for 5 years, and for these 5 years, he mentioned finding his second sister in every interview. Really, I've been worried for him. Finally, she's found, it's great. I wonder who's so lucky to suddenly have wealthy parents, a rich older sister, and a celebrity younger brother. The girl's name is Huang Lulu, but now she's renamed herself Song Yuan. She did an exclusive interview with In the World yesterday. You can search online for the full feature. Great, I'll check it out later. Hearing this, Ruan Xinya's heart sank. Had the Song family already found their daughter? She immediately pulled out her phone and secretly searched for news online. The day after Huang Lulu returned to the Song family, she gave an exclusive interview to In the World. Huang Lulu narrated how she ended up far away from home and her experience reuniting with the Song family. Details like the birthmark on her lower back and being abducted at the fruit stall in Xinkotan town at the age of 1 were all included in the interview. Huang Lulu also talked about the DNA test. She said she initially couldn't believe she was the Song family's second daughter until she received the DNA report. Only then did she truly accept that she had reunited with her family after so many years. She described the feeling as winning the lottery, transforming instantly from someone with nothing into someone cherished by loving parents and siblings. The magazine featured a large family photo of the Song family together. In the photo, Huang Lulu stood between Song Hanmo and Song Xuanjie, and the 3 siblings looked strikingly alike at first glance. Ruan Xinya originally thought that the Song parents might be her biological parents. However, seeing this report and photograph extinguished the small flame of hope that had ignited in her heart. The Song family had already found their lost child, and she was not their daughter. Fortunately, she hadn't rashly attempted to claim kinship, otherwise, others might have thought she wanted to elevate herself through association with the Song family. But if she wasn't the Song family's child, then who was she? Were her parents still alive? These questions troubled Ruan Xinya, making her anxious once again. Not long after Ruan Xinya returned home, Doan Chijo arrived. I heard the Song family's daughter has been found, Ruan Xinya eagerly told Doan Chijo upon seeing him. How did you find out? Doan Chijo originally planned to return personally to inform her of the news. It's all over the internet. Doan Chijo glanced at his phone, and sure enough, there were interviews everywhere with Miss Song number 2. Low profile yet giving interviews. Does this news make you unhappy? Doan Chijo observed her face as if it were under surveillance. No. Tell the truth. Just a little disappointed. It was like walking in pitch-black darkness, barely catching sight of a ray of light only to realize, when you got closer, that it emanated from someone else's window, having nothing to do with you. Duan Shizhou gently patted her head. Don't worry, keep searching, we'll eventually find it. After more than 20 years, I feel it's pretty hopeless. If her birth parents were also searching for her just like the Song family was looking for their daughter, then perhaps there would be a higher probability of recognizing each other. But if her parents had already accepted that they could not find her, in this vast sea of humanity, where should she look for them? Don't worry, I will definitely help you find your family. Duan Shizhou held her hand and said, believe in me. Alright, I believe in you. More than a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Wan Xinya alternated between anxiety and relief, constantly caught between these two emotions. After Shen Shiyu found out about this matter, she worried that Wan Xinya might obsess over it, so she invited her to make colored pottery over the weekend to relax, spending the whole afternoon at the pottery shop. I'll take you to try out the newly opened Western restaurant tonight, Shen Shiyu said. I heard from my colleague that it's the best in Rome City. The best in Rome City? That sounds really expensive. Don't worry about money, the sister is treating you. You got a bonus? Yes. Smart. So, don't save for me, just enjoy the meal. Then thank you, sister. You're welcome. Shen Shiyu led Wan Xinya to the newly opened Western restaurant. As soon as they walked in, they saw a couple sitting by the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The man was wearing a black suit, standing tall, while the woman had black straight hair, fair skin, and beauty. The two sat across from each other, and the woman gazed at the man opposite with stars in her eyes the entire time. Lu Jinghuai? Shen Shiyu murmured. Shishi, what did you say? Before Wan Xinya could hear clearly, she saw Shen Shiyu stride confidently towards the direction where the couple was sitting. Shishi, what are you doing? Wan Xinya realized something was wrong and quickly ran after her, but it was too late. Shen Shiyu had already reached the side of the man and firmly grabbed his arm. Lu Jinghuai, you're not dead. You're not dead. The man glanced at the hand gripping his arm, then looked at Shen Shiyu's face. Who are you? Lu Jinghuai, why are you pretending? I'm Shen Shiyu. Don't you remember me? Lu Jinghuai didn't respond, but the woman sitting across from him stood up. Where did this crazy woman come from? The woman glared at Shen Shiyu. Jinghuai Gij doesn't even know you, so don't think your little tricks will make Jinghuai Gij like you. Now leave or I'll call the police. Wan Xinya thought the woman looked familiar. She focused for a moment and suddenly remembered. This wasn't Song Yuan, the second miss that the Song family recently found. She had seen her picture in a magazine not long ago and didn't expect to meet her in person so soon. Song Yuan clearly felt very dissatisfied with Shen Shiyu's sudden appearance, waving her hand to shoo Shen Shiyu away like swatting flies. Go away. Go away. Shen Shiyu completely ignored Song Yuan's attempts to drive her away. Her eyes were only on Lu Jinghuai. Why didn't you contact me if you're alive? Do you know how long I've waited for you? Do you know? Lu Jinghuai was cold. Madam, do I know you? What do you mean? Are you playing amnesia with me? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't know you. Lu Jinghuai looked at Shen Shiyu with the eyes of a complete stranger. Shen Shiyu was struck as if by lightning. Could it be that he really lost his memory? So, the situation now is that you're really called Lu Jinghuai, but you don't remember me, right? Shen Shiyu forced herself to stay calm. Crazy, can't understand Chinese? Watching too many drama shows and acting here. Song Yuan stepped forward and picked up the lemonade from the table, splashing it directly at Shen Shiyu. Are you asking for trouble? Didn't you hear me telling you to go? Seeing this, Wan Xinya quickly moved to protect Shen Shiyu. Shishi, are you okay? Shen Shiyu's face couldn't tell whether it was water or tears, but Wan Xinya could feel her trembling. Song Yuan still wanted to chase them out and was pushed back by Wan Xinya. Miss, my friend running here to disturb your date indeed isn't proper, but she only thinks the gentleman here looks very much like her deceased boyfriend. Because of seeing an old acquaintance, she gets excited. You don't need to be too harsh on us, right? Wan Xinya said. Too harsh? Song Yuan sneered. Pouring water on her is actually light. If she continues to go crazy and cling, I will definitely not let her off easy. Who are you threatening? I'm threatening you two crazy women, so what? Seeing Song Yuan so arrogant, Wan Xinya's fiery temper also flared up. She picked up another glass of lemonade from the table and poured it directly on Song Yuan's face in retaliation. Ah! Song Yuan screamed angrily. Are you crazy? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Even if you're God Almighty, no one is allowed to bully my friend. Insane. Song Yuan immediately took out her phone and called the police. After calling the police, she didn't forget to threaten Wan Xinya and the others. You just wait. I'll make sure you regret this. The police arrived at the scene very quickly. To avoid disrupting the business of the shop, the police specially took the 4 people outside the mall to deal with the matter. Not long after the police arrived, Song Yuan's parents also rushed over. Mom, Dad. As soon as Song Yuan saw her parents, tears welled up in her eyes as she pouted. Mom, Dad, you must stand up for me. These 2 crazy women bullied me. She pointed at Wan Xinya and Shen Shiyu, and her tears fell drop by drop at just the right moment. Anan, what happened? It was them. One interrupted my arranged meeting with Jinghuai Gij, and the other splashed water on me. This newly found youngest daughter was a treasure to Mr. and Mrs. Song. They felt guilty for not having protected their child before, leaving her to suffer for so long, so now they were eager to lavish love and protection on her tenfold. You splashed water on my daughter. Mrs. Song glared at Ruan Xinya. How can you be so uncultured? Auntie, your daughter splashed my friend first, Ruan Xinya said. Mrs. Song turned to look at Song Yuan, who immediately hugged Mrs. Song's arm with a look. Mom, I didn't want to do it, but her friend was too overstepping. She came rushing over to seduce Jinghuai Gij, and I simply couldn't bear it, so I splashed water on her. Seduce Jinghuai? Mrs. Song became angry. In broad daylight, how shameless can you be? Auntie, there's a reason behind it all, we can explain. There's no need to explain. No matter how I hear it, it's still you bullying my daughter. Mrs. Song looked at Mr. Song. Husband, don't you know the police chief? This matter must be dealt with in such a way that our girl doesn't feel wronged. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan proudly looked at Ruan Xinya, her eyes seemingly saying let's see how you can compete with me. Ruan Xinya remained silent. If it came down to comparing power and influence, she definitely couldn't match Miss Song. After all, the Song family was a well-known household in Rome City. Wherever they went, as long as they mentioned the Song surname, even underworld figures would show respect. Mr. Song, Song Lin, seemed to remain relatively calm. He walked up to Lu Jinghuai. Jinghuai, you were at the scene. You are the one who knows most clearly about the situation here. What do you think is the appropriate way to handle it? Lu Jinghuai briefly glanced at Shun Shiyu and solemnly said, it wasn't really serious enough to involve the police. This remark implied that Song Yuan was making a mountain out of a molehill. Song Yuan immediately became even more aggrieved. Jinghuai Gij, didn't you say you don't know this crazy woman? Why are you taking the side of an outsider? You'd better watch your mouth. Ruan Xinya became enraged. I already said, my friend got overly excited seeing Mr. Luo because he looks exactly like her deceased boyfriend. I'm not asking everyone to understand this feeling, but please try to put yourself in her shoes. If it were you, and your long-lost love suddenly appeared before your eyes, wouldn't you lose control? Why does Miss Song have to insult her as being crazy? Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Song seemed to associate with their own feelings when they met their long-separated daughter. They remained silently speechless. But Song Yuan was relentless once she gained the upper hand. Who knows if you're deliberately fabricating these stories to deceive people? I've seen this kind of stunt countless times online. You. That's enough, Yaya, today it was my fault. Shun Shiyu stepped forward to apologize. I'm very sorry. I was too impulsive. Shi. Shun Shiyu looked at Lu Jinghuai with tears in her eyes. That person has already passed away. I'll consider him dead from now on. Seeing the sorrow in her eyes, Lu Jinghuai suddenly felt inexplicably heartbroken. Parents, look. She's still acting. These two women have a script. They've targeted Jinghuai Gij. I absolutely won't let them go easily, Song Yuan loudly declared. Song Yuan ran to her father, Song Lin. Dad, call your commissioner friend. I'll make sure they suffer for this. Who will make who suffer? Behind Ruan Xinya, Duan Chizhou's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 100, The Plastic Surgery Face. How did Duan Chizhou come here? Ruan Xinya was still surprised when Duan Chizhou had already walked directly to the couple Mr. and Mrs. Song and Song Yuan. Mr. Duan, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Song Lin stepped forward and shook hands with Duan Chizhou. Luo Jinghuai also nodded his head at Duan Chizhou. Yes, Mr. Song, it's quite a coincidence. After greeting Song Lin, Duan Chizhou turned to look at Song Yuan. I guess this must be the second Miss Song of the Song family who was recently found. Yes, never expected that even Mr. Duan has paid attention to our daughter search issue. Song Lin laughed. It's not like I intentionally paid attention, but coincidentally, my girlfriend is also looking for her relatives. While saying this, Duan Chizhou held Ruan Xinya's hand and pulled her in front of the Songs, President Song and Mrs. Song. Funnily enough, my girlfriend was also taken away from a fruit stall in Xining Town when she was 1 year old. Even more surprisingly, my girlfriend also has a mole on her lower back. Song Yuan's expression immediately changed. Could there really be such a strange coincidence? Mrs. Song looked over Ruan Xinya. That's right, I find it peculiar too, how there can be so many coincidences in the world. Duan Chizhou smiled. So I initially thought my girlfriend might be the daughter lost by the Song family. Therefore, I once went to confirm with Hanmo. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. Hanmo said that the sister she lost had already been found. Ruan Xinya felt Duan Chizhou's words today were a bit strange. What did he mean by arriving too late? Is searching for relatives a matter where going early gives you an advantage? Nevertheless, neither Song Lin nor Mrs. Song noticed any issues. They only found such coincidences extremely rare. Well then, let's clear this up as a misunderstanding since all of us know each other now. Let's put aside our differences and apologize mutually. Let's settle this here. Song Lin acted as a mediator. Anan, how do you feel about this? Not sure if it was because Duan Chizhou showed up. Song Yuan completely lost the momentum she had earlier. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of guilt in her eyes that flashed nervously. Dad, I'll follow your word. Good. Our Anan truly understands things. Song Lin liked his obedient and quiet second daughter. Then go ahead and offer your apology. Song Yuan walked up to Shin 11 and apologized obediently. Sorry, I shouldn't have thrown water at you. Just now I was acting impulsively. I'm wrong too. I shouldn't have interfered with your blind date, Shin 11 said. Good. Since everyone has cleared up their misunderstandings, that's fine then. Shin 11 looked at Luo Jinghuai. He still gave off the appearance of someone who doesn't recognize her at all. Her heart shattered. These years, she always felt that Luo Jinghuai wasn't dead, and now, she finally confirmed that he really hadn't died, but he forgot her entirely. Yaya, I'm going home first. Shin 11U held back her tears, and left after speaking. Ruan Shinya quickly signaled Duan Chijo and followed Shin 11U. I'll send you home. Nah, you and Duan Chijo should go back, Shin 11U said. No, I'm not the type to forsake friends just because I've found romance. Ruan Shinya hugged Shin 11U's shoulders. I know you're upset. Cry if you want, don't bottle it up. Shin 11U shook her head. There's nothing to cry about. The fact that he's alive is good news. You don't need to pretend to be strong. I actually think you two should have a good chat. Judging from his demeanor, it seems he genuinely doesn't remember you. He probably isn't faking, and has genuine amnesia. Alright, but today isn't a good time. There were too many people present today, and Shin 11U needed some time to calm down before fully accepting this bittersweet reality. Yaya, can you do me a favor? What is it? It looks like Duan Chijo knows him. If possible, could you help me get his contact information? Alright. After sending Shin 11U home, Ruan Shinya called Duan Chijo as soon as she got back, asking about Luo Jinghuai. Do you know Luo Jinghuai? Yes, he's the older brother of Luo Xiaodong. Then do you know why Luo Jinghuai suffered memory loss? Memory loss? Duan Chijo was surprised. Did he lose his memory? I've never heard about this incident. Even though Luo Jinghuai and Luo Xiaodong were real brothers, they had significant personality differences. Luo Xiaodong often spoke non-stop, but Luo Jinghuai was a man of few words, and he rarely interacted with people within their circle, including Duan Chijo. It was only recently, as Luo Jinghuai started handling the Luo family business, that Duan Chijo knew him slightly better, but they were merely acquaintances. So can you help me get in touch with Luo Jinghuai? What for? Duan Chijo became alert immediately. Have feelings for him? Not for me, for 1111. When Duan Chijo heard that Shen Shiyu wanted Luo Jinghuai's contact information, he relaxed a little. Alright, I'll ask Luo Xiaodong later. By the way, what did you mean by what you said in front of the Song family today? Ruan Shinya asked. What do you mean by arriving too late and the sister has already been found? I won't tell you now. Are you free this Saturday? Yes. Then I'll take you to watch a play. What play? You'll know when you get there. Saturday was Song Yuan's birthday, and the elder Songs decided to host a grand birthday banquet for their newly recovered daughter while helping her enter the high society social circle so she could meet more aristocratic young men and make friends. Only when Ruan Shinya arrived at the scene did she realize that Duan Chijo had brought her to the birthday party of the second Song miss. Why did you bring me here? Ruan Shinya didn't want to go in. Although the restaurant incident had eventually been resolved last time, Ruan Shinya didn't like the arrogant Song Yuan at all. She thought that Song Yuan was nothing like the two siblings Song Hanmo and Song Xuanjie, making it impossible to develop any good feelings towards her. I told you, I'm taking you to watch a play. Duan Chijo tightened his grip on Ruan Shinya's hand. Don't resist yet, I think you'll definitely enjoy this show. What exactly are you hinting at? Duan Chijo made a gesture, signaling her to be patient. The two entered the banquet hall. The Song family took great importance of the birthday banquet for this new member of the Song family. Song Hanmo even cut short her business trip abroad and returned specially, and Song Xuanjie cancelled several commercial performances because of this. As soon as Ruan Shinya walked in with Duan Chijo, both Song Hanmo and Song Xuanjie saw her. Hey, Miss Ruan, President Song. Song Hanmo warmly greeted Ruan Shinya. She looked at the tightly intertwined hands of Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo. So you're Director Duan's girlfriend? Impressive Director Duan, your eyesight is pretty good. That's natural, Duan Chijo said. Secretary sister, Song Xuanjie also approached. It's been a long time. Yes, it has been a long time. Last time, I asked President Ju to give you tickets for my concert. Did you attend it later? Yes, it was very impressive, Ruan Shinya said. Thank you, it's actually my first time attending a concert. If you like it, come again next time. I'll have my assistant send you the tickets. Thanks. Just as they were chatting, Song Yuan wearing a luxurious princess gown descended from the second floor. Song mother especially invited the best makeup and styling team from the entertainment industry today to style Song Yuan. Not only that, she also took out a set of precious gemstones she had kept for a long time and gave them to her daughter to wear, providing plenty of prestige for her daughter. Wow, second Miss Song is simply stunning. To me, it seems more like a plastic surgery face, so unnatural. Some guests whispered behind them. Hey, what did you say? Song Xuanjie was usually humble and well-mannered, but upon hearing someone say his second sister had undergone plastic surgery, he immediately turned angry. Whose face are you calling plastic surgery? The guest who spoke was the miss of the Chun family. She wasn't afraid of the Song family's power at all. She came to this birthday banquet only because her parents forced her, and being already annoyed, she became even bolder. My aunt runs a plastic surgery hospital. I've grown up in a plastic surgery hospital. I can recognize a plastic surgery face with just one glance. Miss Chun, what about me then? Song Hanmo stepped forward to ask. My face shows no signs of surgery. My younger sister looks so much like me. I haven't had any surgery, and you're saying she has? Then I wouldn't know. Maybe she had hers modeled after yours. There was a sudden silence on site. That comment carried an unyielding truth-telling quality. Seeing the awkward atmosphere at the scene, Song mother quickly intervened to ease things. Today is a joyous day, let's talk about something joyful. Let's not mention these things. Yes, discussing such topics at someone else's birthday banquet really ruins the mood. Little sister, don't let it affect your mood. Nope, big sister. Song Yuan acted gracefully. If Ruan Xinya hadn't personally witnessed this second Miss Song's haughty manner before, she might have been deceived by her current frail and gentle demeanor. Anan, look, this is my present for you. Song Hanmo took out a beautifully packaged brocade box from her small purse. Open it and see if you like it. Song Yuan opened the brocade box. Inside was a pink diamond. Wow, sister, this is simply gorgeous. Thank you, sister. It suits you. When I first saw it in South Africa, I immediately thought of how perfect it would look on you, so I bought it instantly, intending to give it to you as a birthday present today. Song Hanmo's face was full of indulgence. Sister too, I have a gift for you too. Song Xuanjie also came over. In his hands was a set of high-end jewelry. On the box was the personal signature of top celebrity Vivian. I know you like Vivian, so I specially picked out a set of jewelry she endorsed and had her sign it personally for you. You can open it to take a look. There's also a card inside with her blessing written just for you. You're too kind, brother, thank you. Song Yuan was surrounded by happiness, unable to contain her smile. Yuan Xinya watched them from afar, feeling envious. Of course, she wasn't envious of the costly pink diamond or the jewelry that Song Yuan received. Rather, she envied how Song Yuan managed to reunite with her family after being apart for so long, and was cherished deeply by them. She didn't need her parents to be as wealthy as Song's parents. All she hoped for was that her biological parents were still alive, allowing her to see them once more, in which case, she would at least know where she truly belonged. As Yuan Xinya was lost in thought, suddenly, a man with a crew cut rushed into the banquet hall. Fake. Huang Lulu is fake. She's not the real second Miss Song. All the guests present were stunned. Who are you? Don't spout nonsense. Song Lin immediately sent people to protect Song Yuan. I'm Huang Lulu's ex-boyfriend. My name is Cheng Dao. Anan, do you know this person? Mrs. Song asked. Song Yuan glanced at Cheng Dao and nodded, acknowledging that she did indeed know him. Cheng Dao let out a cold snort. You may as well admit it, even if you deny it, I have countless photos proving that we were together. And even if we dated, what's your point? Haven't you heard? The best former partner should be dead. Song Hanmo angrily rebuked. I'll give you one chance, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the security. Wait, I didn't come here today to cause trouble, but I can't swallow this bitterness. Cheng Dao pointed at Song Yuan and said, her name is Huang Lulu. She used to be a hostess, and it was only because I bought her freedom that she gained her independence. For the past 3 years, she has been unemployed, and I've supported her the entire time. Then what happened? As soon as she climbed up higher socially, she dumped me right away and couldn't wait to attend dating events with the young masters of noble families. Mom, Dad, that's not true. Ever since I acknowledged my relationship with the Song family, Cheng Dao has been asking me for money. Out of desperation, I had no choice but to break up with him. Song Yuan gripped Mrs. Song's hand and panicked. Mom, please make him leave. I don't want to see him anymore. I don't want to. Yes, don't be afraid. Mom will make them drive him out immediately. Just as Mrs. Song was about to ask someone to remove him, Cheng Dao stepped forward and showed the pictures on his phone. Huang Lulu, since you've acted without humanity, don't blame me for doing the same. Everyone, take a look quickly. This woman, ever since she heard about the Song family seeking their relative 3 years ago at Song Xuanjie's concert, began her meticulous plan lasting 3 years. First, she underwent plastic surgery using the pictures of Mrs. Song and Miss Song. Then, according to Mr. Song's announcement during the concert, she deliberately got a mole tattooed on her lower back. My phone contains both her pre-surgery and mole tattooing photos. Whoever doesn't believe, I can send these photos privately, guaranteed without any editing marks. Well, I told you she was a plastic face, but you wouldn't listen. The Chun family miss immediately chimed in. The Song family wanted desperately not to believe Cheng Dao's words, but the crystal clear photos in Cheng Dao's mobile album clearly documented this woman's transformation from Huang Lulu to Song Yuan. But, the DNA test confirmed her as a biological match. Mrs. Song trembled and said, did Huang Lulu use her hair for the paternity test? Cheng Dao asked. Yes. She gave false hair. The hair belongs to Miss Song Hanmo. Mine? Song Hanmo was incredulous. I didn't even know her before this. How could she get my hair? Didn't the Song family previously have a maid named Aunt Jo? Cheng Dao asked. Yes, but Aunt Jo resigned after working for only a month. This Aunt Jo is actually Huang Lulu's older sister. That's why I say this woman Huang Lulu is sly and calculating. She anticipated needing to undergo a DNA test a year in advance. So, over a year ago, she sent her own sister to infiltrate the Song household as a maid to secretly collect Miss Song Hanmo's fallen hairs, in order to forge the DNA test results one day. Chapter 101, You Still Have Me. Huang Lulu's thoughts are just too meticulous. Everyone sighed in unison, lamenting that with her intelligence and the resolve to undergo plastic surgery, she could have achieved something worthwhile instead of resorting to fraud. Mom, Dad, this isn't true. Cheng Dao fabricated this story because I decided to break up with him and refused to give him money. Everything is his fabrication. I don't even have an older sister, Huang Lulu said. You don't have an older sister, then what does that make me? Song Hanmo looked at Huang Lulu. This is your indirect confession, right? No, sister, that's not what I meant. Song Hanmo walked up to Huang Lulu and snatched back the pink diamond she had given her earlier. A liar doesn't deserve my gift. Sister, believe me, I really am your sister. Song Hanmo coldly turned away, unwilling to look at Huang Lulu's hypocritical face. Seeing that she couldn't sway Song Hanmo, Huang Lulu quickly turned around to beg Song father and Song mother. Parents, you must believe me. These past 20-odd years, I've suffered countless hardships to return to your side. You promised to compensate for everything properly. Don't abandon me because of a few words from Cheng Dao. I truly am your daughter. How could you bear to see me return to a life of solitude? For more than half a month, Song father and Song mother had pampered Huang Lulu, already cultivating affection for her, and they were momentarily unable to accept this fact. If an N is fake, how can she possibly know about Shinkotan Town and the fruit stall? Mrs. Song raised a question. It's not unusual that she knows about Shinkotan Town and the fruit stall. Over the years, as Mr. and Mrs. Song searched far and wide for their daughter, they likely mentioned losing their child while selling fruits in Shinkotan Town. With a bit of effort, Huang Lulu could easily find out these 2 information points, Duan Qiju said. Mrs. Song thought about it. Last year, when a reporter from the Chengdu Morning Post interviewed me, I think I did mention it. Exactly. The Chengdu Morning Post is quite famous. A quick search could easily uncover this. Mrs. Song frowned and looked at Huang Lulu beside her. All these years, I've dreamt every night of finding my daughter. If you are deceiving me, how can you live with yourself? Considering that you've called me mom so many times, if you confess now, I won't report you and will give you a chance to start over. Tell me, are you really my daughter, Song Yuan? Mom. Of course, I'm your daughter, Huang Lulu answered without hesitation. In order to alter her fate and lead a life of wealth, Huang Lulu meticulously planned for 3 years and even endured the pain of plastic surgery. After much hardship, she finally achieved her dream. She was certainly unwilling to let her rich family dream shatter here, so no matter what, she would never admit that all this was her fabrication. Since she refuses to admit it, let's do another paternity test. Song Hanmo said, this time, we'll not only test her hair but also her blood. A trace of panic flickered across Huang Lulu's face. Song Hanmo continued upon seeing her reaction. If the paternity test result proves that Miss Huang Lulu isn't the lost child of the Song family, then the Song family will go all out to claim all economic and emotional losses caused by Miss Huang Lulu during this period. And Miss Huang Lulu will also face legal punishment. Huang Lulu completely panicked. Without considering anything else, the expenses the Song family had incurred on her recently amounted to tens of millions. Just arranging the birthday banquet today cost several million yuan. If the Song family really demands compensation, she'd work tirelessly for several lifetimes and still wouldn't be able to pay them back. Moreover, she knew well that Song Hanmo was a person who stood by her word. Dad. Mom. Huang Lulu fell to her knees before Song father and Song mother. No, it's Mr. Song and Mrs. Song. I've been blinded by greed and vanity, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have taken advantage of your desperate wish to find a daughter to deceive you. Forgive me, please, I'm sorry. You actually deceived us. Enraged, Song father, Song Lin, rushed forward and slapped Huang Lulu across the face. After all these days of treating you sincerely, do you not feel an ounce of guilt? So young, yet how devious you can be. I definitely won't let you off. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake now, forgive me. Huang Lulu hung her head. So, you're really a fraudster after all. Mrs. Song staggered backward, almost falling down. Mrs. Song had sought her daughter for over 2 decades. In these past 15 days, it was the happiest and most blissful time of her life. But now, someone was telling her it was all a scam, her daughter still wasn't found, and her nightmare of searching for her daughter would continue. It was nothing short of soul-crushing. Mom, don't be too sad or lose hope. Song Hanmo approached her mother's side and supported her arm. We'll surely find our sister. If this one isn't her, we'll keep searching. Please don't let a fraudster hurt you further, she's not worth it. Exactly, Mom. Good things come to those who wait. You've worked so hard looking for the second sister, she'll surely be found soon. Mrs. Song couldn't help but burst into tears. It turns out she was a fraud. Where is my poor daughter suffering right now? When will I finally find her and apologize? Parents' hearts ache universally for their lost children, a lifelong regret. The guests present, hearing Mrs. Song's heart-wrenching cry, couldn't help but feel tears welling up in their eyes. Ruan Xinya thought about whether her own parents were also searching for her with such feelings, and quietly began shedding tears. Why are you crying? Duan Qiju glanced at her. Fool, haven't you figured it out yet? Ruan Xinya paused. What? Don't you understand elimination? That second Miss Song turned out to be fake, so aren't you, the baby girl lost at the Shinkotan Town fruit stall, probably the real one? After saying this, Duan Qiju led Ruan Xinya to Mrs. Song. Only now did Ruan Xinya realize the purpose of Duan Qiju bringing her here today. It wasn't just for the spectacle, but also for family recognition. Mrs. Song, there's no need to be too disheartened. Look at my girlfriend, doesn't she resemble the daughter you lost 26 years ago? Duan Qiju said. Everyone from the Song family froze in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song immediately forgot her sorrow. The onlooking guests also gathered around them. Mr. Duan, what exactly do you mean by this? Songs and Mrs., do you remember? Back at the police station, I mentioned that my girlfriend also got separated from her parents at the fruit stall in Shinkotan Town, and she also has a mole on her lower back. Duan Qiju then lightly turned Ruan Xinya while supporting her waist. Ruan Xinya had earlier wondered why Duan Qiju insisted on picking her a revealing top today. Now, she understood it was because of moments like this. Upon seeing the perfectly round mole on Ruan Xinya's waist, Mrs. Song exclaimed instantly, yes, it's in exactly this position. Compared to the tattooed mole Huang Lulu added, Ruan Xinya's mole was in a more accurate location. Differences became apparent after comparison. Are you my daughter Anan? Mrs. Song grasped Ruan Xinya's hand and scrutinized her face intently. Ruan Xinya bore some resemblance to Song Hanmo, not obvious like Huang Lulu, but an innate similarity in features. The resemblance was much subtler and more natural. As Mrs. Song made eye contact with Ruan Xinya, a deep sense of familiarity surged through both of them. You are really my daughter Anan. Mrs. Song excitedly hugged Ruan Xinya. Everyone was shocked. Many felt that Mrs. Song hadn't learned from the last fraud and now rushed to acknowledge a daughter simply based on a mole. Hold on. Ruan Xinya gently pushed Mrs. Song away. Though moved by Mrs. Song's warm embrace, Ruan Xinya hesitated, fearing disappointment again for the elder couple and the Song family if it turned out wrong once more. Mrs. Song, though I was indeed taken away as a baby from the fruit stall at Shinkotan Town, the person who abducted me said others often referred to my mother as Ms. Ling. Therefore, I may not necessarily be your biological daughter. I believe we should conduct a DNA test first for greater certainty. Ling Mrs. Yes, that's me. Mrs. Song grew even more agitated. When I used to sell fruits, everyone called me Ling Mrs. Since your father is Mr. Song Lin and I always call him Lin brother, they assumed his surnamed Lin. Hence, they all addressed me as Ling Mrs. Isn't that correct, brother Lin? Mr. Song Lin, also very excited, nodded earnestly. That's true, absolutely true. Right now, even without conducting a parental test, I'm already certain you're definitely my daughter. This particular detail has never been revealed anywhere before. Mrs. Song clutched Ruan Xinya's hand tightly, laughing through tears. The audience broke into applause. Truly, everything happens for the best. Mrs. Song has spent years seeking her child, and finally achieved a perfect resolution. Ruan Xinya also started feeling elated, but everything went too smoothly. Her insecurity kicked in, and uneasiness crept over her mind. Let's still perform a DNA test. Absolutely, we'll do it now. All the witnesses here today can vouch for us. Mrs. Song wiped away her tears and plucked a strand of hair. Anan, pull a strand of your hair as well. Let me instruct my eldest daughter to send these for urgent testing. All right. Ruan Xinya also plucked a strand of her hair and handed it to Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song handed the 2 strands of hair to Song Hanmo. Hanmo, make sure the most trustworthy person is sent to deliver them. All right, Mom, rest assured, this time there won't be any mistakes. The Song family had expedited the parentage test, but no matter how fast it was, it still required time. During these 2 hours of waiting, Ruan Xinya remained with the Song family. In the lounge of the banquet hall, Mrs. Song held her hand and kept examining her over and over again, crying repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Ruan Xinya couldn't help feeling deeply saddened. Mom, stop crying, you're making Miss Ruan sad, Song Hanmo said. I can't help it, Mrs. Song replied. For so many years, not a single person has truly understood what I've felt inside, your dad included, who doesn't completely understand my feelings. It was my carelessness that lost our child, and every time I think about how she might have been sick without anyone to care for her, or encountered bad people who might have mistreated her, or lived in hunger and coldness, I feel so guilty that I wish I could kill myself. Through countless sleepless nights, how many times did she pick up a fruit knife? How many times did she walk to the railing, wanting to end this painful agony? But thinking about the child who might still be waiting for her to find her, and about the other 2 children at home who needed their mother, she endured this inhuman pain. Mom, you can't blame everything on yourself. Back then, you didn't intentionally lose your sister, you were busy earning money for the family and accidentally didn't keep an eye on her, which let someone else take her away. Song Hanmo comforted while looking at Ruan Xinya. I believe the real younger sister will surely understand and sympathize with you, right, Miss Ruan? Ruan Xinya nodded. In this whole situation, the wrongdoer is the person who took the child away. That's right. At any time, traffickers deserve death. Song Lin angrily exclaimed. Over all these years, though everyone outside sees our Song family as prosperous, with the company growing stronger and both children becoming successful, only the Songs know that during holidays and happy moments, our happiness always had a missing piece. Our little daughter lost abroad has always been our unbreakable heart knot, our unforgettable concern. We'll never achieve true happiness and joy until we find her. I also hate the person who took my sister. Ever since my sister disappeared, our whole family has been searching for her everywhere. Wherever there were clues, we went there. For this reason, we've moved homes often. I rarely stayed long in one school, and I could never make any close friends. That accursed human trafficker ruined not just my parents' lives, not just my sister's life, but mine too. The resilient Song Hanmo, speaking here, started shedding tears. That's true, ever since I was born, I rarely saw my mom genuinely smile. Every time she acted relaxed in front of me, there was deep sorrow in her eyes. She thought she hid it well, but I noticed, Song Xuanjie said. Miss Ruan, you probably don't know this, but my name is also related to finding my elder sister. Xuanjie, it sounds like find sister. After explaining the pun in his name, everyone laughed a little. The atmosphere lightened considerably. At this point, Duan Qiju glanced at his watch and said, it's about time, the testing center should have results by now. I'll call and ask, Song Hanmo said, picking up her phone to make a call. Everyone held their breath waiting. Ruan Xinya felt a bit nervous, even sweating from her palms. Duan Qiju, noticing this, gently gripped her hand. There's no need to be nervous, it's almost certain. But what if it isn't? Even if not, you still have me. Ruan Xinya managed a small smile. Okay, thank you, I see. Goodbye. Song Hanmo hung up the phone. Hanmo, how's it going? Mrs. Song quickly stood up to ask. Song Hanmo looked at Won Shinya and revealed a relieved, relaxed smile. It's confirmed, she's an An, our An. Chapter 102, Kiss Her. The two elders of the Song family looked at each other, tears welling up together. They came toward Won Shinya and hugged her, one on the left and one on the right. Anan, you really are our Anan. Won Shinya was surrounded by her parents. This feeling was very novel for her. From childhood to adulthood, in her memory, her father only beat her and scolded her, her mother's attention was all on her younger sister, and there was rarely any intimate behavior like hugging towards her. She had never experienced the feeling of being held by both her parents, but at this moment, she discovered that it was so warm in her parents' arms. She couldn't help but shed tears as well. Anan. Mrs. Song held Won Shinya's face. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry dear, it was all Mommy's fault back then, Mommy didn't keep a good eye on you. These past few years, you must have suffered so much. Darling, that's all in the past now. In the future, Mommy and Daddy will surely protect you well. Mr. Song gently stroked Won Shinya's back of the head. Whatever you want in the future, Mommy and Daddy will try our best to fulfill your wishes. And me too. Song Hanmo walked over and joined her parents in encircling Won Shinya with her arms. Sister, I'll look out for you. I won't let you suffer even a little bit more. Song Hanmo had witnessed how Won Xiao treated Won Shinya. The sinister face of Won Xiao still gave her goosebumps when she thought about it now. She couldn't imagine how her own sister endured life under such a demon-like father for more than 20 years. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Sister, I will love you too. Song Xuanjie also stepped in, and the 5 family members embraced each other tightly. In our family from now on, second sister will be everyone's favorite. Won Shinya finally got to experience what it felt like to completely change her life in a single day. Originally, before coming here, she had been carrying a heavy burden in her heart, confused about when she would finally find her biological parents. But now, not only did she have parents, she also gained a sister and a brother. All this was thanks to Duan Chizhou. She instinctively looked at Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou was standing a meter away, smiling as he watched their family reunion scene. Let me take a photo of you all, said Duan Chizhou. Yes, we need to document this happy moment, Mr. Song responded enthusiastically. Alright, today is truly a great day. Everyone, dry your tears and be happy. From now on, our truly happy new life has officially started. Mrs. Song and Won Shinya wiped their tears. Anan stands at the center. Song Hanmo pushed Won Shinya to the middle, and the 5 family members wrapped their arms around each other's waists, smiling at the camera to record this moment of happiness. Okay, done. Duan Chizhou handed over the photos for them to check. If you're not satisfied, I can offer retake services. Mr. and Mrs. Song took a glance, satisfied, very satisfied. Everything finally seemed to settle into place. Won Shinya was so happy she didn't know what to do. Anan, why don't you move to the Song family residence and live with us starting today? Mrs. Song wouldn't let go of Won Shinya's hand for even a second, fearing that once she let go, it might just be a dream. Moving will make commuting inconvenient for work, said Won Shinya. Why should you still go to work? There's no need to work in the future, Mr. Song immediately said. Just quit your job and rest at home peacefully. Later in the year, accompany your mom on trips both domestically and internationally. Money, you need as much as you want. From now on, you don't need to worry about anything anymore, Dad will support you. Listening to her father Song Lin's plans for the future, Won Shinya only felt that the word sounded rather niche, she still wasn't used to it. Mom and Dad, I don't want to change my current life just yet, Won Shinya said. The elder couple of the Song family were thrilled the moment Won Shinya opened her mouth to call them Mom and Dad. Mrs. Song cried again instantly. Oh, my precious treasure. Mr. Song, a man who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but feel a tinge of redness in his eyes. Parents waited 26 years to hear this sentence, heard it countless times in dreams, and today, finally heard a crystal clear version. You called Mom and Dad, but what about your sister? Song Hanmo asked from the side. Won Shinya smiled. Sister. Yes. Second sister, I want to hear you say brother too, Song Xuanjie said. Brother. Yes. With such a pleasant atmosphere, Mrs. Song wanted to bring Won Shinya home even more. However, she understood clearly that compared to immediately taking her daughter home to spoil her and shower her with affection, what she needed now was time. She needed time to gradually adapt to her family, to gradually adapt to another identity. Anan, if you don't want to change your current living situation for now, that's fine. Mom and Dad, along with your sister and brother, will wait for you. Whenever you want to move home, just give us a call. Alright. Let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate our family reunion. Alright. After dinner, Duan Chizhou sent Won Shinya back to her rental apartment. On the way, she was sitting in the passenger seat giggling like a fool, still basking in the happiness of being reunited with her parents. I haven't seen you laugh like this in a long time, Duan Chizhou suddenly said. Because I've never been this happy before. Duan Chizhou smiled. You'll be happier in the future. By the way, didn't you already know that Huang Lulu wasn't the child the Song family lost? Won Shinya asked. I just found out yesterday, Duan Chizhou replied. I sent someone to investigate her past and discovered her plastic surgery history. Then, we traced her ex-boyfriend Cheng Dao through that. Cheng Dao had already been extremely resentful due to their breakup. When he heard that Huang Lulu was now engaged to Luo Jinghuai, the eldest grandson of the Luo family, he completely lost it. Duan Chizhou took advantage of the situation, arranging everything for today's birthday banquet. Who would have thought that Huang Lulu was so calculating? She orchestrated a 3-year plan all for recognition as a relative. This is quite normal. The Song family is vast and powerful, and Mr. and Mrs. Song have been very public about finding their lost daughter, making it easy for schemers to target them. After all, if they succeed in sneaking in, they will gain unlimited wealth and love. Why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have gone through all this trouble today. Telling you earlier, where would the surprise full of tears come from? Besides, punishing Evilders should always shatter their dreams at the peak moment. No matter what, thank you, Won Shinya said. Thank you for everything today. Without Duan Chizhou, on her journey to find her parents, she didn't know how much more detours she would have taken. If you want to thank me, will you let me stay over tonight? Duan Chizhou suddenly turned humble. During this period, he knew she harbored worries in her heart, so he hadn't dared to bother her too much. But today, she finally found her family, and all her pressure dissipated. He felt it was time to fight for a bit of sweetness. Won Shinya smiled but didn't answer. The car just happened to stop downstairs in the residential complex where Won Shinya lived. Duan Chizhou loosened his seatbelt and leaned over, looking at her. What does your smile mean? Are you going to agree or not? Won Shinya answered him with a kiss. In the moment Duan Chizhou's lips were touched, he was stunned, then quickly ignited like dry grass catching fire. He sat up straight from the driver's seat, cupped Won Shinya's cheeks, and pressed down toward her. The narrow passenger seat could barely accommodate the space for 2 people, but Duan Chizhou was entirely unconcerned. He held her and kissed her for a long time. Gradually, the spring atmosphere began to rise inside the car. Go upstairs. Won Shinya, nearly unable to catch her breath from the kisses, pushed his chest lightly and whispered, I need to go upstairs. All right. They took the elevator upstairs. Because there were other people in the cabin, Duan Chizhou restrained himself. Once they stepped out of the elevator, he directly pinned Won Shinya against the hallway wall and kissed her deeply. This period had been immensely hard for him to suppress his feelings. From the first day they reconciled, he wanted nothing more than to passionately kiss her and claim her. They kissed all the way from the corridor into her home. The moment the door closed, Duan Chizhou pushed Won Shinya onto the sofa, quickly shed his jacket, and pounced. That night, Duan Chizhou and Won Shinya celebrated the beginning of her new life in another manner. The next morning, Won Shinya woke up in Duan Chizhou's arms. The sky was just brightening. Though they had spent the entire night reveling, she didn't feel a hint of exhaustion. The excitement in her mind wouldn't fade away. She now had her family and her lover. Isn't this sweeter than any dream? What time is it? Duan Chizhou sensed her stirring in his arms and opened his eyes to ask. 5:30. Why are you awake so early? Millimeter, I can't fall back asleep. He flipped over directly, pinning her beneath him as he joked. Not satisfied last night? Should we try again? No. Won Shinya pushed him off. Her body was sore, yet her brain remained in an excited state. Of course, among the excitement was a slight worry. She was afraid that when she opened her eyes, everything would turn out to be a dream, so she decided not to sleep anymore. Don't overthink it. Duan Chizhou stroked her hair and pulled her back into his arms. Remember, everything you have now won't be easily lost. Including you. Won Shinya caressed the stubble that had started sprouting on his chin. Will you also be by my side like my family forever? Asking such a silly question means last night still didn't satisfy you. Duan Chizhou kissed her collarbone and thrust into her once more. Springtime passion bloomed in the room again. Won Shinya indulged in a comfortable rebound sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 8 o'clock. The moment Won Shinya opened her eyes, her phone rang. It was Ju Dongji's call. Duan Chizhou, as soon as he saw the 3 words Ju Dongji on Won Shinya's phone screen, immediately felt a surge of jealousy. It's not even time for work yet. Why is he calling you so early? It must be work-related. Don't interrupt me. Why can't I speak? Is it unacceptable for him to hear us together? That's not what I mean. I just think if Mr. Ju calls, it must be about work. If you speak, it might distract me from receiving his instructions and affect my work. Duan Chizhou unwillingly let out a soft humph. Won Shinya gave Duan Chizhou a gesture before answering the call. Hello, Mr. Ju. Are you up yet? Before Won Shinya could answer, Duan Chizhou suddenly started coughing. This was obviously intentional, so childish. Feeling speechless, Won Shinya covered her receiver and walked to the window. Yes, Mr. Ju. Ju Dongji called her to inform Won Shinya that he had temporarily changed his travel plans and would go on a business trip to Chuan City, asking Won Shinya to pack her bags and accompany him to Chuan City. You don't need to go to the company next. Go directly to the airport. I've already asked Xiao when to book the tickets. Our flight leaves at 11. We'll meet at the boarding gate. All right, Mr. Ju. I won't disturb you further then. Just get your luggage ready. All right, Mr. Ju. After hanging up, Won Shinya turned around and saw Duan Chizhou lying on his side on the pillow looking at her. What did Ju Dongji want with you? Duan Chizhou asked. He wants me to go on a business trip to Chuan City with him. Duan Chizhou immediately frowned. Why does he need you to go? Brother, I'm his secretary. Would I ask why you always take Chu Hang abroad on trips? Won Shinya shot him a glance. That's different. How is it different? It's just, different. That Ju Dongji obviously liked Won Shinya. But Duan Chizhou didn't like Zhu Hang. How could they be the same? Don't go, Duan Chizhou said. Duan Chizhou, be reasonable. Duan Chizhou wasn't being reasonable. He moved closer behind Won Shinya, wrapped his arms around her, and began leaving chaotic kisses on her nape. Resign. Will you support me if I quit? Do you really think I can't support you? Doan Chijo turned her around and looked into her eyes. I could support 100 of you. I was just kidding. I don't need any man to support me. At any time, women should have their own jobs. Ruon Shinya replied. Although she and Doan Chijo were in the midst of a passionate romance now, she still kept her wits about her. Every love has an expiration date, and ultimately it's down to conscience and integrity. She believed Doan Chijo was a conscientious and honorable man, but life is long. What if there's some unforeseen event? Being self-reliant meant holding one's own cards in life. It meant always having the foundation to stand firm. I'm not against you working, but I don't like the idea of you working under Ju Dongji. Doan Chijo tightened his arms around her. Don't you think he's interested in you? Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Ju respects boundaries with me. Ruon Shinya pushed Doan Chijo away. You can relax. Mr. Ju is a well-mannered and principled gentleman. If he really felt the way you say, wouldn't he have shown something after working alongside me for such a long time? The more you praise him, the less at ease I feel. I think more highly of you. Really, tell me how. Handsome, dashing, charming. You only focus on surface-level compliments about me. Alright, stop joking around. In my heart, you are definitely better than other men, that's why I'm with you. Only then did Doan Chijo look satisfied and fell silent. Ruon Shinya fetched her suitcase and began packing clothes. Doan Chijo stood beside her, watching her. Where in Chuan City are you going? Jingyang. Doan Chijo grunted in agreement and immediately sent a message to Chu Hang. Book me a flight ticket to Jingyang, Chuan City. Chu Hang, Mr. Doan, are you going on a business trip? No, he was going to declare ownership. Chapter 103, Engagement. Ruon Shinya and Ju Dongji landed in Chuancheng Jingyang at 3 in the afternoon. The two of them didn't rest, heading straight to the Times Tower for a 4 o'clock meeting. By the time the meeting ended, it was already 6:30. Mr. Ju, I'd like to invite you and Secretary Won to have dinner with us at Haihao Hotel. Everything is arranged. Mr. Sun from Times Group warmly invited them. Alright. Mr. Sun arranged for a driver to take them to Haihao Hotel. On the way, Ruon Shinya kept moving her wrist. What's wrong? Ju Dongji asked. Nothing, just a bit sore. Ruon Shinya had developed a professional ailment in her wrist, and during the meeting, she had been continuously typing up documents, making her wrist hurt even more now. I'll buy you a pain relief patch, Ju Dongji said, then turned to the driver. Driver, stop at the nearest pharmacy. Alright, Mr. Ju. The driver found a nearby pharmacy and pulled over. Wait here, I'll go buy it. Ju Dongji said. Mr. Ju, let me do it myself. How could Ruon Shinya possibly trouble her boss to buy her a pain relief patch? She quickly got out of the car ahead of Ju Dongji, but surprisingly, he followed her out. Mr. Ju. I'll have a cigarette. Ju Dongji said. Oh. Ruon Shinya went into the pharmacy and bought a box of pain relief patches. When she came out, Ju Dongji had just finished his cigarette. Give it to me, I'll help you apply it. Ju Dongji said. It wasn't easy for Ruon Shinya to put the patch on her own wrist alone. Thank you, Mr. Ju. Ruon Shinya handed the box of pain relief patches to Ju Dongji. Ju Dongji took out one patch, stepped closer to Ruon Shinya, and leaned down. Ruon Shinya smelled the faint tobacco scent from Ju Dongji and noticed that their distance was too close. She was about to step back when Ju Dongji gripped her hand. Don't move, he said. As Ruon Shinya was momentarily stunned, Ju Dongji tore open the patch. Before the patch could be applied to Ruon Shinya's wrist, a long honk from across the road sounded beep beep beep. Neither Ruon Shinya nor Ju Dongji paid much attention initially, thinking it was traffic congestion on the opposite street due to someone's road rage, but the honking persisted without interruption. Shinya. A familiar voice called out. The moment Ruon Shinya turned around, the honking stopped. From the black Maybach across the street, Doan Chijo got out of the car. When Ruon Shinya saw Doan Chijo, she was utterly shocked. How did he end up in Chuancheng as well? Just as the traffic light turned green, Doan Chijo quickly walked toward her and Ju Dongji. Ruon Shinya suddenly realized that her hand was still being held by Ju Dongji, so she hastily withdrew it. This gesture fell right into Doan Chijo's eyes, looking as if they were both guilty of something inappropriate. Whoever said that Ju Dongji was an extremely prudent boss? Which cautious boss would hold his female subordinate's hand in broad daylight? Doan Chijo really felt fortunate that he had come to Chuancheng. Shinya, what a coincidence. The moment Doan Chijo stood in front of Ruon Shinya, he placed an arm around her shoulder. I thought I saw wrong at first, but indeed, it's really you. Ruon Shinya quietly looked at Doan Chijo, thinking that this man was shamelessly pretending. She knew very well whether this was a coincidence or not. But since Doan Chijo played the act this way, she had no choice but to follow along. Yes, Mr. Ju and I are here on a business trip. Pretending as if he had just seen Ju Dongji, Doan Chijo turned to smile at him. Mr. Ju, it's been a long time. Ju Dongji's gaze fell on Doan Chijo's hand around Ruon Shinya's shoulder, realizing clearly the relationship between them now. They were together. Yes, it's been a while. Are you done with your work? Doan Chijo asked. Done. In that case, allow me to treat you to dinner, Mr. Ju. Doan Chijo looked at Ju Dongji's face. In appreciation of Mr. Ju's care for my girlfriend these past days. Indeed, he had mentioned the word girlfriend. Ruon Shinya completely understood Doan Chijo's intentions. There's no need, Mr. Doan, our client has already invited us to dinner tonight. Ju Dongji replied. In that case, another time then. Duan Chizhou gently smoothed a strand of Ruan Xinya's hair, considerately saying, then go deal with your work commitments first. Call me after dinner, and I'll pick you up. Okay. Ruan Xinya sat back in the car with Ju Dongji. Her wrist was warm with the patch on it, as was her face. The overly deliberate display of affection in front of her boss made her feel slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Ju Dongji didn't seem to mind at all. After getting back in the car, Ju Dongji casually replied to several text messages on his phone. Just before they arrived at Haihao Grand Hotel, he seemingly nonchalantly asked, "Are you together with Mr. Duan?" Ruan Xinya smiled. Yes. When did it happen? A while ago, when I found out about my origins. Ju Dongji nodded. It must have been her most vulnerable moment when she found out about her origins, and Duan Chizhou was by her side during that time. It was an excellent opportunity for him to pursue her. But Xinya, he had learned about her origins earlier than Duan Chizhou. Ju Dongji clenched his fists tightly, feeling what his mother Wang Xiaoman had said was correct. Emotionally, he was really too dull. Had he been a bit braver back then, without worrying so much, perhaps the person standing by her side now would have been him. It was his own fault. He missed the chance, as well as her. Ruan Xinya and Ju Dongji arrived at Haihao Grand Hotel. Mr. Sun was a typical man from Chuancheng, extremely warm-hearted and hospitable. He ordered them a table full of Chuancheng special dishes. Ju Dongji usually didn't drink alcohol during business gatherings, but today he drank quite a lot with Mr. Sunday. By the end, Ju Dongji was clearly tipsy. He looked dazed, his cheeks flushed, and he walked unsteadily. It took Ruan Xinya and the driver's combined effort to help Ju Dongji into the car. As they were about to close the door, Ju Dongji suddenly grabbed Ruan Xinya's wrist. You. He quietly stared at her, his eyes seeming filled with thousands of unsaid words. Ruan Xinya felt inexplicably tense. Mr. Ju, is something wrong? Ju Dongji shook his head, eventually only softly asking, does your wrist still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Good, good. He let go of her hand and slumped down on the back seat. Mr. Ju. Ms. Ruan, don't worry. Mr. Ju is just drunk, the driver explained. Drunk men are like this, they ramble nonsense and then fall asleep immediately. Ruan Xinya helped Ju Dongji fasten his seatbelt. Driver, please safely take Mr. Ju to the hotel. Sure, you can count on me. After settling Ju Dongji in the car, Ruan Xinya called Duan Chizhou. I'm done here. Where are you? I'm right behind you. Ruan Xinya was startled and turned around to look behind her. Sure enough, Duan Chizhou was sitting leisurely in the lobby of the Haihao Grand Hotel. When did he come? How come she didn't see him when she helped Ju Dongji out? What are you doing? You've been acting mysterious all day, first appearing silently in Chuancheng, then popping up silently at the hotel, Ruan Xinya said. Do you know what it's like to be in love and feel insecure? Duan Chizhou stood up and walked toward her, his handsome face full of jealousy. Ruan Xinya found it funny. She never expected this secretary Duan, whom she used to serve, would one day feel so insecure. Do you not trust me? Ruan Xinya asked. Of course not. I don't trust myself. Duan Chizhou approached her and held her wrist, caressing the plaster on it. Ju Dongji is handsome and gentle, and considerate. I fear I cannot compare to him, that I won't be able to keep you. Ruan Xinya smiled. Duan Chizhou certainly knew how to talk sweetly. What happened to your hand? Did it get hurt? Duan Chizhou asked. It's fine, just a little sore. It's a professional ailment. Duan Chizhou massaged her wrist. See, I am indeed inferior to Ju Dongji. You've been by my side for over 2 years, and I never noticed you had a hand pain problem related to work. Yet after only a few days with him, he realized it. This statement initially sounded introspective, but upon closer listening, there was a touch of sarcasm. What do you mean, Duan Chizhou? Duan Chizhou casually removed the plaster from Ruan Xinya's hand and magically pulled out a box of better plasters from his pocket. This was the exact one Ruan Xinya had seen in the pharmacy but didn't buy because it was too expensive. You. My nature is petty and jealous. I can't stand seeing you using pain relief patches given by another man. He tore open one plaster and said tenderly and carefully, let me put on the one I bought. Ruan Xinya. Duan Chizhou was truly annoying, but her heart inexplicably felt sweet. Ruan Xinya spent 3 days on her business trip in Chuancheng, and Duan Chizhou accompanied her for those 3 nights in the hotel. Who could understand? She was already exhausted from her business trip, but every night she had to deal with Duan Chizhou's persistence. This trip felt like double the workload. Fortunately, once her business trip ended, she returned to Rongqing over the weekend, allowing her to rest for 2 days. She spent these 2 days at the Song family home. Her father Song Lin and mother Wei Zhizhi had called her early, inviting her to come home over the weekend. Luckily, both Song Hanmo and Song Xuanjie were at home this weekend, so the whole family could gather together. Mother Wei Zhizhi prepared a lavish courtyard lunch in the big courtyard of the Song residence and even invited a Michelin chef to cook on-site, making all the dishes Ruan Xinya loved. With sister Xinya home, we've all fallen out of favor, Song Xuanjie complained while hugging Ruan Xinya's shoulders. Sister Xinya, you wouldn't know, but previously, whenever I came back, Mom always prepared many delicacies for me. But today, I didn't see a single dish I liked. It was all stuff you prefer. Tell me, isn't Mom being biased? Song Xuanjie was busy with work and only came home once or twice a year. Usually, whenever he returned, he became the center of attention in the family. But today, all this affection went to Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya smiled apologetically. Mother Wei Zhizhi walked over and lightly tapped Song Xuanjie on the head. You're unhappy that I love your second sister more? Happy, 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 I was just kidding. Song Xuanjie smiled and said, as long as second sister is here, whatever I eat smells delicious. Hurry up and wash your hands to prepare for the meal, and go call your elder sister down quickly. Alright. Song Xuanjie went upstairs and called down Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo had an engagement last night. She drank some alcohol and didn't put on makeup today because her face was still swollen. As soon as Wei Jiji saw Song Hanmo, she handed her the prepared soup. Were those people making you drink again last night? No, I drank it myself. How dare you say no? You always report good news but hide bad ones. Do I not know you? Because you're too pretty, once at the table, you become the target of men with ill intentions who vie to conquer you. Nonsense, as a great president of my company, who dares come and provoke me? I'll snap their hands if they do. Wei Jiji chuckled, you. Being a powerful woman, I don't oppose it, but I hope you aren't too exhausted. For many things, you don't need to be on the front line yourself. Mom, I understand. You can rest assured, I know my limits. I trust you, but I wish you were like Anan. Find a steady boyfriend, have someone to share your burdens, then you wouldn't feel so tired. Song Hanmo sked twice. After such a roundabout way, it still boils down to urging me to marry. Mom, your skills in urging me to marry are improving, but sorry, I don't want to date. You see, every time we talk about this topic, you avoid responsibility. Right, consider me slacking off then. Song Hanmo had dated before. That man was her first love. They met during university and started a business together after graduation. They supported each other through the hardest times. Later, as their businesses gradually stabilized, the company grew stronger. That man, now having some money, started to look for internet celebrities outside, and Song Hanmo caught him cheating. This event hit Song Hanmo hard. She couldn't believe that the man who said he loved her every day could hide such a disgusting face. She began to doubt true feelings. At that time, her close friend was also betrayed by her boyfriend of several years. Her friend fared worse. She lost not only her heart but also all her money to him. From then on, Song Hanmo developed a shadowy perception towards men. She believed that more than 90% of men in this world made decisions based on lower instincts, and lacked loyalty or righteousness, thus unworthy of being entrusted for life. And she herself, lacking confidence in meeting one among the remaining 10% of good men, simply chose to quit dating altogether. Instead of wasting time on men and elusive love, she decided to focus on building her career and making money, which would never betray her. For these past few years, she remained single. Although she sometimes indeed felt lonely, most of the time, she only felt free and happy. Mom, being single is addictive. I'm already addicted to singleness. Look what you're saying. Being single has its advantages, but dating has its sweetness too, isn't that right, Anan? Ruan Xinya laughed. Mom, relationships rely on fate. Elder sister hasn't encountered the right one yet, so why don't you let her enjoy the present? See, my younger sister really understands me. Song Hanmo gave Ruan Xinya a thumb up and looked at her mother. Mom, I'm not saying I'll definitely not date or get married. Maybe one day I meet someone and can't wait to start a relationship, get married, and even give you a grandchild to play with. You're just painting pictures for me. Wei Jiji ignored her eldest daughter and turned to look at Ruan Xinya. Anan, why didn't Chiju come over with you today? Wei Jiji particularly liked Duan Chizhou. Ruan Xinya wasn't married to him yet, but Wei Jiji already felt like a mother-in-law taking a shining liking to her son-in-law. He flew overseas today. Duan Chizhou clung to her for 3 days in Chuancheng, then came back and immediately left for a business trip. Chiju is truly a great young man. Not only is he handsome and capable, but from what I've seen, he treats you well. Wei Jiji held Ruan Xinya's hand, leaned close to her side and softly asked, when do you plan to set the wedding date? Chapter 104, Don't You Miss Me? An engagement. Ruan Xinya had never really considered this question, and Duan Chizhou should have never thought about the long-term future of their relationship. She was even somewhat uncertain whether a man like Duan Chizhou would be willing to be bound by family. Would he want to build a real home with her? Mom, we haven't thought that far ahead, she said. Wei Jiji wanted to say more when Song Hanmo sat next to them. Mom, it's enough. Sister rarely comes back once, and we are also rarely at home. Do you want to waste such precious time on nagging her about marriage? Okay, I'll stop. Mom actually has no other meaning. My ultimate goal is to hope you all are happy. We're already very happy. You and Dad are in good health, I can focus on my career, sister has someone she loves, brother is chasing his dreams. This is the most ideal state now. Why do you always try to rush things? Yes, what you say makes sense. We should cherish the moment and enjoy now. You see clearly now, come, let's eat. The whole family enjoyed dinner happily together. That night, Ruan Xinya stayed overnight at the Song residence. Mother Wei Jiji had already prepared a room for her. The quilt and sheets smelled clean and soft. There were multiple sets of sleepwear prepared. Anan, if you need anything, just tell Mom, Wei Jiji said. Ruan Xinya glanced around. Mom, everything is fine. I don't lack anything. Good, then rest early. Good night. Good night. Mother Wei Jiji left the room. After Ruan Xinya finished her shower and was preparing to go to bed, Duan Chizhou who was abroad called her on a video call. Isn't your pajamas too cute? Duan Chizhou immediately noticed Ruan Xinya's strawberry-patterned sleepwear. My mom prepared it for me. It seemed that in Wei Jiji's heart, Ruan Xinya was still a little girl. You've gone home? Aha. Ruan Xinya used her phone to give him a quick tour of the room. I'm staying here tonight. It's nice, The only downside is, he teased her. What's the only downside? That this room doesn't have me. Ruon Shinya was stunned for several seconds at those words. Duan Chijo, seeing her dazed, pretended to be dissatisfied. What? Don't you miss me? I do. Every 10 sentences Mom talks to me, 9 are related to you, Ruon Shinya said. Really? What did Auntie say? Ruon Shinya hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she should bring up the topic of their engagement. Duan Chijo saw her hesitation and immediately figured out she was hiding something. What exactly did Auntie say to you? Nothing special. My mom just asked us when we planned to get engaged. There was a pause from Duan Chijo's side, and seeing him motionless, Ruon Shinya thought the video might be lagging. Scared you? She asked. No, Duan Chijo smiled, just thinking that Auntie was being a bit too hasty. Ruon Shinya realized, sure enough, bringing up engagement so soon was inappropriate. My mom was just making a random comment, don't feel pressured. I said we haven't thought that far ahead yet. Who said I didn't think that far ahead? Duan Chijo looked into the camera seriously. I've thought very far ahead. The reason I said Auntie was being too hasty is because she should ask me when I plan to propose before talking about engagement. So, Duan Chijo had thought about marrying her. Ruon Shinya's heart warmed up, and a sense of happiness sprouted within her. Ruon Shinya, why are you smiling so stupidly? Through the screen, Duan Chijo saw her unstoppable smile and couldn't help but laugh as well. Foolish, don't worry, I promise I will give you the best outcome if you trust me. After Duan Chijo made that promise, Ruon Shinya felt as if she had suddenly taken a sedative pill. Her heart was full and steady. After the weekend, she returned to her rented apartment to start working normally, looking forward to Duan Chijo's return every day. Duan Chijo was originally supposed to return on Friday, but on Wednesday, an incident happened in the Duan family. Grandpa Duan passed away. Since he was poisoned, Grandpa Duan had been in a coma in bed. The Duan family had actually been mentally prepared for some time, but when the day truly came, sorrow engulfed the entire Duan household. Upon hearing the news while on a business trip abroad, Duan Chijo rushed back to Rongqing overnight. Ruon Shinya only learned of this news the next morning when she turned on her phone and saw a message Duan Chijo sent her. My grandfather has passed away. It's going to be busy these days. The Duans were an illustrious family. As the eldest grandson, Duan Chijo had the heavy responsibilities of organizing the funeral and receiving condolences from guests, which were certainly demanding tasks. Ruon Shinya regretted not noticing this information in time and failing to comfort him. Song Lin and Wei Jiji, after learning the news, planned to offer their condolences. Anan, come with us, Father Song Lin said. Ruon Shinya really wanted to take the opportunity of paying respects to visit Duan Chijo, but she was also afraid of running into the Duan family at the funeral, which might be awkward. After all, she had once interacted with the Duans as Wen Menghan's daughter. But when Menghan ended up leaving in such an ungraceful way, even though Ruon Shinya no longer had any ties with her, she knew the Duan family would still feel uncomfortable upon seeing her. Duan Qiuming was alright, but his 2 sisters were not ones to let things slide easily. Wei Jiji noticed her hesitation. You don't want to go? I do, but I'm afraid it might be awkward for everyone. Don't worry, your mom and dad are here. Why are you afraid? Song Lin said, the past is in the past. You aren't who you used to be. The present you is Song Yuan, our daughter. Who dares to criticize you? That's right, Anan. Since you're with Chijo, there will inevitably come a time when you have to face the Duan family again. Avoidance doesn't solve problems. It's better to use this chance where both your father and I will be by your side. If someone has issues with you, they wouldn't dare bully you in front of us. Her parents gave Ruon Shinya enough confidence. She thought her parents were right. If marriage was on the table in the future, then sooner or later she would need to meet Duan Chijo's family. She couldn't run forever. Alright, I'll go with you. Ruon Shinya followed her parents to the funeral home to attend the ceremony for Mr. Duan. Outside the funeral home, wreaths sent by various people from Rongqing were lined up. As soon as Ruon Shinya entered, she saw Duan Chijo, dressed in a black suit with a mourning arm badge. In just 2 days, he looked significantly more haggard. By Duan Chijo's side stood Duan Qiuming. Duan Qiuming was similarly dressed, seated in a wheelchair with white hair. He looked drastically different from the elegant and spirited image Ruon Shinya remembered, as if he had aged into his 70s overnight. But indeed, over the past year, so many events had unfolded, things that ordinary people might not experience in a lifetime, yet Duan Qiuming endured them all. He must have been greatly affected. Duan Chijo also spotted Ruon Shinya. He nodded at her from afar. Ruon Shinya held a white chrysanthemum, bowed her head silently in mourning, then approached alongside her parents in front of Duan Qiuming and Duan Chijo. Uncle Duan, Ruon Shinya called out. Duan Qiuming glanced at her expressionlessly, nodded slightly, then turned away. Chijo, my condolences. Song Lin shook Duan Chijo's hand. Thank you, Uncle Song and Auntie Song. Following her parents, Ruon Shinya also shook hands with Duan Chijo. Compared to Song Lin and Wei Jiji, their handshake lingered much longer. Taking into account Duan Chijo's business trip, they hadn't seen each other for several days. My condolences, she told him softly. When Duan Chijo released her hand, Ruon Shinya felt that coming here to catch a glimpse of him put her mind at ease. Song Lin and Wei Jiji went to the large lounge next to the altar set up by the Duan family for a brief stay. Today's memorial service drew leaders from various industries, and Song Lin happened to meet an old client, chatting with him for so long that they lost track of time. Feeling restless, Ruon Shinya decided to wait outside. As soon as she stepped behind the curtain, a figure suddenly darted out to block her path. It was Duan Yuanxi, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Duan Yuanxi was dressed in plain black attire, wearing a small white flower in her hair, and without makeup, she appeared even more elegant than usual. Actually, Duan Yuanxi looked quite similar to Duan Qizhou, but for some unknown reason, their personalities were vastly different. What are you doing here? Duan Yuanxi glared at Ruan Xinya with eyes filled with animosity, as if she wanted to devour her on the spot. Ruan Xinya, how shameless can you get? Do you even realize what today means? Why are you showing up? I just came to pay my respects. Who asked you to come? Have you forgotten? That vile woman when Menghan killed my mother, and since you're her daughter, you will always be the enemy of the Duan family. Living abroad, Duan Yuanxi was unaware of the events that transpired recently and had no idea about the enmity between Ruan Xinya and Wen Menghan. Seeing Ruan Xinya reminded her of the one who killed her mother, and she was consumed by rage. Wen Menghan isn't my mother, Ruan Xinya explained. I have no ties to her anymore. So what? Now you want to sever relations with that wretched woman and seduce my brother instead? Duan Yuanxi snorted coldly. Ruan Xinya, remember this. As long as I, Duan Yuanxi, am around, the spot beside my brother will never belong to you. Get out, leave right now. While saying this, Duan Yuanxi pushed Ruan Xinya repeatedly. Ruan Xinya wanted to explain herself, but Duan Yuanxi refused to give her the chance. Ruan Xinya, if you don't leave immediately, I'll call security to drag you out. Duan Yuanxi's shouting drew the attention of many people nearby. Everyone felt puzzled, such a solemn occasion as old Master Duan's funeral, and yet these two women were arguing. Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi just came out and hearing the commotion, immediately walked over. Anan, what's going on? Mom, Dad, nothing. Given the special nature of today's event, Ruan Xinya didn't want to make a big deal out of this. She believed any form of conflict at a funeral would be disrespectful to the deceased. Parents. Duan Yuanxi eyed Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi couple. Are you blind? How could you accept her as your daughter? Her. Who are you, girl? How dare you speak like that? Wei Zhizhi noticed the mourning badge she wore and guessed she was one of the Duans. Do children of the Duan family have such poor manners? What business is it of yours to discipline me? Duan Yuanxi impatiently pointed at the couple Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi along with Ruan Xinya. This is my grandfather's funeral. Is it just any random person who can come? Go away now. Grandfather? Are you Qizhou's sister? Wei Zhizhi asked. It's me, Miss Duan Yuanxi. So what? Do you know our Anan is your brother's girlfriend? How can you be so rude to your future sister-in-law? Huh. Has my brother said he'll marry this woman? Future sister-in-law indeed. Let me tell you, there are plenty of women in Rongqing who'd be happy to become my sister-in-law. Anyone else is fine, but Ruan Xinya is not. I'm the one who decides who becomes your sister-in-law. Unnoticed by everyone, Duan Qizhou had been standing aside from the crowd. His face stern, he approached Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi, take a look around you. Today is no ordinary day. Every single person here is an esteemed guest of Grandpa. Your unruly behavior won't be tolerated. Apologize to Mr. Song's family right now. Brother, are you crazy? Did you forget when Menghan killed Mom? Did you forget Ruan Xinya is Wen Menghan's daughter? She is our lifetime enemy. Duan Yuanxi burst into tears. My mother was killed by this woman's mother. This pair of women have created chaos for the Duan family. I will never forgive them. She isn't Wen Menghan's daughter. She is the daughter of Mr. Song and Mrs. Song. I'll explain this to you later. But now, apologize for your rudeness to the Songs. Duan Yuanxi was about to cry her heart out. She couldn't understand why her once affectionate brother was now always tilting the scales in favor of the lowly Ruan Xinya. It mattered little to her who Ruan Xinya's mother was. All she knew was that she hated Ruan Xinya. Apologize. Duan Qizhou emphasized his tone again. No way will I apologize. Kill me now if you've got the guts and then arrange my funeral alongside grandfather's. Duan Yuanxi glared angrily at Duan Qizhou, tears of resentment brimming in her eyes. For a moment, Duan Qizhou was at a loss. There's no issue, Ruan Xinya didn't want to stir up trouble further, nor did she wish to embarrass Duan Qizhou. She patted Duan Qizhou's arm gently. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Today isn't a good time to clear it up. Let's find a time next week when we can sit down and calmly resolve the misunderstanding. Duan Qizhou took a deep breath, nodded slightly, then looked at Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi. Sorry Uncle Song, Auntie Song. My sister has behaved improperly. Please accept my apology on her behalf. Forget it, you go back to work. We don't want to disturb you. Wei Zhizhi finished speaking, grabbed Ruan Xinya's hand, and dragged her away. Song Lin nodded slightly toward Duan Qizhou, and then followed behind leaving. Once in the car, Wei Zhizhi was still clenching her temples tightly. How come Qizhou has such a reckless and haughty sister? Thinking of how Duan Yuanxi disrespected Ruan Xinya made her angry. Alright Mom, please calm down. There's a reason behind all this. She mistakenly thought I was that person's daughter. Seeing the daughter of an enemy, her emotional reaction is understandable. Wei Zhizhi exhaled deeply. It's all because of us parents. We insisted on bringing you, but failed to protect you. It doesn't matter. However, I see even without the misunderstanding, this girl is not easy to deal with. You need to be cautious about her. Chapter 105, First Love in the Spotlight. Ruan Xinya had anticipated that meeting the Duan family would be awkward, but she didn't expect Duan Yuanxi to confront her directly at the funeral home. The most embarrassing part of this situation must fall on Du and Chijo, caught in the middle. However, Ruan Xinya believed that Du and Chijo could explain the misunderstanding clearly to Du and Yuanxi. Without the barrier of Wang Menghan, she and Du and Yuanxi should not remain sworn enemies forever. That evening, after the ceremony for Grandpa Duan was over, Du and Chijo called Du and Yuanxi to the study. Du and Yuanxi was still upset, sitting on the sofa with her head deliberately turned away. Du and Yuanxi, you can have grievances against me, but there is one thing I must explain clearly to you. Ruan Xinya has nothing to do with Wang Menghan. She is a child Wang Menghan secretly took from another family. You lost your mother because of Wang Menghan, and she lost decades of time with her real family because of Wang Menghan. She hates Wang Menghan just as much as you do. Du and Yuanxi remained unmoved, looking down at her phone, perhaps intentionally making the short videos loud. Did you hear what I said? Du and Chijo became angry. I heard it, so what? So please show her some respect from now on. Will she become my future sister-in-law? Du and Yuanxi looked up seriously, confirming with Du and Chijo, are you serious about her? Or just playing around? Of course I'm serious. Du and Yuanxi scoffed coldly, it's true, you never fool around with women. So will you really marry her? Yes. Du and Chijo answered firmly. Brother, before I thought you were perfect, handsomer than male stars and extraordinarily skilled in business. My many friends said you are a paragon of talent. They wondered which window heaven closed for you. Now I finally know which window heaven closed for you, you're blind. Du and Yuanxi, don't be disrespectful. It's not disrespect, I'm being honest. You're blind if you've fallen for a woman like Ruan Xinya. Because of her, I feel you've instantly dropped dozens of levels in my heart. Do you think there are no other women in this world? Why does it have to be her? Have you only learned these 2 words since studying abroad? Don't avoid the topic with me. Why does it have to be her? I don't like her. Your own younger sister doesn't like her. As long as I like her, that's enough. I don't need you to like her. If you continue to act unreasonable, I'll send you abroad tomorrow. You're sending me abroad again because of her? I won't go. This time, I won't leave when I return. Grandma said I should stay in the country to accompany her. Grandpa has just passed. Will you defy Grandma's wishes? Don't use Grandma to pressure me. I'll definitely use Grandma to pressure you. If you dare, go tell Grandma yourself. Du and Yuanxi knew Du and Chijo appeared strong on the outside but was actually very filial. With Grandpa gone, he wouldn't violate Grandma's wishes to force her back abroad, so early on upon her return, she secured the old lady's favor. With Grandma supporting her, she was full of confidence. As expected, Du and Chijo fell silent. He took out his lighter and lit a cigarette. Over the past few days, Du and Chijo had been working continuously, handling the aftermath for Grandpa while socializing with mourners, looking haggard and exhausted. Seeing her brother smoking wearily, Du and Yuanxi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. She got up and walked to Du and Chijo. Brother, break up with Ruan Xinya. She really isn't suitable for you. Shut up, I don't need your lessons on how to handle relationships. I don't want to teach you. I'm just worried you're blinded by love. Even if Ruan Xinya isn't Wang Menghan's daughter, so what? Close to ink, one gets stained black. She was raised beside Wang Menghan for years, she's already cultivated a venomous heart. Her very bones have been corrupted. If you stick with her, who knows whether she might end up harming us just like Wang Menghan did. This woman is trouble, a calamity. Shut up. Du and Chijo threw the ashtray next to him. A sharp bang echoed as the ashtray broke near Du and Yuanxi's feet, scattering glass shards everywhere. Du and Yuanxi froze in fear. Du and Yuanxi, I'm warning you one more time. Show her some respect. If you don't heed this advice, don't blame me for forgetting sibling affection. Ha 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 ha, Du and Chijo, you're willing to forsake even your own sister for a woman, right? Du and Yuanxi glared angrily at Du and Chijo. Fine, remember this. I hate you. After finishing her words, she stormed out. Du and Chijo stared at Du and Yuanxi's retreating figure, feeling inexplicably annoyed. He remembered when his mother, Feng Suling, was still alive, his sister Du and Yuanxi wasn't nearly as capricious as she was now. Later, after their mother became a vegetative patient, the event had hit her so hard that gradually she became increasingly unreasonable. They always said the eldest brother is like a father. Du and Chijo also wanted to take care of his sister on behalf of their mother, but he truly had no idea how to communicate with a girl of her age. After silently smoking 2 cigarettes, Du and Chijo was extremely tired already. He walked out of the study to take a shower, but after showering and lying down on the bed, he found himself unable to fall asleep. He suddenly really missed Ruan Xinya. After being tormented by Du and Yuanxi during the day, she left. He wondered if she would be sad. Are you asleep? Du and Chijo sent a message to Ruan Xinya. Not yet. How come you're not sleeping? Revising a PPT. Your boss is a bloodsucker. Du and Chijo remarked. Ruan Xinya was revising her PPT, causing her a headache, and upon seeing Du and Chijo's message, couldn't help but laugh out loud. That phrase was something Ruan Xinya used in the past to complain about Du and Chijo, but now it seemed he'd picked it up from her. Mr. Duan, you really apply what you learn. She added a thumbs-up emoji. Thanks for the compliment. You're welcome. Hungry? Want to have some late-night snack? Will Mr. Duan deliver it personally? If you want me to deliver it, I will. Du and Chijo replied very matter-of-factly, prompting Ruan Xinya to quickly say, I was joking. You should get some rest early. She knew he must have been exhausted these few days, probably having no time to rest day or night. She didn't want to trouble him further just to run an errand for her late-night snack. There was no reply from Duan Chijo's end, and Ruan Xinya thought he might have fallen asleep. However, about an hour later, her doorbell rang. In the past, when the doorbell rang suddenly during a quiet night, she would feel a bit frightened, but today, upon hearing the doorbell, she knew immediately it was Duan Chijo. Ruan Xinya quickly put down her work and ran to peek through the peephole. Sure enough, outside stood Duan Chijo. In Duan Chijo's hand were barbecue and beer. As soon as he saw her, he waved them at her. Are you done with work? Have a drink. Ruan Xinya's PPT was almost finished, all that was left was the final check. Alright, if you insist, let's drink. She stepped aside to let Duan Chijo in, and as soon as he entered, the smell of barbecue filled the room. The two set up a small table and began eating their late-night snacks face to face. Have you slept well for several days? Ruan Xia asked. She had never seen such heavy dark circles under Duan Chijo's eyes before, which indicated that these few days had drained all his energy. Millimeter. That being the case, why do you bother to deliver snacks for me? I was just talking nonsense, not actually craving any late-night snacks. Aren't you silly to have made this trip? Although Ruan Xinya reproached him verbally, she secretly felt sweet inside. Duan Chijo put down his beer glass, walked around the small square table, hooked a chair with his foot, and sat next to her. Do you think I came here just because I wanted to eat late-night snacks? He managed his physique strictly and didn't actually intend to eat. He merely fabricated an excuse to see her only that much. So why did you still come? Because I missed you. So much. If Duan Chijo could sleep alone, he would have gone to sleep already, but he couldn't. If he hadn't seen her tonight, it would be as if there was an empty piece missing from his heart. Do you not miss me? Duan Chijo asked. I do, but haven't we just met today? Ruan Xinya responded. At this point, Duan Chijo once again recalled the conflict between Duan Yuanxi and Ruan Xinya earlier in the day. He took Ruan Xinya's hand, pulled her up, dragged her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Yuanxi always lacks sense, I've talked to her already, but for now she's stuck in a rut. It may take some time for her to untie this knot in her mind. It's alright, I can wait. Sorry for putting you through this. Not at all. Actually, many times, Ruan Xinya understood Duan Yuanxi. Although Duan Yuanxi was arrogant and domineering, Ruan Xinya could feel that she lacked security immensely. Her resistance towards Ruan Xinya stemmed not only from Wang Menghan but also largely because she feared Ruan Xinya would snatch away all of Duan Chijo's love. In terms of being loved, Duan Yuanxi was insecure. Thank you for understanding. Mr. Duan is too polite. The two smiled at each other. Ruan Xinya sat on his lap, embraced his head, and leaned down for a kiss. Both had consumed beer earlier, so there was a faint taste of alcohol lingering on their lips. Her kiss was gentle and fleeting, but Duan Chijo hadn't seen her for so long that he wasn't content with just a light kiss. He cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss continuously. Their breathing quickly grew disordered, and the atmosphere in the living room became gradually more intimate. Ruan Xinya timely stopped Duan Chijo. You should go to sleep first. He looked so exhausted. Duan Chijo actually had no ill intentions at all when he came over, but now hugging and kissing her gradually stirred up his desire. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time for him to engage in such a thing. He loosened his embrace on Ruan Xinya and glanced at her computer which still glimmered with light. Do you still need to work? I just have a little bit left. You go to sleep first, I'll check the PPT again and then take a shower. Alright. Duan Chijo entered the room first, while Ruan Xinya continued her work. After a few minutes, there was suddenly a ding-ding-dong-dong sound from WeChat coming from the sofa. Ruan Xinya thought it was her own phone, but upon picking it up, she found that it was Duan Chijo's phone left on the sofa. She didn't intend to snoop, but the screen accidentally lit up, showing dozens of messages from someone named Cola. Cola. Ruan Xinya smiled. Which customer has such an adorable name? She picked up Duan Chijo's phone and brought it into the room, and within just a few minutes, Duan Chijo had already fallen asleep on her bed. Ruan Xinya walked over to the bed and placed the phone on the bedside table, not planning to wake him up. He looked like he really needed a good rest. She leaned down, kissed his forehead gently, and turned off the bedside lamp for him. Duan Yuanxi directly drove to the bar after running out of the study. Zhao Yihuan and her group were regulars at the bar. As soon as Duan Yuanxi walked in, she saw Zhao Yihuan shaking their heads wildly around in the dance pool. Zhao Yihuan. Duan Yuanxi shouted towards the dance floor. Hearing her call, Zhao Yihuan immediately ran over to Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi, why did you come? Has everything about your grandfather been settled? Millimeter. Seeing Duan Yuanxi frowning tightly, Zhao Yihuan thought she was sad about the passing of her grandfather. She stepped forward and hugged Duan Yuanxi, consoling her. Yuanxi, everyone dies eventually. You must be strong and move on. Duan Yuanxi pushed Zhao Yihuan away. I'm fine. Why are you looking so upset then? Upset by some nasty person? Which eyeless woman dare to anger our Princess Yuanxi? Name her, and we'll help you deal with her. Ruan Xinya. Zhao Yihuan gasped. Wasn't she the former woman of your brother? It's been such a long time, why do you still have issues with her? I'm still together with her, and he even plans to marry that woman. Wow, your brother is truly deeply committed. No man in our circle can be as deeply affectionate as your brother. Upon hearing Zhao Yihuan's words, Duan Yuanxi felt even angrier. That's right, her brother was definitely the best man in the whole Rongqing city, so why should that mean woman, Ruan Xinya, benefit from it? She doesn't deserve her brother. Huan Huan, What method do you have to make my brother let go of her? Du and Yuanxi asked. In view of your brother's deeply committed personality, it seems quite unlikely. Generally speaking, handsome rich men like your brother only last half a year tops with a girlfriend, like my cousin, who never keeps a girlfriend longer than 3 months, sometimes he gets bored within a month. That cousin of yours is just a flirt, how could he be compared with my brother? Although Du and Yuanxi had a huge argument with Du and Chizhou, she still sincerely defended her own brother in her heart. They were silent for a moment. Is there really no way to split them up? What if I find someone to rape that little wretch? Let's see if your brother will still want her once she's defiled. Du and Yuanxi's eyes lit up momentarily, but quickly dimmed again. If I use this tactic, my brother will definitely kill me. Moreover, according to Du and Chizhou's current obsession with Wan Xinya, it seemed likely that out of guilt, he would marry her and take care of her for life instead. This plan won't work, we need to rethink another one. Zhao Yihuan found this truly headache-inducing, more frustrating than when she took her college entrance exam. Hey, is this the first time your brother has ever dated a woman? Doesn't he have a first love or something similar? If so, bring her back. A man usually clings most tightly to his first love or his white moonlight. With the presence of such a woman, no matter how deeply committed your brother is, he would surely waver. First love, white moonlight? There should be none of those for Du and Chizhou. Du and Yuanxi guessed correctly that Wan Xinya might very well be her brother's first woman, which was why he couldn't stop being obsessed with her. Wait. Zhao Yihuan's words reminded her, she seemed to remember someone indeed. Chapter 106, Illegitimate Child Exposed. After the elder Duan's funeral, Du and Chizhou took a day off. He didn't go anywhere but slept all day at Wan Xinya's place. Wan Xinya went to work as usual, not knowing he had stayed at home all day. When she returned from work in the evening and saw lights on in her apartment with shadows moving, she was startled. Upon entering, she found that Du and Chizhou hadn't left. You're back, and you're here early today. Du and Chizhou, wearing a white t-shirt and beige long pants, with 15 yuan slippers she bought for him, said, I was just about to text you asking what you wanted to eat tonight. You didn't go to work? No. He only handled a few emails on his phone and did nothing else all day. Why didn't you tell me this morning that you weren't going to work? Would you have taken leave to accompany me if I told you? Wan Xinya shook her head. That's really not possible. So there you go. Knowing I'm not as important as your job, why should I embarrass myself? Oh my, Mr. Duan, are you jealous of work too? You must be the reincarnation of the vinegar jar. Wan Xinya leaned in to kiss him. Does this make it better? Du and Chizhou smiled when kissed. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. As long as it's not spicy, my period is coming. Du and Chizhou grunted and sat on the sofa to start ordering. Wan Xinya put on her loungewear and entered the bathroom to wash her hair and bathe. By the time she finished and put on a face mask, the takeout ordered by Du and Chizhou arrived. I'm flying to the US tomorrow. This business trip will last around 7 days. During dinner, Du and Chizhou voluntarily mentioned his schedule. Okay. You don't seem to care at all that I'll be gone. You're going to work. Should I stop you from going? You could at least pretend to be a little sad to see me go. Wan Xinya glanced at Du and Chizhou, put down her chopsticks, and wrapped her arms around his arm, pouting cutely. Big brother, come back soon. I'll miss you so much. Du and Chizhou chuckled. Is that how you like it? Wan Xinya asked him, do you want me to act like this? Forget it, just be yourself. Du and Chizhou got goosebumps. Big brother, no. I miss you. I won't be able to sleep every night without you. Wan Xinya was having fun seeing Du and Chizhou squirm. I take it back, please stop. Du and Chizhou begged. Nope. I'm speaking like this today. We're about to be separated, and I need to make you happy. Wan Xinya picked up a piece of broccoli and held it to his mouth. Big brother, open your mouth, let me feed you. Du and Chizhou bit the broccoli off her chopsticks and pulled her into his arms. You like calling me big brother so much? Afterward, we can do more of that in bed. After saying that, he lifted Wan Xinya up and headed toward the room. Hey, I still want to eat some more, Wan Xinya said. It looks like you've eaten enough. Now it's my turn to eat. Du and Chizhou had waited all day just for this. He laid her on the bed and kissed her. Thinking that he would be leaving on a business trip tomorrow and wouldn't see each other for several days, Wan Xinya actually felt disheartened inside. She tightly hugged his strong waist and passionately responded to him. Not keen on calling me big brother anymore? At their most passionate moment, Du and Chizhou leaned in closely, whispering in her ear. Wan Xinya bit her lip and could only make broken moans, unable to say a complete sentence. Next time, don't call me big brother. I don't lack sisters, what I lack is a wife. So, call me husband, he coaxed her gently, understood? Wan Xinya nodded and embraced him tightly. That night, they were entangled with each other again and again. After Du and Chizhou left on the business trip, Wan Xinya resumed her life of living between 2 points. On Wednesday, her mother Wei Jiji called her, saying she would visit. For this, Wan Xinya specifically went off work an hour earlier. Wei Jiji was still upset about the incident at Du and Laoyi's funeral where Du and Yuanxi clashed with Wan Xinya. Anan, your father and I discussed it, and decided to throw you a recognition banquet as well. Otherwise, many people around you wouldn't know that you're the daughter of the Song family, thinking you and that devilish Menghan Wang are mother and daughter. Every time Wei Jiji thought about her daughter being taken away for over 20 years and still being affected by Menghan Wang, she felt heartbroken. Mom, those who need to know already do. I don't want it to be overly grandiose. How is this being grandiose? This is giving you proper recognition. Your father said that Huang Lulu was a fake daughter, yet we threw her such a lavish birthday party. And now that you're back, we haven't done anything. He feels bad about it. Mom, it's really unnecessary. Ruan Xinya truly didn't like or feel accustomed to the way wealthy people engaged in constant socializing. Who would genuinely be happy about the Song family finding their daughter? And who would sincerely feel joyful for Ruan Xinya now that she had her parents' love again? All those people were merely acting out of respect for the Song family's power. She didn't want to waste her precious time on helping others put on a show. Remember when Meng Han smoothly navigated the high society circles in city and ended up with nothing? Ruan Xinya didn't need recognition from irrelevant people. All she wanted was for the people who loved her and whom she cared about to know who she was, and what kind of person she was. That was enough for her. Wei Zhizhi, seeing her daughter's determination not to have the banquet, didn't push further. Fine, we'll go with your decision. By the way, have you eaten yet? I've brought some good food. Wei Zhizhi carried several lunchboxes, all the dishes and soups were made by her personally. Not yet, I'm actually hungry. Just wait a moment, let me get you a bowl to transfer the food into. You can serve yourself as much as you'd like. Alright. Wei Zhizhi went toward the kitchen, passing by Ruan Xinya's room where she noticed a man's shirt hanging on the balcony. Does Chizhou sometimes come and stay here? Wei Zhizhi asked. Ruan Xinya blushed, truthfully replying, occasionally. I was originally planning to talk to him the next time we met about the two of you getting married. But now his grandfather has passed away, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up so soon. After all, there was just a bereavement at home, so I don't want to pressure him too hard. Mom, this matter isn't urgent at all. The way we are right now is perfectly fine. Dating and marriage are still different, and I want to enjoy the feeling of being in love for a couple more years. That may be true, but I still need to call him over to warn him properly. Regardless, he must keep a close eye on his own sister. If he can't even handle one little girl, our family wouldn't trust him to protect you. Mom, that thing the other day wasn't his fault. His sister was abroad and got called back due to Mr. Duan's death. It wasn't as if Chizhou had even had time to communicate with his sister about my situation before we unexpectedly ran into her. I'm just reminding him gently. Don't always defend him, I do have a sense of measure. Okay, but he won't be around these days. He's gone on a business trip to the US. When will he return? Under normal circumstances, next Tuesday. Perfect. Next Tuesday happens to be your parents' wedding anniversary. Let him know. We're all going to have dinner together that night. Alright. That same day, Ruan Xinya informed Du and Chizhou about her parents' wedding anniversary next Tuesday and set up plans for them to have dinner together that day. Du and Chizhou readily agreed. What gift should we prepare? He asked. You can decide by yourself. It is, after all, your gesture. Alright. Ruan Xinya prepared the gift with her elder sister Song Hanmo and younger brother Song Xuanjie. The three siblings gathered photos taken over the years of their parents and used AI to create a time machine that chronicled the entirety of their parents' love story. When Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi got married, they didn't have the financial means to take wedding photos. Later, when they became wealthier, they couldn't find the joy to take them because they had lost their second daughter. Now, with Ruan Xinya returned, the three children not only took their parents to capture a belated wedding photo session, but also captured a 5-person family portrait. Wei Zhizhi couldn't help but sigh. Finally, everything feels perfect. Soon it was Tuesday. Ruan Xinya and Song Hanmo arranged for the private dining room ahead of time, spending an entire afternoon decorating it to make it extremely cozy. In the evening, Song Lin and Wei Zhizhi changed into elegant formal wear, walking hand in hand into the private dining room. They were touched when they saw the meticulously decorated room along with the AI-generated memories created by the time machine. This gift is really heartfelt, thank you both. Wei Zhizhi embraced her daughters on each side while Song Lin hugged his son. Happiness filled the air. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, Ruan Xinya felt a subtle distraction. Du and Chizhou had promised to arrive on time, so why hadn't he shown up yet? Why hasn't Chizhou arrived yet? Wei Zhizhi noticed something was off. Ruan Xinya unlocked her phone but found no messages from Du and Chizhou. Given his careful nature, even if he was going to be late, he would certainly inform her in advance. But now, there was nothing. Just a moment, let me call him and ask. Alright. Ruan Xinya walked outside the private dining room and dialed Du and Chizhou's number, but his phone remained unanswered. By the time Ruan Xinya tried calling for the 5th time, someone finally picked up. However, the caller was a woman. Hello. When Ruan Xinya heard the woman's voice, she was briefly surprised but quickly reacted. Hello, may I ask if this is Du and Chizhou's phone? Yes. Where is Du and Chizhou? He has something going on and can't answer the phone right now. And who are you? The caller didn't reply and directly hung up. Ruan Xinya was full of doubts. But since she couldn't reach Du and Chizhou himself, there was nowhere for her to ask further. Wei Zhizhi noticed Ruan Xinya lingering outside and sent Song Hanmo to check. What's the situation? Have you reached Chizhou? Song Hanmo asked. I haven't been able to get in touch with him directly. You mean you've managed to reach someone around him? Ruan Xinya nodded. To keep her family from worrying, she said, I contacted one of his staff members. He told me he has something urgent but that we should go ahead and start eating without waiting for him. With Du and Chizhou unable to join them, Wei Zhizhi and the others felt somewhat disappointed. However, the evening passed happily with all three of their children by their side, laughing and chatting. After dinner, Song Lin arranged for the driver to take Ruan Xinya back home. Ruan Xinya glanced at her phone, which still showed no message or call from Duan Chijo. He wouldn't just disappear like this without reason. What had happened? And who was the woman who answered his phone earlier? Ruan Xinya's mind filled with questions. When she tried calling again, Duan Chijo's phone was disconnected, and an automated female voice indicated it had been turned off. How could this be happening? She started feeling more confused. Ruan Xinya even thought about calling Chu Hang but then decided against it out of fear of disturbing him during a serious matter, which might make her seem overly controlling. After much deliberation, she chose to wait patiently for some time before taking any action. But just as Ruan Xinya got home, her sister Song Hanmo called her. Anan, are you home yet? Yes, sister, how about you guys? We've just arrived. Alright, then rest well tonight, good night. Wait a moment, I need to talk to you. What is it? Have you seen the news online? No, not yet. Take a look. It's related to Duan Chijo. Ruan Xinya's heart sank as a bad feeling crept over her. What has happened to him? Various scenarios flashed through her mind. It's not what you're imagining, Song Hanmo explained calmly. A paparazzo took photos of him with a woman, and your parents just found out. They're furious and want answers. Since I suspect there might be a misunderstanding, I wanted to tell you first. Alright, I'll check. Ruan Xinya ended the call and opened the news article. Apparently, a gossip media site had captured images of Duan Chijo entering a hotel with a woman while carrying a child. The pictures were blurry, so Ruan Xinya couldn't clearly see the woman's face or the child's features. However, the headline read prominently, Duan President's illegitimate child exposed, leaving her with a sinking sensation. Now she understood why her parents were livid. Anan, have you seen it? Song Hanmo asked. Yes, I've seen it. What do you think about this? I'm not clear on the specifics yet. I can't get in touch with him, his phone is powered off. Ruan Xinya said. I've already tried too, and indeed, his phone is unreachable, Song Hanmo remarked, showing a hint of irritation when mentioning Duan Chijo's disconnected phone. Regardless of anything, what Duan Chijo did today is unacceptable. Our parents were celebrating their wedding anniversary happily when he created this awkward situation. But Anan, based on my knowledge of Duan Chijo, he doesn't strike me as the kind of man who would father a secret child while also being entangled with you. There must be a misunderstanding here. I agree there's probably a misunderstanding somewhere, sister. Can you help me calm down our parents and persuade them not to be angry until I figure out exactly what happened? Then I will give them a proper explanation. Alright. Ruan Xinya hung up with Song Hanmo and tried calling Duan Chijo again, only to find his phone was still powered off. She stopped trying and left him a text message instead. I need an explanation regarding today's incident. Call me immediately once you see this message. Chapter 107, Whose child is it? Duan Chijo didn't call Ruan Xinya the day before. Instead, early the next morning, he went directly to Ruan Xinya's place. Ruan Xinya had just gotten up when she heard the doorbell ring. Walking to the door, she saw Duan Chijo standing there. Duan Chijo's clothes were rumpled, his expression weary, and he looked like he hadn't slept all night. As soon as he stepped inside, he embraced Ruan Xinya. Let me explain. Ruan Xinya smelled the disinfectant from the hospital on him and pushed him away. Go take a shower first, we'll talk after you're clean. Duan Chijo nodded, grabbed a fresh set of clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Ruan Xinya's heart had been restless all night long, anxiously waiting for an explanation. But at the sight of him, her heart suddenly calmed down, as if everything was no longer urgent. After Duan Chijo finished his shower and came out, he saw that Ruan Xinya had already prepared 2 bowls of kanji and was sitting at the dining table waiting for him. He had stayed awake all night and hadn't eaten anything, so a bowl of warm kanji would be perfect to soothe his body. Tell me, what exactly happened yesterday? Ruan Xinya handed him a spoon and waited until he sat down to proceed with their conversation. I was supposed to come back yesterday, but I encountered my friend's child at the airport. The kid had a high fever with seizures. I helped the mother send the child to the hospital, and unfortunately, pictures were taken. Duan Chijo repeated it calmly without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Ruan Xinya exhaled silently with relief. It turned out that the situation had a valid cause. She had known all along, Duan Chijo wouldn't possibly have any illegitimate children. If he did, being his secretary for 2 years, she wouldn't have failed to notice a single thing. How is that child now? After being admitted to the hospital, the condition wasn't good either. The doctor said that for a child of his age, having seizures from high fever shouldn't happen. Therefore, I accompanied the child throughout the night for various examinations. In the end, it wasn't due to a simple high-temperature seizure but rather a complex one. Due to the special circumstances, the child kept crying and clinging to me at the hospital, leaving me unable to call you. And the child's mother? She fainted and was on intravenous fluids later. When I called you during the night, who was the woman who answered? Duan Chijo paused, puzzled. Did you call me? He hadn't known about this matter because, when he was taking the child for examination, his phone had been left in the mother's ward. By the time he returned with the child around midnight, his phone was completely drained. I wanted to borrow someone's phone to call you, but then I figured you'd definitely be asleep already. So I thought I'd wait till morning and tell you face to face. But by the time he charged his phone in the car early in the morning, rumors about him having an illegitimate child were flying all over the city of Rongcheng. Gossip magazines are great at fabricating stories from photos. I've already asked the public relations department to handle it, said Duan Chijo after finishing a bowl of kanji. Then he hugged Ruan Shinya. You surely wouldn't believe such outrageous rumors about me having an illegitimate child, right? I do. Ruan Shinya deliberately replied, men, they can do anything, right? I don't know about other men, but I absolutely wouldn't have any illegitimate children. His burning kiss landed on the side of Ruan Shinya's neck. I only want to have kids with you. Ruan Shinya blushed red. Who wants to have kids with you anyway? You don't have to if you don't want to. You decide regarding children. I'll follow your lead. Really? Ruan Shinya was surprised. She assumed someone as wealthy as Duan Chijo would want numerous children to inherit his family business someday. Absolutely. As long as I'm with you, everything else doesn't matter. Hearing this, Ruan Shinya's heart softened completely. I'm really sorry for ruining everyone's excitement due to my affairs yesterday. Duan Chijo apologized. Believing Duan Chijo already, and now fully understanding his explanation, Ruan Shinya had let go of any anger she might have harbored. My feelings aside, maybe you need to personally apologize to mom and dad. Their mother Wei Jiji had been furious yesterday. That's reasonable. I'll go visit them after breakfast. You should take a nap first. Your sclera is all bloodshot. Duan Chijo shook his head mischievously. I want to go like this. Your aunt will soften upon seeing me. If I sleep for a day and go tomorrow, auntie will be even angrier. Alright, then I'll accompany you. Good. After breakfast, Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo went to the Song family. True enough, Wei Jiji was still upset. Upon seeing Duan Chijo come calling, despite drawing deeply on her entire lifetime of cultivation, she couldn't force a smile. Aunt, uncle, I apologize. I missed your wedding anniversary celebration yesterday. Here's a present I've prepared for you. Duan Chijo handed the well-prepared gift over to Wei Jiji. It was a set of emerald pendants worth a fortune. Duan Chijo had spent a long time picking them out, believing this was the most suitable wedding anniversary gift for elders. Wei Jiji turned her head, refusing to even glance at it. You shouldn't do this, the child means well. Song Lin, seeing his wife refusing the present and fearing Duan Chijo might feel awkward, stretched out his hand to take the gift. Auntie's anger is justified. I came today not only to make up for missing your wedding anniversary celebration but also to explain what happened yesterday and clarify those rumors online. Duan Chijo recounted everything that had happened yesterday without omitting a single detail. Wei Jiji wasn't an unreasonable person. Hearing that Duan Chijo had missed their appointment to care for a sick child of a friend, her expression immediately softened somewhat. Chijo, honestly, I'm not mad you skipped our wedding anniversary, it doesn't matter. What upset me is that you made Ainan worry. Wei Jiji took Ruan Shinya's hand in hers. Even though Ainan didn't show any feelings yesterday, as a mother, I could tell how worried she was about you. I know, it's my fault. I promise such things won't happen again, Duan Chijo said sincerely as he admitted his wrongdoing. Since we're already talking about this, there's another matter I'd like to bring up in passing, Wei Jiji added. At your grandfather's funeral, your sister's attitude towards Ainan made me extremely uncomfortable. Ainan is our family treasure, and I don't want her to be bullied by anyone after marrying into your family. My sister does have some capricious tendencies, but I'll talk to her seriously. Auntie, rest assured, once Ainan marries me, no one will dare bully her. Good, I believe you. With these words from you, I'm reassured. Wei Jiji immediately brightened up with a smile. Chijo, since you've come all the way here, why don't you stay for lunch? Mom, he hasn't slept all night. Let him go back and sleep first. Ruan Shinya suggested. What? Haven't slept all night? No wonder your eyes are red like a rabbit's. What's the point of going home then? The round trip will waste so much time. Quickly, upstairs, get some rest. Wei Jiji quickly started preparing the guest room. There's an empty room next to Ainan's. Go and sleep, and wake up to eat lunch here. Ruan Shinya realized then that her mother's stern demeanor earlier was completely an act. Her heart was still firmly set on Duan Chijo being her increasingly favored future son-in-law. No need, auntie. I'll return and sleep at my place. Alright, then be safe on your way back. Thank you, aunt. With that, Ruan Shinya and Duan Chijo left the Song residence. Only then did Duan Chijo's nerves finally relax. We've narrowly avoided disaster, Duan Chijo whispered. I really feared I'd offend my future mother-in-law over today's incident. Ruan Shinya laughed lightly. You should hurry back and get some rest. I have to go to work. I'll go to your place to sleep. Why at my place? Because your bed has your scent. It helps me sleep better. Ruan Shinya. Ruan Shinya was busy all day, and Duan Chijo must have been sleeping all day because she hadn't heard a peep from him. When it was nearly time to leave work, Duan Chijo finally called her, saying he had to return to the company to handle some matters. Ruan Shinya nodded in agreement. In fact, she planned to visit Shun Shiyu after work. Shun Shiyu seemed to be feeling down these past 2 days, and her posts on social media were strange and out of character. As she left the office, she called Shun Shiyu. 11:11, are you at home? I'm on duty today. Have you eaten? Not yet, planning to order takeaway. Wait for me, I'll buy food and meet you at the hospital for dinner. Are you feeling down too? Shun Shiyu asked. Is it because of the rumor about Duan Chijo having an illegitimate child? No, it's already cleared up. I just wanted to check on you. Alright, I'll wait for you. Good. Ruan Shinya bought the favorite small stir-fried dishes and crystal braised pork knuckle mixed rice Shun Shiyu loved. When she reached the hospital, she found Shun Shiyu dozing off on her desk. 11:11. Shin Shiyu looked up. You're here. Yes, I brought your favorite, crystal braised pork knuckle mixed rice, cold chicken feet, and a few stir-fried dishes. You always understand me best. I've been craving this recently. If you crave it so much, why don't you go and eat? I don't have the energy. Just asking, what's wrong with you? Why have your WeChat updates been filled with melancholy these last 2 days? Shin Shiyu's feed was visible only to close friends like Wan Xinya, so she posted freely without inhibition. Shin Shiyu paused silently before softly replying, I've contacted Luo Jinghuai. Did you meet him? Yes, after pestering him endlessly, I finally saw him. How did it go? Shin Shiyu shook her head despondently, not well. He doesn't remember anything. To him now, I am utterly a stranger. Moreover, it was a stranger who would not leave her alone. He forgot the days they had fought side by side, forgot the passionate moments they had shared, and forgot their promises. He remembered nothing. Only Shin Shiyu was still trapped in those sweet memories of the past. As Shin Shiyu spoke, tears streamed down uncontrollably. In fact, I should be glad that he's still alive, and when I want to see him, I can still catch a glimpse from afar. But my heart hurts so much, it truly hurts. Wan Xinya hugged her. Did Luo Jinghuai mention why he lost his memory? He doesn't remember anything. Luo Jinghuai didn't even remember his own name. It was the Luo family who took him home and slowly guided him into a new life. He said he tried hard to recall things from the past, but he couldn't do it, which made him very distressed. Now, he has completely let go of the past and is ready to start a new life. He was the future successor of the Luo family, and he would marry a noblewoman of equal status. There would no longer be a place for Shin Shiyu in his new life. Wan Xinya had no idea how to console Shin Shiyu. This was like Shin Shiyu experiencing Luo Jinghuai's death all over again, only this time, she didn't even have the right to reminisce about him because soon, he would become another woman's husband and father. There would no longer be any connection between them. 1111, stop crying. Since he can move on with a new life, you can too. You're so capable, if you let him go, you'll definitely meet someone better. How could I possibly meet anyone better? No one would ever surpass the Luo Jinghuai who had died in her memories. You'll surely meet someone better. Wan Xinya chatted with Shin Shiyu for a long time, trying to guide her back through extensive conversation. Finally, Shin Shiyu needed to conduct nighttime rounds, so Wan Xinya left her office. On the way down the stairs, Wan Xinya saw Duan Yuanxi. Duan Yuanxi walked out of the elevator with a woman who was extremely beautiful, with black straight hair, wearing a long dress, simple yet elegant and artistic in appearance. No one knew what they were discussing, but the woman's cheeks were flushed red, and there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, Duan Yuanxi spotted Wan Xinya. Enk sister, you don't need to see me off. Take care of Kiel first. I'll contact you later. Duan Yuanxi said to the woman. All right. The woman turned around and re-entered the elevator carriage. After waiting for the woman to leave, Duan Yuanxi walked towards Wan Xinya. What a narrow escape. It's really quite coincidental that we met again, Duan Yuanxi said. Wan Xinya genuinely did not want to deal with Duan Yuanxi. But how could she avoid her? As Duan Chizhou's younger sister, loving Duan Chizhou meant she could never evade Duan Yuanxi, and she needed to resolve misunderstandings and build a good relationship with her. We are not enemies, are we? Wan Xinya asked. Why not? In my heart, the person I hate the most is Wang Menghan, and you come second. Has your brother not told you? I have no connection with Wang Menghan. So what if he did? You grew up under her care, which is more horrifying than if she were merely your birth mother. Duan Yuanxi gave an expression of disdain. You both are venomous women, just well disguised. I will always detest you. Since you dislike me so much, perhaps we should try to see each other as little as possible. I will tell your brother to ensure we aren't present at the same occasion simultaneously. Wan Xinya believed avoiding or minimizing encounters was the best solution to their issue. Don't bring up my brother to intimidate me. Did you see the woman I was with earlier? I did. So what? That woman is named by Enk. She was my brother's first love, his unattainable ideal during university times. Unfortunately, my mom felt their social status was inappropriate, and she forcibly broke them apart. Duan Yuanxi stepped closer to Wan Xinya and lowered her voice. Did you see the news last night exposing my brother's illegitimate child? Guess whose kid that is? My brother said it was his friend's child. Duan Yuanxi laughed. Wan Xinya, how can you be so naive? Do you believe everything men say? Just because he says it's his friend's kid, you trust him? What do you mean? Bai Enk separated from my brother 6 years ago. Her child is 6 years old. Tell me, whose kid is that? Chapter 108, The Ideal Sister-in-Law. After saying this, Duan Yuanxi turned and walked away, leaving Wan Xinya standing alone in disarray for quite a while. However, Wan Xinya quickly calmed down. She knew Duan Yuanxi disliked her, and what she said was likely just to irritate her. If Duan Chizhou truly had an illegitimate child with his first love, he could just break up with her and reunite with his first love, living happily ever after as a family of 3. Why would he sincerely apologize to her parents at the Song family and promise her a future? Compared to Duan Yuanxi, Wan Xinya decided to trust Duan Chizhou. The following week, Duan Chizhou was very busy, and so was Wan Xinya. They had no time to meet, and during their occasional calls, Wan Xinya didn't mention encountering Duan Yuanxi at the hospital. After finishing a week-long project, Wan Xinya became free earlier than Duan Chizhou. Duan General Manager, are you free for dinner tonight? Ruan Shinya sent a message to Duan Chijo on Friday evening as she was about to leave work. I have a meeting at 7, Duan Chijo replied. If you don't mind, at the restaurant opposite Duan's? Sure, I don't mind. I'll find you after work. Okay. After work, Ruan Shinya took the subway directly to Duan's company headquarters. She didn't go upstairs but waited for Duan Chijo in the restaurant across from the Duan Corporation building. I've arrived. She took a picture of the restaurant and sent it to Duan Chijo. Good, I'm coming down right away. About 5 minutes later, Duan Chijo arrived. He saw Ruan Shinya sitting in the hall and frowned slightly. No private room available. All tables are reserved at dinner time. Ruan Shinya smiled. Could General Manager Duan tolerate dining in the hall with me? Duan Chijo shook his head. It doesn't matter where we eat, but the key is that kissing you here wouldn't be appropriate. Ruan Shinya rolled her eyes at him. Can you behave properly? Isn't it normal to want to kiss one's girlfriend after not seeing her for a whole week? How is that improper? Who asked you to be so busy? A project got stuck, but negotiations are underway, and there will be results in a couple of days. Once I'm done, I'll spend some quality time with you. All right. What do you want to eat? You order. Let's decide together. All right. After ordering their meals, Duan Chijo received a message on his phone, and he focused on dealing with it. Ruan Shinya didn't disturb him and quietly sat by his side, watching the scenery outside. Suddenly, she noticed several colleagues from her previous job coming out in small groups to have dinner. Are they all working overtime today? Ruan Shinya asked. Working overtime for a meeting. Ruan Shinya nodded. To avoid being seen sitting together with Duan Chijo by her former colleagues, she deliberately stooped lower. Duan Chijo glanced at her. What? Are you sneaking around like a thief when we eat together? Just afraid the old colleagues might misunderstand. Misunderstand what? We're officially dating, so what is there to misunderstand? Before Ruan Shinya could respond, she suddenly noticed a tall and slender figure in the crowd. It was Bai Enk, whom she had met at the hospital before. Duan Yuanshi referred to her as Duan Chijo's first love. Bai Enk was walking alongside Chu Hang, chatting happily, appearing quite familiar with each other. Is that person a new colleague? Ruan Shinya pointed at Bai Enk and asked. Duan Chijo looked back briefly. Yes. After saying yes, he continued responding to the messages on his phone with such natural ease that Ruan Shinya felt even asking another word would be a desecration of their relationship. Nevertheless, a knot formed in her heart. Duan Chijo actually brought Bai Enk into Duan's company. Ruan Shinya wanted to ask further but was interrupted by Duan Chijo's ringing phone. Sorry, I need to take this call, said Duan Chijo. Okay. It seemed the call was from a client. Throughout the conversation, Duan Chijo was discussing project collaboration with the other party, while Ruan Shinya ate sporadically by his side, her thoughts swirling. When he finally hung up the call, it was already time for him to attend another meeting. I have to go to a meeting now. Duan Chijo leaned towards Ruan Shinya as he stood up, kissed her forehead, and said, today was too busy to have a proper meal with you. I'll make it up to you another day. All right, go ahead with your work. Pay attention to your safety when you return home. Let me know once you've reached safely. All right. Duan Chijo hurriedly left the restaurant, and Ruan Shinya watched his retreating figure, feeling for a moment that questioning whether this man, who was too busy to even have a meal, was cheating on her was a bit unfair to him. But the words spoken by Duan Yuanshi still pricked at her heart like thorns. What exactly was going on with Bai Enk? Ruan Shinya struggled internally for a few days. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she called Shen Shiyu and told her everything. Shen Shiyu immediately scolded her. Are you stupid? Are you 17 or 18 years old? In a relationship, you are constantly anxious and worried. We are all adults. Life and work are tiring enough. If something is bothering you, just ask directly. Don't make things harder on yourself, and don't always overthink things. Does Duan Chijo have time to guess what you're thinking with how busy he is? Just communicate properly and don't let small misunderstandings create barriers. It'll be too late if you regret it after you've missed your chance. The last half of this statement was clearly Shen Shiyu's personal life insight. Ruan Shinya felt that Shen Shiyu had made some very reasonable points. It just so happened that Duan Chijo's birthday was coming up, so Ruan Shinya decided to take this opportunity to ask everything clearly. On the day of Duan Chijo's birthday, Ruan Shinya took half the afternoon off and planned to go to Duan Chijo's place to decorate it for him, giving him a surprise. Duan Chijo currently lived in a villa at Yangshan Garden, which was close to the company and convenient for commuting. Ruan Shinya had stayed there a few times before and she knew the password for the front door. Today, she came secretly without telling Duan Chijo. Ruan Shinya carried several big bags, but as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw the lights were on inside the house. Logically, at this time, Duan Chijo should have been at the office, and the housekeeper would already be off duty. So why was there someone at home? Ruan Shinya was puzzled when suddenly, a little boy ran out from the living room. The little boy looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing overalls, looking like a little tiger with a big water gun in his hand. Without saying anything, he sprayed water at Ruan Shinya. Hey. Ruan Shinya took several steps back, but her clothes were still soaked by the water gun. Who are you? Why are you so rude? It's rude not knocking before entering. The little boy stuck out his tongue at her and raised the water gun again. Cola. At this moment, a woman ran out from inside the house. Her black hair was tied into a bun, and she wore an embroidered cloth dress, looking both artistic and somewhat classically beautiful. It was Bai Enk. Kola, why are you running around? By scolded her son. That little boy named Kola pointed at Ruan Shinya. Mom, look, a stranger broke into Daddy's house. Daddy. This little boy called Duan Chijo Daddy. The mountain in Ruan Shinya's heart instantly collapsed. She glanced at Bai, who also silently looked back at her. You are. Bai started. Ruan Shinya didn't respond. She immediately dropped the things she was holding and turned to leave. Bai stood where she was and showed no intention of chasing after her. Mom, who was that person? Why did she leave all her stuff behind and act so strangely? Kola asked. Bai said nothing. At this point, Duan Yuanshi walked out from the hall. That's the Ruan Shinya I mentioned to you before. So she's the one. Bai had heard about Ruan Shinya from Duan Yuanshi before. Duan Yuanshi had said that Ruan Shinya was shameless, like a vixen who had completely mesmerized Duan Chijo. She had thought then, if Ruan Shinya could mesmerize Duan Chijo so thoroughly, she must be incredibly beautiful. Now seeing her, she understood it was clear that any man would be mesmerized by her beauty. Auntie will give you a lollipop, Kola. Go play somewhere else, alright? Auntie needs to talk to your mom. Duan Yuanshi handed a lollipop to Kola. Alright. Kola happily took the lollipop and ran off. Duan Yuanshi gave Bai a meaningful look. Let's talk in the garden. Okay. Bai obediently nodded and followed Duan Yuanshi to the garden. Do you remember what I told you in the hospital last time? Duan Yuanshi asked. Yes. So, what do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? I'll say it again, if you listen to me, I can help you get my brother. 11. You may have misunderstood. What misunderstanding? Don't tell me you don't like my brother. I'm not blind. If an ant walks by my brother, I can tell whether it likes him from its eyes. Bai lowered her head and remained silent. Sister, I know what you're concerned about. You think you're unworthy of my brother, right? Duan Yuanshi crossed her arms and sized Bai up and down. Frankly speaking, you're pretty ordinary looking, and you even have a little baggage along with you. In many aspects, you differ greatly from my ideal sister-in-law. However, you are my brother's first love. First loves are irreplaceable in a man's heart, and only you have a chance to snatch my brother away from Ruan Shinya. 11. I might not be able to do it. Can you have a little confidence? Duan Yuanshi patted Bai shoulder. To you now, marrying my brother is an opportunity to change your life. And for me, as long as it's not Ruan Shinya, whoever becomes my sister-in-law is fine. Therefore, I will definitely help you. What if it doesn't work out? Trust me, it will definitely work. Ruan Shinya was startled by that little boy calling someone daddy. Is that child really Duan Chijo's son? She could hardly believe it. That's right, she had heard Bai call the boy Kola. No wonder she thought the name Kola sounded familiar. This Kola was the one who sent over 10 WeChat messages to Duan Chijo on that night. At the time, she had remarked on which client would use such a cute avatar, and it turned out that it was just a kid playing around with WeChat. Everything had been predictable. It was her being too slow-witted that made her only realize the truth today. After leaving Duan Chijo's place, Ruan Shinya subconsciously wanted to call Shinshiyu, but then she remembered that Shinshiyu told her yesterday she had surgery scheduled for today. She instantly didn't know who to talk to about all these emotions. At this moment, her sister Song Hanmo's phone call came in. Anan, are you at the company? I'm nearby handling some matters today. If you're free tonight, let's have dinner together, Song Hanmo said. Big sister, I'm not there. Ruan Shinya, upon hearing her sister's voice, couldn't help but start sobbing. What's wrong? Song Hanmo, upon hearing Ruan Shinya's sobs, immediately became concerned. What happened? Where are you? Big sister is coming to find you right now. Ruan Shinya didn't have any strength left to walk. She sat down on the curb and sent her location to her sister, Song Hanmo. All right, don't move from where you are. Big sister is coming to get you. Song Hanmo hung up the phone, immediately sending the address to the driver so he could drive her to Ruan Shinya. The more she thought about it along the way, the more she felt something wasn't right. She called Duan Chijo to ask what happened. Duan Chijo was in a meeting and didn't pick up the first call. Unyielding, Song Hanmo dialed 3 more times, and finally, Duan Chijo picked up the phone. Hello, Duan Chijo, did you bully my younger sister? Song Hanmo demanded fiercely. Big sister, what's going on? I don't understand what you're talking about. Anan cried. She was crying when I just called her. Where is she? Yongshan Garden. Yongshan Garden? Isn't that where I live? See, clearly it has something to do with you. I knew it. Anan's doing great in everything else, so the only thing that could make her cry like this is love troubles. Song Hanmo was angry. Duan Chijo, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Big sister, please calm down. I truly don't know what's happened. Let me go over there now. Duan Chijo gestured to Chu Hang. You take care of wrapping up the meeting for today. Yes, Mr. Duan. Duan Chijo quickly left the company by car. Song Hanmo arrived at Yongshan Garden before Duan Chijo. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Ruan Shinya sitting by the roadside, looking desolate like an abandoned little animal. Song Hanmo ran over and lovingly helped her up. What exactly happened? I went to Duan Chijo's house earlier and found out that he really does have a child. Ruan Shinya rubbed her sore nose tip, trying her best to control her emotions, but her voice still trembled slightly. It turns out those gossipy media reports were true. Duan Chijo really does have a secret child. What? That guy Duan Chijo actually has a secret child? Song Hanmo couldn't believe it. Are you mistaken? Is there any possibility of misunderstanding? There's no possibility of mistake. The child and the mother were in Doan Chijo's villa, and I even heard the child call Doan Chijo daddy. As soon as Song Hanmo heard this, she flew into a rage. Doan Chijo must be crazy, having a child and yet daring to flirt with you. What does he think he's doing? Trying to step out on two boats? Right after her words, Doan Chijo's car pulled up in front of them. Doan Chijo hurriedly got out of the car and walked toward them. Seeing Doan Chijo, Won Shinya held back her tears and turned away. Song Hanmo, however, directly charged at Doan Chijo. Doan Chijo, you dared to hurt my younger sister, right? Watch me not beat your face to pulp. Song Hanmo raised her hand and slapped Doan Chijo across the face. Chapter 109, Teach Her a Lesson. Doan Chijo was momentarily confused. Sis, what is this about? Do you have an illegitimate child? Your son already calls you daddy, right? What? You want to play both sides and have one at home while keeping another outside? Song Hanmo glared at him. Sorry, the daughters of the Song family won't let you degrade us. Sis, there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? I saw it all with my own eyes, Won Shinya said. That woman walked out from your house, and your son was playing with a water gun in your yard, saying it was daddy's house. It's impossible. Doan Chijo denied again firmly. This is absolutely impossible. Saying that, he walked up to Won Shinya. Come on, let's go back together to see who's hidden in my house. Seeing how determined Doan Chijo was, with not even a hint of embarrassment at being exposed, Won Shinya started to feel a bit unsure. Could there really be a misunderstanding? Song Hanmo came over and grabbed Won Shinya's hand. Let's go if we're going. Who are you trying to scare? I want to see who dares to play tricks on my sister today. The three of them returned to Doan Chijo's villa. The house still had its lights on, and occasionally, the sound of children playing could be heard. Doan Chijo frowned. Song Hanmo looked at Doan Chijo. What do you have left to say, Doan Chijo? The kids' voices are so loud. Did your house get invaded by child thieves? After saying that, she tugged at Won Shinya wanting to leave. She didn't want to cause Won Shinya any secondary harm. But Doan Chijo stopped them. We're already here, let's go inside and check. Insisting, they entered the house. In the living room, Keel was playing with balloons. Upon seeing Doan Chijo enter, he immediately ran towards him. Daddy Doan, Daddy Doan. Keel hugged Doan Chijo tightly. Keel, how did you get here? My mummy brought me here. Where's your mummy? She's in the kitchen making dishes. Keel pointed toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, chopping sounds could be heard, and whoever was in there was busy working away without hearing the sounds outside. Keel, go call your mummy out. Doan Chijo said. Okay. Keel quickly ran into the kitchen, pulling Bai Enk out. Bai Enk now wore an apron and seemed more like the lady of the house. Chi-Ju. Bai Enk appeared slightly startled upon seeing Doan Chijo and Won Shinya. How come you're here? Doan Chijo asked Bai Enk, and how did you get in? Doan Chijo had never told Bai Enk the password to his house, yet she was boldly cooking in his kitchen, which was outrageous. It was me. From the railing upstairs, Doan Yuanshi popped her head out while licking a lollipop. Doan Yuanshi, what nonsense are you pulling again? Doan Chijo was angry. This is my home. Who allowed you to just bring people over? Why are you being so harsh, big bro? Today is your birthday, and Keel wanted to give you a surprise. As a child's wish, I had to fulfill it, right? Doan Yuanshi gave a subtle look to Keel. Isn't that true, Keel? Yes, Auntie Yuanshi is correct. I wanted to give Daddy Doan a birthday surprise. Keel tugged on Doan Chijo's arm. Daddy Doan, don't you like me coming to your house? With the innocent eyes of a child looking at him, Doan Chijo couldn't directly hurt the child. He squatted down and took Keel's hand. Of course I like you visiting my home, but you need to remember that letting someone know beforehand when visiting their home is a sign of respect. Would it still be a surprise if we notified you in advance for your birthday? Doan Yuanshi came downstairs to defend Keel. The premise of a surprise is whether the other person will actually feel happy. For my birthday, did you ever inquire about my birthday arrangements? You don't even know my plans, yet you bring others home to surprise me. Do you think I would be happy about that? Bai Enk is your first love, and Keel is your son. Would any man be unhappy meeting his first love and son on his birthday? Doan Yuanshi emphasized the words first love and son. Who told you Bai Enk is my first love? Doan Chijo turned to Bai Enk. Enk, did you say that? Bai Enk immediately lowered her head, clearly avoiding Doan Chijo's gaze, revealing her nervousness. Seeing this, Doan Chijo stepped right in front of her and asked again, I'm asking you, did you tell my sister that you were my first love? I didn't say that. Bai Enk replied. Then are you my first love? Doan Chijo pointed to Won Shinya. Let me introduce you to her. That Miss Song is my girlfriend. Please tell her, did we ever date? Bai Enk shook her head. No. No what? Be more specific. Enk and I have never dated. Bai Enk said. Won Shinya's heart loosened by half the tension it had held. Even if you two haven't dated, that doesn't stop you from secretly admiring Sister Enk, Doan Yuanshi added. Dare you say you didn't secretly admire Sister Enk? I didn't. Doan Chijo firmly stated. Bai Enk's eyes darkened slightly, as though the last flicker of hope had been extinguished. It's impossible. I remember how Mom went to your school and broke us up back then. Shut up. Doan Chijo shot a glare at Doan Yuanshi. You don't know anything, you just talk nonsense. Since Enk and Keel are both here today, could you help clarify one more thing to my girlfriend for me? Is Keel really my child? Keel isn't Chijo's child. Bai Enk replied. Taking a deep breath, Duan Chijo walked over to Ruan Shinya, took her hand and said, "Do you believe me now?" Ruan Shinya thought about the whole farce that day and felt her face turning red knowing he even got slapped on his birthday. "I'm sorry, it was all my misunderstanding." Before Duan Chijo could reply, Song Hanmo jumped in. "Chijo, it's our fault we misunderstood you, but there's no way I won't give her a lesson today." Song Hanmo charged straight at Duan Yuanshi and yanked her ponytail hard. Duan Yuanshi screamed in pain. "Let go of me, what is wrong with you? Is it me who's crazy or you?" Song Hanmo jabbed her finger into Duan Yuanshi's forehead. "I think your head must be full of bubbles. What's wrong with your brother being with the woman he loves? Every day you try so many tricks, just to break them up, aren't you satisfied until you succeed? So what if I can't stand that cheap woman Ruan Shinya? Ruan Shinya is already part of the past. She is called Song Yuan now. How she bullied her in the past, I don't know, but from now on, if you dare to touch even one strand of her hair, I won't let you off easily. No matter what she's called, she's still unworthy of my brother. What's so great about your brother? Just because he's handsome? My sister is also very beautiful. And rich. The Song family is not poor either. I think it's your brother who isn't good enough for my sister." Song Hanmo retorted. "Haha, it's hilarious, how could my brother ever be unworthy of that cheap woman? With a stupid, disrespectful sister like you, he already loses points. In the Song family, everyone is polite and respectful, but look at you, calling people names, behaving like a street thug." "Street thug? Who are you calling a street thug?" Duan Yuanshi lunged forward, trying to fight Song Hanmo, but Duan Chijo dashed ahead and grabbed her by the wrist. "That's enough, Duan Yuanshi." Perhaps sensing Duan Chijo's grim expression, Kay burst out crying. "Mummy, Daddy Duan looks so scary. I'm scared." Bai Enk covered Keel's eyes and turned to Duan Chijo, saying, "Chijo, Keel and I were wrong today. Please don't blame Yuanshi. You don't need to plead for her. I am well aware who hatched this plan today. You take Keel and leave immediately." Bai Enk wanted to say more, but Kay had already bolted away. Helpless, Bai Enk could only rush after her son first. "Sis, you and Anan should go home too," Duan Chijo said to Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo still felt dissatisfied and tried to scold Duan Yuanshi again, but she was restrained by Ruan Shinya. "Sis, let's go home. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, let Chijo handle the rest himself." Song Hanmo glanced at Duan Yuanshi, gave a cold snort, and left with a toss of her hair. In the end, only Duan Chijo and his sister Duan Yuanshi remained in the room. "So, what else do you want to threaten me with?" Duan Yuanshi snapped first. "If you're capable, cut ties with me completely. Otherwise, I will never accept that kind of woman as my sister-in-law." Slap. A resounding slap landed on Duan Yuanshi's face. "Duan Yuanshi, watch your language when you speak. I've put up with you until today solely out of respect for our deceased mother. If you continue stirring trouble, I'll grant your wish and act as if you're no longer my sister from now on." Fine, then let it be as if I'm no longer your sister." After saying that, Duan Yuanshi spun around to leave but was stopped by Duan Chijo pulling her back. "As long as you eat my food and spend my money, if we're cutting ties, return everything bought with my money. Also, all your cards are frozen starting now. Duan Chijo, you've become so heartless. Yes, without cruelty, there can be no severance." With that, Duan Chijo violently broke the red enamel diamond necklace around Duan Yuanshi's neck. "Take off your bracelet, chain, watch, and earrings yourself. There's no need to take off your clothes, consider them the last gift from your big brother. Take it off." Duan Yuanshi shouted loudly, but Duan Chijo's voice was even louder. "Fine, if you want me to take it off, I will." Duan Yuanshi removed all the jewelry worth over 1 million from her body and threw them on the ground. "I hate you to death. I will never forgive you in this lifetime." After saying that, Duan Yuanshi ran out directly. Duan Chijo looked at his sister's back and took a deep breath. He made a call to Chen Han, "Keep an eye on Duan Yuanshi." "Yes, Mr. Duan." Song Hanmo sent Ruan Shinya back to her place. On the way, she was still ranting about Duan Yuanshi. As she ranted, she suddenly remembered something. "Anan, I impulsively slapped Chijo today. Do you think Chijo will hold it against me?" "He won't." Ruan Shinya replied. "I'll apologize to him later, and you can explain it for me again today." "All right." Not long after Ruan Shinya returned home, Duan Chijo arrived. His body reeked heavily of cigarettes, showing that he had smoked quite a lot. I'm sorry. The moment the two met, they both apologized simultaneously. "Ladies first, let me speak first about where I went wrong," Ruan Shinya interjected. "I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you without investigating the facts today. My sister only acted because she wanted to protect me. Please don't blame her, she is already feeling very guilty." "I don't blame her." All said, "It's because I didn't discipline my sister well enough." Ruan Shinya didn't say much more. She could smell the strong cigarette smell on Duan Chijo's body, and she could feel how helpless he was toward this sister of his. "It's my fault. From the day when the paparazzi leaked that I had an illegitimate child, I should have explained everything clearly to you." Bai Enk was Duan Chijo's university classmate. Back then, Bai Enk was the school's belle, and all the guys in Duan Chijo's dormitory were smitten with her. "Wait, did that include you?" Ruan Shinya asked. "It didn't include me." While studying at university, Duan Chizhou was required by his grandfather to intern at the company during his free time. He barely had enough time to sleep, let alone have energy to pay attention to the school beauty. Later, Bai Enk started dating a guy named Han Shun from their dorm. Han Shun was Duan Chizhou's best friend, and because of Han Shun, Duan Chizhou gradually got to know Bai Enk. In their senior year, Bai Enk became pregnant with Han Shun's child, but unfortunately, Han Shun passed away unexpectedly. During that period, everyone in Duan Chizhou's dormitory was grieving, but Bai Enk was even sadder. Worried about Bai Enk's mental health, after Han Shun's death, Duan Chizhou and the other guys in the dorm took turns taking care of Bai Enk. They not only bought her groceries and cooked for her, but also accompanied her to prenatal checkups at the hospital. For some reason, the fact that Duan Chizhou accompanied Bai Enk to her prenatal checkups reached the ears of Duan Chizhou's mother, Feng Suling. Thinking that her son had gotten someone pregnant before marriage, Feng Suling rushed to the school and gave Bai Enk a 5 million yuan check, urging her to have an abortion and stay away from Duan Chizhou. Bai Enk's parents had passed away early, and now that she was pregnant and her boyfriend had tragically died, it was precisely the time when she needed money. Duan Chizhou took advantage of the situation and suggested she accept the check from his mother. 5 million wasn't much for the Duan family, but it was life-saving money for Bai Enk. At first, Bai Enk refused to accept any payment, but after Duan Chizhou repeatedly persuaded her, she eventually accepted the check and left for abroad. Upon hearing this, Wan Xinya finally understood why Duan Yuanqi mentioned Feng Suling interfering and breaking up the couple. It was all a misunderstanding within a misunderstanding. After Bai Enk went abroad, she gave birth to a boy and named him Keel. To express her gratitude for the care she received from Duan Chizhou and his entire dormitory, she made all of them godfathers to her child. Keel uniformly called them daddy, but to distinguish between each one, he added their surnames before the title. Thus, Duan Chizhou became Keel's uncle Daddy Duan. So why did Bai Enk suddenly return to China? Wan Xinya asked. That, I'm not clear about. Did she mention wanting to work at Duan Corporation herself? Yes, she said she needs to earn money to raise her child. Wan Xinya paused thoughtfully. Somehow, I feel like Bai Enk has feelings for you. Chapter 110, Passionate Kiss at the Bar. Although Duan Chizhou has an extraordinary business acumen, he is quite dull when it comes to matters of love. Impossible, said Duan Chizhou. Even though Enk works for the Duan family now, there's hardly any interaction between her and me. Isn't this kind of interaction already significant today? If a woman has no interest in a man, how could she let his younger sister keep calling her sister-in-law or first love without rebutting? How could she come to cook for him on his birthday? Something was clearly off here. But Wan Xinya didn't want to continue debating with Duan Chizhou about whether Bai Enk actually liked him or not. Saying more might inadvertently make Duan Chizhou curious about her feelings towards him, which would only cause unnecessary trouble for herself. Today's your birthday. I originally planned to celebrate properly with you, but it ended up like this. Don't be upset, said Wan Xinya, gently touching Duan Chizhou's face. Song Hanmo didn't hold back with her force, but thankfully, there were no obvious handprints left behind. I'm not upset. At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. In the future, trust me. Duan Chizhou looked at Wan Xinya. Whenever there's something or any issue, communicate directly with me. I won't hide anything from you. Please don't speculate blindly all by yourself. The most important thing in a relationship is trust. Wan Xinya nodded. I understand. The most important thing in a relationship is trust. After what happened today, Wan Xinya deeply realized the significance of that statement. Alright, now tell me how you plan to celebrate my birthday, asked Duan Chizhou. His reminder made Wan Xinya realize she had left the gifts at the villa in Yangshangyuan. I originally planned to go to your place and cook for you. A romantic candlelit dinner for two. I also brought gifts, but during the argument, I left everything at your doorstep. No problem. I'll fetch the gifts myself when I return. Okay. So, how do you plan to compensate me for the cancelled candlelit dinner? How do you want me to compensate you? Shall we still go to the supermarket? There's still time. Wan Xinya was about to get up when Duan Chizhou firmly pressed her down. Don't bother. Let's eat out. Sure. Duan Chizhou drove them to a restaurant named Wangxi in Rongqing. The restaurant had a distinct nostalgic charm. It was mostly decorated with various clocks. Walking into this place gave customers a direct sense of time passing. This place is so special, commented Wan Xinya. Yeah, this restaurant is even older than you. Really? It doesn't look that old. The era-specific decor was noticeable, but there was no feeling of dilapidation. The owner spends a lot of money every year maintaining it, explained Duan Chizhou as he pointed towards a photo wall nearby. If you don't believe me, take a look at that wall. My full moon party picture after birth is there. Wan Xinya immediately became interested. She had never seen Duan Chizhou's baby photos before. I'll take a look. Wan Xinya rushed over to the photo wall while Duan Chizhou leisurely followed. There were approximately hundreds of photos on the wall, making it hard for Wan Xinya to focus. Can you find it? Duan Chizhou asked. Don't tell me yet. Let me try finding it myself. I'm sure I can do it. As soon as Wan Xinya spoke, her eyes quickly scanned each photo one by one. She hadn't expected there to be so many little children in the photos. Why are there so many babies? Was it trendy to have full moon celebrations here back then? Wan Xinya questioned. Yeah. This restaurant had always been the gathering spot for the prominent families in Rongqing. When Duan Chizhou was born, Wangxi was incredibly popular. Back then, being able to secure a seat at Wangxi was a symbol of status and prestige. Hey, I found it. Ruan Xinya pointed to a chubby baby right in the middle of the photo wall. Is this you? Duan Qizhou glanced in the direction she pointed, and indeed, the chubby baby she indicated was him right after his full moon celebration. How did you know? Duan Qizhou was puzzled since there was hardly any resemblance between the infant in the photo and himself now. Sixth sense. When Ruan Xinya's eyes landed on this particular photo, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Hence, she guessed it must be Duan Qizhou. Amazing. I also saw another photo. Ruan Xinya pointed towards a top right corner family photo with 4 people. Is this you too? Duan Qizhou hummed in confirmation. That was my 10th birthday celebration. We took this family portrait here. 10-year-old Duan Qizhou had already developed the same charm and charisma as he does now. But when Ruan Xinya first noticed this photo, she wasn't drawn to recognize young Duan Qizhou initially. Instead, it was Duan Qiuming that she identified instantly. In the photo, Duan Qiuming was not yet confined to a wheelchair. He wore glasses and looked spirited as he held up his daughter Duan Yuanxi. At that time, Duan Yuanxi was about 3 or 4 years old, riding on her father's shoulders, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. Meanwhile, the 10-year-old Duan Qizhou was hugged by his mother Feng Suling, his face beaming with joy. The family of 4 was harmonious, blessed with both a son and a daughter. Every detail in this photo radiated happiness. When Ruan Xinya looked at this photo, she suddenly understood why Duan Yuanxi had hated Wang Menghan and herself from the very beginning. For Duan Yuanxi, her mother Feng Suling's death meant the loss of one person in this happy 4-person family, and Wang Menghan's involvement signified the complete destruction of this family. This little princess, once cherished in her parents' and brother's arms, could never comprehend why her father, who loved her mother so much, remarried so quickly. The more blissful the past had been, the more reluctant Duan Yuanxi became to accept it. Thus, she harbored hostility towards Wang Menghan, and towards Wang Menghan's daughter Ruan Xinya too. When she found out that the woman who stole her father was also the murderer of her mother, this hatred reached its peak, and even after she learned that Ruan Xinya and Wang Menghan had no mother-daughter relationship, this hatred couldn't easily subside. Moreover, disregarding their past grudges, for Duan Yuanxi, Ruan Xinya now had taken away her only loving brother Duan Qizhou. With new grievances added to old ones, it was impossible for Duan Yuanxi not to dislike Ruan Xinya. So it turns out all your important days were celebrated in this restaurant. Are there any other photos? No. How about we take one today? Later. Good. Duan Qizhou wrapped his arm around Ruan Xinya's shoulder. In a few years, we can bring our child here to see where Mom used to celebrate Dad's birthday. Ruan Xinya immediately felt her cheeks heat up. What are you talking about? Didn't you say whether we have children or not is entirely up to me? That's true. But do you want a child of our own? Not for now, said Ruan Xinya. All right, as you wish. But what? I would like the process of making a child tonight. Ruan Xinya. Since Duan Qizhou was the birthday boy today, his wish had to be fulfilled one way or another. After having dinner and taking photos at the restaurant, the two returned to Duan Qizhou's house in Yangshan Yard. Sure enough, the gift Ruan Xinya had left in the living room this afternoon was still there. Take a look. Do you like this gift? Ruan Xinya handed the gift over to Duan Qizhou. Upon opening it, Duan Qizhou saw a shoulder and neck massager. You really know me well. I've been in meetings continuously these days, my shoulders and neck have been sore. Ruan Xinya smiled. Duan Qizhou truly knew how to flatter her. Actually, picking a gift for Duan Qizhou was quite headache-inducing. A man like Duan Qizhou lacked nothing, and it wasn't until a few days ago when she noticed him frequently stretching his neck that she thought of this present. Now it seemed fine, regardless of whether the gift was genuinely to his liking. Ruan Xinya felt she made the right choice. As long as you like it. I like everything you give me. After saying that, Duan Qizhou pulled Ruan Xinya onto his lap. We've had our candlelit dinner, received the gift. Shouldn't we do something else next? He then gripped Ruan Xinya's chin gently and kissed her. At first, it was a tender and gentle kiss, but gradually, Duan Qizhou intensified it. Ruan Xinya felt as though she lost her oxygen supply and could only cling to his neck to prevent herself from falling into oblivion. Suddenly, Duan Qizhou scooped her up horizontally. Let's go to the bedroom, he said. Ruan Xinya nodded. I need to shower first. All right. Duan Qizhou kissed her all the way while carrying her upstairs. Ruan Xinya had stayed over a few nights, and her spare clothes and nightwear were in the wardrobe of the master bedroom. Stop for a second. I said I need to shower first. Ruan Xinya pushed the clinging Duan Qizhou away and took the nightwear into the bathroom. But Duan Qizhou followed her right in. It was another wild night. Ruan Xinya almost fell asleep in the bathtub later. It was Duan Qizhou who cleaned her up, dried her body, and carried her back to bed. Of course, once back in bed, there was more. I don't want any more. An exhausted Ruan Xinya whimpered in Duan Qizhou's embrace. Then call me something nice. Duan Qizhou coaxed in her ear. How did I teach you last time? Ruan Xinya's already flushed face turned redder after hearing his words. Why aren't you speaking? He pressed harder. The more she stayed silent, the harder he pressed. Ruan Xinya finally gave in and softly called out, husband. Unexpectedly, this one word husband inflamed Duan Qizhou even more. He captured her lips and possessed her even more fiercely. Why don't you keep your word? A man who keeps his promises in bed is not a real man. Cheater. Good girl, just one last time. The passion spread throughout the bedroom. Of course, what was called the last time was naturally a lie told by a man. Just as Ruan Xinya thought she would have a sleepless night, Duan Chijo's phone rang. Whoever it was calling at such a late hour must be really daring to disturb Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo paused and glanced at the phone on the bedside table. It was Chen Han calling. Chen Han was an extremely reasonable person. He wouldn't casually call him at this hour for no reason. Duan Chijo kissed Ruan Xinya's lips gently. "I'll let you go tonight." He wrapped himself in a bathrobe and got out of bed to answer the call. Finally, Ruan Xinya could rest. She hugged the blanket and turned over, quickly falling asleep. The next morning when Ruan Xinya woke up, there was no sign of Duan Chijo on the bed. Not only was the space beside her empty, but also there was no warmth left on the sheet, indicating that he hadn't spent the night by her side. Where had Duan Chijo gone? Ruan Xinya was about to look for her phone to call him when she noticed a note stuck on the bedside. "I'm going out to handle something. Help yourself to breakfast after you wake up." Ruan Xinya recalled it should have been last night's phone call that summoned him away. But whose call could it be? Could it possibly be by Enk? This idea flashed across her mind, and she immediately told herself, "Don't overthink it, trust him." Duan Chijo wouldn't leave their bed halfway through the night due to by Enk's call. Then what happened last night? As Ruan Xinya was getting out of bed and dressing, she sent Duan Chijo a text message. "Is everything sorted out?" Duan Chijo didn't reply. At this moment, Ruan Xinya's phone rang. It was her sister, Song Hanmo, calling. Song Hanmo rarely called so early in the morning. "Sis, how can this be early? It's already 8 o'clock, said Song Hanmo teasingly. "I finished my Pilates session and showered. I'm ready to head to the company. The boss is definitely more intense than the common people." "Are you still sleeping? Why does your voice sound so hoarse? Did you catch a cold from being chilled?" Ruan Xinya thought back to last night's craziness. Her hoarse voice wasn't because she caught a cold, it was from shouting all night long. "Why aren't you answering?" "Oh, nothing, maybe my throat feels dry after waking up," Ruan Xinya replied. Song Hanmo, though having experienced a romantic relationship, had not encountered such intense affairs between men and women. She completely didn't know what her sister had gone through. If she said it was dry throat, then it was a dry throat. "Sis, why did you call me?" Ruan Xinya took a sip of water to soothe her throat to avoid raising any suspicion from her sister. "Nothing much, I just saw a gossip piece about Chiju's arrogant and unruly younger sister." "Have you seen it?" "Not yet. She had just woken up and hadn't paid attention to the news online." "Go check it out then. This girl is really stirring up trouble. Chiju having such a younger sister makes me feel tired for him." Song Hanmo sighed. "In the future, try to stay away from her if you don't have anything urgent to deal with her. I think this person really has no brain." "Alright, I'll take a look." Then I'll go to work first. We can talk later." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Ruan Xinya opened Weibo, where the hot search of Duan Yuanxi passionately kissing a man in the bar had already shot to the top of the hot search list. Under that photo, there were tens of thousands of comments accumulated, but once clicked into, no comment could be seen. Judging from this, all vulgar words must have been urgently cleared by PR personnel. But that didn't stop netizens' enthusiasm for gossiping. The picture kept circulating and eventually topped the hot search. Ruan Xinya guessed that Duan Chijo left last night upon receiving a phone call precisely because of this matter. Song Hanmo was right. Having such a younger sister as Duan Yuanxi made Duan Chijo seem tired not only to those around him but to himself even more. She was pondering over this when Duan Chijo returned. Having been awake all night, there was weariness evident in Duan Chijo's expression. How are things handled? Chapter 111, Never mind my life or death. Ruan Xinya walked up to Duan Chijo and softly asked him a question. "The PR is still being dealt with," Duan Chijo replied. "And 1111? Sent back to the Duan family. In that case, you should take a rest." "All right." Duan Chijo sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples, and looked at Ruan Xinya. "Are you heading to work?" "Yeah." He motioned her closer. "Come here and let me give you a hug, spend 10 more minutes with me." "Okay." Ruan Xinya sat next to Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo pulled her into his arms, then rested his head on Ruan Xinya's shoulder. Neither of them said a word, but Ruan Xinya could feel how heavy-hearted he was through his breathing. 10 minutes passed quietly, and after 10 minutes, Duan Chijo fell asleep. Ruan Xinya gently extricated herself, letting him lie down on the sofa, went upstairs to fetch a blanket to cover him properly, and then tiptoed out of the door to work. "Ms. Ruan, I have some good news to share with you." Ruan Xinya had barely stepped into the company when she was stopped by Fei Xiaowen. "What's the good news?" Ruan Xinya asked. "I've been secretly preparing for the civil service exams recently, and I've finally succeeded." "Really? Congratulations." After congratulating her, Ruan Xinya suddenly realized something else. "So does this mean you're resigning?" Fei Xiaowen nodded. "I've already told the manager, and now we're officially going through the procedures. I'm truly happy for you, Xiaowen, but I'll miss you," Ruan Xinya sincerely stated. Fei Xiaowen was the first friend Ruan Xinya made after coming to the Jew company, and also her only close friend. Having her around made every day at work less monotonous. "I'll miss you too. Let's make plans tonight," Fei Xiaowen suggested. "We can celebrate my passing the civil service exam together." "Good." After work, Ruan Xinya and Fei Xiaowen went to the Crescent Moon Square to eat Thai cuisine. This restaurant has amazing reviews. Whenever I got hungry studying late at night, I would look up their reviews online. They say their best dish is Thai coconut milk chicken. We should try it soon. Great, I've heard of this place too. It always appears on the must-eat list in the Crescent Moon Square's gourmet section. Right. Finally, we get to taste it today. Maybe because Xiaowen was about to leave her job, tonight's topics of conversation were all rather profound, and by the time they finished eating, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. How will you go home? Fei Xiaowen asked. I'll take a taxi. What about you? My boyfriend will pick me up. Hey, when did you start dating? Met him at the library earlier. We found we had quite a bit in common, so we decided to try things out. Fei Xiaowen blushed as she spoke. Wow, 2 joys in one day. Hihi, why don't I have my boyfriend drive you home? Fei Xiaowen offered. No need, it's not on your way. It'd be troublesome to go out of the way for me. I'll just take a taxi. Alright, be safe. Millimeter. The two parted ways in the square. As Ruan Xinya was about to hail a taxi, she caught sight of a familiar figure flashing by the entrance of a bar across the street. It was Duan Yuanxi. Hadn't Duan Chizhou said that Duan Yuanxi had already been sent back to the Duan household? How did she sneak out again to come to the bar? Ruan Xinya felt a twinge of anger. Public opinion online hadn't completely settled yet. What trouble would Duan Yuanxi cause next? She really couldn't stay out of trouble. Ruan Xinya immediately thought of Duan Chizhou's weary face that morning and felt a pang in her heart. To prevent any trouble beforehand, Ruan Xinya called Duan Chizhou right away, but his line was busy and she couldn't get through. She thought it over and directly followed Duan Yuanxi into the bar. The bar was a mix of various kinds of people. Ruan Xinya had barely entered and within 3 minutes had already been stopped by several men asking for her contact information, but she ignored them all. Duan Yuanxi was dancing in the dance floor. Due to the trending topic from yesterday, many people around her recognized her and were holding their phones up to take photos of her. Ruan Xinya observed for a while at the edge of the dance floor, unsure of how to get Duan Yuanxi to leave, when Duan Yuanxi spotted her first. As soon as Duan Yuanxi saw Ruan Xinya, an expression of disdain surfaced on her face. She rushed over to Ruan Xinya. What? Are you following me? Ruan Xinya didn't want to argue with her in front of so many people, so she dragged Duan Yuanxi to a less crowded corridor. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Duan Yuanxi was extremely resistant to Ruan Xinya's touch. Let go. Do you think I actually wanted to touch you? Ruan Xinya said irritably. Didn't you see? So many people were taking pictures of you. So what if they took pictures of me? That's exactly the effect I want. Is it deliberate? Do you want to piss off your brother? So what if I want to make him angry? Does that hurt your feelings? You degrading yourself to fight against your brother shows that you know how important you are to him. Ruan Xinya glared at Duan Yuanxi. You think you're smart, but using self-degradation to hurt those who care about you is not smart, it's stupid. Who the hell do you think you are? Duan Chizhou and I have already severed our sibling relationship. Duan Chizhou is no longer my brother. Even if you're his girlfriend, you don't need to act as his sister-in-law in front of me. Back off, just the sight of you annoys me. After saying that, Duan Yuanxi walked away. Ruan Xinya was equally annoyed by her, but she was afraid that Duan Yuanxi would cause more trouble for Duan Chizhou. She followed Duan Yuanxi. At the revolving staircase of the bar, Duan Yuanxi met a man, and they embraced. This man had a buzz cut, tall and muscular. Ruan Xinya immediately recognized him as Chang Buotao, the eldest son of the Chang family. He had dated Duan Yuanxi for a while before being caught with drugs. Ruan Xinya remembered that when Chang Buotao was arrested in the bar, Duan Yuanxi was there having a party with friends. To avoid suspicion, Duan Chizhou specifically asked Ruan Xinya to deal with the situation and quietly took Duan Yuanxi out from the back door of the bar. How did Chang Buotao get released so quickly? Most importantly, was Duan Yuanxi really going to be with this drug addict again? If this were exposed, it wouldn't be an easy news item to manage through PR, and what's worse, it could affect the share price of the Duan Corporation. Ruan Xinya called Duan Chizhou once again. Duan Chizhou seemed to be in a phone meeting, and the line was still busy. Unable to reach him, Ruan Xinya sent him the location of the hotel and informed him that Chang Buotao had been released, and Duan Yuanxi was now with Chang Buotao. After sending the message, Ruan Xinya went upstairs. This bar was opened by Chang Buotao's uncle, and he had a private VIP room here. Ruan Xinya casually stopped a staff member and found out the information. As soon as she reached the door of the VIP room with 38S, she heard the sound of breaking objects inside. Chang Buotao, are you crazy? Do you take me, Duan Yuanxi, for a fool? How dare you put something like that in my drink? Shishi, it's just a joke. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it, why be so angry? Or, let me give you something else, rainbow candies, you will definitely like them. Phut, whatever you call it, rainbow candies or fruit candies, it's basically just ecstasy. I warn you, I absolutely won't touch your trash. If this is how we reminisce, I'm not sticking around with you. I've got enough troubles myself, go play somewhere else. Duan Yuanxi said, as if she wanted to leave the room. Chang Buotao's voice came again, don't rush to leave, Shishi. We at least loved each other once. Now we've finally met again after so long, of course we need to catch up properly. That's enough. I'm going downstairs to dance. I'll show you some other good stuff. I already said I don't want to see it. If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police. Duan Yuanxi said. The mention of the police thoroughly enraged Chang Buotao. So you finally admit it, you were the one who reported me to the police back then, right? Chang Buotao roared with anger. Years ago, while having a great time with friends in the bar, he was reported for drug use and possession, which resulted in all of his friends getting arrested too. The Chang family had been investigating this incident ever since but could never figure out who made the report. Chang Buotao had never suspected Duan Yuanxi, but today this offhand comment made him fully realize if it was Duan Yuanxi who reported him, then it explained why they couldn't find any leads. After all, Duan Yuanxi's brother had significant power and resources, making it easy to protect his little sister. You're delusional. Stop saying nonsense, I've never reported anyone. Still denying? I see, it's you. All of you bastards, stop standing there like idiots, tie her up. Help! Help! Ruan Xinya heard Duan Yuanxi screaming for help from inside the room. Her heart clenched tightly, but she quickly calmed down. She first retreated to the corridor and called the police, claiming someone was hiding drugs there. Help! Help! Duan Yuanxi was dragged out of the private room, heading towards the corridor. Shut up! Chang Buotao yelled, I was ruined by you years ago, but I'm a good person, I repay kindness with virtue. In a moment, I'll make you taste extreme pleasure and pain. Chang Buotao, I'm telling you again, it wasn't me who reported you back then. Don't do this. If my brother finds out you tried to force me to use drugs, he will definitely kill you. Don't worry, I'll record a video so he doesn't dare kill me. You shameless bastard, let me go. Help! Help! Duan Yuanxi immediately became frightened when she realized Chang Buotao intended not only to force her to take drugs but also to record a video. You can shout all you want, but even if you could call your brother now, it would be too late. Chang Buotao, please let me go. I beg you. I never reported you. Shut up. Anything you say now makes no difference. Duan Yuanxi saw begging wouldn't help, and screamed for help again. Help! Help! Let her go. Ruan Xinya burst out and blocked Chang Buotao. Seeing Ruan Xinya, Duan Yuanxi first lit up with joy but quickly turned her face down with an expression of who cares if you save me. Of course, Ruan Xinya didn't miss Duan Yuanxi's look of disdain. However, in such a critical moment, she was too lazy to care about Duan Yuanxi's attitude. She only hoped she could save Duan Yuanxi, if not, at least delay things long enough for the police to come to rescue them. Chang Buotao looked Ruan Xinya up and down. Yo, where did this beauty come from? You, with your thin arms and legs, really think you can play hero? Let her go. She is the miss of Duan Corporation, Duan Chizhou's darling sister. If you hurt her, you will pay the consequences. Ruan Xinya looked calmly at Chang Buotao. Why don't we all calm down and have a chat? You can ask for anything, but please release her. Who are you? Chang Buotao retorted unhappily. What gives you the right to negotiate with me on behalf of the Duans? I am secretary to Mr. Duan Chizhou. Ruan Xinya carefully refrained from revealing that she was also his girlfriend. She knew if that were exposed, Chang Buotao would surely grab her as well to give himself another card to threaten Duan Chizhou. Just a secretary dare to negotiate with me? Back off, or else don't blame me for being rude. Chang Buotao was eager to deal with Duan Yuanxi, so he pushed Ruan Xinya aside. Ruan Xinya took advantage of the momentum, pushed him back, grabbed Duan Yuanxi, and ran. Damn! Chang Buotao stumbled against the wall and once he steadied himself, he immediately shouted, Someone, catch these two women. This was Ruan Xinya's first time in this bar. She had absolutely no sense of direction and just pulled Duan Yuanxi to run around in confusion. Duan Yuanxi herself was totally bewildered. Wherever Ruan Xinya ran, she followed. Finally, the two girls fled into a utility closet on the stairs. The utility closet had an awful smell, which made Duan Yuanxi very resistant. I don't want to go in there. Do you want to save your life or insist on acting like a princess? Ruan Xinya irritably shoved Duan Yuanxi inside. Don't think just because you saved me earlier, you can scold me. I didn't need you to save me anyway. Duan Yuanxi turned her head, refusing to meet Ruan Xinya's eyes. I hate you. And I'm not exactly thrilled by you either. If it wasn't for your brother worrying about you, I wouldn't bother with any of this. He worries about me. He only has you on his mind now, how would he worry about me? Stop talking nonsense, I don't believe you. He loves you, and no one can take that away. Footsteps boom 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 echoed through the corridor. It seemed that Chang Buotao brought quite a few people to chase them. Ruan Xinya looked around the little utility closet. If both of them hid here, they would definitely be found soon. Someone needed to draw Chang Buotao and his men away. You go in. Ruan Xinya pushed Duan Yuanxi to hide among the clutter and moved a big sack to block her view. No matter what happens next, you must stay silent. After instructing her, she prepared to leave the closet. Wait, Duan Yuanxi stopped her. What about you? I'll go outside and lead them away. Chang Buotao is crazy. If he catches you, you're done. So, worried about me now? Phut, who worries about you? Yes, remember that you hate me, so ignore whether I live or die and stay hidden in there without making a sound. After saying that, Ruan Xinya closed the utility closet door and rushed toward the other side of the staircase. Chapter 112, Breaking the Ice. Chang Buotao's men, hearing Ruan Xinya's footsteps, immediately followed her up the stairs. No one noticed the person hiding in the cluttered room filled with junk. Duan Yuanxi hid in the storage room, strongly enduring the unpleasant smell around her, suppressing the urge to vomit and tears, not daring to make a sound. She knew that Ruan Xinya was sacrificing herself to save her. She had to stay hidden to repay Ruan Xinya's effort. Ruan Xinya ran several flights of stairs, already running out of stamina, but at this moment she could only run with all her might. Every minute she delayed meant more hope for both her and Duan Yuanxi. She believed the police were certainly on their way. After an unknown amount of time, she was finally caught up by Chang Buotao's people. Stop her! Stop her! Ruan Xinya was seized by two men in black shirts, her hands twisted behind her back. You bitch, you run pretty fast. Chang Buotao, out of breath, walked up to Ruan Xinya and slapped her. Ruan Xinya's ears rang from the blow. Where is Duan Yuanxi? How come this little wretch isn't with you? She has already run away, said Ruan Xinya. Impossible. I've had every exit of the bar blocked. She must still be in the bar. Find her. Yes. Ruan Xinya was being dragged down by two bodyguards. As they passed by the storage room, Ruan Xinya kept her eyes forward, fearing Chang Buotao would notice something amiss. Fortunately, Chang Buotao didn't discover anything unusual. However, just as they passed by the storage room, it suddenly emitted a thud sound. What was that? Chang Buotao turned back alertly. Ruan Xinya stayed silent, and the bodyguards behind Chang Buotao also listened carefully. But that thud sound disappeared as if it was an illusion. Chang Buotao scanned around and then focused his eyes on the storage room. Looks like someone is hiding in there. Drag her out. Yes. Ruan Xinya closed her eyes in despair. A minute later, Duan Yuanxi was pulled out from the storage room. Covered in a foul smell, even Chang Buotao waved his hand to clear the air. How disgusting, he glared at Duan Yuanxi. You've been hiding so well. In consideration of our past relationship, I'll give you a quick death. As Chang Buotao spoke, he took out a needle. The syringe contained an unclear liquid. Chang Buotao, are you insane? If you dare lay a hand on me, my brother will never let you off. Duan Yuanxi screamed. Ruan Xinya was scared too. This Chang Buotao actually brought out DP in front of so many people. He really was crazy. Seeing Chang Buotao approaching Duan Yuanxi step by step, Ruan Xinya broke free from the bodyguard's grip and violently knocked the needle out of Chang Buotao's hand. Fuck. Furious, Chang Buotao grabbed a fistful of Ruan Xinya's hair and slammed her against the wall. Ruan Xinya felt blunt pain across her body and collapsed onto the floor. Do you want to taste this thing too? Chang Buotao picked up the syringe from the ground and came toward Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya looked up at him defiantly. The police will be here soon. I suggest you clean up and run, or this whole bar will be swept away. Chang Buotao's face darkened. Did you call the police? Ruan Xinya remained silent. The pain had left her unable to speak. You dared to call the police, you slut. I'll kill you. In anger, Chang Buotao raised the needle and stabbed it toward Ruan Xinya. Boom. Before Chang Buotao's needle touched Ruan Xinya, a gunshot echoed in the corridor. Chang Buotao fell to the ground with a howl, clutching his wounded arm. He'd been shot in the hand by the police. Police. Everyone freeze. A group of SWAT officers stormed into the hallway and subdued Chang Buotao and his men. Seeing this, a great weight was lifted off Ruan Xinya's heart. Are you okay? Duan Yuanxi rushed to Ruan Xinya. Ruan Xinya shook her head. Just as she was about to say she was fine, everything went black before her eyes, and she fainted from the pain. When Ruan Xinya woke up again, she found herself in the hospital. The first thing she saw after opening her eyes was Duan Chizhou standing by her bed. You're awake. As soon as Duan Chizhou saw her awaken, he bent over and kissed her forehead, asking gently, does it still hurt? Ruan Xinya was fine until Duan Chizhou asked this question, and she instantly felt a throbbing pain beneath her chest. So painful. Why does it hurt so much? Ruan Xinya asked. You have 2 broken ribs, and some soft tissue injuries. The doctor said these next few days will be very painful. Duan Chizhou kissed her forehead again, full of both pity and gratitude. Thank you for saving Yuanxi. How is she? She suffered some shock, but she wasn't injured. Thanks to you, otherwise, a real disaster would have occurred today. Duan Chizhou had phone meetings all day. When he saw Ruan Xinya's message, he experienced unprecedented anxiety. Over the years, Duan Yuanxi had caused a lot of trouble, big and small. However, what made Duan Chizhou most fearful was still Duan Yuanxi's romance with Chang Buotao. Chang Buotao was a big drug addict, and being entangled with someone like him was tantamount to ruining one's own life. He really worried that Duan Yuanxi would do something because of her defiance that would make her regret it for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Duan Yuanxi was still relatively clear-headed, knowing that DP must never be touched. Also fortunately, Ruan Xinya appeared and saved her. Wasn't Chang Buotao arrested? Why was he released so quickly? Ruan Xinya asked. Chen Han has investigated. It's because the Chang family pulled some strings and sent someone to take the fall for Chang Buotao. This whole thing was done stealthily, but Chang Buotao was just too arrogant. Instead of staying low profile and hiding his tracks, he relied on his family's power and influence, completely disregarding the law, continuing to conduct shady transactions openly in the bar. This time, neither Chang Buotao nor the Chang family, nor the faction of Chang Buotao's uncle will escape involvement. Duan Chizhou held Ruan Xinya's hand and said, you can rest assured, I will definitely get justice for you and Yuanxi. This time, Duan Chizhou would at all costs ensure that Chang Buotao, this poisonous insect, would rot in prison and never be able to cause harm again. While they were talking, a shadow flashed by the hospital room door. The person only peeked in through the door, didn't come in, but Duan Chizhou saw her. What are you doing lurking around the door? Why don't you come in? Duan Chizhou said. The person at the door was Duan Yuanxi. After sending Ruan Xinya to the hospital, Duan Yuanxi went to the police station to give her statement. After finishing her statement, she went home to take a shower, intending to rest as per the doctor's advice. But lying in bed, tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. In her mind, scenes of Ruan Xinya saving her kept replaying over and over again. Ruan Xinya had saved her at least 3 times today. If not for Ruan Xinya, Chang Buitao's needle would surely have pierced her body. Who knows what kind of poison or disease was on that needle head? If it hadn't been for Ruan Xinya stepping in, delaying the time, perhaps she'd have paid for her recklessness with her entire life. Ruan Xinya didn't have to care about her. After all, she had treated her so badly, so arrogantly. But Ruan Xinya risked her life safety to protect her anyway. Besides her mother and brother, there was no one else who would sacrifice their lives to protect her like this. Duan Yuanxi was deeply moved, beginning to truly examine the hatred she harbored towards Ruan Xinya. In fact, she shouldn't hate Ruan Xinya. Even if Ruan Xinya was really the daughter of Wang Menghan, such hatred should not have spilled over onto an innocent person like her, especially since Ruan Xinya herself was another victim in the world of Wang Menghan. Previously, Duan Yuanxi hated Ruan Xinya simply because she thought Ruan Xinya had taken away her brother's affection for her. But now, she found out that having Ruan Xinya as a sister-in-law meant her brother's love didn't decrease. Instead, there was another person to protect her. This was a good thing. Once she figured all this out, Duan Yuanxi immediately jumped out of bed and got dressed to come to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, she saw a flower shop still open, so she got out of the car and bought a bouquet of flowers. When buying the flowers, Duan Yuanxi didn't feel anything odd, but when she actually stood at the ward door holding the flowers, she suddenly felt awkward. Thinking about all the bad things she'd done to Ruan Xinya, all the despicable words she'd said, she felt embarrassed to enter the ward and see her. Come in. Seeing his sister standing hesitantly at the door, Duan Chizhou directly came over and dragged her inside. Duan Yuanxi was usually proud and aloof, and asking for forgiveness or reconciliation actively was something she wasn't very good at. Regardless of what you're going to say next, call her sister-in-law first. Duan Chizhou helped ease the atmosphere. Sister-in-law, Duan Yuanxi obediently called out. Ruan Xinya smiled faintly. Truthfully, she also felt uncomfortable with such an ice-breaking scene. It was quite awkward. Do those flowers belong to me? Ruan Xinya asked. Oh, yes. Duan Yuanxi quickly handed the bouquet in her arms to Ruan Xinya. Since Ruan Xinya was unable to rise from the bed, she could only weakly try to take it before finally letting Duan Chizhou help receive it. These flowers are really beautiful, thank you, said Ruan Xinya. It's me who should say thank you. Duan Yuanxi scratched her hair. Thank you so much for saving me today. Without your rescue, I would have been finished. I'm glad nothing happened to you. Well then, you take good rest, I'll head back first. Just a few short exchanges made Duan Yuanxi's face turn red. These were probably the most awkward few minutes in Miss Duan's life thus far. After speaking, Duan Yuanxi bowed to Ruan Xinya and rushed out of the ward. As Duan Chizhou watched his sister Duan Yuanxi walk away, he remembered how she looked when he saw her at the hospital today. She was dirty all over and cried to Duan Chizhou, saying, "Brother, I was wrong, I really made a mistake, everything before was my fault. From now on, I'll definitely improve myself and be a better person." Honestly, at that moment, Duan Chizhou felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, after waiting so long, he finally saw his sister grow up and come to her senses. It was all thanks to Ruan Xinya. If it weren't for Ruan Xinya's actions today that moved Duan Yuanxi, Duan Chizhou didn't know how much longer he would have to wait for this day. You're truly my lucky star. Duan Chizhou patted Ruan Xinya's head. Thanks to your kindness and courage that touched 1111, I feel like everything has become more favorable since you came into our lives. Ruan Xinya smiled. Then you'd better treasure me. Of course, you're the most cherished person in my life. After staying in the hospital for a week, Ruan Xinya was taken back to the Song family by her parents. Wei Zhizhi and Song Lin were heartbroken seeing Ruan Xinya in such an inconvenient state. They cared for her tirelessly every day, meticulously handling her food, clothing, and daily needs. Duan Chizhou almost visited Ruan Xinya every day. However, Wei Zhizhi was angry with him for not protecting Ruan Xinya well, which led to her getting injured because of Duan Yuanxi's situation. Thus, every time Duan Chizhou came, Wei Zhizhi treated him coldly. Mom, don't be mad at him. He didn't want me to get hurt either. Ruan Xinya privately tried to persuade her several times. But Wei Zhizhi was still upset. I warned him beforehand to take care of his own sister, telling him not to cause any trouble for you. Look what happened, you still ended up being harmed. Mom, although I got injured this time, if it could make Duan Chizhou's sister repent, I think it was worth it. You're just too foolish. Truly, Duan Chizhou's sister realized her mistakes this time. Let's hope so. If there's another time, I will never let their brother-sister pair off easily. While they were talking, Song Lin ran upstairs, saying that the leader of Ruan Xinya's company had come to visit her. Leader? Which leader? It's Ainan's boss. Ruan Xinya was surprised. Did Mr. Ju personally come? Yes, it said his surnamed Ju. Parents, please help me downstairs quickly. Okay, slowly, we'll take the elevator. After resting for half a month, Ruan Xinya had gradually begun attempting to walk on flat ground again. As soon as she descended the stairs, she saw Mr. Ju standing in the hall with a fruit basket and flowers in hand. Mr. Ju, with your busy schedule, why are you taking the time to see me? Ruan Xinya felt embarrassed. Sit down, please sit down. Parents, help me prepare a pot of tea. Good, Mr. Ju, please take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. All right, uncle, aunt. Ruan Xinya sat face to face with Mr. Ju on the sofa. Are you feeling better? Mr. Ju asked. I'm much better now. I can already walk around a bit. In about a month, I should be able to return to work. Returning to work isn't urgent, Mr. Ju replied. I apologize, Mr. Ju. This injury caused trouble for the company and must have delayed a lot of work. No delay. Headquarters sent Joy to temporarily replace you, and she adapted very quickly, Mr. Ju smiled while looking at Wan Xinya. And it wasn't really any trouble anyway. You reported the drug dealers, and the police even came to commend both you and the company. That's an honor for us. Thank you. Wan Xinya felt somewhat awkward, especially when she received the banner from the police station. It was quite unexpected. But the police officers visiting her mentioned that her reporting had uncovered a broader operation, directly helping the police dismantle a large drug den. In short, you were extremely brave, and your colleagues are all proud of you, Mr. Ju said. Mr. Ju, stop complimenting me, my face is turning red. Mr. Ju chuckled. Wei Jiji served the tea and, after pouring a cup for Mr. Ju, she left without disturbing them. The two chatted casually for a little while. Are you adapting well to your new family? Mr. Ju asked. Yes, my parents and siblings treat me very well. That's great. Mr. Ju took a sip of tea and seemed as if he wanted to say something but held back. Mr. Ju, is there something you'd like to say? Actually, it's nothing serious. Xiaoqing somehow heard about your injury and was very worried about you, but she dared not contact you directly. So, she entrusted me to check on you. Thinking of her younger sister Wan Muqing, Wan Xinya felt a lump in her throat and a tightness in her chest. Indeed, she hadn't been in touch with Wan Muqing for a long time. However, deep down, she missed Xiaoqing too. Several times, she opened the WeChat chat window but didn't know what to say, so she gave up each time. Thank you for relaying her concerns. I'll contact her right after this. Chapter 113, Proposal. Zhu Dongji sat for a while and then left. As soon as he stepped out, his mother Wei Jiji rushed over. Anan, your boss is so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Wan Xinya instantly understood her mother's implication. Mom, what are you scheming? Isn't your sister single? Such a high-quality man, I think he suits your sister well. I'm not quite sure about Zhu's romantic situation, and also, I think our sister has her own ideas. She might not like it if we arrange someone for her. Wei Jiji thought for a moment and nodded. True, your sister has a strong mind. The one we consider suitable, she might not like. Hey, I wonder what kind of man can win your sister's heart. Mom, don't rush. When the time comes for sister, you will know. Yes, I hope your sister meets her true love soon. They chatted for a while, and then Wei Jiji went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Wan Xinya. Wan Xinya took out her phone and called Wan Muqing. The phone rang once, and Wan Muqing picked up immediately. Sis, Xiaoqing, how are you recently? Upon hearing Wan Xinya's voice, Wan Muqing choked up. I am fine. Are you okay, sis? I heard that you were injured. I am fine. Don't worry. I'll visit you when I get better. Hearing this, tears fell down Wan Muqing's cheeks. Sis, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Fool. How could I ever leave you behind? To Wan Xinya, Wan Muqing was her little sister whom she had loved since childhood. No matter what, she would never project the mistakes of Wang Menghan and Wan Xiao onto her sister. You take care of yourself, and intern well? Yes, speaking of interning, I have something to tell you. What? Brother Dongji invited me to intern at Ju Corporation. Then I can see you every day. Wan Muqing's mood brightened immediately upon mentioning this. Really? That's great. Exactly, I really thank Brother Dongji so much. Do a good job and don't disappoint Mr. Ju. Understood, sis. Wan Xinya and Wan Muqing talked endlessly, chatting for over an hour until their phones heated up before hanging up. Wei Jiji came out with fruit. Who are you chatting with? You looked so happy. It was my younger sister. Wei Jiji paused, then realized immediately. You mean your sister from before? Yes, Wan Xinya grabbed Wei Jiji's hand. Mom, you shouldn't be against me continuing to interact with grandma and sister, right? Dear, how could Mom oppose it? Wei Jiji patted Wan Xinya's head. Mom knows that your sister and grandma truly love you. They are family you encountered after you left us. Mom definitely wouldn't oppose your interactions. Besides, your sister hasn't had it easy, with poor health and such parents, it's pitiful. Yes, children can't choose their parents, and Xiaoqing is innocent. Luckily, Xiaoqing is very kind, with a strong sense of right and wrong. In the future, when there's a chance, I want to introduce Xiaoqing to you and Dad. Good, as long as you're happy, anyone you wish to interact with, Mom and Dad will accept. Wan Xinya rested at home for more than 2 months, and her body gradually recovered. During these 2 months, apart from being on business trips, Duan Qizhou visited Song's home daily. Besides checking on Wan Xinya, he eventually managed to charm Wei Jiji completely. After Wan Xinya recovered, Duan Qizhou took some time to bring her on a trip to Madrid. Madrid had always been a place Wan Xinya longed for, a city filled with artistic atmosphere. The couple played in Spain for a week. On the day they returned to China, Duan Qizhou suddenly changed their itinerary and brought her to Andorra. Andorra is an inland country located at the border between Spain and France. Wan Xinya always felt that Duan Qizhou bringing her here must have hidden intentions. After all, Duan Qizhou was a person who planned everything meticulously. Indeed, as soon as they arrived at the hotel, Wan Xinya saw a huge surprise. In the hotel lobby, flowers surrounded, decorated like a fairy tale world. Inside the lobby were her father, Song Lin, mother Wei Jiji, elder sister Song Hanmo, and younger brother Song Xuanjie. Surprisingly, even Won Mooching and grandmother were present. Surprise! Seeing Won Shinya, everyone waved to her happily. Before Won Shinya could figure out what was happening, petals began to flutter from above. At this dreamlike moment, Duan Chijo took out a ring and knelt down on one knee. Miss Song Yuan, please give me the opportunity to take care of you for a lifetime, alright? I will forever love you. Duan Chijo's eyes were sincere, shimmering with tears. The affectionate look in Duan Chijo's eyes made Won Shinya see how much he cherished her, as if to him, marrying her was the happiest thing in the world. Marry him. Marry him. Won Shinya's family all shouted in unison, showing just how satisfied they were with Duan Chijo. Of course, she was equally satisfied with this man. Yuan, will you marry me? Yes. Won Shinya replied. A glimmer of tears flashed in Duan Chijo's eyes as he stood up and embraced Won Shinya tightly. Won Shinya's family crowded around them. Mother Wei Jiji sobbed happily, then gradually cried uncontrollably. My Anan, no matter what you've been through before, you're going to be happier and happier from now on. Uncle, aunt, rest assured. I will definitely take good care of Anan, Duan Chijo said. Calling us uncle and aunt. Is that appropriate? Song Hanmo said beside them. Exactly, calling you uncle and aunt doesn't seem quite right, Song Lin smiled. Parents, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Anan and never let her feel wronged. Good, 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 we believe you. In the evening, Duan Chijo arranged dinner at the hotel. After eating, everyone went for a stroll nearby. It was the first time the grandmother had gone abroad, and Duan Chijo sent someone to take care of her throughout, very considerately. Anan, the first time you brought Chijo to my place, I didn't notice that you two were together. How blind I was. The grandmother laughed, holding Won Shinya's hand. Now it's good. Seeing how wonderful your family is, and seeing how great Chijo treats you, Grandma feels relieved. Thank you, Grandma. Won Shinya held Grandma's hand tightly and glanced back at Duan Chijo. Thank you for all your arrangements today. She was glad that her dearest family members could witness her happiest moment. After shopping, everyone returned to the hotel to rest. Duan Chijo and Won Shinya shared a room. As soon as they entered the door, Duan Chijo hugged Won Shinya. You are finally mine, Mrs. Duan. It seemed like he had suppressed himself for so long. There were too many people present during the proposal ceremony, and he maintained a calm and steady demeanor. But now, his voice trembled slightly, and the joy of the successful proposal was released. You are also mine, Mr. Duan. Won Shinya smiled. Do you know why I chose Andorra for the proposal? No. Won Shinya was about to ask why he could have proposed domestically or in Madrid instead of flying everyone to Andorra. Because Andorra is a country where people don't divorce. In this fast food era of love and marriage, he wanted to promise her a future that would never change. Initially, moved by such a carefully prepared proposal, Won Shinya was deeply touched when she heard what Duan Chijo said, making her even more emotional. Thank you for making me so happy. Won Shinya hugged Duan Chijo and tiptoed to kiss his lips. It was a passionate and lingering kiss. Both slowly kissed each other, responding and enjoying the process because they knew that they had their whole lives ahead of them together and there was no need to rush. Everything happened naturally. That night, in the foreign hotel, love entwined gently and romantically. About a month after returning from Andorra, Won Shinya discovered she was pregnant. At first, it was just her period not coming on time, and Won Shinya didn't think much of it since sometimes work stress caused delays in her period. However, a few days later, when Won Mooching bought durians for her to eat, she smelled the aroma and suddenly felt nauseous. Sis, what's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to love durian? Why this sudden reaction? Won Mooching looked at her carefully, asking cautiously, are you pregnant? This question startled Won Shinya. Considering her delayed period, she almost confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Won Shinya quickly messaged Duan Chijo. Duan Chijo was originally scheduled to go on a business trip that day, but upon receiving Won Shinya's message, he immediately changed his flight through Chuhang and rushed back from the airport. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital for an examination. On the way, Won Shinya kept reviewing every possible issue. On the day in Andorra, Shinshin wore tea, right? Yeah. And before that, you did too, right? Right. Then how come you're pregnant? Condoms aren't 100% effective. Duan Chijo said, don't worry yet. Let's wait for the examination results, it might just be a misunderstanding. Okay. They went to the hospital, and as expected, there was no misunderstanding. Won Shinya was truly pregnant. Looking at the small circle on the ultrasound sheet, both were a little dazed. They stared blankly at each other for a few seconds. Duan Chijo reacted first, and he immediately hugged Won Shinya. Wife, our baby has come to us. We are going to be parents. Our baby has come to us. We're going to be parents. Duan Chijo repeatedly said these words in his happiness. Immersed in his overwhelming joy, Won Shinya finally felt a sense of reality about her pregnancy. She immediately informed everyone in the family group chat about this news. The group chat instantly became lively. Wei Jiji, oh my goodness, my Anan is going to be a mother, and I will be a grandma. What great news it is. Song Hanmo jumped out to celebrate with flowers. Wow, there's going to be a new member in our family. But Anan will have to endure some hardship now. Chijo, you must take good care of my sister. Duan Chijo, sister, rest assured, I will take good care of my wife and child. Song Lin, how much red envelope should grandpa send? Song Xuanjia, uncle, could you send our little darling a song? Won Shinya looked at everyone's reaction, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. Without a doubt, this little one would undoubtedly be the center of everyone's affection from the moment of birth. The news of Ruan Xinya's pregnancy soon reached the Duan family. Duan Yuanxi immediately prepared gifts to visit Ruan Xinya. Sister-in-law, these are small clothes, hats, and socks I bought for the baby. Duan Yuanxi had prepared a baby shower gift set. Not knowing the gender of the baby, she purchased everything in light yellow. In addition to these small items, Duan Yuanxi also prepared gold necklaces and bracelets for the baby. You've been thoughtful, auntie. On behalf of the baby, I thank you, Ruan Xinya smiled as she told Duan Yuanxi. And this, Duan Yuanxi took a red envelope from her bag, which was thin and rigid, clearly showing it contained a bank card. Sister-in-law, this is what my father asked me to deliver to you. Ruan Xinya looked towards Duan Chizhou. Duan Chizhou directly accepted the red envelope, smiling as he told Duan Yuanxi, then my sister-in-law won't be shy about accepting it. When you go back, please thank Dad on her behalf. All right. Ruan Xinya felt uneasy, softly whispering to Duan Chizhou, isn't it a bit improper to directly accept a bank card? Sister-in-law, just accept it. My father was particularly happy when he learned that you were pregnant. For several days, he thought hard about what gift to give you but couldn't decide. Finally, he chose to give you money so you can buy whatever you like. This card has no password and no spending limit. You can freely swipe it. My dad sure is generous. Duan Chizhou said, I've never seen my father be so generous. Indeed, every time I ask for money, he is stingy. If I buy a bag, he scolds me for days. Duan Yuanxi replied. Everyone laughed together. All past grudges and disputes, with the arrival of the baby, welcomed a new turning point and beginning. The early stages of pregnancy were tough for Ruan Xinya. She vomited daily, leaving her with no choice but to quit her job. Fortunately, Ruan Muqing excelled at work and was now capable enough to handle things alone, having become Zhu Dongji's secretary. Both of them came to see Ruan Xinya once, bringing a lot of baby supplies. Finally enduring through the early stages of pregnancy, Ruan Xinya stopped vomiting and began to have a big appetite. Every day after work, Duan Chizhou brought various delicacies to feed Ruan Xinya, but Ruan Xinya had developed a particular fondness for the Sichuan-style sour and spicy noodles sold downstairs from Song Hanmo's company. Therefore, every few days, under the pretense of picking up Song Hanmo after work, Ruan Xinya went to Song Hanmo's company to get her to accompany her in eating sour and spicy noodles. After finishing a prenatal checkup on Monday, Ruan Xinya rushed to Song Hanmo's company again without delay. Sis, I've come to see you. You want to eat sour and spicy noodles again, don't you? Song Hanmo knew as soon as she saw Ruan Xinya. Hihi, sis, it's best left unsaid. Anan, although pregnant women should eat whatever they desire, isn't your craving for sour and spicy noodles a bit too frequent? Chizhou sent me a text yesterday asking me to keep an eye on you appropriately. Why doesn't he tell me himself then? He dares not. Just one more time, and after today, I won't eat it anymore. Ruan Xinya said. Alright, you'd better mean it. Absolutely. After Song Hanmo finished work, she took Ruan Xinya to eat sour and spicy noodles. When they were halfway through their meal, Song Hanmo's phone rang. I'll step out to take the call. Song Hanmo said. Okay. Song Hanmo went outside to take the call. When she finished her call and wanted to return to continue eating, there was suddenly a boom. The gas canister in the sour and spicy noodle shop exploded. Chapter 114, Wanting to See That Man Again. Song Hanmo watched as thick smoke billowed out of the windows, her brain going blank instantly. Hack, hack. People kept running out of the shop, but there was no sign of Ruan Xinya. Anan. Song Hanmo wanted to rush in to save Ruan Xinya. She had just reached the door when a man emerged from the crowd and grabbed her arm. The man, while on a phone call, glared at Song Hanmo with a look so intimidating it stopped her in her tracks. Explosion at number 78, Swayan Street, Zhigang Spicy Rice Noodles Place. Fire is spreading, casualties unclear, get people here fast. The man hung up and pushed Song Hanmo to the side roughly. A gas cylinder has exploded inside, there could be a secondary explosion. And you're rushing in? Are you trying to die? No one had ever spoken to Song Hanmo this way before. Stunned for 2 seconds, she snapped back, my sister's in there. She's pregnant. I have to save her. She tried to push through, shoving the man aside, intending to charge in recklessly again. The man shoved Song Hanmo back into the safe zone once more, his tone harsher than before. Stay here and stop being a bother, I'll go in to save the person. With that, he turned around without hesitation and disappeared into the thick smoke. How could Song Hanmo feel at ease leaving her sister's life in the hands of this stranger? She still wanted to go in herself and was blocked yet again. This time, it was a girl with a ponytail who blocked her, no older than 20. Sister, my brother is the captain of the Rongcheng Fire Brigade. Just listen to him, don't go in there and cause trouble, otherwise he'll have to save one more person. So, the man from earlier was a firefighter. No wonder he had rushed into the burning building without any hesitation. But even so, Song Hanmo remained deeply concerned. She prayed that nothing would happen to her sister, or else how could she face her parents? How could she face Duan Chizhou? Even death would not atone for her sins. While she was deep in thought, the man who had gone inside earlier suddenly ran out, holding Ruan Xinya in his arms. Ruan Xinya lay unconscious in his arms, her limbs swaying loosely, clearly not in good condition. Anan. Song Hanmo rushed forward. She fainted, quickly take her to the hospital. Saying that, the man turned around again and fearlessly disappeared into the thick smoke. Someone had already called an ambulance from the moment the explosion happened. In no time, the paramedics arrived and lifted Won Shinya onto the stretcher. She's pregnant, be careful with the medications, Song Hanmo reminded them. Got it. The ambulance wailed its way to the hospital. Fortunately, Won Shinya had escaped unscathed. When the explosion happened, she was seated near the window far from the kitchen, thus avoiding real harm. However, due to the explosion's sheer force, a light on the ceiling fell, hitting Won Shinya, and combined with panic-induced shock, she had fainted. After Doan Chijo and Song's parents learned of the incident, they immediately rushed to the hospital. Seeing Won Shinya lying in bed with oxygen, all present were overwhelmed with anxiety, especially Song Hanmo, who had witnessed everything firsthand and whose legs felt like jelly. She had always thought life ahead would be long, but today's unexpected incident made her truly understand for the first time the saying you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. At this very moment, she believed thankfully it was only a scare to be the most wonderful words of life. After Won Shinya woke up, Doan Chijo stayed by her side. Song Hanmo left the hospital with her parents. Jasmine, why are your hands so cold? Mother Wei Jiji grasped Song Hanmo's hand. Are you cold? Is the air conditioning at the hospital set too low? Asked Song Lin. I'm fine, not cold. Weren't you scared just now? A bit. Today's events were undoubtedly the most harrowing experience of her entire life. It's over, nothing serious. Wei Jiji consoled her. Both Anan and the baby are fine, don't worry about it anymore. Song Hanmo nodded. She told herself not to dwell on it anymore, but her mind kept flashing images of the man who had twice rushed into the fire. She wondered how he was doing. Captain Yin, are you alright? Came an urgent voice from the burn unit. Song Hanmo turned instinctively and saw the same man she had encountered at the explosion site. Dressed in firefighting gear, he approached from the outpatient area, his face covered with soot, and white bandages tightly wrapped around his arm. It was evident that he had just been injured and needed dressing. Captain Yin, what did the doctor say? Nothing, just a minor wound. The man said. How's Ju Young? Not awake yet. Let's go see. As he spoke, he glanced up, meeting Song Hanmo's eyes briefly, for only 2 or 3 seconds before his gaze shifted away. Hey, wait a second. Song Hanmo quickly caught up, blocking the man's path. Do you remember me? The man paused, looked at Song Hanmo, and shook his head. I don't remember. His indifferent expression told Song Hanmo that he really didn't remember. I was the one who, today. Captain Yin, Ju Young woke up. A firefighter ran down from the 2nd floor, shouting loudly to Yin Zun. Upon hearing this, Yin Zun, without paying any attention to Song Hanmo in front of him, quickly leaped towards the stairs and ran upstairs. Song Hanmo once again watched his retreating figure. The man was tall and handsome, with a back muscle line under the t-shirt showing a sensuous curve. Momo, who is he? Wei Jiji and Song Lin walked over. Is he your friend? He's the one who saved Anan today. Song Hanmo said. Wei Jiji's eyes lit up. So he is the one who saved Anan. We must thank him properly. That's right. He's not just Anan's savior but also the baby's and our entire Song family's savior, Song Lin added. Anan, do you know which fire station he is from? Rongcheng Fire Brigade Captain, last name Yin. This information was pieced together by Song Hanmo herself. Good. After Anan is discharged, we will go to the fire brigade to thank him properly, Song Lin said. Okay. Won Shinya had no major issues, but Doan Chijo insisted she stay in the hospital for 2 more days. Even after 2 days, when the doctor himself said there was no need to continue staying, Doan Chijo still kept questioning if further observation was necessary. The first-time father truly is the most fragile and sensitive creature in the world. Won Shinya laughed at him. You're still laughing about it. When Doan Chijo thought about that day when he almost lost Won Shinya and their child, he hadn't been able to sleep these past few nights. Even when asleep, he often woke up from nightmares. People sometimes are like this. The more things seem perfect, the more they worry. You shouldn't be thinking nonsense. Aren't I and the baby fine? Won Shinya kissed his cheek. Don't be too anxious. I'm afraid you'll develop prenatal anxiety syndrome. Then you promise me to be extra careful from now on. Tell me whatever you want to eat, and I'll have it delivered to you at home. So am I not allowed out anymore? It's not about forbidding you from going out, it's just better to minimize unnecessary trips. Husband, if someone is destined for misfortune, accidents can happen even when staying indoors. Please don't worry so much, okay? I and the baby will be healthy and safe. Doan Chijo nodded and hugged Won Shinya tightly. Won Shinya couldn't help but laugh. It turned out Doan Chijo was such an insecure man. By the way, Mom and Dad said after my discharge, they wanted to take me to the fire station to thank the firefighter who saved me then. Won Shinya remembered, since you're free today, why don't you come along too? Sure. Doan Chijo had already planned to go and express his gratitude properly. He had prepared gifts and banners beforehand. Song Hanmo had a meeting today originally. When she learned her younger sister and others would go to the fire station, she immediately rescheduled her meeting and decided to go as well. Momo, if you're busy, you don't have to come with us. So many of us are going, it's already grand enough. Mother Wei Jiji said. Song Hanmo's gaze wandered unnaturally. Isn't it that I don't want you all to mistake the person? She certainly wouldn't tell her mom the truth, that she wanted to see that man again. Rongcheng Fire Brigade Captain, last name Yin. With these 2 pieces of information, how could we possibly get it wrong? It's fine anyway, Today's meeting isn't that important, delaying it for a day won't matter. Wei Jiji fell silent. They arrived at Rongcheng Fire Brigade. It was nap time exactly. The whole fire brigade was very quiet. Du and Chizhou went to ask the staff on duty whether Commander Yin was there today. The young attendant informed them that Commander Yin was indeed there, but he was resting upstairs. Let's wait until Commander Yin finishes his nap before finding him, Song Lin said. Firefighters work hard. They need a proper nap at noon, let's not disturb his rest. I think Dad is right, Song Hanmo said. Let's wait a bit. Just as Song Hanmo finished speaking, suddenly, there came an urgent cry at the door. Is anyone here to help? Please help remove my grandson's finger. Help! Help! Everyone turned around upon hearing the call, seeing an old man holding a little boy standing at the door. The child was crying loudly, and the grandfather was anxiously looking around. Anyone there? Help, please. My grandson got his finger stuck. Before everyone could react, a strong voice echoed from the second floor. Feng Wei, what are you standing there for? Haven't you heard me? Bring the child inside. Yes, Captain Yin. The guard Feng Wei immediately took the child from the old man and carried him into the fire station. Yin Zun, putting on his coat while running down from the second floor, noticed there were so many outsiders inside the fire station and looked a little surprised initially. However, he quickly focused on the little boy whose finger was stuck. How did it get stuck? He asked. Playing around. The child was just playing around, said the grandfather of the little boy. Yin Zun took a glance. The little boy's ring finger was caught in a spring about 10 centimeters long. Because the spring had been squeezed, the child's finger had already started to swell. Feng Wei, fetch the lubricant. All right. Feng Wei brought the lubricant, and Yin Zun crouched down to apply the lubricant on the child's finger. Song Hanmo stood a meter away watching him. His movements were so careful, as if trying not to hurt the child at all. The phrase tough exterior, tender heart popped into her mind. Such a rugged steel hero showing tenderness truly made other men irrelevant. In contrast to Yin Zun's uniform and his absolutely handsome profile, even Shenyang Du and Chizhou standing nearby seemed slightly overshadowed. Song Hanmo suddenly felt that this man was exactly her type. She was just engrossed when Yin Zun suddenly looked up. Coincidentally, their eyes met. Song Hanmo immediately felt like she'd been caught red-handed, blushing as she turned away. Of course, Yin Zun wasn't looking at her, he was actually observing several firefighters behind her. Da Ming, the gap between the spring and the finger is too small. The lubricant won't work, we need the cutter and pliers. Coming, Captain Yin. The cutter and pliers were placed in front of Yin Zun. Seeing these sharp tools, the child cried even harder. Don't be afraid, Uncle won't hurt you. Yin Zun patted the little boy's head to soothe him. Be brave and cooperate with Uncle, alright? The little boy still sobbed. No, it's too scary. The grandfather also tried to persuade the child, but he still refused to cooperate. The few big men at the fire station were at a loss with the child. Song Hanmo suddenly remembered there was a lollipop in her bag. She had picked it from the fruit plate in the break room when leaving the company since she hadn't eaten lunch all morning and feared she might have low blood sugar. Auntie will give you a lollipop. Song Hanmo took out the peach-flavored lollipop and offered it to the boy. If you eat the candy, you won't cry anymore, right? You must cooperate with the uncle so he can rescue your finger from the grip of the spring monster faster. Spring monster? That's right, this spring is a monster. If your finger doesn't get rescued soon, it might get eaten by it. The boy choked back tears and dared not speak. Song Hanmo promptly peeled off the wrapper of the lollipop and handed it to the boy's mouth. Close your eyes and suck the candy without moving. Trust the firefighter uncle, they're the best at fighting monsters. They'll definitely rescue your finger from the spring monster. Unable to resist the temptation of the lollipop, the boy finally nodded. Song Hanmo saw that the lollipop worked and turned to smile at Yin Zun. Yin Zun glanced at her and said expressionlessly, move aside. Song Hanmo. Da Ming, fix the child's finger, don't let him move. Understood, Captain Yin. Yin Zun stepped aside and carefully made a small cut on the spring with the cutter first, then slowly pulled it open using the pliers. 10 minutes later, under perfect coordination between Yin Zun and two other firefighters, the little boy's finger was finally freed from the spring. Thank you, thank you. The grandfather was very grateful. After dealing with the little boy's issue, Yin Zun tidied up the tools and turned to look at Song Hanmo and the rest of her group. Who are you looking for? You, Yin Captain, Song Hanmo smiled and said, do you remember me and my sister? The day the gas canister exploded at the spicy rice noodle shop, it was you who saved my sister. Today our whole family came to thank you for saving her life. I don't remember, and it's unnecessary. Yin Zun waved his hand and said, I appreciate the gesture, but you should go back. This person sure has a tough personality. Just as Song Hanmo didn't know what to do with him, Wan Xinya walked over and excitedly grabbed Yin Zun's hand. Captain Yin, it's you. I remember you, you've saved me more than once. Wan Xinya said. Chapter 115, A Look Full of Desire. Yin Zun was startled by Wan Xinya's sudden handshake and instinctively took a step back. He spent all day rushing into fire scenes, saving people without looking at their faces, so he didn't recognize Wan Xinya at all, nor did he know how many times he had saved her. The fire in the Star Sea district, Wan Xinya reminded him. At that time, Wan Xinya rushed into the flames with Duan Qiuming and Wang Menghan to save them. In the end, she almost lost her life when Wang Menghan left her behind, but Yin Zun managed to rescue her. Upon hearing this, I do remember, Duan Chizhou walked over. Captain Yin, you've saved my wife twice. Oh my, Captain Yin is truly our great benefactor, Song Lin said. That's right. If it wasn't for Captain Yin, we might not have been given another chance to recognize this daughter of ours. Wei Jiji's eyes became misty, wishing to hug Yin Zun right there and then. Several people gathered around Yin Zun tightly. This 1.85 tall tough guy was flustered by the warmth and enthusiasm of this family. Song Hanmo stood on the outskirts and clearly saw that Yin Zun's face had turned a little red. Mom, Dad, just talk already, why do you need to get so close? Song Hanmo pulled her parents away a bit. Let's focus on what's important and don't delay his work. Oh, right. Captain Yin, the reason we came here today is mainly to thank you for saving our daughter. This token gift doesn't even come close to expressing our gratitude, Song Lin said while signaling Duan Chizhou and Song Hanmo to hand over the carefully prepared gifts and banner they brought earlier to Yin Zun. All these gifts were carefully selected by Duan Chizhou, each item was very valuable. When Yin Zun looked at them, he started feeling uneasy. Uncle, as a firefighter, rescuing people is my job. I cannot accept your gifts, but I'll keep the banner. As he spoke, Yin Zun reached out to take the banner. It happened that Song Hanmo was holding the banner, and when Yin Zun grabbed it, he accidentally touched the back of Song Hanmo's hand. His hands radiated a sense of strength, the rough calluses between his fingers were evident. Song Hanmo's heart began racing wildly. Realizing something was wrong, Yin Zun quickly apologized with an awkward glance. Song Hanmo smiled faintly, mysteriously feeling as though she'd somehow gained an advantage. Captain Yin, this really is just a tiny bit of our appreciation. Please accept it, otherwise, we would feel uncomfortable. Wei Jiji said. Auntie, I truly cannot accept these things. Uncles and aunties, please don't pressure our captain any further. If he accepted these gifts from you, our captain might lose his uniform tomorrow by order of his superior. Ming tried to dissuade them. That's right. Our captain rescues someone and receives a gift. If that continued, he wouldn't need to be a firefighter anymore. Just receiving gifts alone would make him the richest man in Rongcheng. Feng Wei also interjected. Don't speak so freely. Yin Zun handed the banner to Feng Wei. Hang up the banner, let's see them off. Seeing Yin Zun's unwillingness to accept their gifts, Duan Chizhou stepped forward closer to Yin Zun. Captain Yin, this is my business card. Duan Chizhou handed his business card to Yin Zun. You've saved my wife twice, which means you saved 2 lives of mine. If you ever need anything, give me a call. As long as you ask, I will surely put all my effort into fulfilling your request. The 2 favors Duan Chizhou owed could ensure a normal person a worry-free life for the rest of their days, but Yin Zun merely glanced at the business card before pushing it away. There's really no need. Let me reiterate, I rescue people because it's my duty. I don't expect anyone to return favors or gifts for that matter. I've appreciated your sentiments, but now please go home. After finishing his sentence, Yin Zun signaled Feng Wei and Ming. Feng Wei and Ming started guiding the visitors toward the exit immediately. Come along, thank you all for coming, we need to work now. Ruan Xinya's group came with much anticipation and left only having presented a banner. Once in the car, Wei Jiji and Song Lin couldn't stop praising Yin Zun. This Captain Yin is indeed commendable. Song Lin gave a thumbs up right after getting in the car. This young man embodies righteousness, worthy to be called the protector of the people. Not only is his character impeccable, but he's good-looking too. Wei Jiji tsk ed once, he looks extremely dependable. Whoever marries a man like him will definitely be reassured. Song Hanmo sat in the back seat and peeked towards the fire station through the window again. Yin Zun was moving water hoses together with his team members. He had taken off his jacket, revealing a body filled with raw, masculine charm. Song Hanmo hadn't encountered a man who tickled her fancy in a long time, but this Yin Zun, every move he made appealed to her. She thought, if she could sleep with this man, it would surely be incredibly satisfying. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in Song Hanmo's mind. She had the wish but lacked the time to act on it. After leaving the fire station, she didn't even have time to return home before being called back to the company due to a phone call, and subsequently, embarked on a 5-day business trip. 5 days later, Song Hanmo returned to her villa in Chunlan Garden. The 3 children of the Song family rarely stayed at the Song residence except during festivals and holidays. Ruan Xinya had already married Duan Chizhou and naturally lived in their new house with him, while Song Xuanjie was constantly holding concerts around the world, making hotels his second home. Song Hanmo, for work convenience, more often resided in Chunlan Garden, which was closer to the company. Song Hanmo, dragging her suitcase, had just walked into the courtyard when she heard Aunt Chun screaming from the balcony on the 2nd floor. Aunt Chun, what's wrong? Song Hanmo quickly dropped her luggage and ran upstairs. Miss Song, you're back. Aunt Chun hid behind the glass door and pointed to a corner of the balcony. There's such a big wasp nest there. Wasp nest? Yes, I haven't been on the balcony for several days. Today, I thought about washing your bed sheets and duvet cover after your business trip, but as soon as I opened the glass door to air them out, I saw this wasp nest there. I don't know when it was built. Let me check. As Song Hanmo was about to open the sliding glass door, Aunt Chun pulled her back firmly. Don't go over there. Wasps may be small, but their venom is potent. If stung, allergic reactions are very likely, and severe cases could even endanger life. Aunt Chun felt in her apron pocket for her phone. I'll call 119 and have the firefighters come to deal with it. Song Hanmo originally wanted to say it shouldn't be that serious, that she would figure out how to handle it herself, but hearing Aunt Chun mention calling 119 for the firefighters made Yin Zun's face flash through her mind instantly. Miss Song. Can I call 119? Aunt Chun looked at her. When the firefighters come up, they might need to enter the balcony through your room. Do you mind? It being the employer's private space, Aunt Chun didn't dare to decide on her own. I don't mind, go ahead and make the call. Song Hanmo cleared her throat lightly. Cough, cough, since wasps are really dangerous, it's best to have professionals handle it. Okay, great. After Aunt Chun called 119, Song Hanmo started feeling restless. She felt the outfit she wore on the plane looked wrinkly and unappealing, so she changed. She hadn't washed her hair that morning when leaving the hotel, hesitating between washing it or wearing a hat for just a few seconds before deciding to wash it quickly. While blow-drying her hair, 2 fully equipped firefighters came up. Second-floor balcony, there's a large wasp nest hanging under the eaves. Aunt Chun explained the situation to the firefighter officers and led them upstairs. Song Hanmo waited for them in the corridor. Hello, thank you for coming all the way here. Both firefighters who arrived were tall men over 6 feet, with similar builds. After donning the face masks, Song Hanmo couldn't tell who was who. Her eyes went back and forth between their masks, forgetting to move aside. What are you blocking the way for? Where's the wasp nest? One of the firefighters asked. That voice was definitely Yin Zun's. Is that you, Captain Yin? Song Hanmo smiled. Yes, what is it? Nothing, nothing, never thought that dealing with a wasp nest would get Captain Yin personally involved. Song Hanmo said. She was thinking while washing her hair that if Yin Zun hadn't shown up, it would have been a waste of time washing her hair. Luckily, he did come, so it wasn't wasted. Captain Yin wouldn't have come if Ling Ji hadn't suddenly got a stomach ache during the alert. Captain Yin stepped in to replace him, Ming explained, seeing that Song Hanmo knew him. Oh, I see. Song Hanmo couldn't hide the joy in her eyes and eyebrows. Why so happy about having a wasp nest in the house? Yin Zun glanced at her. If you're that happy, we can leave it alone. Why did you call us if you're not concerned? No, of course not. Song Hanmo stopped smiling. I'm not happy at all. I've heard that getting stung by a wasp could be fatal, so I'm quite scared. If you're scared, move aside. All right. Song Hanmo moved aside and let them pass. Yin Zun and Ming walked into Song Hanmo's room. Both men were highly disciplined, completely avoiding looking around unnecessarily while entering a woman's room. Make sure to close the balcony door tightly, don't come out, Yin Zun instructed. Got it. Song Hanmo stood behind the glass door and watched as Yin Zun and Ming efficiently used fire to burn the wasp nest, handling the situation cleanly and briskly. After clearing the wasp nest, the duo not only cleaned the balcony but also thoroughly inspected other areas to ensure no wasps were left behind. Once they confirmed everything was safe, they knocked on the door and entered. You two are indeed professionals, you've handled it so well. Aunt Chun gave Yin Zun a thumbs up. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Ming said. You two must be tired. Go downstairs and have a cup of tea, Song Hanmo said, looking at Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun, please go prepare it. All right. Aunt Chun turned around to head downstairs for tea but was stopped by Yin Zun. No need for the trouble. We still have to go back to the station, Yin Zun said as he glanced at Da Ming. Let's go. The two grabbed their tools used to clear the wasp nest and walked toward the door. Seeing that Yin Zun was about to leave, Song Hanmo impulsively stepped forward. Captain Yin, may I have a word with you? Yin Zun's expression under his face mask was unclear, but it was obvious that he hesitated momentarily. Speak your mind. May I add your WeChat? Song Hanmo gathered her courage. Upon hearing this, Da Ming grinned. Almost instantly, Yin Zun rejected her. No. After saying that, he quickly descended the stairs. Da Ming followed him down. Today, they didn't drive the fire truck from the station because dealing with wasps isn't part of the fire department's legal responsibilities. So when they came out today, Yin Zun drove his own car. Captain, Miss Song seems interested in you. Why don't you add her WeChat? Da Ming removed his face mask and winked at Yin Zun after getting into the car. Miss Song is so beautiful, like a movie star. If I were you, I would definitely add her. Shut up and control your mouth. Don't say nonsense when we get back. Well, Miss Song lives in such a big luxurious villa. She's not from our world anyway. Even if she likes you, it would be impossible for you two to hit it off. Yin Zun remained silent. He removed his face mask and opened the car window for ventilation, about to start the engine when a scream suddenly echoed from the villa. It was a woman's agonized scream. Yin Zun and Da Ming exchanged glances and immediately pushed the doors open and went back inside. What happened? What's wrong? Da Ming shouted while running. Help! Firefighters, save Miss Song. She was stung by a wasp. Aunt Chun rushed out anxiously. A large wasp was hiding in Miss Song's room, probably sneaked in when I opened the glass door to air out the quilt earlier. Now, it has stung her. Yin Zun and Da Ming immediately ran upstairs. Song Hanmo was sitting on the floor, clutching her arm, unable to speak from the pain. Where were you stung? Yin Zun squatted down, meeting her gaze levelly. Here. Song Hanmo pointed to her left forearm. After Yin Zun and the others went downstairs, Song Hanmo had just prepared to see them off when suddenly a large wasp darted out quietly from behind the curtain and stung her. It hurts so much. Am I going to die from this? Song Hanmo looked at Yin Zun. Don't be afraid. It's not that easy to die. Yin Zun scanned her room briefly, then went over to her storage rack and pulled out a silk scarf, using it to make a circular tie 4 fingers above the sting area. Give me a needle or a bank card, he said. Aunt Chun, there's a bank card in my bag, Song Hanmo said. Oh, okay. Aunt Chun immediately found Song Hanmo's bag and took out a bank card, handing it to Yin Zun. Yin Zun took the card and scraped out the venomous barb left by the wasp on Song Hanmo's arm. Do you have any vinegar? Aunt Chun nodded promptly. Yes. Bring it here. Okay. Aunt Chun rushed downstairs and returned from the kitchen with the vinegar. Yin Zun received the vinegar and directly poured it onto Song Hanmo's wound. What are you doing? Song Hanmo cried out in pain. Wasp venom is alkaline, so washing with vinegar will neutralize it. Holding her arm firmly, Yin Zun bent down carefully cleaning her wound. This was the first time Song Hanmo had ever observed Yin Zun up so close. His facial features were sharp and handsome, akin to the trendy sculpted face online that captivates people instantly. He was already strikingly good-looking, and adding the charm of seriousness made it almost impossible not to fall for him. Staring at him, Song Hanmo forgot all about her pain. Do you feel anything other than the pain? Yin Zun suddenly raised his head. Startled, Song Hanmo hadn't enough time to hide her overly enamored eyes. Chapter 116, I like you. No other discomforts. Song Hanmo guiltily averted her gaze. In that case, there shouldn't be any major problems. Yin Zun released her hand, just be cautious. If you experience an allergic reaction or dizziness, go to the hospital. Song Hanmo glanced at the spot on her wrist where he had held her, leaving 2 red marks. This man was truly strong. Are you listening to me when I speak? Seeing her lost in thought, Yin Zun waved his hand in front of her eyes. Do you hear me? Song Hanmo hurriedly nodded. I hear you. She felt that if her response had been even slower, Yin Zun would have directly taken her to the hospital. Since there's nothing serious, let's head back. Yin Zun turned to look at Daming. Daming had already dealt with the escaped bee. Thank you. Song Hanmo got up and followed them downstairs. She really wanted Yin Zun's WeChat badly, but this man had an impermeable look that made her temporarily hesitant to probe further. After much deliberation, Song Hanmo stopped Wang Daming. Wang Deputy Captain, could I get your WeChat ID? Wang Daming jumped slightly and instinctively turned to look at Yin Zun. Yin Zun got into the car expressionlessly as if he hadn't heard Song Hanmo's words at all. Ah, Miss Song, I'm already married. Wang Daming showed the wedding ring on his ring finger. My wife is pregnant. Stop. Song Hanmo quickly made a stop gesture. Deputy Captain Wang, don't misunderstand. I want your WeChat purely for convenience in future communications, there's no other meaning to it. In that case, fine. Wang Daming took out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code. As Song Hanmo scanned the code, Yin Zun honked the car horn. Get in the car quickly, I'm coming. Wang Daming hurriedly got into the car. Wang Deputy Captain, I've added you, please confirm the friend request. Before Song Hanmo could finish speaking, Yin Zun had already driven away with Wang Daming. All right. From the passenger seat, Wang Daming extended his hand far away from the window and gave Song Hanmo an okay gesture. The real reason Song Hanmo sought Wang Daming's WeChat was still hoping to get Yin Zun's WeChat through him. Of course, she couldn't reveal her intentions immediately. Thus, Song Hanmo held back for 2 days. The first couple of days, she only consulted Wang Daming about how to equip fire protection facilities after setting up the new company. 2 days later, she started openly asking Wang Daming for Yin Zun's WeChat. Wang Daming was generous and directly pushed Yin Zun's WeChat contact to Song Hanmo. After getting Yin Zun's WeChat ID, Song Hanmo joyfully twirled around in the office, but soon discovered that no matter how many friend requests she sent, Yin Zun didn't accept any. The colder Yin Zun became toward her, the stronger Song Hanmo's fighting spirit grew. She wouldn't believe that she couldn't win him over. On the way home from work that day, Song Hanmo drove to wait for Yin Zun outside the fire station's entrance. Around 6 in the evening, Yin Zun drove out of the fire station. Song Hanmo instantly recognized his car and immediately tailed it. Song Hanmo's vehicle was a red Maserati, very conspicuous, so Yin Zun quickly noticed her. Yin Zun found a less crowded side road and turned into it. Once Song Hanmo followed, he pulled over. Seeing him stop, Song Hanmo immediately followed suit. Yin Zun stepped out of his car, walked over to Song Hanmo's car, and knocked on the driver's side window. Song Hanmo got out of the car. Why are you following me? Yin Zun looked her over, trying to come home with me. Would you allow me to come home with you? Song Hanmo smiled at him. Yin Zun seemed puzzled. Miss Song, what exactly do you want? It's not much, I just wanted to ask why you didn't approve my WeChat request. Which one is yours? The one with the candy icon. Why must I add your WeChat? Do you have something against me? No. In that case, can we not become friends through WeChat? Yin Zun leaned into the driver's seat and picked up a pack of cigarettes. As he lit a cigarette, unaffected by the wind, he casually asked, Miss Song, are you interested in me? Song Hanmo decided not to hide her feelings anymore. Yes, I like you. There wasn't a better explanation for a woman chasing after a man to add him on WeChat besides romantic reasons. Yin Zun silently finished a cigarette, extinguishing the butt under his shoe in that instant. He looked up at Song Hanmo. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Having said that, Yin Zun got into the car and left. Song Hanmo stood dumbfounded in place, unsure whether this moment was particularly humiliating, but it was a bit amusing. This was the first time since growing up that she actively pursued someone, yet this man rejected her without mercy. The more he refused, however, the more Song Hanmo wanted to pursue him. Yin Zun's straightforward rejection gave Song Hanmo no room for fantasy, demonstrating the responsibility of a man. It showed that he was not a reckless womanizer who played with women's feelings without remorse. Otherwise, if a woman threw herself at him, he might just toy with her feelings and walk away unscathed. After returning home, Song Hanmo adjusted her emotions and decided not to give up easily. Since her last relationship, which left her heartbroken, she had not met a man who stirred her heart again. She even thought her heart was dead and that her life would continue this way forever. But the moment Yin Zun appeared, she realized she still yearned for love. What was there to fear in taking a tumble on the path of love? After all, no one's romantic journey is entirely smooth sailing. Song Hanmo felt her biggest problem was how busy she was. It left her too exhausted to relentlessly chase after Yin Zun. If only she weren't so occupied, she'd definitely make him witness her persistence. The next day, Song Hanmo once again flew overseas for work. Before departure, she instructed her assistant to order flowers, ensuring that a unique bouquet was sent daily to the fire station. Her assistant, she was thoroughly shocked. "Miss Song, what are you planning to do?" "Chase a man, obviously." Unable to resist, she gave Song Hanmo a thumbs up. "Miss Song, truly impressive as always." The following day, Yin Zun reported to work on time. As soon as he entered the station, he noticed his teammates gathered together in a circle, occasionally bursting into laughter. "What's going on?" Yin Zun walked over. Wang Daming and Feng Wei moved aside to let Yin Zun see through the opening. "Captain Yin, these flowers were sent for you." Wang Daming grinned. "My flowers?" Indeed, this fiery red rose bouquet came from Miss Song. Wang Daming pulled out the card attached to the roses and handed it to Yin Zun. Without accepting it, Yin Zun merely glanced at the words on the card. "Team Captain Yin, today is another day when I think of you. Signed, Song Hanmo." Immediately, Yin Zun's brows furrowed deeply like mountains. "Now I finally understand why my wife loves those novels about domineering presidents falling for me. It's this kind of feeling," said Wang Daming, leaning closer, then snatched the rose bouquet and shoved it into Yin Zun's arms. Yin Zun looked as if he'd been handed something burning hot, his face turning black beyond description. "Captain Yin, is this the real-life romance of a domineering president? Miss Song is both beautiful and wealthy, truly remarkable luck for Team Captain Yin." In an instant, Yin Zun carelessly placed the roses down and glared around at the group of troublemakers gathered before him. "Is there nothing better to do? Go train. Start with 3 kilometers today." Some people are indulging in sweet romance, while others have to run 3 kilometers. The world is so unfair. Hurry up and shut your mouth, or you'll end up running far more than 3 kilometers today. The team went off to conduct physical training. Standing there, Yin Zun glanced at the roses once more. Then, in the list of pending WeChat friend requests, he accepted the one from a candy. Song Hanmo's profile picture was a candy, and her WeChat name was a candy. Yin Zun opened their chat window, hesitated briefly, took a picture of the flower arrangement, and sent it to her along with a stern warning, "Don't do foolish things like this again." Song Hanmo did not reply. Not even once throughout the entire day. This silence caused Yin Zun's mind to become agitated and restless all day long. By 10 o'clock that night, Song Hanmo finally replied, "Is it that you don't like flowers? Then what do you like?" Yin Zun, on duty at the fire station, almost choked upon reading Song Hanmo's message. She and he were clearly not on the same wavelength. Was it that he disliked flowers? No, it was that he hated how she disrupted his peaceful life like this. "I don't like anything." Not liking anything sounds so dull. "You could try liking me. Stop wasting my time. Just don't send any more flowers." Yin Zun finished speaking, and promptly blocked Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo had just woken up from jet lag when she saw that Yin Zun had accepted her WeChat request. She was thrilled but didn't expect to get blocked shortly after starting a conversation. Sighing deeply, she switched accounts and sent another friend request. There was no response from Yin Zun's side. Song Hanmo began to feel that this man was genuinely hard to please. After spending a week on a business trip, Song Hanmo returned to Rongcheng. She originally planned to visit the fire station and find Yin Zun immediately after returning, but her former Z University tutor suddenly contacted her on the day of her return, asking for her help to attend an outstanding alumni lecture. During Song Hanmo's graduate studies years, her tutor had offered significant assistance, and she agreed without hesitation. After getting off the plane, she detoured home to change her clothes before heading directly to Z University. "Hanmo, thank you for coming." Tutor Chiu had been waiting at the school gate for her. Initially, Sister Fei was supposed to come, but she injured her leg yesterday and is still in the hospital. Sister Fei got injured? Yes, but she sent the speech draft. You can just read it according to her notes later, and the Q&A interaction part needs your improvisation. As a big president, you can handle all sorts of emergencies in business. I'm sure this small event will not be difficult for you. Mr. Chiu, don't worry, I guarantee that I'll hold up my end of the deal. Good, good, good. Song Hanmo did not let Mr. Chiu down, she easily took control of the situation. In the improvisational question and answer session, instead of faltering, she made this segment the brightest moment of the entire lecture. Song General Manager truly lives up to her reputation. Once Song General Manager takes action, everyone knows there's no lack of brilliance. Afterward, Mr. Chiu was showering her with high praise. Come on, teacher will treat you to a feast as a thank you for saving the event today." "No need, Mr. Chiu. Instead, take out your meal card and bring me to eat at the canteen. It's been so long since I've returned, I miss our school cafeteria a lot." "Alright, isn't it easy to eat at the cafeteria? Let's go now." "Okay." Song Hanmo and Mr. Chiu left the auditorium, heading toward the direction of the cafeteria. When they passed Donglin Lake, they suddenly heard someone arguing. Neither of them had time to react before a splash sound followed. Someone had fallen into the water. Help! Help! It was a girl's voice. People around rushed to the side of the lake. Song Hanmo and Mr. Cho also headed in that direction. Help! Help! The girl flailed in the water, gradually sinking, her cries for help growing weaker, but none of the spectators on the bank jumped in to save her. Mr. Cho, hold these for me. Song Hanmo handed over her bag and phone to Mr. Cho, then quickly took off her windbreaker coat and decisively jumped into the lake without hesitation. Hanmo, be careful. Mr. Cho turned pale from fright. Song Hanmo paid no attention to the warnings as she swam rapidly towards the drowning girl. Save me. Since elementary school, Song Hanmo learned how to swim. She showed great talent in swimming, and Wei Jiji and Song Lin once even wanted to train her as a professional swimmer, but eventually abandoned the idea when they realized her interests lay elsewhere. Today, aside from the slightly cold water temperature, nothing else presented any difficulty for Song Hanmo. She pulled the girl to the shore by the waist, and with the help of Mr. Cho and other students, successfully brought the girl onto land. Did anyone call an ambulance? Yes, I did. The girl had fainted due to drowning. Song Hanmo immediately performed first aid measures on her. Finally, when the ambulance arrived, the girl coughed out the water she had inhaled and regained partial consciousness. Medical staff carried the girl onto the ambulance. Come on, Hanmo, you should also go to the hospital to dress your wound, Mr. Cho said. Only then did Song Hanmo realize that her leg had been cut somehow during the rescue operation, and it was bleeding right now. It's fine, Mr. Cho. How could it be fine? There is so much blood, we have to clean the wound properly. Hurry up and get into the car. I will go with you guys. With no other choice, Song Hanmo had to go along with the ambulance to the hospital. Her wound wasn't deep, and the medical staff treated her injury simply on the way to stop the bleeding. Teacher Cho, does this girl belong to our school? Song Hanmo looked at the girl lying on the stretcher getting intravenous therapy. She felt the girl looked somewhat familiar as if she had seen her somewhere, but for the moment, she couldn't quite recall where. Yes, she is in Ms. Feng's class. She is a freshman. Because she is pretty, admirers visit her class every day trying to pursue her, which troubles Ms. Feng a lot. Mr. Cho glanced at the girl as he spoke. I think her name is Yin Tian. When teacher Cho mentioned the last name Yin, Song Hanmo suddenly remembered. On the day her sister Ruan Xinya encountered an accident and she tried to rush into the fire, this girl stepped forward to hold her back and told her that Yin Zun was the captain of the Rongcheng Fire Department, asking her not to interfere. Song Hanmo remembered her calling Yin Zun brother. Could this be Yin Zun's younger sister? Wouldn't this mean that she accidentally saved Yin Zun's sister? If so, that would indeed be such a coincidence. Chapter 117, so easily knocked down by a woman. As expected, the moment Yin Tian was rushed to the hospital, Yin Zun arrived. He must have heard the news and come directly from the fire station. He was still wearing a t-shirt with Rongcheng Fire printed on it. Doctor, how is my sister? The concern in Yin Zun's voice was palpable. She has been saved in time and is out of danger now, said the doctor, pointing at Song Hanmo beside him. I heard it was this young lady who jumped into the water to save your sister. She also performed CPR initially, which she did excellently. Yin Zun's eyes followed the doctor's hand and landed on Song Hanmo. When he saw her, there was an evident pause. We meet again, Officer Yin. Song Hanmo smiled brightly at him. Yin Zun came over, uncommonly not as cold as before. Thank you for saving my sister, he said. You're welcome. You've saved my sister too. Song Hanmo paused and added, of course, one thing is one thing. Saving your sister isn't my job like your work includes saving my sister, so I do need your gratitude. How would you like me to thank you? Take me out for dinner another day, Song Hanmo said. A meal in exchange for a favor, it was only fair and reasonable. She wasn't greedy. All right, Yin Zun immediately agreed. Then take me off the blacklist first. Yin Zun didn't move. Hurry up, I'm freezing. I need to go home to change clothes. Take me off the blacklist, and we can set a date to eat together later. Yin Zun looked closely at her then finally noticed her wet clothes under her coat. He wasted no time in taking her off the blacklist. Let me check, said Song Hanmo, needing to see it with her own eyes to feel assured. Yin Zun showed his phone to her. Never put me on the blacklist again. After saying this, Song Hanmo waved at him. I'm leaving. She was really cold. Teacher Chiu had already borrowed a set of clothes from the medical staff to give her, but Song Hanmo refused it. She insisted on staying soaked, waiting for Yin Zun to come, creating feelings of guilt within him. Now that the plan worked, Song Hanmo quickly returned home to change her clothes. However, little did she know, there would be more consequences to this plan. The next day, due to catching a chill, she fell ill and ran a fever. Song Hanmo had already felt her throat uncomfortable in the morning, but she still went to work as usual. By the end of the workday, her limbs were sore as if they weren't hers anymore, yet she hadn't realized she had a fever. When she got home and took her temperature, it was already at 38.6 degrees Celsius. Unfortunately, Aunt Chun was resting today, and there was no one else at home except her. Even worse, since Aunt Chun usually took care of her, she had no idea where the first aid kit was at home or whether it even contained any antipyretics. Aunt Chun rarely rested, so Song Hanmo didn't want to bother her. She was just about to ask a delivery guy for help ordering some medicine when an alternative popped into her mind upon opening her phone. Why not let Yin Zun deliver the medicine to her? This way, she could get the medicine and see him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Commander Yin, save me. Song Hanmo sent a text message to Yin Zun. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Yin Zun sent back a question mark. Song Hanmo, I have a fever. There's no one at home, and there's no medicine either. Can you please bring me some medicine? After finishing, worried he wouldn't agree, she added another sentence. I don't want you to take me out for dinner anymore. Bringing me the medicine once will settle the favor you owe me. Yin Zun didn't reply for a long time, and Song Hanmo stared at their chat interface, thinking it was probably hopeless. Enduring her discomfort, she ordered the medicine via food delivery. Around 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Song Hanmo thought the delivery man had arrived to bring her the medicine, but upon opening the door, she saw Yin Zun standing outside instead. Her head was already spinning, and seeing Yin Zun made her even dizzier. How is it you? If not me, then who? Did you find someone else to send the medicine? Yes. Yin Zun's face darkened. Miss Song has so many backup options. After finishing his sentence, he thrust the antipyretics and cold medicine he had brought into Song Hanmo's hands and turned around to leave. Hey, wait a second. Song Hanmo reached out to grab his arm. She touched his arm as though holding onto a son. Don't go yet, my head is so dizzy, said Song Hanmo. Seeing her flushed cheeks and moist eyes, Yin Zun felt something was not right. He supported her with his hand. Go inside first and take the medicine. Song Hanmo seized the opportunity to lean on him. The muscular arms of the man felt harder and stronger than they looked when touched. Her breathing quickened slightly. Yin Zun didn't notice her subtle intentions and helped her sit on the couch side, telling her, sit down, I'll get you some water. Thank you. Though Song Hanmo wanted to lean on him a bit longer, she realized that taking the medicine to save her life was the priority. Yin Zun poured Song Hanmo a glass of water and handed her a pill. Swallow it. Okay, she nodded obediently. After Song Hanmo swallowed the antipyretics with water and placed the cup back, she heard Yin Zun say again, finish all the water. I can't drink anymore, she replied. The fever made her slightly nauseous, as if she were about to throw up. You need to sweat after taking the antipyretics, you should drink more water, he explained, raising the glass to her lips. Drink it. Song Hanmo looked at his long fingers pressed against the glass, then absent-mindedly opened her mouth. Drink it yourself, Yin Zun said exasperatedly. How old are you? Do I really have to feed you water? How old am I? Song Hanmo seized the opportunity to ask. I'm 29. How about you, Commander Yin? That's none of your business. Stop prying. Song Hanmo teased. Do men also hide their age like women? Or are you younger than me? So what if I'm younger than you? If you're younger, it doesn't matter. Song Hanmo leaned closer to him, her breath light. Big brothers work for me, but little brothers do too. Yin Zun glanced at her flirtatious expression and snorted coldly. It seems you're in good spirits, so you must be fine. I'll go home now. Having gone through so much trouble to make him come, there was no way Song Hanmo would let him leave easily. Can't you wait until my fever goes down? No. He didn't want to meet any other men coming to bring her medicine and solidify his role as a backup option. Don't leave, Song Hanmo stood up to block him, but tripped and fell directly onto Yin Zun. Caught off guard, Yin Zun tried to steady her but instead ended up being pushed into the couch by her. One body hard, the other soft, they lay tightly together. Commander Yin, despite your tall stature, it seems your base isn't stable enough, Song Hanmo teased while straddling him. You got knocked down so easily by a woman? This was the first time Yin Zun had been overpowered by a woman. Her sweet scent filled his nose, and his face turned red. Luckily, his complexion wasn't fair, so it wasn't very noticeable. The chemistry between them skyrocketed instantly. Get off me, Yin Zun croaked. My head is dizzy, I can't stand up or get up. Even though she complained of dizziness, her chin continued to rub gently against his chest muscles. Song Hanmo's warmth kept seeping toward Yin Zun, making him feel as if he were on fire. What a temptress. His self-control crumbled entirely around her. Song miss, please maintain some dignity. What about my weight? Shall I lose some more? Song Hanmo replied provocatively. Get off, or don't blame me for being harsh. What can you do to me? Yin Zun reached out and grabbed her slim waist, shoving her off with force. Surprised, Song Hanmo tumbled off Yin Zun. Ouch. She landed on the carpet. Thankfully, the carpet was thick, or her bottom might have hurt terribly. This stubborn man had no consideration for a woman at all, but Song Hanmo loved seeing how flustered he was yet still tried to appear calm. She pulled him forcefully, causing him to collapse onto the carpet as well. Are you scared of me, Commander Yin? Song Hanmo leaned closer, now so near that their breathing mingled. Being scared means you kind of like me, right? Afraid of losing your heart. You're imagining things, he said, pinching her chin to stop her from moving any closer. I don't like you, nor will I fall for you. Then why did you rush over to bring me medicine? You saved my sister once, so this is just repaying the favor. Is it? Song Hanmo laughed coquettishly and lowered her gaze. Yet it seems like something else is rising. Yin Zun wanted to tear his hair out. He shoved Song Hanmo away and turned his back to her. For the first time, Song Hanmo found the word innocence associated with such a handsome and rugged man. She wanted to tease him further when the doorbell rang. Commander Yin, could you grab my delivery for the medicine? Song Hanmo asked. Delivery? Wasn't there supposed to be another man bringing her medicine? Yin Zun stood up and walked across the yard to open the door. Sure enough, a deliveryman was standing outside, holding a bag from Rongcheng Pharmacy containing antipyretics and cold medicine. Here's your order. Thank you. Yin Zun took the medicine, closed the door, and returned to the house. His steps seemed lighter without realizing it. He had misjudged. However, Song Hanmo's seductive behavior and intimate touches earlier could indeed lead anyone to mistake her for a woman who played with multiple men's hearts. When Yin Zun returned to the living room, he found Song Hanmo sound asleep, leaning against the sofa with a pillow hugged to her chest. Her fever was quite serious. Her earlier flirting with Yin Zun was purely out of sheer willpower. Yin Zun placed the medicine on the coffee table. Seeing her flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, his heart unexpectedly softened. The person who couldn't wait to leave just moments ago now hesitated, fearing to leave her alone. She only wore a thin strap top, the silk fabric nearly see-through. If she slept like that, even without catching another cold, she'd likely develop one anyway from the chill. Yin Zun thought about finding a blanket to cover her, but after searching the living room, he couldn't find one. He had no choice but to take off his own coat and drape it over her. Perhaps his coat was warm enough, for Song Hanmo mumbled something in her sleep, reaching out to tightly hold onto his coat. Her two arms, as white as lotus roots, were exposed again, making the coat seem almost useless as a cover. After much deliberation, Yin Zun decided to carry her back to her bedroom to rest. He bent down and picked up the sleeping Song Hanmo, cradling her horizontally in his arms. She was so slim and light, yet when she was on top of him earlier on the couch, Yin Zun felt as if an entire mountain had been pressing on him, leaving him completely disoriented. Yin Zun carried her upstairs. Luckily, he had entered her room before when he removed the wasp nest, so he knew which room it was. Otherwise, with such a large villa, he might not have known where to take her. Song Hanmo's room smelled sweet and soft, exactly like her natural fragrance. The last time he came here, Yin Zun was fully armed against the wasps and didn't catch any scent, but this time, stepping inside gave him a completely different feeling. He placed Song Hanmo on the bed and tried to pull his coat away, but she held onto it too tightly, making it impossible for him to remove. Don't go. As though sensing someone pulling at what was in her embrace, Song Hanmo murmured incoherently. Don't leave me alone. Yin Zun sighed deeply. It truly wasn't safe to leave someone in such a hazy state by herself. Fine, he'd wait until her fever subsided before leaving. Anyway, now that she was asleep, she wouldn't unleash her aggressive charm anymore. When Song Hanmo woke up, the dizziness in her head and the soreness in her body were gone. She knew her fever must have broken by now. The curtains in the room were drawn tightly shut, so she didn't know what time it was. She reached out for her phone but instead found a leather jacket lying on the bed. Song Hanmo turned on the light. It was Yin Zun's jacket. So it was him who carried her into her room last night. Touching Yin Zun's jacket, a secretive smile spread across Song Hanmo's lips. His jacket was still here. Did that mean he hadn't left yet? Song Hanmo quickly got out of bed and went downstairs. The aroma of porridge wafted from below. Yin Zun. Song Hanmo ran barefoot down the stairs, heading straight to the kitchen. Yin Zun. Who are you calling? It was her mother Wei Jiji standing in the kitchen, adding fruits to her refrigerator. When Wei Jiji heard Song Hanmo's voice, she turned around and looked at her. No one. Song Hanmo hurriedly covered herself. I was just on the phone. She and Yin Zun weren't officially together yet, and Song Hanmo didn't want her mother Wei Jiji to know, mainly because she feared that if her mother grew too hopeful and Song Hanmo ultimately failed to win Yin Zun, it would only lead to disappointment. Mom, why did you come so early? I sent you a message last night, but you didn't reply, so I worried something happened to you and didn't sleep well all night. I woke up early and came over to check. Wei Jiji said, pointing at the cold medicine on the coffee table. Were you sick? Did you take medication? Yeah. How are you doing now? The fever's gone, so there's nothing wrong. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? If you told me, I could have come over to take care of you. It's fine. All you say is fine. Look at you, living alone in such a big house. What if something happens and no one hears your cry for help? Wei Jiji added, steering the conversation toward dating. If you had a boyfriend around, there'd be someone to take care of you, and I wouldn't worry about you so much. I'm working on it, Mom. Don't worry, I'm trying to find a boyfriend. Trying? How do I believe your excuses? You're always brushing me off. Okay, Mom, stop talking about this. I'm hungry. Can you serve me a bowl of porridge? All right. Wei Jiji opened the pot lid and poured Song Hanmo a bowl of porridge. You're pretty good at making porridge. It smells great, Wei Jiji said as she handed the bowl to Song Hanmo. Didn't you make it for me? What? I just arrived. How could I possibly cook up a pot of porridge so fast? Song Hanmo froze. So it must have been Yin Zun who made the porridge for her. Chapter 118. Keep an eye on your brother for me. Who made the kanji? Wei Jiji sensed something was off and looked at Song Hanmo. Probably Spring Sister. Spring Sister came this early? Occasionally, she does. Wei Jiji believed her and didn't say much more. Song Hanmo took the kanji to the dining room, sat down, and while drinking the kanji, sent a message to Yin Zun. Did you make the kanji? Yin Zun replied instantly. When is your mom leaving? Song Hanmo found it strange. Why did he ask that? Does it matter when my mom leaves? I can only leave after she's gone. What? You haven't left yet? No. Where are you? She looked around, even peeping under the table but couldn't see Yin Zun. The storage room. Yin Zun had just finished cooking the kanji for Song Hanmo in the morning and was about to leave when he saw a familiar figure entering the yard. He had met this person before. It was Song Hanmo's mother. On that day at the fire station, Yin-sun had spoken with her. She was an enthusiastic aunt. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding, Yin-sun felt it was better not to be seen by Song Hanmo's mother. Otherwise, as a man appearing early in the morning in a woman's house, he'd have no way to explain it clearly. Thus, he turned and hid in the storeroom behind the back door. Why are you hiding in the storeroom? That place is small and suffocating. I don't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. So what if there's a misunderstanding? My mom won't force you to marry me. A misunderstanding would complicate things for you. That was true. If Wei Jiji really saw Yin-sun could simply walk away, but Song Hanmo would definitely be questioned by her mother for over a month. Thinking about it gave her a headache, so absolutely, their mother must not see Yin-sun. Mom, when will you go back? Song Hanmo asked. You're sick. I'm not leaving today. I'll stay here and take care of you. That's unnecessary. Go back home. I still need to go to the company later. Look in the mirror. With that tired face, are you heading to work? Let me tell you, having a fever is exhausting. Just rest at home today. Don't work yourself to death like some crazy woman. Your dad and I worry about sudden death happening to you. While saying this, Wei Jiji washed a plate of fruit, sat on the couch in the living room, and turned on the TV. It seemed clear she had no intention of leaving today. Seeing her inability to send her mother away, Song Hanmo decided to try another method. Mom, a few days ago I bought a bag. Go upstairs and check if you like it, Song Hanmo said. What? Are you giving it to me? Yes, it's not very suitable for me to carry. Go try it. Wei Jiji was obsessed with bags. Hearing about the gift immediately brightened her eyes. What style is it? Just go upstairs and check. Song Hanmo pulled Wei Jiji upstairs. Once her mother entered her wardrobe room, Song Hanmo quickly messaged Yin-sun. Now, hurry up and leave. Yin-sun came out from the storeroom. As he left, he jogged all the way. Taking advantage of her mother being occupied with the bag, Song Hanmo quietly walked to the window and caught a glimpse of Yin-sun's retreating figure. This normally upright Captain Yin rarely appeared so furtive, and watching him made her lips instinctively curl up. What are you smiling at? Wei Jiji approached upon seeing this. Is there something downstairs? No. Song Hanmo hastily stopped her mother. How about the bag? Do you like it? Yes, this bag's color and design suit you very well. Are you really giving it to me? Sure, I'm giving it to you. A bag for 1 month of peace, it was worth it. Under her mother Wei Jiji's urging, Song Hanmo rested at home for a day. The next day, when most of her cold symptoms were gone, her mother finally allowed her to go to work. After a busy day at work, Song Hanmo went to the fire station to look for Yin-sun. When Yin-sun's shift ended and he saw her, his expression darkened slightly. Why are you here again? I came to return your jacket. That night, Yin-sun had taken off his jacket and covered Song Hanmo with it, and she had slept all night hugging that jacket without him retrieving it when he left. Isn't it reasonable to come find you just to return your jacket? Song Hanmo asked. Yin-sun said nothing, accepted the jacket, and put it in his car. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Wait a minute. Song Hanmo held him back. Why do you always run away when you see me? Even if we can't date, can't we at least be friends? Yin-sun silently stared at her. Let me treat you to dinner. Song Hanmo said, thank you for cooking kanji for me that day. It was the sweetest kanji I've ever tasted. I didn't add sugar. I meant it sweetened my heart. Yin-sun smiled. Miss Song, listen to what you're saying. Do you really think we can be friends? Her obvious feelings for him were evident on her face, and he couldn't pretend not to notice. There's no need to treat me to dinner. Taking care of you was just repaying the favor for saving my sister. Giving me the medicine already paid back the favor, and cooking kanji is a separate matter. Song Hanmo said this and directly jumped into his car. What do you want to eat? You just drive there, and I'll pay. Yin-sun was helpless but couldn't push her out of the car. He sat in the car. What do you want to eat? I will treat you. Song Hanmo had saved his sister after all. Sending some medicine could not possibly repay that kindness. Really? Song Hanmo was delighted. Then I won't be polite anymore. You drive along the street. When I see something I want to eat, I'll ask you to stop. All right. Yin-sun started the car, following her request to drive along the street. As they passed by a roadside food stall, Song Hanmo shouted, Stop, stop, I want to eat stir-fried rice noodles and grilled cold noodles. You can eat something else. Yin-sun naturally assumed that a young lady and big boss like Song Hanmo wouldn't really like roadside stalls. She must be considering his financial capability. I really want to eat them, Song Hanmo said. Quickly stop. Yin-sun found a parking space and stopped the car. Song Hanmo was already impatient to get out and queue up. The mobile stir-fried rice noodles here are very delicious. Once, when I was working overtime and came home, I bought a portion. I was amazed by the taste, but unfortunately, the aunt selling them roams around. I haven't encountered her again. It's truly coincidental that we met today here. Her excitement showed that these rice noodles were indeed very tasty. While queuing, as it was almost their turn, Song Hanmo spotted an iron plate tofu shop in front. Captain Yin, would you please queue up for me there? Their iron plate tofu is also very good. Hurry, hurry. The owner's tofu is limited every day. Once sold out, he leaves. Yin-sun. It was clear she genuinely liked roadside stalls and wasn't pretending at all. After purchasing their food, they went to a roadside barbecue stall and found a seat. Song Hanmo ordered another pot of barbecue and enjoyed eating heartily. It was the first time Yin Zun saw a woman eat so savory. Looking at her, he felt a bit hungry too. Captain Yin, eat. Song Hanmo looked at him. If you don't move, do you expect me to feed you? After speaking, she handed him a skewer of roasted fatty pork near his lips. Eat. I'll do it myself. As Yin Zun reached out to take the skewer from her hand, Song Hanmo pulled back and didn't let him get it. She insisted on feeding him the first bite today. Yin Zun had no choice but to take a bite from the skewer in her hand. The barbecued fatty pork was more fragrant than any he'd had before. Brother. A familiar voice came from beside. Cough. A piece of roasted fatty pork in Yin Zun's mouth almost choked him. Brother. It's really you. Yin Tian walked over, her eyes lighting up when she saw Song Hanmo sitting opposite Yin Zun. Oh, brother, are you on a date? Is this beautiful sister your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Yin Zun quickly stood up and introduced Song Hanmo to Yin Tian. This is Miss Song Hanmo, the one who saved you when you fell into the water at school. Yin Tian's eyes lit up even more when she looked at Song Hanmo. Sister, you're the one who saved me. Thank you so much, sister. Without you, I would have been gone. After Song Hanmo saved Yin Tian always wanted to meet Song Hanmo. For this, she had asked Teacher Chiu at the guidance office several times. But Teacher Chiu said that Song Hanmo was very busy managing several large companies and advised her not to disturb her randomly. Teacher Chiu also said that he had expressed her thanks on behalf of her, and thus, Yin Tian didn't insist on asking for Song Hanmo's contact information. You're welcome. That day I happened to return to school to attend a lecture. It's a coincidence that you're Captain Yin's sister. Song Hanmo smiled and warmly invited her. Do you want to join us for a meal? Can I? Yin Tian looked at Yin Zun for confirmation. Before Yin Zun could answer, Song Hanmo directly pulled a chair over for Yin Tian. Sit down, what cannot be done? All right, then I won't hesitate. No need to hesitate, your brother will treat us, Song Hanmo said. Why does my brother take you to eat at a roadside stall? Yin Tian gave her brother a glare, then turned to Song Hanmo to explain. Sorry sister Song, my brother is a big straight man, he isn't romantic at all, please bear with him. It's fine. I chose to eat here. I think roadside stalls have a sense of life. Many delicacies are actually hidden in these roadside stalls. Yes. I agree. My roommate and I love roadside stalls the most. The two girls began chatting happily, discussing roadside stalls, makeup, and celebrities in the entertainment industry. Although Song Hanmo and Yin Tian were several years apart, there was no generation gap between them. Yin Zun felt a bit out of place and took the cigarette box to go smoke by the roadside. Seeing Yin Zun move away, Yin Tian immediately leaned towards Song Hanmo and asked, Sister Song, are you dating my brother? No. But I just saw you feed him the skewers. I like your brother, so I was a bit more proactive. You're bold. You're also pretty bold, falling into a lake because of a relationship. Song Hanmo joked. That wasn't a relationship, Yin Tian sighed. That guy wanted to pursue me, coming to our school every day to bother me. I rejected him dozens of times, but he kept following me around. One day after rejecting him again, he got too excited and accidentally pushed me into the lake. What kind of person is that? Why didn't you tell your brother? No, his family is wealthy and influential. I'm afraid if my brother knew, with his temper, he'd fight with that guy, and it might affect my brother's work. What's that guy's name? If your brother can't deal with him, I can solve your problem for you. Song Hanmo said dominantly. Thank you so much, Sister Song. Yin Tian had no doubt that Song Hanmo could resolve her troubles. After all, Teacher Chiu had mentioned that Song Hanmo was the most powerful woman in Rongcheng. She immediately felt as if she had attached herself to a great ally. Of course, I won't help you without something in return. Song Hanmo leaned close to Yin Tian and whispered softly, I want to chase your brother. You need to be my little spy. Tell me anything about him at home, whether there's any change or not. Okay, deal. When Yin Zun returned after finishing one cigarette, he had no idea his sister had already made a deal with Song Hanmo, selling his future privacy. Are we done eating? He asked. We're done. Song Hanmo and Yin Tian stood up, and by the time they left, the two of them were holding hands affectionately. Yin Zun looked at their backs and truly couldn't understand how female friendship could develop so quickly. Song Hanmo helped Yin Tian deal with that annoying pursuer right after she went back. The pursuer of Yin Tian was Master Chen's son. The Chen family happened to have business dealings with Song family. Song Hanmo directly sent a message through someone to Master Chen, asking him to control his younger son well and not let him create trouble in school. Otherwise, Song family would make sure Chen family would lose all its potential business deals afterward. From that day on, Yin Tian was completely free from disturbance. Sister, my sister, it has to be you. I can't even imagine how open-minded a little girl I will become if you become my sister-in-law. Yin Tian sent a text message to Song Hanmo. In that case, do your best to keep an eye on your brother for me. Absolutely. Yin Tian was a grateful little girl. That night, she organized Yin Zun's birth details, work experience, and all his preferences into a table and sent it to Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo learned from the table that Yin Zun was 30 this year, 1 year older than her. After graduation, he entered Rongcheng Fire Station and had been awarded multiple times for saving countless lives. Last year, he had just become the captain of the Rongcheng Fire Station. This table deeply pleased Song Hanmo, and Yin Tian was simply her strongest supporter. However, apart from the content of the table, Song Hanmo was still curious about many things, such as Yin Zun's romantic history. Has your brother dated before? Song Hanmo called Yin Tian and asked. As far as I know, he once seemed to have a girlfriend, but they only dated for about a month. The woman couldn't bear that my brother worked too busy to reply instantly to messages, so she broke up with him. So pitiful. How could it not be? Being a firefighter isn't a normal job, saving people from fires takes priority over everything else. Where is the time for instant replies to messages? That woman was just unreasonably demanding. Then did your brother date anyone else after that? No, though my mother has been pushing him to find a partner ever since. Coincidentally, this was exactly what Song Hanmo's mother Wei Jiji was doing, pressuring her to find a partner and get married every day. Sister Song, speaking of which, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. What is it? This Saturday, my mom arranged a blind date for my brother. Chapter 119, Rekindled Old Flame. Blind date. Song Hanmo's nerves instantly tensed up. The meat she was about to eat should not be taken by someone else. Tian Tian, help me find out when and where they will have the blind date. Got it sis, leave it to me. Yin Tian was very helpful and found out the exact time and place of Yin Zun's blind date in the afternoon. She sent the information to Song Hanmo and especially said, Sis, you must go save my brother, he really hates these occasions the most, but every time he has to go due to social obligations. Alright, don't worry. The location for Yin Zun's blind date was a cafe at Chiu Mountain Plaza. On Saturday evening, Song Hanmo arrived right on time. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she saw Yin Zun and a woman with long curly hair and heavy makeup sitting face to face at a window seat. Yin Zun was wearing a black shirt today, looking more solemn and formal than usual. Song Hanmo took a picture of Yin Zun and sent it to Yin Tian. He looks so formal, it seems he values this blind date. Song Hanmo sent a cold snort expression. Yin Tian hurriedly explained for her brother, it's not like that, sis. My brother was about to go out wearing an old man's shirt, and he was dragged back by my mom who forced him to change into this shirt. That's reasonable. Song Hanmo felt a little better. She intentionally sat behind Yin Zun, wanting to listen to how he talked to the woman during the blind date. Did I hear correctly that you are the captain of Rongcheng Fire Brigade? The blind date woman took the lead. Yes. High salary? Average. Do you have a car? Yes. How about a house? Yes. Mortgage? Are you paying it off yourself? Yes. The woman raised an eyebrow. With your salary, how much money would be left after paying off the mortgage? Yin Zun didn't say anything. That woman continued, I'm quite delicate. I can't stand even a bit of hardship from head to toe, so after marriage, I don't want to work. I just want to travel around, do spa treatments with my girlfriends, drink afternoon tea. Oh, I must use the best cosmetics, otherwise my skin might be allergic. As for clothes, I have to wear branded ones or else I'd feel embarrassed. And for eating out, I prefer stylish restaurants. Those roadside diners make me sick. I think your salary might not be enough to support me. Yes, I think so too, Yin Zun said. Actually, the woman was fairly satisfied with Yin Zun's appearance. She had originally thought that if Yin Zun showed some sincerity and said he was willing to support her, she could lower some of her requirements a little, but unexpectedly, he just slacked off completely. Do you have any sincerity for this blind date? The woman looked at Yin Zun. In fact, I've already heard from Aunt Yin that your job comes with a good housing fund, so each month's mortgage can be covered by it. You were just testing me, why didn't you explain? Aren't you hiding money for later? Miss Cheng, we haven't even started talking seriously yet. This topic is way too premature. What? Aren't you supposed to be serious about marrying me? The blind date woman glanced at Yin Zun. To be honest, I'm pretty satisfied with your looks. Your genes will surely produce good-looking children. But there's one thing I'm not satisfied with, your job is too dangerous. Alright then, all your future salary will be managed by me. In case anything happens to you at work, I'll at least have some kind of security. Song Hanmo couldn't understand how high-quality and patient Yin Zun needed to be to sit face-to-face with this Miss Cheng for such a long time. Anyway, she couldn't endure listening to another word. Yin Zun. Song Hanmo stood up and walked to Yin Zun's side. Yin Zun and the blind date woman both looked surprised at Song Hanmo. Who is she? The blind date woman asked Yin Zun. Before Yin Zun could answer, Song Hanmo took over. She covered her belly and sorrowfully looked at Yin Zun. Yin Zun, do you have a conscience? I'm pregnant with your child, yet you come here for a blind date with another woman? Yin Zun. What is this? Yin Zun was utterly confused, while the blind date woman exploded immediately. Captain Yin, are you kidding? You already have a kid with someone else, and yet you dare to come on a blind date with me? What exactly do you mean? Do you think this is a game? Now you owe me an explanation. Song Hanmo didn't give Yin Zun a chance to explain. She directly grabbed his arm and pulled him up from his seat. You owe an explanation? Fine, first you need to give one to me and the child. After finishing her words, she dragged Yin Zun straight out of the cafe. The blind date woman kept muttering inside the cafe, but Song Hanmo didn't look back, and didn't allow Yin Zun to look back either. Wait a moment. Yin Zun stopped Song Hanmo. Isn't your joke going too far? All she's waiting for is when you're going to sacrifice yourself on duty. I just told a lie, how's that too far? Song Hanmo glared at Yin Zun. You've always been quite bad-tempered with me before. Why are you being so easygoing today? If I were you, I'd have overturned the table. No matter what, you can't joke about your own chastity. I came here to save you, don't be ungrateful. I didn't ask you to save me. So what? Am I overstepping then? Do you like her? Song Hanmo let go of Yin Zun's hand and said irritably, if you like her, why don't you hurry back now? She's after your jeans. Maybe she's still eagerly waiting for you. You could still make it in time. After finishing her words, Song Hanmo turned around and stormed off angrily. Seeing her walking swiftly in high heels, Yin Zun knew she was upset. This woman was all too transparent when she was happy or upset. He immediately caught up and grabbed her. Walk slower. What gives you the right to tell me what to do? Aren't you carrying my child? Song Hanmo instantly lost her composure and burst into laughter. Yin Zun was utterly helpless and pulled her to the car. Miss Song, next time don't joke about yourself recklessly. If such a thing really spreads, it would harm your reputation. Well, take responsibility for me then, Song Hanmo said smoothly. Yin Zun sighed deeply. It would harm my reputation too. In that case, I'll take responsibility for you. Yin Zun. Yin Captain, I'm serious. Since I messed up your blind date, I should compensate you with a girlfriend. How about me as your girlfriend? Not good at all. Don't joke around. I came here because I had no choice. In fact, I don't want to fall in love at all now. Yin Zun said. Are you sick? A 30-year-old man doesn't want to fall in love. Yin Zun's face turned green. I'm not sick, I just simply don't want to fall in love. Why? No reason, just too much trouble. I'm usually busy, I won't bother you. It's not that kind of trouble. What kind of trouble then? Yin Zun remained silent, and after a long while, he said to Song Hanmo, anyway, thank you for helping me out today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. No, don't you really want me as your girlfriend? No. Song Hanmo inhaled deeply. Fine, sooner or later, she will make this stubborn straight man regret his decision. That night, after Song Hanmo ruined Yin Zun's blind date, Yin Tian called Song Hanmo, saying that Miss Cheng directly complained to Yin Zun's mother. She said a woman claimed to be pregnant with my brother's child, accusing him of having affairs outside, and not keeping himself clean. Yin Tian giggled as she retold Miss Cheng's words to Song Hanmo. You wouldn't believe it, she cried with tear-streaked cheeks. Her makeup wasn't waterproof, so she ended up looking like a raccoon. What did your mom say? My mom apologized profusely, and once Miss Cheng left, she immediately called my brother and asked him to explain about the child. What did your brother say? Song Hanmo was curious. My brother said that he didn't want to have a blind date, so he hired you as an accomplice. Song Hanmo chuckled. Yin Zun's explanation was indeed unique. However, considering Yin Zun's always lukewarm attitude towards her, Song Hanmo thought she should switch strategies. Since aggressively pursuing him wouldn't work, she decided to ignore him for a few days. Just in time, she had another trip abroad. After Song Hanmo went abroad, she completely cut off all contact with Yin Zun. At first, Yin Zun only felt that things became quieter, but by the second day, he started feeling something was off. Not only did he feel it, even several brothers at the fire station thought everyday life seemed to lack something. Captain, why hasn't Miss Song sent you flowers these past few days? That's right, she doesn't come find you after work anymore. Is Miss Song losing interest in you? Probably because the captain is always aloof towards her. Miss Song must be hurt. Exactly, which woman could act like Miss Song? Captain is too stupid. If it were me, having a woman who's so proactive, I would surely cherish her. Every day, Yin Zun was irritated by these guys' discussions, and simultaneously, he began to feel a bit worried. Was there anything wrong since Song Hanmo suddenly became unusually quiet? He knew his sister Yin Tian and Song Hanmo had a great relationship and they kept in touch privately, so those days, Yin Zun would subtly inquire about Song Hanmo from his sister. Yin Tian knew Song Hanmo was abroad on business, but she didn't tell Yin Zun. Instead, she said, you always reject Song's sister, of course she's heartbroken and decided to give up on you. When Yin Zun heard that Song Hanmo was going to give up on him, he first felt a wave of relief, but soon after, an overwhelming sense of loss surged through him. He couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with him. From the very beginning when they met, he had clearly known that he and the female CEO who lived in the big villa weren't from the same world. But at the moment she finally decided to leave him behind, his heart suddenly felt like it was missing a piece. Song Hanmo was abroad and tried hard to hold herself back from reaching out to Yin Zun. Yin Tian had sent her a message midway saying that Yin Zun had asked about her, which implied her strategy of taking a step back to move forward had begun to show results. Now, they were both waiting for the other to cave first. Yet Song Hanmo waited and waited for 10 days until she returned home without receiving any word from Yin Zun. She began to doubt if the information from Yin Tian was accurate. As soon as she landed, Song Hanmo called Yin Tian. Yin Tian didn't pick up. A while later, she called back. Big sister Song. Sweetie, I'm back. Where are you? Why didn't you answer my call? I'm in the hospital. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? It's not me, it's my brother, he got injured. Which hospital is it? Are you coming now? Yin Tian hesitated a bit. Maybe you should come tomorrow instead. No, I want to see him right now. But, sweetheart, is something wrong? Can I come or not? It's not that you can't. Never mind, just come. You'll see when you get here. After hanging up, Yin Tian sent the location of the hospital to Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo rushed to the hospital. As soon as she walked into the ward, she saw a woman standing by Yin Zun's bedside. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and was extremely beautiful. She was peeling an apple for Yin Zun. Big sister Song, you're here. Yin Tian was the first to see Song Hanmo, and as soon as she spoke, Yin Zun immediately turned his head toward the door. The woman peeling the apple also looked at Song Hanmo and smiled gently. giving off the vibe of being the hostess. Song Hanmo instinctively realized that Yin Zun and this woman shared some kind of deep relationship, which made her feel a bit uneasy. However, since she couldn't show it outright, she forced herself to go over and greet them. Captain Yin, I heard you got hurt, so I came to see you, said Song Hanmo. Yin Zun didn't expect Song Hanmo, who had disappeared for 10 days, to suddenly appear, and he was still trying to process the situation. It's been a long time. After a long pause, those were the only words he could muster. Long? Not really, Song Hanmo said deliberately. Yin Zun didn't say anything more. 10 days wasn't long. He already felt like every day was dragging on endlessly. Zun, is she your friend? The lady peeling the apple asked. Zun. Hearing that nickname made Song Hanmo bristle inwardly, especially since Yin Zun even nodded in response. No, whoever said they were friends? Captain Yin, I'm glad you're doing well. Song Hanmo gave him a distant smile. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Having finished speaking, she turned and left. Yin Tian tactfully followed her out of the ward. Big sister Song, are you really leaving? What else am I supposed to do? Stay and peel another apple? Song Hanmo said irritably. Sweetie, who is that woman? Her name is Maro Weiwei, she's his ex-girlfriend. Yin Tian replied. Ex-girlfriend? Yes, do you remember? I told you once, my brother dated someone before, that was her. The one who broke up because she couldn't handle my brother not instantly replying to messages. Yin Tian nodded. Yes, that's her. My brother hasn't had any other girlfriends. If they've broken up, why is this ex-girlfriend back again? My brother was injured saving her. What? This time, her father's factory caught fire. My brother led the rescue team, saving Maro Weiwei and her father but ended up getting injured himself. This seems to have moved Maro Weiwei, and since yesterday, she's been guarding my brother's ward. So, did they reunite? Chapter 120, want to give you a surprise. Yin Tian quickly shook her head. That's not the case. What's going on then? Maro Weiwei's earlier attentiveness and the way she looked at Yin Zun were clearly off. Probably Maro Weiwei is trying to reconcile with my brother, but we don't know yet what my brother thinks. Song Hanmo stayed silent. Yin Zun didn't refuse Maro Weiwei coming again and again to visit him. It was clear what he was thinking. It seemed they still had feelings for each other. Song Hanmo felt a pang of sadness. If Yin Zun and Maro Weiwei loved each other, then there was no point for her to keep clinging on. Sweetie, I'll go home first. Yin Tian sharply sensed that Song Hanmo was in low spirits. Sister Song, are you feeling down? Yin Tian pulled her hand. Don't feel sad just yet, I think my brother still has feelings for you. During these 10 days when you haven't contacted him, his mood was clearly off. Don't worry, once Maro Weiwei leaves, I will sound out my brother. Song Hanmo shook her head. Sweetie, you've helped me a lot already. For now, let your brother rest well. I'll go home first, talk later. Alright. Yin Tian watched as Song Hanmo left the hospital. Song Hanmo's figure obviously carried an air of melancholy, and Yin Tian felt genuinely sorry for her. She returned to the ward. Maro Weiwei was still sitting by Yin Zun's bedside. The apple she'd peeled earlier lay untouched in the plate. Yin Tian looked at the apple and suddenly understood her brother's thoughts. If her brother truly had any lingering affection for Maro Weiwei, this apple wouldn't have been left uneaten. Sister Weiwei, aren't you supposed to be working? Yin Tian sat next to Maro Weiwei. The factory is being rebuilt over these few days, many orders can't be fulfilled, so we're on leave. If you're on leave, why don't you take this opportunity to rest properly? Coming here every day to see my brother, doesn't that tire you out? Not tired. Maro Weiwei cast a shy glance at Yin Zun. Your brother saved me, so it's only proper that I come and see him. Sister Weiwei, hasn't it been quite a while since you and my brother broke up? Yes. Do you have a boyfriend? Maro Weiwei immediately shook her head. I don't. Then did I misremember? How could I forget that shortly after you broke up with my brother, you posted a picture of a man on your friend circle, even calling him Bao Bao? That. Maro Weiwei's eyes flickered. That's my male childhood friend. Actually, that person was the boyfriend Maro Weiwei dated immediately after breaking up with Yin Zun, but the man was flirtatious and lazy, staying at home playing games all day and asking Maro Weiwei for money from time to time. Maro Weiwei couldn't stand him, so after dating for more than a month, they split up. You call your male best friend Bao Bao, so how does he address you? Honey. Dear. Yin Tian's tone became slightly mocking. You two are really romantic. Maro Weiwei laughed awkwardly. I'm like that by nature, fond of socializing. If your brother doesn't like it in the future, I will cut ties with these people. Whom you like to hang out with is none of my brother's business. Are you trying to reunite with my brother? Maro Weiwei didn't rush to answer, looking at Yin Zun with an anticipatory gaze. She thought that if Yin Zun showed any hint of willingness to reconcile, she would stop pretending and directly ask him to be together again. After all, in the past few months, she had dated several men in succession and found that Yin Zun was still the most reliable and steady one. Moreover, he was undoubtedly the most handsome one. There were too many ugly and promiscuous men in the world. Someone like Yin Zun was truly rare, almost a national treasure. Sweetie, don't talk nonsense, that's impossible. Yin Zun's words instantly shattered all of Maro Weiwei's fantasies. Yin Tian immediately chuckled. She knew that her brother was kind-hearted but not stupid. He wasn't someone who would recycle every piece of trash. Ashun, I actually still like you. I think this fire is fate reuniting you and me. If possible, maybe we. Impossible. Yin Zun interrupted Maro Weiwei. The fire is just a fire, don't romanticize disasters, and I've ended things with you. Yin Zun stated firmly. He had told Maro Weiwei many times before not to come to the hospital anymore, but she refused to listen to him. Her repeated appearances made Yin Zun very uncomfortable. And today, Song Hanmo just happened to see it, which infuriated him even more. Shun. Sister Weiwei, don't you understand Chinese? My brother has spoken so clearly. So, don't say anything more. We are all adults. Stay together if it works, otherwise move on. This entanglement has long become outdated. In the face of Yin Tian's sharp-tongued words, Maro Weiwei was completely silenced. I just remembered I have to go to the company. I'll head back first. Maro Weiwei made up an excuse and quickly fled the ward. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give herself some hope. Shun, let's contact each other on WeChat later. After Maro Weiwei left, Yin Tian hurriedly began rummaging through Yin Zun's coat. What are you looking for? Asked Yin Zun. I'm looking for your phone. I'm warning you, absolutely do not keep in touch with that woman anymore. She's like a sea queen, she keeps a whole pond of fish. Only when she realizes none of them compare to you does she come crawling back. I know, said Yin Zun. He was not the type of man who would drag things out needlessly, nor did he have time for such nonsense. Back when he met Maro Weiwei at a blind date, their one-month relationship was more about chatting online over WeChat, no different from being ordinary friends. Later, Maro Weiwei broke up with him because she found fault with him. Since then, he never gave her another thought. If it hadn't been for the fire bringing them together again, he might not even have remembered her at all. That won't work. I still don't trust you, you must block her. Sweetie, I can handle this myself. How well can you handle it? You didn't see how sad Sister Song looked when she left the hospital. When Yin Zun heard Yin Tian mention Song Hanmo, his heart tightened. How did she find out I got injured? I told her. Are you her spy planted beside me? I volunteered to be the spy. I like Sister Song, and I want her to become my sister-in-law. Yin Tian quickly clarified for Song Hanmo. You stop interfering recklessly. Brother, is it that you lack confidence? Do you think Sister Song is too rich and beautiful for you? Yin Zun's eyes dimmed. You say this because you also feel that way. With Song Hanmo's background, she could easily find someone much better than him. Why should she waste her time on him? I don't feel that way. Instead, I think the two of you are very compatible. How so? She is pretty, and so are you. She is rich, but you're not exactly poor either. Our family doesn't rely on her charity. We're self-sufficient in every aspect. Economic independence leads to personal independence. Of course, most importantly, brother, you're a hero everyone admires. All the honors you've received cannot be bought with money. Yin Zun laughed. You're quite good at boasting about yourself. Where am I boasting? Firefighters are the unsung heroes of peaceful times. It's because of people like you who carry the burden ahead, ensuring the safety of ordinary people's lives and property. Alright, this is my job, no need to exaggerate. Whether or not I exaggerated, Song's sister liking you is true. Look at her, she was on a 10-day business trip. As soon as she landed today and heard about your injury, she rushed straight to the hospital without even unpacking her luggage. Doesn't that show how much she cares about you? She went abroad these past few days. Yin Zun sounded relieved. Yes, Yin Tian said, looking at Yin Zun. Didn't you repeatedly ask me about her before? Are you reassured now? Did I ask about her a lot? Yes, I kept count for you. Over those 10 days Sister Song was away, you inquired at least 8 times. Yin Zun fell silent. Was it really that many? He didn't realize he had asked so many times. Brother, listen to me just once. If you like her, chase her immediately. Sister Song is so outstanding. She won't be the one constantly chasing after you shamelessly. If you don't respond, she will get tired eventually, and someone else might sweep her off her feet. Yin Zun stayed in the hospital for several more days. On the day of his discharge, he originally planned to contact Song Hanmo, but there was an unexpected emergency fire inspection task at the fire station. Short-staffed, he had to return immediately. That afternoon, he was busy checking fire equipment at Hungshan Plaza with Da Ming. As they were about to leave that evening after finishing the inspection, Da Ming suddenly pointed upstairs. Isn't that Miss Song? Yin Zun looked up, and indeed, on the second-floor glass balcony of the plaza, Song Hanmo was talking to a man. The man was dressed in a neatly pressed suit, clearly a successful businessman. Standing side by side, they were evenly matched, perfectly paired. Seriously? Did Miss Song already move on? Feng Wei whispered sarcastically. Da Ming immediately glared at him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. The three of them got into the car, but Yin Zun's gaze remained fixed on Song Hanmo. Captain Yin, what's the point of staring? You should go ask Miss Song to clarify everything right now. Don't play guessing games, it's easy to create misunderstandings. Da Ming said. Squad leader is right, Feng Wei chimed in. What I said earlier was all nonsense. If you think about it, that man might just be Miss Song's business partner, her colleague, or even her relative. He doesn't have to be her lover. You still need to clarify with her yourself. Yin Zun thought for a moment. He knew that if he didn't figure out the relationship between Song Hanmo and that man today, he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. You guys finish up your work. I'll head back to the station later. After Yin Zun finished speaking, he jumped out of the car and rushed straight to the second floor. Finally, Captain Yin has come to his senses. Our iron tree at the station is about to bloom. Feng Wei and Da Ming watched Yin Zun's retreating figure and sighed in succession. On the second floor of the plaza, Song Hanmo stood face to face with Jiang Jinghan. She hadn't seen Jiang Jinghan for nearly 2 years. She never dreamed that when she came out to meet a client today, that client would turn out to be Jiang Jinghan. Yes, Jiang Jinghan was her ex-boyfriend from years ago who she cheated on. The moment Song Hanmo saw Jiang Jinghan, her mind flashed with one thought. While Yin Zun had encountered his ex-girlfriend while saving a fire, she ended up meeting her ex-boyfriend during a social event. What a ridiculous coincidence. Jiamo, it's been such a long time. It was Jiang Jinghan who intentionally pulled Song Hanmo aside to talk on the balcony away from the other partners. Don't call me Jiamo. We're not close anymore. Song Hanmo replied. The moment she found out about Jiang Jinghan's infidelity years ago, she felt as if the world had collapsed. But now, those wounds had long been healed by time. Seeing Jiang Jinghan again, her heart remained calm and unruffled. Yet even though she had forgotten the pain of being hurt, peaceful coexistence with Jiang Jinghan was still impossible. He didn't deserve it. Jiamo. Manager Jiang, please call me President Song. Don't try to get close to me. All right, President Song. Jiang Jinghan looked at Song Hanmo with deep resentment. In fact, what happened between us back then was all a misunderstanding. The influencer and I were merely discussing a live streaming plan in the hotel. We didn't sleep together. Shut up. I don't have the time to hear your explanation for something from the past. Song Hanmo was impatient. She didn't want to dredge up old accounts. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. Back then, she had caught him red-handed in bed with another woman. How dare Jiang Jinghan try to deny it? Jiamo, don't be like this. Over these many years, I've never stopped missing you. You're different from those women who only care about my money. You are the one who has shared my tough times. You can't forget me, huh? Sorry, I've already forgotten you. You've got a boyfriend? Yes. That's impossible, Jiang Jinghan firmly stated. After leaving me, who else could you possibly love? Song Hanmo was outright offended by his arrogance. Brother, why don't you look in the mirror? Are you any better than other men? Do you have 3 legs or 2 eyes instead of the regular ones? What makes you so special? Men like you, filled with false confidence, are everywhere in Rongqing. Is it hard for me to find someone better than you? Do you really have a boyfriend? Yes. Just as Song Hanmo was about to mention Yin Zun's name, a glance revealed Yin Zun standing not far from a fire exit sign. Perfectly timed, my boyfriend is here. Let me introduce him to you. Song Hanmo waved at Yin Zun. Axon. Axon. Yin Zun paused momentarily. He had originally planned to wait until Song Hanmo finished her conversation with the man before approaching her. But Song Hanmo spotted him first, not only spotting him but also waving and calling him Axon. What kind of situation was this? Axon. Come over here, what are you standing there for? Song Hanmo effortlessly called him Axon, as if Maro Weiwei could call him that way, so could she. Yin Zun approached Song Hanmo just as he was about to explain that he was there today to conduct a fire inspection. However, Song Hanmo had beaten him to it and directly looped her arm around his. Axon, I already told you I'd be working today, how come you didn't let me know that you'd come to pick me up after work? She lightly punched his solid pectoral muscles. Were you trying to surprise me? Yin Zun's mind rapidly analyzed the situation. Watching the darkening expression of the man across from him, he roughly figured out what was going on. Yes, I was trying to surprise you. He went along with Song Hanmo's act. Chapter 121, Future Sister-in-Law. Song Hanmo slightly curled her lips, and Yin Zun's reaction was pretty quick. Jiang Jinghan, upon seeing that Song Hanmo actually had a boyfriend, immediately scrutinized Yin Zun. Yin Zun was tall with long legs, his looks and figure being the top of the line among men, exuding overwhelming testosterone pressure. However, his attire was plain, seemingly not indicative of wealth. Hey, this is Song CEO's boyfriend, huh? Jiang Jinghan deliberately extended his hand with an expensive watch toward Yin Zun. Nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Jinghan. Hello, Yin Zun. Yin Zun calmly shook hands with Jiang Jinghan. It's quite remarkable for Mr. Yin to have captured the heart of such an excellent woman as Ms. Song. May I ask where Mr. Yin works? It was clear that Jiang Jinghan intended to inquire about Yin Zun's occupation in order to judge if the man had money. What's your business with my boyfriend's job? Stay out of what doesn't concern you. Song Hanmo glared at Jiang Jinghan disapprovingly. Besides, it wasn't him pursuing me, it was me who pursued him. Jiang Jinghan felt icy cold inside all of a sudden. Back in the day, he relentlessly pursued Song Hanmo for a whole year before finally winning her over, yet now, Song Hanmo would chase someone else. What made this man special aside from his good looks? Mr. Yin, will you ever shut up? Before Jiang Jinghan could ask more, he was directly interrupted by Song Hanmo. If there's nothing else, let's wrap it up here today, Song Hanmo said. I feel like my company and yours don't mix well. Let's drop the deal discussions. Ms. Song, personal feelings are one thing, but work is another. You shouldn't mix them up, right? A person who doesn't manage their private life well, how could they do a good job? After she finished speaking, she firmly clutched onto Yin Zun's arm and whispered gently, let's go. Jiang Jinghan looked at Song Hanmo and let out a light humph. This woman was loud and rude to him but turned sweet when addressing Yin Zun. The contrast couldn't be more obvious. The more she acted this way, the more he wanted to investigate this man thoroughly. Song Hanmo pulled Yin Zun away without hesitation. Only after they were out of Jiang Jinghan's sight did she release Yin Zun's hand. Sorry, Just now I was a bit too abrupt, offending team leader Yin. Song Hanmo apologized. It's fine. Yin Zun touched the back of his head. In truth, deep down he wished she'd cling to his arm a little longer. How did you end up here? There was a fire inspection here today. Oh, what a coincidence. Yep. Are you fully recovered from your injury? Yes. Silence ensued between them. Song Hanmo lightly coughed twice since she didn't know how to strike up a conversation. Who was that man earlier? Yin Zun asked. Song Hanmo thought to herself that this blockhead must have finally come around, asking her questions on his own initiative. An ex-boyfriend. Is he harassing you? Not really, we just happened to run into each other today. Song Hanmo glanced at Yin Zun and deliberately added, I'm not one for lingering attachments. Once a relationship ends, it ends. Even if he kept trying, I wouldn't consider going back to him, unlike team leader Yin. What's wrong with me? I don't look back either. Yin Zun quickly seized the opportunity to clarify his stance. I think people should look forward, not be held back by the past. What's going on between you and your ex-girlfriend then? There's absolutely nothing going on between us. Really? Yin Zun nodded earnestly, really. Song Hanmo found his solemn appearance amusing for no reason and couldn't help laughing. Then she lifted her chin arrogantly. Oh well, true or false, it has nothing to do with me anyway. In fact, just as Yin Zun was about to say something, Song Hanmo's phone rang. It was a call from her assistant. Her assistant usually wouldn't call her unless there was an emergency. Song Hanmo picked up the phone. Sure enough, there was a sudden change in a project they'd confirmed last week. Several veterans on the board were already at the company, and the assistant called her to come back and take control. All right, I'll come right away, Song Hanmo said. After hanging up, she turned to Yin Zun and said, sorry, I've got an urgent matter to attend to at the company. Okay. See you later then. All right. Song Hanmo rushed off, leaving Yin Zun gazing at her retreating back, feeling a certain sense of regret. If that call hadn't interrupted, perhaps he would have mustered the courage to express his feelings all at once, but unfortunately, something came up at her company. Perhaps heaven also deemed it inappropriate for him to declare his feelings to her so soon, thus orchestrating the interruption through that phone call. Next time he must seize the chance. After Song Hanmo returned to the company, she promptly convened a meeting to jointly discuss solutions to the problems with the project. By the time the meeting ended, it was very late. When she left the company, the sky was pitch black. Driver Little Zhao came to pick her up. Alone in the backseat, she watched the city lights flash by and suddenly thought of Yin Zun, remembering his interrupted sentence earlier that day. If it hadn't been for that phone call at that moment, who knew what he would have said to her? Unable to resist, Song Hanmo wanted to send a text to Yin Zun to ask him clearly. But when she opened her phone, she first saw Jiang Jinghan's friend request. After they broke up, Song Hanmo had long deleted Jiang Jinghan's WeChat account. They had met again today with no pleasure, yet she wondered why he had added her. Song Hanmo pretended not to see his friend request. But then, Jiang Jinghan shamelessly added her in the university group chat. Song Hanmo opened the group chat only to discover that everyone had already discussed holding an alumni reunion all day, but due to being too busy, she hadn't checked the messages in time. Jiang Jinghan, Momo, since the classmates gathering is in Rongqing, you will surely attend, right? How could he casually call her Momo in front of so many classmates as if nothing happened? How shameless. Back then, who in this group didn't know how hard Jiang Jinghan tried to chase Song Hanmo, how she supported him from scratch, and how he later cheated on her once he became successful, becoming the modern Chen Shimin. Song Hanmo ignored Jiang Jinghan again. She scrolled through the chat history and found out the university class president had added her earlier, asking whether she was available to attend the reunion. Song Hanmo quickly replied to the president. Sorry, President, I was busy all day. I just saw your message now. I'll attend, definitely. The president sent her a smiley face and naturally started chatting with her about their respective situations. Both ignored Jiang Jinghan, but he didn't give up and appeared again to assert his presence. Jiang Jinghan, Momo, bring your boyfriend along when attending the reunion. Several close classmates hearing that Song Hanmo had a boyfriend immediately jumped out to offer their congratulations. Oh, Momo is in love. Congratulations. Momo, congratulations. Bring your boyfriend over so we can see who the handsome man stealing our class beauty is. Some people directly hit back at Jiang Jinghan hard. Momo, you should bring your boyfriend for us to see. We need to scrutinize this one carefully to ensure you don't end up with another unreliable guy. Exactly. Men understand men best. Let us inspect and make sure this boyfriend isn't like your ex, heartless and disloyal. Song Hanmo couldn't help laughing at the well-meaning enthusiasm of her classmates, not knowing what Jiang Jinghan felt reading those messages. He must have never dreamed that his attempt would backfire so spectacularly. My boyfriend might not be available. Song Hanmo replied in the group. Jiang Jinghan was still around, trying to provoke a response. What does your boyfriend do? Why is he busy at night? Song Hanmo firmly refused to reply to Jiang Jinghan's message, quoting some comments where everyone offered to check if this boyfriend would be another disloyal person. I'll ask him later. If he has time, I'll definitely bring him over so you all can see how reliable this boyfriend of mine is. Good, please bring him along. Song Hanmo enthusiastically chatted with everyone all the way home. The first thing she did upon returning was call Yin Zun. Yin Zun answered quickly, but as soon as the call connected, Song Hanmo heard water sounds. Team leader Yin, what are you doing? Song Hanmo asked. I'm taking a shower. You're answering my call while showering? Song Hanmo felt inexplicably delighted. Yin-sun was answering her call while showering, which meant Yin-sun probably cared about her quite a bit, right? The sound of water stopped on the other end. What do you want? Are you done with your shower? Are you dressed? Song Hanmo started imagining a certain someone answering the phone naked, with all the muscles exposed, sensuous and charming. What do you want from me? You didn't answer honestly. Looks like you're not dressed yet. If there's nothing important, I'll hang up. Go dress first. Song Hanmo deliberately tricked him. Hurry up and get dressed so you don't catch a cold. Call me back after you've dressed properly. Yin-sun didn't bother pretending anymore and simply responded with a before hanging up. Song Hanmo burst into laughter. Sure enough, this guy wasn't dressed. She laughed and laughed, then forcibly held back her grin. What was she laughing at? She hadn't seen him firsthand, and she hadn't gained any advantage. Next time, she had to see for herself how sexy this man looked undressed. About 5 minutes later, Yin-sun called back. What do you need? I need your help again. Say it. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend once more? Sure, Yin-sun agreed without hesitation. Don't agree so quickly, Song Hanmo explained the situation. This time playing my boyfriend means accompanying me to a classmates reunion. Classmates reunion? Yes, a gathering of our university classmates. Many of my friends will be there. If you're uncomfortable with it, I'll find an excuse to decline. Was your ex-boyfriend invited? Yin-sun asked. I don't mind, Yin-sun said. But what if they ask you weird questions? Isn't it better for us to rehearse beforehand? We could just say whatever you'd like. Team leader Yin seems to have plenty of experience in being someone's fake boyfriend. No experience at all. You are my first fake girlfriend, Yin-sun said. What a coincidence. And you're also my first fake boyfriend. Song Hanmo smiled. Shall we make this pretend thing real? This sentence was already on the tip of Yin-sun's tongue, but he still didn't dare to utter it. After sending Yin-sun the time of the alumni reunion, Song Hanmo took a shower, removed her makeup, and began her skincare routine. When she completed the entire process and was ready to go to bed, Yin Tian suddenly bombarded her with messages. Sister Song, are you asleep? There's something off about my brother. It seems like he has some issue. Is he really thinking of getting back together with Maro Weiwei? Sister Song, has he contacted you? Song Hanmo didn't know what had gotten into Yin Tian, so she immediately called her. Tian, what's wrong with your brother? I'm not sure what's wrong with him, but out of nowhere, in the middle of the night, he's acting as if displaying his plumage like a peacock. When I went to get water and passed by his room, I saw him trying on clothes one by one from the wardrobe. My goodness, this big oaf of a brother who usually doesn't care at all about how he looks has never done anything like this before. Yin Tian kept saying it was weird. Song Hanmo paused for a few seconds and suddenly thought, could this strange behavior of Yin-sun be related to her? Could it be because he wanted to accompany her to the class reunion and decided he needed to step up his game for her sake? Sister Song, I've heard that when a man starts caring about his appearance, it's definitely because he has someone he cares about. Could it be that my brother and his ex-girlfriend from the seafood company reignited their romance? But Xiaoxin told me that they had completely broken off long ago. Yin Tian started questioning life. Song Hanmo laughed and said, Tian, your brother hasn't reignited his old flame. He's a dead tree blooming again. What do you mean? Don't ask yet. Right now, go into your brother's room and help him pick the set of clothes you think looks best on him. Even though Yin Tian was confused, she obediently followed Song Hanmo's instructions. Yin-sun was just racking his brain over what to wear for the class reunion with Song Hanmo. Seeing his sister come in to help him consult made him feel like a lifesaver had arrived. You quickly help me choose. Which outfit do you think looks good on me? I think you look best in your uniform. The uniform won't work. Who are you trying to impress, brother? My future sister-in-law. Not possible. Are you really getting back together with Maro Weiwei? Of course not. Then, who's my future sister-in-law? As Yin Tian connected the dots between Yin-sun's words and the phone call she just had with Song Hanmo, everything became clear to her. Oh, so these two had already secretly communicated after all. How silly of her to have worried unnecessarily. Big brother, you've got guts. Yin Tian gave her brother a thumbs up. If you can really win Sister Song's heart, you'll officially become the coolest guy in my heart. I can't be fully certain right now, but I want to try hard for her, Yin-sun said. Ayaya, well done, big brother, finally seeing sense. We don't need to talk about that now. She wants me to pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her to the class reunion. What do you think I should wear? I think you'd look good in anything. With Yin-sun's face being one of God's favorite creations and his body being like a walking clothes hanger, he truly looked good in anything. Take this seriously. Then, why don't you wear your usual jacket? It's always better when you're natural. Overdoing it with fancy outfits might make you seem stiff. Yin-sun pulled out the jacket. This jacket was the same one Song Hanmo had hugged all night before. It still carried her scent, and he didn't even dare to wash it. Alright, it's this one then. That very jacket carried Song Hanmo's fragrance, a lingering reminder of the warmth they shared. Chapter 122, Couple Outfits. The day of Song Hanmo's class reunion was on Saturday. Yin-sun specially swapped shifts with his colleagues and arrived an hour before the start of the reunion at the building where Song Hanmo worked. When Song Hanmo came downstairs, she saw Yin-sun standing by the car. He had just gotten a new haircut today, wearing the black leather jacket that had stayed in her house overnight, paired with matching long pants. His overall appearance was fresh and energetic, emanating irresistible allure like a boyfriend who exudes charm. How did you come so early to wait for me? Song Hanmo asked as she approached him. Based on the information given by Yin Tian, she specifically wore a black Audrey Hepburn dress today, making their outfits a black-themed couple set. Well, I don't really have anything else to do. Actually, he wanted to see her earlier. Song Hanmo smiled and got into Yin Zun's car. Yin Zun's car was a black off-road vehicle with strong lines on the body. The front four-sided air intake grille was paired with grey decorative strips and matrix headlights, presenting a majestic and fierce visual effect, much like its owner. Do you know the location of the restaurant? Song Hanmo asked. No, you navigate for me. Okay. One driving, one giving directions, they were in perfect harmony, just like an old married couple. Today's gathering was scheduled at the Future Hotel. Future is a hotel under Duan's Corporation. After getting out of the car, Song Hanmo walked directly to Yin Zun's side. Hold my hand. Song Hanmo said to Yin Zun. Yin Zun nodded and took her hand. Her hand was white, soft, with delicate fingers enveloped in his calloused hand, like a treasured possession, making him unable to help but be gentle. Are you nervous? Song Hanmo felt that his grip seemed somewhat rigid. Not really. Don't be nervous. As long as you're by my side, I'll handle the rest. Okay. Song Hanmo quietly interlaced her fingers with his, forming a 10-finger intertwined pose. Yin Zun looked at her and silently tightened his grip on her hand. Song Hanmo smiled, feeling an increasingly stronger thought in her heart. How nice it would be if he were truly her boyfriend. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Jiang Jinghan swaying his champagne glass chatting with several classmates. Today, Jiang Jinghan had a slicked-back hairstyle, wore a well-tailored suit, a designer watch on his wrist, and a Hatian jade around his neck, even more elaborate than any business occasion he attended. Upon seeing Song Hanmo and Yin Zun, he immediately waved his hand to greet them, acting like they were very familiar. Song Hanmo ignored Jiang Jinghan, while Yin Zun gave him a nod. Wow, Manager Song, you brought your family member to the class reunion today. Jiang Jinghan, upon seeing Yin Zun, became inexplicably excited, like a hunter spotting prey. His purpose for dressing up to attend this class reunion was precisely to outshine Yin Zun in front of former classmates. Other people in the private room, hearing Jiang Jinghan's words, turned to look at Song Hanmo and Yin Zun. Momo, you're here. A few of Song Hanmo's dorm mates from university waved at her. Hey, we're here. Song Hanmo leaned her face on Yin Zun's shoulder sweetly and said, you all wanted to see my boyfriend, right? Here he is. Wow, I was just wondering what kind of man could pick such a high and mighty flower like you. Seeing your boyfriend's face now, it all makes sense, he's just too handsome. Hi beauty couple, I can't even imagine how good looking your kids will be. Momo, your boyfriend has such a rugged feel, he's my type. Female classmates gathered around, showering Yin Zun with compliments. Yin Zun's face instantly turned red. Haha, Momo, your boyfriend blushes too, something rare these days. Momo found a treasure, give us an introduction quickly. Song Hanmo held onto Yin Zun's arm and introduced him sweetly. My boyfriend's name is Yin Zun. The surname Yin is pronounced as Jun and the name Zun as Wang Xingheng. Yin Zun, the name sounds good too. Mr. Yin, when did the two of you start dating? Song Hanmo's roommate edged closer to take a look at Yin Zun, Momo's pretty tight-lipped. We just found out about this a few days ago. We've been together for a while, Yin Zun replied. Momo is not fair, hiding such a handsome boyfriend. That's true. With such good looks, you should have already sent pictures to our group chat for us to sigh over. Everyone laughed. Jiang Jinghan, seeing that Yin Zun had drawn the attention of all the women in the private room, became very dissatisfied. He stepped forward and forced himself into the conversation. Mr. Yin, I heard you work at Rongcheng Fire Brigade. This was something Jiang Jinghan deliberately had someone check. Upon learning that Yin Zun was merely a firefighter, Jiang Jinghan couldn't help but feel disdain inside, confirming that this guy only had a pretty face but was actually a poor man without money in his pocket. Haven't you heard? Who did you hear it from? Song Hanmo immediately countered, I have never told anyone about my boyfriend's job. Where did you get your information from? Jiang Jinghan, did you go out of your way to investigate my boyfriend? I'm not that bored, Jiang Jinghan denied. Then how do you know? It doesn't matter how I know, what matters is why you have never told anyone about your boyfriend's profession. Do you also find it embarrassing? Embarrassing? Do you even know how to write embarrassing? Song Hanmo tightened her grip on Yin Zun's hand. My boyfriend is the captain of Rongcheng Fire Brigade, and I am proud of him. The reason I never told others is because I don't feel good enough or worthy to be the family member of a hero. Yeah, I also think being a firefighter is a cool job. Firefighters are the guardians of the city. If my boyfriend is a firefighter, I should definitely take a megaphone and parade him around the neighborhood where I live. Moreover, Mr. Yin is also a captain. Just hearing the word captain makes me excited. Once again, Yin Zun was flattered by everyone's compliments. Thank you all, actually, being a firefighter is just an ordinary job. Look at how humble our Captain Yin is. Song Hanmo made no effort to hide her fondness for Yin Zun, I just like how low-key and modest he is. Really? Are you saying that you're not into Captain Yin's handsome face or his 8-pack abs? Someone joked. Song Hanmo laughed, of course, I like those too. Then Captain Yin, what do you like about Momo? Asked one of Song Hanmo's roommates. I like everything about her. Yin Zun replied. Wow. Everyone applauded and teased, while Jiang Jinghan angrily drank 2 glasses of champagne nearby. He had originally planned to use the occasion of work discussion to belittle Yin Zun, but instead, they had seized the moment to show off their affection, which was extremely infuriating. After a brief idle chat, everyone sat down once everyone arrived. There were 3 tables today. Initially, Song Hanmo wanted not to sit with Jiang Jinghan, but this person clung to her like a piece of plaster, impossible to shake off. The waiters began serving dishes after everyone was seated. Jiang Jinghan was eager in pouring drinks for everyone. When it came to Yin Zun, he picked up a bottle of rare vintage wine. "Mr. Yin, would you like to try some of this wine?" said Jiang Jinghan. "No thanks, I still have to drive, so I can't drink alcohol." Yin Zun declined. "Driving isn't an issue, just hire a chauffeur later." Jiang Jinghan showed Yin Zun the English label on the wine bottle. "This wine is something I specially ordered, a bottle costs 7 figures. Mr. Yin usually wouldn't have the chance to taste such fine wine, so don't miss out today." "A bottle costing 7 figures? Jiang Jinghan, if you choose wine like this, how are we going to split the bill later?" One classmate complained. As everyone had discussed before coming, the cost of the reunion would be split evenly among them. "What split?" "With me, Jiang Jinghan here, there is no need for you all to chip in. I will cover all the expenses for today's class reunion," Jiang Jinghan boasted. "Truly impressive, our boss Jiang." A male student near Jiang Jinghan shouted loudly, "Now that boss Jiang has succeeded, we also get to benefit. Let's raise our glasses to celebrate Jiang's thriving business and wealth." With free gourmet meals and million-dollar wines, everyone became instantly excited and raised their glasses to toast to Jiang Jinghan's prosperity. Jiang Jinghan put on a pleased look. Thank you for your blessings." After the group finished toasting, Jiang Jinghan focused his attention back on Yin Zun. "Mr. Yin, won't you have a glass? Come on, give it a try. It's all thanks to President Song today, otherwise, you'd never get to drink this wine in your life." Jiang Jinghan sneered. But there was no trace of disturbance in Yin Zun's eyes. He didn't care about these childish antics from Jiang Jinghan. He found it all too immature. "Sorry, I really don't drink alcohol." He calmly refused. Ever since Yin Zun became a firefighter, he hadn't touched alcohol anymore because he wished to always stay in excellent condition. In case of any fire situation, or if the station needed him to go on a mission, he could be ready at a moment's notice. "Don't turn it down," Jiang Jinghan said as he leaned forward to grab the wineglass beside Yin Zun. Yin Zun gently raised his hand to block him and did not make contact with Jiang Jinghan at all. But suddenly, the wine bottle in Jiang Jinghan's hand fell to the ground with a loud bang. The high-priced wine shattered on the floor. Everyone gasped in unison. "Oh no." Before Yin Zun could react, Jiang Jinghan already changed his demeanor. "Mr. Yin, if you don't want to drink, that's fine, but why do you have to move your hand? Do you want no one else to drink as well?" Jiang Jinghan said angrily. "Do you think everyone would believe it was his fault?" "Hey, Jiang Jinghan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Song Hanmo stood up. "I saw clearly that you let go of the bottle yourself and broke it. How can you blame my boyfriend for that? How could I let go myself? This wine cost 7 figures, and I wouldn't break it just to accuse your boyfriend. Does he deserve it? He's a penniless guy, all the money in his account might not reach 7 figures. Watch your words. It's only a bottle of wine, right? I'll ask the waiter to bring another one. I'll pay for it myself, there's no need for you to cover it. How is that any different from living off others? Mr. Yin shattered the bottle himself, so he should compensate for it. How come you keep paying for him? Isn't that like feeding a parasite?" "Jiang Jinghan, you're going too far." Song Hanmo was angry. Yin Zun was a man, and it was humiliating for him to be insulted in public like this. She didn't bring Yin Zun to the reunion so that people could belittle him. Why? Is it bad to date someone who lives off women? Jasmine, you're too naive. Men who are good-looking but accomplish nothing are the most dangerous. The only reason he pursued you is for your money. With you, he won't need to strive anymore. Jiang Jinghan, you've gone too far. Right now, I feel really embarrassed. Song Hanmo said. Exactly, dating a gold digger who doesn't even have the money to buy a bottle of wine makes me embarrassed too. No, you're embarrassing, Song Hanmo replied with calm determination. You act like such a disgraceful jerk right in front of my boyfriend. How will he perceive me? Dating a guy like you, a petty scumbag, is the darkest history of my life. I'm petty, but I covered the cost for today's entire reunion. You call that petty? Money, 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 everything you talk about revolves around money. Have you forgotten the time when you couldn't even afford takeout? Song Hanmo took a sip of water. I didn't want to revisit past accounts with you, but remember, in those days, the rent for your basement was paid by me, and when you started your business, I also invested bit by bit for you. Your success today is all thanks to me, yet you turned around and cheated on me with an internet celebrity. And here you are trying to tell my boyfriend what to do. Jiang Jinghan's face fell red with embarrassment after Song Hanmo exposed his past. At least I made something of myself. But your boyfriend will only ever be a firefighter. I just can't stand how you're helping out the poor. My boyfriend earns his own money and has never taken a single penny from me. Instead, you spent quite a bit of my money back then and still haven't repaid it. So it's you I helped out of poverty. I'll get my assistant to transfer the money to your account right away. I don't want to argue over old accounts either. What matters now is that your boyfriend compensates me for the wine. I already said I'd have the server send over another bottle. I don't want your wine. I want Yin Zun to compensate me in his own way. Jiang Jinghan smirked. Yin Zun, if you're a real man, stop hiding behind women all the time. Let me make this easy for you. All you have to do today is admit that you can't afford to pay for the broken wine and apologize to me, and I'll let it slide. Song Hanmo was almost infuriated to death. She wanted nothing more than to grab the wine bottle and bash Jiang Jinghan's head open, wondering what was inside. Yin Zun, why aren't you saying anything? Just as Yin Zun was about to speak, the hotel manager walked in with 3 bottles of red wine. Everyone, these wines are a gift from our Mr. Duan, the manager softly said. Mr. Duan happened to pass by outside earlier and heard the argument inside. He asked me to convey that whoever broke the bottle today shouldn't spoil the atmosphere of the school reunion. Therefore, he specifically instructed me to deliver 3 bottles of red wine. These wines are the best from the JT winery, which just arrived from overseas yesterday. Mr. Duan said that these wines are gifted to all of you in Mr. Yin Zun's name. He hopes everyone enjoys them. Mr. Duan? Is it the Mr. Duan Chi Ju that I know? Jiang Jinghan asked. Yes. What's the relationship between Mr. Duan and Yin Zun, and why is he gifting wine on Yin Zun's behalf? Mr. Duan mentioned that Mr. Yin is the savior of his wife and a great benefactor to him. Chapter 123, Perfect Man. Jiang Jinghan never expected that Yin Zun had such a tough connection as Duan Chizhou. That was Duan Chizhou, after all. He had already lost the opportunity to cooperate with the Song family due to offending Song Hanmo and could no longer afford to offend Duan Chizhou. Jiang Jinghan instantly fell silent. Captain Yin, you actually know Mr. Duan? What's the story behind this? Tell us quickly. That's right, what kind of life-saving benefactor sounds so impressive? Mrs. Duan Chizhou went through a gas canister explosion recently, and my boyfriend saved her, Song Hanmo explained. Wow, a hero, sounds so cool. A favor from Mr. Duan, that would be a wealth beyond imagination. Song Hanmo stood up, took a bottle of wine from the waiter's tray, and handed it to Jiang Jinghan. The red wine from JT Wine Cellar, 1 bottle could cover several bottles of the wine you broke. Jiang Jinghan, what do you have to say now? Jiang Jinghan coldly snorted, what are you bragging about? Saving Mr. Duan's wife is just a favor. I thought Captain Yin had some special relationship with Mr. Duan. After drinking this bottle of wine, the favor will be returned, and that enormous fortune will come to an end. Yin will still be poor in the future. You seem not to fully understand the relationship between us, Song Hanmo smiled. I forgot to tell you earlier, Mrs. Duan Chizhou is my younger sister. After Yin started dating me, he became Duan Chizhou's brother-in-law. Do you understand? Duan Chizhou has to call Captain Yin brother-in-law for the rest of his life. Duan Chizhou's wife is your younger sister? But you only have 1 brother. Who said I only have 1 brother? Would you like me to let Duan Chizhou confirm this for you? How dared Jiang Jinghan to bother Duan Chizhou over such a trivial matter, especially since he knew Song Hanmo wasn't someone who lied. Alright, whatever relationship you have with Mr. Duan is none of my business. Jiang Jinghan accepted the wine from Song Hanmo's hand, sat back down silently, and finally became obedient. Still, deep down, he felt very bitter. How lucky Yin Zun was, getting together with Song Hanmo wasn't enough, and now even Duan Chizhou became his relative. If this level of connection was given to him, it would be like receiving divine assistance. Although Jiang Jinghan calmed down, Song Hanmo didn't plan to let him off that easily. Jiang Jinghan, everyone knows clearly who broke the wine bottle earlier. We can compensate you with more expensive wine now, but you must apologize to Yin Zun. Apologize to him? You must be dreaming. Jiang Jinghan appeared dissatisfied. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At this moment, the class representative couldn't help but step forward. Jiang Jinghan, I have to say, you were really out of line today. Back then, whose fault was it that you and Jasmine couldn't be together anymore? Now that Jasmine has found new love, we are all happy for her. She brought her boyfriend here for us to get to know, which was originally your suggestion. However, when her boyfriend showed up, how many times did you make sarcastic or mocking comments before and after? None of us are fools. Must you spoil the atmosphere this way? That's right, some people flaunted their wealth from the moment they entered. We came here to relax at the class reunion, not to feel uncomfortable. All of us are ordinary office workers. The wine priced in the 7 figures has never been tasted by any of us here, nor can we afford it. You don't need to target anyone or imply anything. Yes, none of us wants to drink such expensive wine anyway. We came here to chat and relieve stress from our daily lives, giving each other encouragement and support. Instead, our moods were ruined by you. You should indeed apologize to Captain Yin, and more importantly, apologize to all of us. Absolutely. Embarrassed by the collective rebuke, Jiang Jinghan felt cornered. Fine. Since you think I affected your mood, I'll leave. Will that be enough? With anger, Jiang Jinghan left his seat. As he left, he added, you pay for yourselves, I'm certainly not covering the bill for you. Everyone. Who cares? After Jiang Jinghan left, the atmosphere of the gathering immediately loosened significantly. In the middle of the gathering, Song Hanmo discreetly paid the bill under the pretext of going to the restroom. Then she bid farewell to everyone with Yin Zun and left the hotel early. Once inside the car, Song Hanmo apologized to Yin Zun immediately. Sorry, Captain Yin. I didn't expect bringing you here today would cause you such embarrassment. It's okay, I don't mind at all. Yin Zun truly did not care at all. Jiang Jinghan's words could only hurt someone with a bloated sense of vanity, but Yin Zun was never such a person. He loved his career and never believed that a man's self-respect was tied to certain external material things. He thought the spiritual core of a man was the most important thing. Even though Yin Zun was so magnanimous, Song Hanmo still felt uneasy inside. I didn't know Jiang Jinghan was so low. I must have been blind to be with him back then. Don't say that about yourself. Yin Zun looked at Song Hanmo. People can change. When you were with him, he must have been a decent person and had his appealing qualities that attracted you, which made you stay with him. Song Hanmo's eyes unconsciously moistened. Yin Zun's words warmed her heart, and the scar left by Jiang Jinghan from the past was finally healed completely. Thank you today, Song Hanmo said. You're welcome. Are you going home? Unless you plan to take me somewhere else. Would you like to go for a drive nearby? Sure. The car slowly drove away from the hotel. Rongcheng City had already entered the night, and the cityscape was beautiful with the lights flowing on the car windows, giving the atmosphere inside the car a hint of romance. Song Hanmo occasionally glanced at Yin Zun, who could feel her gaze through his peripheral vision. Both were trying hard to restrain something, yet neither spoke because at this moment, sitting silently without any words felt mysteriously romantic. When the car passed a residential area on Feihe Road, suddenly a woman holding a child rushed out from the opposite crossroad and excitedly waved her arms to stop the cars. All passing vehicles avoided her one after another. That woman collapsed in despair and knelt down on the spot. Her action made the vehicles on the road even more reluctant to approach. Seeing this, Yin Zun said to Song Hanmo, "It seems someone is trying to stop a car at that intersection, let me check it out." All right. Yin Zun turned the corner and drove to the side of the woman before getting out of the car. Hello, what happened? Upon seeing Yin Zun stop, the woman burst into tears. Please save my son. He's having seizures due to high fever. Please take us to the hospital. All right, get in quickly. Without hesitation, Yin Zun helped the woman up, got her and the child onto the back seat, returned to the driver's seat immediately, and drove straight towards the hospital. Thank you, thank you. The woman kept thanking, continuously talking to her child while hugging him tightly. Baby, we'll be at the hospital soon. Don't scare mommy, don't sleep, don't sleep, don't scare mommy. Song Hanmo had never encountered such an intense situation before. Her palms broke out in cold sweat as she sat nervously in the passenger seat, not daring to make a sound, fearing that she might disturb Yin Zun's driving. There were many red lights along the way, but Yin Zun ran several of them, managing to get the child to the hospital in the shortest possible time. As they got out of the car, the mother's limbs trembled weakly, and she could no longer hold her child. Without saying a word, Yin Zun picked up the child and rushed in. Doctor, the child is suffering from febrile convulsions. He calmly carried the child into the emergency room, where his tall figure exuded a sense of security. Medical staff rushed out and instructed Yin Zun to place the child on the stretcher bed. Song Hanmo supported the child's mother, who followed behind Yin Zun. Seeing her child receive treatment so quickly, the mother once again knelt down before Yin Zun in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. There's no need to thank. Please get up and talk later. Yin Zun helped the mother up and led her aside. The mother hadn't brought money or her phone, so Yin Zun lent her his phone to call the child's father who was working the night shift. He also proactively helped register the child for hospitalization. Song Hanmo watched Yin Zun rushing around, and suddenly a phrase flashed through her mind. Do not fall in love with someone who is good to you, but fall in love with someone who is inherently good. Yin Zun must be one of those people who are inherently good. Your husband is truly a good person. The child's mother looked at Yin Zun's back, deeply moved, tears streaming down her face. On the way there, I begged so many cars, none stopped. He even circled over from the opposite direction to help us. He's really a good person. Song Hanmo smiled. She originally intended to explain that Yin Zun was not her husband, but after opening her mouth, she strangely decided not to. Yin Zun was not her husband now, but perhaps he would be in the future. Yes, he has always been a good person, Song Hanmo said. Thank you, you are a good person too. People with compatible energies attract each other. Song Hanmo felt somewhat guilty. To be honest, if she were to encounter someone stopping their car on the street late at night, she would likely ignore it just like all the other cars that did not stop. But from today onward, she would change, as Yin Zun's kindness inspired her. She hoped to become a person who enshrines kindness deep within herself like Yin Zun in the future. After being treated by the doctors, the child was out of danger. Yin Zun took Song Hanmo and left the hospital. When they got in the car, Yin Zun walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for her, a bit embarrassed as he said, "Sorry, I planned to take you for a drive but ended up heading to the hospital instead. It's all right, saving lives comes first, I understand." Then I will send you home. Okay. After leaving the hospital, Yin Zun's car went directly to Song Hanmo's villa. Just as they were about to get out of the car, Song Hanmo suddenly felt that today shouldn't end just like this. She clearly knew that she liked Yin Zun and wanted to make this man hers as quickly as possible. Yin Zun, don't get out yet. Song Hanmo leaned forward and stopped Yin Zun who was about to open the door. Yin Zun was surprised for a moment as Song Hanmo's leaning action almost pinned him in the driver's seat. Their bodies pressed against each other, creating an intimate posture. I have something to say to you. From Song Hanmo's fiery eyes, Yin Zun guessed what she was going to say, so he smiled and seriously said, Well, I also have something to tell you. Could you let me go first? Sure, you go ahead. Will you be my girlfriend? Song Hanmo was startled, completely not expecting it. What? I said, Miss Song Hanmo, will you be my girlfriend? Is this what you wanted to tell me? Millimeter. Song Hanmo felt her eyes getting warm, thinking what Yin Zun might want to tell her turned out to be his way of declaring his love before her. We haven't known each other long, I know confessing so soon may seem abrupt, but if you need time to think, I can wait. No need for thinking, I agree. Song Hanmo hurriedly replied. Yin Zun smiled. This was what she liked about Song Hanmo not being coy. Do you really need no time to consider? Yin Zun looked at her. Actually, you don't really know much about me either. Then introduce yourself again, let me know you better. Song Hanmo was teasing him, but unexpectedly, Yin Zun started earnestly summarizing his personal situation. Jiang Jinghan is right, I'm just an ordinary man, far less outstanding than you, especially in terms of financial status. It doesn't matter, I don't care about money. Song Hanmo interrupted Yin Zun and solemnly said, if you are really short of cash, me supporting you wouldn't be a problem. It was the first time a woman said she would support him. Yin Zun was thoroughly amused. Not necessary for you to support me, but I was telling you, with my current job, I won't get rich but won't starve either. This car was bought last year, fully paid upfront, and 3 years ago I purchased a flat near Hengshui Square, 120 square meters. I am still paying off the mortgage, but my housing provident fund covers it, so the repayment pressure isn't huge. Now I still have 23 million in savings. After we're together, I will give all my savings and salary card to you, as a guarantee for you. He was sincere. If you give them all to me, how will you spend? Song Hanmo had never heard of a man who willingly surrendered his salary card. I usually eat at the unit cafeteria, apart from smoking a few cigarettes and taking the guys out for late night snacks, I have no other expenses. Leave a little pocket money every month for me, the rest is fine. As long as it could bring her security, he was willing to hand over everything to her. Song Hanmo was secretly glad to have found such a treasure. Is there anything else you want to tell me? No, if you want to know more, you can ask directly. That previous girlfriend. Rest assured, it has been explained clearly. Are there any other women who like you? No. You're so handsome, how could there be none? Really none, I usually stay in the fire station, occasionally go to the gym, there's no chance to meet other women. But what if someone chases after you? I've already got you, there will be no involvement with other women. Song Hanmo was utterly satisfied with Yin Zun. You are now the perfect man in my eyes. Yin Zun felt a bit shy, then he suddenly remembered something. Oh, there's one thing I need to make clear to you, it's something I've always been worried about. What is it? My profession carries some risk, by being with me, you have to accept the possibility that I may leave without returning. Upon hearing leave without returning, Song Hanmo's heart was painfully pierced. I won't accept you leaving without returning. Therefore, for me, you must take good care of yourself. Alright, I will. Now that everything is clarified, can I kiss my boyfriend? Chapter 124, Stay and Accompany Me. Yin Zun directly held Song Hanmo's nape, covered her lips, and gave her a passionate and lingering response. The two of them were like firewood encountering fire and wind, burning fiercely in an instant. Let's go to my place. Song Hanmo invited with a breathy voice as she spoke. The two got out of the car, held hands, and walked through the courtyard. As soon as they entered the hall, they couldn't help but embrace and kiss again. Song Hanmo had some wine tonight, and now the taste of alcohol between her lips was sweet and rich. Yin Zun felt that just kissing her, he was almost drunk. Neither of them remembered how they ended up lying on the sofa or who pushed who down first. They only felt that at this moment, everything happened naturally. In the passionate kiss, Song Hanmo reached out and pressed against Yin Zun's waistline, unbuttoning his pants. For some reason, Yin Zun suddenly paused. Wait, he said. What's wrong? Song Hanmo asked. I don't think it's right to do this on our first day together. Yin Zun didn't want Song Hanmo to think he was only interested in sleeping with her, though indeed his friend down there was eagerly waiting. Song Hanmo was almost laughing out loud. Team leader Yin, aren't you being too traditional? We're adults, why not just go for it? After saying that, she hooked his neck and pulled him down onto her body, while lifting Yin Zun's shirt at the same time. Due to regular training, Yin Zun's muscles were well defined and his body lines were particularly perfect. And yes, he truly had 8-pack abs. Song Hanmo's white and tender hand roamed over Yin Zun's bronze skin. Just by looking at his muscles, she felt her heart quiver as if touched by electricity. Team leader Yin. She pressed herself against him. What are you still waiting for? Do we have condoms? He asked. Song Hanmo froze for a moment. No, they didn't. She lived alone all year round, so there were no condoms prepared in her home. No. Yin Zun hugged her tightly and murmured softly into her neck, see? It's really not appropriate today. Song Hanmo pouted slightly. Okay. They embraced each other, sitting on the sofa for a while to wait for their passions to subside, but halfway through, they kissed each other again. Back and forth, they didn't know how long it had been before they finally separated. Are you hungry? I didn't see you eat anything today. The evening gathering was disrupted by Jiang Jinghan, leaving them without much to eat. Are you hungry? Yin Zun counter-asked. A little. Is there any food in the fridge? Yes. I'll go check. Yin Zun headed towards the kitchen. Song Hanmo's fridge was filled with fresh vegetables and fruits, which Sister Chun almost replenished daily. Sometimes Wei Jiji would come over and restock the fridge. I'll stir-fry 2 dishes for you. Yin Zun said. Can you cook? Song Hanmo quickly found an apron for him. Yin Zun took off his jacket, put on the apron, and started bustling around in the kitchen. The muscular man exuded masculinity, yet the apron added a homely touch, making this blend utterly charming. Song Hanmo took a bottle of lychee-flavored soda from the fridge, sipping on it while leaning against the kitchen door, watching him. She couldn't help but marvel internally at how attractive Yin-sun was, but alas, she wouldn't be able to sleep with him tonight. As she thought more about it, she grew increasingly reluctant. In the end, she directly placed an order for something on her phone. Within half an hour, Yin-sun had magically whipped up 2 dishes and 1 soup. Try it. Yin-sun handed Song Hanmo chopsticks and a bowl. Yin-sun's cooking was exquisite, and with Song Hanmo already famished, these 2 dishes completely won her over. Delicious. Song Hanmo raised her thumb, really good. Today I rushed because I feared keeping you waiting, so I made it simple to just fill your stomach. Next time, I'll make something even better. You're good at cooking, aren't you? Alright. Not only handsome, but also skilled in the kitchen. I'm truly getting a great deal. Yin-sun was somewhat flattered by Song Hanmo's praise. He knew that the 2 dishes he cooked were just plain home-style dishes, but Song Hanmo excelled in providing emotional value to people. While the 2 were chatting at the dining table, the doorbell suddenly rang. It's the express delivery, Song Hanmo said. You ordered takeaway too? Worried you weren't full? Not that. Song Hanmo smiled mysteriously at Yin-sun. Just wait here for a moment, you'll understand when I bring it in. Yin-sun followed her out. He saw her swiftly grab the bag from the deliveryman, say thank you, and then rush back toward him. Yin-sun was curious. What dish could fit in such a small bag? Can you open this for me? Song Hanmo shoved the takeout bag into Yin-sun's hands. At the moment Yin-sun tore open the takeout bag, Song Hanmo tiptoed to kiss him. Simultaneously, a box of condoms fell out of the bag and landed safely in Yin-sun's hands. If I don't give up my goods tonight, you won't let me go, right? You won't be able to leave even if you give up tonight. Song Hanmo hugged him tightly. Stay and accompany me. Alright. Yin-sun picked Song Hanmo up and headed upstairs. I'll take a shower first. I'm covered in the smell of cooking oil, he said. I want to shower too. Do you mean taking one together? Yes. Yin-sun directly carried Song Hanmo into the bathroom. The 2 were entangled all night. The next morning, Yin-sun woke up first. He held Song Hanmo in his arms, gently combing her disheveled long hair for her, then kissed her forehead. Song Hanmo was awakened by his little actions and opened her eyes. Good morning. Good morning. The 2 exchanged a glance, and Song Hanmo naturally remembered last night's madness. It took some effort for her to keep him, but now she felt a little shy. Don't look at me. My face is swollen this morning, and I don't look good, Song Hanmo said. You look good no matter what. Yin-sun said seriously, and after finishing, he kissed her cheek. Song Hanmo leaned on his chest and laughed, then suddenly remembered something. Hey, what time is it? 7. Sister Chun will come soon. I need to call her and tell her to rest today. Otherwise, Sister Chun would run into Yin-sun. To avoid any awkwardness, she thought it necessary to notify Sister Chun beforehand that she had a boyfriend so she could mentally prepare. Song Hanmo got out of bed to make a phone call. After Yin-sun finished washing up and dressed, he went downstairs to make breakfast for her. He planned to make soy milk and a sandwich. Just as he took out the frying pan and fried 2 eggs, he heard people talking in the courtyard. Has sister been away from home for days? Yeah, she keeps saying she's busy. When she's busy, she doesn't take care of herself. The last time I came, I found her running a fever. I think she's still sleeping. I don't think so. I see the kitchen light is on. The chatting voices drew closer. By the time Yin-sun realized it was Song Hanmo's mother and sister coming, it was too late for him to escape. How coincidental, meeting Song Hanmo's mother again in the early morning. Isn't that team leader Yin? Ruan Xinya spotted Yin-sun first. She looked shocked at Yin-sun and glanced at the apron around his waist. What's going on? Wei Jiji was equally confused. Yin-sun spent his first night at his girlfriend's place and was caught red-handed by her parents, making him nervous like a schoolboy shuffling in place. Auntie, Miss Song, nice to see you again. Isn't that the firefighter? The one who saved an N? Wei Jiji recognized Yin-sun. What are you doing here at my Hanmo's house? Mom, he's my boyfriend. Song Hanmo heard the voices upstairs and immediately called out to help Yin-sun out of trouble. Yin-sun nodded accordingly. Auntie, Hanmo and I are dating. Wei Jiji has always urged Song Hanmo to find a partner. Now hearing Song Hanmo had a boyfriend, and that the boyfriend was the lifesaver who helped Ruan Xinya twice, her eyes lit up instantly. Oh, isn't that a great coincidence? Yes, who would have known that team leader Yin was your sister's boyfriend? Ruan Xinya was also happy. Song Hanmo dressed properly and came down from the 2nd floor. Mom, Anan, why did you come over so early? Mom said you haven't been home for days, so she wanted to check on you. Just happened that I stayed at home yesterday, so we came over this morning together, Ruan Xinya explained. If we hadn't come early, how would we have known you already had a boyfriend? Wei Jiji pointed at Song Hanmo. Nice of you not to tell me. I've been worried sick about finding you a mate. Mom, I was planning these few days to arrange a time to bring Yin-sun back to see you and Dad. I didn't know you'd come earlier than expected. Song Hanmo said with a wink at Yin-sun. Yin-sun immediately understood. That's true, Auntie. Meeting the family was part of our plan. We're both serious. That's good. Dad would be very pleased to see you, Hanmo. Song Hanmo's father Song Lin highly evaluated Yin-sun. If he knew his daughter's boyfriend was Yin-sun, he would finally feel relieved. Team leader Yin, are you going to make breakfast for my sister? Asked Ruan Xinya looking at the apron around Yin-sun's waist. Yes. Ruon Shinya smiled, truly a triple good man. Song Hanmo joined them. What? Doesn't Duan Chijo do it for you? He does. Lately, he's learning how to prepare nutritious meals for pregnant women. Whenever he has time, he experiments with recipes, Ruon Shinya said sweetly. That's great. Both us sisters have met good men, Song Hanmo said. Indeed. While Song Hanmo chatted with her mother and sister, Yin-zun made breakfast for the four of them. Auntie, please try the breakfast I made, Yin-zun said. All right. The four of them sat down in the dining room, and Yin-zun's sandwiches were highly praised by Ruon Shinya and Wei Jiji alike. Ruon Shinya, they're delicious. Wei Jiji, yes, I've never had such tasty sandwiches. Yin-zun was a little flustered from all the compliments. It turned out that Song Hanmo's talent for providing emotional value was hereditary within the Song family. All members of the Song family were very good at offering emotional support. As Yin-zun still needed to go to work, he told Wei Jiji that he was about to leave after finishing breakfast. Auntie, I have to go to the fire station. I'll be off now. Okay, you go ahead with your work. We will see each other next time. Yin-zun nodded towards Ruon Shinya as he rose and started to walk away. Song Hanmo immediately followed him out. I'll see him off. All right. Song Hanmo accompanied Yin-zun out into the yard. His car was parked right at the door. Did meeting my mom this morning scare you? Song Hanmo asked. Yin-zun nodded. I hope I didn't leave a bad impression on your mom. How could she not like you? She likes you more than enough already. All right, then I'll head over first. All right. Before getting into the car, Yin-zun embraced Song Hanmo's waist and gave her another deep kiss. Song Hanmo hooked her arms around his neck and whispered into his ear, "Tonight we continue, Captain Yin." Yin-zun glanced towards the main house, pinched her nose gently, without saying anything, blushed deeply, and got into the car. Song Hanmo just liked seeing his embarrassed face. It was so fun to make him blush. I'm going now. All right, see you later. Hair. After watching Yin-zun drive away, Song Hanmo returned indoors. As soon as she stepped inside, Wei Jiji approached her immediately. You'd better tell me everything. Just now, Captain Yin was about to ask but hesitated. When did you start being together? Last time we went to the fire station, you two seemed not that close yet. Not long ago, Song Hanmo dodged the question with laughter. She did not want to tell her mother that they had only just confirmed their relationship last night and spent the entire night together. She feared her mother would think poorly of Yin-zun because of this. After all, her mother wouldn't expect that it was her who had forcibly invited Yin-zun to stay overnight. This Captain Yin saved An, and our family really has a special connection with him. If you can be together with him, Mom, I am very happy, but... Wei Jiji's eyes flashed with worry. Mom, but what? But his job is ultimately very dangerous, rushing through fire and water, what if? Mom. Song Hanmo cut her mother short at once. When thinking about problems, don't always consider the worst outcomes. I know you're worried about any potential accidents in his future work, but which job does not have risks? Even someone who doesn't do anything and lies at home can get into trouble due to unexpected events. Ruon Shinya strongly agreed with Song Hanmo. Mom, don't overthink this. Anyways, it's great that sister has found true love. Right. When I had no boyfriend, you were anxious about that. Now I have one, and you're worrying about the dangers in his job. Should I break up with him just because of his job? People should live without being too pessimistic. Think positively, and things will turn out well. All right, I won't say anymore. Wei Jiji held Song Hanmo's hand. No matter what, parents always wish their children to be happy and blessed. Now both you and Anan have found your places in life, Dad and I are set. Okay, next you can nag Shorojie about finding a partner, Song Hanmo suggested. Ruon Shinya laughed. Shorojie must be sneezing right now. Everyone burst into laughter. After chatting with her mother and sister for some time, Song Hanmo drove to her company. Just as she arrived at the office, Yin-zun sent her a message. Did my actions upset or annoy your mom? I feel guilty after what happened last night. I'm afraid I might have left a wrong impression on your family. No, my mom and sister are quite satisfied with you. That's good. Can we find a time to visit my dad together? All right. Chapter 125. Everything is picture perfect. The end. Song Hanmo spent the entire workday with a smile on her lips, her good mood evident for all to see. Director Song, are you in a relationship? Her assistant had been dying to ask all morning and could finally contain herself no longer. Yes. Song Hanmo readily admitted that she was indeed in a relationship. Wow, congratulations, Director Song. Thank you. On the other side, Yin-zun also couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from curving up all day. Their colleagues at the fire station found it strange. Captain Yin, who usually had a cold expression, was smiling all day long. It wasn't until evening when Song Hanmo's sports car parked outside the fire station, and Yin-zun climbed into her car where they were seen kissing inside the vehicle, that everyone finally understood it seemed Captain Yin was in love. Yin Captain, did you miss me? After the kiss ended, Song Hanmo leaned on Yin-zun's chest, panting lightly as she asked. Yes. Really? Then kiss me again. Yin-zun captured her lips once more. Lovers in the throes of passion always seemed to feel this way, as if there was never enough kissing of their beloved partner. When they finally finished their passionate embrace, it was almost dark. By the way, I have something for you, Yin-zun said. What is it? Yin-zun pulled out his passbook and salary card from his pocket and handed them over to Song Hanmo. I know you wouldn't look twice at this small sum, but it's my sincerity. Since last night, Song Hanmo had become his woman, not just his savings account or his salary, but even his life. He was willing to give everything to her. Who says I don't care? I need this sense of security very much. Song Hanmo carefully took his passbook and salary card. For her, this wasn't about thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, but rather unconditional trust and love from a man. They drove out to eat dinner. After finishing the meal, Yin Zun suggested going shopping. I want to buy a set of clothes, Yin Zun said. Huh. The straight-laced man suddenly wanting to dress up must have had a reason. Didn't you say you were taking me to meet your father? I want to get a formal outfit. Alright, let me help you pick one out today. Song Hanmo brought Yin Zun around the mall and chose a suit for him. Yin Zun had never worn a suit before, and once he put it on, both Song Hanmo and the sales clerk were utterly amazed. This gentleman looks perfect in a suit, better than the models on the posters, the sales clerk praised. Yin Zun turned his head toward Song Hanmo. What do you think? I think it looks great. Let's get this one, it's casual enough to be worn during gatherings too. Okay, we'll go with this one. After buying the clothes, Yin Zun took Song Hanmo to see the new house he'd bought behind Hengshui Plaza. At 120 square meters, though it couldn't match Song Hanmo's villa, it was spacious enough by anyone's standards. How close this is to my company, Song Hanmo noticed happily, closer than my place. You can walk here. In the future, if you're working late, you can sleep here directly, Yin Zun said. She wrapped her arms around his neck. So does that mean I can't sleep here unless I'm working late? Of course not, you're welcome to sleep here whenever you want. I want to stay here tonight. Alright. You'll sleep with me. Alright. Yin Zun leaned down and kissed her, his lips finding their way past hers as they entwined together. The intimate atmosphere inside instantly heated to its peak. Tonight would surely bring another night of intense passion. At the end of the month, Song Hanmo went on a business trip. She and Yin Zun had agreed that after she returned from the trip, she'd take him to meet her parents. But on the day she returned, an explosion occurred at a factory in Pingjin. Instead of coming to pick her up from the airport as planned, Yin Zun rushed with his fire department team to assist in rescue efforts. Before heading out on duty, he sent her a message. Pingjin needs rescue, just 6 simple words without punctuation, showing how urgent the situation must have been. By the time Song Hanmo saw his message upon landing, it had already been more than 2 hours. She immediately looked up Pingjin online, learning that a factory had exploded and was filled with flammable materials. The fire was so severe that many nearby fire stations had dispatched teams to help. Song Hanmo began to feel deeply uneasy. On the way home, she continuously unlocked her phone, knowing full well that Yin Zun likely wouldn't check his, yet still bombarded him with messages. Take care of yourself. Let me know when the fire is out. Stay safe, I'm waiting for you to come back. I love you. Worried that she might spiral into wild thoughts alone at home, Song Hanmo decided to turn around and head straight back to the Song family home instead. Today, coincidentally, Ruan Xinya was also there. Sister, did you see the explosion in Pingjin? Ruan Xinya couldn't help but ask anxiously as soon as they met. Sister-in-law must have also gone to Pingjin, right? He did. Song Hanmo feigned calmness. Don't worry, it's fine. He has experience on fire scenes, nothing will happen to him. Ruan Xinya and Wei Jiji were originally worried, but hearing Song Hanmo's words, they felt a bit more reassured. Have you eaten? Wei Jiji asked. Not yet, said Song Hanmo. Then I'll ask Auntie to prepare something for you to eat. No need, Mom, I don't have an appetite. Song Hanmo sat down on the couch and kept unlocking her phone again. The internet was full of news about the fire scene in Pingjin. The hazardous chemicals in the factory had a secondary explosion. The fire spread extremely fast due to the strong winds, increasing the difficulty of rescue operations. Workers trapped in the fire were being rescued by firefighters. Ruan Xinya sat next to Song Hanmo and gently held her hand. Song Hanmo's hands were ice cold, without any warmth. Only then did Ruan Xinya realize that the calm demeanor on her face was all fake. Sister, don't worry. As you said, your husband has completed many fire rescue missions, so nothing will happen to him. Song Hanmo bit her lips without speaking. After a while, she suddenly held Ruan Xinya's hand. Anan, I want to go see Pingjin. You going won't be helpful. I just want to be closer to him. Ruan Xinya thought for a moment. Alright, I'll call Du and Chizhou and let him drive us over. Upon hearing the news, Du and Chizhou quickly arrived. The three of them lied that they were going out for dinner and sneaked off toward Pingjin, hiding it from Wei Jiji. The road to Pingjin was blocked due to the massive fire. Du and Chizhou and the others could only wait in a nearby parking lot. The sound of ambulances rushing along the road made Song Hanmo even more anxious, every second becoming unbearable. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Song Hanmo's phone vibrated. The fire is out. It was Yin Zun's message, just 4 simple words that brought tears to Song Hanmo's eyes. Are you okay? I'm safe, don't worry. Good. Finally, Song Hanmo relaxed. Chizhou, Anan, Yin Zun sent me a message saying the fire is out, he's fine. Let's go home. Do we not wait for him here? Ruan Xinya asked. No. She only needed to confirm his safety. She didn't want to interfere with his work or let him know how anxiously worried she had been. She wanted to be his support, not his burden. All right. That night, Song Hanmo went to Yin Zun's place. When she entered, Yin Zun had just finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom bare-chested. During the firefighting today, there were quite a few abrasions on his face and arms. Seeing these wounds, Song Hanmo immediately felt her heart tighten. Weren't you supposed to be okay? Then what are these injuries about? They're minor injuries. I'm fine. Do you have medicine? Let me apply it for you. There is. Yinzun's medicines were on the coffee table, and Song Hanmo carefully applied ointment to each wound. Her heart was pained, but she didn't know what to say. She knew she couldn't selfishly advise him to abandon this career. She understood Yinzun's love for his work, as well as the fact that such dangerous jobs had to be done whether it was him or someone else. What's wrong? Seeing her furrowed brow, Yinzun hugged her. Are you worried about me? Yes, very worried. Before, whenever she heard sirens from fire trucks or ambulances, she wouldn't give it much thought. But ever since being with Yinzun, every time she heard those sounds, her heart would tighten instantly. Yinzun was her armor, but also her soft spot. Don't worry about me. Now that I have you, I'll value my life more. You must stay safe and spend your whole life with me. Alright, I promise you. Yinzun leaned down and kissed her, and Song Hanmo gently responded to his kiss. This kiss today carried no lust for either of them, it instead contained deeper appreciation for each other. After resting for 2 days, Song Hanmo put meeting the family on the agenda. They decided to return to the Song residence on Saturday. Song Lin and Wei Jiji prepared plenty of food to welcome this future son-in-law. That day, Duan Chizhou and Ruan Xinya returned home as well, while Song Xuanjie even cancelled a commercial performance just to meet his potential brother-in-law. As soon as Yinzun entered, Song Lin rushed up to shake his hand. Captain Yin, welcome, welcome, uncle, just call me by my name. Great, great. Little Yin, come and sit down. Okay, thank you uncle. Song Lin and Wei Jiji already had a favorable impression of Yinzun, and now with their additional son-in-law glasses, they liked him even more. Little Yin, you went to Pingjin for the fire too, right? That's correct, uncle. You all have the most dangerous job in this peaceful era. Thanks to you, people's lives and properties are protected. It's what we're supposed to do. Our family are all businessmen. I'm a businessman, Chizhou is a businessman, Morjie is also a businessman. Now we have a hero. I am very proud of that. Song Lin said happily. Your dad goes out to play golf and boasts about his future son-in-law being the president of Duan Corporation and captain of the fire station to everyone he meets. Wei Jiji added. What about me? Am I not your pride? Song Xuanjie asked. You definitely are. You're my superstar son, everyone knows about you without me even saying anything. Song Lin quickly made up for himself. That's better. Everyone laughed. By the way, brother-in-law, the last time I saw you was at the fire station. Song Xuanjie smiled as he looked at Yinzun. At that time, you probably didn't even know each other yet, right? In the blink of an eye, it's already meeting the parents. Things are moving pretty fast. When both sides feel right and determine that each other is the person they want to spend their whole life with, naturally the pace will be faster, Yinzun replied. That's right, some people are meant for each other for eternity at first sight. Song Hanmo immediately added. So you two fell in love at first sight? Pretty much. I fell in love with him at first sight. Song Hanmo answered. What about the brother-in-law? Asked Song Xuanjie, who as a single dog was curious about everything. I don't count as falling in love at first sight because the situation was quite urgent the first time I met her and I didn't even get a clear look at her face. Yinzun was very honest. I fell in love with your sister little by little later on. Oh my, so sweet. The single dog admitted being shown off. If you find it sweet, then bring me a girlfriend home quickly. Wei Jiji seized the opportunity to urge him. I'm not in a hurry, I'm still young. The same excuse every time. Xiaojie, mom actually doesn't care if she's from the entertainment industry or not, as long as she is a good-hearted girl. Understood, understood, let's stop talking about this. I'll make a phone call. Song Xuanjie found an excuse and went outside to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Seeing the good weather outside, Duan Chizhou turned to Ruan Xinya and asked, do you want to go out and bask in the sun to strengthen your calcium? Sure, you can accompany me for a walk. Ruan Xinya's pregnancy was beginning to show, sitting for too long would make her tired. Alright. The two took advantage of the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Song were deeply engaged in conversation with Yinzun and quietly went outside to take a walk in the courtyard. Talking about falling in love at first sight versus growing fondness over time, which one applies to us, husband? Ruan Xinya curiously asked. First sight plus growing affection. Duan Chizhou answered. What exactly does first sight plus growing affection mean? When I first saw you, I had a bit of a liking for you, but liking is just liking, not yet love. So when did you start really loving me? Ruan Xinya was determined to ask until she got an answer. They had been together for so long but never discussed this topic. When I truly began to like you, it was after being around you every day. I was infected by the energy radiating from within you. Back then, Duan Corporation was extremely busy, and after Ruan Xinya became Duan Chizhou's assistant, she helped him deal with a lot of things. When other secretaries were complaining behind the scenes, Ruan Xinya didn't utter a single complaint. To Duan Chizhou, it seemed like Ruan Xinya always had boundless energy, and even after overtime work, her eyes still shone brightly. He felt back then that Ruan Xinya was very special. Of course, what truly made his heart stir was the night she drunkenly stormed into his room after a breakup and kissed him. When her soft lips touched Duan Chizhou's lips, in that moment, he felt the resonance of soul and body. Duan Chizhou wasn't frivolous. If he hadn't already fallen in love, he wouldn't have touched her. In other words, you've loved me for a long time? Yes, I've loved you for a long time. Duan Chizhou gently placed his large hand on Ruan Xinya's belly. In the future, I'll love you and our baby even more. Ruon Shinya smiled as she leaned into Duan Chijo's embrace. So good. Now with the family happy and her lover by her side, everything was full of happiness. The end.